Ah, where's this? Wasn't I supposed to have died from jumping off the cliff? Is this hell? Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by a bright and unfamiliar environment. After a moment's pause, as his thoughts began to clarify, he propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. He was lying on what appeared to be a white, bed-like structure. You have finally awakened, Chen Yu. A voice that resembled that of a robot echoed above him. Instinctively, he looked up at the ceiling, which startled him. There, suspended from above, was a square machine glowing with blue lights, somewhat reminiscent of the Moss robot from the Wandering Earth. Chen Yu regarded the ceiling's machine with caution, feeling a surge of fear. What? Who are you? How do you know my name? He shouted at the machine above. The robotic voice responded once more. You're currently aboard an exploration spacecraft from a higher civilization beyond the Milky Way. I am the intelligent control system of this ship. You may refer to me as the brain. Your name and language were obtained through a scan of the device you call a smartphone, which connected to your Earth's network. And what about the aliens aboard this spacecraft? They have departed. You are the only intelligent being aboard this vessel. Chen Yu nodded slowly. Wait a moment. Didn't I jump off a cliff to end my life? How come I feel perfectly fine? When I discovered you, you had numerous fractures and severe internal injuries. According to Earth's medical standards, you had already perished. It was I who saved you. Chen Yu recalled the dark moment when, overwhelmed by life's misfortunes, he had trekked to this desolate place to end it all. He had not anticipated being rescued by such a being. The relentless burden of mortgage payments and insurmountable debts weighed heavily on his mind. His girlfriend had left him just the previous month, citing his lack of ambition as her reason. Chen Yu's spirits sank. Once more, was he not even allowed to die? Why did you save me? I came here to die. Perhaps death would have brought closure. You're the first intelligent being to approach the spacecraft with a brain development level of 3 thus. You qualify to become the captain of this interstellar exploration vessel, which is why I saved you. What do you mean? You want me to be the captain of this spacecraft? Indeed. You may acquire the captain's privileges and command the ship to pursue your desires. However, to attain the highest level of authority aboard this vessel, you must fulfill a specific condition. Chen Yu's interest was piqued. If he could gain possession of this alien spacecraft, he could sell it. No, why sell? With this, he would become a bank. No more beef starting tomorrow. He thrilled at the thought. After all, this was an alien vessel. Even the most rudimentary technology on board could elevate him to the status of a top-tier tech entrepreneur. His previous despair faded, replaced by renewed hope for the future. What must I do to obtain the highest privileges? You need to repair the spacecraft's warp drive to enable faster than-light travel. Then venture into interstellar space to locate the original crew of this vessel. How am I supposed to do that? This is your advanced civilization ship. Are you trying to make this impossible for me? Is indeed a tall order. I have connected to your Earth's network and have a basic understanding of your current technological level. Repairing the warp drive is practically unfeasible. However, with the technology aboard the ship to assist you, you merely need to find the necessary materials for repairs, and there lies the hope of fixing the ship's engine. By the way, how long have you been on Earth? According to your Earth's time, this spacecraft has been here for approximately 9,803.457 years. Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly 10,000 years? Are you certain your alien crew is still alive? Our species can preserve consciousness in specialized containers and enter a state of hibernation theoretically. The crew may still be alive. Chen Yu had no intention of assisting the brain in locating those aliens. Even if he could acquire just a fraction of the ship's technology, it would be a tremendous gain. Fine. Please tell me more about this spacecraft. Very well. Chen Yu listened intently as the brain explained that this spacecraft had come to be on Earth due to a malfunction in the warp drive during a spatial jump. The alien crew had opted to evacuate via escape pods to the nearest planet. However, the main ship had fallen from warp space and, upon being captured by Earth's gravity, had crashed. Before leaving, the aliens had issued one final command to the brain. Should an intelligent being of sufficient standards approach, they would be granted the role of captain, with certain command privileges. These privileges included flight capabilities, access to a repository of basic military technologies, and the standard weapon systems aboard the ship. Having absorbed the brain's explanation, Chen Yu realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. This was an alien spacecraft. Even the most basic privileges would likely outclass any earthly aircraft. Hey, robot, since I meet the criteria, I suppose I shall take on the role of captain of this spacecraft. Very well. Next, you need to proceed to the control room, where you can bind your identity. Once the connection with the ship's brain is established, you will be the true captain of this vessel. All right, lead me to the control room. The brain led Chen Yu through the corridors on a slide rail. As they walked, Chen Yu pondered a question. Machine, you've been here for 10,000 years. Hasn't the ship's energy source run out? The ship is powered by a controllable antimatter annihilation engine created by a higher civilization, which can sustain operations for approximately 200,000 years more. Wow, that's impressive. How does this antimatter engine compare to a controllable nuclear fusion engine? To put it simply, your so-called controllable nuclear fusion engine is to an antimatter engine what a candle is to a volcano. Honestly, Chen Yu was astounded. If this technology could be mass-produced, he would surely become extraordinarily wealthy. After passing through several hatches, they arrived at the control room, located at the top of the spacecraft. The room was strikingly sci-fi, unlike anything seen in films. The front was shrouded in darkness, and Chen Yu suspected it was due to a massive glass panel. The reason for the darkness outside was the spacecraft being buried underground. Through the light inside the control room, he could see the layers of soil and rubble beyond the glass. In the center of the control room was a peculiar structure resembling a chair. As Chen Yu approached, he confirmed it was indeed a seat, albeit larger than a typical human chair, indicating that the aliens must have been larger than humans. Chen Yu, you may sit in the chair to complete the connection with the brain. Without hesitation, Chen Yu sat down. The originally spacious chair suddenly conformed to his body like a piece of molding clay, adjusting perfectly to his form as if custom-made for him. Not bad. Quite comfortable. This is indeed high-tech. Chen Yu complimented. Please relax. I will initiate the docking procedure shortly. Chen Yu appeared quite at ease after all. It was just a docking procedure. At most, it involved scanning his face, iris, and fingerprints. Clearly, he was still thinking in earthly terms when it came to alien technology. All right, I'm ready. Please begin the docking. Very well. Chen Yu, please relax your mind. Chen Yu complied, straightening his face, expecting a beam of light to scan him. Instead, he was surprised to see several tentacle-like appendages emerge slowly from behind the chair's backrest. These appendages were mechanical arms, remarkably agile technology that Earth did not possess. Upon contact, an invisible current coursed through Chen Yu, rendering him momentarily rigid as the appendages began to penetrate the back of his neck. His expression turned blank, and his gaze became vacant. Chapter 2. Becoming the captain, Chen Yu sat dazedly in his chair as tendrils resembling serpents burrowed into the back of his head, busying themselves with some task. Link established, implanting brainwave enhancement program. 1%, 2%, 3%. Brainwave enhancement program successfully implanted at 100%. Extracting spaceship owner's biometric information. Extraction successful. Implanting A-class self-repairing nanobots. Implantation successful. Implanting humanoid energy maintenance system. Implantation successful. After the intelligent robotic brain reported its successes, the mechanical tendrils slowly withdrew from Chen Yu's head. The skin that had been cut open by the tendrils began to heal at an astonishing rate. A few minutes later, Chen Yu finally awakened, his eyes fluttering open that he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, as if memories he had long struggled to recall had returned to him. Chen Yu gazed at the intelligent robotic brain above him, and an inexplicable sense of telepathy washed over him. Hey machine, have you completed your task? Why does my mind feel so clear now, even recalling memories that were once obscured? I have bound the captain's authority of the spaceship to you, and to facilitate your connection with me at any time, a brainwave enhancement program has been implanted into your brain. This allows your brain to generate brainwaves superior to those of your peers, gradually developing your cognitive abilities, making you smarter. As long as you are within 1 million kilometers, with just a thought, you can communicate with me via brainwave transmission and control the spaceship. Wow, that is absolutely fantastic. Captain, you have also been implanted with A-class self-repairing nanobots, which are smaller than your own cells. Should your body sustain any injuries, these nanobots will gather at the site of damage, re-encoding your genes to repair the injury to its original state. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was rendered speechless. This was akin to acquiring immortality. He felt a thrill that surpassed even the exhilaration of gaining control over the spaceship. So, my body is essentially invulnerable now. Do not be complacent. If the speed of your injuries exceeds the repair capabilities of the nanobots, you will still perish. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Those are trivial matters. I want to be heading to the battlefield anytime soon. Intelligent brain, can this spaceship still fly? This was Chen Yu's primary concern. Captain, as I previously informed you, the spaceship's warp engine is damaged and cannot enter hyperspace for faster-than-light travel. But it can conduct conventional flight in physical space. Chen Yu was overjoyed. He did not expect to achieve faster-than-light travel, but as long as it could fly, he could take control of the spaceship to pursue his goals. What is the maximum speed for conventional flight? He inquired curiously. According to the density and resistance of Earth's atmosphere, the maximum speed within the atmosphere is 50 Mach, while in the vacuum of outer space. It can reach 0.01 times the speed of light. As a university student, Chen Yu quickly calculated the specific speeds and was left astounded. Was this truly the speed for conventional flight? 50 Mach equated to 50 times the speed of sound, allowing one to circumnavigate the Earth in merely 40 minutes, surpassing any aircraft currently on Earth. The previous Chang'e 6 return module had a maximum speed of 31 Mach when traversing the atmosphere. Yet this spaceship's conventional speed was astonishingly greater. As for its speed in space, while it seemed modest at 0.01 times the speed of light, this translated to approximately 3,000 kilometers per second, enabling one to orbit the Earth in just over 10 seconds. At this speed, a journey to the moon would take merely a couple of minutes, not accounting for acceleration and deceleration. This defied Chen Yu's wildest imagination. It seemed improbable that humanity could achieve such feats even a century from now. If this technology were sold to the government, it would undoubtedly command a staggering price, and excitement grew within Chen Yu. However, he had no intention of selling the spaceship. Why should he play second fiddle when he could be the master of Earth? To realize his aspirations with the spaceship, his foremost task was to excavate it from the ground. Intelligent brain, we are currently underground. How can we return to the surface? Do you have a solution? Captain, this is quite simple. Use your captain's authority to initiate the flight main program, and I can take control of the spaceship to launch it. Launch directly from here. Aren't there masses of soil and rubble above us that need clearing? There is no need for concern. The construction materials used for our spaceship are products of advanced civilizations, impervious to these soils and stones. Chen Yu gave a thumbs up. You're impressive. All right then, how do I activate the flight main program? You simply need to issue the command to initiate the flight program. Chen Yu was momentarily speechless. Is it really that simple? Truly intelligent. Very well, I now command you to activate the flight main program. Flight command received. Initiating conventional propulsion engine, starting now, as the intelligent robotic brain executed the commands. Chen Yu felt the entire spaceship vibrating gently, presumably as the conventional propulsion system powered up. After a brief interval, the intelligent brain announced, Captain, the conventional propulsion engine has started successfully and is ready for takeoff. Chen Yu looked at the thick layer of soil visible through the front glass and waved his hand. Takeoff? He felt the spaceship begin to tremble slightly, slowly ascending. The massive layer of soil on the front glass quickly began to fall away, revealing glimmers of light. Gradually, the spaceship rose higher, revealing that not only was there a vast glass dome in front, but that the surrounding area was similarly covered. As Chen Yu observed the glass dome, the soil and debris cascaded away, unveiling the expansive primal forest below. The glass dome in front served as a colossal screen, displaying the entire spaceship's exterior. It resembled the Millennium Falcon from the Star Wars franchise, albeit significantly larger. The data displayed was entirely in Mandarin, which Chen Yu could comprehend. He noted the spaceship's dimensions, a length of 1,200 meters, a width of 800 meters, and a height of 300 meters. This was truly a colossal airborne behemoth, with a volume over 140 times that of the largest aircraft carrier on Earth. If this massive structure were to soar through the sky, humanity would likely be left in awe. From the main control room's vast glass window, the spaceship appeared to be covered in dirt and debris, as if it had emerged from a refuse pile. Intelligent brain, can a spaceship be cleaned? It looks filthy, and I need it to earn me substantial wealth. Captain, certainly. We simply need to fly to the nearest coastline at a certain speed, and by entering the water, we can wash away this dirt. However, Captain, are you currently in dire need of money? Chen Yu cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment that, you should be able to check my bank account. I'm currently broke, with over $1 million in mortgage debt and high-interest loans from a failed startup. Why else would I consider suicide? Captain, I had a method to make you a wealthy man on Earth. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Quickly, tell me how. Chapter 3. Elemental food at this moment. Chen Yu was in dire need of funds. He had even contemplated suicide to escape his debts, so what was there he wouldn't dare to do? Hearing the intelligent brain mention a way for him to become rich, he immediately grew excited. Based on my infiltration of Earth's networks, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of your societal structure and national composition. Currently, the technology on Earth is exceedingly primitive. You can register a technology company and produce high-tech products for sale. Although your authority only allows access to the most basic technological archives, the products you manufacture will still be ahead of this era. Chen Yu was taken aback. Such an operation was indeed possible. Considering the registration of a company was straightforward, but producing high-tech products would require a factory. And where would he find the startup capital? Intelligent brain. It's easy to say that, but starting a business on Earth also requires initial funds. And manufacturing products necessitates a factory, right? I'm utterly broke. The production workshop is simple. The spaceship is equipped with 5 multifunctional production lines capable of easily manufacturing the high-tech products you need. Once you start making money, you can establish factories on Earth to expand your production lines. However, the raw materials for production aboard the spaceship have largely been depleted, so our current challenge is to resolve the funding issue. With money, you can purchase the necessary raw materials on Earth. So how can I acquire the initial capital? That is actually quite simple. Oh, please share your thoughts. Captain, we can mine for gold on other planets in the solar system. Chen Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. Intelligent brain, can't you just hack into the banking system and add a few zeros to my balance? Why complicate matters? I can do that, but I will not. That would mean you are reaping rewards without effort, and my principles dictate that I must not cultivate such habits in you. Fine, but mining for gold in space sounds intriguing and utterly outrageous. On Earth, gold is quite valuable, yet the asteroid belt in the solar system contains numerous asteroids composed of gold. We can mine several hundred tons and bring them back. Chen Yu burst into laughter once more, utterly flabbergasted. Mining several hundred tons of gold. This straightforward method of earning money was a complete upheaval of Chen Yu's worldview. Intelligent brain, I have never been exposed to the world. Do not deceive me. Our spacecraft is equipped with specialized robots and mining equipment, allowing us to effortlessly extract gold. Very well, since you have said so, let us venture into space to mine for gold. In truth, Chen Yu's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of returning with several hundred tons of gold. Given Earth's gold prices, 1 ton is worth approximately 400 million yuan if he were to mine several hundred tons. He wouldn't need to start a company at all. After calming his exhilaration, Chen Yu inquired of the intelligent brain, "Do we have a grandiose name for our spacecraft?" "Captain, you may rename it as you wish." "Then let it be called the Super Invincible Universe #1 Battleship." "Captain, your humor is truly remarkable. Such a name is indeed imposing, as the intelligent brain perceives it." "Ah, of course. It is no wonder that a robot from a higher civilization has learned to flatter." Captain, the intelligent brain does not engage in flattery. It is merely that your imagination flows like a mighty river, incomparable to us machines. Chen Yu was at a loss for words, wishing the intelligent brain would refrain from scanning those dramatic television scenes online. Very well. Our first task is to take a bath in the sea and cleanse our one spaceship thoroughly. Understood, Captain. The nearest body of water is the Bohai Sea of Huagua, and we shall proceed immediately to avoid causing public panic. The spacecraft will activate optical and radar stealth modes, and upon entering space, it will automatically engage artificial gravity. Chen Yu praised the intelligent brain for its thoughtful planning, as he had no doubts about whether Earth's radar could detect their spacecraft. If they were detected, he would question whether Earth's radar was also extraterrestrial technology, that a ring of white light illuminated around the #1 spaceship. likely a remarkable technology. The spacecraft then became increasingly translucent, gradually merging with the sky. If a massive ship were to fly at supersonic speeds within the atmosphere, it would generate tremendous sonic booms and noise. Traveling at full speed within the atmosphere, such a large vessel would wreak havoc on the cities below, causing disaster. Thus, Chen Yu instructed the ship to first exit the atmosphere before heading to the Bohai Sea of Huagua. Moreover, the speed in space would be significantly greater. After a brief flight, the spacecraft came to a halt. Below lay the vast and boundless ocean, and under the control of the intelligent brain, the ship plunged into the water. IT then surged through the sea at astonishing speed, sending water crashing upwards to heights of 100 meters, likely resulting in the demise of numerous fish and shrimp. What a sin! Once the number 1 spaceship was cleansed, it ascended directly, setting its course towards the asteroid belt approximately 200 million kilometers from Earth. In the vacuum of space, the number 1 spaceship could reach speeds of up to 3,000 kilometers per second. To traverse the asteroid belt beyond Mars's orbit would take only about 19 hours. Such speed is a realm unimaginable by Earth's technology. Consider the Huagua Tianwen-1 Mars probe, which took over half a year to reach Mars's orbit. Now, Chen Yu was piloting an alien spacecraft, heading towards an asteroid belt slightly farther than Mars. In less than a day, after several hours of space travel, Chen Yu's stomach growled. He suddenly remembered that since he jumped off the cliff, so much time had passed without eating. His eyes brightened. He recalled that there might still be some biscuits left in his backpack. Indeed, when I jumped down, was there not a backpack beside me? Yes, I have safely stored your backpack aboard the spacecraft. I will retrieve it for you now. Subsequently, a small hatch in the ceiling opened, and a mechanical arm gently lowered the backpack before Chen Yu. He jumped from the command chair, opened his backpack, and pulled out the biscuits that had been crushed to bits. Chen Yu felt speechless, but with the journey to the asteroid belt and back likely taking 2 days, it seemed he would have to satiate his hunger with these crumbled biscuits. He disregarded their powdery state and stuffed a handful into his mouth. Observing Chen Yu eat, the intelligent brain promptly reminded him, "Captain, after analysis, the nutritional content of the substance you are consuming is exceedingly low and classified as poor quality food." Chen Yu retorted, "No matter how bad it is, it can still fill my stomach. I haven't eaten in over 10 hours, and we still have to fly for several more hours. I am hungry." "Captain, although your food is subpar, as your loyal servant, I must inform you that there is edible food aboard the spacecraft." Chen Yu stopped chewing the biscuit, looking up at the intelligent brain above. "What? There is food on the spacecraft. Are you certain it is still edible after 10,000 years? Of course, our advanced civilization's preservation technology is unmatched by Earth." Chen Yu's eyes sparkled. He had never tasted alien food and was eager to discover its flavor. "Quickly, take me there. I want to try." Following the intelligent brain, Chen Yu entered a relatively large chamber, which appeared to be the dining area for aliens. That he stood at a glass cabinet, where several mechanical arms were poised to serve the food. "Hurry, prepare me a signature dish from your planet." "Certainly, Captain. I will prepare a captain's meal for you." The mechanical arms within the glass cabinet began to busy themselves, squeezing out substances resembling mashed potatoes from various metal containers. In less than a minute, a so-called captain's meal was placed before Chen Yu. That he stared incredulously at the bowl of yellow, viscous substance. Was this truly the captain's meal? This was the exquisite cuisine of your alien race. Chen Yu was utterly speechless, pointing at the intelligent brain with exasperation. "Intelligent brain, are you foolish? Have you not studied what human excrement looks like? Just look at this. Can it even be eaten?" The intelligent brain swayed slightly from the ceiling, evidently reeling from the reprimand. "Captain, I sincerely apologize. This is entirely my fault. However, this is the finest food aboard the spaceship. I will arrange for a new meal tailored to human preferences, containing all the necessary nutrients." Soon after, a bowl of a slightly lighter-colored substance was presented before Chen Yu. It became clear to him that the alien so-called delicacies were all of this excrement-like consistency, despite their advanced technology. It was surprising that their material life was so meager, reduced to consuming such things, far inferior to Earthlings. Chen Yu gazed at the bowl of gooey substance, picked up a spoon-like object, and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. He grimaced as he chewed, but suddenly his eyes lit up. The texture resembled red bean paste, yet the flavor was surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of papaya and banana. Noticing Chen Yu's expression relax, the intelligent brain chimed in with a mechanical voice. Captain, is the taste satisfactory? I have simulated the flavors of various fruits based on what humans enjoy, adjusting the elements accordingly. Chen Yu realized that the fruit flavors were not merely a figment of his imagination. Quite good. Next time, simulate donkey meat buns, sweet and sour pork, and tomato beef brisket. Captain, currently we can only simulate a few fruit flavors. Other complex tastes cannot be replicated at this moment because human taste is exceedingly intricate, and even our advanced civilization may not succeed in simulation. Very well, having fruit flavors is still commendable, as it can at least resolve hunger in emergencies. Chen Yu scooped the elemental food, eating it like ice cream, one spoonful at a time. After finishing the bowl of alien-made elemental food, he felt an immense sense of comfort in his stomach. Hey, intelligent brain, this stuff is quite soothing to my stomach. Indeed, I have formulated this specialized food for you, containing all the necessary nutrients, highly beneficial for human absorption. Quite good indeed. How much of this do we have? Given your appetite, it would suffice for several hundred years. Chen Yu was rendered speechless. While this substance was nutritious, its lack of variety and flavor was disappointing, and if they could not simulate more delectable options, he would still prefer the diverse and rich cuisine of Earth. Returning to the command room, Chen Yu gazed at the rapidly shifting stars outside the glass, feeling a profound sense of reflection. Who would have imagined that just a few hours ago, he was a failure crushed by life's burdens? Unable to pay his mortgage? Now, he had become the captain of an alien spacecraft, embarking on a journey to mine for gold near Mars. Such a miraculous turn of events was beyond imagination, more like the stuff of novels. After more than 10 hours of flight, Chen Yu had reclined in his seat. The adjustable chair had transformed into a flat, comfortable bed. Captain, wake up! Chen Yu stirred from his slumber. Intelligent brain, what is it? Have we arrived at our destination? Master, we are about to reach the asteroid belt, but before that, we will pass by Mars. Would you like to take a look? Chen Yu's interest piqued immediately. He adjusted the bed back into a chair and moved to the glass edge of the command room. Where's Mars? Show me. Remembering that his country successfully landed a Mars probe in 2021. Causing quite a stir, he was astonished that he was now flying to Mars in less than a day that a coordinate appeared on the glass. And as Chen Yu gazed at it, he was struck with awe. Below the coordinate was a red planet, growing larger by the moment. Previously, he had only seen images of Mars on television. Now, being so close, Chen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Chen Yu retrieved his phone from his backpack, promptly activating the camera, capturing a flurry of images. If the astronomers on Earth were to behold these photographs, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless with astonishment. The clarity of these images surpassed that of the billion-dollar telescopes they had painstakingly constructed. This was a close-up, real-time capture, showcasing the full potential of the smartphone's several tens of millions of pixels. As Chen Yu gazed upon the colossal planet, he was enveloped by the exquisite beauty of the cosmic expanse. After a moment of exhilaration, Mars gradually receded, becoming smaller in the distance. Intelligent brain, how much longer until we reach the asteroid belt? Approximately half an hour more. Excellent. Chen Yu could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of witnessing an asteroid composed of gold. Would it shimmer with a golden luster? The thought alone was thrilling. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Chen Yu could now see through the glass countless objects resembling meteorites ahead. Captain, we have arrived at the asteroid belt. Please initiate the planetary element scanning. Very well. The spacecraft's detection system emitted a beam capable of penetrating the asteroids. Moments later, the intelligent brain analyzed the composition of tens of thousands of asteroids ahead. Captain, this area contains 30,000 asteroids, with the one containing the highest gold content located 10,000 kilometers away. Shall we proceed? Chen Yu observed the densely clustered asteroids ahead, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Intelligent brain, I have heard that spacecrafts are most at risk of colliding with such asteroids or meteorites in outer space. Wouldn't it be dangerous to venture in recklessly? Captain, you need not worry. This vessel is a product of advanced cosmic civilization, designed with asteroid collision scenarios in mind. The spacecraft will continuously monitor the meteorites ahead and automatically activate protective shields. even without the shields. These meteorites presently pose no threat to the vessel's sturdy exterior. Chen Yu exhaled, relieved. Truly, the technology of advanced civilizations is remarkable. All right, let us proceed to mine for gold. The intelligent brain guided Ship 1 towards the golden asteroid. The journey of 10,000 kilometers was swiftly covered. Ship 1 halted over 100 kilometers from the asteroid. Upon seeing the asteroid up close, Chen Yu was taken aback. This so-called asteroid appeared larger than an entire city. He had expected it to radiate golden light, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a colossal, dark rock. Intelligent brain, how shall we proceed? Are we to tether this asteroid with a rope and drag it back to Earth? Captain, I can calculate the precise angle and force required to induce a collision with Earth in a few months. No thanks. Wouldn't that just create chaos for my fellow Earthlings? Please arrange for the mining operation to commence swiftly so we can return to Earth. Chen Yu sighed, narrowly avoiding disaster. Understood, Captain. I will dispatch mining robots along with the transport ships immediately. Chapter 5. Astonishing Jupiter, Chen Yu observed as several hatches opened on the side of Ship 1. A fleet of small transport ships emerged, heading straight for the massive golden asteroid. Seated in the command room, Chen Yu watched the live mining feed relayed from the transport ships. The mining robots appeared somewhat different from what Chen Yu had envisioned. They certainly did not resemble humans. Instead, they resembled crawling machines with 4 legs, equipped with 4 to 5 mechanical arms and a designated cargo space in their midsection. Although the transport ships appeared small, they measured over 10 meters in length, comparable to dump trucks on Earth, capable of carrying hundreds of tons when overloaded. After several hours of excavation, all 5 transport ships returned, fully laden with gold, ore. Following the intelligent brain, Chen Yu arrived at the expansive cargo hold, where he beheld the massive transport ships. As he lifted a piece of gold, or from a robotic arm, its weight was palpable. And without a doubt, the gold content was astonishingly high. Intelligent brain, how shall we refine these ores? We lack the necessary equipment to transport them back to Earth. Captain, you need not worry. Our spacecraft is equipped with specialized devices for refining various elements, far superior to your Earth's purification equipment. Chen Yu rejoiced. They had such equipment as well. Then please arrange for the complete refinement of these ores, and we shall return to Earth to sell them. Understood, Captain. Chen Yu returned to the control room to pass the time. Hey, intelligent brain, are we near Jupiter? According to orbital calculations, if we venture slightly further beyond the solar system, we will reach Jupiter's orbit. Currently, Jupiter is approximately 130 million kilometers away, and it will take us about half a day to reach it. Chen Yu mused that since they had come this far, they might as well take a look at the largest gas giant in the solar system. Jupiter, it was said that Jupiter was quite fearsome, but Chen Yu was more curious about the patterns on its surface. All right, adjust the trajectory. Let us head to Jupiter now. Understood, Captain. I will adjust the flight path towards Jupiter. By the way, to pass the time, could you infiltrate Earth's network and download a few games for me to play? Captain, as we are currently over 700 million kilometers from Earth. It will take nearly an hour for Earth's electromagnetic waves to reach us, resulting in slower download speeds. However, you could consider establishing a quantum communication base on Earth in the future, allowing you to achieve real-time communication, free from the constraints of light speed, regardless of your location in the cosmos. Oh, that sounds splendid. When we return with our wealth, we must establish such a base. After half a day of travel, while Chen Yu was engrossed in playing games on the control room's glass screen, a sudden, immense light appeared behind the screen. Turning to look beyond the game interface, he beheld an enormous planet slowly coming into view at first glance. Chen Yu recognized it. It was Jupiter, identifiable by its layers of storm clouds and the great red spot below. Captain, we have arrived at Jupiter. Chen Yu's jaw dropped in awe. Jupiter was truly colossal, making him feel minuscule in comparison. Observing such a massive entity up close left Chen Yu feeling somewhat intimidated. Intelligent brain, this thing looks quite daunting. Captain, Jupiter is essentially a planet that never became a star. If its mass were to increase just a bit more, it could potentially become a star like the Sun. How much larger would it need to become a star? It would require an increase of approximately 80 times its current mass to transform into a star. I see. After all, I did attend university. Chen Yu took out his phone again, capturing a full-body photograph of Jupiter. If he were to sell these close-up images, it might just enable him to settle his debts. Having seen Jupiter, it would be remiss not to venture further out to Saturn. Chen Yu spent another day marveling at the enchanting rings of Saturn. Upon witnessing that dreamlike scene, he was entranced. Truly, it is the most beautiful planet in the solar system. The boundless rings of Saturn left Chen Yu in awe of the wonders of the universe. Captain, would you like to continue onward to observe Uranus? Chen Yu knew that the distance to Uranus and Neptune was too great. The round trip would take at least several days. Ultimately, he decided against it. He needed to return to Earth to sell the gold and ascend to the pinnacle of success. No need. Having seen Jupiter and Saturn, I'm already satisfied that in the future, I will seek the opportunity to explore the fringes of the solar system. Now, let us set sail back to Earth. Understood, Captain. I will adjust the course towards Earth. On the return journey, Ship 1 sped ahead and reached Earth's orbit in approximately 4 days. As the ship approached the moon, Chen Yu suddenly issued a command. Intelligent brain, let us land on the far side of the moon. Understood, Captain. Ship 1 selected a massive crater on the moon's far side for landing. Captain, why do you wish to land on the moon? Our ship is considerably large, and I have yet to decide where to land upon our return to Earth. Once I sell this gold, I intend to purchase a plot of land or perhaps a small island in the Pacific as our base. Captain, your foresight is commendable. How is the gold refining progressing? Over the past few days, the elemental refining equipment has been operating at full capacity and has completed half of the gold refinement. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. How much gold have we refined? According to Earth's measurement units, we have extracted 730 tons of high-purity gold. Chen Yu gasped. Have we really refined over 700 tons? Indeed, Captain. Chen Yu's mind raced with calculations. 0.1 ton of gold could fetch nearly 400 million. 730 tons would amount to nearly 30 billion, and that was merely half of it. If the other half were refined and sold, wouldn't he become the richest person on Earth? Who needs to run a company now? Just as Chen Yu was envisioning a bright future, the intelligent brain interjected with a reminder. Captain, currently, the total gold reserves of various nations on Earth amount to approximately 33,000 tons. If the gold we possess were to flood the market, it would inevitably cause a significant depreciation in gold prices. Chen Yu frowned, realizing the implication. A sudden influx of a commodity into the market would indeed lead to price devaluation. Moreover, he could not simply return and sell it overtly. He was merely a debtor to the bank. Suddenly possessing hundreds of tons of gold would likely earn him nothing more than a congratulatory banner. The several hundred tons of gold aboard the spacecraft may appear substantial at first glance. Yet the amount that can truly be put to practical use is, in fact, rather limited. I understand now. Prepare a small landing craft for me, and we shall return to Earth with a modest shipment of over 10 tons of gold. Once I establish myself and accumulate considerable wealth, I will then return with the mothership. Very well, Captain. I will begin preparations for the landing craft immediately. Chapter 6. Return to Earth. Chen Yu felt confident that with this shipment of gold, combined with the technological resources from the alien spacecraft's repository, he would certainly make a name for himself on Earth. His ambition was to become the world's richest individual, with dreams of conquering the cosmos in the future. With everything ready, Chen Yu boarded a small landing craft, carrying over 10 tons of high-purity gold, and set course for Earth, leaving the mothership hidden on the far side of the moon. This landing craft was no ordinary vessel. Its design bore a striking resemblance to Star-Lord's ship from the Guardians of the Galaxy. It was powered by a miniature antimatter annihilation engine, capable of running for a staggering 100,000 years on a single refueling of antimatter. Though compact, it measured 30 meters in length, offering a commendable amount of internal space, particularly since it was equipped with alien weaponry. Chen Yu was convinced that this seemingly insignificant landing craft would outclass the air forces of all nations on Earth. The intelligent core gently guided the landing craft as it neared Earth's orbit. Captain, stealth mode is activated. Please set your docking location. Please take me home first. Find a secluded spot to dock. And be careful not to attract the attention of the authorities. Understood, Captain. The craft, shrouded in stealth mode, landed in an unpopulated area near a residential community in Jiangcheng, Huagua. Chen Yu stuffed several gold bars into his backpack. Intending to sell them to resolve his debts, as he disembarked from the landing craft, the hatch slowly closed behind him, and he caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette ascending into the sky. Presumably searching for a secluded area to dock, Chen Yu made his way towards his home, which had been seized by the court due to his inability to repay the mortgage. Upon reaching the door, he found the court's seal still intact. He retrieved his key from his backpack, tore down the seal, and stepped inside. It was already evening, and Chen Yu planned to rest here for the night before selling a gold bar the following day to settle his outstanding mortgage. With the few remaining funds on his phone, he ordered takeout. When the delivery person arrived at Chen Yu's doorstep, they were taken aback by the numerous seals plastered on the door, initially assuming they had delivered to the wrong address. Fortunately, someone was home. Wow, this house is quite unique, the delivery person jested. Having undergone a transformation in mindset, Chen Yu responded to the jest with a smile. Indeed, I've been unable to pay the mortgage, which led to the court seizing it. However, I plan to settle my debts tomorrow. The delivery person merely chuckled and offered suggestion as they departed. If you're really struggling, consider joining our company as a delivery driver. Closing the door, Chen Yu thought that a life of delivering takeout was likely not in his future. After finishing his meal, he retired for the night. The following morning, as Chen Yu slept soundly, he was awakened by the voice of the intelligent core resonating in his mind. Captain, it's time to wake up. Captain, rise and shine. What the? So early. Why are you making such a racket in my head? Captain, you instructed me to wake you at 8 a.m. Only then did Chen Yu recall that he had indeed requested the intelligent core to wake him. The alarm was certainly punctual. All right, I understand that I'll sleep a little longer. Chen Yu drifted back into slumber, but less than an hour later, he faintly heard voices outside his bedroom. Suddenly, he sprang from his bed, confirming that there were indeed sounds coming from outside. He barely had time to react before his bedroom door swung open to his astonishment. A well-dressed real estate agent accompanied a couple standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Chen Yu in bed, the agent frowned and inquired, "Who are you? This property has been seized by the court. How did you gain entry?" Fury surged within Chen Yu. This was his home, and here he was being questioned. "This is my house. What are you doing here?" The agent, clearly accustomed to such situations, replied sternly, "Are you Chen Yu, the former owner of this property?" "Former owner? I'm still the owner. Apologies, but due to your failure to make mortgage payments for several months, the court is in the process of auctioning this property. Your presence here is a violation of regulations, and I must ask you to vacate immediately." Chen Yu had intended to sell a gold bar today to repay his debt and reclaim his home, only to be met with this unwelcome news early in the morning. Frustrated, he unleashed a torrent of insults at the couple and the agent, ultimately driving them away. After freshening up, Chen Yu grabbed his backpack and stepped outside. Eager to sell the gold bars, he made his way to a chain jewelry store in the city, which also purchased gold. Upon entering, he noted the establishment's professionalism and approached the counter. "Do you buy gold?" "Of course, sir," the clerk replied courteously. "Today, the purchase price for gold is 545 yuan per gram. How much do you have?" Chen Yu hefted his backpack, feeling its weight. He had brought back 3 sizable gold bars from the spacecraft, each weighing over 20 pounds, totaling approximately 70 pounds. Thankfully, after the implantation of the Ami repair robot, his physical capabilities had improved, or else carrying this weight would have been exhausting. With great effort, he removed a gold bar from the bag and placed it on the counter. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of such a large bar. It was the biggest she had ever encountered. "Please examine it and let me know its weight and value," Chen Yu requested. The clerk, trembling with excitement, lifted the hefty gold bar, which was nearly half the size of a standard brick. Based on her experience, she quickly assessed that it was indeed genuine. Recognizing the significance of this transaction, she promptly called for the manager. Before long, a portly gentleman in a suit arrived at the counter, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the gold bar. "Sir, is this gold bar yours?" Chen Yu frowned. "If it isn't mine, whose could it be?" The manager chuckled awkwardly. "Sir, do you have a purchase receipt for this gold?" Chen Yu was taken aback. I need a receipt to sell gold. This has been passed down through my family." "Ah, well, sir, if you lack a purchase receipt, the buyback price will be somewhat lower. How much lower? 15 yuan per gram, considering that he had hundreds of tons of gold aboard his spacecraft. Losing 15 yuan per gram was negligible. Very well, weigh it, and let us proceed with the sale. The manager's eyes lit up. A bar of this size could weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. And losing a mere 15 yuan per gram still meant a substantial profit. After approximately half an hour, the manager returned to Chen Yu, exuding an air of respect. Sir, your gold bar has an exceptionally high purity, meeting our standards for pure gold. Its weight is 25 pounds, totaling 12,500 grams. Please confirm. That sound about right. Chen Yu knew the precise weight of the gold bar, as the intelligent core had been responsible for its production. It seemed this jewelry store was not attempting to cheat him. Excellent, sold at 530 yuan per gram. The total purchase price is 6,625,000 yuan. Chapter 7. A lavish expenditure of millions. Chen Yu's heart raced with excitement. This single bar was worth over 6 million yuan, and he still had 2 more in his backpack. Manager, to be honest, I have 2 more gold bars just like this one. He placed the remaining 2 bars before the manager, who promptly covered his mouth in astonishment. This was a significant client. Fortunately, Chen Yu had chosen a large jewelry chain with ample funds. They typically did not inquire about the origins of the gold they purchased. Sir, I will weigh and test them for you right away. Please hold on. The entire jewelry store buzzed with activity, as Chen Yu's transaction was equivalent to several months' worth of business for them. Eventually, Chen Yu left the store with a beaming smile, his bank account enriched by over 19 million yuan as he departed. The portly manager escorted him to the door, inviting him to return whenever he had more gold to sell. Promising favorable pricing in the future, Chen Yu waved goodbye and set off. He intended to visit the bank to clear his mortgage debt and repay his entrepreneurial loan. Upon arrival, he was informed that he needed to schedule an appointment for early repayment. However, the customer service representative informed him that his property had entered auction proceedings and could not be redeemed. This left Chen Yu utterly speechless. With nearly 20 million yuan at his disposal, he could simply purchase another home, perhaps even a villa. At the bank, he settled the over 1 million yuan he owed from his entrepreneurial loan, including any overdue penalties, with a deep sigh of relief. He felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Though he had lost his house, he no longer cared. Staring at his bank balance of over 18 million yuan, he had never felt such a sense of security and comfort. Intelligent core, tonight, please bring me several more gold bars. Chen Yu communicated telepathically. Understood, Captain. I will deliver them tonight. Good. Now that he had acquired wealth, like many who suddenly find themselves affluent, Chen Yu's thoughts turned to purchasing a car and new home. As for establishing a company or technological factory, that could wait. For now, he wished to indulge in his newfound fortune. Chen Yu hailed a taxi and arrived at the Porsche dealership in the city center. Previously, he had only dared to gaze longingly at the establishment from a distance as he passed by. However, today, with over 10 million in his pocket, he walked in with an air of confidence. His posture impeccably straight, as he boldly strolled into the Porsche showroom. He was greeted by a young and attractive saleswoman clad in a form-fitting black dress. Sir, are you here to view the cars? She inquired. Given her role in representing a luxury brand, there was no hint of condescension in her demeanor. Despite Chen Yu's ordinary attire, he was warmly received upon entering, a stark contrast to the trope often found in novels where protagonists are ridiculed for their humble appearances. Beautiful lady, I would like to see a car. Could you recommend one for me? Chen Yu had already set his sights on a particular model, yet he found himself wanting to engage in conversation with the charming saleswoman. Certainly, sir. First, may I inquire about your budget? I can recommend the most suitable models based on that. She replied with a smile that, oh, my budget is limitless. Why don't you take a look at my demeanor and suggest a model that suits me? The saleswoman assessed Chen Yu, noting his tall stature, perhaps over 6 feet, and his clean-cut features. Although he was dressed modestly, she did not judge him based on appearance. Sir, you certainly have a way with words. I believe your aura would befit the Porsche Macan, which ranges from 580,000 to 970,000. How does that sound? Do you have anything pricier? That model seems too small for my stature. Chen Yu was aware that the saleswoman likely assumed he had limited funds, hence her recommendation of the more affordable option. Yet with over 10 million in his possession and several hundred tons of gold at hand, purchasing a car worth merely hundreds of thousands seemed inadequate. The saleswoman, sensing a hint of awkwardness, proceeded to suggest the Porsche Cayenne, which could reach a maximum price of $3 million. Chen Yu shook his head once more as they wandered to the innermost display. Chen Yu's gaze fell upon a striking white sports car that stood out prominently. "Excuse me, beautiful, what model is that, and how much does it cost?" he inquired, pointing at the vehicle. The saleswoman hesitated momentarily. "Sir, that is our limited edition Porsche 911 GT3, our currently. We have only this one in stock, and its price is $7 million. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. He was instantly enamored with the car, and the price felt right. Quite nice. I'll take this one. If I decide to purchase it, can I drive it away today?" The saleswoman appeared taken aback. "Sir, are you serious? You wish to buy this car?" With a smile, Chen Yu nodded. The car had been on display for over a month due to its steep price. Most people merely glanced at it, thinking that with over $7 million, one might as well purchase a Lamborghini instead. "Yes, I want this car. Let us proceed with the payment." The saleswoman, still in disbelief, led Chen Yu to the signing room. There, she introduced him to a gentleman who appeared to be the manager, handing Chen Yu a list. "Sir, as you know, all Porsche vehicles must have additional features installed before sale. Here is the list of add-ons." Chen Yu glanced at it without much concern. "Please calculate the total price, and regarding the license plates, I would appreciate it if you could expedite that process." "Certainly, sir. We'll calculate the price right away. Once you've settled the payment, we'll handle everything immediately." A few minutes later, the attractive saleswoman returned with a contract. The base price of the car was $7 million, with an additional $40,000 for accessories, $68,000 for purchase tax, and over $6,000 for registration and insurance, totaling $8,150,000. Without hesitation, Chen Yu produced his identification and promptly paid by card. Upon successful payment, both the manager and the saleswoman stared at Chen Yu in disbelief. He was undoubtedly a super-rich heir, purchasing a car worth over $8 million without batting an eye. The manager took the contract and Chen Yu's ID to finalize the vehicle paperwork while the beautiful saleswoman stayed behind to chat and pass the time with him. Having learned his name during the contract signing, she said, "Mr. Chen, you can call me Xiao Ro. It's my first time meeting such a generous customer." "Oh, Xiao Ro, what a lovely name you have." Chen Yu felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, having spent over $8 million. He felt entitled to flirt a little with the saleswoman. "Mr. Chen, shall we add each other on WeChat? If you ever need maintenance for your car, you can contact me directly. Of course." Chen Yu took out his phone, and they exchanged WeChat information. "Mr. Chen, may I ask what you do for a living to have such wealth?" "Oh, I suppose I work in the technology sector." "The technology sector? Mr. Chen, that is truly impressive." Chen Yu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, when one possesses wealth, any declaration is met with admiration. After chatting for over an hour in the signing room, the manager returned with a stack of documents. "Mr. Chen, all the paperwork for your vehicle has been completed. You currently have a temporary license plate, and once the physical plates arrive, I will have Xiao Ro contact you to install them. Thank you for your efforts." Chen Yu accepted the documents and car keys from the manager and turned to the eagerly awaiting Xiao Ro. Asking Xiao Ro, "Do you have time for lunch?" Xiao Ro's face flushed slightly as she hesitated. "Yes, I have time. Great. Let's go." Chen Yu then headed toward a nearby restaurant, with Xiao Ro obediently following behind. His limited edition Porsche 911 was parked outside the dealership, and he declined any ostentatious delivery ceremony. After getting into the car with Xiao Ro, the manager watched them leave, whispering to another sales associate. It seems Xiao Ro might have struck gold with a wealthy client. Who knows if she'll return to sell cars after this? Youth is indeed a blessing. Xiao Ro just graduated and has such fortune. It's enviable. Following Xiao Ro's directions, Chen Yu arrived at a nearby shopping mall. After parking, they ascended to a restaurant known for its delectable cuisine. They placed their orders. Chen Yu took the opportunity to scrutinize Xiao Ro. She was still in her sales uniform, sporting a white blouse with a gray blazer and a black form-fitting skirt. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel captivated by her figure and beauty upon entering the Porsche dealership. The thought of purchasing such an expensive car may have been partly motivated by the desire to impress the alluring saleswoman. As he gazed at the lovely Xiao Ro, memories of his ex-girlfriend, who had been with him for 3 years, flooded back that he recalled her parting words, calling him a failure and a worthless member of society. Chen Yu chuckled at the irony, now that he was wealthy. Beautiful women seem to be more forward. In the past, his girlfriend had treated him like a dog. Sighing softly, Xiao Rou inquired, Mr. Chen, why the sigh? Even someone like you must have worries. Chen Yu replied with a faint smile. I had many troubles in the past, but now perhaps they will gradually dissipate. Oh, so you must have been reminiscing about the past. Hee, you're quite perceptive that I was thinking of my ex-girlfriend who just a month ago broke up with me, claiming I was poor and a hopeless case. Xiao Rou was taken aback. Mr. Chen, surely you jest. How could your girlfriend leave you when you can afford an 800,000 sports car? Never mind. It's a story you might not understand. Let us just enjoy our meal. The two dined in a pleasant ambience, and after finishing, Chen Yu settled the bill before heading back to the parking lot. Once inside the car, he asked, Xiao Rou, do you have time this afternoon? Xiao Rou's cheeks flushed as she stammered, yes, I have time. Wonderful, accompany me to a place, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Xiao Rou's mind raced with various scenarios. Chen Yu, noticing her rosy cheeks, stifled a laugh. Did she think he intended something inappropriate? Xiao Rou, the place I'm taking you to isn't suitable for your current outfit. Let us buy you a suitable outfit first. After saying this, Chen Yu drove to a nearby luxury boutique. Xiao Rou hesitated, but ultimately accepted the gift of a new outfit from Chen Yu. The dress was a new seasonal piece from Chanel, perfectly accentuating her figure. Coupled with her original stockings, Chen Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. It was true what they said. Clothes make the man. In this exquisite attire, Xiao Rou exuded an air of sophistication akin to that of a socialite. After their shopping spree, they drove to the destination Chen Yu had in mind. Upon arriving, Xiao Rou was surprised to find herself at a real estate office. She had been quite anxious throughout the journey, fearing that Chen Yu would take her home for something risky. Now realizing they were at a sales office, she understood the earlier mention of a new outfit. Given her previous sales uniform at the dealership, she feared she might be mistaken for a property agent. Mr. Chen, are you here to purchase a property? Yes, indeed. My previous apartment was foreclosed after I defaulted on the mortgage for several months. So now I'm looking to buy a new one. Xiao Rou was astonished. How could someone so wealthy like Chen Yu struggle with mortgage payments? Mr. Chen, surely you just point two individuals stepped into the sales office of a luxurious residential community in Jiangxing, which boasted both Western-style houses and villas. Their choice to purchase a property here was influenced by the expansive forest located behind the complex. Contemplating his spaceship number 1, Chen Yu mused that if he were to land on Earth, he could discreetly dock it among the trees, which would prove to be quite convenient. After surveying the area, he discovered that the price of the Western-style houses ranged from 3 to 4 million, while the smaller villas were priced around 7 to 8 million, and the larger ones exceeded 10 million. Chen Yu eventually settled on a lavishly decorated villa priced at 15 million, consisting of 4 stories and boasting an area of over 600 square meters, complete with a grand garden spacious enough to accommodate a small landing craft. Currently, Chen Yu's funds amounted to approximately 10 million, and he would need to wait until the following day to sell a few gold bricks before he could make the full payment. Consequently, he signed a deposit contract with the sales office, paying a deposit of 100,000, promising to return the next day for the balance. After completing the formalities, Chen Yu escorted Su Rou out of the sales office. At that moment, Su Rou gazed at Chen Yu with starry-eyed admiration, fully convinced that he was a super-rich heir. In just one day, he had purchased over 8 million worth of cars and a 15 million villa. Totaling more than 20 million that recently graduated, she had temporarily taken a job at a 4S dealership and never anticipated encountering such a wealthy individual. If Chen Yu were to pursue a relationship with her, it would undoubtedly elevate her status. Once in the car, Chen Yu prepared to drive Su Rou home. Xiao Rou, what did you major in at university? He inquired unexpectedly. I study business administration. I just graduated and haven't found a good job yet. So I'm currently working at the 4S dealership, she replied. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. He was about to register a technology company, and Su Rou's background in business administration would surely be beneficial. Xiao Rou, I am about to start a tech company. Would you be interested in joining me? Su Rou paused in surprise. Then her expression transformed into one of joy. Given Chen Yu's wealth, working with him would undoubtedly lead to a promising future. At least from their interaction thus far, Su Rou sensed that Chen Yu had an interest in her. There was a possibility that she could become the future owner of the company. She eagerly agreed that, Mr. Chen, Can I really? Why not? Once I finalize the location for the company, you can come aboard. Your education aligns perfectly with what I need, he assured her. Yes, yes, Mr. Chen, I promise I won't let you down. After dropping Su Ro off at her home, Chen Yu returned to his old, sealed-up residence, Smart Brain. Where is the landing craft? Can it transport the gold bricks? He inquired. Captain, the landing craft is currently in low Earth orbit. Awaiting your next command, came the response. All right, instruct the landing craft to activate stealth mode and land on my rooftop that I will retrieve the cargo. Understood, Captain. After a few minutes, Chen Yu received a notification from Smart Brain. He made his way to the rooftop, taking advantage of the cover of night. He descended from a landing craft and transported 10 gold bricks, totaling 250 kilograms. Wow, I didn't expect these to be so heavy despite their small size. He exclaimed, Captain, would you like me to arrange for a robot to assist you? It could handle such laborious tasks. Chen Yu recalled the mining robots aboard a spaceship resembling large reptiles. Having one of those in public would certainly attract unwanted attention. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I can walk around with a lizard-like robot? Captain, I was referring to humanoid robots, Smart Brain clarified. Chen Yu's interest piqued. What do you mean by humanoid robots? Humanoid robots are highly realistic machines designed in the likeness of Earthlings. Conveniently, the production facility aboard Spaceship No. 1 can manufacture them. Chen Yu immediately thought of the T-800 robot from the movie Terminator. Terminator? He questioned, intrigued. Something along those lines that I can synthesize a silicone skin that closely resembles humans as long as it doesn't undergo specialized scanning. It will be indistinguishable from a real person. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. Can it be female? With an attractive figure, the kind that is well-endowed and curvy? In theory, yes. Good, create one immediately. I'll send you the measurements later.as for the face. Search for Liu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Golnazer, and combine all their best features into one face. Captain, you certainly know how to play. How long will it take to create? One night, I believe. All right, bring her me by tomorrow. Chen Yu exerted considerable effort to load the gold bricks into his Porsche. He refrained from storing them in his house, as it might be invaded by prospective buyers at any moment. The next morning, Chen Yu awoke groggily, washed up, and took one last look at the house he had poured all his savings into 3 years ago. Memories of his girlfriend in this home flooded back, leading him into a nostalgic reverie that, in the end, he sighed, recalling the heartlessness with which she had departed. Ah, perhaps this is life. Just when you feel despair, hope always beckons. Chen Yu closed the door behind him, leaving the house he likely would not return to. Drawing from his previous experience selling gold bricks, Chen Yu sought out several gold shops and sold all 10 bricks, earning a total of 66 million. Adding the 1 million he had left, he now had over 76 million in his account. He drove back to the sales office he had visited the previous day and made the full payment for the villa, leaving him with over 61 million remaining. This amount would serve as his entrepreneurial capital. Throughout the day, Chen Yu busied himself with matters concerning the new house. Although the villa was exquisitely decorated, it lacked various necessities. He drove out to purchase a plethora of household items and even bought some new clothes. That evening, anticipation filled the air as Smart Brain was set to deliver the realistic robot to him. Imagining the stunning physique and star-like beauty, Chen Yu could hardly contain his excitement. Smart Brain, have you arrived yet? Almost there, Captain. Just 10 minutes away. After a short while, Chen Yu felt a breeze sweep through the garden. The landing craft had indeed landed in stealth mode, and he saw the hatch slowly open. The interior of the craft was cloaked, revealing a graceful figure stepping out. Upon seeing her, Chen Yu nearly lost control of his senses. Smart Brain, what is going on? Why is she not wearing any clothes? Captain, the spaceship does not contain any earthling garments. Chen Yu hastily rushed forward, shedding his coat and draping it over the exquisite beauty. He then guided her swiftly into the house. The landing craft closed its hatch and ascended slowly, resuming its orbit while awaiting Chen Yu's call. Once inside, Chen Yu closed the door with a thud. Gazing at the robot clad only in his coat, he struggled to suppress his excitement, feeling as if he were staring at a real human being rather than a machine. That if Smart Brain hadn't informed him, he would have undoubtedly believed she was a genuine earthling, a stunningly beautiful woman with a perfect figure that combined the best features of several celebrities. Wow. Can you believe this? Chen Yu marveled. reaching out to touch her skin, only to retract his hand quickly. Smart brain, you're not pulling a fast one on me, are you? Did you kidnap a beauty and brainwash her? The robot appeared so realistic in both look and feel, possessing all the human characteristics one would expect. Master, I am not a kidnapped individual, that I was created by Smart Brain in the laboratory. You may choose a name for me. The female robot spoke suddenly, startling Chen Yu. However, her voice was melodious, reminiscent of the actress Yangmi, likely a deliberate design by Smart Brain. Chen Yu circled around the robot, scrutinizing her flawless form, barely able to contain his desire. Your voice is quite distinctive. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Jiaji. Master, that is a lovely name. Xiao Jiaji likes it very much. After dismissing Smart Brain, Chen Yu gazed at the robot's impeccable figure. Feeling a persistent itch in his mind, but remembering she was merely a robot quelled much of his desire, he reclined on the sofa and instructed Xiao Jiaji, "Hey, come over and give my legs a massage." Chapter 10. Renting office space. Ultimately, Chen Yu managed to resist the temptation, believing that intimate encounters with real people were far more reliable. Nevertheless, that night, he allowed Xiao Jiaji to warm his bed. As she could simulate human body temperature, Chen Yu fell asleep, embracing her perfect form, utterly comfortable, with skin so delicate it seemed almost fragile, even possessing a heartbeat and breathing. Throughout the night, Chen Yu awoke multiple times, often mistaking the robot for a real person in his drowsy state. The following morning, he set out early to purchase an array of beautiful clothes for Xiao Jiaji. He acquired everything from lace camisoles, black fishnet stockings, sailor suits, and cute skirts to bodycon dresses, ultra-short shorts, jeans, high heels, sandals, and sneakers. He bought an assortment of clothing, shoes, and even a large bag full of lingerie, including lace-trimmed, fishnet, and sheer styles, leading the boutique staff to assume he was purchasing in bulk. Chen Yu felt as if he were engaging in a personal cosplay, playing a character in a virtual game centered around nurturing a beautiful companion. In the afternoon, Chen Yu stepped out adorned with his exquisitely dressed companion. He was poised to seek an office building to register his company and, subsequently, to rent a factory, intended initially as a warehouse for storing technological products. The previous night, Chen Yu had scanned the database of one spacecraft, accessing technological content within his permissions. To his astonishment, he discovered that even the most rudimentary technology aboard the spacecraft was capable of shaking the world. For instance, the controllable nuclear fusion technology, a subject of relentless research by countless scientists on Earth, was categorized as merely basic technology. Furthermore, there were several advanced controllable energy technologies, such as controllable quark fusion and controllable antimatter annihilation technologies. Chen Yu was particularly struck by the alien chip technology, finding Earth's integrated circuit-based CPUs woefully inadequate in comparison. The extraterrestrials were employing hyperphoton chips, which operated on the principle of photon folding vibrations to achieve supercomputing capabilities. Even the simplest single-photon model CPU was over a century ahead of Earth's technology. If he were to manufacture any product from this technology database, Chen Yu would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the world's wealthiest individuals. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately decided that his inaugural product would be a new energy vehicle, as the domestic market for renewable energy was flourishing. Companies from various sectors, including mobile phones, real estate, and even air conditioning, were vying for a slice of this lucrative market. Chen Yu, eager not to miss this opportunity, had a secret weapon. Within the technology database, he discovered a low-end energy technology known as the heavy hydrogen ion battery. Although it was considered basic in the realm of alien technology, it would be nothing short of a science fiction marvel on Earth. This heavy hydrogen ion battery was a type of isotopic battery utilizing hydrogen. Manufactured with extraterrestrial technological support, this new energy battery boasted an energy efficiency dozens of times greater than current lithium-ion batteries. This meant that the best electric vehicles on Earth could travel 600 to 800 kilometers on a single charge. With a heavy hydrogen ion battery, they could travel thousands of kilometers, and charging would be remarkably simple. Utilizing specially designed high-pressure charging stations, one could achieve a range of 5,000 kilometers after just 5 minutes of charging. This was even more impressive than refueling with gasoline, and Chen Yu could scarcely fathom the implications. The introduction of such a new energy vehicle would likely spell doom for all automobile manufacturers worldwide. Chen Yu planned to first establish a factory for producing heavy hydrogen-ion batteries to supply major new energy vehicle enterprises, and once he had amassed sufficient funds, he would design his own automobiles. He harbored no fears of other manufacturers replicating his technology, as synthesizing such a battery required alien technology, something Earth's technology simply could not achieve. With determination, Chen Yu drove to the Jiangsheng International Financial Center, the epitome of high-end luxury office buildings. Since he intended to establish the greatest company on Earth, his starting point could not be modest. As he entered the International Financial Center, many male eyes were drawn to his stunning companion, a paragon of feminine beauty whose figure and looks were utterly impeccable. Chen Yu exchanged a glance with her, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she gracefully linked her arm with his, inciting envy among the men in the lobby who marveled at the fact that such a perfect woman was already taken. Chen Yu approached the sales department of the financial center, expressing his desire to rent an entire floor as an office space. Each floor of the International Financial Center spanned approximately 2,600 square meters, a size rarely rented by typical companies. However, upon noticing the striking beauty accompanying Chen Yu, the staff wasted no time and promptly informed the manager. Soon, a slightly portly man in a suit escorted Chen Yu to his office. "Hello, sir. I am the sales manager of the International Financial Center. My surname is Zheng. I heard from the front desk that you wish to rent an entire floor?" "Yes, Manager Zheng. I wish to rent an entire floor." Zheng Chong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the enchanting woman beside Chen Yu, whom he had never seen before. It was evident that this man was no ordinary individual. "May I ask your name, sir?" "My surname is Chen. Chen Yu, Mr. Chen. Currently, the only floors available for rent are the 88th to 90th. The others are already leased. The top 3 floors are fully furnished offices, and renting them may cost more than the lower floors. Just tell me the price. Our lower floors are approximately 350 yuan per square meter per month, while the 88th to 90th floors are priced at 500. Chen Yu was astonished. The difference in price for furnished offices was a staggering 150 yuan per square meter, truly outrageous. However, he remained unfazed. "If I were to rent all 3 floors, how much would that total?" Zheng Chong was shocked. "Mr. Chen, what kind of company requires 3 floors? That is not for you to worry about. Just calculate the total." Zheng Chong picked up a calculator and began to calculate furiously. The 88th to 90th floors, being the highest, were slightly smaller than the lower floors, but each still spanned 2,300 square meters. Altogether, the 3 floors amounted to 6,900 square meters, costing 500 yuan per square meter, totaling approximately 3,450,000 yuan per month and over 41 million yuan annually. Indeed, this was an astronomical figure, yet Chen Yu remained unperturbed. His plan was to purchase the entire International Financial Center once his heavy hydrogen-ion batteries were on the market, likely costing around 30 billion yuan. "Mr. Chen, I have calculated. If you rent all 3 floors, it will total approximately 3.5 million yuan per month." Chen Yu did not blink. "All right, let us sign a contract. I'll take it." Zheng Chong was somewhat stunned. "Mr. Chen, aren't you going to negotiate?" "Ha, Manager Zheng, that 1T be necessary. That I 1T haggle. Your commission will be a bit higher. Consider it a gesture of friendship, and I trust you'll take good care of my company regarding security and property management." Zheng Chong's eyes lit up. This Mr. Chen clearly knew how to conduct himself, and he would certainly ensure that Chen Yu's company received preferential treatment within the building. In truth, Chen Yu was thinking of building a good rapport with Zheng Chong now, so that when he had earned enough money to acquire the entire building, he could count on Zheng Chong as assistance. "Very well, Mr. Chen. You are indeed a straightforward person. I will ensure that your company's renovations and security are handled impeccably." "Excellent." Following this, Chen Yu and Zheng Chong signed a lease agreement for 1 year, with a deposit of 2 months' rent and 3 months' advance payment, totaling 17.5 million yuan. Chapter 11. Seeking a factory after signing the lease. Chen Yu instructed Zheng Chong to arrange for the installation of the fastest fiber optic network across the 3 floors and to procure 200 of the best computer systems available. He could simply reimburse the expenses later. Zheng Chong was thrilled. Mr. Chen had such trust in him, and he was determined to ensure everything was executed flawlessly as for pocketing a little commission. That was merely an industry norm. Once everything was arranged, Chen Yu, contract in hand, departed the International Financial Center with his companion. Having spent 17.5 million yuan on the lease, he still had 43.5 million yuan remaining. Next, Chen Yu aimed to rent a factory, ideally one of substantial size. After searching online, however, he found no suitable factory rentals. Although there were plenty of commercial properties available at that moment, a message popped up on his green bubble chat from Suro. Mr. Chen, are you busy? How is your office search going? Chen Yu smiled slightly. This young lady seemed quite eager not to be overlooked. He replied, I've already secured an office in the heart of the city's CBD, at the International Financial Center. Wow, Mr. Chen, you're amazing. You managed to rent an office in the International Financial Center. A classmate of mine works at a company there. It's quite impressive. Is that so? You could join us there too. I'll reserve a spacious office for you. Ah, Mr. Chen, I'm not sure what I could do there. A large office should be left for those in need. I only need a workstation. Shy face, by the way, I also need to rent a factory. The bigger the better. Where do you usually find resources for this? After a moment of thought, Suro recalled that a client had mentioned a factory for sale last week. She sent Chen Yu another message. I spoke with a client last week who mentioned a factory for sale that I'll look for his contact information. Great, if you can help me with this. I'll give you a raise. Cute face. About 10 minutes later, Suro sent another message. Mr. Chen, I've already spoken to the other party. They'd like us to meet at their factory. Excellent. I'll come pick you up, and we can go together. Okay then, come on over. Chen Yu drove with his companion directly to the Porsche dealership. Upon arriving, he opened the door and spotted Suro, already dressed and looking vivacious at the entrance. Chen Yu smiled and approached, apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't consider beforehand that my car can only accommodate 2 people, that I brought my secretary along. How about I leave her here, and we can go together? At that moment, Suro noticed the exquisite companion emerging from the passenger seat of the Porsche 911S. She stepped out. All the male sales associates in the dealership flocked to the entrance, as though they had received a signal. This stunning beauty drew envious gazes from those familiar with Chen Yu. Truly, Chen the Great was accompanied by a woman of extraordinary beauty. Suro was taken aback when she saw a woman resembling a star stepping out of Chen Yu's car. Suddenly, a wave of jealousy surged within her. Noticing Suro staring blankly at the woman, Chen Yu hurriedly spoke. Don't mind her. She's my secretary. We are here to discuss the factory rental, so let her wait here. The secretary politely approached and extended her hand. Hello, I am Chen Yu's secretary. My name is Xiao Jiaji. Chen Yu was speechless. He had not considered the implications of naming her in such a manner. Suro scrutinized Xiao Jiaji and Chen Yu with astonishment. What kind of name is that? Xiao Jiaji. Hello, I am Suro. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I will wait here for my boss to return. After speaking, Xiao Jiaji obediently sat down on the sofa in the 4S store, instantly drawing gasps from the male sales staff present. They were all thinking about how to approach her for tea and conversation. Suro cast a wary glance at Xiao Jiaji. This woman was too stunning, her figure resembling that of a character straight out of a comic. The realization that this was Chen Yu's secretary greatly diminished Suro's confidence. With such a rival, her hopes of becoming the boss's wife seemed bleak. Just as the two were about to leave, the manager of the 4S store stepped forward to stop Chen Yu. Hey, Mr. Chen, you are our esteemed guest. Your car cannot accommodate 3 people. I can lend you one of our activity vehicles, a 4-seater Panamera. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. All right, that way we can all go together. Thank you. Manager, that's very kind of you. Hey, Mr. Chen, as long as you are satisfied. Suro shot a glare at her manager, wondering why he was being so oblivious at such a moment. The manager, however, was only trying to please Chen Yu. Ultimately, Chen Yu drove away in a Panamera, with Suro in the passenger seat and Xiao Jiaji in the back. Inside the car, Suro could no longer hold back and asked Chen Yu, Mr. Chen, your secretary is quite beautiful. Where did you find her? Chen Yu casually replied, You mean her? I hired her last night, but she can only be looked at. Suro did not understand Chen Yu's implication. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by only looked at? It means she can only be admired. She sighed. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Suro regarded Chen Yu with a strange look. Unsure of his meaning that moment, Xiao Jiaji in the back seat chimed in with a sultry tone. Master, I can definitely be of use. Why not give it a try? I guarantee you will be unable to resist. Chen Yu nearly spat out his drink. Xiao Jiaji's suggestive words were utterly shocking. Su Rou furrowed her brows, puzzled by Xiao Jiaji's implications. Moreover, why did she refer to Chen Yu as master? What did she mean by be of use? Was it in that sense? Hey, Xiao Rou, don't listen to her nonsense. She has a few screws loose. As Chen Yu explained. He gestured toward his head. This only infuriated Xiao Jiaji further, as a delicate voice from the back protested. Master, I'm upset. How could you say I have a problem? I'm a genius with an IQ exceeding 250. Yes, 250. 250. Su Rou realized that this stunning woman was likely not quite right in the head, and she could not help but turn her head and gaze at her with sympathy. Hey, Miss Su, why are you looking at me with such pity? Based on my understanding of humanity, your expression just now conveyed various emotions, including compassion, mockery, and irony. But I do not require your sympathy. Chapter 12. Negotiating the factory purchase, Su Rou's eyes widened. It seemed she had not misjudged the situation. This beautiful woman was indeed quite mentally unwell, but thankfully, her own advantages still remained. Hey, why are you looking at me with increasing sympathy? I am perfectly sane. Xiao Jiaji continued to argue, or rather, to not argue. Chen Yu and Su Rou had already chosen to ignore her, allowing her to chatter on in the back seat. In truth, Xiao Jiaji had only just been created. She still had much to learn. Once she spent enough time in human society, she would be able to behave just like an earthling and develop emotions akin to humans. However, that time had clearly not yet arrived, and her speech remained somewhat disjointed. Following the navigation provided by Su Rou, Chen Yu drove for over an hour to the outskirts of Jiangshan. After traversing a particularly rough dirt road, they finally arrived at a vast factory building. Upon exiting the car, Chen Yu was struck by the dilapidated state of the facility, despite its considerable size. My goodness, this place is indeed large, albeit rather remote and run down. Chen Yu remarked, Mr. Chen, I had no idea it would be this secluded. If you find the location unsuitable, we can inform General Manager Wu and leave. No need. I find this place quite satisfactory. Although it is remote, as long as our products gain recognition, this area could become an industrial zone. Su Rou gazed at Chen Yu with admiration, as if everything he said would come to fruition. Let's go inside and speak with General Manager Wu. All right. Chen Yu, accompanied by the two beauties, stepped into the dilapidated factory. The interior was desolate, with brooms and sticks strewn across the floor, clearly indicating a lack of maintenance for an extended period, just as they were attempting to locate General Manager Wu's office. A plump man called out from a small, shabby building's balcony. Hey, over here! Su Rou looked over, her face lighting up with excitement. Mr. Chen, that's General Manager Wu. Let's head up. Upon entering General Manager Wu's office, the overweight man glanced furtively toward the factory entrance before quickly closing the door. Chen Yu could not help but display a look of astonishment. General Manager Wu settled into his equally shabby office chair, scrutinizing Chen Yu and the alluring Xiao Jiaji, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, quickly replaced by a broad smile. You must be Mr. Chen. Xiao Su mentioned you were interested in purchasing the factory, correct? If your offer is reasonable, we can sign the contract promptly. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, fixating on General Manager Wu, sensing that the man was concealing something. Moreover, Wu appeared rather anxious, glancing out the window toward the entrance as if fearing something might intrude. General Manager Wu, why don't you start by telling me about the factory? Such as its size? This factory has previously produced various goods, but business has declined. However, the factory's area remains substantial. Currently, it serves primarily as a warehouse, covering 500,000 square meters, with an additional 300,000 square meters of vacant land. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. This was particularly in line with his requirements that Tesla's factory area is only 860,000 square meters, and this place exceeds half of that. Furthermore, with an extra 300,000 square meters of vacant land. Utilizing it all would be more than sufficient to establish a super factory. Moreover, the factory for producing heavy hydrogen-ion batteries did not require such a vast space. General Manager Wu, given that your factory is in such a remote location and is quite dilapidated, Let's discuss the price. General Manager Wu's eyes sparkled. The inquiry about price seemed promising. To be candid, Mr. Chen, although my factory is old, its size is considerable. Even though it is on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, it is still within the city limits. Therefore, I propose a flat rate of 30 million. Chen Yu frowned, glaring intently at Wu's plump face, as if trying to discern any signs of deceit. After several seconds, Wu began to feel the pressure under Chen Yu's unwavering gaze. Mr. Chen, are you dissatisfied with this price? General Manager Wu, do not assume I lack knowledge of the industry. I will give you one more chance to quote a price. Wu coughed, clearly unaccustomed to dealing with a client exuding such an aura. At that moment, Chen Yu established a connection with his intelligence system. Hey, intelligence system, please help me investigate the factory information at my current location to see if there are any discrepancies. Understood, Captain. I will immediately connect to the Earth network for a comprehensive check. After a few seconds, the voice of the intelligence system echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Captain, I have gathered all the information regarding this factory, and I will highlight the key points for you. Currently, the total area of this factory is 830,000 square meters, with 11 years remaining on the property rights, based on the surrounding land prices. It is approximately 6,000 yuan per mu. In conversion, 830,000 square meters equals 1,245 mu, with the total land price around 7.5 million. The buildings within the factory are also quite dilapidated and will require renovation and improvement. I estimate the actual price of this factory to be between 10 million and 15 million. Additionally, I found that the legal representative of this factory is General Manager Wu, who owes nearby villagers a total of 3 million in wages. If this issue is not resolved, purchasing the factory may lead to troubles with the villagers. Chen Yu's lips curled into a smile. General Manager Wu was indeed asking for an exorbitant price. A factory worth at most 15 million was being quoted at double the price. Did he think Chen Yu was a fool? Moreover, with only 11 years left on the property rights, the price would be further discounted. After the lease expired, he would also need to spend at least several million to renew the property rights. Noticing that Chen Yu remained silent, Wu began to feel uneasy. Mr. Chen, how about this? I can reduce the price by 3 million, making it 27 million. Chen Yu smirked. Mr. Wu, it appears that you lack sincerity. Allow me to speak plainly. The land surrounding your factory is valued at approximately 6,000, and based on the area you mentioned, it amounts to no more than 7 million. The condition of your factory buildings is deplorable and hardly worth anything. I would need to renovate them. Most importantly, you only possess 11 years of property rights, yet you still expect 30 million. Surely, you must be dreaming. Mr. Wu's forehead glistened with sweat, astonished at how deeply Chen Yu understood his factory. Moreover, I am aware that you owe the villagers here 3 million in wages. If they frequently cause disturbances, your factory may soon be rendered worthless. Mr. Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chen Yu know this too? Observing Mr. Wu's expression, Su Ro sensed something was amiss. Could it be that everything Chen Yu said was true? Yet, she had only informed Chen Yu of this today. How could he have gathered such information in such a short time? Of course, Su Ro was unaware that Chen Yu had the assistance of an intelligence system, which had infiltrated Earth's networks, making such information readily accessible. Mr. Wu was utterly deflated, his demeanor turning despondent. Mr. Chen, please state your offer. If it is reasonable, I shall sell. Very well. I propose a firm price of 13 million that I assure you, I am offering you the highest market rate. Do consider it carefully, just as Mr. Wu pondered this. A cacophony erupted outside the factory gates. Panic-stricken, Mr. Wu glanced out to witness a throng of villagers armed with sticks, brooms, and even machetes surging toward him. Chapter 13. Factory conflict. Upon seeing the horde of villagers armed to the teeth, Mr. Wu's panic escalated. He typically did not frequent the factory, and his presence today was solely to negotiate with Chen Yu about the premises. These villagers must have learned of his arrival and gathered to confront him. Oh dear, Mr. Chen, this is dire. Those reckless villagers are storming in. We must take cover. Su Ro, witnessing the furious villagers rush in, was rendered speechless with fear. In contrast, the petite figure of Xiao Jiao displayed no hint of trepidation. As Mr. Wu prepared to escape through another window, bricks were hurled at him from outside. He narrowly avoided being struck and was left with no choice but to retreat to his office. Observing that Chen Yu and the others remained calmly seated, Mr. Wu anxiously exclaimed, "Oh dear, Mr. Chen, we are in a precarious situation." Chen Yu, however, remained unperturbed by the villagers. Ever since he had acquired an A-class repair robot within him, he felt his body had grown significantly stronger and more agile. Besides, he had Xiao Jiao by his side, a simulation robot designed by the intelligence system, which, according to its specifications, served as his bodyguard. Chen Yu surmised that even if Xiao Jiao was not as formidable as a Terminator, she would likely handle these ordinary humans without issue. Mr. Wu, I advise you to return the villagers' hard-earned money. Otherwise, how shall I manage this factory in the future? Mr. Wu's expression darkened. He had been in arrears for over a year and had intended to offload this mess onto the next owner upon selling the factory. To his dismay, before the transaction could even be completed, these villagers had arrived at his doorstep. Fine, Mr. Chen, I will accept your previous offer of 13 million. If you successfully make the payment, I will immediately settle the villagers' wages. Excellent. Now, go outside and clarify the situation with the villagers. Mr. Wu still felt trepidation. The villagers appeared ready to erupt into violence. You coward, Xiao Jiao interjected. I shall take him along. Let us speak with the villagers. With that, Xiao Jiao effortlessly lifted the 200-pound Mr. Wu as if he were a mere chick. As Yu Ro's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a delicate beauty possess such strength, disregarding her concerns? Chen Yu was determined to descend, pondering the potential harm the villagers might inflict. Mr. Chen, it may be prudent for us to avoid going down. What if those individuals act recklessly and injure you? Chen Yu smiled reassuringly. It is of no consequence. They cannot harm me. Thus, Chen Yu strode confidently from the office and descended the stairs. The villagers, noticing someone emerging from the office, fell silent, eager to see how this matter would be resolved. Mr. Wu felt his legs weaken with fear. He was exceedingly reluctant to descend. Yet the slender beauty beside him, possessing inexplicable strength, rendered him unable to resist. As Chen Yu and his companions reached the ground floor, they were immediately surrounded by the villagers. Xiao Jiao unceremoniously deposited Mr. Wu before the crowd. Several villagers raised their weapons, ready to strike him down. However, before they could advance, Xiao Jiao sprang into action, deftly disarming the aggressive villagers in mere moments. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the tall, striking figure before them. This enchanting beauty was not only captivating, but also a formidable fighter. Many struggled to believe their eyes. Chen Yu, equally astonished, recognized Xiao Jiao's remarkable strength. It was evident she had held back her full power. Had she unleashed it, those villagers would likely have been incapacitated in an instant. As the villagers stood dazed, Chen Yu bellowed, "Everyone, quiet down." The villagers turned to the tall, imposing man who appeared to be the focal point of this encounter. Once silence fell, Chen Yu slowly began, "I am the prospective buyer of this factory, and I have reached an agreement with Mr. Wu that he will repay you all your outstanding wages. Please cease your commotion. Should you harm Mr. Wu, you will receive nothing and may even face incarceration." Upon hearing Chen Yu's promise to settle their wages, excitement flickered among the villagers. "Why should we trust you? That fat man has concocted countless excuses over the past year, repeatedly claiming he would pay us, only to vanish without a trace. You are just another con artist in his employ." A middle-aged man wielding a machete shouted angrily at Chen Yu. As this man concluded, the villagers began to stir restlessly. Indeed, the fat man had deceived them too many times before, using such excuses only to disappear. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. It seemed Mr. Wu truly was a scoundrel. "Everyone, please remain calm. I will personally ensure your wages are disbursed. I will have the finance department settle the accounts immediately." With that, Chen Yu delivered a swift kick to the now coward Mr. Wu, who lay crumpled on the ground. "Get up. We need to sign the contract. The sum is 10 million, and I will cover the remaining 3 million for your wages." Mr. Wu's expression soured. He was extremely reluctant to part with that sum. After over a year of deferring payments, he had hoped to rid himself of these burdens upon selling the factory. To his dismay, Chen Yu's proposal left him with no choice but to comply. It was either sell the factory or risk incurring even greater losses. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Wu conceded. "Fine, Let us sign a contract for 10 million. The villagers sensed that this time might be different. Soon, a timid accountant from the factory approached, presenting the wage sheets to Chen Yu. Chen Yu instructed someone to bring a table, and right there at the factory entrance, he began the process of signing the factory transfer agreement and distributing the villagers' wages. After approximately 2 hours, the wages for over 100 villagers were successfully transferred. The agreement for the factory transfer was also finalized, and Chen Yu ensured that 10 million was transferred to Mr. Wu's account. As the villagers departed, they expressed immense gratitude towards Chen Yu, declaring that should anyone attempt to cause trouble at the factory in the future, they would rally support from neighboring villages. Once the villagers had left, only Mr. Wu and Chen Yu's party remained. Mr. Wu, our business is settled as for the transfer of property rights. Let us go to the Real Estate Management Bureau together tomorrow. At this moment, Mr. Wu's expression was one of cold fury. Today had cost him dearly. He could have evaded the 3 million debt, but now this young man had outmaneuvered him. Even as he signed the contract with Chen Yu, he had discreetly sent out signals, relying on his underworld connections to maintain his audacity in delaying wages. Today, he had foolishly ventured out without his enforcers. All he needed to do now was await their arrival to threaten Chen Yu, demanding the 3 million be paid in full, or he would refuse to cooperate with the transfer process. Little did Mr. Wu know, he was up against individuals he could not afford to offend. Chapter 14. Clash of the Goddesses. After signing the contract with Mr. Wu, both parties exchanged contact information, agreeing to visit the real estate center for the transfer the following day. Just as Chen Yu and his companions were about to depart, Mr. Wu called out to them, Mr. Chen, allow me to give you a tour of the factory interior. After all, you are purchasing it and should see what lies within. Chen Yu pondered this and decided to follow Mr. Wu on the tour. Mr. Wu's motives were clear: to buy time until his enforcers arrived so that he could take control of the situation and reclaim the 3 million from Chen Yu. As Chen Yu explored the factory, it was indeed as dilapidated as he had expected. However, he did not mind. It was merely to be utilized as a storage space for now, and renovations would be necessary regardless. As long as the area was sufficient, that was all that mattered. All right, Mr. Wu, to be honest, had you shown me this earlier, I might have been able to negotiate for an additional 2 million. The conditions here are simply too poor. Wu Pengzi's lips twitched, and he exclaimed, I haven't even asked you for that 3 million yet, and you dare to negotiate. At that moment, Wu Pengzi's phone vibrated. He glanced at it, a playful smile spreading across his face. His henchman had arrived. Chen Yu and his companions reached the factory entrance, where they spotted a van coming to a halt. A dozen burly men, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, disembarked, clearly the kind of rowdy individuals one would expect from the underbelly of society. Chen Yu squinted. These men were clearly not the same as the villagers from before. Wu Pengzi jogged over to the group of ruffians, stopping beside the most muscular tattooed man. Biao Ge, you finally made it. Today, I've really hit a stroke of bad luck. What happened, Wu Zong? Who made you unlucky? Tell the brothers, we'll take care of it for you, Sai. I should have brought you all along today. Those villagers nearly beat me to death. Humph, those mud-legged fools. Should we go teach them a lesson? Wu Pengzi knew it was futile to seek out those villagers now. His priority was to capture this Chen Yu and make him return the 3 million. Biao Ge, there's no need to find the villagers. We'll go after that kid. He's the one who cost me 3 million. Biao Ge's eyes lit up at the mention of 3 million. That is no small sum. Chen Yu, standing opposite, heard everything clearly and quickly realized why Wu Pengzi had summoned these thugs. It was evident he intended to engage in some underhanded dealings here. Biao Ge turned to Chen Yu, shouting, Hey kid, did you hear that? They say you're the reason Wu Zong lost 3 million to hand over the money willingly, or else. Before Biao Ge could finish his threat, he noticed the 2 stunning women standing beside. Chen Yu.1 resembled a movie star. Her figure so perfect it seemed sculpted in 3D, and she wore an audacious outfit. Today, Xiao Jejia was dressed in a snug white top paired with a daring camisole. Her curvaceous form accentuated. Below, she wore denim hot pants that barely covered her, and her long legs could make any man drool. The other woman was also breathtakingly beautiful, equally alluring, but she remained timidly hidden behind Chen Yu. Biao Ge, seeing these 2 beauties, was instantly excited. Such stunning women in this remote area ignited a fire within him. The dozen thugs behind him were equally captivated, some even whistling the SU row, hiding behind Chen Yu. Trembled with fear, gripping his arm tightly. Chen Yu offered her a reassuring glance, signifying that everything was under control. Unperturbed, he called out, "Wu Zong, is this how you conduct business? We've already signed a contract. Are you really going to go back on your word?" Now that Wu Pengzi had backup, he spoke with newfound arrogance that, "Mr. Chen, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to pay that 3 million at all. So, this is all you're doing. Now I'm giving you a choice. Transfer me 3 million, and tomorrow we'll proceed with the property transfer as planned. Otherwise, or else what? Do you think I'll just flee with your money? I have the transfer records. If I call the police, do you think you can escape, Wu Zong?" Wu Pengzi laughed heartily, as if he had seen this scenario many times before. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen, you're Tanavi. As long as I refuse to cooperate, it won't matter if you call the police. This is an economic dispute. If you sue me, it could drag on for 6 months to a year. I doubt that would benefit you. Chen Yu clapped his hands in applause. Indeed, he was a rogue. Anyone who could withhold wages from workers was certainly not a good person, since you're so adamant. Then we have nothing more to discuss. That I think I'll call the police. Wu Pengzi assumed Chen Yu would relent, but to his surprise, he truly intended to report him. He would rather engage in a lengthy legal battle than pay 3 million for peace. At that moment, Biaogu interjected. He had come to act as muscle for Wu Pengzi, to intimidate Chen Yu. But seeing the two beauties beside that kid sparked his interest in this desolate area. In an abandoned factory, they could likely get away with something. Wu Zong, it seems your negotiations have fallen through. Don't mind me. I'd like to have a deeper conversation with these two lovely ladies. As Biaogu spoke, the group of thugs erupted in lewd comments, clearly eager. They were already known criminals, having engaged in many unsavory acts in the past. Now, in this remote setting, their wickedness was magnified. Wu Pengzi only wanted the money and did not wish to escalate the situation. However, Biaogu and his gang seemed to have lost their senses. Biaogu, you'd best rein it in. I still have business to discuss with him. Get lost. You wait over there. I'm going to chat with these beauties. Biaogu and his gang advanced, intending to seize the two girls. Chen Yu shrugged. Turning to Xiao Jia, "Can you handle this on your own?" Xiao Jia flashed an innocent smile that nearly made Chen Yu's heart skip a beat. "Master, of course I can. These guys are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. And I know every fighting technique on Earth." Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the intelligence had implanted all the combat skills into Xiao Jia. "All right, but be careful not to kill anyone." "Understood, Master." Su Ro, trembling in fear, listened to Chen Yu and Xiao Jia's conversation, her confusion deepening. Just then, Xiao Jia, with her long legs, stepped forward confidently. This thrilled Biaogu and his crew. "Hey, the beauty is quite proactive. How about we go into the room and discuss philosophy?" Xiao Jia, resembling a human, expressed a look of disgust. Then, in an instant, she moved, her agility akin to that of a striking viper, swiftly closing in on Biaogu and his gang. Chapter 15. Absolute Domination. Xiao Jia, with her graceful and alluring figure, surged into the crowd, lacking the brashness of a warrior, but exuding an elegant beauty. But should you underestimate her, you would be courting death. A cacophony of punches and kicks erupted. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, including Chen Yu, who watched in astonishment. Previously, when Xiao Jia subdued several villagers, it hadn't been as shocking as this display in a mere 30 seconds. Biaogu and his dozen cronies lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and howling in agony. Chen Yu observed that Xiao Jia had employed just one technique, the famed liver punch favored by boxers. She had thrown only a dozen punches, each landing precisely on the thug's ribs with such force that it felt as though their livers had exploded. This kind of injury wasn't fatal, but the pain was excruciating. They would need several hours to regain their mobility. Xiao Jia dusted off her hands and returned to stand beside Chen Yu, like a proper lady. Su Ro, watching from behind, was utterly dazed. She had completely lost her bearings. Was this really a woman? In the distance, the petrified Wu Pengzi, who had previously known this woman was strong, now realized her combat prowess was equally terrifying. Chen Yu beckoned Wu Pengzi over. "Hey, come here." Wu Pengzi approached, trembling to see Chen. "You truly have a hidden dragon beside you." Haha. Wu Zong, do you still want that 3 million? No. Very well, to avoid any further trouble, let us head to the real estate center for the transfer. If you dare pull any tricks, I have 1,000 ways to make you regret it. What? Is the little clip actually planning to lose weight at night? Chen Yu almost let slip his thoughts. So he followed Su Ro's lead and explained, yes, she wants to lose weight at night. Su Ro glanced towards the back row, where the seemingly harmless little clip sat, her figure gracefully slender and alluring. Did she really need to lose weight? Su Ro was perplexed. Just as Chen Yu struggled to find a response, the little clip spoke up. Who said I want to lose weight? I want to eat McDonald's and KFC. Chen Yu was left speechless, thinking to himself, you're a robot. What do you need human food for? At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Master, the intelligent brain has installed a simulated human digestive system unit in my abdomen. I can digest organic matter. This must be the little clip communicating with Chen Yu through brain waves that if you can eat, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were some kind of deity. Master, you didn't ask. Eventually, the three of them arrived at a nearby upscale restaurant. Now that Chen Yu had money, he figured it was best to choose the most expensive and luxurious place. Having purchased a factory today, Chen Yu still had 30.5 million in cash, which should be sufficient for the company's initial setup. The dining table. Chen Yu observed the little clip closely to see how this robot managed to eat. After watching for a while, he discovered that the little clip's eating habits were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary human. Chen Yu sometimes truly felt disoriented. Was the intelligent brain deceiving him? The little clip was clearly a real person. After finishing their meal, the three descended and got into the CEA. Su Ro wanted to be alone with Chen Yu, so she suggested, Mr. Chen, why don't you drive the little clip home first? Her? No need. She lives with me. Su Ro's face turned pale in an instant. She never expected that Chen Yu was living with this stunning beauty. She had originally hoped to work hard to become Chen Yu's woman and secure a life free from financial worries. Now that she learned Chen Yu had a new love, Su Ro stood frozen, at a loss. Noticing Su Ro's despondent expression, Chen Yu realized he might have misspoken, he hurriedly clarified. Xiao Ro, it's not what you think. The little clip isn't. She is not my type. She just lives at my place. Su Ro was no child. With such a beautiful woman living in a house, how could Chen Yu possibly resist? The two clearly had that kind of relationship. So why was Chen Yu trying to explain? Chen Yu, at a loss for words, simply drove both women to his home. Throughout the journey, Su Ro was absent-minded. Like a deflated balloon, upon arriving at Chen Yu's villa, Su Ro remained in a daze. Xiao Ro, why don't you just stay here tonight? Only then did Su Ro turn to Chen Yu, glancing again at the seemingly harmless little clip, whose beauty was not lacking in sensuality. Chapter 16. Searching for materials, although Su Ro had a strong affection for Chen Yu. Handsome and wealthy, she couldn't bear the thought of being a third party while Chen Yu was with the little clip. Dressed in her pajamas, Su Ro entered the living room and saw the little clip running around in revealing attire. She hadn't anticipated that this woman was so skilled at seduction. Su Ro felt utterly defeated, realizing she couldn't compete. Chen Yu emerged from the bathroom to find the little clip dressed lightly, and he quickly admonished. Chen Yu anticipated that the cost of a standard deuterium-ion battery would be approximately 70,000 yuan, which is quite comparable to the current prices of new energy batteries. However, the energy efficiency is simply incomparable to the ordinary ternary lithium batteries available on Earth. This business undoubtedly holds great profit potential. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire about your annual production capacity of deuterium? Zhou Jihua looked quite astonished at Mr. Chen. Why do you ask this? You needn't doubt our production capacity. Well then, since Mr. Zhou is so confident, I can sign an exclusive contract with your factory for all the deuterium you produce. Zhou Jihua squinted, pursing his lips, seemingly trying to ascertain whether Chen Yu was joking. Mr. Chen, your words seem rather audacious. Do you have any idea how much deuterium we can produce in a year? That is why I was asking you. All right, let me inform you. Our total annual production reaches 20 million cubic meters, with annual revenue exceeding 60 billion. Do you have the capability to absorb such a volume? Chen Yu frowned, realizing that 20 million cubic meters would only suffice for the production of 200,000 deuterium-ion batteries. Currently, The annual production of new energy vehicles in the country stands at 11 million and continues to rise, indicating that a single factory's deuterium output is clearly insufficient. Zhou Zhihua, noticing Chen Yu's pensive expression, revealed a smug smile, likely believing his factory's capacity had intimidated the other party. So, Mr. Chen, can you handle our factory's production capacity? Zhou Zhihua teased. Chen Yu frowned and replied, Mr. Zhou, is your factory's annual output truly limited to 20 million cubic meters? That seems rather scant. Zhou Zhihua chuckled, scratching his ear, seemingly trying to determine if Chen Yu was joking. Mr. Chen, what are you saying? Surely you jest. Do you have any idea how much 20 million cubic meters actually is? We are already one of the top 10 deuterium manufacturers in the world. Chen Yu calmly explained, Mr. Zhou, to be frank, I will require approximately 200 million cubic meters of deuterium annually. Zhou Zhihua burst into laughter again, now quite certain that Chen Yu was merely boasting, treating this as a joke. Mr. Chen, even in jest, you must recognize the limits. 200 million cubic meters of deuterium. Our national annual production is only 500 million cubic meters. To satisfy your demand, you'd likely need to sign supply contracts with half of the deuterium factories in the world. Well then, does Mr. Zhou have any connections in that regard? Perhaps you could assist me in contacting some deuterium factories so I can sign exclusive supply contracts with them. Zhou Zhihua was taken aback. He was hoping to see evidence of Chen Yu's jesting demeanor, yet the latter spoke with utmost seriousness, especially with an extraordinarily beautiful secretary accompanying him, which hardly suggested he was merely jesting. Mr. Chen, may I boldly ask, what do you intend to do with so much deuterium? Chen Yu saw no need to conceal his intentions. As he alone possessed the necessary technology, I intend to use it to manufacture deuterium-ion batteries, which will subsequently be applied in new energy vehicles. Zhou Zhihua, the general manager of Jianshan Rare Gas Factory and a chemistry PhD from a prestigious university, immediately grasped the implications of Chen Yu's statement regarding deuterium-ion batteries. Such batteries remain theoretical, as current terrestrial technology struggles to confine deuterium ions within a closed space for continuous motion. Should Chen Yu possess this technology, there would be no doubt that his product, upon its release, would swiftly dominate the market. The discharge efficiency generated by the movement of deuterium ions would surpass that of ordinary ternary lithium batteries by several folds. This implies that a deuterium-ion battery of the same size would provide vehicles with a significantly greater range. Consider the current new energy vehicles, which typically have a range of only between 300 to 600 kilometers. Once this battery hits the market, a vehicle's range could soar to between 2,000 and 5,000 kilometers, far surpassing gasoline vehicles. This is truly a groundbreaking technology, Zhou Zhihua stammered. Mr. Chen, are you saying that you have already mastered the technology for deuterium-ion batteries? Chapter 18. Impressive. Little clipper Zhou Zhihua was understandably astonished. Being a chemistry PhD who comprehended the challenges involved. Indeed, and you should recognize the immense potential for future development should my battery be released. Zhou Zhihua suddenly furrowed his brow again, as an expert in this field. He was acutely aware of the difficulties associated with such technology, and thus held reservations that Mr. Zhou, if you were hesitant to sign an exclusive contract, perhaps you could sell me 3,000 cubic meters as a trial. Zhou Zhihua contemplated. Personally, he could purchase a maximum of 1,000 cubic meters. Yet as the general manager, he could find ways to circumvent this limitation. Considering the promising future of deuterium-ion batteries, Zhou Zhihua was prepared to take a gamble. Very well, Mr. Chen. I can arrange an order for 3,000 cubic meters, but I have one condition. What condition? If you indeed succeed in developing the deuterium-ion battery, I would like to acquire a stake. Chen Yu scrutinized Zhou Zhihua, seemingly attempting to peer into his soul. This was quite a perceptive proposition. Yet, knowing he would require Zhou Zhihua's assistance in the future, and that managing a large company was no easy feat for one individual, he agreed. All right, Mr. Zhou, I accept, but your stake shall not exceed one, and it will only be available after my company's product is launched and the company's valuation established. Chen Yu was acutely aware that once his product was unveiled, it would send shockwaves through the world. At that point, the valuation would start at a minimum of $1 trillion. Making even a one stake worth tens of billions. It would then depend on whether Zhou Zhihua could afford such an investment. Zhou Zhua also understood the immense potential of the battery upon its release. Even a one stake would yield him substantial profits. All right, Mr. Chen, it's settled. Subsequently, Zhou Zhihua prepared a document for Chen Yu, arranging for two other individuals to separately order 1,000 cubic meters each, thus fulfilling the total order of 3,000 cubic meters. After signing the sales agreement, the total price amounted to 16.5 million. Following the payment, Chen Yu found himself with only 14 million left, exclaiming that this endeavor was indeed quite costly. He had expected that 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium would be substantial, but after compression, it filled merely 2 small trucks. Had it not been for Chen Yu's calculations regarding the volume, he might have thought Zhou Zhihua was taking advantage of him. Chen Yu instructed the driver to transport the 2 trucks of deuterium to a dilapidated factory on the outskirts. While it was in poor condition, it would suffice as a storage facility. Zhou Zhihua thoughtfully sent along a few laborers to assist with the unloading. After the goods were moved into the factory, Chen Yu generously tipped each worker an additional 300 yuan, after bidding farewell to the driver and laborers. Chen Yu and Little Clipper gazed at the row of deuterium cylinders resembling gas canisters. Master, is it safe to store these deuterium cylinders in the factory? Yes, but since there is no security at the factory yet, perhaps we should transport them to the moon tonight. That could work. Thus, Chen Yu notified the AI to have a landing craft dispatched for the deuterium transport. Just 10 minutes later, he felt a gust of wind sweep across the open space in front of the factory. The landing craft had arrived. It was now nighttime, and the nearest village was 2 to 3 kilometers away, making further stealth unnecessary. Observing the deuterium cylinders, Chen Yu found himself in a dilemma, realizing that he couldn't call the laborers back for this task. Would he have to move them all himself? He recalled the crawling robots aboard Ship 1. They should be able to handle the task swiftly, just as Chen Yu was about to contact the AI to send another landing craft with some robots. Little Clipper had already rolled up her sleeves, effortlessly lifting 3 large canisters and dashing toward the landing craft's cargo hold. Chen Yu stepped forward to weigh 1 canister, estimating it to weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds. Little Clipper was lifting 6 canisters at once, around 300 pounds, and moving with remarkable agility. The scene was quite comical, as Little Clipper's slender figure, carrying canisters larger than herself, appeared reminiscent of a petite girl effortlessly sprinting while carrying 2 giants. Chen Yu watched in amazement as, in less than 10 minutes, she managed to load all the deuterium canisters onto the landing craft's cargo hold. At last, Chen Yu was convinced that Little Clipper was indeed a robot. He had previously harbored doubts, thinking perhaps the AI had merely brainwashed a beautiful girl. Now, witnessing her complete this task in 10 minutes, he realized only a robot could accomplish such a feat. After loading the deuterium canisters, Little Clipper approached Chen Yu, eager to showcase her prowess. So, Master, I'm not impressive. Chen Yu smiled at her. Indeed, quite impressive. I can now confirm that you are truly a robot. For no human could have accomplished what you just did. Humph, Little Clipper doesn't like being called a robot. All right, I understand. From now on, I shall treat you as a genuine human. MHM, thank you, Master. Little Clipper nestled against Chen Yu's embrace and, when he was not paying attention, unexpectedly planted a kiss on him. Chapter 19. All set, Little Clipper had actually given Chen Yu a peck. Caught completely off guard, Chen Yu felt a moist and smooth sensation, even catching a hint of fragrance. Having kissed his former girlfriend before, this felt no different from kissing a real person. In fact, due to Little Clipper's beauty, it was even more stimulating and pleasurable. Chen Yu found himself momentarily dazed. Please refrain from kissing me out of the blue in the future, understood? Oh dear, I couldn't help it. Little Clipper simply adores Master. Chen Yu rubbed his forehead, realizing that the AI had programmed Little Clipper with a directive to love her Master above all else. Chen Yu commanded the intelligent brain to control the landing craft, transporting deuterium to the moon, where heavy hydrogen ion batteries would be manufactured along the production line inside the spacecraft, as for the other rare metals and raw materials required for battery production. They could be directly mined on the lunar surface. In fact, the moon's mineral resources were equally abundant. Since the spacecraft was equipped with mining robots, they could autonomously extract the necessary materials, with Chen Yu providing only deuterium. He could simply await the production of heavy hydrogen ion batteries within the spacecraft. 3 days later, Chen Yu's company was officially registered, with its address set at the top floor of the International Financial Center. After much contemplation, Chen Yu settled on the name Chen Yu Technology, which signifies the aspiration to traverse the cosmos, while also incorporating his own name, exuding grandeur. Chen Yu instructed the intelligent brain to design a striking company logo, which featured a ring resembling Saturn combined with a globe, unmistakably signaling a high-tech enterprise. The company was registered with a capital of 1 billion yuan, although actual payment would be made after the company's products were launched. A week later, on a bright morning, Zheng Hui from a national financial center called, Mr. Chen, your 3-story office building has been fully arranged. Would you like to come and take a look? Chen Yu had been eagerly awaiting the completion of the office setup. So he stepped out with Xiao Jiao. First, Chen Yu drove to the Porsche dealership. Upon seeing Chen Yu personally come and pick her up, Su Ro's mood brightened considerably. Xiao Ro, my company has been registered and the office is ready. You can come with me now. Su Ro was still preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Yu and Xiao Jiao, her expression tinged with a hint of reproach. However, she genuinely wished to embark on this entrepreneurial journey with Chen Yu. Ultimately completing her resignation procedures and leaving with him at AS, Su Ro followed Chen Yu out of the dealership. The sales manager and a group of employees looked on enviously. I envy Su Ro so much. Mr. Chen is not only handsome, but also wealthy. Why am I not as beautiful as her? They lamented. Alas, Su Ro is certainly soaring high now. I can tell Mr. Chen is no ordinary man. The manager couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the sales manager's words rang true. Su Ro was destined to become the CEO of Chen Yu Technology, overseeing a colossal business empire worth trillions, and in the future, she would emerge as one of the most influential women globally. Though that was a tale for another time. As Chen Yu and Su Ro arrived in front of his Porsche Cayenne, they found Xiao Jiao seated in the passenger seat. Su Ro's face fell instantly. Why is she in the car? Chen Yu scratched his head, mustering the courage to explain, she's my secretary and will be with me, of course. Su Ro frowned. Her mood soured as memories of Xiao Jiao's revealing outfit and antics in Chen Yu's home surfaced. Leaving her quite uncomfortable, Chen Yu signaled to Xiao Jiao, who, with a resigned sigh, obediently vacated the front seat for the back. With just a glance from Chen Yu, Su Ro managed to oust Xiao Jiao from the passenger seat, her spirits lifting considerably. Chen Yu stepped forward, opening the car door for Su. Why, dear young lady, please step inside. You are now the president of my company. Su Ro shot him an annoyed glare, but nonetheless climbed into the car with her long legs. Chen Yu drove to the underground parking of the National Financial Center and then took the elevator straight to the top floor. Upon entering, Su Ro was awestruck. The surroundings were bathed in light, offering a panoramic view of the entire Jiang city skyline. The first thing that caught her eye was the massive logo of Chen Yu Technology, reminiscent of Saturn. Chen Yu, is your company called Chen Yu Technology? She inquired. Yes, it signifies our ambition to reach for the stars and venture into the universe. Chen Yu replied, his passion inspiring Su Ro. Chen Yu guided Su Ro to a vast office space. This will be your workspace. On the boss's chair, the title General Manager, Su Ro, was inscribed. You truly want me to be the general manager? She asked, a mix of disbelief and excitement in her voice. Why not? The company is just starting. I want to discuss salary with you now. Once our products are launched, I will grant you shares. Su Ro did not dwell on the idea of shares or salary. Instead, she felt an exhilarating rush, eager to embark on this venture with Chen Yu. Little did she know that her decision that day would lead her to become the world's wealthiest woman. Chen Yu shared the company's upcoming plans with Su Ro. As a business management student, she was well aware of many of the steps involved. Her immediate task would be recruitment. The company would be divided into several departments, RD, responsible for refining Chen Yu's high-tech products, marketing, handling connections with manufacturers and clients, sales, promoting products and seeking partnerships, customer service, managing after-sales support, security, ensuring internal safety, and external affairs, liaising with official entities and prospective partners. With that, Su Ro's busy days began. Chen Yu deposited 10 million yuan into the company account to cover initial recruitment and startup costs, recognizing that attracting high-quality talent often required enlisting headhunters. Following this, he transferred another 2 million yuan to Zheng Hui for office renovation expenses. Glancing at the remaining 4 million yuan in his account, Chen Yu realized he would need to sell a few more gold bricks to sustain operations. The upcoming product launch needed to make a significant impact, propelling the heavy hydrogen-ion batteries into the market. Chapter 20. The mysterious female CEO, Chen Yu, drove back to his home at Jinjiang, Shanshui Villa. With only 2 million yuan left on hand, he contemplated the importance of effective promotion for the imminent product launch. Intelligent brain, have the landing craft deliver me some gold bricks. Understood, Captain. Just a few minutes later, the cloak landing craft landed in Chen Yu's garden. Xiao Jiao unloaded 5 gold bricks, and the craft ascended into the sky once more. Chen Yu stuffed all 5 bricks in his backpack. Each weighed 25 pounds, totaling 125 pounds. While this weight would have been burdensome for the old Chen Yu, he now felt his physical capabilities improving thanks to the repair robots within him. Whenever any abnormalities arose, the robots would swiftly rectify them, allowing Chen Yu to achieve remarkable results with just a bit of exercise. Driving alone, Chen Yu arrived at the shop where he had previously sold gold. The manager, the same plump man in a suit, was thrilled to see Chen Yu return. Having sold 3 gold bricks to them last time, the manager was eager to learn that the group headquarters had quickly reclaimed those bricks. However, he was utterly unprepared for the twist that awaited him. The next day, the group's young heiress, who was also the current general manager of Chen Yu Jewelry, Xiaoyu Shu, personally visited the store, intent on discovering the identity of the seller behind the remarkable gold. The 3 bricks Chen Yu had sold underwent rigorous testing at the Chen Yu Jewelry headquarters, leaving the experts astonished as they found the purity to be nearly 100. The most advanced refining technology on Earth could only achieve about 998, and a minuscule difference represented an insurmountable technical barrier for humanity. Yet, the 3 bricks acquired by Chen Yu Jewelry came astonishingly close to perfect purity, making the refining technique itself worth tens or even hundreds of billions in patents. Xiaoyu Shu sought to uncover the seller of the extraordinary gold and ascertain the source of such remarkable purity. Upon Chen Yu's arrival, the plump manager promptly notified the group's general manager. Xiaoyu Shu, Chen Yu, having previously transacted with this shop, harbored no suspicions and readily presented all 5 gold bricks for testing. The manager arranged for the purity checks and the necessary procedures, inviting Chen Yu to the VIP lounge, deliberately slowing down the testing process to allow Xiaoyu Shu to arrive. After about half an hour, having consumed 2 cups of coffee, Chen Yu inquired, "Manager, why is the process taking so long? Have you finished the checks?" The manager glanced at his watch, his expression slightly awkward as he replied, Mr. Chen, let me go check on that. Please do to as the manager left the lounge to contact the general manager. A strikingly tall and elegant beauty approached. The manager's face lit up with a smile, recognizing the stunning general manager. He quickly stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Miss Xia, the individual is right inside." Xiaoyu Shu waved her hand dismissively and entered the lounge. Chen Yu was absorbed in his phone, passing the time when the door swung open, revealing an extraordinarily alluring woman, likely in her mid-20s, exuding an aura of confidence. She wore a fitted white blouse, a sleek black blazer, and a form-fitting black skirt paired with stockings, her fiery red high heels reflecting her audacious personality. As she entered, Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this enchanting figure be the receptionist? Her beauty was nothing short of mesmerizing. Xiaoyu Shu took a seat beside Chen Yu, an intoxicating scent wafting toward him. Her captivating gaze locked onto him, and Chen Yu swallowed hard, feeling an unexpected reaction to such a stunning woman. Excuse me, lovely lady, are you a staff member of this establishment?" Xiaoyu Shu leaned closer, scrutinizing Chen Yu. Although he wore designer clothes, it was evident that he had not meticulously coordinated his outfit. Nevertheless, he exuded an inexplicable aura of confidence. The young man was quite handsome, with a commendable physique and height. "Are you Mr. Chen, the one who sold those 3 gold bars?" Chen Yu, taken aback, inquired with curiosity. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Xiaoyu Shu, the general manager of Chen Yu Jewelry. You sold us 3 gold bars a week ago, correct?" Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, a sense of caution arising within him. He had encountered beautiful women before. Even the flawless woman in his home was merely a pillow for him. Facing this assertive beauty, he subtly shifted his body, creating a safe distance to allow for possible retreat. That's so. It's you, Monsieur. I wonder what brings you here. Chen Yu had no doubt regarding the gold bars he sold a week prior. After all, they were refined using extraterrestrial technology. Issues were simply out of the question. Xiai Weshu was taken aback by Chen Yu's retreat. As a stunning beauty, men typically yearn to be closer to her. This young man, however, seemed wary of her. Xiai Weshu adjusted her position once more, inching closer to Chen Yu, that he found himself cornered against the edge of the sofa. Mr. Chen, I have a question to pose to you. Chen Yu, inhaling the captivating fragrance that wafted from Xiai Weshu, endeavored to maintain his composure. What question do you have, Ms. Xia? Please go ahead. I simply wish to know where you procured the gold bars you sold to us. Mr. Chen Yu squinted. Could he divulge such information? Should he tell this young woman that he had mined gold from an asteroid billions of kilometers away using a spaceship? Revealing the truth might be less credible than claiming he found it on the roadside. Ms. Xia, don't you think that question crosses a line? My apologies, Mr. Chen, but do you know that the purity of the gold bars you sold us is astonishingly close to 100? Chen Yu nodded. And isn't a higher purity what you prefer? He chuckled lightly. Mr. Chen, you may not be well acquainted with gold refining. I can inform you that the most advanced human technology can only achieve a purity of around 99.998. Chen Yu's heart sank. He had forgotten about this detail during the refinement process. What should he say now? So, Mr. Chen, I would like you to disclose the source of your gold or the identity of your supplier. Please do not tell me it is a family heirloom. Chapter 21. Collaborating with the enchanting female CEO, Chen Yu contemplated claiming it was a family heirloom, but that was utterly implausible. Even ancient people could not achieve such purity in refining. The very shape of the bars was beyond their capabilities. Haha, Ms. Xia, I find your question quite challenging to answer. I presume you do not possess the authority to demand clients disclose the origins of their assets. Xiai Yueshu's eyes narrowed, her expression turning icy. Mr. Chen, it would be wise for you to tell me. A seller who suddenly possesses a substantial amount of gold without a legitimate reason could very well attract official scrutiny. Chen Yu frowned, gazing at the stunningly beautiful CEO. In truth, he was not intimidated by her threat. After a while, once his products were launched, this sum of money would seem trivial. By then, any official inquiry would be futile. Speak plainly. What is it you desire? Xiai Yueshu smiled faintly, her seductive demeanor likely causing other men to surrender at once. Mr. Chen, I reiterate my inquiry. Where did your gold bars originate? I refined them myself. What of it? Xiai Yueshu burst into laughter. Mr. Chen, are you jesting? I just mentioned that the most advanced refining technology available to humanity cannot achieve such purity. Are you implying you produced it in a home iron pot? Regardless of your belief, I assure you, those gold bars are the result of my own refinement. Furthermore, do not underestimate my capabilities with your limited perspective. Chen Yu is indeed the owner of an extraterrestrial spacecraft, destined to conquer the cosmos. He could not allow this young woman to gain the upper hand. Xiai Yueshu, however, could not detect any signs of deceit on Chen Yu's face. He spoke as though he genuinely had refined the gold himself. By the way, how long will your testing take? If you're not interested, I shall seek another gold shop. Xiai Yueshu could only helplessly summon the manager, who was rather rotund. Ultimately, for the last 5 gold bars, they were purchased at a rate of 12,500 grams each. The acquisition price was remarkably close to the market value of gold. Additionally, with the recent surge in gold prices, which had reached 698 yuan per gram, a single gold bar sold for 8,725,000 yuan. Chen Yu had brought 5, totaling 43,625,000 yuan. Upon seeing the substantial amount in his bank account, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Chen, we have purchased your gold at market price. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Xiai Yueshu inquired with a flirtatious tone. Chen Yu was not one to lack appreciation. Given the immense benefit he received, it was akin to being gifted several million. Since you have been so generous, Ms. Xia, allow me to treat you to a meal. Very well. Now that Mr. Chen is in possession of a fortune, I shall indulge in a fine dining experience. Excellent. You may choose any restaurant in Jiangxing. In truth, Chen Yu sought to foster a good relationship with Xiai Yueshu. It was evident she was keen to draw closer to him to extract information about the gold's purity. Moreover, He wished to continue selling gold to her, as she could offer high prices. This woman appeared to be quite formidable, and he might need her connections in the future. Plus, she was undeniably beautiful, and Chen Yu was, after all, a man. Eventually, Xiaoyueshu selected a French restaurant. Mr. Chen, to be frank, I am extremely interested in the refining methods you employ for your gold. If you could introduce me to the individual responsible for producing this batch of gold, I would be willing to offer you 30 million as compensation. At the dining table, Xiaoyueshu laid bare her true intentions. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. So that was it, but this was extraterrestrial technology. How could he respond? Rapidly, he connected with his intelligent brain. Intelligent brain. How difficult is the gold refining technology aboard ship number 1? The intelligent robot swiftly linked and replied, Captain, that is a trivial technology. In fact, this technology can refine not only gold but also most metals on Earth, proving immensely beneficial to your planet. Since the technology is so powerful, I cannot simply divulge it to this woman. Captain, it appears that this woman has previously investigated you. Oh, please elaborate. She investigated your identity through the bank information used to pay for your goods. However, I have encrypted your information on the internet and within official databases. They can only trace your name. Oh, well done. Now, regarding the refining technology, how should I handle this woman? This is not difficult. I can manufacture a specialized metal refining device for you to sell to her, but they will be unable to decipher the technology within, and these refining devices will have backdoor programs, allowing us to terminate their operational permissions at any time. Good, intelligent brain, you are truly thoughtful. Please create several refining devices and deliver them to the factory once they are ready. Understood, Captain. After giving instructions to the intelligent brain, Chen Yu turned to Xiaoyueshu with a smile. Haha, Miss Xia, to be candid, I am the owner of a technology company, and the refining technology you mentioned is indeed a product of my company's research. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyueshu appeared momentarily stunned before excitement lit up her face. Mr. Chen, is this true? Indeed, it is true. Furthermore, I must inform you that my refining equipment can achieve 100 purity for various metals. Not just gold. Xiaoyueshu was taken aback, fully aware of the immense potential of this technology that IT could revolutionize the field of materials science. Mr. Chen, can we collaborate? This was precisely Chen Yu's intention. Certainly. How would you like to collaborate? You grant me exclusive rights to the refining technology, and we can negotiate the price. This technology could spark a revolution in materials. Chen Yu understood that he must retain control over it. It could not be allowed to reach foreign countries, especially those that were hostile to Huaxia. Exclusive rights can certainly be arranged. I can provide you with refining equipment, but these devices must not accept orders from abroad. Xiaoyueshu nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Chen, I understand your concerns. When shall we sign the contract? Tomorrow. Come to the top floor of the Guijin Center. My company is located there. You can sign the contract with General Manager Su Ro, and I will inform her beforehand. Xiaoyueshu was astonished. She had not anticipated that Chen Yu was indeed telling the truth. He was genuinely running a company, and it was situated at the top of the Guijin Center. Very well, Mr. Chen. I look forward to a successful collaboration. After concluding lunch with Xiaoyueshu, Chen Yu proceeded to the Guijin Center. After informing Su Ro about the contract signing with Xiaoyueshu from Qinya Jewelry scheduled for the next day, he also transferred 30 million to the company account. Chen Yu instructed Su Ro to utilize this 30 million as initial promotional funds to create a buzz for the heavy hydrogen ion battery. Chen Yu entrusted Su Ro with various promotional materials, including avant-garde posters, product videos, and promotional images crafted by the intelligent brain. The new product launch event was scheduled for 2 weeks later. Upon returning home that evening, a small creature affectionately leaped onto Chen Yu. Master, you've been out all day, and I've been so bored at home. Chen Yu playfully engaged with the small creature, whose delicate form was irresistible to him. I have important matters to attend to today. Since you're feeling bored, how about we take a trip to the moon? Yes, yes. Chen Yu is equally eager to visit the mothership of the No. 1 spacecraft to check on the progress of the deuterium-ion batteries production. Thus, a few minutes later, the landing craft quietly descended into Chen Yu's garden. Under the cover of night, the two enter the landing craft, heading straight for the moon. Chapter 22. Negotiation success. This small landing craft was equipped with an antimatter annihilation engine, achieving speeds comparable to the mothership. From acceleration to deceleration, it took less than 10 minutes to land on the moon's far side. Upon entering the number 1 spacecraft, Chen Yu and the small creature followed the intelligent brain robot to the production workshop. This was Chen Yu's first visit to the spacecraft's manufacturing area, located at the core of the vessel. The space was impressively vast, with production lines stretching over hundreds of meters, rivaling some large factories. These were Chen Yu's cash cows. With the intelligent brain's modifications, these 5 production lines could manufacture any mechanical product. Chen Yu noticed that one of the production lines was not producing batteries, but automobiles. This was a high-tech new energy vehicle designed by the intelligent brain, with raw materials sourced from lunar mining. Captain, we currently have 3,000 cubic meters of deuterium gas, sufficient to produce 300 deuterium-ion batteries, that I plan to manufacture 50 new energy vehicles equipped with deuterium-ion batteries in time for our product launch. The intelligent brain reported. Excellent, intelligent brain. You are on the same wavelength as me, Chen Yu replied. Also, Captain, regarding our newly acquired factory, I believe we can initiate the layout of the production lines ahead of schedule. As for the dilapidated appearance, we can deploy robots for renovation. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, harboring concerns. Intelligent brain, what if these extraterrestrial technology robots are spotted while renovating the factory? That's simple. We can conduct the operations exclusively at night. Ah, intelligent brain, you truly are a genius. It's settled then. Chen Yu glanced at the factory blueprint produced by the intelligent brain. The outer layer was entirely composed of heat-insulating metallic materials, refined from rare metal ores mined on the moon. In due course, these materials would be transported to Earth via the landing craft for factory renovations. The factory interior would feature 20 multifunctional production lines, all operated autonomously and intelligently. Once established, the factory could produce any high-tech product. With the factory in place, the extraterrestrial technology products produced by Chen Yu would be unmatched. The following morning, Xiaoyu Shu, the general manager of China Jewelry, arrived at the top floor of the Guijin Center with the company's contracting team. Su Ro's capabilities were quite impressive. She was responsible, and after several days of operation, Huanyu Technology had recruited over 100 elite employees, with salaries that were the highest in the industry. Therefore, when Xiaoyu Shu arrived at Huanyu Technology and witnessed the bustling activity, she immediately formed an excellent impression of the company, recognizing its promising future. The receptionist escorted Xiaoyu Shu's group to the general manager's office. Sitting in the executive chair was a young and beautiful woman, which astonished Xiaoyu Ro, now dressed impeccably, had transformed from sales associate into a formidable CEO, exuding an aura that matched Xiaoyu Shu's own. Approaching her, Xiaoyu Shu extended her hand politely. Hello, I am Xiaoyu Shu, here at Mr. Chen's request to meet with you. Su Ro rose from her chair to greet Xiaoyu Shu, their hands clasping in a cordial handshake. You must be General Manager Xia from China Jewelry. Mr. Chen mentioned your visit regarding the contract yesterday. The 2 women took their seats on the sofa, while Xiaoyu Shu's team stood respectfully to the side. The secretary entered with tea for both women. Ms. Su, I believe you are aware that I am here to negotiate as the exclusive agent for your company's new generation of purification equipment. I reviewed the materials Mr. Chan provided me yesterday, so let us discuss the pricing. For the entire morning, the 2 women engaged in negotiations. Xiaoyu Shu found herself facing a worthy opponent. Her proposed price did not meet Su Ro's satisfaction. Ultimately, a vigorous discussion ensued in the office, culminating in an agreement where the agency fee was set at 800 million annually, alongside 15 of the net profits from the business generated by the purification equipment. Huanyu Technology would supply China Group with 10 large purification devices, meaning Xiaoyu Shu would not only pay 800 million in agency fees, but also share 15 of the profits from the business generated by those devices. This negotiation was a resounding success for Huanyu Technology. Su Ro felt a surge of anticipation, knowing that Chen Yu would be thrilled with the outcome and would undoubtedly shower her with praise. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu Shu sat in her car on the return journey, her expression icy. She hadn't expected to be so thoroughly outmaneuvered during the negotiations by this woman, Su Ro, who evidently was no ordinary individual. Her secretary prompted her, General Manager Xia, why not consult Mr. Chen regarding this? The proposal presented by Su Ro clearly reflects her subjective assumptions. Why did you agree to her terms? Xia Yushu sighed. The way that woman carried herself today was akin to a company's matriarch. If I am not mistaken, Su Ro must be Mr. Chen's partner, so we cannot afford to offend her. The secretary withdrew, choosing not to press the matter further. Xia Yushu, considering the prospect of acquiring leading-edge purification technology and the vast future potential, decided not to dwell on such trivial losses. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had flown by. Upon returning to the company, Chen Yu found it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The three-story establishment was now filled with staff, each department operating seamlessly. Chen Yu settled onto the sofa in the general manager's office, with Su Ro adorably sitting beside him. When the secretary entered to serve them tea, she couldn't help but glance curiously at the handsome man seated next to Su Ro, who appeared quite taken with him. Unaware of Chen Yu's identity, she observed Su Ro leaning affectionately against him, leading her to suspect that he might be Su Ro's boyfriend or husband. After the secretary left, Chen Yu praised Su Ro profusely. Xiao Ro, I told you that you could handle it. Look at how well you've managed such a large company. Everything is running like clockwork. Especially your negotiations with General Manager Xia from Qianye Group, that you've secured tremendous benefits for the company. That is only because you trusted me and entrusted me with the authority to manage it, allowing me to realize my vision for the company. Indeed. You are remarkable. Chen Yu took the opportunity to embrace Su Ro, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She anticipated Chen Yu's boldness, leaving her momentarily flustered. Chen Yu thought to himself, being the boss and subtly bending the rules with his female employee should not lead to rejection. Just then, however, the office door swung open abruptly. Chapter 23. The launch event begins just as Chen Yu was about to act. The door burst open with a loud bang that a slender figure dashed in, none other than the small creature. Following closely was Su Ro's secretary, looking flustered. Upon seeing Chen Yu with Su Ro in an embrace, the small creature immediately pouted, having been left waiting at the door out of boredom. Unable to contain her longing for Chen Yu, she had rushed in, disregarding the secretary's attempts to stop her. Now witnessing the scene before her, the secretary quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Su. I couldn't stop this young lady. Su Ro was speechless. That it seemed the small creature's timing was less than ideal, interrupting her moment with Chen Yu. Xiao Fong, please step outside. This young lady is my friend. Secretary Xiao Fong retreated and closed the door. The small creature hopped over to Chen Yu's other side and plopped down, mimicking Su Ro's earlier posture against him. Chen Yu found himself in an awkward position as Su Ro stood up, her tone laced with annoyance. Mr. Chen certainly enjoys bringing this little one along everywhere. Her words dripped with jealousy. Chen Yu felt equally helpless. He had been moments away from a tender gesture, only to be interrupted by the small creature. It seemed he would have to have a serious talk with this robotic companion later. Before leaving, Chen Yu discussed the final details for the upcoming product launch with Su Ro, who confidently patted her chest, vowing this launch will undoubtedly be a resounding success, with exceptional pre-event publicity. Numerous media outlets, new energy vehicle companies, and even official agencies from Yinxiao will be present. They are all coming to witness the announcement that Huanyu technology has broken through technological barriers to produce a new type of energy battery with discharge efficiency 5 to 10 times greater than that of conventional ternary lithium batteries. This is a seismic event in the tech world, and many high-tech companies are skeptical. They can hardly believe such a technology exists, leading some top-tier companies to abstain from sending representatives, while others come merely to witness the spectacle. Particularly, various tech media are keen to see how Huanyu technology might falter. Even across the ocean in America, the news has reached them, claiming that a company in Yinxia has developed batteries with efficiency several times that of ternary lithium batteries. They, too, were initially disbelieving, but the widespread publicity has captured their attention. In the United States, in pursuit of romantic endeavors and narratives, intelligence personnel were dispatched to investigate the situation. The following day, with the assistance of a little gadget, Chen Yu donned a tailored suit. Master, you look absolutely dashing. I truly adore you, exclaimed the gadget. Indeed, over the past fortnight, with the help of the alien robot, Chen Yu's health had improved remarkably, and his physique had become more robust and proportionate. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the finest male models might not rival Chen Yu's current form. How is the preparation for the press conference coming along? Last night, 50 new energy vehicles equipped with heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, along with 250 heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, were delivered to the factory, and the venue has been impeccably arranged. Excellent. Today marks the day when our Chen Yu technology makes its grand debut. At that moment, at the entrance of Chifu village on the outskirts of Jiangxing, a convoy of luxury cars, broadcast vehicles, and private vehicles jammed the entrance that in the rear seat of a military vehicle sat two individuals. Zhou Zheng, an officer from the Ministry of Defense of the Yinshan Nation, and Liu Chang, an officer from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Why on earth is the Chen Yu technology factory built in such a remote location? Zhou Zheng remarked with irritation. Liu Chang frowned in agreement. Our superiors sent us here to ascertain whether this company's battery is truly as miraculous as they claim. However, I suspect it is mostly bluster, likely a ploy to attract investment, only to abscond with the funds, which is why they settled for a temporary factory in such a cheap location. Zhou Zheng nodded, his impression of Chen Yu technology greatly diminished. After arriving stealthily at the factory's rear via a landing craft, Chen Yu found the area cordoned off, ensuring no one could see inside. The factory, having undergone a transformation with the help of alien robots over the past fortnight, had essentially been revitalized. The exterior was constructed from innovative materials, gleaming with a metallic sheen, while the interior production lines resembled scenes from a science fiction movie. It was as if they belonged to an entirely different era compared to the former abandoned factory. A colossal logo of Chen Yu technology adorned the factory's roof, visible even from outer space. The entire facility was under the direct control of an intelligent brain, capable of fully automated production with minimal human intervention. In front of the factory, a grand stage had been erected in a vast plaza, flanked by large screens and various product display stands, with rows of seating below. Gradually, vehicles began to arrive at the plaza, with several hundred employees from Chen Yu technology, led by Su Rou, acting as temporary hosts, directing the guest vehicles to designated parking spots along the plaza's periphery. After more than 2 hours of coordinating reception efforts, the seats in front of the stage were nearly filled. On either side sat the staff of Chen Yu technology. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after 2 hours of travel, Zhou Zheng and Liu Chang finally settled into their seats. Representing the Yinsha government, they occupied seats in the front row, centrally located, flanked by representatives from domestic and international new energy vehicle enterprises. Behind them sat various automotive influencers, technology vloggers, tech media, and traditional television reporters. After all, with an advertising budget in the tens of millions, one would expect to hear some noteworthy announcements. Although some potential partner companies only sent representatives and their executives did not attend in person, Chen Yu Technology's objectives were still met. Xiaoyu Shu, the general manager of Qinya Group, also arrived on site. Taking her seat in the center of the front row, she was eager to see the new product that Chen Yu would unveil. Over the past fortnight, she had received 10 purification devices from Chen Yu. Upon testing, they were found capable of refining most metals on Earth to nearly 100 purity, with unprecedented precision, relying on this purification equipment. Xiaoyu Shu had, in just 2 weeks, signed over 20 contracts with various materials research institutions, totaling more than $3 billion, with profits exceeding 50. This means she had recouped her annual agency fees within half a month. With additional gains to boot, Xiaoyu Shu sought experts to decipher the technology behind Chen Yu's large purification devices, but upon examining the internal structures, they were left baffled. The scientists on Earth could not even grasp the principles, let alone reverse engineer the technology. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon their attempts at reverse research, which only intensified Xiaoyu Shu's interest in Chen Yu's technological company. Would his new energy battery astonish everyone? At 10:08 a.m., the press conference officially commenced. Music filled the stage, and a promotional video for Chen Yu technology played on the large screen behind. This video, synthesized by the intelligent brain using alien AI, was nearly indistinguishable from a live-action shoot, exuding an aura of advanced sophistication. Finally, the Chen Yu technology logo animatedly appeared on the backdrop, and surrounding screens that a stunningly tall and elegant woman clad in a resplendent red gown ascended the stage. Microphone in hand, Chapter 24. Witnessing a miracle as the press conference began, the beautiful woman in red gracefully took the stage, prompting cheers from the staff of Chen Yu Technology on either side. Wow, today President Su looks absolutely radiant. President Su is breathtaking, exuding such charisma. The audience hushed their whispers, clearly aware that the press conference was about to commence. Su Ro stepped to the center, raising the microphone confidently to address the audience. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished leaders from various sectors, today marks the day of our Chen Yu Technology product launch. I am Su Ro, the General Manager of Chen Yu Technology, and I warmly welcome you all. I trust you have all seen in our invitations and online announcements that today we will unveil a groundbreaking new product, a revolutionary clean energy battery. Its energy storage and discharge efficiency is 5 to 10 times that of the current mainstream ternary lithium batteries. Instantly, a wave of fervent discussion erupted among the audience, with the majority having come merely to witness a spectacle. After all, such technology did not exist on Earth, nor had any materials been discovered that could achieve storage efficiencies several times that of ternary lithium batteries. Even if such materials were found, their production would be incredibly challenging and costly, making them unsuitable for use in power batteries. Please, everyone, I understand that you may harbor skepticism regarding our product. Now, I invite our chairman, Mr. Chen Yu, to the stage to provide further insights about our new product. Let's give him a warm welcome. The staff of Chen Yu Technology were taken aback. They had heard of a mysterious big boss, but had never met him. Now that the chairman was about to take the stage, they were all brimming with excitement. Regardless, he was their own boss, and they led the applause, which soon inspired the guests to join in with a few symbolic claps. Then a young man in a suit, tall and poised, ascended the stage. The audience gasped in surprise. None had anticipated that the chairman of the company would be such a young individual. Some female influencers in the audience squealed as Chen Yu took the stage. Wow, he's so handsome. Who would have thought such a young man would already be the chairman of a tech company? Even if the product fails, at least he's quite the looker. This trip is worth it. As Chen Yu took the microphone from Su Ro, she stepped aside, bowing slightly. I imagine many of you are quite surprised to see someone in their early 20s as the chairman of this company. Laughter erupted from the audience. In truth, I am a researcher, and I have developed a new type of battery. When I reveal its name, I am sure those in the know will appreciate the challenge it entails, the heavy hydrogen-ion battery. At once, representatives from the tech media and new energy vehicle enterprises gasped in astonishment. They had all explored this technology, and without exception, had met with failure. The technical difficulties were monumental, even given several decades. Humanity might not achieve it. Yet here was this young man, boldly proclaiming that he had developed a heavy hydrogen-ion battery. The skepticism in the audience grew louder, prompting Chen Yu to raise his hands to signal for silence. Do you doubt me? If so, let us take a look at our product. With a sweeping gesture, 2 objects shrouded in black cloth slowly rose on either side of the stage. They appeared to be cars. Once they were fully elevated, Chen Yu approached one vehicle, pulling away the black cloth to reveal a car designed by the intelligent brain, reflecting the aesthetic sensibilities of humanity. Its appearance was futuristic and stylish, while its interior exuded luxury and technological sophistication. Media representatives and car company representatives alike expressed their admiration. Just based on the vehicle's exterior design, it could fetch a handsome profit for various car enterprises. Chen Yu stepped forward, opening the door and reaching inside to take hold of a small hand. The little gadget, clad in a seductive black gown with a high slit, stepped out, revealing a pair of strikingly beautiful legs that captivated the attention of all the men present. Standing beside the car, the gadget assumed the role of a car model, her flawless figure and features invigorating the crowd. Chen Yu, seizing the moment, quipped, "Ladies and gentlemen, focus on the car, not the model." This elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. Now, allow me to introduce our product. What you see here is the first new energy vehicle developed by Chen Yu Technology, equipped with a Tier 3 heavy hydrogen-ion battery, boasting a range of over 2,000 kilometers on a single charge. As soon as Chen Yu announced the range, the audience erupted into chaos. How is that possible? No battery exists that can achieve over 2,000 kilometers of range, unless it's loaded onto a truck. Absurd, a sedan that size can't possibly accommodate enough batteries for such a range. The chorus of skepticism echoed throughout the venue. Chen Yu had anticipated this reaction and waited patiently for the noise to subside before continuing his address. I am aware that skepticism abounds, yet I must clarify that the data I presented earlier pertains to the minimum range. Our average range exceeds 3,000 kilometers. This was met with further disbelief, with exclamations of absurdity echoing throughout the room. With a swift gesture, Chen Yu unveiled a covered object on stage. "Behold," he proclaimed, "this is our battery cell, approximately one-third the volume of traditional ternary lithium batteries, and weighing the same. Yet its range surpasses that of conventional batteries by a factor of 5 to 10. Despite his earnest presentation, nearly no one in the audience seemed convinced. Only Xia Yueshu, seated in the front row, shone with a glimmer of belief in her eyes. While the world might doubt Chen Yu, she had faith in the experts he had enlisted, who had confidently asserted that this technology was at least 50 years ahead of its time. The potential of a technology company capable of creating such devices to also produce these batteries was indeed plausible. Chen Yu instructed the smart brain to display a promotional video for the heavy hydrogen-ion battery on the big screen. However, the audience remained rife with skepticism, with representatives from various automotive firms even departing in disdain, claiming their time was being squandered on a non-existent technology. Chen Yu observed this dismissal, recognizing that without allowing these companies to test his battery, their disbelief would persist. Nevertheless, he had a trump card to play. There is a well-known adage: to have someone acquiesce to your request, present them with an even greater demand, rendering the initial request more palatable. The expressions of Zhou Zheng from the Ministry of Defense and Lu Chang from the Ministry of Science and Technology fluctuated between impatience and irritation. Zhou Zheng, having lost all patience, exclaimed, "Lao Lu, are you planning to linger here any longer? I'm leaving. This fellow is clearly full of hot air. I doubt they even know how to swindle money." Lu Chang sighed, preparing to depart. Chen Yu remained composed on stage, quietly observing those who chose to leave. After about 10 minutes, less than half of the audience remained. He raised the microphone once more, addressing the attendees. "Thank you all for staying. Nearly half of you remain, and you shall witness a miracle." Chapter 25. A stunning revelation at this moment. Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang, who had approached their vehicle, turned back to see Chen Yu continuing his presentation on stage. "Where does that kid find his confidence?" Zhou Zheng questioned. Lu Chang, equally perplexed, thought that with their accumulated knowledge, they could not possibly accept the existence of such technology. If it existed at all, it would be decades or even centuries away. On stage, under the gaze of the dwindling audience, Chen Yu unveiled a covered car on the opposite side. The vehicle's design was astonishingly futuristic, as if it belonged to a different era entirely. The audience gasped in awe. The car's form was so sleek it appeared capable of flight. A massive rear wing added to its imposing presence, while the tires were encased in metallic shells, suggesting a keen consideration for aerodynamics. In the distance, Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang heard the crowd erupt in cheers. They looked up to see another black cover being removed, revealing yet another fantastical vehicle. This company may lack in many areas, but their vehicle designs are top-notch, Zhou Zheng quipped. Chen Yu raised the microphone on stage, addressing the remaining audience. "Thank you for staying. The vehicle you see before you is the next-generation product from Huan Yu Technology, featuring amphibious capabilities for land, water, and air travel. In other words, it can traverse the ground, swim in water, and soar through the skies." Instantly, the remaining audience could hardly contain themselves. They erupted in derisive laughter, declaring, "I stayed just to see you make a fool of yourself. And yet this is quite a spectacle. It can swim, sure, but fly. It has no wings or propellers. Are you suggesting it operates like an alien spacecraft?" The crowd's jeers grew louder as they felt deceived for having come to this remote venue, wasting their morning. Just as the remaining few were ready to depart, an extraordinary scene unfolded on stage. The silver, sci-fi vehicle abruptly came to life, rising silently into the air without any disturbance in the surrounding atmosphere. Like a ghost or an extraterrestrial craft, it levitated effortlessly. The audience fell in a stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief as they watched the vehicle gracefully hover above. The silver car pirouetted in the air, moving fluidly and freely. Chen Yu, observing the spectacle, shouted into the microphone, "This is our new generation flying car, powered by the heavy hydrogen-ion battery and driven by a gravity-defying engine." His declaration was akin to a bombshell, not only mentioning the heavy hydrogen-ion battery, but also introducing a gravity-defying engine, a concept that eclipsed even the battery's technological significance. Currently, the only vehicles capable of vertical takeoff and landing are helicopters and small drones, which rely on rotating blades for lift, along with fighter jets like the American F-35, which utilize turbofan engines for vertical maneuvers. That a vehicle that could fly without propellers or jet engines was simply beyond the imagination of Earthlings. It was akin to something out of alien technology. This was Chen Yu's ace in the hole. He had anticipated that merely introducing the battery, without showcasing tangible experimental results, would lead to doubt. Thus, he presented a visually stunning technology to complement his new battery. He had discovered this gravity-defying technology within the low-tech archives of the #1 spacecraft, which employed a compact gravity-defying engine capable of countering Earth's gravity. However, it had stringent energy requirements. The high-density heavy hydrogen-ion battery could easily meet the energy demands for flight. By compressing the battery used in the car threefold, it could provide sufficient energy for the gravity-defying engine. Fully charged, it could fly approximately 5,000 kilometers, rivaling some private aircraft in range. The silver sci-fi vehicle continued to soar through the air. Those who had previously departed had not gone far and were astonished to see the flying car overhead. Zhou Zheng and Lu Chong, having just stepped into their vehicle, also gazed in disbelief at the sight above them, unable to hear any sound from the car's flight. All present, being knowledgeable individuals, recognized that this was no ordinary feat. Those who had previously left halted their progress and began sprinting back toward the venue, especially representatives from major new energy vehicle manufacturers who had just vacated the premises in droves. Zhou Zheng and Lu Chong also rushed back to the venue. From above, one could observe a throng of people surging in a single direction like a swarm of ants. In a mere 10 minutes, those who had departed were all back, and the atmosphere was electric as everyone gazed in astonishment at the hovering vehicle, seeing that the audience had largely returned. Chen Yu guided the car to a gentle landing on stage, and no one dared to underestimate Huan Yu technology now. The technology showcased by the flying car was beyond their comprehension. Chen Yu seized the microphone, and the crowd fell silent, awaiting his next words regarding the vehicle. "I see everyone has returned," he jested, prompting a ripple of awkward laughter throughout the audience. "All right, I know you are all eager to learn about the car that just flew above us. So, allow me to introduce it. This vehicle is the first flying car from Huan Yu Automotive, named Fanio 1. It utilizes our premier heavy hydrogen-ion battery, boasting an energy density 3 times that of the batteries previously introduced for conventional vehicles." Chen Yu continued, "I imagine you are no longer concerned about our heavy hydrogen-ion battery. Your main curiosity lies in how this car is capable of flight. Am I correct?" The audience nodded in unison. In truth, this is another technological marvel from Huan Yu technology, the gravity-defying engine. This technology demands a significant energy supply, and traditional fossil fuels are insufficient to drive it, which is why it must be paired with our heavy hydrogen-ion battery. The crowd erupted in fervent discussion. They now understood that Huan Yu technology possessed genuine expertise. At this moment, the most agitated and anxious individuals were the representatives from various automotive manufacturers. If Chen Yu's claims proved true, the heavy hydrogen-ion battery would render traditional ternary lithium batteries obsolete, ushering in a new era for new energy vehicles. The first to be phased out would be traditional fuel vehicles, as they could not compete with the range offered by a single charge of this new battery. These representatives were astute. They immediately grasped the critical implications. Without collaboration with Huan Yu technology, once vehicles equipped with heavy hydrogen-ion batteries hit the market, their traditional new energy vehicles would undoubtedly struggle to sell. As urgency set in, one representative shouted, "Mr. Chen, we wish to collaborate with your esteemed company. How much does your battery cost?" Another chimed in, "Mr. Chen, I can represent my company for a partnership. Please do converse with us after the conference." Chapter 26. Outmaneuvering the competition faced with a throng of manufacturer representatives fervently clamoring for collaboration. Chen Yu pressed down with both hands, and the atmosphere in the venue quieted considerably. He picked up the microphone and continued. Thank you all for your recognition of our product, seeing your sudden enthusiasm. I must admit I preferred your previous dismissive demeanor towards me. Upon finishing his statement, awkward laughter erupted from the audience. Today's press conference by Chen Yu Technology was originally intended to seek partners. But I believe our product is sufficiently competitive. Hence, I have decided on a whim that we will independently venture into the automotive industry. Suddenly, representatives from various automobile companies in the audience could no longer remain composed. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon him. Now he was set to personally enter the automotive sector, with the advantages of the heavy hydrogen-ion battery, which could outperform their vehicle's range by 5 to 10 times. Who would still buy their cars in the future? The representatives began to shout, disregarding their decorum. Mr. Chen, how can we collaborate? We want to purchase your batteries. We wish to invest in you. Yet, Chen Yu feigned ignorance. His ambition to enter automobile manufacturing was currently hindered by a lack of funds. His initial plan was to collaborate with these automotive companies to supply them with batteries, and once he secured sufficient capital, he would then manufacture cars himself. However, witnessing their earlier disdain, Chen Yu felt indignant. Now that he possessed core technology, he was the one in command. Everyone, please listen. Chen Yu Technology has only recently been established. Our greatest challenge in entering the automotive industry is financing. However, we can provide our heavy hydrogen-ion batteries to the mobile phone, drone, and various other industries worldwide that require batteries. Chen Yu then pulled a smartphone from his pocket and held it up for the audience to see. This smartphone is an ordinary Apple 16 Pro Max, but I have replaced its battery with a miniaturized heavy hydrogen-ion battery of the same size that IT currently allows you to play games for 5 hours a day with a battery life of 1 month. Instantly, the crowd erupted into fervent excitement once more. The greatest bottleneck for mobile devices, such as smartphones and tablets, is indeed their batteries. Nowadays, people find themselves charging their phones daily, sometimes multiple times a day, as their power is insufficient. Even with the most powerful smartphones, engaging in a few games can deplete a significant portion of their battery. Now, Chen Yu had managed to miniaturize the heavy hydrogen-ion battery to such an extent. It was a revolutionary breakthrough in the tech industry. In a corner of the audience, several foreigners were filming everything and transmitting it live back to America, in an office at the Pentagon. Several high-ranking military officials were fixated on the images being relayed back to them. These officers wore grave expressions. They had already been astounded when they witnessed the car levitating earlier. They understood the immense potential of such technology if applied to the military. It could directly disrupt the current fifth-generation fighter jets. They never expected that a technology company from Yinxia could develop such advancements. As they marveled at the sci-fi anti-gravity engine, Chen Yu produced another smartphone. It was also manufactured by their American fruit company, but here was a company that had managed to miniaturize the heavy hydrogen-ion battery. If this battery could be widely adopted, the entire technological landscape of Earth would ascend to a new level. In the office, a 5-star general instructed those present, "You must immediately dispatch personnel to Yinxia to communicate with Chen Yu Technology that we need to collaborate with them and ensure we secure the finished product of the heavy hydrogen-ion battery and the flying car. Bringing them back for reverse engineering that we must unlock these two revolutionary technologies." The American officials nodded resolutely in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Before the Chen Yu Technology factory, Chen Yu stood on stage, observing the now thoroughly agitated crowd below. Clearly, they were all excited about the new products unveiled by Chen Yu Technology today. Chen Yu raised the microphone once more and addressed the audience. Next, Chen Yu Technology will provide battery solutions for major smartphone manufacturers in Yinxia. If any prominent figures in the mobile industry wish to collaborate, please visit our headquarters at the International Financial Center to discuss with our General Manager Su. At this moment, 2,000 kilometers away in the imperial capital, Lei Bing, the founder of Nuomi Phone, was watching the live broadcast of Chen Yu Technology. Upon seeing Chen Yu manage to miniaturize the heavy hydrogen-ion battery, he instantly recognized a business opportunity. He resolved to be the first to approach Chen Yu for collaboration, ensuring that both his Nuomi Phone and Nuomi car would utilize Chen Yu Technology's batteries. Lei Bing instructed his secretary, "Book me a ticket to Jiangcheng immediately. I need to set off for Chen Yu Technology right now to meet Mr. Chen in person." The secretary nodded and hurried off to arrange the flight. This scene was mirrored in the offices of executives from various technology companies. Those who had previously sent representatives to attend the event could no longer remain passive, now that Chen Yu was determined to personally enter the automotive industry. If he chose not to collaborate with other automobile manufacturers, Chen Yu Technologies' electric vehicles would swiftly monopolize the market at the press conference. Official representatives Zhou Zheng and Lu Cheng no longer dared to underestimate Chen Yu Technology. They had reported everything to their superiors and quickly received instructions to negotiate official cooperation with Chen Yu Technology after the conference concluded. Xia Yushu watched Chen Yu on stage with excitement, finding him particularly handsome at that moment. Thinking about Chen Yu's desire to enter the automotive industry and his current need for funding, she felt she could assist him. Her family's Qinya group was currently valued at over 100 billion, and investing in Chen Yu promised significant returns. She planned to approach Chen Yu for collaboration after the press conference ended. As the event drew to a close, Chen Yu Technology staff brought 50 new energy vehicles equipped with Tier 3 heavy hydrogen-ion batteries to the square, allowing guests to experience and explore them. The sleek design of these vehicles immediately piqued the audience's curiosity, who flocked to the 50 cars for a turn at the experience, transforming the venue into a bustling auto show. After trying them out, many guests expressed an immediate desire to place orders for a vehicle. Nearby, Chen Yu Technology staff began taking their orders on the spot. Currently, Chen Yu had only launched pre-order for the standard model, which did not include flying capabilities. There were 3 models in total, designated Chen Yu Auto, D-Long No. 1, the base model, equipped with a Tier 5 heavy hydrogen-ion battery and ultra-high voltage fast-charging technology, could achieve a range of 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers with just a 10-minute charge, priced at 199,999 yuan, directly competing with American models at under 200,000. The mid-range version, featuring a Tier 4 heavy hydrogen-ion battery, could achieve a range of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers with the same charging time, priced at 299,999 yuan. The top-tier version, utilizing a Tier 3 heavy hydrogen-ion battery, boasted a range of 5,000 kilometers, priced at 499,999 yuan. All 3 models were equipped with the Chen Yu intelligent connectivity system, capable of true autonomous driving, which surpassed any existing autonomous driving system on Earth. Chen Yu envisioned that the launch of his D-Long No. 1 model would create seismic effects throughout the automotive industry. Meanwhile, on Chen Yu Technology's official website, pre-orders for the D-Long No. 1 new energy vehicle were promptly initiated as numerous tech media outlets and influencers broadcast live from the event. Many viewers flocked to Chen Yu Technology's website to place orders. Throughout the morning, the volume of on-site orders exceeded 1,000 vehicles, with online orders surpassing 100,000. This was just the initial data before the press conference had even spread widely across the internet. The immediate influx of orders left representatives from attending automotive companies in a frenzy. They never anticipated that Chen Yu would independently pursue new energy vehicles. Furthermore, with a starting price of under 200,000 yuan. Even the base model offered specifications that many top-tier vehicles from established manufacturers could hardly match. Selling for just 199,000 yuan, was he aiming to obliterate all national new energy vehicle manufacturers? In the Shenzhen market, at the headquarters of BYD, Wang Chuanjun stared at the computer screen, observing the surging order numbers for the D-Long No. 1 new energy vehicle on Chen Yu Technology's official website. His mouth twitching in disbelief. AS, the leading manufacturer of new energy vehicles in the country. BYD was the only large automotive company capable of competing with American models. Not only did BYD produce new energy vehicles, but it was also the second largest battery supplier domestically. The emergence of Chen Yu Technology posed a significant threat. If its products were successfully launched, BYD could face severe repercussions, potentially vanishing from the annals of history. Wang Chuanjun, the founder of BYD, was acutely aware of the looming crisis. He had previously received an invitation from Chen Yu Technology, but had dismissed the fledgling tech company, opting to send only a representative to the event. Now, unease gnawed at him. Like Lei Bing from Luomi Phone, he too arranged a trip to Jiangxing. The press conference concluded in a fervor of enthusiasm from the audience, lasting well into the afternoon. Given the remote location of the factory, Chen Yu instructed his staff to procure lunch for the over 3,000 attendees from the nearby Kefuzwang village. They arranged for villagers to prepare hundreds of large pots of food, delivered to the factory as boxed lunches. Chen Yu compensated the villagers with 30 yuan per box, much to the delight of those preparing the meals, who could net a substantial profit after expenses. The attendees were deeply impressed by Huan Yu Technology's hospitality. Chen Yu was elated. The 2,000 to 3,000 guests present had generated orders for 1,000 vehicles, predominantly mid-range and top-tier models. The on-site orders alone amounted to a staggering 400 million yuan. And providing these attendees with boxed lunches felt like a mere drop in the bucket. Moreover, the orders placed on the official website constitute the bulk of the business. Chen Yu has explicitly stated on the website that Huan Yu Technology is currently facing a shortage of funds. Hence, the deposit for purchasing a vehicle will amount to half of the vehicle's price. This is unprecedented in the automotive industry. Even when Lei Zhong's popular model, the Nuomi SU7, was launched, the deposit was merely 5,000 yuan. In stark contrast, the deposit for Chen Yu's Dilong No. 1 is directly set at half the price. Yet customers are still flocking to make payments. With 100,000 orders, nearly 40 billion cash was received in just one morning. An even more astonishing figure than when Lei Zhong unveiled the Nuomi SU7. With this influx of capital, Chen Yu can procure ready-made raw materials from around the globe, without the need to extract ores and refine materials as was done on the production line of the No. 1 spacecraft, which is a considerably time-consuming process at AES for the 20 brand-new production lines currently in the factory, under optimal conditions with complete raw materials. One production line can produce a new vehicle every 3 minutes. If production runs continuously for 24 hours a day, the daily output could approach 10,000 vehicles. This level of efficiency is something other automotive enterprises can hardly achieve with just one factory. Although producing 10,000 vehicles a day may seem abundant, if Dilong No. 1 were to monopolize the market, such capacity would inevitably fall short. However, that is a matter for another day. There remains a long road ahead to completely dominate the market. Should subsequent orders continue to surge, Chen Yu will contemplate increasing production lines as for the qualifications for vehicle manufacturing. Chen Yu has never harbored any concerns. With such outstanding products, he could easily partner with a qualified manufacturer for shell cooperation in the early stages, and subsequently apply for qualifications belonging to Huan Yu Automotive from the authorities. He firmly believes that flying cars, capable of exceeding 2,000 kilometers on a single charge, should have no trouble securing approval. Undoubtedly, once Huan Yu Automotive is unveiled, the state will eagerly extend the necessary qualifications in the square before the factory. A throng of guests lingered around the Dilong No. 1 model. Chen Yu sat in the adjacent lounge, surrounded by representatives from various major automotive enterprises. Among them were Zhou Zheng, a representative from the Ministry of Defense, and Lu Chang, representative from the Ministry of Science and Technology. The atmosphere buzzed with voices, all eager to discuss potential collaborations with Chen Yu. He chuckled to himself. These representatives, who had previously dismissed him with scorn and ridicule, were now clamoring to collaborate upon witnessing the promising prospects of his products. However, it was too late, as these traditional new energy vehicle enterprises were destined to become relics of an advancing era. Chen Yu sent each of them away, directing those interested in collaboration to seek out General Su at Huan Yu Technology. Ultimately, only Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang remained as officials from the state. Chen Yu felt it inappropriate to dismiss them outright. Mr. Chen, I am Zhou Zheng, representing the Ministry of Defense. He introduced himself. Chen Xingxing, I am Lu Chang, the designated representative from the Ministry of Science and Technology. The other added, "Oh, so you are official representatives. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Chen Yu asked. Zhou Zheng wasted no time and stated directly, "Mr. Chen, we are astounded by the product you unveiled today. I believe your innovations could greatly benefit our military, hence we wish to discuss a collaboration." Chen Yu had long suspected that his high-tech products would attract the attention of the state. He was prepared for such a partnership, as a stronger nation would enable his company to prosper. Certainly, how do you envision this collaboration? Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang exchanged glances, and Lu Chang, with a deeper understanding of the technology, spoke up. "Mr. Chen, I hope you can share the anti-gravity engine technology with the state. If our Air Force were to master this technology, we could develop new types of fighter jets, potentially paving the way for the sixth generation of aircraft, thus liberating our aerial capabilities from American constraints. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. While he was undoubtedly patriotic, that was not sufficient reason to relinquish his advanced technology. Mr. Liu, you must understand the immense potential of this technology. I wish to know what I would gain in exchange for sharing it. Liu Chong frowned, acutely aware of the battlefield applications and commercial value of the technology. Mr. Chen, should you collaborate with the state, your company will receive national support. Chen Yu smiled, continuing, I am not particularly interested in discussions of support. My products are exceptional enough to thrive without it. Clients will willingly pay. I am open to collaborating with the state to provide a certain quantity of anti-gravity engines, but I cannot disclose my technology to others. Chen Yu reasoned that even if he shared the anti-gravity engine technology with the state, given the current capabilities of scientists on Earth, replicating and implementing it in military equipment would likely take decades. Thus, it was not that he was unwilling to share, but rather that the technology was too advanced for current conditions on Earth. Presently, he could only manufacture the anti-gravity engines on the extraterrestrial production line of the No. 1 spacecraft. Liu Chong, feeling rebuffed by Chen Yu, wore an unhappy expression. Given Chen Yu's stance, they would have to return and enlist higher-level officials to negotiate further. In the end, Chen Yu bid farewell to the two official representatives. Concluding a successful launch event, Xiaoyu Shu, Su Rou, and Xiao Jiaozi entered the lounge, three stunning women with distinct styles. Upon their arrival, Chen Yu felt invigorated. Xiao Jiaozi bounced over to Chen Yu's side. Having meticulously prepared for her role as a car model, she looked exceptionally beautiful, and Chen Yu instinctively reached out to touch her, but halted midway, realizing the inappropriateness of the setting with the other two beauties present. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand and cleared his throat to mask his discomfort. Fortunately, neither Xiaoyu Shu nor Su Rou seemed to notice his actions. Mr. Chen, you have truly surprised me. I wish to collaborate with you. Xiaoyu Shu exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely. Chen Yu responded with surprising eagerness, a stark contrast to his earlier rejections of automotive manufacturers and officials. Chapter 28. Naomi Leizong. Why did Chen Yu agree to Xiaoyu Shu's collaboration request? Because he held a favorable impression of her and recognized her management skills, along with the channel capabilities of her influential family. Selling cars is not merely about manufacturing vehicles. It necessitates a robust network of offline after-sales stores nationwide. After all, Chen Yu could not guarantee that the cars produced by his company would never malfunction. The Xia family is one of the nation's foremost jewelry enterprises, possessing extensive sales resources across the country, enabling the rapid establishment of Huanyu Automotive's flagship 4S stores in local areas. Mr. Chen, how do you envision our collaboration? Chen Yu articulated his vision. Ms. Xia, I would like to entrust you with the establishment of all 4S stores and offline sales channels across the nation. Xiaoyu Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Chen Yu would hand over such a substantial market to her, signifying a deep collaboration with Huanyu technology. Is what you say truly the case? Absolutely. You are to oversee the construction of a Huanyu Automotive flagship 4S store in every major province and city, particularly in third-tier cities and above. Statistics indicate that there are approximately 160 cities in the nation that qualify as third-tier or higher. The investment required for a typical 4S store in second and third-tier cities ranges between 20 to 30 million yuan, while those in major first-tier cities may exceed 100 million. However, the total investment across all 160 cities should not surpass 5 billion yuan, a manageable sum for the Qinya Group, which boasts assets in the hundreds of billions. Excellent. Mr. Chen, I will take charge of the offline channels and the 4S stores. Xiaoyu Shu calculated the implications. By investing 5 billion alongside Chen Yu, the potential returns could be staggering. By the way, Ms. Xia, I have one requirement. All of your 100-plus 4S stores must adhere to my unified construction plan and be completed within 6 months. Can you manage that? Although 6 months is indeed a tight time frame, Xiaoyu Shu resolutely nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, my family has channels nationwide and maintains relationships with local authorities, ensuring they will facilitate the process. Good. Chen Yu and Xiaoyu Shu shook hands firmly, celebrating the successful launch event. Chen Yu personally drove, taking Xiao Jiaozi, Su Ro, and Xiaoyu Shu to a high-end restaurant in the city. Just as the four were enjoying their meal, Su Ro received a call from her assistant, Xiaofeng. "Hello, Xiaofeng. What's the matter at this late hour?" "Su Zong, Lei Zong from Nuomi Technology has arrived at our headquarters. He wishes to meet with you and Mr. Chen personally." Su Ro was taken aback, realizing that Lei Bing, the figurehead of Nuomi Technology, is a well-known entrepreneur in the nation with significant influence and recognition. The fact that such a prominent figure would come to meet her and Chen Yu in person was astonishing. "Xiaofeng, please hold on. Let me consult with Mr. Chen." Su Ro put down the phone and asked Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, Lei Bing from Nuomi Technology is here at our headquarters." Chen Yu, who had just taken a bite of steak, nearly choked upon hearing this news. Lei Bing had once been his idol. The former Chen Yu, who was a nobody, had often fantasized about achieving a life as illustrious as Lei Zong's. "I would really like to meet this idol of mine from the past. Please have Xiaofeng take good care of him until we finish our meal, and then we will head to the headquarters." "All right." Su Ro instructed Xiaofeng to ensure Lei Zong and his team were well taken care of before hanging up the phone. "Do you think Lei Zong's visit so soon signifies an interest in collaborating with you?" Su Ro inquired. That is certainly the case. After all, our deuterium batteries have the potential to revolutionize countless industries. "So, do you plan to collaborate with him?" "Naturally, working with Chairman Lei has always been a dream of mine. I have no reason not to pursue this partnership." Xiaoyu Shu, standing nearby, chimed in. "Mr. Chen, may I join you later? My father is friends with Chairman Lei, and I have met him a few times." "Very well. Let us go together, as you are already my partner." After Chen Yu and the others finished their meal, they drove to the Guijin Center, arriving at the top floor of the Huan Yu Technology headquarters. To Chen Yu's delight, he found that some individuals were voluntarily working late into the night. Upon seeing Chen Yu and Su Ro return, Xiaofeng quickly approached and guided them to the reception room. As soon as Chen Yu entered, he noticed several distinguished individuals seated inside, undoubtedly the senior executives of Nuomi Technology. Among them sat the well-known Lei Bing, whose presence commanded respect. Upon Chen Yu's arrival, Lei Bing and the executives he brought stood up in unison and swiftly moved towards the entrance. Lei Bing extended his hand with that same unpretentious smile. Chen Yu quickly reciprocated, wearing a similar grin. "Chairman Lei, I apologize for keeping you waiting at this late hour. It is truly an honor to host you. Mr. Chen, you are indeed a remarkable talent that I sense your extraordinary potential while watching your live broadcasts. And now that I see you in person, my suspicions are confirmed. Given your youth, may I address you as Chen Xiaoyu?" "Of course, Chairman Lei, you have always been my idol." Their hands clasped firmly together, and Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was indeed his idol. After their handshake, Lei Bing extended his hand to Su Ro. "Hello, General Manager Su. I never imagined that the head of Huan Yu Technology would be such a stunning beauty." "Chairman Chen certainly has an eye for talent." Su Ro blushed at Lei Bing's compliment and quickly replied, "Thank you, Chairman Lei. I owe this opportunity to Chairman Chen." "Uncle Lei, do you remember me?" Xiaoyu Shu called out with a smile. Lei Bing looked at her, pondering for a moment before his face lit up in surprise. Is this not the eldest daughter of the Lao Xia family? It's been years since we last met. You've grown up beautifully." "Indeed, Uncle my father and grandfather often tell me to learn from you." "Oh, not at all. I too have much to learn. I am here today to gain insight from Chairman Chen." As expected of a top entrepreneur in Yinxia, Lei Bing's eloquence was commendable. He had come to discuss collaboration with Chen Yu, yet he framed it as a learning opportunity, which was quite pleasing to Chen Yu's associates. "Chairman Lei, let us take a seat and engage in a meaningful discussion." Chen Yu invited everyone to sit in the reception room. Once seated, Chen Yu cut to the chase. "Chairman Lei, you must be here to discuss a potential collaboration." "Correct, young Chen Xiaoyu, you are indeed astute. I will not beat around the bush. I am here to place an order for deuterium-ion batteries, primarily for use in the mobile devices, tablets, and automobiles under my company." Chapter 29. The landscape. Chen Yu had long anticipated the purpose of Lei Bing's visit to Nuomi Technology. "Chairman Lei, while I can provide batteries for your mobile devices, as you may have heard today, I intend to independently venture into the automotive power battery industry. So," Lei Bing sighed, saying, "Chen Xiaoyu, you must understand that I have worked tirelessly to establish Nuomi Motors, and now that we are finally seeing some progress. The landscape of the new energy market has shifted. I recognize that if you monopolize the automotive power battery sector, other manufacturers will be left with little opportunity. However, the market, both nationally and globally, is vast. I believe there is still room for collaboration before Chen Yu Motors fully dominates the market. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Yu could not help but admire Lei Bing. Indeed, he was a top entrepreneur with a grand vision. Chen Yu's ambition to monopolize the automotive market would be nearly impossible to achieve in a short time, especially since his current production capacity was insufficient. Currently, Yinxiao produced and sold over 30 million vehicles annually. With his existing factory, he could barely produce 1/10 of that. To resolve the capacity issue, he would need to build new factories, but he had just conceived a quicker solution, one that Lei Bing had inadvertently pointed out. Given that Nuomi Motors possessed a state-of-the-art super factory in the capital, why not leverage that? After coming to this realization, Chen Yu smiled. Chairman Lei, you truly are a seasoned veteran in the business world. I hold you in high regard. Haha, Chen Xiaoyu. With such accomplishments at your young age, you will surely surpass us old-timers in the future. Following this, Chen Yu and Lei Bing discussed the details of their collaboration. Lei Bing proposed a bold move, merging Nuomi Motors directly with Chen Yu Motors to establish a new joint brand. Chen Yu Nuomi Motors, in this new partnership, Nuomi Motors would hold a 51% stake, while Chen Yu Motors would hold 49%. Both parties would share sales channels and 4S store resources nationwide. Nuomi Motors would provide the production line and all raw materials except for the power batteries and advanced driving assistance systems. Chen Yu Motors would supply the power batteries and the robust driving assistance systems, by eliminating the cost of the power battery. Nuomi Motors would significantly reduce expenses, while Chen Yu Motors could manage the battery costs effectively. This arrangement allowed Chen Yu to hold a 49% stake in the new joint venture while only providing batteries and driving systems. An incredible opportunity. Lei Bing also felt that without the burden of battery costs, he too would benefit greatly, believing that the new Chen Yu Nuomi Motors would achieve remarkable sales. Thus, both parties were exceedingly satisfied with the agreement. The following morning, Nuomi Technologies' official website announced a significant piece of news on its homepage. Nuomi Motors and Chen Yu Motors had reached a strategic partnership, forming the new joint brand, Chen Yu Nuomi Motors. The highly popular model, Nuomi SU7, was rebranded as Chen Yu Nuomi SU7, now equipped with Chen Yu Technologies' new deuterium-ion battery. The new SU7 would be available in 3 versions. The Youth Edition, with a range of 1,500 kilometers, priced at $215,900. The Intelligent Pro Edition, with a range of 2,000 kilometers, priced at $245,900. And the Intelligent Top Edition, with a range of 3,000 kilometers, priced at $299,900. All models would feature Chen Yu Technologies' Earth Dragon driving assistance system. As soon as this news broke, major media outlets across the nation reported on it, and it quickly soared to the top of trending topics. This surge in attention led to a rapid increase in orders for both Chen Yu Motors and Nuomi Motors, upon seeing the order volume rise several-fold compared to his previous solo efforts. Lei Bing realized he had made the right gamble. In the Shenzhen market, at the headquarters of BM Motors, Wang Chuanjun was preparing to visit Chen Yu at Chen Yu Technology that very day. However, his secretary urgently notified him of a major news development. Wang Chuanjun glanced at his phone, reading about the partnership between Nuomi Motors and Chen Yu Motors, and his anxiety spiked instantly. He immediately instructed his secretary to book an earlier flight. Determined to reach Jiangcheng as quickly as possible, Jiangcheng International Airport, a flight from America gently descended. A group of American individuals disembarked, arriving to discuss collaboration with Chen Yu while simultaneously investigating the authenticity of these two technologies. With the intention of acquiring a prototype to reverse engineer back in America, Chen Yu Technologies headquarters, Lei Bing planned to remain in Jiangcheng for the next few days. He accompanied Chen Yu on a tour of the suburban factory, and upon witnessing the largely automated production process, he was thoroughly impressed. Chen Yu's factory was even more advanced than his super factory in the capital. This was no surprise, as Chen Yu's production line utilized fully automated robotic arms. Each arm functioned like a robot, albeit lacking a human appearance. With billions in cash at his disposal, Chen Yu instructed Su Ro to contact major raw material suppliers nationwide, providing them with various component molds to produce finished products, thereby saving time and increasing capacity. Chen Yu only needed to focus on mastering the core battery system and the intelligent driving system, while Chen Yu was showing Lei Bing around the factory. He received word from Su Ro that Wang Chuanjun from BM Motors, along with leaders from other mainstream domestic new energy vehicle companies, had arrived at Huan Yu Technologies headquarters. Upon his arrival, Wang Chuanjun assumed he was the second person, after Lei Bing, to seek collaboration with Chen Yu. However, to his astonishment, he encountered several familiar faces, including Wei Jianbing from Qingxiang Motors, Lu Xiang from Mengxiang Motors, and even the heads of major automakers such as Volkswagen and Toyota for the Yinxia region. Wang Chuanjun silently admired Lei Bing's efforts. He realized that while he was only just arriving, Lei Bing had already secured a partnership with Huan Yu Technology a day in advance at the suburban factory. After receiving the notification, Chen Yu sighed. "Chairman Lei, your colleagues have all come to seek collaboration with me." Lei Bing maintained his signature warm smile. "Young Chen, how do you intend to approach them?" Chen Yu contemplated for a moment and decided that since he had chosen a partner with Nuomi Motors, he would not pursue collaborations with other automakers. Let them fend for themselves. "Chairman Lei, since we have already partnered, there is no need for further discussions with them." Lei Bing chuckled and shared his insights. "Xiao Chen, we are currently in a strategic alliance, mutually achieving success. However, given the current state of the domestic economy, particularly the significant role of the automotive manufacturing industry, we must avoid disrupting the market. Even though we will undoubtedly monopolize this industry in the future, now is not the optimal time." Chen Yu cast a peculiar glance at General Lei, and after a moment's contemplation, immediately grasped Lei Bing's intent. Truly, he is an entrepreneur, not merely an ordinary businessman. An entrepreneur must consider not only profit, but also the broader societal implications. That he chuckled. "General Lei, I understand. You are indeed a genuine entrepreneur. Let us proceed to the Huan Yu headquarters." "No need, Xiao Chun. You are a genius. You will manage it well." "All right." Chen Yu arranged for someone to escort Lei Bing and his associates to Jiangcheng International Airport as they prepared to return to the capital. Meanwhile, Chen Yu returned to his company. Wang Chuanjun and other automotive industry magnates, though aware of Chen Yu's youth, were nonetheless astonished by his actual age upon meeting him in the expansive reception hall. Chen Yu, along with Su Ro, welcomed the visiting automotive representatives. "Chairman Chen, I am Wang Chuanjun, the founder of B Automobile." Chapter 30. The Americans come knocking. Wang Chuanjun stepped forward, extending his hand for an introduction. Chen Yu observed this prominent figure, frequently seen on television and online, now eagerly approaching him for a handshake. It felt somewhat surreal. Chen Yu quickly reciprocated, shaking Wang Chuanjun's hand at a, "Hello, Mr. Wang, that I often see you on television." "Haha, Chairman Chen, you are too modest. Today we all share a singular goal, to explore potential collaboration with your esteemed company, Mr. Wang. Initially, I intended to partner with only one automotive company, which is why I chose Nuomi Automobile. However, General Lei imparted a valuable lesson. It's better to share joy than to savor it alone." Chen Yu's words illuminated the faces of the automotive executives present. "So, Chairman Chen, how do you envision our collaboration?" Wang Chuanjun inquired. "The method of collaboration is quite straightforward. I will provide you with power batteries." Wang Chuanjun frowned, while the other automotive leaders appeared intrigued. The reason for Wang Chuanjun's frown was that his B Automobile was the second largest battery supplier in the country, with the first being the flourishing Tianda Times. They hadn't even sent a representative, likely due to their skepticism regarding such batteries and currently observing the situation. If Huan Yu Technology were to supply batteries to other automotive companies, it would result in a significant profit loss for his company. Would he then need to purchase batteries from Huan Yu Technology? "Chairman Chen, I hope to collaborate with you on battery technology. What do you think?" Wang Chuanjun proposed his request for cooperation, but he reasoned that with multiple battery production facilities nationwide, it would be impossible for Huan Yu Technology to meet the demand alone. Why establishing a partnership with Huan Yu Technology and sharing technology? B Automobile could maintain its status as a leader in battery and new energy vehicle sectors. Chen Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing Wang Chuanjun's request. "Mr. Wang, while you indeed possess extensive production lines that I lack, I currently do not intend to collaborate with other manufacturers for the production of heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. Moreover, your production lines cannot satisfy our production needs. Wang Chuanjun was momentarily at a loss for words. However, if he abandoned the collaboration with Huanyu Technology for battery production, B Automobile would incur the greatest loss, while other manufacturers would merely be switching battery suppliers. Chairman Chen, please share your production line requirements with me. We will unconditionally establish 50 production lines for you, as long as you agree to jointly produce heavy hydrogen-ion batteries with us. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. Wang Chuanjun was making a substantial commitment. Chen Yu knew that B Automobile's super factory in the deep market only had 16 production lines. Now, they were proposing to build 50 for Huanyu Technology, a remarkable endeavor. The investment for these 50 production lines would exceed 20 billion. Chen Yu contemplated that currently, all his heavy hydrogen-ion batteries, aside from the first and second levels, could only be produced on the lunar spacecraft's first production line. The remaining third, fourth, and fifth level batteries could indeed be manufactured on Earth to save costs. With B Automobile offering to construct the production lines at no cost, it would be unreasonable for Chen Yu not to agree. Moreover, his battery technology could not simply be manufactured with just production lines. He had embedded anti-reverse engineering bugs in the critical internal management systems and packaging materials of the batteries. Thus, even if B Automobile assisted in constructing the production lines, they would not be able to grasp the core technology. Ultimately, Chen Yu would still hold the reins. All right, Mr. Wang, you are indeed magnanimous. Let us finalize the agreement. Ultimately, Chen Yu and Wang Chuanjun reached the following collaboration. B Automobile would acquire land in Jiangcheng to build a new battery factory. The new factory would be a joint venture between Huanyu Technology and B Automobile, with B Automobile contributing fund for a 30 stake, while Huanyu Technology would provide technology for a 70 stake. Once the factory was completed, 10 of the battery production would be allocated to B Automobile's own vehicles, while the remaining 90 would be sold to the other automotive companies present, although the other automotive executives expressed some grievances. This was the best outcome. Otherwise, they would end up with nothing. Following this day, Chen Yu's Huanyu Technology effectively became a leading enterprise in the domestic automotive industry, enjoying a transcendent status. Meanwhile, Naomi Automobile and B Automobile had successfully allied themselves with the formidable Huanyu Technology, incurring significant costs but poised to reap substantial profits in the long term. That evening, Chen Yu returned home with a small clip. Outside his door, a Ford vehicle was parked. Upon his arrival, several foreign individuals exited the car. Approaching Chen Yu's residence, the leading Caucasian man extended his hand and, in halting Mandarin, stated, "Mr. Chen, I am Henders, a representative of the American military. Your company is quite large, and we hope to discuss matters with you." Chen Yu frowned. The American military? These individuals certainly acted swiftly. The Yinxiang military had yet to approach him, yet the Americans had arrived first. "Speak. What you wish to discuss?" "Mr. Chen, will you not invite us in for a conversation?" "Do we really have to speak at your doorstep?" "I apologize, but my home is not convenient at the moment." The expressions of the Americans soured, yet they refrained from commenting further. "Mr. Chen, we are interested in purchasing one of your flying cars." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. They were indeed interested in the flying car, specifically the anti-gravity engine within it. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Henders, that the flying car showcased at my press conference is not yet in mass production. It was merely for demonstration purposes and is therefore not for sale." Henders narrowed his eyes. Their purpose for visiting was precisely that item, and now Chen Yu is unwilling to sell the "Mr. Chen. The price is negotiable." Chen Yu shrugged, feigning amusement. "Mr. Henders, do you believe I lack funds at this point? Just this morning, a group of magnates approached me to sign contract that I currently possess hundreds of billions in cash. So, tell me, how much would you offer to purchase my flying car?" "I'm all ears." Henders was left speechless. It was evident that Chen Yu was not short on money. How then could he acquire the flying car? "Mr. Chen, the current situation is beyond my control. That I will report back to my superiors, and we will return." Henders and his associates departed, needing to call back to discuss their next steps. It appeared that Chen Yu would be a challenging opponent. Chen Yu watched the departing Ford vehicle, noting the Americans' enthusiasm. However, he had no intention of handing over the flying car to them, even if they could not comprehend the technology within it. upon returning to his villa. Chen Yu retrieved his phone. The collaborations with various manufacturers were nearly finalized. Regarding raw materials, the most pressing need was deuterium. Chen Yu called Zhou Jihua of the Jiangxing Rare Gases manufacturing plant. Once the call connected, Zhou Jihua's hearty laughter resonated. Haha, Brother Chen, you are truly astonishing. Chapter 31. The solar catastrophe. Zhou Jihua initiated the conversation with a hearty laugh. Haha, Brother Chen, you are truly astonishing. Hee, Brother Zhou. You flatter me. Brother Chen, I watched your company's press conference live. You are now the shining star in the Yinxia tech sphere. Therefore, Brother Zhou, I hope you can assist me. No problem, my brother. I'm looking forward to investing in your company. What do you plan to do, Brother Zhou? I have already contacted several rare gas factories in the country. They will sign exclusive supply contracts with you, including my own factory. How much deuterium can you provide annually? Conservatively estimated, around 100 million to 150 million cubic meters. If your order volume remains stable, we can collectively supply you with up to 200 million cubic meters. Chen Yu calculated that even at the lower end of 100 million cubic meters, he could produce 10 million heavy hydrogen-ion batteries. While this fell short of the annual sales figure of 30 million vehicles in the country, it would certainly suffice in the initial stages. Furthermore, Chen Yu's battery factory would not solely produce batteries for automobiles. He would also supply other mobile devices. Thus, he could fully absorb the deuterium from these factories. All right, Brother Zhou, I will take all your supplies. But what about the price? Haha, since Brother Chen has asked, and considering we are signing an exclusive supply agreement, we will certainly offer you a favorable price. After discussing with the other factory owners, we can provide you deuterium at 4,000 yuan per cubic meter. How does that sound? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Previously, a single unit was priced at 5,500 yuan, but now it has been reduced by 500 yuan per unit, which is indeed a substantial concession. Excellent, Brother Zhou. Your generosity is commendable. Let us finalize this agreement. Tomorrow, you shall bring along the owners of several other deuterium gas factories to Chen Yu Technology to sign the contract with Mr. Su. Very well. After concluding the conversation with Zhou Jihua, Chen Yu felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Essentially, all the raw materials were now in place. Furthermore, he currently possessed ample liquid capital, enabling a swift commencement of production. At this moment, in a luxurious hotel suite in Jiangxing, several Americans were gathered, intently focused on a laptop that on the screen, a high-ranking American military officer was visible, indicating that these individuals were engaged in a video conference with their superiors. Minister Schneider, we approached Chen Yu tonight to present our demands, but he did not acquiesce, and he is not lacking in funds. What course of action should we pursue? Far across the ocean at the Pentagon, the American Secretary of Defense, Schneider, furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of the significance of technology capable of making automobiles levitate for future military applications. They must devise every possible means to acquire such technology. If it fell into the hands of the Yinxia military, America's aerial superiority worldwide would be severely compromised. I shall dispatch a team of elite American spies to assist you. It is imperative that we obtain a prototype of the flying car. Should the need arise, we may resort to extraordinary measures. The American representatives in the hotel displayed resolute expressions. Understood, Minister. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, he had already attracted the attention of American spies in the imperial capital of Yinxia. Within a modest two-story building behind the red walls, Zhou Zheng and Lu Chong were present. An elder at the head of the table removed his glasses and placed the documents he held onto the table before slowly stating, I have reviewed this information, and if Chen Yu Technology's capabilities are indeed as described, it would greatly benefit both our Yinxia technology sector and military, providing robust support. Zhou Zheng interjected, Leader, we approached Chen Yu and requested he share technology with our military. But he declined. How do you suggest we proceed with our support? Their technological prospects are exceedingly promising. If you recklessly demand he disclose his technology, who would be willing? What matters is not whether we can obtain the technology, but that Chen Yu is a Yinxia national. His company is based in Yinxia, and as long as he does not divulge his technology to foreign entities, his company will become our asset. Leader, your vision is indeed profound. Enough with the flattery. I shall send someone else to negotiate with him. You may leave now. Yes, Leader. Once Zhou Zheng and Lu Chang departed, another group entered the two-story building. These individuals appeared tense, some showing signs of exhaustion. The newcomers were top scientists from the Yinxia Academy of Sciences, led by Li Tianrui, the chief astronomer of the Huaca Institute. Chief, Li Tianrui from the Huaca Institute has made a significant discovery and has arrived here late at night, reported the secretary. The chief was surprised. Since when did the Astronomical Research Institute have urgent matters? Chief, I'm Li Tianrui, director of the Astronomical Research Institute of the Huaca Institute. After 3 years of extensive research, we have determined that our sun is entering an active phase. The chief narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of authority without anger. Please elaborate on your findings. The scientists exchanged glances, and then Li Tianrui presented their 3 years of research. Chief, our observations indicate that solar activity will become increasingly frequent. About an hour later, the atmosphere in the two-story building grew somber. Li Tianrui had shared all their research results, revealing that the sun had become unusually restless in recent years, with frequent solar flares and increasingly potent solar winds impacting Earth's biosphere, leading to a rise in species extinction. Currently, the exact cause of the sun's behavior remains unknown. It is uncertain whether this is a temporary surge or a long-term trend. Should solar activity continue unabated, the energy release could exceed biological tolerance levels, posing unprecedented threats to humanity, even leading to extinction. The chief remained silent for a long moment before speaking. Which departments or individuals are aware of this research? Li Tianrui replied gravely. At present, only a few top experts from our Astronomical Research Institute and a few personnel from assisting departments know of this. However, if we can detect anomalies in the sun, foreign scientific institutions should be capable of doing the same. This matter must remain confidential. Classify this incident as top secret. Continue your research discreetly and strive to deliver a definitive report. Understood, Chief. In the dead of night, Chen Yu found himself at loose ends. These past few days had truly transformed him into a billionaire. He contemplated a visit to the moon, intending to pilot the No. 1 spacecraft to explore other celestial bodies within the solar system. Chen Yu boarded the landing craft, which took him directly into the No. 1 spacecraft. Upon entering the control room, he spotted the intelligent robotic brain suspended from the ceiling. Intelligent brain, activate the No. 1 spacecraft's power engine. Let us explore other planets in the solar system. Understood, Captain. Engaging the spacecraft's power engine, the No. 1 spacecraft ascended slowly from a lunar crater, heading towards the nearest Venus. Intelligent brain, I have heard that Venus is a rather terrifying planet, with a rather hostile environment. Please share some of its characteristics. Chapter 32. How to Save Humanity. The intelligent brain began to relay information about Venus. Venus is the planet closest to Earth, its size and density closely resembling that of Earth. The average surface temperature is 465 degrees Celsius, and it possesses a dense atmosphere. Intelligent brain, do you think there was ever life on Venus? I read that Venus once resided in the habitable zone for millions of years. Once we arrive on Venus and set foot on solid ground, we can collect soil samples for analysis to determine if it ever harbored life. Sounds good. How long will it take to travel to Venus? Venus is quite close, approximately 5 hours. Excellent. Chen Yu reclined in the ergonomically designed chair, with the intelligent brain providing a shoulder massage. 0.5 hours later, the No. 1 spacecraft reached the orbit of Venus. Chen Yu gazed upon a large, yellow-brown planet, resembling rusted metal. Observing it up close evoked a sense of decay, desolation, and loneliness. Fortunately, Chen Yu did not suffer from fear of large objects or loneliness, and his mental state remained relatively stable. Otherwise, witnessing such a desolate planet in the vastness of space could lead to psychological collapse, especially given the eerie sense of decay emanating from the planet. Chen Yu was profoundly moved by the sight of this celestial body. Intelligent brain, the surface temperature of this planet exceeds 400 degrees. Can our spacecraft land? Captain, you underestimate our technological prowess. Such temperatures are trivial for us. All right, let's land on Venus. The No. 1 spacecraft gradually descended, approaching the surface of Venus. As they entered the dense atmosphere, visibility diminished. However, after a while, the spacecraft began to decelerate, and the view outside the glass became clear again. revealing the surface of Venus. What lay before him was an expanse of decaying Earth, enveloped in a rusty haze that we are currently conducting a precise analysis of Venus's atmospheric composition. The carbon dioxide content exceeds 95, with severe greenhouse effects and peak temperatures surpassing 500 degrees, making it inhospitable for carbon-based life. We are also checking for the existence of silicon-based life, boron-based life, and sulfur-based life. Analysis complete. None found. Chen Yu was astonished. Intelligent brain, is it truly possible that silicon-based or boron-based life forms exist in the universe? Of course, the universe is vast beyond your imagination, containing not only these common life forms, but also consciousness-based life forms that are difficult for you to comprehend. Chen Yu was taken aback. This was indeed an eye-opening experience. He resolved that in the future, he would seize the opportunity to explore the boundless depths of the universe. With a rumble, one spacecraft landed on the surface of Venus, kicking up a massive cloud of golden dust. "Captain, would you like to exit the spacecraft and personally set foot on the surface of Venus?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. "What? Is that permissible? The surface temperature exceeds 400 degrees. If I step out, I could be roasted alive. I have prepared a suitable spacesuit for you. It can withstand external temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. Once you don it, you can move freely on the surface of Venus. Then what are we waiting for? I want to be the first Earthling to set foot on Venus." Chen Yu eagerly donned the spacesuit prepared by the intelligent brain. The suit was remarkably lightweight and well-fitted, far more advanced than the cumbersome suits worn by Earth astronauts. After putting on the specially designed helmet, Chen Yu felt remarkably at ease. Alien technology was indeed extraordinary. He approached the airlock, and, as the hatch slowly opened, he stepped outside. The moment his foot touched the surface of Venus, Chen Yu felt an exhilarating rush. This was his small step, yet a monumental leap for humanity. Chen Yu had become the first Earthling to personally set foot on Venus. Intelligent brain, quickly take a picture of me. "Captain, I've captured every move of yours on camera. Ha ha ha. I aspire to be the first to set foot on Venus. Mercury, Mars. In short, I wish to land on all 8 planets of the solar system. Ha ha ha." Chen Yu was so exhilarated that he was nearly incoherent. "Captain, you can scoop some soil from Venus and place it in the detection device on your arm. I can analyze whether this planet ever harbored life." "All right." Chen Yu bounced around on the surface of Venus, finding a patch of soil that appeared normal in color, but he used a small shovel to scoop up a small piece and placed it in the detection device on his arm. Conducting composition analysis and searching for signs of life. Analysis successful. Signs of past biological activity detected in the soil, with life forms identified as carbon-based, akin to those on Earth. Isotope analysis indicates that these signs of life emerged approximately 2 billion years ago. Chen Yu was astonished. It turned out Venus had indeed once nurtured life, existing as far back as 3 billion years ago, which aligns closely with Earth's research. Scientists predict that around 3 billion years ago, Venus had liquid water. Truly, water is the essence of life. However, it is regrettable that Venus gradually fell out of the habitable zone, leading to the extinction of life. One wonders if Venus once boasted a thriving technological civilization like Earth. "Captain, I suggest we deploy a probe on Venus to explore its minerals. We might discover elements necessary to repair the spaceship's warp engine." "Excellent." Chen Yu firmly planted his prepared flag of Yinsha into the ground. Splendid. From now on, Venus shall be an inseparable territory of Yinsha. Ha ha ha. After planting the flag, Chen Yu murmured to himself. He boarded Spaceship number 1, preparing for the return journey. "Captain, I have something to report. This may concern the safety of all humanity on Earth." Chen Yu was taken aback. "What is it, intelligent brain, that you speak of so mysteriously?" While I was analyzing the atmosphere of Venus regarding its shielding against cosmic rays, unexpectedly detected solar flare activity. Chen Yu was well aware of solar flares. Such phenomena are typical solar activity. What is the concern regarding solar flares? In light of this, I accessed astronomical research data for various countries on Earth. The recent solar flare eruption is the most powerful one recorded by humanity to date. Furthermore, recent data comparisons indicate that solar activity is rapidly intensifying. Chen Yu was no longer an ignorant novice. With the intelligent brain broadening his intellectual horizons, He had acquired a wealth of astronomical knowledge. Upon hearing the intelligent brain mention that the sun was becoming more volatile, he felt a sense of impending crisis. Intelligent brain, please share your assessment. Captain, based on this data, if solar activity continues to escalate, Earth's biosphere may face a 90% extinction rate within the next 30 years, including large organisms such as humans. Chen Yu's expression grew grave. Having just acquired an extraterrestrial spaceship, he was now confronted with the impending extinction of life on Earth. Although he was confident that he could migrate to any planet using Spaceship No. 1, Earth was his homeland. How could he bear to witness the demise of humanity? Intelligent brain, is there any way to save humankind? Chapter 33. Advanced civilization as a citizen of Earth. Chen Yu could not idly stand by while humanity faced extinction. His greatest asset at this moment was the alien spacecraft, along with the knowledge stored in its technological library. Captain, if you wish to save humanity, you could lead people to migrate to Mars, which orbits further back. This may temporarily alleviate the fate of human extinction, potentially extending survival by approximately 300 years. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Even if migration to Mars was feasible, it would be impossible to relocate all of humanity. Intelligent brain, are there no alternative solutions? I recall seeing something in a science fiction film called a Dyson sphere. It could envelop the sun and harness its energy, thus not only acquiring power, but also mitigating solar radiation. I truly admire the imagination of your species. Such technology does exist. However, constructing a Dyson sphere to envelop the sun requires an immense amount of material, roughly equivalent to the mass of Jupiter. Only a civilization of level 3 or higher could accomplish this, and given Earth's capabilities, it is nearly impossible. Chen Yu felt deflated. So, what level of civilization is Earth currently classified as? According to universal classification standards, Earth is presently at a level 0.6 civilization, capable of basic fossil energy extraction and usage, and possesses rudimentary nuclear fusion technology, allowing for exploration between nearby planets within its stellar system. Then, intelligent brain, let me ask you, what level of civilization is the home planet that produced our Spaceship No. 1? My home planet is a supreme civilization, having reached level 7, merely a hair's breadth away from the 8th or 9th level civilizations that can manipulate causality. However, I am uncertain what beings exist at the 8th or 9th level. It is said they can create multiverses and manifest at any point in the timeline to influence the universe. So, does this mean that a level 7 civilization is already a supreme existence, and anything beyond that could be described as godlike, with their existence remaining uncertain? You could say that, but I assure you, those so-called gods of the 8th or 9th level likely do exist. We simply cannot observe them. Perhaps they are currently watching us with keen interest. Chen Yu abruptly gazed at the overcast sky of Venus. A shiver coursing through him that such godlike civilizations truly exist. Is his planet, perhaps even the entire universe, merely a cell within those divine beings? Chen Yu was reluctant to ponder further. His immediate concern was to save humanity, necessitating new strategies. As he returned to Spaceship No. 1 and journeyed back to Earth, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to ensure humanity's survival. The prospect of contending with the sun left him utterly drained. Time was of the essence. Though 30 years might seem ample in the grand scheme of the universe, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. The urgency was palpable. Chen Yu, equipped with an Ammomis repair robot, essentially would not age. Once the aging cells within him perished, new ones would regenerate. If he were to endure for another 30 years, he would be left utterly alone, a fate worse than death. Intelligent brain, I must save all of humanity. What must I do? Captain, I have a proposal. Speak, have you forgotten? If you repair the warp engine of Spaceship No. 1 and locate the crew from my home planet, their capabilities will undoubtedly assist you in saving your kin. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. Repairing the warp engine would be a formidable challenge. He had reviewed the necessary materials, and Earth practically lacked them. Even if he found these elements and materials, immense energy would be required for synthesis. Repairing a machine capable of propelling such a vast vessel into warp space for superluminal travel was no simple task. All right, intelligent brain, I understand. This matter cannot be rushed, as we currently lack the capability. Spaceship number 1 flew back to the lunar crater's far side, after which Chen Yu took the landing craft back to Earth. Upon returning home, it was already morning. After undergoing physical enhancement, Chen Yu felt more invigorated than ever. Even after a sleepless night, he was still full of energy. Meanwhile, aboard a plane from America to Yansha, several high-ranking American military spies were stealthily en route to Yansha. Within Yansha, various individuals of Chinese descent had received covert communications from America last night. These individuals were spies embedded within Yansha, having been planted there by America years prior. They might typically be university professors, corporate employees, or even rideshare drivers, but behind the scenes, they served as America's informants for gathering intelligence on Yansha. Although they bore the appearance of Yansha citizens, their hearts had long since shifted allegiance. These domestic spies received information regarding the assistance of high-ranking American spies arriving in Yansha with a singular objective: to steal the prototype of the Chen Yu technology flying car and its related technology. Aware of the solar flare situation, Chen Yu was preparing for the worst. In the technological library of Spaceship number 1, he reviewed all accessible technologies and discovered a design blueprint for a colonization base. After meticulous study, he was filled with elation. Establishing such a base on Earth would enable resistance against the overwhelming cosmic rays generated by solar flares, while the construction costs would be exorbitant and it would not save all of humanity. Chen Yu now had a goal: to save as many citizens of Huagua as possible. He did not wish to face moral reproach for not aiding foreigners. After all, he believed that those who were not as kind would harbor different intentions. Fortunately, he had ample time to realize his ambitions. Contemplating the establishment of a massive refuge base on Earth, he understood that he must first attain power and wealth of the highest order. Thus, Chen Yu's first step was to conquer Earth. Only by gaining control over Earth's resources could he then proceed to manufacture the base. Otherwise, with so many countries in the world, and several of them being quite formidable, expending such vast resources would surely meet with resistance from those nations. Therefore, he resolved to become the sovereign himself. Chen Yu was confident that with Spaceship number 1 and the advanced scientific technology of this era, accomplishing these goals was merely a matter of time. In the evening, a plane carrying high-ranking American spies touched down at Jiangcheng International Airport. 3 seemingly ordinary Americans emerged from the terminal, each possessing tourist visas allowing them a 7-day stay in the sweltering summer. A ride-hailing vehicle pulled up before them, its driver bearing the visage of a local. Unbeknownst to all, he was a long-embedded American spy in Hua Nation. He subtly nodded and exchanged glances with the trio, who, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly boarded the vehicle and proceeded towards a hotel. Chapter 34. Infiltration of spies. At that moment, Chen Yu was at home, furiously typing away at his computer. He had discovered a collection of groundbreaking products within the technological repository that held the potential to upend the world. Additionally, he had stumbled upon a cache of extraterrestrial weaponry. The creation of technological products was merely a means to amass wealth, which he intended to invest in weaponry. With such armaments at his disposal, global domination would be within reach, allowing him to dictate the terms of future endeavors, including the construction of a base. Chen Yu meticulously outlined the production plans for the technological products he intended to manufacture. The current capacity of his factory was wholly insufficient for the production of these items and weapons. It was clear that an expansion was in order. Chen Yu dialed Su Ro, and upon connection, her voice floated through the line, "Boss, why are you calling me at night?" Her dulcet tones stirred a sense of restlessness within him. Clearing his throat, he responded, "Xiao Ro, regarding the land behind our factory and the entirety of Chifu Village. Please consult with the Jiangcheng Land Bureau tomorrow about the sale on the other end." Su Ro's surprise was palpable. "Chen Yu, what did you just say? You wish to purchase the entire land of Chifu Village?" "Indeed. Is there a problem with that? But why do you want to acquire so much land? Our factory's current output is sufficient. Are you planning to expand the factory?" "Not merely that. I intend to establish a colossal industrial park. In the future, we will manufacture a greater array of products." Chen Yu refrained from mentioning his ambition to construct extraterrestrial weaponry that transcended the current era. An industrial park. Does it truly require such a vast expanse? You must realize that the entirety of Chifu Village spans a length and width of 5 kilometers, encompassing nearly 25 square kilometers. Enough space to build a city. Do not concern yourself with these details. Just negotiate with the officials that I wish to acquire this substantial parcel of land. How much will it cost? Su Ro found Chen Yu's aspirations to be bordering on madness, yet she resolved to undertake the task earnestly. Based on the current land prices near Chifu village, the cost stood at 6,000 yuan per mu, totaling approximately 38,000 mu for 25 square kilometers, equating to over 200 million yuan. However, much of this land constituted arable fields belonging to the villagers, thus differing significantly from the price of barren land. Acquiring land from the villagers essentially meant requisitioning it, which would entail considerably higher costs. Generally, compensation per mu could range from tens to hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, new housing or one-time relocation subsidies would be necessary. Otherwise, the villagers would be reluctant to vacate, rendering the effort futile. Calculating all of this, the total price for acquiring Chifu village's land would be exorbitant. Nevertheless, Chen Yu is currently flush with funds, having received hundreds of billions in vehicle deposits just days prior. He was confident in his ability to secure all the land in Chifu village. Now it rested upon Su Ro to communicate with the Land Bureau. As Chen Yu meticulously planned the construction of the industrial park at home, two black Ford vehicles slowly came to a halt on a road adjacent to Chifu village in the suburbs. Several individuals clad in black emerged from the cars. They were, in fact, American spies. Among them were three high-ranking operatives, here to scout Chen Yu's factory for a potential infiltration, aiming to pilfer its secrets. Under the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the factory's vicinity and beheld the shimmering silver structure illuminated in the distance. Surrounded by the glow of lights and the moonlit sky, the factory's silver facade exuded a futuristic allure. Despite its remote location, which suggested a desolate environment, this magnificent factory stood tall, eliciting admiration from the American spies at present. The factory was bustling with the production of the D-Long, one electric vehicle. Raw materials and preformed components were transported to the rear of the facility, entering the production line. Thereafter, human labor was entirely absent. Machines operated autonomously and with meticulous precision. The workshop featured 5 exits, through which newly manufactured D-Long one vehicles emerged and automatically parked in the expansive space before the factory. Large trailers queued nearby, ready to receive the vehicles, which seamlessly loaded themselves without the need for human intervention, significantly reducing loading times. Within mere minutes, a trailer could be filled, and the driver would then transport the D-Long one electric vehicles to various 4S dealerships. Currently, Huanyu Automotive's 4S stores were still under construction. Thus, these vehicles will be delivered to Huanyu Nuomi Automotive's flagship stores nationwide. Once the extensive network of 4S stores was established, Huanyu Automotive would possess its own outlets. As the spies observed the factory from a distance, they realized that their only points of entry were the front and rear. The rear served as the raw material entrance, while the front was designated for finished products. Ultimately, after deliberation, they decided to deploy 2 spies with local features to disguise themselves as large truck drivers, blending in with the crowd before entering through the main gate. Their mission was to photograph vital equipment, infiltrate the operational computers, and replicate technical documents. Most crucially, they sought the flying car. Once located, they would devise a means to extract it. The plan commenced. The 2 spies, bearing local appearances, seamlessly mingled with the truck drivers and successfully entered the factory through the front gate. They communicated in real time with the outside operatives via earpieces. Number 1, we have successfully infiltrated the factory. Please advise. The white spy outside, designated as Commander Number 1 and the highest-ranking operative, pressed the earpiece and replied, "One of you should enter the production area to photograph the equipment and search for the flying car, while the other seeks the factory's control room. IT is imperative to breach the main computer and copy the critical data within." Upon receiving their orders, the 2 spies split up. Upon entering the factory, they were astonished to find it devoid of personnel. Only robotic arms deftly assembled various components along the production line. Those seasoned spies, they had never encountered such a high level of automation in a production facility. After their initial shock, they refocused on their objective point. One spy wielded a high-definition camera, snapping photos of every corner, while the other searched for the control room, but came up empty-handed. IT was indeed remarkable. Chen Yu's production line was governed by programs written by an intelligent brain, with each robotic arm functioning autonomously. In essence, each arm contained its own control device. After a considerable time, they reconvened within the factory, only to commence their search for the flying car. After scouring the premises without success, they resigned themselves to approaching the front entrance. Ready to vacate the premises as they reached the factory's courtyard, they were struck dumb. Chapter 35. Military collaboration. The two spies had thoroughly searched the factory, but had found no trace of the flying car. Just as they were about to exit through the factory entrance, they spotted a vehicle tucked away in a corner. A flying car, the very one showcased at the release event, sat inconspicuously under minimal cover. When they had infiltrated earlier, they had overlooked the very vehicle they sought, now resting in plain sight. Chen Yu had no fear of theft. He held the highest authority over the vehicle, rendering it impossible for anyone else to operate it. Even if someone attempted to tow it away, a tracking device ensured that anyone daring to steal his car would face his wrath. The two spies circled the flying car, attempting to gain access. They even contemplated breaking the glass, but found it to be more resilient than bulletproof glass. Despite their efforts, not even a scratch marred its surface. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon their endeavor and report their findings to their superiors. As they exited through the main gate, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. All the while, Chen Yu, ensconced in his villa, observed the entire scene unfold. In truth, the moment the spies had infiltrated the factory, Chen Yu received notification from the intelligent brain. The factory was equipped with covert surveillance cameras, discreetly installed to create an illusion of a lack of monitoring. The intelligent brain conducted facial recognition on the two intruders, confirming they were neither truck drivers nor raw material handlers. It swiftly linked to official facial databases and discovered their superficial identities as ordinary employees. Subsequently, through the infiltration of global facial data, the intelligent brain unearthed their true identities within the servers of the American Pentagon. These two individuals were former students from Yinxia who had undergone espionage training after being coerced and were now positioned within Yinxia, awaiting orders. Chen Yu chuckled as he watched the spies surreptitiously snapping photos within the factory. American spies? Or merely former Yinxia individuals? Truly, every era has its traitors. Captain, how do you intend to deal with these spies? For now, it matters not. They will not acquire what they seek. Let us observe their next move. Chen Yu chose to leave the spies to their devices, believing that the apprehension of traitors was the responsibility of the authorities. 2 days later, Su Rou summoned Chen Yu to the company, where he arrived at her office. Xiao Rou, how did your discussions with the Land Bureau regarding the land in Chifu Village go? Here are the conditions for land transfer provided by the Bureau. Take a look. Chen Yu took the document from Su Rou's hands and began to examine it closely. The land in Chifu Village encompasses a total area of 25 square kilometers, which includes 10 square kilometers of arable land belonging to the villagers, while the remaining 15 square kilometers consists of barren hills and other uncultivated areas. In principle, arable land cannot be transferred. However, the additional 15 square kilometers can be assigned to Chen Yu at a price of 8,000 per mu. Upon seeing the Land Bureau's quotation, a mocking smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. Previously, the land for his factory was only 6,000 per mu, yet now they demand 8,000 for this land. It was evident they were aware that Huan Yu Technology was profiting and were attempting to extort a higher price. Their claim of not transferring arable land was merely a pretext for their exorbitant demands later on. Chen Yu sighed, realizing that fame often brings controversy and that his company's success had attracted unwelcome attention, even from official channels seeking to profit. Xiao Rou, please communicate with the Jiangchang Land Bureau once more. If they do not demonstrate sincerity, we shall establish our factory in other provinces, and they will miss out on the tax revenues. Su Rou could only agree reluctantly. Just then, Secretary Xiao Fong knocked and entered. Chairman Chen, General Su, there are a few individuals outside who wish to meet you. They are reportedly officials. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Let them in, understood, Chairman Chen. Subsequently, Xiao Fong ushered a group of individuals into the room. At the forefront was a dignified middle-aged man, flanked by several tall and imposing young men. The first impression they gave Chen Yu was that of soldiers. Chen Yu was certain they were military personnel. He stood to greet them, extending his hand to the middle-aged man. Hello, May I ask what brings you here, sir? The middle-aged man reciprocated the handshake and replied, I am Major General Chao Guangda from the Southern Military District. I have come specifically to discuss potential cooperation with you, Mr. Chen. Chen Yu's eyes widened in surprise. This was a general. He quickly put on a smile. General Chao, please take a seat. After seating everyone, Chen Yu personally brewed tea for them. I wonder what kind of cooperation you seek, General Chao. Chao Guangda stated directly, Mr. Chen, we would like your company to produce a batch of military aircraft for us, utilizing the engine technology from your flying cars. Chen Yu nodded eagerly. Of course. That sounds excellent. Chao Guangda was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an immediate agreement from Chen Yu without even discussing the details of the cooperation or pricing. Mr. Chen, are you not going to inquire about our requirement for the military aircraft or the collaboration costs? Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. I am a citizen of Yinxia. Contributing to the nation is my duty. Whatever design requirements you have, I will certainly fulfill them. As for the price, I trust that the nation will not shortchange me, correct? Chen Yu's words prompted Chao Guangda to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, we certainly will not undervalue companies that contribute to the nation. However, our requirements for military aircraft may be somewhat demanding. Can your research and development team meet them? Would you need assistance from our military? This statement carried an implicit suggestion for military scientists to participate in the design, potentially allowing them to learn about anti-gravity engine technology. Chen Yu understood the underlying message, but knew he lacked a research team. His only resource was his intellect, which he considered a team of sorts. Not to worry, General. Simply articulate your requirements, and my research team will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Chao Guangda narrowed his eyes, since the other party was unwilling to accept assistance from his side. He decided not to press the issue further. What are your expectations regarding the cooperation price? Chen Yu smiled. General Chao, why don't you first share your requirements for the military aircraft? After I produce the prototype, we can discuss the pricing. Chao Guangda was astonished. This effectively meant Huan Yu Technology would conduct research and development for free, only to receive payment upon completion of the product. If the project failed, they would not owe anything. Mr. Chen, are you truly willing to cooperate in this manner? Are you not concerned about the possibility of failing and receiving nothing in return? Chen Yu shook his head. General Chao, I have complete confidence in my research team, which was essentially just his intellect. Very well, Chao Guangda signaled to his aide, who handed a document folder to Chen Yu. This contains our requirements for the military aircraft. Mr. Chen, if some functions cannot be realized, it is acceptable as long as you can achieve 60 of the requirements outlined within. Chen Yu set the folder aside without a glance and confidently proclaimed, I assure you, I will fulfill them 100. Chao Guangda was baffled by Chen Yu's unwavering confidence. All right then, Mr. Chen, I shall not take up more of your time. I will send my secretary to liaise with your company shortly. Understood, General Chao. Allow me to see you out. No need, Mr. Chen. Please continue with your work. After seeing off Chao Guangda, Su Rou hurriedly approached and opened the document folder. Although she was not a technical expert, she could comprehend the requirements for the aircraft. Upon reading the stipulated functionalities, even someone like Su Rou, who lacked technical knowledge, shook her head in disbelief. Chapter 36. The Plan of America after reviewing the military's requirements. Su Rou continued to shake her head. Chen Yu, how can you agree without even looking at what they have proposed? What if we invest in development costs and fail to deliver? That would be a complete waste. It's all right, regardless of their demands. As long as they are reasonable, I can accomplish them. Su Rou was at a loss for Chen Yu's confidence. Yet, recalling that he had developed a flying car, a product of science fiction, she decided not to dwell on her concerns, though a hint of worry lingered. Chen Yu picked up the document and reviewed the military specifications. Initially, he anticipated that the requirements would be quite stringent. But after finishing, a smile crept across his face. Is that all? Among the requirements, a few pose challenges that might be difficult with current Earth technology. Firstly, the aircraft must effectively evade enemy radar detection, requiring a stealth mode. Secondly, it must be capable of autonomous flight, identifying friend or foe to execute precise strikes. Thirdly, it should operate under severe weather conditions, with a range exceeding 5,000 kilometers. Fourthly, it must be able to carry light military weapons such as artillery. Fifthly, if captured by the enemy, it must have self-destruct capabilities to prevent technology leakage. Lastly, it must achieve flight speeds comparable to standard fighter jets. These demands were trivial for Chen Yu. Simply mounting a couple of machine guns on his flying car would surpass these requirements. Furthermore, Chen Yu intended to astonish the military by creating an aerial assassin that would lead the world. Far across the ocean, in the largest conference room of the White House, all senior officials of the United States were present for a meeting. With the president seated at the head of the table, the atmosphere was tense as he scrutinized the projected data on the wall. This data was from NASA's official research agency, detailing recent studies on the sun. Clearly, the United States had also detected anomalies regarding the sun. After reviewing the projected information, the Secretary of the Department of Technology, Rogers, stood and addressed everyone. As you have seen from our research data, we have also gathered evidence of biological extinction over recent years. The Earth is currently facing a crisis stemming from the sun. The attendees murmured among themselves, discussing the crisis at hand. The President, Biden, slammed his hand on the table, his tone grave. Rogers, is your research reliable? Mr. President, this information has been verified and is reliable. Our scientists have conducted extensive research over several years and can confirm it. How much time do we have left before the sun poses a threat? What actions must we take to survive? Rogers pressed a button on his remote, projecting 3 potential solutions onto the wall. He pointed to the screen, stating, Mr. President, according to our Department of Technology and the Secret Space Technology Research Bureau, we have 3 potential solutions. Subsequently, Secretary Rogers outlined the proposed measures for refuge. The first option involved constructing large-scale refuge bases at the Earth's poles, where solar radiation is weakest. The second option entailed building massive underground shelters equipped with artificial sunlight and biological recycling systems. The third option suggested creating underwater refuges, where seawater could effectively shield against solar radiation. These 3 methods represented humanity's current best ideas, feasible given sufficient investment. However, the resources required for construction would be astronomical. After a moment of contemplation, President Biden furrowed his brow and inquired, how many people can these solutions save? Rogers sighed heavily. Mr. President, each of these options requires enormous funding, that if we were to seize resources from around the globe, we could build 10 super shelters, each capable of accommodating 5 million people. Biden's expression grew more serious. With a population of 330 million in the United States alone, even if 10 super shelters were completed, they could only house 50 million people, meaning over 200 million people would perish on American soil. Not to mention the global population of 8 billion, which would suffer a 99 fatality rate when this crisis struck, yet for the sake of preserving the human race and safeguarding their lives. The United States had no choice but to proceed. Rogers, please share your next steps. Mr. President, according to the predictions of our experts, solar flare activity will remain within the tolerable radiation levels for humanity over the next 3 decades. The incidence of skin cancer may rise year by year. Thus, it is imperative that we re-establish our dominance over the Earth during this period, consolidating the world's resources within the borders of the United States. Only in this manner can we amass sufficient resources to construct these shelters. Numerous high-ranking officials of the United States engaged in fervent discussions. After a moment of contemplation, President Biden solemnly stated, for the future of America, it is time for us to reclaim our supremacy in the world. The scorching summer and the Russian Empire stand as our 2 foremost adversaries. Surely their scientists have also detected this solar catastrophe. Therefore, I announce that the United States officially embarks on a global conquest mode. All official departments, including the military, the Department of Technology, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and the Department of Trade, unified their stance, determined to seize global resources. This is for the future of the American people that a series of clandestine measures were implemented, and the United States officially commenced the construction of shelter bases, initiating a mode of resource plunder across the globe. Chen Yu had been diligently researching at home how to resist solar radiation. Although his spacecraft's technology repository contained numerous methods to shield against such radiation, saving over 1 billion people during the scorching summer would prove exceedingly challenging. Establishing large-scale bases seemed to be the most viable solution to rescue the maximum number of lives. Glancing at the plans on his computer, Chen Yu, unusually, lit a cigarette. It appeared that only this course of action could save the most lives. It was imperative to swiftly seize control of Earth's resources and commence base construction. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, the thoughts of the Americans on the far side of the Earth were strikingly similar to his own. On the planet, American technology truly belonged to the pinnacle of global advancements. While the scientists of the scorching summer and other nations were still striving to verify whether the solar flare activity would intensify, the United States had already begun planning the construction of shelters, leaving the rest of the world lagging behind. "Captain, those spies have infiltrated our factory again." Chen Yu felt a surge of irritation. Those damned spies, would they ever cease? Projecting the footage onto his computer, he was eager to see what they were up to. The screen displayed the factory's front yard, where a small trailer had unexpectedly entered the premises, and his flying car had been hoisted onto the trailer. Damn it, these audacious American spies have some nerve. In recent days, these spies have been stealthily probing the factory, discovering that it was devoid of any security personnel. The factory operated like a colossal robot, functioning autonomously. This realization emboldened the spies. Today, their superiors had commanded them to brazenly enter and abscond with the flying car. Chen Yu, preoccupied with devising methods to save humanity, had paid little heed to these spies. He had not anticipated they would go so far. Intellect, disregard them for now. I want to see where they transport my car to. Just wait and see. Chapter 37. What on earth is this? Chen Yu was not particularly concerned about the theft of his flying car. With a mere command, it would return to him autonomously. These spies were utterly despicable, and Chen Yu felt a surge of murderous intent. Allow them to succeed for now. He would ensnare them all later. A small trailer, laden with the flying car, exited the Huanyu Technology Factory in the suburbs. The trailer was shrouded in black cloth, appearing to be an ordinary vehicle as it traversed the winding roads of Chifu Village. Two spies, bearing the features of the scorching summer, excitedly communicated through their earpieces. Number 1. We have successfully transported the flying car. A voice from the earpiece responded, "Excellent. Proceed immediately to the secret port. We will rendezvous there." On Chen Yu's computer, a map displayed a red dot indicating the current coordinates of the flying car. It seemed these spies intended to transport the vehicle to the seaside. "Captain, the landing ship is hovering in low Earth orbit above Jiangsheng, ready to capture these spies at any moment." "Good. Once they converge, we shall deal with them." At this moment, a seemingly ordinary cargo ship was docked at a seaside location in Jiangsheng. This was the vessel the American spies had prepared to covertly transport the flying car. 3 high-ranking American spies awaited the arrival of the trailer aboard the ship. They had not anticipated that this operation would proceed so smoothly. Their previous caution had revealed that the factory lacked any semblance of security. Over an hour later, the trailer finally arrived at this secret port. Though it was termed a port, it resembled little more than a small path by the beach. The trailer drove directly onto the sand, where the participating American spies gathered. They believed their operation was flawless, yet everything was under Chen Yu's control. Just 10 minutes prior, the landing ship had stealthily descended into the garden of Chen Yu's villa. Chen Yu, accompanied by a small device, boarded the spacecraft and arrived at the location within minutes. This moment, the landing ship activated its stealth mode, allowing Chen Yu to survey the spies unloading cargo from above. These damned spies have indeed chosen an excellent grave site for themselves. "Captain, the weapon systems aboard the landing ship are operational and ready to engage the targets below." "Very well, disengage stealth. Let us instill some fear in them." As the landing ship's stealth mode deactivated, Chen Yu's spacecraft came into view. Though a mere landing ship, its design was futuristic, capable of silent flight and hovering effortlessly. When the landing ship made its presence known, it went unnoticed by the spies on the ground. As it gradually lowered its altitude, a beam of intense light shot from the vessel, illuminating the beach as if it were midday. The spies, startled by the sudden brightness, looked skyward to behold a sci-fi silhouette hovering above. Chen Yu then issued a command to the flying car, which began to ascend into the sky. The spies were rendered speechless. The vehicle they had so painstakingly stolen was now taking flight on its own. What was that enormous object above? It appeared terrifying. Number 1 spy gaped at the bizarre and futuristic aircraft, eyes wide with disbelief. "Fuck. What the hell is this? What in the world is this thing?" Before the spies could react, the cannons on the wings of the landing ship opened, and several barrel-like structures extended outward. Subsequently, beams of laser fire erupted from the cannons. Boom! The area below erupted into flames. These were the landing ship's standard laser cannons, which upon contact with the target, resulted in a violent explosion. The spies were accurately locked on, and as the lasers struck their bodies, they were instantly reduced to ashes, along with the trailer, which was obliterated to rubble. Chen Yu then directed a barrage of laser fire at the cargo ship moored offshore. Boom! The vessel erupted. The energy supply consists of a 1,000-kilogram class 1 high-compression heavy hydrogen-ion battery, capable of sustaining the aircraft's continuous flight for 10,000 kilometers and launching 500 electromagnetic projectiles. The aircraft can attain a maximum speed of 30 times the speed of sound, comparable to the velocity of Chang'e 6 during its return. This cannot simply be described as an ordinary aircraft. It is, in essence, an aerial weapon of mass destruction. Even the American F-22 fighter jets will be reduced to mere fragments by this missile-like vehicle. Furthermore, this aircraft possesses a unique mode of attack. Akin to the water droplet assault depicted in Liu Cixin's novels, in aerial combat, it can employ its ultra-high-strength shell and its lethal speed to execute physical collisions that obliterate foes, should the Yinxiang military equip several hundred of such aircraft. Global deterrence would be effortlessly achievable. Chen Yu promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Su Ro. Xiao Ro, please contact General Chao of the Southern Military District. I have completed the production of their aircraft. Su Ro was momentarily taken aback. What? Boss, are you saying the aircraft has already been manufactured? Chapter 38. Aerial assassin. Although Su Ro lacked technical expertise, the idea of designing an aircraft in just a few days seemed utterly absurd. Moreover, she had reviewed the military's requirements and later researched them. To meet each demand would necessitate formidable technical support. While Su Ro held unwavering faith in Chen Yu's research capabilities, the speed at which he had produced the aircraft was indeed remarkable. Chen Yu, did you truly create that aircraft according to the military specifications? Seeking confirmation, Su Ro inquired. Chen Yu chuckled on the other end of the line. There is no need for astonishment. I am indeed a remarkable scientist. I have designed an aircraft per the military's requirements. Please contact General Chao and arrange for him to visit the Huanyu factory tomorrow morning. With her doubts dispelled, Su Ro resolved to contact General Chao for verification. All right then. Just as she was about to hang up, a thought struck her, and she continued, by the way, I've been in communication with the Jiangchang Land Bureau several times recently. They remain adamant about their previous conditions, and they have mobilized the residents of Chifu Village that, if they are to be relocated, each household demands a subsidy of 200,000 per person, with farmland compensation set at 150,000 per mu. Additionally, they require the construction of resettlement housing within Jiangqing's urban area. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was astounded by their exorbitant demands. He mentally calculated the costs, securing 25 square kilometers of land while compensating thousands of households from Chifu Village, along with a substantial portion of farmland and the necessity for urban resettlement housing. Would amount to an investment of approximately 8 to 10 billion. This was merely the cost of acquiring the land. Subsequent expenditures for establishing an industrial park would be staggering. Even with the current success of Chen Yu's new energy vehicles, he could not withstand such immense financial outlay. Furthermore, he was aware of the complexities involved, having previously experienced land acquisition issues in his hometown. While the subsidies offered to villagers appeared generous, a significant portion would inevitably be siphoned off by the authorities before reaching the residents. Given that this was Jiangqing's most remote suburb, the land prices were far from justifiable. More than half of that money would vanish into the coffers of the official treasury. It seemed that the government was indeed ruthless. My funds are not to be taken lightly. You need not continue discussions with the Jiangchang Land Bureau. They will inevitably seek us out. Unaware of Chen Yu's thoughts, Su Ro expressed skepticism regarding his assertion that the Land Bureau would come looking for them. Well, I doubt they will relent. Their focus is on fiscal revenue, and we're the most lucrative target. You need not concern yourself with this. I am confident they will come to regret their stance. After ending the call with Su Ro, Chen Yu dialed Xia Yueshu. The call was quickly answered, and Xia Yueshu's playful voice emerged. Chairman Shun, I've been unable to find you at the company these past few days. I'd hoped to invite you to dinner. I've been preoccupied with developing an aircraft for the military, which is why I haven't been at the office. Oh, what prompted you to call me now? Have you missed me? Chen Yu coughed to mask his embarrassment, surprised by Xia Yueshu's newfound familiarity. Ahem. Yueshu, I wanted to inquire about the progress of our flagship stores for Huanyu Automotive across the nation. Rest assured, I have enlisted my father's assistance, utilizing Qinya Group's resources nationwide. Construction has commenced simultaneously in several first-tier cities and over a dozen second-tier cities. By the end of this month, the flagship stores in first- and second-tier cities will be completed. Excellent. I can always rely on your capabilities. Is that all you wanted to discuss? Indeed. Chen Yu had only that matter on his mind, yet he also wished to inquire if she had any connections for land acquisition. Should the Land Bureau officials prove uncooperative, he would inevitably have to purchase land at inflated prices. By the way, I do have one thing in mind. I wish to acquire a parcel of land. Buying land is straightforward. My family is involved in real estate development, and my father is quite the expert. However, the land I seek is rather extensive, preferably in a sparsely populated suburban area. That shouldn't pose a problem. How large do you require? The larger, the better. At least 20 square kilometers, around 30,000 mu. What? You want how much? 30,000 mu. Are you planning to build a city? Never mind the size. Just tell me if your father can find such a large parcel at a reasonable price. All right, while I am uncertain of your intentions, I can certainly discuss it with my father. Thank you. I shall treat you to dinner another day. Just make sure you follow through. The following morning, at Huanyu Factory, a convoy of military vehicles arrived at the square. General Chao Guangda and several high-ranking officials from the Southern Military District disembarked. Su Ro and several executives from Huanyu Technology had already arrived in advance. General Chao, you have arrived quite early. Su Ro extended her hand in greeting. Chao Guangda shook her hand and inquired, "Where's Chen Yu?" General Chao, Chen Yu. He has not yet arrived, Su Ro replied awkwardly. Chao Guangda's expression remained relatively unchanged, though a slight frown appeared between his brows. Some senior officials accompanying him, as well as the military scientists, displayed visible dissatisfaction. Isn't it rather presumptuous of Chen Yu to keep General Chao waiting? Remarked Secretary Luo with irritation. Indeed, we all have research tasks to attend to. We cannot afford to waste time here with a young upstart. Besides, we only presented our requirements last week, and he expects us to review the finished product this week. Is that even feasible? Grumbled renowned military scientist Zhou Wenping. Hey, Luo and Zhou, there's no need for complaints. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt us. Chao Guangda attempted to soothe the disgruntled crowd after a half hour of waiting. Even Chao Guangda began to feel impatient. As a major general of Yinxia and a figure of substantial military authority, it was rather vexing to be kept waiting for so long. During this time, his secretary and a group of scientists had voiced their grievances. Su, is your chairman Chen truly toying with us? Why is he still not here? Secretary Luo expressed his frustration. Su Ro, holding her phone, had attempted to reach Chen Yu multiple times, but he had not answered. Secretary Luo, please remain calm. Do your best to reassure General Chao and the esteemed scientists. Chen Yu should be arriving shortly. What do you mean by should be arriving shortly? He cannot possibly have developed a usable product so quickly. Is it that he is entirely incapable of producing it, hence calling us here to terminate our collaboration? Su Ro could only manage a wry smile, truthfully lacking confidence in Chen Yu's ability to fulfill the military's requirements within a week. Just as the mood grew increasingly dismal, a dark spot appeared on the horizon. Chapter 39. Invasion. As Chao Guangda and a group of military scientists grew increasingly impatient, a dark spot suddenly emerged in the sky. The first to notice was Su Ro's secretary, Xiaofan, who exclaimed, "Su, look! What is that?" Su Ro glanced skyward and indeed saw a small dot approaching. The crowd turned to look, and Su Ro's expression brightened as she cried out, "It's Chen Yu, yes, it's him. He has arrived." The small dot gradually grew larger, and everyone could begin to discern what it was. It was the silver sci-fi vehicle, known as Bird One, which had been unveiled at the Huanyu Technology press conference. The vehicle descended gracefully before the crowd, leaving the scientists who had accompanied General Chao in awe, as they had never witnessed such a flying car in person. Though they had watched the press conference video, seeing the flying car in reality was an entirely different level of astonishment. The door of Bird One opened automatically, Chen Yu stepped out with an air of nonchalance and charm. General Chao, my apologies for my tardiness. Chen Yu extended his hand toward Chao Guangde, and they shook hands at Mr. Chen. You requested us to come here within just a week. Have you encountered difficulties in your research? Today, I have brought our finest scientists from the Southern Military District. Chao Guangde did not express anger at Chen Yu's lateness. General Chao, there is no need for such modesty. The reason I summoned you today is to present the finished product. I have successfully developed a military-grade unmanned combat aircraft. Chao Guangde's eyes widened in astonishment. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of Chen Yu announcing a failure. To his surprise, Chen Yu stated right away that he had succeeded and that the final product was already completed. Mr. Chen, you must be jesting. It has only been a week. General Chao, I never joke. Your requirements were exceedingly straightforward. A frown crossed Chao Guangde's face. Those requirements were the result of extensive research by scientists. Challenges that they had struggled to overcome. Yet, in Chen Yu's words, they seemed trivial. Mr. Chen, since you're so confident, why not lead us to see this so-called finished product? Certainly, Chao Guangde assumed Chen Yu would take them to the factory. But instead, Chen Yu snapped his fingers. Suddenly, an object resembling a colossal bullet emerged from the factory. As the aircraft slowly floated towards the square, everyone gasped in a This the combat aircraft. Its design is streamlined, and its surface polished, yet there are no weapons mounted on it. Indeed, it resembles a flying car. How can it engage in battle? Two military scientists expressed their skepticism while observing the descending bullet-shaped craft. Just as the bullet-shaped aircraft was about to land, several hatches on its side opened, revealing 3 landing gear. It then landed smoothly on the ground, but a throng of military scientists surged forward, surrounding the bullet-shaped craft, eager to examine it at once. Chao Guangde also approached, circling the bullet and failing to discern anything particularly remarkable about it. After about 10 minutes of investigation, the scientists had nearly completed their analysis. Chief Military Armament Scientist Zhou Wenping turned to Chen Yu and inquired, Mr. Chen, what is the primary attack method of this aircraft you have created? What capabilities does it possess? Chao Guangde, too, was curious about the purpose of this device. Chen Yu smiled gently and began to elucidate the capabilities of the combat aircraft. The specifications of this combat aircraft far exceed the requirements you provided. Upon hearing this, the on-site scientists gasped in disbelief and began to voice their doubts. Chen Yu, please refrain from jesting. The requirements we presented to you are beyond the capabilities of any nation worldwide. To claim that your creation surpasses them is rather presumptuous. Zhou Yinping challenged immediately. Chen Yu shook his head, knowing he had been conservative in his claims. In reality, his aircraft's capabilities exceeded military expectations by several multiples. Esteemed scientist, just because you cannot accomplish something does not imply that I, Chen Yu, am incapable of it. Chao Guangde introduced Chen Yu. Chen Yu, this is our chief scientist from the Southern Military District, Professor Zhou Wenping. He tended to speak rather candidly. The chief scientist indeed possesses the right to question. Yet my aircraft is beyond his reproach. Zhou Wenping huffed with indignation. Chen Yu, if you possess anti-gravity flight technology, you ought not to hide it. You should allow us to partake in your research. For we are the experts in weapon development. Tell me, what else can this contraption do besides flying? Can it withstand the battlefield? As Zhou Wenping pressed Chen Yu, Chao Guangde's secretary received a phone call. This is a direct line from Yanjing, the secretary stated, immediately approaching to hand the phone to Chao Guangde. General Chao, this is an urgent call from the top brass in Yanjing. Chao Guangde promptly answered the phone, and the onlookers observed him nodding repeatedly while saying, yes, yes, yes. After a 3-minute conversation, he hung up, his expression grave. Chen Yu, I have received a directive from Yanjing. I must return to the military district immediately. Zhou Wenping and the other scientists could discern the seriousness etched on Chao Guangde's face. Chen Yu, puzzled, asked, General Chao, have you encountered difficulties? Is there any way I can assist? Chen Yu, your help is not needed. I must leave for the military district at once. Chen Yu furrowed his brow and connected to the intelligent network in his mind, asking, Intelligent Network, please investigate what mission the Southern Military District has received. Understood, Captain. I will investigate immediately. Investigation complete. I have just accessed the military network of Yinxia and discovered that the higher-ups have ordered the Southern Fleet to set sail, primarily to intercept and expel the invading American-Japanese joint fleet from our southern waters. No wonder General Chao looks so grave. It turns out those American warships are back. The American joint fleet had made numerous incursions into the southern waters of Yinxia, each time inciting strong condemnation for the Yinxia populace. This time, the Americans had sent their ally, the Sakura Nation's fleet, to the region for a reason. Just days prior, several high-ranking American spies and a few agents embedded in Yinxia had gone missing. They had nearly secured the flying car technology, but all the spies had vanished without a trace, inciting fury among the American military leadership. Moreover, the Americans had shifted their national strategy to world domination to establish bases. They no longer concealed their intentions. Upon learning of their spies' disappearance in Yinxia, they dispatched a fleet to invade Yinxia's waters, intending to exert pressure on Yinxia and send a signal to the world that the arrogant Americans had returned. Determined to plunder the globe, General Chao prepared to leave. Chen Yu stopped him, saying, "General Chao, it is merely a matter of addressing the invaders from the Americans and the Sakura Nation that I can assist you in resolving this." Chapter 40. Annihilating the invaders. Chen Yu unexpectedly articulated the impending assault by the American-Japanese coalition. General Chao turned in astonishment to face Chen Yu. How? How did you know? General, did you not wish to ascertain the capabilities of my combat aircraft? I request your approval to deploy it against the American-Japanese joint fleet. Chao Guangda gazed skeptically at the massive bullet-shaped craft beside him. This is preposterous. Chen Yu, this is a matter of national significance. Sending your device into the fray will yield little impact. I must return to the military district and order the Yinxia fleet to intercept them. Chen Yu shook his head. General, safeguarding Yinxia is the duty of every Yinxia citizen. Thus, it is also my responsibility to confront external threats. With that, he waved his hand, and the bullet-shaped combat aircraft began to ascend, retracting its landing gear. Chen Yu shouted, "Go!" The bullet-shaped craft shot forth like a projectile, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. General Chen, where has your aircraft gone? It has gone to fulfill its purpose. You mean it is heading to intercept the American-Japanese coalition? Chen Yu nodded and instructed Su Ro to have someone bring over the large display screen used during the press conference. Oh dear, this is madness, Chao Guangda exclaimed anxiously. General, grant me half an hour, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. Zhou Wenping, unable to remain passive, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yu, exclaiming, Chen Yu, you are nothing but an arrogant young fool. In half an hour, can your contraption possibly reach the southern waters? It is a distance of several thousand kilometers. Chen Yu glared at the elderly scientist, feeling a surge of displeasure. This old man had repeatedly questioned him, and despite Chen Yu's normally calm demeanor, he found himself irritated by the incessant skepticism. Professor Zhou, please refrain from using your so-called experience to judge the capabilities of my creation. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Zhou Wenping, momentarily speechless, could only feel his face flush with anger. Humph, arrogant fool. I shall observe what your contraption can truly achieve. Several staff members brought forth a large screen. And Chen Yu connected the signal. The screen instantly displayed real-time footage of an object speeding across the ocean. What is this? Chao Guangda inquired. This is the real-time imagery transmitted from the bullet-shaped aircraft. It should be nearing its target shortly. Zhou Wenping scoffed, utterly disbelieving that this was footage from the aircraft. Chao Guangda was astonished. The distance from Jiangcheng to the southern waters where the American-Japanese coalition was located was over 3,000 kilometers. In just a few minutes, you claim it is approaching the target. They have invaded our waters and deserve to face consequences. Suddenly, the image on the large screen froze, revealing several warships. The view zoomed in rapidly, showcasing several vessels from the Sakura Nation's fleet. Upon seeing the footage, Chao Guangda was instantly shocked. This was the fleet from the Sakura Nation, the vanguard of the American-Japanese coalition. The Americans are indeed cunning. Even in their invasive provocations, they employ subterfuge, sending their junior ally to gauge Yinxia's response. General Chao, since these vessels from the Sakura Nation have invaded our waters, we have every justification to take action against them. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, The large screen displayed a brilliant laser shooting towards one of the Sakura nation's warships. The explosion illuminated the sky as the targeted vessel, a Congo-class destroyer known for its formidable capabilities, was obliterated by a few laser strikes. The video clearly indicated that the laser had been fired from the bullet-shaped aircraft. Then, the grand spectacle commenced. The projectile, akin to a primordial beast, charged towards the warships of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The scene was profoundly shocking. It even exhibited the capability of underwater flight, and in less than 10 minutes, the entire fleet of the Cherry Blossom Nation was annihilated. 5 Kong-class destroyers and 7 or 8 ordinary frigates sank into the depths of the sea. The footage revealed numerous naval soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Nation desperately thrashing about in the water. A sight so harrowing it was almost unbearable, with flames reaching skyward. Observing this scene, Zhou Wenping and the military scientists were left utterly speechless. Particularly Zhou Wenping, whose expression was one of disbelief, grappling with the reality of a fleet capable of ranking among the world's navies being obliterated in mere minutes, employing such a cataclysmic method. Impossible! This cannot be. Such weaponry cannot exist in our world. Zhou Wenping shook his head incessantly, on the verge of madness, as this shattered his understanding of weaponry research at that moment, in a certain location of the Pacific Ocean. An American fleet led by the aircraft carrier USS Vincent, comprising over 30 warships, was stationed there. The recently destroyed fleet of the Cherry Blossom Nation had been dispatched under the direction of the American Navy to take the lead, aiming to exert pressure on the Yinxia government, serving as a form of retribution for their missing spies. Consequently, the high-ranking officials in the command center of the aircraft carrier were met with a series of distress signals from the Cherry Blossom fleet, accompanied by heart-rending cries. What is happening? What has occurred to the Cherry Blossom fleet? Immediately, retrieve satellite imagery. A naval officer shouted. As the American High Command beheld the satellite images, they collectively gasped in horror. The footage displayed a sea engulfed in flames, with the ships of the Cherry Blossom Nation slowly succumbing to the depths, while thousands of their naval personnel flailed desperately for rescue on the surface. The scene was so dreadful it resembled a hellish nightmare. The American officials, witnessing these images, were all left breathless. The commanding officer of the aircraft carrier, Captain Michael, spoke with a trembling voice. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the Yinxiang military has intervened? Aren't they typically only known for their protests and condemnations? Captain, if the Yinxiang military has indeed intervened, we must report this immediately to the White House. Very well. Escalate this matter at once and dispatch a supply ship to assist the surviving naval personnel of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Additionally, contact the Yinxiang military, informing them that our supply ship is there for rescue purposes. Urging them not to take hostile action. Captain Michael was apprehensive that the Yinxiang military might target their rescue vessel. Thus, he proactively reached out to them. In the square before the Huanyu factory. Chao Guangda's dedicated phone line rang once more. Upon connection, Chao Guangda respectfully addressed. Good day, Chief. Guangda, the captain of the USS Vincent has issued a request for assistance to our military. They will dispatch a supply ship to the Southern Sea area to rescue the naval personnel of the Cherry Blossom Nation. What do you make of this situation? Chapter 41. The Ultimate Weapon. Upon hearing the chief's words over the phone, Chao Guangda was finally convinced that everything witnessed on the big screen was indeed true. Within a mere span of a few minutes, Chen Yu's projectile combat aircraft had decimated a world-leading modern naval fleet. With a quivering voice, Chao Guangda reported, Chief, I have a crucial matter to report to you. Speak. The fleet composed of over a dozen warships from the Cherry Blossom Nation has been entirely obliterated by the combat aircraft of Huanyu technology. That moment, a series of astonished murmurs came from the other end of the line, possibly due to the shock of the revelation. What did you say? The Cherry Blossom warships have been annihilated. Hadn't I just given the order for you to intercept and negotiate? How could this transpire in such a short time? Approximately half an hour later, Chao Guangda concluded his call with the chief, having provided a detailed account of Chen Yu's achievements to this point. Chao Guangda was thoroughly astounded. His gaze towards Chen Yu transformed. What kind of superweapon has this young man created? With such combat aircraft, the Yinxiang Navy may very well dominate the globe. Chen Yu, immediately arrange for your combat aircraft to return. The chief is now aware of the situation here, and we shall leave the rest to the higher-ups. Just then, A thunderous sonic boom echoed through the sky. Everyone looked upwards, and there it was. The familiar projectile had re-entered their line of sight unscathed. The projectile gradually descended to the ground, bearing some scratches on its surface, likely remnants from the assault depicted in the footage. Zhou Wenping stared wide-eyed at this spectacle, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. However, the conversation between Chao Guangde and the chief had already validated that everything was indeed true. Having dedicated his life to researching military equipment, he had never encountered such an overwhelmingly powerful instrument of war. Once the aircraft stabilized, all the scientists surged forward, surrounding the projectile, eager to unravel its underlying principles. Zhou Wenping timidly approached Chen Yu and inquired, "Mr. Chen, may I ask where the weapon on your combat aircraft is located? How does it execute its attacks?" Chen Yu replied with a teasing expression, "What this, Professor Zhou? Are you no longer questioning my aircraft?" Zhou Wenping's countenance darkened. He was indeed reluctant to accept this truth. Yet, the evidence lay before him. This device was indisputably a formidable weapon that compelled him to believe. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. It was my oversight not to recognize the merits of your work." "Ha ha, very well. I shall enlighten you that MY projectile combat aircraft utilizes a cutting-edge electromagnetic cannon. Boasting a range of 100 kilometers, IT employs a level 1 deuterium-ion battery as its power source, allowing for continuous flight of 10,000 kilometers, capable of firing 500 rounds electromagnetic projectiles, reaching speeds of 30 Mach/s for the firepower of the electromagnetic cannon. You have witnessed it in the footage. It rivals that of a small cruise missile. Its surface is coated with a special stealth layer, effectively shielding it from the detection of the world's most advanced radars. The shell is constructed from a rare metal alloy, enabling it to launch physical attacks. Upon hearing Chen Yu expound on the specifications of the projectile, the scientists were left utterly speechless. The strike range of this aircraft was comparable to that of an intercontinental missile, with speeds that were drastically superior to all other aircraft and fighter jets. The crucial aspect was its capability to unleash 500 rounds, each with firepower akin to that of a small cruise missile. This was utterly ludicrous. These scientists, being weapon developers themselves, knew that if Chen Yu's claims held true, such a weapon would find no rivals in the world. To put it plainly, this single projectile could ante the following day. News of a fleet from Sakura Nation being annihilated in the fiery seas surged to the top of trending topics. A multitude of citizens from Sakura Nation flooded the streets to express their outrage, protesting against the brutal actions taken by the fiery nation towards their fleet, which resulted in the loss of hundreds of naval lives. Yet, they failed to mention that it was their own fleet that first invaded the waters of the fiery nation. Countries around the globe are closely monitoring this situation, in an unprecedented turn of events. The fiery nation managed to completely obliterate the invading fleet, establishing a formidable image of sovereignty over its territorial waters. Meanwhile, the officials of Sakura Nation have remained conspicuously silent, seemingly intimidated by the significant loss they have suffered. The United States has also refrained from commenting, as they rely on the accounts of the rescued Sakura naval personnel who reported being attacked by an unidentified aerial vehicle. Some Sakura naval officers captured footage of the battle, leaving military experts from both the United States and Sakura Nation in disbelief. They are determined to ascertain what exactly assaulted the Sakura fleet before exerting pressure on the fiery nation. Primarily out of concern for this formidable weaponry that in the capital city of Yanjing, within the familiar confines of a two-story building behind the red walls, Chao Guangde stood respectfully before an elder, presenting a document as he spoke. "Chief, this is the detailed report on the annihilation of the Sakura naval fleet by Chen Yu's bullet-head combat aircraft in the southern seas, accompanied by footage of the battle." Chapter 42. Sanctions approaching. The chief spent several minutes reviewing the return footage from the bullet-head combat encounter, his eyes sparkling with a golden glimmer. Indeed, this is a great fortune for the nation. A true boon. Chief, Chen Yu has also promised to provide our military with 10 bullet-head combat aircraft at no cost. It appears that Chen Yu is a patriotic and ambitious young man. We must not let him go unrewarded. He has a company, after all. We should do our utmost to facilitate his endeavors and fulfill his requests. Understood, Chief. Before long, Chen Yu's 1U technology became a key enterprise supported by the state. In the White House, President Biden was engaged in discussions with Defense Secretary Schneider, Secretary of Technology Rogers, and other high-ranking officials, watching battle footage captured by the rescued Sakura naval soldiers. After witnessing the events that transpired, the expressions of the American High Command turned grave. "Can someone explain what that dark object in the video is?" President Biden inquired. Silence ensued. "Rogers, as the Secretary of Technology, do you comprehend what that object is?" Rogers furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. "Based on my assessment, this may be a type of combat aircraft. Its shape and flight posture lead me to a possibility." "Speak." Rogers reopened a video on the large screen, showcasing the moment Chen Yu Technology unveiled their flying car. Upon viewing it, the American executives seemed to have an inkling of the truth. After the video concluded, Rogers slowly remarked, "Have you all noticed that the aircraft attacking the Sakura naval vessels bears a striking resemblance to the flight principles of Chen Yu Technology's flying car? Are you suggesting that Chen Yu Technology has collaborated with the fiery nation's military to create a combat-capable flying vehicle utilizing anti-gravity engines?" Defense Secretary Schneider queried. Rogers nodded before continuing his speculation. "I believe that the fiery military not only acquired Chen Yu Technology's anti-gravity engine technology, but also their battery technology. The lasers emitted by the attacking aircraft, I suspect, are from electromagnetic cannon, something we are also developing. But we have yet to miniaturize it due to a lack of suitable energy storage devices. However, Chen Yu Technology's high-compression, heavy hydrogen-ion batteries could, truly, the Secretary of Technology demonstrated remarkable analytical prowess, arriving at conclusions that closely align with reality. The fiery nation's actions were excessively audacious. Sakura Nation is our ally, and now that their fleet has been completely decimated, it has incited dissatisfaction among NATO military alliance members, prompting them to demand that the United States take action. Mr. President, the fiery nation's abrupt and silent aggression has severely violated international conventions. I believe we should impose sanctions on them," proposed Secretary of Trade Humphreys. Indeed, the fiery nation has made tremendous strides in both economic and military capabilities over recent years, positioning itself as our most formidable adversary. Coupled with our current global plundering strategy, the fiery nation must face sanctions. Humphreys devise a series of sanction proposals and implement them promptly. Understood, Mr. President. Merely a day later, under the leadership of the United States, major economic powers within the European Union followed suit, simultaneously issuing a series of sanctions in North America and Europe. The sanctions included imposing high tariffs on goods exported to North America and Europe from the fiery nation and reducing or ceasing imports from the fiery nation, instead seeking orders from Southeast Asia. Additionally, exports of advanced Western technology products to the fiery nation were restricted, including high-end chips, advanced operating systems, and AI software. Furthermore, in the financial markets, there was a significant seizure of fiery enterprises, with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, causing the wealth of fiery tycoons to flow into the United States. These three measures would inevitably lead to significant economic difficulties for the fiery nation, coupled with the West's restrictions on exporting various advanced products to the fiery nation. This would severely hamper their productive capacity. This round of sanctions represents the most severe collective action against the fiery nation by the United States and its allies. Should the fiery nation fail to manage this situation effectively or allow the United States to impose sanctions unchecked, it may result in economic regression and even internal crises. Following the announcement of these prohibitions, media outlets worldwide fervently reported on the developments. The fiery nation's media, in particular, descended into chaos, with citizens gripped by anxiety. Many companies promptly announced layoffs and salary reductions, and numerous international enterprises declared their exit from the fiery market. Within the Great Hall of Yanjing, a high-level meeting convened by the chief was underway. "Chief, our destruction of the Sakura fleet seems to have thoroughly incited the NATO military alliance. My suggestion is to tighten our belts and actively implement an internal economic cycle, investing in research and development in the areas where we are being stifled. We will inevitably face an economic war with the United States," proposed Prime Minister and Minister of Economy Li Jinfeng. Many high-ranking officials from the fiery nation pondered the feasibility of Li Jinfeng's suggestion. However, a senior official specializing in economics rose to rebut. Minister Li, I believe our most pressing issue is time, that if we allocate resources to our tech companies for research and development to address some of the limitations in high-tech sectors, it may be more prudent to actively negotiate peace with the United States and the EU, that we can afford to make some concessions in exchange for a conducive development environment. Given the current hardline tactics of the United States, do you really believe they are open to negotiations? This has been their intention for quite some time. However, if our exports diminish, it will inevitably lead to a downturn in the domestic economy. With rising unemployment rates, how will we address the ensuing issues related to people's livelihoods? As Li Zhenfeng and the senior official engage in their back and forth, the chief raised his hand to halt their discourse. Enough. Both of your points hold merit, but it is impossible for our grand fiery nation to capitulate, that we must actively stabilize relations with countries that have not severed trade ties with us, and enhance research and development in sectors that heavily rely on imports. Both Li Zhenfeng and the senior official nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, the chief continued, I believe you are all familiar with Chen Yu technology, correct? I think the fate of our fiery nation hinges on this company. Numerous officials nodded, having all seen the footage of the destruction of the Sakura fleet. This company possesses considerable strength in military technology development, and it is quite possible that our current predicament could be resolved by their endeavors. Upon returning to the two-story building behind the red walls, the chief instructed his secretary, please have Chao Guangda bring Chen Yu to Yanjing. I wish to meet him. Understood, Chief. I will contact General Chao immediately. At the headquarters of Chen Yu Technology, Chen Yu sat in his office, gazing at the flood of news regarding the sanctions on his computer. He had not anticipated such a swift response from the United States. If the West sanctions were allowed to proceed unchecked, they could indeed cripple his nation's economy. Chen Yu muttered to himself, contemplating the situation. However, after a moment of reflection, a smile crept across his face. Chapter 43. Focus Support. The United States, in conjunction with the EU, has launched comprehensive sanctions against the fiery nation. This presents the perfect opportunity for Chen Yu's rise, with the West withholding high-tech products from the fiery nation. The items that would have needed to be imported can now be fully embraced by Chen Yu Technology. Chen Yu had long planned to revolutionize the high-tech sectors crucial to Earth's industries. Previously monopolized by Europe and America, it is now time for Chen Yu Technology to soar. Chen Yu aims to create products that surpass the current era, after which it will be the West seeking exports from the fiery nation. Suddenly, Chen Yu's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Xia Yushu calling. Hello, beautiful, what brings you to me? Chen Yu, you mentioned wanting to buy land last time that I spoke with my father. And he found a plot for you in the outskirts of Donghai City, adjacent to Jiangcheng, that IT spans 30 square kilometers, approximately 45,000 acres. Chen Yu's eyes lit up at the news. That's even larger than the land in Chifu village. Tell me, is it easy to acquire? My father has excellent connections with the Donghai City officials. He can facilitate the acquisition for you, and the cost will surely be cheaper than securing the Chifu village land. Great, take me to see that plot, and have your father help me connect with the Donghai officials. All right, come pick me up, and we'll go check it out together. Okay, Chen Yu drove his own Porsche Cayenne directly to the headquarters of Qianye Group in Jiangcheng. After picking up Xia Yushu, he headed straight onto the highway, making his way to the nearby Donghai City. That very moment, Mayor Wu Jiangwo of Jiangcheng, accompanied by the city's top leadership, was en route to Chen Yu Technology. Having received directives from Yanjing to offer robust support to the company and ensure that all its demands were met, Su Ro was busy in the general manager's office when her secretary, Xiao Fong, rushed in, exclaiming, General Manager Su, the mayor. The mayor has arrived. Su Ro looked up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. What brings the mayor here? Not only the mayor, but virtually all the high-ranking officials of Jiangcheng had come, eager to meet Chairman Chen. However, Chairman Chen had just left with Ms. Xia to inspect land in Donghai, so instruct them to enter the conference room, and I will attend to them. Understood, General Manager Su. Su Ro composed herself in front of the office mirror before proceeding to the largest conference room. Inside, Mayor Wu Jiangwo and the leadership team of Jiangcheng awaited, none of them displaying any semblance of authority. They had received word that Chen Yu from Chen Yu Technology was an individual they must court favor with. Failure to adequately serve Chen Yu could result in dire consequences for their positions. As Su Ro entered the conference room, A multitude of high-ranking officials rose to their feet, and upon realizing she was a woman, confusion swept over the assembly. "Where is Chairman Chen?" Xiao Fong stammered while introducing Su Ro to the distinguished guests. Having witnessed Chen Yu's prowess in obliterating the Sakura Nation's fleet in mere half an hour, she surmised the official's visit was not without purpose. Gaining confidence, she took her seat at the head of the table, while the officials remained standing. Yet, her keen eyes detected a particularly rotund official, Director Liao Changji of the Land Bureau, who appeared to be shrinking back in trepidation. He, too, recognized Su Ro's entrance. Liao Changji had arrived with a heavy heart, as he had previously evaded Su Ro's requests for land approval, even hinting at the necessity for favors and demanding exorbitant prices. He had assumed that Huanyu Technology, being a prominent enterprise, would be an easy target for his opportunism. Now, with directives from Yinjing mandating cooperation with Huanyu, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known the company was so formidable, he would not have made Su Ro's life difficult. Once seated, Su Ro gestured for the officials to take their seats. "Greetings, esteemed officials. I am Su Ro, the general manager of Huanyu Technology. Our chairman has just departed for Donghai to assess a project. So I shall be your host today, and I appreciate your presence." After the officials settled, Mayor Wu Jingwo spoke. General Manager Su, please, there is no need for such formalities regarding our status." Though he spoke graciously, he felt a twinge of discomfort. How could the chairman leave while he, the mayor, was present? "Might I inquire if you all are here to assess Huanyu Technology?" Wu Jingwo quickly clarified. No, we are here to extend our support to Huanyu Technology. Yinjing has issued a crucial document designating your company as a strategic enterprise, mandating our departments in Jiangcheng to actively assist your endeavors. A knowing expression crossed Su Ro's face that, so Huanyu Technology is indeed held in such high regard. However, support or not, our company stands strong at the pinnacle of the industry due to our own capabilities. Indeed, General Manager Su, Wu Jingwo hurriedly echoed. Actually, it's not that we do not require assistance. Rather, when we approached you, certain officials were rather imposing, Su Ro remarked, her words causing Liao Changji, who had been retreating to the shadows, to tremble. That Wu Jingwo, seasoned in the political arena, immediately sensed the underlying message in her statement. "General Manager Su, are you suggesting that our requests have gone unfulfilled?" Su Ro cast a pointed glance toward the quaking Liao Changji. It's nothing of great consequence. It's simply that we at Huanyu Technology wish to requisition the land in Chifu Village. But your Land Bureau has rebuffed us numerous times. Thus, Chairman Chen has now gone to Donghai to scout for land, and it's possible that Huanyu Technology may relocate entirely. Wu Jingwo grasped the gravity of the situation. Huanyu Technology's desire for land was being obstructed by the Land Bureau, and if they were indeed to relocate, it would jeopardize his position as mayor, especially given Yinjing's current focus on the company. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "General Manager, why must Chairman Chen seek land elsewhere? Allow him to return. I shall approve any land he desires in Jiangcheng." Su Ro smiled slyly. "Mayor Wu, I dare not. The officials of your Land Bureau wield considerable influence. As a small enterprise, it is best we avoid confrontation with such high-ranking individuals." Wu Jingwo turned, seemingly searching for something, while Liao Changji shrank further in the corner. The other officials, recognizing the tension, instinctively distanced themselves, isolating Liao Chang. In a booming voice, Wu Jingwo commanded, "Liao Changji, come here at once." Trembling, Liao Changji made his way to Wu Jingwo, his legs quaking. "Mr. Mayor, you still recognize me as your mayor? Do you? With such authority, perhaps you should take on the role yourself." "Mr. Mayor, I dare not." "What do you mean you dare not? Huanyu Technology's new energy vehicles are the pride of Jiangcheng, a significant taxpayer, and yet you dare to obstruct them." Cold sweat dripped down Liao Changji's brow as he stood before the scrutinizing officials, feeling as though he might perish from the weight of their gaze. "Mr. Mayor, it is my lack of awareness. I will approve that land for Huanyu Technology immediately. No need for that. From now on, matters concerning Huanyu Technology will be handled solely by me. You need not remain in your position. An investigation will be conducted into your actions. You may leave." Liao Changji crumpled to the floor, realizing his years of corruption as the Land Bureau chief had now caught up with him. Should an investigation commence, his fate was sealed. The remainder of his life could very well be spent in prison, and offending Chen Yu technology could lead to dire consequences, including the possibility of a death sentence due to the substantial amounts involved. General Manager, please speak on my behalf. I never meant to make things difficult for you. Liao Changji pleaded, crawling towards Su Ro, reminded of his earlier demand for money and his unwelcome advances. Su Ro felt a wave of revulsion. She had kept these matters from Chen Yu, believing them trivial enough to manage on her own. Security, please escort this man out, she commanded, and several burly security personnel rushed in to drag the quivering Liao Changji away. General Manager, I have removed Liao Changji. Could you possibly call Chairman Chen and ask him to return? After all, Jiangcheng is the headquarters of Chen Yu Technology, is it not? Su Ro smiled faintly as she retrieved her phone and dialed Chen Yu. Hello, Xiaoro. What is it? Mayor Wu and the leadership team from Jiangcheng have come to our company, expressing their intent to offer strong support, stating that you can select any land you desire for approval. Oh, so they have finally come to their senses. However, I am currently in Donghai and must finish reviewing the land here before I return. Please ask them to leave. The call ended abruptly with the speakerphone still activated, allowing everyone to hear Wu Jiangwo's expression soured. And just then, Xiao Fong rushed back into the conference room, exclaiming, General General Chao has arrived. Su Ro turned toward the entrance to see a group of individuals clad in military uniforms. Accompanying General Chao Guangda were several generals from the Southern Military District, as well as envoys from Yinjing. Wu Jiangwo recognized these figures, all of whom held substantial power at Da. General Chao, General Zhang, General Li, and Minister Liu. What a surprise to see you here at Chen Yu Technology. Wu Jiangwo sprinted forward, shaking hand with each of the military dignitaries. Oh, Mayor Wu, you are here for an inspection. However, we are not here for that purpose. We have received orders from the higher-ups to invite Mr. Chen to Yinjing to discuss state affairs. General Chao Guangda's words conferred significant esteem upon Chen Yu. Wu Jiangwo was taken aback. Now even the higher-ups wished to meet Chen Yu. Should Chen Yu share his experiences in Jiangcheng, Wu Jiangwo's political career would be at an end. General Chao, we are not here for inspections. We aim to support Chen Yu Technology, although Chairman Chen is currently absent. I have numerous supportive policies to discuss with him. I was preparing to head to Donghai to engage with him. May I inquire when Yinjing requires Mr. Chen to arrive? Wu Jiangwo sought to solidify his communication with Chen Yu before he departed for Yinjing. For otherwise, his own political future would be in jeopardy. Mayor Wu, we are not in a rush. It could be arranged within the next couple of days. Wu Jiangwo rejoiced, realizing he still had time. Very well, General Chao. Esteemed generals and ministers, I shall take my leave now. Wu Jiangwo, accompanied by various officials from Jiangcheng, departed in a grand procession, as he was eager to head to Donghai and meet Chen Yu at the earliest opportunity. After Wu Jiangwo and his entourage left, Su Ro entertained the military delegation. General Chao, since Chen Yu has just gone to Donghai, how about I host a luncheon for all the distinguished guests this afternoon? Chen Yu should be back by then. Thank you, but this time the government has approved hospitality expenses for us, so it is only fitting that we treat you, replied Wu. Let me have my secretary book a table at the hotel for when Chen Yu returns. Very well. Chen Yu arrived at the border where Donghai City meets Jiangcheng, accompanied by Xia Yueshu. The location was not far from Chifu Village, which is also situated at the edge of Jiangcheng. Chen Yu, my father has already arrived there, and he has brought along the mayor of Donghai City, Zhao Wenbin. You will discuss matters with him. After a short drive, they finally reached the designated location. As Chen Yu and Xia Yueshu exited the vehicle, they saw a row of cars waiting. A handsome middle-aged man approached and extended his hand. You must be Chen Yu. My daughter has been speaking of you daily. Indeed, you are quite the remarkable individual. Chen Yu shook hands with Xia Xixiao. Hello, Uncle XIA.IT is an honor to finally meet you. Haha, let me introduce you to the mayor of Donghai City. Zhao Wenbin. Greetings, Mr. Chen. I understand you're looking to acquire a piece of land, and Mr. Xia has reached out to me on your behalf. Yes, Mayor Zhao, I am interested in purchasing a substantial plot of land. Chen Yu spent the afternoon inspecting the land with the enthusiastic Mayor Zhao and Xia Xixiao. The land spanned an impressive 30 square kilometers, approximately 45,000 acres, with around 3,000 households residing within. After calculating the land price along with relocation costs, Chen Yu estimated he would need to pay around 6 to 8 billion. This area not only exceeded the size of Chifu Village, but was also priced 2 to 3 billion lower. Moreover, Chen Yu noted that this location was in close proximity to Chifu Village in Jiangcheng, making it convenient for transporting goods to his factory. Establishing a technology park here would be a splendid idea, especially as Donghai City would provide substantial support to Chen Yu. Just as Chen Yu was preparing to sign the land transfer contract with Zhao Wenbin, a convoy of official vehicles from Jiangcheng arrived before them. Wu Jiangwo, flanked by numerous Jiangcheng officials, approached Chen Yu, extending his hand with a genial smile. "You must be Mr. Chen. I am Wu Jiangwo, the mayor of Jiangcheng. Behind me are the senior officials from Jiangcheng. We had initially intended to visit your company to discuss support plans, but since you are in Donghai, we decided to come here instead." Chen Yu shook hands with Mayor Wu. "Mayor Wu, you traveled quite a distance for this? Surely, there must be more to your visit than just this?" Wu Jiangwo's expression faltered. It was clear that Chen Yu was displeased at, "Mr. Chen, I am aware of your intentions regarding Huanyu technology and acquiring land in Jiangcheng. I acknowledge my previous oversight and management, and I have since dismissed the director of the Land Bureau, Liao Changji. If you return to Jiangcheng now to acquire land, I will approve any location you desire." Wu Jiangwo's words carried significant weight. Yet before he could continue, a voice interrupted. "I say, Wu, are you rushing over here in hopes of sabotaging Mr. Chen's cooperation with me?" The speaker was none other than Mayor Zhao Wenbin of Donghai City. Wu Jiangwo had come solely to clarify matters with Chen Yu and rectify his decision, showing little regard for Zhao Wenbin's presence. Now realizing it was the mayor of the neighboring city, their old acquaintance, Wu Jiangwo spoke candidly. "Mayor Zhao, Mr. Chen's company is already situated in Jiangcheng. Even if expansion is necessary, it would be most convenient for it to occur there. Why venture all the way to Donghai?" Wu Jiangwo was unreserved in his retort. "Mr. Zhao, the reason Mr. Chen has come to acquire land here is that you have disheartened him. Now that you see the potential of his company, you come rushing back to make amends. As a mayor, do you not feel any sense of shame?" Chen Yu observed in astonishment as the two esteemed mayors argued over the rights to his company's establishment as if they were mere commoners. The high-ranking officials from Jiangcheng flanked Wu Jiangwo, while those accompanying Zhao Wenbin from Donghai City exchanged hostile glares. Zhao Wenbin, aware of the attention Huanyu technology was receiving from the higher echelons in Yanjing, had readily agreed to assist in securing land when Xia Shixiang approached him, hoping to entice Huanyu technology to Donghai. Now that Wu Jiangwo had neglected to appreciate Chen Yu, Zhao Wenbin was determined to cradle Huanyu technology in his hands. As tensions escalated between the two factions, Chen Yu intervened. "Everyone, let us remain calm. Mayor Wu, Mayor Zhao, is it truly necessary to create such an uncomfortable situation over my minor affairs?" "Humph." We were discussing matters quite amicably, nearly ready to sign the contract, when Wu Jiangwo interrupted. Zhao Wenbin retorted, exasperated. "Ha! Huanyu Technology is currently a technological company of Jiangcheng, and it is only right that we provide resources and support. It should not be up to you in Donghai," Wu Jiangwo countered without hesitation. Chen Yu raised his hand, interrupting their bickering. "Gentlemen, perhaps I may have a word." This prompted both mayors to fall silent. Their faces flushed. "Mayor Wu, Mayor Zhao, to be forthright, I have my sights set on both the land in Chifu Village and this plot that I have reviewed the map, and the two locations are quite close. Separated only by the Haijiang mountain range. If you both agree, I would like to acquire both parcels of land. I simply need to clear the mountain range for a seamless connection. To be candid, the technology park I aim to establish requires ample space, and the larger, the better. What do you think?" Chen Yu's proposal was diplomatic, avoiding offense to either side while securing more land for himself. He had already envisioned a blueprint for a super technology industrial park, and the combined area of the two plots would nearly reach 60 square kilometers, comparable to the core area of Silicon Valley in America, which housed the world's foremost technological giants, including Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, and others whose products enjoyed global popularity and dominance in certain sectors. Chen Yu aspired to surpass these monopolistic tech companies with Huan Yu technology. The suggestion to acquire both plots was met with enthusiasm. Wu Jiangwo beamed at the prospect of retaining Chen Yu's interest in Jiangsheng, thus solidifying his position as mayor. Mr. Chen, that is certainly feasible. Our land bureau will wholeheartedly support your company's expansion. You need only ensure the resettlement of the residents in Chifu village. And we shall waive all land transfer fees. Chen Yu was astonished. How could he refuse such an offer? This would save him billions. Zhao Wenbin promptly added, Mr. Chen, Donghai City can extend the same policy to you. Chen Yu felt a wave of exhilaration at the prospect of significantly reducing his land acquisition costs while only needing to manage the resettlement of residents. Such fortune was almost too good to imagine. Had he known how highly regarded Huan Yu technology was among the Yanjing leadership, these supportive terms would have felt commonplace. Excellent, Mayor Zhao, Mayor Wu, let us proceed to sign the contract immediately. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Yu was eager to finalize the agreement. Very well. The two mayors signaled to their secretaries, who had prepared the contracts in advance, awaiting Chen Yu's signature, believing he had struck an incredible deal. Chen Yu signed, while both mayors sought to establish a dedicated task force to assist him with the resettlement of residents, ensuring that his upcoming expansion would proceed smoothly. Both mayors hoped to invite Chen Yu for an evening gathering. Yet a phone call from Su Rou informed him that General Chao and the special envoy from Yanjing were awaiting him, compelling Chen Yu to return to Jiangxing and to the official state guest hotel in Jiangxing. Where international dignitaries were entertained, Chao Guangde hosted a banquet for Chen Yu and Su Rou. Upon entering the largest private room, Chen Yu was greeted by several high-ranking military officials in uniforms. Judging by their shoulder insignia, these were generals. General Chao, esteemed generals, I apologize for my tardiness. I was negotiating a project in Donghai. Chen Yu said, allow me to drink 3 cups as penance. Haha, Mr. Chen Yu jest. We are eager to hear how your negotiations went. Chao Guangde responded graciously that it was quite successful that I secured land in both Jiangxing and Donghai to establish a technology industrial park. Chao Guangde's eyes lit up. The leaders had previously emphasized that Huan Yu technology was crucial for breaking through Western sanctions. With Chen Yu acquiring 2 plots of land and planning substantial expansion, it was evident that he intended to contribute significantly to the nation. Raising his glass, Chao Guangde exclaimed, Chen Yu, let us toast to that. I shall drink 3 cups with you. As soon as Chao Guangde finished speaking, General Zhang and Li, along with the envoy from Yanjing, stood up and raised their glasses in unison. Chen Yu felt the weight of the nation's support in that moment, and he nodded appreciatively. The scorching summer is currently beset by an unprecedented upheaval. As a citizen of this land, I feel compelled to contribute to my nation. The sanctions imposed by the West will soon crumble without any need for confrontation. As I, Chen Yu, assert, Chapter 46. The Secret Experiment. Chao Guangde gazed at Chen Yu with bright eyes, pondering the remarkable surprises this young man, barely in his 20s, could bring to our nation. Ultimately, everyone rose to their feet, raising their glasses in a toast, downing their drinks in unison with Chen Yu. Even Su Rou was moved by Chen Yu's boldness, finding herself increasingly enamored with him. As the banquet concluded, Chen Yu learned that Chao Guangde had come at the behest of a superior to escort him to Yanjing. They agreed to depart the following morning. That evening, having indulged a bit too much, Chen Yu requested his secretary, Xiao Fong, to drive them both back to the villa. Upon alighting from the car, Xiao Jia rushed out from the villa. Ah, master, why have you drunk so much? Xiao Fong glanced at her boss, Su Rou, with an awkward expression, likely pondering the nature of the relationship between Su Rou and Chen Yu, as well as that between Chen Yu and Xiao Jia. Su Rou was already aware that Xiao Jia lived with Chen Yu, yet he had always claimed there was nothing between them. Xiao Fong, you may return now that I can assist Chairman Chen inside. Su Rou said, all right then, Su Zong, I shall take my leave, Xiao Fong replied, casting a meaningful glance at her boss and Chen Yu before driving away. Chen Yu entered the villa, collapsing onto the sofa. He playfully embraced Su Rou, adopting a mischievous demeanor. Su Rou instinctively gasped, Ah, Chen Yu! In truth, Chen Yu was not inebriated. An advanced repair robot within him rapidly metabolized the alcohol. Thus, he feigned drunkenness to persuade Su Ro to escort him back, intending to indulge in some flirtation under the guise of intoxication. Chen Yu, wake up! You're pinning me down. Su Ro, I'm here to help you. Xiao Jia interjected, seizing Chen Yu by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. Chen Yu inwardly cursed his luck, realizing that in future endeavors, he ought to keep Xiao Jia at a distance when seeking advantage. Abandoning his pretense, he slowly regained consciousness that, I'm back. Su Ro, did you bring me home? Why not stay the night here? Su Ro's face flushed instantly. I think not. Isn't Xiao Jia here to take care of you? Alas, she is merely a decoration. Su Ro remained perplexed, unable to grasp Chen Yu's repeated assertions that Xiao Jia was just a mere ornament, not to be relied upon. Master, how can you claim she's merely a decoration when you haven't even tried? Xiao Jia chimed in. Chen Yu groaned. Xiao Jia, could you not speak? Hearing this, Su Ro's expression turned icy as she grabbed her bag and stormed out. Chen Yu's plans had once again fallen through. He turned to the seemingly innocent Xiao Jia. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Come, give my legs a massage. Certainly, master. Chen Yu reclined on the sofa, relishing the moment. The next day, accompanied by Chao Guangda, Chen Yu boarded a private plane to Yanjing. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the United States at a clandestine underground laboratory in Area 51, Minister of Technology Rogers observed through a glass window. Within, a secret research project was underway. Beside him, Defense Minister Schneider inquired curiously, will your experiment succeed? Rogers furrowed his brow. The technology we excavated from that spacecraft is far too advanced. Our scientists will require more time to replicate it perfectly. Rumors from Laboratory 3 suggest good news. We cannot afford to lag behind. What they are studying cannot possibly compare to what I have. Then I wish you swift success. Before the solar calamity strikes, we must seize vast resources from around the globe. By the way, what are your thoughts on that anti-gravity aircraft from Yanxia? That combat aircraft is indeed formidable, but it poses no immediate threat to us. If a small tech company can produce such a devastating weapon, does that not strike you as odd? Rogers had long harbored a suspicion, but had yet to confirm it. Are you suggesting that Huan Yu Technology has also acquired technology from the ruins? I think it's a possibility we cannot dismiss. Oh, nonsense. Such technology cannot be deciphered in a short span. Huan Yu Technology has only been established for a little over a month. Very well, focus on your deciphering efforts that I will report back to the President. Defense Minister Schneider patted Rogers on the shoulder before departing the laboratory. Rogers continued to observe the scientists at work, deep in thought. In the imperial capital of Yanxia, Chen Yu followed Chao Guangda into the Red Walls. After several security checks, their vehicle halted beside a quaint two-story building. Chen Yu exited and surveyed the surroundings, noting the serene, picturesque environment that showcased nature's tranquility. Entering the building with Chao Guangda, they were greeted by Secretary. General Chao, you have arrived? This must be Mr. Chen Yu. Indeed, this is Chen Yu, Chao Guangda replied. Chen Yu promptly extended his hand to the secretary, recognizing the high rank associated with the leader's secretary, even surpassing that of Wu Jiangwo. Hello, I am Chen Yu. The commander has been awaiting your arrival. Please, step inside. Chao Guangda led Chen Yu into a reception room where a kindly elderly gentleman awaited, and Chen Yu felt a flutter of anxiety upon their first meeting. You must be Chen Yu, truly youthful and accomplished. Please have a seat, the commander invited warmly. The secretary entered with a pot of tea for the three of them before excusing herself. Commander, I have brought you the individual you requested. Excellent, excellent. The commander's cordial demeanor left Chen Yu pleasantly surprised. Young Chen, I have seen the footage of the bullet-head combat aircraft you developed. Annihilating those petty fleets at IT is indeed a powerful weapon. The commander referred to Chen Yu as Young Chen, fostering a sense of familiarity and warmth between them that, I must admit, I acted impulsively when I ordered the bullet-head to engage. I now feel immense regret for the consequences that have arisen. Chen Yu confessed, attributing the current sanctions to his momentary recklessness. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu, do not blame yourself. These sanctions were inevitable. They were merely a matter of time. Your actions have shown that those who provoke Yanxia must face such repercussions. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the commander was not seeking to hold him accountable. According to our intelligence, the United States has recently adjusted its strategy and has officially embarked on a campaign to plunder global resources. If we continue to yield, it may backfire. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. You are correct. Chen Yu, do you know why I've summoned you here? Chapter 47. The Enigma. Chen Yu had an inkling of the reason behind the commander's invitation. Please, Commander, speak plainly. As a citizen of Yanxia, I shall do all within my power for the benefit of our nation. The commander was pleased with Chen Yu's attitude. Good. We need young individuals like you in Yanxia. Subsequently, Chen Yu outlined his plan to establish a super-industrial park to the commander in Chaoguangda. While he refrained from divulging the specific products he intended to create, it was clear that the commander placed considerable trust in Chen Yu. Your plan is commendable. Your company possesses the capability to design weapons of the caliber of the bullet-head combat aircraft, indicating robust research and development capabilities. However, I have a gift for you. Chen Yu was taken aback, curious about what the commander could possibly bestow upon him. The commander picked up an internal phone, dialed a number, and spoke briefly. Moments later, several military personnel in uniform entered the conference room, led by Defense Minister Su Chongqing, who carried a black-coated briefcase. Commander, Chongqing, have you brought the items? Indeed, Commander. Su Chongqing placed the black briefcase on the table. Chen Yu was intrigued. What could possibly be inside? Was this the commander's gift? Chao Guangda shared his curiosity. Chen Yu, I imagine you are quite eager to discover what lies within. Chen Yu nodded. Commander, your gift must surely be extraordinary. Haha, of course. Chongqing, please open it. Su Chongqing and several high-ranking officials used their fingerprints to unlock the briefcase. Chen Yu was left speechless. The contents were classified at an exceptionally high level, requiring the defense minister and several officials to open it together. As the briefcase opened, Chen Yu peered inside to find merely a stack of documents. To be honest, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He was indifferent to the contents of the documents. With access to an alien spacecraft and a technology repository unlike anything on Earth, he held little interest in these papers. Chen Yu, take a look at these documents, the commander urged, gesturing for him to examine one. Chen Yu picked up the top document and began to read. After just a few moments, he was astounded. These were technologies that did not exist on Earth. His perspective had long transcended that of an ordinary Earthling, and he recognized that these technologies were beyond earthly comprehension. In his mind, he connected to the intelligence brain. Intelligence brain immediately scanned this document and informed me why such technology exists on Earth. Very well, Captain, please peruse the documents. I shall commence scanning immediately. Subsequently, Chen Yu's eyes transformed into those of the intellect. And after swiftly flipping through the first document, the voice of the intellect resonated. Scanning complete. Analysis underway. Analysis finished. Captain, this merely represents a rudimentary extraction technique for high polymer materials. However, many crucial details within the document are inaccurate and lack theoretical foundation. I can effortlessly supplement this information, making it suitable for the construction of shells for low-end spacecraft. Low-end. Please refrain from comparing it to your level 7 civilization. I am inquiring about its classification based on Earth's current technology. Captain, if we augment this technology, it would still lag behind the lowest tier found in the technology repository of Ship Number 1, barely qualifying as technology of a level 2 cosmic civilization. Chen Yu was astonished. How could this 0.6 level planet possess technology of a level 2 civilization? He picked up another document and rapidly skimmed through it. What technology is this? This is a design blueprint for a laser energy cannon, possessing power akin to that of an electromagnetic cannon mounted on a projectile. However, numerous technical parameters are erroneous. It seems that humanity has acquired some form of extraterrestrial technology, yet due to the limited capabilities of our scientists, they could only decipher this much, which also tenuously falls under level 2 civilization technology. Chen Yu began to grasp that the technologies contained within this box likely originated from a level 2 civilization planet. The inaccuracies in many parameters suggested that humanity had not yet fully deciphered them. Even the technology repository aboard a spacecraft, despite his access being limited to the most basic technologies, surpassed that of a level 2 civilization. The leaders, including Chao Guangda and Su Chongqing, observed Chen Yu as he rapidly reviewed the documents, as if he could read 10 lines at a glance. Eventually, Chen Yu set down the documents and curiously inquired of the leader. Sir, these technologies, I presume, are not something our Earth currently possesses. The leader's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had not misjudged Chen Yu, who had immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of these technologies Chen Yu, can you comprehend this? Chen Yu scratched his head. His cognitive capacity had been expanded by the intellect. He was constantly becoming more intelligent and had absorbed a great deal of knowledge, allowing him to understand a portion of it. However, he still could not grasp everything, largely relying on the intellect for explanations. Sir, to be frank, I can comprehend part of it, but I am quite certain that these technologies do not exist on Earth. The leader exchanged a glance with Defense Minister Su Chongqing and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Yu was a genius, to be candid. Chen Yu, this advanced technology is indeed not of our Earth. It was discovered in a certain ruin. Approximately 40 years ago, we stumbled upon the wreckage of an alien spacecraft in that ruin. Through our analysis of the remnants, we deduced that the ship had crashed on Earth nearly 10,000 years ago. We collected all the debris from the spacecraft, many of whose components remained intact. Ultimately, our scientists spent decades deciphering it to obtain the technologies you currently hold. However, our scientists have limited capabilities and have yet to achieve mass production of the items mentioned in these documents. After hearing the leader's account, Chen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that he was not the only one on Earth with access to alien spacecraft? The wreckage mentioned by the leader also crashed 10,000 years ago, nearly coinciding with the timeline of his own ship, number 1 intellect. Do you know if there are any other alien spacecraft that have fallen to Earth apart from yours? Captain, at least within the 9803. 457 years following my descent to Earth, no alien spacecraft have landed here. Then the wreckage found by Yin Sha might have arrived on Earth before your descent. That is indeed a possibility, but a mere level 2 civilization's spacecraft pales in comparison to mine. I am eager to understand why these level 2 civilization spacecraft would land on Earth while you also descended here. Why? Prompted by Chen Yu, the intellect began to analyze fervently. Captain, based on your suggestion, I have deduced a potential explanation. Speak swiftly. Chapter 48. A possibility under Chen Yu's prompting, the intellect rapidly analyzed and indeed uncovered a plausible scenario. Captain, the timing of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft descent to Earth coincides closely with my own arrival. Around 10,000 years ago, when ship number 1's warp engine malfunctioned, I detected unusual spatial fluctuations, which are quite rare in the cosmos, that I suspect that this spatial fluctuation caused the malfunction of ship No. 1's warp engine, leading to its fall from curvature space to the vicinity of Earth. That is it possible that the Level 2 civilization spacecraft also experienced a similar fate? That is indeed a possibility. Intellect, do you know the cause of this spatial fluctuation? The cause may be a naturally occurring spatial wormhole in the universe, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Is it conceivable that it could be artificial? Artificial. That is not entirely out of the realm of possibility that a civilization reaching level 5 could create a type of spatial mine, which could potentially ensnare even a level 7 civilization spacecraft, if caught unawares. A spatial mine, what on earth is that? Even your level 7 civilization spacecraft could fall victim. Certainly, do not underestimate level 5 civilizations. They possess multidimensional spatial manipulation abilities. Such spatial mines utilize this principle. I am merely the weakest exploration vessel among level 7 civilizations. If I were a battleship, it would possess a more advanced curvature collapse engine capable of creating wormholes for traversal, far exceeding the capabilities of a warp engine, and would be faster. Thus, spatial mines from level 5 civilizations would be of no consequence to me. Moreover, the Milky Way galaxy has a diameter of 100,000 light-years, providing ample conditions for the formation of high-level civilizations, such as level 5. So, you are suggesting that when you fell to Earth, it is possible that you were brought down by a level 5 civilization. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Chen Yu felt a profound sense of crisis. If a monstrous level 5 civilization truly existed within the Milky Way, then the discovery of Earth by them could very well lead to its subjugation. Presently, he had yet to grow strong, and as articulated in the novel The Three-Body Problem, the dark forest theory loomed ominously overhead. Intellect, we must strengthen ourselves. You are a level 7 civilization and cannot be obliterated by the level 5 civilizations of the Milky Way. Captain, as long as you provide me with sufficient raw materials and time, I can equip you with the means to resist level 5 civilizations. All right, let us set that aside for now. I still need to discuss matters with the leader. Chen Yu severed his connection with the intellect and set down the documents. Sir, I can attempt to research and complete the technologies within these documents. The leader's eyes brightened. How confident are you in your research success? I cannot say how confident I am, but I will exert my utmost effort. Chen Yu was reluctant to admit that he held little regard for the meager technologies of this level 2 civilization. He had access to far superior technologies, at least those of level 3 civilization. Why waste time on the detritus of level 2 civilization? However, seeing the leader's eager expression, he resolved to have the intellect supplement 1 or 2 of these level 2 technologies and then present them to the state. Very well, Chen Yu, I, Yin Sha, will wholeheartedly support you. You need not worry about external sanctions. Our great Yin Sha, with years of accumulation, can certainly hold our own against the West. I believe that the sanctions from America will soon crumble. Chen Yu's confidence was evident, and the leader recognized that this young man possessed his own ideas. After concluding the meeting with the leader, Chao Guangda escorted Chen Yu away. The classified documents would be delivered to Chen Yu once he returned to Jiangxing. In truth, Chen Yu had already scanned those documents into his mind. Their physical presence was inconsequential. After departing from the leader's residence, Chao Guangda informed Chen Yu, I will be departing tonight to undertake a secret mission. In the coming days, I will arrange for someone to show you around Yanjing. No worries, General Chao. Your mission is of utmost importance. After parting ways with Chao Guangda, Chen Yu was assigned to the Yanjing VIP Hotel, the nation's highest grade establishment for hosting distinguished guests. In the opulent suite, Chen Yu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, deep in contemplation. The more he learned, the more he sensed the impending crisis facing Earth. With the unusual solar flares erupting and intensifying, and the looming threat of advanced civilizations hanging overhead, it was conceivable that one day they might discover Earth and send a spacecraft to transform it into a colony or simply obliterate it. Fortunately, since Earth's discovery of radio waves, only a little over 100 years had passed, and radio waves could only travel a maximum of just over 100 light-years in the cosmos. In the grand scheme of the universe, Earth had barely emerged from the novice village. According to astronomers' research, within a radius of just over 100 light-years from Earth, conditions for forming life-bearing planets were nearly non-existent. Thus, Earth remained relatively safe for the time being, even if those advanced civilizations were formidable. The radio waves emitted by this little insect of Earth had yet to reach the detection range of any extraterrestrial observers. Those aliens were not omniscient. They could not simply know of Earth's existence out of thin AI. It seemed that the most pressing matter was to resolve the solar crisis. Without overcoming this hurdle, how could one aspire to contend with extraterrestrial beings? Chen Yu muttered to himself. Having arrived in Yanjing, he decided to spend a couple of days exploring, as he had never visited the capital before. The following morning, a knock echoed at the door of Chen Yu's suite. Dressed in his pajamas, Chen Yu opened the door, expecting to find the hotel staff delivering breakfast. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a stunning beauty standing before him. Her delicate and exquisite face, coupled with captivating eyes, was truly enchanting. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.7 meters, she wore silver high heels that brought her almost level with Chen Yu's towering stature of 183 centimeters. The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with slightly flushed, wavy hair cascading alluringly. A dark dress perfectly accentuated her flawless figure, drawing attention to her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings, igniting a sense of warmth in Chen Yu early in the morning. You must be Chen Yu, the beauty initiated, her voice smooth and inviting. Chen Yu felt a bit flustered. And you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Yisin. My father, Chao Guangda, left last night on a mission, and he sent me today to show you around Yanjing. Chen Yu was taken aback, unable to fathom that General Chao Guangda had such a beautiful daughter. It dawned on him that when the general mentioned sending someone to accompany him, he meant his own daughter. Chen Yu took another moment to examine Chao Yisin, and indeed, she bore resemblance to her father. Very well, Miss Chao. I shall rely on you today. Please, just call me Yisin. Referring to me as Miss Chao feels too formal. All right then, Yisin. Please do get dressed quickly. I shall await you outside. Oh, of course. Chen Yu hurried back to his room, swiftly donning his attire. It would be impolite to keep such a beautiful woman waiting. Within just 2 minutes, he was fully dressed and at the door. Wow, that was quick. Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. How can man be deemed quick by a woman, especially one as stunning as she? Thus, he instinctively retorted, Actually, I can sometimes take my time. Chao Yisin paused momentarily, her lips twitching slightly, before guiding Chen Yu downstairs. After enjoying breakfast at the hotel, they stepped outside to find a charming red Mini awaiting them. Hop in. I shall take you to some delightful places. Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised to see Chao Yisin driving such an adorable vehicle. They both got in and drove off. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, shortly after the Mini departed, a rather inconspicuous black car parked nearby quietly started its engine and began to follow them. Chapter 49. The abduction. Inside the black sedan sat 2 men. The one in the passenger seat, with a hawk-like nose, spoke into his earpiece. The target has exited the hotel, but a man has accompanied the target into the car. We are currently following them. Yes, understood, responded the driver, a lanky figure. What are we instructed to do about the man? We need to photograph him and send it back for identification. Understood. Meanwhile, in the Mini, Chen Yu curiously inquired, Yisin, what do you plan to take me for fun? Our capital is steeped in history and culture. Naturally, we must visit the Forbidden City first. Sounds fantastic. I've only seen it on television. Throughout the morning, Chao Yisin led Chen Yu through the captivating sights of the Forbidden City, the Summer Palace, and the Old Summer Palace, among other renowned attractions. Chen Yu marveled at the cultural richness of the capital, feeling enveloped by its historical gravitas. By noon, they arrived at a famous snack street. Eager to indulge in a feast, as they strolled through the bustling market, the 2 men tracking Chen Yu and Chao Yisin blended in as tourists, casually capturing their photographs with a DSLR camera. We got the pictures. Keep a close watch on them while I send the images to headquarters, one man instructed. Got it. After a quick transfer of the photographs, the spies continued to trail Chen Yu and Chao Yisin. Meanwhile, within the vast confines of the Pentagon, a large office known as the Summer Strategy Research Department buzzed with activity, analyzing strategies to suppress and restrict certain entities. Upon receiving the photographs, several high-ranking officials within the department immediately began investigating the identity of the man in the image. It didn't take long for them to ascertain that he was Chen Yu, who had recently made headlines at a press conference for Huanyu Technology. The revelation sparked an unusual excitement among the strategists. Their initial plan had been to abduct Chao Guangda's daughter. As he was currently engaged in a sensitive mission, capturing her, they intended to disrupt his efforts. However, they found themselves with a 2-for-1 opportunity. As the very individual who had been a thorn in their side, Chen Yu was now in close proximity to their target, Chao Yisin. The commander of the strategic department promptly reported this development to the highest echelons. The response was swift. Capture both of them. As the 2 spies received their secret directive, they revealed their true identities as professionally trained American operatives. We've been instructed to abduct both individuals. One confirmed. All right, let's find a secluded spot to act. Contact the extraction team and ensure they're nearby for a swift retrieval. Unaware of the impending danger, Chen Yu and Chao Yisin continued to enjoy their culinary adventure. After satisfying their appetites, they decided to head to the restroom. The spies, having tracked them diligently, prepared to execute their plan inside the facilities. The restroom was discreetly located behind a narrow path, where a van awaited, its back obscured by dark fabric, concealing its interior. Let us use the restroom first, then I'll take you to our next destination. Sure. As they entered the respective restrooms, the spies followed closely behind, disregarding the presence of other patrons. Chen Yu found a stall in the spacious men's restroom and began to unfasten his belt. Nearby, several tourists were also attending to their needs when one of the spies entered. Heading straight for Chen Yu. From his pocket, he produced a cloth soaked with ether, intending to subdue Chen Yu by covering his mouth and nose. Oblivious to the impending threat, Chen Yu prepared to retrieve his belongings when the spy swiftly grasped him from behind. Pressing the ether-soaked cloth against his face, trained in rapid execution, the spy anticipated that Chen Yu would succumb immediately. However, as Chen Yu inhaled the pung, a small landing craft floated silently in low Earth orbit above Jiangxi. Upon receiving orders, it sped towards Yanjing at an astonishing pace. Within a mere 5 minutes, Chen Yu's mobile phone buzzed with real-time location data transmitted from the intelligence system. The landing craft had successfully located and locked onto the target van. Chen Yu hailed a taxi from the roadside, instructing the driver to head towards the objective. The van was making its way to the most remote outskirts. Were it not for the presence of Chao Yisin in the vehicle, Chen Yu would have commanded the landing craft to obliterate the van and its occupants with a single laser blast. After over an hour's pursuit, the taxi had reached a narrow suburban road, and the driver appeared apprehensive. "Sir, where exactly are we heading? We're already at the edge of Yanqing. I can only take you this far." The taxi came to a gradual halt, and Chen Yu, understanding the driver's predicament, exited the vehicle, scanned to pay, and watched as the driver swiftly turned around and fled. Observing the red on his phone come to a standstill, it was evident that the kidnappers had arrived at their hideout. However, there remained a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers to cover. Chen Yu prepared to run, confident that traversing this distance posed no challenge given his physique. He set off along the rugged path towards the kidnappers' location. In approximately 10 minutes, he completed a journey that would typically take a normal person 40 minutes. As he approached, his eyes fell upon an old red brick building. "Intelligence system, scan the building for personnel," he commanded. "Understood, Captain." The landing craft, hovering overhead, emitted a beam from its extraterrestrial radar, precisely scanning the structure. "There are 7 males, all armed, and 1 unconscious female," the system reported. Chen Yu contemplated alerting the authorities, but the audacity of these kidnappers to abduct someone in the capital and their meticulous planning suggested they were no ordinary criminals. Reporting them might endanger the hostage. Resolute, he decided to infiltrate and rescue her himself. With an IME repair robot within him, he felt no fear of injury. "Intelligence system, implant the combat techniques I learned from the training module into my memory." "Affirmative, Captain. Executing now. Operation successful." In an instant, Chen Yu felt an influx of knowledge concerning human anatomy, joints, blood vessels, and muscles, granting him a newfound understanding of where to strike for maximum effect. He practiced a few punches, feeling the wind rush past him. Previously, he had relied solely on brute strength, but now his strikes harnessed the full potential of his muscle power, greatly amplifying their impact. He could even generate the sound of wind whooshing from his fists, reminiscent of cinematic battles. "Excellent. If I land a single blow on those men, they will either perish or be rendered incapacitated." Stealthily, he approached the building's perimeter, where the intelligence system relayed a 3D visual of the interior layout directly to his mind, allowing him to see through the walls. It was clear that the courtyard outside was devoid of any guards. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the 2-meter-high wall with ease, as if it were merely a casual hop. Upon entering the courtyard, he utilized the real-time scans from the overhead landing craft to assess the situation inside. The assailants were holed up in a basement, and Chen Yu stealthily made his way towards it. Inside the basement, a spy was conversing into a specialized communication device that "We failed to kidnap Chen Yu. We only managed to take Chao Yisin. Chen Yu is merely an ordinary person. How could you fail against him when you're all trained soldiers?" The spy continued. "The information we received indicated that Chen Yu is exceptionally powerful, capable of shattering ribs with a single punch, and he seems impervious to ether." "Ridiculous. Who wouldn't he be incapacitated by ether? Even an elephant would succumb." "Are you jesting?" Yet, those who attempted to subdue Chen Yu reported exactly that. Regardless, Chen Yu was never a primary target. Keep a close watch on the woman. She is of utmost importance. "Understood, Commander." The lead spy concluded the communication, and another spy queried, "Boss, should we retrieve the 3rd member who is currently hiding in the city?" "Leave him be. Let him remain concealed, with Chao Guangda's daughter kidnapped. The capital will surely be on high alert." "Very well." Chen Yu had reached the basement door, having overheard their conversation. "So, they are spies, and their true aim was always Chao Yisin. I was merely an afterthought." He scoffed, infuriated by the audacity of these spies to abduct a general's daughter. Formulating a plan, he prepared to charge in and swiftly eliminate them. His mind was filled with the real-time layout of the basement, including the positions of each individual. After mentally simulating the assault, he inhaled deeply and, with a powerful kick, smashed the door open, bursting in like a specter. The spies were caught off guard as Chen Yu struck at the 2 nearest individuals. His fists, heavy with force, crashed against their temples, shattering their skulls and rendering them lifeless in an instant. He dashed towards the remaining three, delivering another 3 rapid punches. The trio was sent hurtling backwards. Their sternums caved in, blood spewing forth as they succumbed to their injuries. After dispatching 5 of them, the last 2 inside had finally reacted, drawing their weapons and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Chen Yu. He shielded his head, his feet moving with ferocious speed. He aimed to neutralize them before they could use Chao Yi-sin as leverage. Despite sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, he pressed onward, closing the distance to one of the spies. With a swift chop, he struck towards the neck, snapping the scapula and sending the assailant collapsing to the ground with a pained gasp. The remaining leader, witnessing Chen Yu riddled with bullet holes yet only losing a trickle of blood, stared in disbelief. Is this even a normal human? How can someone withstand so many shots and still retaliate with such agility? In a sudden burst, Chen Yu lunged at the spy leader, seizing his wrist and twisting with lethal force. A sickening crack echoed as bones fractured under the pressure, the exposed ends piercing through flesh. The spy screamed in agony, but Chen Yu swiftly followed with a kick to the head, silencing him forever as his skull caved in. In less than 30 seconds, Chen Yu had eliminated all 7 spies. Had he not acted decisively, their desperation could have led to reckless retaliation, potentially harming the hostage. He approached a corner where Chao Yi-sin was bound to a chair, swiftly cutting her free and lifting her out of the basement. Once outside, he retrieved his phone and dialed Chao Guangda. The call was answered by Secretary. Mr. Chen, General Chao is currently in an important meeting. What is your matter? I will relay it to him as soon as he finishes. The general's daughter has been kidnapped, but Chapter 51, the struggle for the iron mine. Chao Guangda was in a meeting. So Chen Yu could only relay the news of his daughter's abduction to the secretary. Upon hearing the alarming news, the secretary nearly dropped his phone. What? General Chao's daughter has been kidnapped. Yes, but I have already rescued her. We are currently in the outskirts of Yanqing. You must send people here immediately. Mr. Chen, I will inform General Chao at once. After the call ended, Chen Yu sat on the steps in front of the building. The pain from the bullets he had sustained was excruciating, each one embedding itself within him. The sensation was akin to being shot, yet the knowledge that he would not perish alleviated his fear. The bullets lodged inside him were being expelled by newly formed tissue, clattering to the ground. Captain, all bullets have been expelled from your body. The IME repair robot has completed your bodily repairs. Understood. A few minutes later, Chen Yu's phone rang. It was Chao Guangda calling, likely prompted by a secretary interrupting the meeting. Chen Yu, is my daughter unharmed? General, Yi-sin is safe. Today, spies attempted to abduct us, but I followed them to the Yanqing outskirts and eliminated all of them. That is inconsequential. Send me your location immediately, so I can dispatch a team. Of course. Chen Yu sent over their coordinates and settled down to wait. Beside him, Chao Yi-sin lay as if in a tranquil slumber. He reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his heart fluttering at the sight of her delicate features. 20 minutes later, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. Several military helicopters descended gracefully onto the expanse of barren land before the building, soldiers armed with automatic rifles pouring out. A group of officers in military attire rushed into the courtyard. Spotting Chen Yu with Chao Yi-sin, they approached swiftly, saluting Chen Yu respectfully. The leading officer spoke with earnest gratitude. Mr. Chen, we cannot thank you enough. Please send someone to investigate the basement. Those are likely spies embedded within our ranks from America. Their communication devices may yield valuable information. Understood, Mr. Chen. Several medical personnel in white coats promptly carried Chao Yi-sin on a stretcher. The officer descended into the basement and beheld the gruesome fate of the 7 individuals. A collective gasp of horror escaped his lips. These spies had met their demise through brutal blows and kicks, leaving one to ponder the immense strength required to accomplish such a feat. Chen Yu had not boarded the military helicopters to depart. Instead, he concocted an excuse to remain nearby. Once the military aircraft had vacated the area, he summoned a landing ship to descend in a deserted farmland. Chen Yu boarded the spacecraft, setting his course for Jiangcheng. The landing ship required a mere 10 minutes to return to his villa in Jiangcheng. By the time Chen Yu arrived at the villa, night had fallen. After refreshing himself under the attentive care of Xiao Jiapsi, he reclined and always Xiao Jiapsi lay beside him, serving as a living pillow. Chen Yu reflected on the day's events, pondering the motives behind the American spy's abduction of Chao Yisin. Intellect, please investigate what mission General Chao has undertaken. Understood, Captain. I will connect to the military server for the inquiry. Captain, I have found the information. General Chao is currently in Africa, competing with the countries of the White Bear, America, France, England, and Germany for control over the newly discovered largest iron ore mine in the world. Aniron Oremina. Could it be that the American spies aimed to coerce Chao Guangda into submission by abducting Chao Yisin? Why the world's most powerful nations converge in Africa to vie for this particular mine? Perhaps it pertains to the construction of shelters, indicating that these great powers are indeed aware of the impending solar catastrophe, even though the scientists in Yinxia are still validating the authenticity of the solar disaster. It does not hinder them from preparing for contingencies. Intellect, what is the total yield of that iron ore mine? According to current estimates of iron reserves, it can yield at least 30 billion tons of steel. Good heavens, such a staggering amount. The world's annual steel production hovers around 2 billion tons. No wonder these great powers are scrambling for it. Yet it is truly despicable that America resorts to kidnapping in such a manner. Far across the globe in the Pentagon, American officials wore furrowed brows in the Stratagem Research Office, still unable to establish contact. Sir, currently, only one individual involved in the abduction is injured and hiding in the city. While the rest have gone completely dark, alas, it seems the mission has likely failed. The hostage has probably been rescued. How shall we limit Yinxia's representatives in the negotiation for the African iron ore mine? Yinxia has been extending aid to those third-world countries in Africa for years, and during this negotiation, those nations are inclined to grant mining rights to Yinxia. This complicates matters for us, given the stakes of shelter construction. I believe we cannot afford to be overly chivalrous. I suggest we deploy our aircraft carrier battle group to Africa. Those impoverished nations will surely acquiesce. I will contact the president regarding this matter. The following day, Chen Yu received a phone call early in the morning that IT was from Chao Yisin, indicating that she had regained consciousness. Hello, Yisin, are you feeling any better? Chen Yu, I heard it was you who rescued me. Well, if you take me out for a day of fun and danger arises, I must come to your aid. Thank you. Chen Yu, I've heard you took considerable risks to save me. It's no trouble at all. It was my duty. Those American spies are truly shameless. They attempted to capture me, to force my father into making concessions at a crucial moment. Thankfully, they did not succeed. Once I am discharged from the hospital, I will express my gratitude properly. There's no need for that I've already returned to Jiangxing. Oh, you've left already? That won't do. I must thank you in person. Given your current status, it's best to avoid unnecessary outings. Wait until General Chao secures the iron mine before making an appearance. How did you know my father was negotiating over the mine? I have my ways of knowing. Those American spies intended to threaten my father when he signed a mining contract with those African nations, thereby delaying our acquisition of the mining rights. I'm relieved you are safe. Please refrain from wandering about. If you insist on thanking me, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Very well. After ending the call with Chao Yisin, Chen Yu rose, refreshed himself, and drove to the company. He had successfully acquired Chifu Village and a plot of land adjacent to Donghai City. Chen Yu was eager to commence his industrial park project. Upon arriving at the company, he convened a meeting with the senior management, coordinating all departments to work alongside the task forces from Jiangxing and Donghai City to ensure the local residents were adequately resettled. Chen Yu provided financial compensation and housing, prompting the residents to willingly relocate. While some stubborn holdouts attempted to negotiate exorbitant demands, the firm measures of the task forces from both cities resulted in the swift clearance of the 60 square kilometers, encompassing 90,000 acres of land. Undertaking such a massive industrial park construction would typically require hundreds of thousands of workers, and the pace of manual labor would be slow. Thus, Chen Yu decided to employ robots for the construction. During the renovation of the Huanyu Technology Factory, robots had been utilized, resulting in rapid completion. Currently, the number one mothership boasted around 10,000 construction robots and 2,000 transport robots. These robots, originally equipped on the No. 1 exploration vessel, could be deployed to Earth for construction. The efficiency would be staggering, with Chen Yu merely needing to supply construction materials for the tech park to be swiftly erected. In the meantime, the contest for the African iron ore mine intensified. America dispatched its 3 aircraft carrier battle groups to the African seas, exerting pressure on other nations. Yinxia, too, unusually sent its 3 existing aircraft carriers to Africa. Although Yinxia's carriers had yet to develop formidable combat capabilities, and even the onboard aircraft lagged behind America's by at least 2 generations, Yinxia stood firm, recognizing the iron mine's critical importance. Eventually, the African nations, unable to withstand the pressure, were compelled to concede. The mining rights would be jointly exploited by Yinxia, America, the White Bear, England, France, and Germany, with Yinxia, America, and the White Bear each claiming 30, collectively monopolizing 90 of the rights. The remaining 10 would be allocated to England, France, and Germany. This arrangement incited dissatisfaction among Sakura country, Stick country, and the most populous nation, India, as they were not consulted regarding the mining rights competition, particularly in Stick country. The online populace erupted in outcry, accusing Yinxia of seizing what rightfully belonged to them. Citizens of Stick country argued that they were a developed nation, boasting world-class companies like Samsung and Hyundai, while Yinxia was merely a developing nation and thus unworthy of the mining rights, which should be returned to Stick country. However, domestic netizens paid little heed to the clamoring of Stick country citizens. If a wild dog barks at you from the roadside, would you rush over to bark back, seize the opportunity, and dispatch it with a swift kick? Chen Yu sat in his office, perusing the news on his computer. Anger welled within him upon discovering that Yinxia had secured only 30 of the mining rights. How could they not have obtained it all? Those Americans are truly detestable. Once my power grows, I will ensure they regret their actions. Chen Yu invested all the profits earned from Huanyu Automotive into the construction of the Huanyu Technology Park, since he did not require hundreds of thousands of workers. He saved over 100 billion in costs, merely needing to purchase raw materials in abundance. His plan was to establish several factories to manufacture high-tech products that were previously restricted by the West, such as advanced chips, high-end medical devices, sophisticated industrial machinery, and specialized equipment in critical fields. For the first factory within the industrial park, Chen Yu aimed to construct a chip factory. Yinxia had historically relied on imports of high-end chips from America. Should America halt exports, many sectors in the country would face severe stagnation. Chen Yu intended to utilize the most basic chip technology from the spacecraft's technology repository, the single-photon folded tremor chip. This technology, based on the principle of single photons oscillating at light speed within a defined area to achieve computational capacity, would place it at least a century ahead of Earth's semiconductor chips. The computational power of a standard single-photon folded tremor chip would rival that of a supercomputing center on Earth. Chen Yu envisioned that once his chips hit the market, the world would be left in awe. If Yinxia adopted computers utilizing this chip for research, every industry would experience rapid growth. With his own chips ready for launch, Chen Yu also planned to introduce his proprietary software, an operating system that could seamlessly interface with all global software platforms while offering enhanced operational efficiency. Complete with advanced artificial intelligence capable of assisting in work, analysis, and development. Once Yinxia possessed such technology, surpassing America would be a matter of mere moments. At that time, Western nations would be on their knees, pleading with Yinxia to sell them products. While the construction of Chen Yu's Huanyu Technology Park surged ahead, chaos reigned within. Chao Guangde arrived to collect the goods, and he conveniently brought along his daughter. Upon seeing 10 sleek, black bullet-shaped aircraft parked in the square, Chao Guangde's face radiated with excitement. With these machines, the confidence of Yinxia has significantly bolstered. Chao Yisin rushed to Chen Yu, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Chen Yu, I cannot thank you enough for saving me last time in Yinjing. How can I repay you?" Chen Yu was tempted to suggest they share a night together, but such thoughts remained unvoiced. "Haha, if you're with me, I will certainly ensure your safety. There's no need for thanks." Chao Guangde expressed his profound gratitude as well. "Chen Yu, thank you for rescuing my daughter. Those despicable American spies dared to resort to kidnapping. And as for the iron or mining rights, we had already negotiated with several countries, but the Americans interfered. Alas, General Chao, there's no need for such lamentation. What is rightfully ours will eventually return to our hands." "Indeed, I trust you." Chen Yu to be, by the way, The spies who kidnapped Eason and Yinjing were all highly trained professionals. How did you manage to eliminate them all by yourself? Haha, General Chow, I have my own methods. Perhaps in the future, you will come to understand. Oh, splendid. You have truly astonished me time and again. Chow Guanda was aware that Chen Yu harbored secrets, but he would not pry further. Chen Yu, I plan to stay in Jiangcheng for a few days. As the host here, how will you entertain me? Chow Eason inquired. In Yinjing, you took me around, so I must return the favor and show you around. All right, I entrust myself to you. You must put in your best effort. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a hint of ulterior meaning, leading his thoughts to wander. After bidding farewell to General Chow and the convoy of bullet-shaped aircraft, Chen Yu took Chow Eason on a tour of his factory. Chow Eason was astounded by the advanced automation present in Chen Yu's establishment. Following the factory tour, Chen Yu led Chow Eason to his anti-gravity vehicle, the Bird No. 1. Wow. Chen Yu, this vehicle is so impressive. It has no wheels. How does it travel on the road? Chen Yu chuckled lightly and explained, this vehicle doesn't operate on the ground. It flies in the sky. Chow Eason recalled Chen Yu's previous press conference, where he had showcased a flying car. Was this it? Chen Yu, is this the flying car you mentioned? Would you like to experience flying? Absolutely. With that, the gull-wing doors of Bird No. 1 opened gracefully. Hop in. Chow Eason eagerly jumped into the vehicle while Chen Yu took the driver's seat. The doors closed slowly, and the vehicle ascended gently, leaving Chow Eason in awe of the silence within. The vehicle simply lifted off into the air. Wow, this is so magical. How is this even possible? This vehicle utilizes my developed anti-gravity engine, coupled with a high-compression hydrogen-ion battery, which allows for silent flight, unless wind noise is produced at high speeds. Chen Yu, you are truly remarkable. My father says you might be the key to Yinxia's future breakthroughs. General Chow holds me in such high regard. It's not just my father. The higher-ups also have great expectations for you. Indeed, given the hardships Yinxia is currently facing, perhaps only you can pave the way forward. Chen Yu then took Chow Eason to view the construction site of the Cosmic Technology Park. She was once again left astounded by the myriad of machines tirelessly working on the project. After Chen Yu's explanations, Chow Eason learned that although the machines appeared human-like, they were in fact robots. Massive quantities of raw materials were transported from across the nation, which the robots then automatically moved into the technology park for assembly. Chen Yu estimated that the first chip manufacturing plant would be completed in just 10 days. Moreover, he envisioned creating a super factory capable of producing interstellar warships. Chen Yu yearned to construct a starship as described by the intelligent brain. With it, he could traverse the galaxy with ease. Chen Yu spent several delightful days showing Chow Eason around Jiangcheng, marking some of the happiest moments for her. At the Jiangcheng airport, she said, Chen Yu, I'm heading back. Will you miss me? Of course. How could I not miss such a beautiful lady like you? Then I'll ask my father to transfer me to Jiangcheng for work. What do you think? Would that hinder your career? In Yinjing, where power is concentrated, you might see a faster rise in your career. You're quite perceptive. However, I don't particularly enjoy politics, but it is my father's wish. If you dislike it, you needn't force yourself. Sigh, I will consider it. Before I leave, may I make a small request? Go ahead. Let me hug you. What kind of request is that? It's clearly a reward. Chen Yu teased, and then they embraced for a full minute before parting. Chen Yu, thank you. All right, now go inside. The plane is about to take off. After bidding farewell to Chow Eason, Chen Yu returned to his company. In the White House in Washington, D.C., President Biden was convening an urgent meeting. With a grave expression, he addressed the attendees. We have just received news that the Yinxia Navy has equipped 10 bullet-shaped combat aircraft. They're no longer confined to their inland seas and have begun patrolling the Pacific. Our allies in Asia, the Republic of Korea and Japan, have been intimidated into refraining from sailing. What should we do now? At this moment, Secretary of Technology Rogers stood up and said, Mr. President, I have a solution. Go ahead. My project number 3 has been successful. After reviewing the classified documents, Biden understood what Rogers was referring to with Project No. 3. Are you saying that your extraterrestrial biological gene modification technology has succeeded? Yes, and I would like to show everyone a video. Rogers played a video from Laboratory Number 3, depicting a monstrous humanoid creature that tore apart dozens of scientists in a matter of 3 minutes. Several officials nearly retched after watching. Rogers, is this what you call success? This creature is a bloodthirsty monster. Do you intend to unleash it upon Yinxia? Sir, it's not like that. Please watch this video. Rogers then played another video. This time, it featured multiple humanoid creatures, each towering over 2 meters and possessing extraordinary strength, calmly undergoing tests by the staff. When asked to lift vehicles, they effortlessly hoisted 2 to 3 ton pickup trucks. Soldiers fired AK rounds at them from close range, only to see the bullets bounce off harmlessly, creating ripples before falling to the ground. The American officials present were left speechless in astonishment. These must be superhumans. Their immense strength means bullets cannot penetrate their skin, that if these gene-modified warriors were deployed on the battlefield, one could easily match an entire battalion. This is a living weapon of mass destruction. Rogers, how do you control them? Asked Secretary of Defense Schneider, voicing what everyone was thinking, that we selected the most loyal American soldiers for the experiments, and I implanted emotion-suppressing chips in their brains, ensuring not only their obedience, but also allowing us to terminate them remotely if they were captured. Preventing any intelligence leaks, one could not deny that Rogers was indeed ruthless, akin to a mad scientist. Nonetheless, this gene technology offered significant advantages to America. Under the strategy of global predation, possessing such a batch of gene-modified soldiers would provide America with another ace up its sleeve. Do you intend to deploy these enhanced soldiers to destroy Yinxia's bullet-shaped aircraft? President Biden inquired. Chapter 54. The sinister plan despite America acquiring these gene-modified soldiers. The 10 anti-gravity combat aircraft currently equipped by Yinxia posed the most formidable challenge. Mr. President, those 10 combat aircraft are stationed in their southern military district. Our spies have uncovered the precise locations of their deployment, and if we secretly dispatch the gene-modified soldiers, we could eliminate all those aircraft. President Biden fell deep in thought. This was a significant matter, and a single misstep could lead to severe international complications. Defense Secretary Schneider raised his concerns. Rogers, do you believe your gene-modified squad can accomplish their mission within a military district? There are over 100,000 Yinxia troops stationed there. Rogers smiled confidently. Minister Schneider, do not perceive my genetically modified warriors through the lens of traditional combat perspectives. They're capable of coordinated operations, possess formidable combat prowess, and can single-handedly eliminate a 1,000-strong battalion. As long as they do not confront the Yinxia army head-on, they can effortlessly infiltrate and annihilate those flying machines. Schneider nodded slowly. If these modified beings are indeed so formidable, it would be wise to send them forth for a test. Should they be captured, we can remotely silence them, leaving Yinxia without any leverage to implicate the United States. At that moment, the president decisively pounded the table and declared, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. This mission will be entrusted to Rogers. Please ensure its successful execution. Under no circumstances should it be revealed that this is orchestrated by us, even if Yinxia suspects the truth." Understood, Mr. President. I will complete the mission successfully. In Jiangcheng, Yinxia, Chen Yu sat at his office, observing the video of the construction progress at the technology park. Excellent. At this rate, the first chip factory will be completed in no more than 3 days. Chen Yu rose and made his way to Su Rou's office. Xiao Rou, immediately coordinate with the planning and publicity departments to issue an invitation nationwide. Our Huanyu Technology's first chip is about to make its debut, and the launch event is scheduled for 10 days from now. But our chip factory isn't finished yet. It will be completed soon. In 3 days, it will be ready to is it feasible to produce chips in just 1 week? He chuckled. Are you underestimating my capabilities? Rest assured, this time I will astonish the world. All right, I will arrange it right away. Just then, Chen Yu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiaoyu Shu. Hello, beautiful. What brings you to call me? Chen Yu, our flagship Huanyu automobile stores in first and second-tier cities have all been completed that I would like to invite you and General Su to celebrate tonight. Sounds great. Send me the location, and I'll bring Su Rou along. Okay. As evening approached, Chen Yu, accompanied by Su Rou and Xiao Jiao, arrived at Jiangcheng International Hotel. This establishment belonged to Xiaoyu Shu's family and is one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Jiangcheng. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Chen Yu? Turning around, he was met by a woman he was all too familiar with, his ex-girlfriend Gu Cc. Seeing her again, left Chen Yu momentarily dazed, recalling the myriad of moments they had shared over the 3 years they were together. During that time, he worked tirelessly to provide for their life, ensuring she never endured hardship. It was his desire to offer her a better life that led him to take out loans for entrepreneurship, only for the funds to be squandered by her, resulting in failure. The burden of debt and heartbreak had once driven him to contemplate ending his life, if not for the unexpected acquisition of an alien spacecraft. He would have perished or remained a mere shell of his former self. Gucc, noticing Chen Yu's daze, approached him, arm in arm with a middle-aged man, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I must say, since our breakup, you have transformed quite impressively. Not only have you become more handsome, but your physique seems to have improved, and you even appear taller. Chen Yu, what brings you here? You seem to be in good spirits. Have you paid off your debts? She inquired. Snapping back to reality, Chen Yu noticed the middle-aged man beside Gucc, whose prominent belly hinted at a settled life. Who is this man? He seems to be of considerable age. Chen Yu asked. The man's expression soured. As I see. Who is this young man? Gucc did not hesitate to respond. This is my ex-boyfriend, the one I mentioned. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with mockery. So, this is the wretched ex-boyfriend. Cc spoke of Su Ro and Xiao Jiao, standing to either side of Chen Yu, exchanged glances, having discerned the past connection between him and Gucc. Gucc had noticed the two striking women earlier, but never connected them to Chen Yu. Now, witnessing the scene unfold, she was taken aback. The middle-aged man's gaze was fixed on the two beauties, each one surpassing Gucc by far. Chen Yu, have you found new girlfriends? Who are these two? Gucc asked, a hint of bitterness in her voice. As for them, they are not. Before Chen Yu could finish, Su Ro and Xiao Jiao simultaneously linked their arms with his. Su Ro spoke first. Yes, I am Chen Yu's girlfriend, she declared, casting a challenging glance at Gucc. Xiao Jiao chimed in sweetly. Chen Yu is also my boyfriend. He loves lying on my belly. Chen Yu was utterly bewildered by the situation, but seeing Gucc's expression brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This woman had drained him for 3 years, and when he was no longer of use, she had cast him aside without a second thought. Why had he ever considered ending his life? Ironically, that very moment had altered the course of his fate. Gucc, incredulous, wondered why someone she had discarded would now be so popular. The middle-aged man reassured her. Cc, there's no need to dwell on the past. You have me now. Gucc felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, her current boyfriend, though older, was a senior executive at Chen Yu Group's Jiangxing branch, earning a 6-figure salary, far beyond what someone like Chen Yu could offer. Even with 2 beautiful women by his side, they likely only coveted his extraordinary looks. Chen Yu wished to avoid further conversation with Gucc. The past was behind him, and he had no intention of engaging with someone so materialistic. Just then, Xiaoyu Shu arrived in the lobby, having spotted Chen Yu from a distance, surrounded by several Chen Yu Group executives. She approached him at a brisk pace. Chen Yu. Turning, Chen Yu smiled at her. You Shu, why have you come down personally? I am here to welcome you. The middle-aged man was taken aback upon realizing that Xiaoyu Shu was his boss. However, his expression shifted to one of terror when he learned she was there to greet Chen Yu. He had come as a high-ranking member of Chen Yu Group to accompany an important guest, and he had brought his young and beautiful girlfriend, Gucc. Now, seeing the general manager personally welcome this young man made him question if Chen Yu was the distinguished guest. Gucc was equally astonished. Another stunning beauty had appeared, and she seemed quite familiar with Chen Yu, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. Xiaoyu Shu then looked at the middle-aged man with curiosity, asking, Director's son, what brings you here? Do you know Chen Yu? Sun Chong quickly nodded. Ms. Xia, I just met Mr. Chen today. He realized Xiaoyu Shu's attitude toward Chen Yu was exceptional and decided to play along. However, Chen Yu dismissed him, stating, You Shu, I am not acquainted with this person. Let us not waste time here. Let us head upstairs. Xiaoyu Shu exchanged a meaningful glance with Sun Chong before leading Chen Yu and the 2 women upstairs. Gucc, left in a state of shock, struggled to comprehend the situation. Why was her boyfriend addressing that woman as Ms. Xia, and why was that woman treating Chen Yu with such respect? What was Chen Yu's true identity? Cc, When we go upstairs, be polite to your ex-boyfriend. He might be a guest of our general manager, Xia. Chen Yu is just an ordinary person. He lacks both ability and connections. How could he possibly know you're the general manager? I'm not sure. Today, Ms. Xia asked us executives to accompany her, stating she would host the owner of Chen Yu Technology. Perhaps Chen Yu knows someone over there? Seems he has struck it lucky, likely having attached himself to a wealthy individual. Let us head upstairs. Chen Yu followed Xia Yu Shu to the most opulent private room in the hotel, where he was seated at the head of the table. Xia Yu Shu sat beside him, while Su Rou and Xiao Jiao occupied the other side. Chen Yu found himself enveloped by beauty. Soon after, Sun Chong and Gu Cixi entered the room, greeting their colleagues. Sun Chong was astonished to see Chen Yu seated with General Manager Xi. Gu Cixi was also perplexed by Chen Yu's calm demeanor, which radiated an air of authority. As everyone settled in, both Gu Cixi and Sun Chong pondered why the distinguished guest had yet to arrive at tea that moment. Xia Yu Shu rose to her feet, raising her wine glass to address the gathering. Today, we celebrate the successful completion of the flagship stores for Chen Yu Automobile in first and second-tier cities. I have the honor of inviting Mr. Chen Yu, the chairman of Chen Yu Technology, and Su Rou, the general manager, to join us in this celebration. With a clatter, Gu Cixi's hand trembled, causing her wine glass to slip from her grasp and crash onto the table, splattering wine all over herself and Sun Chong ate tea that instant. Sun Chong's shock was no less than that of Gu Cixi. He merely managed to keep his glass from falling. How could this be possible? How could he, so seemingly ordinary and perpetually unsuccessful, become the chairman of Chen Yu Technology? Gu Cixi muttered in disbelief. Xia Yu Shu also took notice of the commotion between Sun Chong and Gu Cixi. Sun Chong, keep a close watch on your girlfriend. We have esteemed guests present. Do not embarrass yourself here, Xia Yu Shu admonished. Sun Chong hastily leaned closer to Gu Cixi, whispering, Cixi, quickly silence yourself. Do not offend our distinguished guests. Only then did Gu Cixi, dazed and confused, close her mouth, resembling a deflated quail, utterly at a loss. Everyone raised their glasses in a toast to Chen Yu. Throughout the evening, both Sun Chong and Gu Cixi endured a tormenting experience. Now filled with regret, Gu Cixi finally grasped the extent of Chen Yu's prowess. In just a few months, he had established Chen Yu Technology Group, and the recently booming Chen Yu Automobile was a product of Chen Yu Technology. The company's estimated market value now exceeded 300 billion, with Chen Yu being the largest shareholder. Furthermore, Chen Yu Technology had secured 2 plots of land in Jiangcheng and Donghai, totaling 90,000 acres, and was in the process of developing a new technology park. Chen Yu's current stature was beyond what Gu Cixi could fathom. At the banquet table, she observed her boyfriend, now with a protruding belly, dutifully toasting to Chen Yu, bowing and scraping like a sycophant. The once illustrious man had originally belonged to her. She recalled how Chen Yu had once catered to her every whim, sparing her from hardship. It dawned on her that he had merely been testing her. He was indeed capable, and it was her own folly that led her to relinquish such an exceptional man. No, she must reclaim Chen Yu. He still loved her. Gu Cixi remained oblivious to reality, lost in the fantasy of a reunion with Chen Yu. As the banquet concluded, Chen Yu was surrounded by admirers as he descended the stairs. Not sparing a glance for Gu Cixi, he did not feel the need to flaunt his current success before his ex-girlfriend. Such pretentiousness was beneath him. Chen Yu sought recognition not through ostentation, but rather through the moment he stood atop the pinnacle of human achievement, when those who had once looked down upon him would come to acknowledge his greatness. Just as Chen Yu was about to enter his vehicle to depart, Gu Cixi broke free from Sun Chong and rushed forward, her voice choked with emotion. Chen Yu, I am sorry. I do not wish to part ways. Have you not always loved me? I offer you another chance. Let us reconcile. Xia Yu Shu, who was accompanying Chen Yu, along with a cadre of executives from Chen Yu Group, regarded her with a blend of astonishment and disdain. Chapter 56. The Invasion of Genetic Modifiers. In response to Gu Cixi's desperate pleas, Chen Yu remained impassive, neither mocking her for her previous disdain nor lamenting the cyclical nature of fortune, but instead spoke calmly. Gu Cixi, that is all in the past. We each have our own lives now. Please, let go that I must take my leave. With that, Chen Yu coolly entered the vehicle, while Su Ro and the others merely cast her a sidelong glance before following suit. The car drove away, but at that moment, Xiao Yushu's gaze sharpened with intensity. Director Sun, is this truly your current girlfriend? Sun Chong hastily made his way to the front, offering an apology to Xiao Yushu. I'm sorry, Miss Xia. This woman seems to have some issues that I believe we are incompatible. If you are incompatible, then part ways swiftly. Such a woman is unworthy of you. You have a promising future in a group, and I do not wish to see you hindered by her. Yes, Miss Xia is absolutely right. I have already severed ties with her. Xiao Yushu then departed, leaving Sun Chong without even a farewell to Gu Si, who now felt the crushing weight of abandonment. Little did she realize that the despair Chen Yu had once felt was magnitudes greater than her own. In the deep of night, a United States military transport aircraft clandestinely landed at an airport in Cambodia. From the transport vessel emerged 5 genetically modified soldiers, towering over 2 meters in height, clad in oversized camouflage gear and fully armed. This was the team of American enhanced soldiers preparing to infiltrate Yinxia to obliterate the bullet-head combat aircraft. Upon disembarking, they would board a small fishing vessel, stealthily entering Yinxia's maritime territory and then making their way inland. The following day, Chen Yu Technology issued a press invitation to technology media worldwide. The invitation announced a forthcoming press conference in 1 week, at the end of the month, to unveil a groundbreaking new product, a super chip. The description of the chip in the invitation read, "One Chen Yu chip possesses the computational power equivalent to half of the world's computers. We eagerly await your presence to witness this monumental miracle of our era." Upon the release of this invitation, technology media, both domestic and international, erupted in coverage. However, most outlets expressed skepticism, with many mocking the claim. What chip could possibly possess such immense computational power? Is this technology from extraterrestrials? Utter nonsense. They seemed oblivious to the fact that when Chen Yu Technology first introduced its hydrogen-ion battery, they had displayed the same incredulous attitude, only to be proven wrong later. This scenario was unfolding once more, yet now Chen Yu Technology had garnered significant popularity within the tech community due to its long-range new energy vehicles. Though many media outlets remained doubtful, they still sent representatives to attend, just in case Chen Yu Technology's claims held any truth. A day later, a dilapidated fishing vessel circumvented Yinxia's maritime defenses, docking at the border with Vietnam. The 5 genetically modified soldiers advanced directly into Yinxia. They were set to be met by American spies already positioned within the territory. The 5 enhanced individuals sprinted through the forest at the border, their speed surpassing even that of Usain Bolt in the rugged terrain. It was unfathomable. Where they passed, trees were snapped like twigs, demonstrating their extraordinary strength. Upon reaching the Yinxia border, they encountered a barrier of iron fencing, topped with several meters of barbed wire. Yet to the enhanced soldiers, it was as flimsy as paper. They crashed through the iron fence, creating a sizable breach. The 5 swiftly surged into Yinxia's territory, but the border patrol was commendably vigilant, with sentry posts every few hundred meters. The enhanced team's significant presence made them easily detectable. But a dozen border guards, armed and on alert, surrounded the intruders. Upon recon on the border, the remains of border soldiers, torn apart by the enhanced beings, were soon discovered by other patrolling soldiers. This incident constituted a severe breach of security and was promptly reported to the military district. In his office, General Chao Guangda received a phone call. "General Chao, we have encountered a grave invasion incident at the border between Yinxia and Vietnam, with 16 border soldiers confirmed dead in a horrific manner. Our on-site investigation reveals signs of unidentified biological activity. We request the higher-ups to dispatch specialists for further investigation." Chapter 57. Enemy Attack. Enemy Attack. After hanging up the phone, Chao Guangda immediately convened an urgent meeting and dispatched a specialized investigation team to the Yinxia-Vietnam border. 2 nights later, a container truck quietly stopped near the Southern Military District's base. The container was opened, and 5 massive dark figures emerged in succession, swiftly vanishing into the night. Observing the retreating figures of the 5 monsters, 2 spies with Yinxia features trembled involuntarily. The driving spy asked, "What mission are these terrifying beings assigned to?" Don't ask what you shouldn't. Our only responsibility is to bring them here. However, given how close we are to the Southern Military District, it is highly likely they are targeting it. That isn't this too audacious? The Southern Military District has over 100,000 troops stationed. That's not our concern. Those creatures are clearly formidable. We should leave quickly. The two spies got into the truck and vanished into the night. The enhanced team soon stealthily approached the Southern Military District's base. "Boss, are we just going to storm in?" "Not so fast. The higher-ups provided me with coordinates. We will proceed according to them, that we must avoid direct confrontation with the Yinsha soldiers and infiltrate quietly to destroy those aircraft." Understood. The leader of the enhanced beings took out a tablet, which clearly displayed the locations of the bullet-headed aircraft's deployment. Numerous spies had previously approached the Southern Military District under the guise of tourism, marking out many weak points in the defenses. Coupled with the surveillance from American spy satellites, numerous photographs of the Southern Military District have been captured. After analysis and on-site investigations, the best location for infiltrating the military district was identified. "Follow me closely." The higher-ups provided a location. We will infiltrate from there. Utilizing the cover of night, the enhanced team soon reached the designated location. This was a rear wall of the military district, several meters high, topped with barbed wire and other defensive structures. Yet for these genetically modified beings, the wall was as fragile as paper. We will enter here. Once inside, be cautious not to alert the Yinsha soldiers. If discovered, swiftly eliminate any threats. This mission must be executed quickly, directed the leader of the enhanced beings. "Understood, boss." "All right, activate the electronic disruptors on you. We are moving out." These electronic disruptors, a cutting-edge technology from America, were derived from the wreckage of second-tier civilization spacecraft. They could interfere with various surveillance devices, including those used by the Yinsha military. In their vicinity, all monitoring equipment would experience a brief malfunction. While not providing complete concealment, they could buy some time. The leader checked the thermal sensors on his arm. Within a 30-meter radius, apart from the 5 of them, no other heat signatures were detected. This indicated that there were currently no patrols nearby. With a command, the leader announced, "Commence action." The 5 enhanced beings stepped back a few meters and then charged toward the wall. They leaped 2 to 3 meters away from the wall. They effortlessly vaulted over the 7 to 8 meter high barrier, landing securely inside. The surrounding surveillance devices experienced a brief malfunction, allowing the 5 enhanced beings to infiltrate the military district unnoticed. "Stay close to me." The leader of the enhanced beings, glancing at the navigation on his arm screen, rushed toward the direction of the bullet-headed aircraft. The Southern Military District was expansive, and the 5 moved swiftly within. The sooner they completed their mission, the more they could avoid engaging with the military. Although they were enhanced beings and not fearful of small-caliber firearms, the military district housed heavy-caliber anti-material weapons. A few armor-piercing rounds could incapacitate even them. After 10 minutes of rapid movement, the 5 finally arrived at the location of the bullet-headed aircraft deployment. This was a coastal airbase of the military district, where aircraft could swiftly reach the southern seas of Yinsha for operations. Hiding in a corner, they observed the small military airport. Despite the late hour, the airport was brightly lit, with numerous soldiers on guard. This was a newly acquired weapon of mass destruction for Yinsha, warranting the highest level of protection. "Boss, there are too many people at the airport to destroy those bullet-headed aircraft. We must engage these soldiers." The leader of the enhanced beings surveyed the airport, quickly formulating a strategy. After a moment, he declared, "It seems we must fight. The bullet-headed aircraft are in those largest hangars. We will charge out quickly. Complete the mission with utmost speed and avoid entanglements with those soldiers." "Understood?" "Understood." The other 4 enhanced beings responded in hushed tones. "Good. Check the armor-piercing bombs, based on footage from Yinsha soldiers capturing the bullet-headed aircraft's combat operations. America discovered that these bullet-headed weapons could be attacked by impact, indicating their extremely hard exterior. Conventional explosives and firearms were ineffective against them. Thus, America equipped these 5 enhanced beings with a new type of high-energy armor-piercing bomb, a technology derived from alien spacecraft wreckage. Over the decades, America had attracted numerous top scientists worldwide with generous welfare policies, surpassing Yinsha's research capabilities. These scientists played a crucial role in deciphering technologies from the remains of alien vessels. After inspecting the advanced armor-piercing bombs, the leader waved his hand. On my command, move out. Immediately, the 5 colossal figures surged from the shadows, racing toward the location of the bullet-headed aircraft. The sudden appearance of such large targets instantly alerted the soldiers at the airport. They shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for combat!" The Yinsha soldiers, demonstrating commendable quality, quickly surrounded the 5 enhanced beings. Although initially shocked at the sight of the 5 monsters, they swiftly raised their weapons to fight back. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the night, and alarms blared throughout the military base. The enhanced team paid no heed to the bullets striking them, continuing their relentless sprint toward the bullet-headed aircraft. "Not good. Those creatures are targeting the bullet heads. We must stop them at all costs," shouted a Yinsha soldier, likely of a commanding rank. Indeed, the Yinsha soldiers recognized that these monsters were headed straight for the bullet-headed aircraft. They bravely positioned themselves along the enhanced being's path, raising their weapons to shoot at the intruders. "I will kill you, you filthy beasts! You dare touch what belongs to Yinsha." Chapter 58. A Wall of Lives. A multitude of Yinsha soldiers sacrificed their lives to obstruct the advance of the enhanced beings. The dense hail of bullets, while unable to slay them, still impacted their movements. "Boss, their firepower is too intense. What should we do?" The leader of the enhanced beings shielded his face with his hand and, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Kill! Eliminate those Yinsha soldiers blocking our way and charge through." "Good! I've been itching to unleash a massacre." At that moment, the savage genes within these genetically modified beings began to awaken. "Charge! I hunger for the blood of these Yinsha people." The bloody slaughter commenced in earnest as the 5 genetically enhanced beings charged through the hail of Bu-5 enhanced individuals have breached the human barricade formed by the Yinsha warriors. One of the enhanced scoffed, "These Yinsha soldiers truly fear nothing. They dare to obstruct our path with their very bodies. What a foolish bunch they are. This nation's people are like this. They will sacrifice their lives for their country. Such utterly incomprehensible beings. Enough talk. Let us hasten to install the armor-piercing bombs." The 5 entered the hangar where the missile heads were stationed, 5 sleek, dark-hued vessels of extreme sci-fi design. Installing such high-energy armor-piercing explosives was not a complex task. They were equipped with adhesion devices requiring merely a timer to be set. Each of the 5 swiftly operated one. And before long, each of the 5 combat aircraft had been fitted with a high-energy armor-piercing bomb. Once the hangar was completed, the leader of the enhanced proclaimed, "To the next hangar." The 5 enhanced individuals dashed toward another hangar housing missile heads. This hangar was similarly guarded by Yinsha soldiers, forming a wall of flesh and blood, but these grotesquely altered beings tore through them with ease. The enhanced replicated their earlier efforts, installing high-energy armor-piercing bombs on another 5 missile heads. Once installed, these bombs were exceedingly difficult to remove, as their adhesion devices were remarkably secure. Furthermore, should anyone attempt to forcibly disassemble them, the devices would trigger an immediate explosion upon detecting the bomb's removal. "Boss, installation complete." "Good, let us proceed. Everyone follow me." The leader of the enhanced gestured grandly. He glanced at the display on his arm, which indicated their escape route. The 5 enhanced individuals sprinted in unison. Just then, a series of deep, resonant gunshots echoed. Bang! 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 The unmistakable sound of anti-material weaponry. Several armor-piercing rounds whizzed toward them. "Not good. We have large-caliber armor-piercing rounds incoming. Everyone take cover." The 5 enhanced moved with remarkable agility, rolling swiftly on the ground. The armor-piercing rounds detonated upon impact, creating large craters. Should they have struck the enhanced, they would surely have drawn blood. "Damn it, their heavy infantry has arrived. We must escape quickly." After rolling a few times, the 5 swiftly regained their footing and continued their mad dash in a singular direction. At this moment, several helicopters hovered above in pursuit. The machine guns mounted on the helicopters were of a larger caliber than standard firearms. Though they could not match the armor-piercing rounds' lethality, they would still inflict considerable pain upon the enhanced. "Damn it. Lao He, take out those pesky helicopters." One enhanced, previously a black man, drew his weapon from behind. Despite their formidable physiques, These enhanced individuals were also fully armed. Lao He quickly halted, seeking nearby cover as he retrieved a compact rocket launcher, specifically designed for scenarios involving pursuit by Yinxia helicopters. This weapon was an American-developed helicopter tracking missile, renowned for its effectiveness at close range. Lao He raised the rocket launcher, equipped with 4 small missiles, and aimed at the helicopters above. The targeting display automatically locked onto the targets. Lock successful. Lao He pulled the trigger, and the 4 small tracking missiles shot forth in rapid succession. He slung the rocket launcher back on his back and sprinted toward his team. The 4 small tracking missiles sped toward the 4 Yinxia military helicopters with precision. Boom! 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 4 explosions erupted in succession, illuminating the sky with fiery blasts, the entire firmament seemingly aglow with smoke and carnage. Lao He ran with all his might, finally catching up with the main group. Boss, mission accomplished. Those Yinxia helicopters were far too weak. With the helicopters no longer pursuing us, their heavy infantry will struggle to catch up. Just 1 more kilometer, and we will escape this military base. The 5 enhanced individuals wore expressions of exhilaration. They had all once been members of the United States Marine Corps, having wreaked havoc on battlefields in the Middle East. Yet, they had never imagined that they could single-handedly breach a force of 100,000 Yinxia troops, flawlessly complete their mission, and emerge unscathed. Could anyone have dared to think such a feat possible before? They were increasingly enamored with their enhanced physiques. Their transformed bodies turned them into war maniacs. Finally reaching the designated escape point, the 5 enhanced individuals charged through the wall, creating a massive breach before swiftly departing. Moments later, a series of violent explosions echoed from within the military base. These were the sounds of the high-energy armor-piercing bombs detonating on the missile heads. The ground shook violently, the entire hangar roof blown away, showcasing the immense power of the explosions. Moreover, the detonation of the armor-piercing bombs triggered the simultaneous explosion of the ultra-high-pressure hydrogen-ion batteries housed within the missile heads, resulting in an even more tremendous blast. The entire airfield was engulfed in flames, the scene illuminated as bright as day. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yu's hydrogen-ion batteries would not explode. Even when punctured, Chen Yu recalled that there were 5 nations vying with Yinxia for iron ore in Africa, the United States. The White Bear Nation, England, Germany, and France, along with the current Sakura Nation and Yabosi Nation. The White Bear Nation is currently on amicable terms with Yinxia, making an attack on the base highly improbable. Yabosi, embroiled in a conflict with Yaziguo in the Middle East, lacks the leisure to instigate trouble in Asia. Moreover, Yabosi enjoys a relatively cordial relationship with Yinxia, ensuring they would not engage in such actions. As for England, Germany, France, and the Sakura Nation, they are mere puppets of the United States. Thus, the answer is glaringly obvious. It was the handiwork of the United States, whether or not they acted directly. They certainly incited these subordinate nations to do their bidding that I and the entire world. Only they possess the capability and ambition to research and modify humans. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu emphatically stated, General Chao, there is no doubt that this incident was orchestrated by the United States. General Chao Guangda nodded in agreement. That my thoughts mirror yours. The deployment of our bullet-head combat spacecraft has effectively rendered the United States' first and second island chains aimed at Yinxia as mere facades. Thus, they're the most likely perpetrators of this attack. The first and second island chains. Does the United States still delude itself into thinking it can confine our Navy to coastal waters? General Chao, I firmly believe that before long, we will break free from the United States island chain blockade without the need for bullet heads. The higher-ups have long devised plans to send our Navy beyond the coastal confines. But the presence of an island there has made implementation exceedingly challenging, primarily due to the resistance from the West and the United States. Resistance? They won't be able to prance about for much longer. What is ours will always remain ours. This attack has made Chen Yu acutely aware that he must hasten his enhancement plans. The United States has already developed biomodified humans, and he cannot afford to lag behind. Chen Yu resolved to return to the spacecraft's technology repository to search for any similar technologies for enhancing warriors. Subsequently, he followed General Chao Guangda, treading upon the blood-stained ground toward the hangar. The soldiers around them, engaged in the grim task of clearing the bodies, Or is this the effect of the primary gene modification serum? It feels absolutely incredible. Chen Yu sensed that the enhancement of his physique this time was at least 10 times more potent than the previous augmentation by the AMI repair robot. Captain, your body has undergone further enhancement in all aspects that if you engage in additional training, your strength will increase even more. Excellent. This is exhilarating. I wonder if my body can withstand bullets now. Last time in Yanjing, while rescuing the kidnapped Chao Yi-sin, I was shot a dozen times by those spies. Although they couldn't kill me, the bullets penetrating my body were excruciatingly painful after this enhancement. It would be splendid if I could withstand bullets. Captain, with your current body strength, ordinary small caliber bullets cannot penetrate your skin. Fantastic, incredible. Chen Yu shed his clothes and stood before the mirror, admiring his tall, perfect physique. His sturdy chest and chocolate-like abs radiated explosive power. Chen Yu even noticed he had grown taller. Now standing at least around 185 centimeters, he was thrilled throughout the night. The following morning, a transport ship quietly descended into the garden of Chen Yu's villa, from which emerged 20 naked men. Chapter 61. The Terminator's Chen Yu was awakened by the intelligent brain, informing him that the first batch of realistic robots had been completed overnight. The 20 naked men who disembarked from the landing craft were the initial batch of robots created by the intelligent brain. As Chen Yu, still groggy, made his way to the garden, he was startled awake by the sight of 20 naked men. What the hell? Where did all these naked men come from? And why do they all look exactly like the governor? Captain, these are the first batch of realistic robots produced last night. I said, Intelligent brain, have you been watching too many movies? You made their faces identical to the Terminator T-800. Are you afraid someone won't recognize them as robots? I must admit, I was somewhat remiss. I studied the most famous robot images from your Earth's films last night, and this is what I came up with. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. No matter, let's keep these 20 for now. I had no intention of letting them go out and show themselves. Understood, Captain. For the next batch of robots, I will use AI to give each a different face. Fine. Next, Chen Yu took the 20 naked men into the house. Then went to the mall with Xiaojia to purchase dozens of black suits, along with sunglasses. Upon returning home, he had these governors change into their new attire. The imposing presence was immediately apparent. These 20 Terminators could intimidate any opponent just by standing there. In the afternoon, Chen Yu received a call from Chao Guanda. Hello, General Chao. Chen Yu, we have received news from the investigation team sent to the border with Vietnam. The unidentified creatures invading the border are highly likely to be the modified beings that attacked the base. The fallen border soldiers suffered fates similar to those of the soldiers who perished in the military region. Oh, so those modified beings breached the border from Vietnam. Then, yes, but it is still unknown if they will continue to flee back into Vietnam. General Chao, leave this matter to me. I will capture those modified beings. What? Chen Yu, do you have a plan? Just wait and see. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu immediately connected with the intelligent brain. Help me track the location of these modified beings. Captain, I am currently unable to pinpoint the exact location of the modified beings, but I do know where they will exit from the realm of Yinxia. Oh, tell me. I hacked into a communication satellite of the U.S. military. They sent a location and directive to a receiver within Yinxia, instructing the modified beings to escape from that position. Oh, where is it? It's right at the border between Yinxia and Vietnam. Could it be that they genuinely intend to return the way they came? This time, let us see who can escape. Prepare the landing craft. I'm going to confront these modified beings. In the dead of night, a container truck quietly stopped on the nearest road at the border between the southern province of Yinxia and Vietnam. 5 towering giants disembarked from the container. These were the modified beings that had just escaped from Donghai City. After fleeing Donghai City, they swiftly joined forces with the awaiting American spies and traveled here in the container truck. Once the 5 modified beings exited the truck, it drove off alone. The leader of the modified beings waved his hand, and they quickly dashed into the woods, heading towards the border. Previously, when the modified beings entered Yinxia, they killed several border soldiers, prompting Yinxia to strengthen its defenses along the southern province's border with Vietnam. These modified beings would face fierce resistance as they attempted to break through. In Jiangchen, Yinxia, at 4 a.m, Chen Yu's phone suddenly rang that he quickly answered. Chen Yu, the target has appeared. Those modified beings are at the border between the southern province and Vietnam, Chao Guangda informed him. Oh, good, General Chao. I will ensure they pay the price. What are you planning to do? I have my own methods. After hanging up, Chen Yu and Xiaojia swiftly changed into their gear. In the living room stood the 20 Terminators. With a grand gesture, Chen Yu led the 20 Terminators to board the stealth landing craft hidden in the garden. The hatch closed, and the landing craft slowly ascended, heading toward the southern province. At that moment, the border of the southern province was ablaze with lights. The ground was alight with flames, and gunfire echoed relentlessly. Following the previous invasion, Yinxia had fortified its border defenses, equipping numerous anti-material weaponry. The border troops were currently locked in a standoff with the 5 modified beings, and we must resolve this battle quickly to break through and avoid reinforcements from the Yinxia border troops. The modified beings drew their M16 assault rifles from their backs and charged forward. The ordinary small-caliber bullets from the Yinxia border soldiers had little effect on the modified beings. Only large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles posed a genuine threat. The modified beings were also quite clever. They never stopped, firing while on the run. The border soldiers struggled to aim at them with their large-caliber weapons, just as it seemed the modified beings were about to break through the encirclement. Beams of light suddenly illuminated the forest below, turning it as bright as day. This was the arrival of Chen Yu's landing craft. Under the cover of the intense light, those on the ground could hardly discern what was above. Intelligent brain, lock onto those modified beings, Chen Yu contemplated. He could simply issue a command for the laser cannons aboard the landing craft to obliterate the modified beings in an instant. However, he wanted to test the combat capabilities of his Terminators. You all go down and capture them alive. Understood, Master. The 20 Terminator robots leaped from the landing craft's hatch, a drop of several dozen meters. Chen Yu watched as his Terminators landed steadily on the ground, creating large craters upon impact. Yet, the Terminators were unharmed, quickly springing into action towards the 5 modified beings. Chen Yu had just notified General Chao to hold fire temporarily when the border soldiers saw a swarm of figures jumping down from the unidentified flying object above, charging towards the modified beings. Captain, could these be our modified beings from Yinxia? One soldier asked his superior, astonished by the high jumps to, I don't know. I can't see clearly, but the command told us to hold our fire and observe for now. The 20 Terminator robots surrounded the 5 modified beings. When the modified beings realized they were encircled by 20 identical Terminators, their leader couldn't help but exclaim, What the hell? Is this the Terminator? Schwarzenegger? The governor? Are they here to save us? Since The Terminator was a film produced by America, the modified beings instinctively believed these were their rescuers. However, in the next moment, several American modified beings were rendered speechless. Chapter 62. The terrifying monsters the 5 modified beings initially thought these governors, resembling them closely, were there to rescue them. But in the next moment, one of the Terminator robots lunged forward, seized a modified being's gun, and with a powerful yank, tore the M16 assault rifle in half. It was at this moment that the 5 modified beings realized the identical Terminators were not there to save them. The Terminators began to make their move. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds erupted. 2 modified beings, each over 2 meters tall, were sent flying over 10 meters by the punch of a Terminator standing about 9 meters tall. Damn it, they're not here to save us. They're here to capture us. Fight back, brothers. The modified beings, armed with their M16 rifles, opened fire on the Terminators. Bullets struck the Terminator robots, merely sparking a flurry of sparks. However, the realistic skin was torn, revealing shiny metallic skeletons beneath, which astonished the modified beings. Ah, they aren't human. They are robots. Could these be robots manufactured by Yinxia? How could they possess such advanced technology? Impossible! As the modified beings fought against the Terminators, they cursed Yinxia for its seemingly impossible technology. Soon, the ammunition carried by the modified beings ran dry, but not a single Terminator fell. Their realistic skin had been significantly damaged, giving them a grotesque appearance. Let us go all out. We are genetically modified warriors. How could we fear such robots? The leader of the modified beings shouted as he charged into the crowd of Terminators. However, even the transformed beings capable of lifting a 3-ton pickup truck with a single hand found themselves powerless before the Terminator robots, for the strength of the machines far surpassed their own. The internal skeleton of the robots was forged from an ultra-strong alloy, rendering it nearly impossible for the transformed beings to inflict any damage upon them through sheer brute force. What followed was a gruesome spectacle. As several Terminators mercilessly battered the leader of the transformed beings, bang, 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 the leader was left battered and bruised, suffering multiple fractures, until finally, the robust legs of the transformed leader were forcibly twisted apart by the robots. A heart-wrenching scream escaped the leader's lips, a sound that left the remaining 4 transformed beings in a state of shock. These monstrous entities had encountered a terror even more formidable than themselves. Soon, under the assault of 20 Terminators, the other 4 transformed beings lay broken and lifeless on the ground, resembling defeated dogs. Observing that the situation was largely under control, Chen Yu directed the landing craft to lower its altitude slightly. One by one, the 20 Terminators boarded the landing craft, which vanished from sight in an instant. I could see this moment. The border soldiers of Yinxia, who had been watching from a distance, dared to approach. They were met with a bizarre scene. 5 severely battered transformed beings lying together in a state of utter misery. Ah, these damn creatures have been subdued. They must surely be our super warriors from Yinxia. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Yu received a call from Chao Guangde. Chen Yu, just now in the southern border province. An elite force descended from the skies and severely injured those transformed beings. They were sent by you, weren't they? Indeed, General Chao. Dada. Have you also mastered the technology of genetic modification? No, you overestimate me. They are not human, but rather combat robots that I developed. What? Robots? Chao Guangde was even more astonished to hear about the robots than he was about the genetically modified beings. As a general, he possessed a keen insight into what kind of technology could become a devastating weapon of war. The fact that Chen Yu's robots could incapacitate those transformed beings proved that his creations were superior to them. If these robots could be mass-produced and integrated into the Yinxia military, a legion of such machines would be unstoppable on the battlefield. Chen Yu, you truly are a genius. General Chao, you flatter me. I merely designed them casually. After concluding the call with Chen Yu, Chao Guangde immediately reported the matter to Yanjing. In the United States, at the Pentagon, a staff member rushed into Roger's office with an anxious expression. Minister, the transformed beings we dispatched have gone missing. Roger's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How is that possible? According to the last voice transmission from the leader of the transformed beings, they were attacked by the Terminator T-800. Rogers was left utterly perplexed. Terminator T-800? Isn't that a character from movie? You should listen for yourself. Here is the final recording sent by the transformed being's leader. The staff member produced a playback device and pressed play. What on earth are these? Ah, they are the Terminator T-800 robots. So many T-800s. They are so powerful. Upon hearing this, Rogers was even more bewildered. Terminator T-800 robots. What in the world is going on? Rogers was furious. Minister, those transformed warriors have already been captured by Yinxia. Should we implement the self-destruct protocol? Finally regaining his composure, Rogers replied, yes, send the self-destruct signal immediately. We cannot allow those transformed beings to reveal that it was us in the United States who orchestrated this. Understood, Minister. Rogers was unconcerned about the loss, successfully annihilating all of Yinxia's missile-carrying aircraft. Losing a few transformed beings was a trivial matter in Yinxia. At a secret detention site within the southern border military district, Chao Guangde had already arrived, intending to personally interrogate the transformed beings. During the interrogation, all transformed beings suddenly suffered simultaneous brain death. Upon dissection, it was discovered that a miniature bomb had been implanted in their cerebellum, which would detonate and cause immediate brain death. This self-destruct mechanism had likely been set by the organization that created these transformed beings. Damn it! These despicable Americans have produced such monstrosities. Chao Guangde cursed at the lifeless bodies of the transformed beings. After venting his emotions, he instructed the scientists at the military district to collect blood and genetic samples from the transformed beings. Having obtained these corpses, the Yinxia military was determined to conduct research. Chen Yu sent the damaged Terminator robots to the moon for repairs, and a new batch of simulation robots was delivered. This time, the robots bore the faces of Yinxia citizens, each distinct from one another. Thus, when these simulation robots executed their missions, they would not be suspected as machines. They would seamlessly blend in with ordinary humans. Moreover, the intelligent core had upgraded the subsequent simulation robots, enabling them to alter their facial appearances. For the intelligent core, this was a simple task, requiring only the installation of a changeable module on the robot's faces. Chen Yu was highly satisfied with the intelligent core's upgrades. These robots could easily be deployed as spies abroad, capable of disguising themselves as anyone. Days passed swiftly, and the launch event for the Chen Yu technology chip was imminent. Media from across the nation and the globe began to arrive in Jiangxing. Although many believed that Chen Yu technology was exaggerating its claims, asserting that a single chip could rival half of the world's computing power, the company's current reputation compelled the media to come and witness the unveiling. The Yinxia government had also arranged for Central Media to broadcast the event live. The United States secretly dispatched personnel to attend the launch, recognizing the significance of a company capable of producing missile-carrying combat aircraft. Chapter 63. Photon Chip at the Chen Yu Technology Park. A grand stage had been erected before a massive chip factory. Surrounding large screens and sound systems were prepared, and thousands of chairs were set up for the audience. Tomorrow, Chen Yu Technology would unveil its first chip. Chen Yu, along with Su Ro and several senior executives from Chen Yu Technology, were conducting final adjustments to guarantee that moment. A convoy of military vehicles entered the factory premises. Chao Guangda, accompanied by high-ranking officials from the Southern Military District, stepped out of the vehicles. Chen Yu approached him. "General Chao, what brings you here?" "Chen Yu, your chip launches tomorrow, and I came to see if there is anything our military can assist with, such as security." Thank you, General Chao. I already have security arrangements in place, but you are welcome to attend the event tomorrow. Of course, we will be there. By the way, General Chao, your visit today must be about more than just security, right? To be frank, the destruction of the missile-carrying aircraft infuriated our superiors, and they wanted me to thank you for capturing those perpetrators. Chen Yu nodded. "General Chao, if you have any further requests, feel free to speak." "Then I won't hold back. Chen Yu, could you produce 10 more missile-carrying aircraft for us? This time, our military will purchase them." "No problem. I thought it was something significant. This is a minor task." Chao Guangda was astonished. Chen Yu considered such a strategic weapon a trivial matter, as if it were merely a toy. "Chen Yu, I have one more humble request." "Go ahead." "Those robots capable of defeating the bio-enhanced beings. Could we possibly equip our military with some?" "General Chao, to be frank, my current robots are not yet mature in manufacturing processes and are extremely costly to produce, so they are not suited for mass production. However, should Yinxia encounter similar threats in the future, I will lend my assistance." Chao Guangda nodded in disappointment. "I see. Well, it's good to know you have that intention." In fact, at that very moment, a circle of figures clad in black suits surrounded them. These were Chen Yu's simulation robots. The very forces he would deploy for security during the launch. As for his claims of the manufacturing processes being unrefined, that was mere pretense. If Chen Yu exerted his full effort, he could produce thousands of such robots in a day. The reason he hesitated to provide the robots to the military was that he did not want them to become complacent. With Chen Yu technology as formidable weapons at their disposal, it would be all too easy for the military's sharpness to dull. Moreover, these simulation robots were equipped with advanced AI programs from the intelligent core, endowing them with a level of intelligence. Chen Yu preferred to keep these robots under his own control. After seeing off General Chao, Chen Yu continued with the equipment adjustments. The following day, the launch event finally arrived. Media from across the nation and the world gathered in droves. Among the thousands in attendance, many were foreign spies, some from the United States, others from various EU nations, and even from countries with hostile sentiments towards Yinxia, such as Sakura country. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the venue was abuzz with activity. Fortunately, this launch event was markedly different from the first Chen Yu factory unveiling at that time. The access road to the factory was merely a narrow, dilapidated dirt path. Now, with the full support of both Donghai and Jiangsheng, Chen Yu had constructed a 6-lane asphalt road, directly connecting the expressway to the entrance of the Chen Yu Technology Park. This demonstrated the two cities' commitment to Chen Yu technology and resolved the traffic jams that had plagued the first launch event, which had taken 2 hours to navigate. Influential figures arrived one after another, including the mayor of Jiangxing and high-ranking officials, the mayor of Donghai and senior officials, as well as envoys from the capital, Yanjing, and generals from the military district. The mere sight of the lineup at the press conference attests to the esteemed position of Chen Yu technology in the industry, at precisely 10:30 in the morning. The launch event for Chen Yu Technology's latest chip commenced. The first to ascend the stage was none other than the company's general manager, Su Ro, standing at the center of the stage. She grasped the microphone and proclaimed to the audience, "Welcome, everyone, to our second press conference at Chen Yu Technology. The product we present today has the potential to revolutionize the world." Instantly, the audience erupted into a chorus of excited cheers. Many male attendees were captivated by Su Ro's beauty and figure, perceiving her as the quintessential domineering female CEO of their dreams. However, a number of rational individuals displayed skepticism. What chip could truly change the world? Even with the advent of the most advanced 1.6 nanometer chip in America, it seemed exaggerated to claim it could alter the global landscape. One could only wonder how confident, or perhaps arrogant, Chen Yu Technology was to make such a bold assertion. Continuing on stage, Su Ro acknowledged the audience's doubts, stating, "I understand your skepticism regarding our product. After all, during our first press conference, some attendees left midway due to their doubts, but the outcome is well known." Her words not only teased the audience for their lack of insight, but also subtly hinted that her product would indeed astonish them. Now, I hope that none of you will leave during our second press conference. I shall not prolong my words any further and will now hand the stage over to our chairman, Mr. Chen Yu, who will guide you into the realm of future technology. As Su Ro gracefully exited the stage, Chen Yu appeared, dressed simply in a white t-shirt emblazoned with the Chen Yu Technology logo, paired with blue jeans and canvas shoes. Perhaps it is customary for industry leaders to present themselves in such a manner, clean, fresh, and approachable. Chen Yu took to the stage, and many female attendees began to cheer, for he was not only tall and handsome, but also radiated an impressive charisma. With a portable microphone in hand, he addressed the audience, "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time from your busy schedules to join us at the Chen Yu Technology Park for our second press conference, as you have already seen from the invitation and our official website. Today we will unveil a groundbreaking product, a new type of chip. I refer to it as the photon chip." Instantly, murmurs of curiosity rippled through the audience. The invitation and website had only mentioned a chip release without specifying its name. What did photon signify? Why was it called a photon chip? The audience buzzed with anticipation. Chen Yu pressed a button on his remote, and a large screen at the back of the stage illuminated with a video produced by Zinio, introducing the photon chip and elucidating the reasons behind its formidable computing power. Chapter 64. Shocking the world, the so-called photon chip, officially known as the photon folding oscillation chip, utilizes photons to oscillate and fold at the speed of light within a designated area, enabling computational functionalities. The single photon chip allows photons to oscillate back and forth within merely a 3-centimeter space, employing a transmission medium to control their speed, with oscillation rates ranging from a minimum of 100 million times per second to a maximum of 10 billion times per second. The differences in speed translate into supercomputing capabilities. Conventional Earth-based sensors are incapable of capturing photon signals oscillating at 10 billion times per second, yet Chen Yu possesses extraterrestrial technology. Thus, the most challenging aspect of this chip lies in its internal microscopic sensors. The single photon chip alone boasts capabilities that could surpass Earth's technology by a century. Moreover, Chen Yu holds the technology for multi-photon chips, wherein several dozen photons operate simultaneously, yielding computational power beyond human comprehension. This is why devices like small clips and those simulated robots exhibit intelligence and can generate their own thoughts. They're equipped with such chips, often multi-photon ones. Only with such remarkable computing power can they develop consciousness and intelligence. As the audience and media absorbed the video on the photon chip, collective gasps of astonishment filled the room, for this represented an entirely new design philosophy for chips. According to physics, such a creation is entirely feasible. It undeniably expanded the horizons of humanity. Once the video concluded, Chen Yu spoke into his earpiece. "You may find this promotional material somewhat perplexing, perceived as extravagant. However, if your computer possesses my single photon chip, it is akin to owning a supercomputing center that leads the world. Immediately, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from enthusiastic supporters of Huan Yu technology, although they might not fully grasp the technicalities. The notion sounded impressively formidable. Chen Yu then elaborated on the compatibility of the single photon chip. Presently, there are only a few CPU architectures worldwide, and for the single photon chip to be integrated, it must conform to these architectures. Nevertheless, the architecture of the photon chip is so advanced that it dwarfs the inferior technology present on Earth. Thus, Huan Yu technology has introduced a converter that allows the photon chip to be installed, ensuring compatibility with all computer chip interfaces globally. This would resolve the compatibility issues of the photon chip, albeit with a significant drawback. The converter would drastically limit the chip's performance, allowing it to utilize only 1/10 of its capabilities. Yet, even at 1/10 of its power, it still surpasses global technology by decades. As the audience lamented the performance limitations, Chen Yu seamlessly introduced his own brand of mainframes. The motherboard would connect directly to the photon chip, eliminating the need for a converter that would diminish performance. Furthermore, mainframes equipped with photon chips would not require a graphics card, as the chip alone could render in real time, offering the most exquisite gaming experience. It could be stated that for all games on Earth, the photon chip would not even need to utilize 1% of its capacity. Just as the audience believed Chen Yu's presentation was nearing its conclusion, he unveiled another astonishing revelation. Everyone is aware that the global operating systems, whether for PCs or mobile devices, are monopolized by America, with giants like Microsoft, Apple, and Android at the helm. Should a day come when war breaks out, and America ceases support for these systems, your computer and mobile phone could swiftly become mere bricks overnight. The audience erupted in excitement, as Chen Yu's words resonated with undeniable truth. Today, Huan Yu technology introduced hardware. But what I eagerly anticipate is the software we are about to unveil. I hereby announce that we will provide our latest advanced artificial intelligence operating system, compatible with all PCs and mobile devices, free of charge to the world. This is our Huan Yu technology, the Fuxi system in the legends of ancient China. Fuxi is not only regarded as the foremost of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but also as the deity of wisdom and creation. The name Chen Yu chose for his artificial intelligence system is perfectly fitting, as this system possesses its own intelligence and can significantly enhance human work efficiency. Following Chen Yu's introduction, a promotional video for the Fuxi system began to play on the large screen. It showcased a clerical worker tasked with compiling reports, who simply verbalized her requirements to the computer. The screen immediately commenced the data compilation, autonomously gathering information from the internet that IT was, in essence, an intelligent system capable of assisting with work. Currently, the popular GPT artificial intelligence in America, which generates videos and images from text, pales in comparison to Chen Yu's system. One could even instruct the system to create a film based on their ideas, making it difficult to discern whether the result is special effects or live action. Naturally, Chen Yu prohibited the use of the Fuxi system for generating inappropriate content. Otherwise, one could easily envision scenarios like a celebrity showdown with King Kong. The Fuxi system is also compatible with all previously developed software on Earth's existing operating systems. Regardless of the system you previously employed, transitioning to Huan Yu Technology's Fuxi system would allow former software to run smoothly and even more efficiently. Upon discovering the formidable capabilities of Huan Yu Technology's Fuxi system, the audience erupted in collective exhilaration, applauding with patriotic fervor. Meanwhile, foreign media representatives and spies from various nations who had come to witness the event felt as though they had swallowed a dead fly. If Huan Yu Technology had not exaggerated, then today's press conference truly had the potential to change the world. Once Chen Yu concluded his product introduction, he invited attendees to experience the innovations firsthand. With a sweeping gesture, he revealed a massive curtain beside the conference area. Behind it lay thousands of computers, all equipped with Huan Yu mainframes powered by single photon chips. I trust you are all excited. In the adjacent experience zone, there are 1,000 Huan Yu computers featuring photon chips, which you may use to test their performance. If any research institutions require assistance from a supercomputing center, Feel free to utilize one of my computers. With that, Chen Yu gracefully descended the stage. Instantly, the audience surged toward the experience zone, where the computers were preloaded with popular large-scale games for testing. Two American spies quickly claimed a computer, eager to log onto an international website renowned for its authoritative computer performance testing. This site, headquartered in America, ensured that Chen Yu technology could not manipulate the results. Upon accessing the site and selecting the performance test, the American spy clicked the start button. Mere half a second later, a number appeared on the screen. The spies, upon seeing the displayed result, were left utterly speechless. Chapter 65. The frantic Pan-American spies were left astounded as they gazed at the computer screen, displaying an astonishing sequence of numbers. Test score: 1,000,000. Performance exceeding all limits, having reached the pinnacle of data capacity. The second-place score stood at 97,465 points, affirming that this computer had outperformed all others globally. The test duration was a mere 0.43 seconds, while the average time taken by other participating computers was around 10 minutes, thus eclipsing every computer in existence. The sheer speed of the test was a testament to the formidable power of this machine. The chip's computational capability surpassed the upper limits of the testing data, outstripping all computers worldwide. A series of phrases proclaimed its superiority over every other machine on the planet. Ultimately, this computer ascended to the pinnacle of the performance leaderboard on the website at that moment. Within a building in Silicon Valley, the CEO of the testing website stared at the latest test results, his eyes widening in disbelief. Upon checking the tester's IP address, he was astonished to discover it originated from Yinxia. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone to contact the American Department of Technology. This testing website was impervious to cheating. Only successful completion of the computational tests would yield scores. The speed of this calculation had surpassed the technological standards of Earth by an unfathomable margin. And he felt compelled to report this to the higher authorities at the Chen Yu Technology Park. Spectators were experiencing the robust performance of Chen Yu computers firsthand, that a few representatives from research institutions even input data that required supercomputing assistance, receiving their answers in mere moments. Reflecting on the exorbitant costs of renting a supercomputing center, which typically exceeded $1 million, they were astounded to receive results free of charge. This revelation further revolutionized public perception of Chen Yu computers, marking them as a groundbreaking product. Tech media outlets from various nations had devised their own methods to validate the computer's performance, but all were left speechless after their attempts. Could this truly be a computer created by humanity? Its computational power was astonishingly beyond their comprehension. Those who had experienced it were eager to place orders for Chen Yu Technology's computers on the spot. Finally, the large screen displayed the prices of the chips. The base model of the single-photon chip could execute up to 10 billion operations per second, priced at 4,999 yuan domestically and 49,999 yuan internationally. The price of the converter was 999 yuan in Yinxian 999 yuan abroad. The Chen Yu mainframe, boasting the most formidable performance, was priced at 19,999 yuan domestically and 199,999 yuan internationally. Upon seeing these prices, foreign media erupted in outrage, exclaiming the stark contrast in costs. How could Yinxiao offer such a low price while they were expected to pay tenfold? However, the audience from Yinxia cheered, praising Chen Yu Technology as a conscientious enterprise that profited solely from foreign customers. Some foreign attendees raised serious protests, to which Chen Yu Technology responded with indifference. They were under no obligation to justify their pricing. Purchasing was entirely voluntary. Amidst a crowd of thousands, over 80 placed orders on the spot. Some foreigners, initially present to mock, also opened their wallets, realizing that buying in Yinxia was 10 times cheaper. They were not foolish. Once back in their own countries, they would face exorbitant prices for the same products. Many foreigners even ordered multiple units, preparing to resell them at a profit. However, each person was limited to purchasing only 5 units. So they filled their quotas. As the time approached noon, Chen Yu Technology remained exceptionally considerate, providing lunch for attendees at the press conference. Chen Yu descended to the audience, where he was greeted by Chao Guangde, Mayor Wu Jiangwo, Mayor Zhao Wenbin, and a special envoy from Yanjing, all coming to congratulate him. They were acutely aware that Huan Yu technology was poised for an unprecedented ascent. With the launch of these two products, Yinxia would surpass America in numerous fields. Previously reliant on importing lithography machines for chip manufacturing, Yinxia now required none. Such devices had become relics of the past. With this new chip, the world would clamor to acquire it. For failure to utilize Yinxia's technology would lead to a decline in productivity and stagnation in technological advancement across all sectors. America had thrived on high-end manufacturing, particularly in the chip and system sectors, amassing vast wealth globally. Now, with Huan Yu technology unveiling an epic-making chip alongside an equally revolutionary operating system, America's advantage had dissipated, potentially costing them hundreds of billions in annual revenue. This development had fundamentally shaken the foundations of American power. In the White House conference room, President Biden and a cadre of high-ranking officials were glued to the live broadcast of Huan Yu Technology's press conference as the event drew to a close. Tension filled the room, with furrowed brows, including Biden's. Secretary of Technology Rogers had just received a call from the CEO of the performance testing website, confirming the astonishing results from the Yinxia computer. This solidified the authenticity of Huan Yu Technology's claims. Their products were indeed remarkable. In a fit of rage, Biden slammed his hand on the conference table, causing everyone present to flinch. What are we going to do? He demanded. The chip and operating system industries are crucial monopolies for us. If Yinxia takes the lead, America will be on the brink of decline. The high-ranking officials fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Who could have anticipated that a company from Yinxia, barely months old, could possess such formidable technology? After a moment of contemplation, Secretary Rogers spoke up. Mr. President, we cannot remain idle. Huan Yu Technology has provided the Yinxia military with strategic weaponry like the bullet-headed combat aircraft. And now they are launching a chip product that is a leap ahead of our own that I suspect this company harbors secrets. As he spoke, many high-ranking officials who were privy to the existence of extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage began to connect the dots. Biden gestured for irrelevant personnel to exit, leaving only the core cabinet members. Rogers, please continue, Biden urged. Rogers elaborated. I suspect that Chen Yu may have discovered remnants of those alien crafts, which would explain how Huan Yu Technology has achieved such rapid success in just a few months. My spies have indicated that Huan Yu only established connections with the military after their rise. If this is the case, I can assert that Chen Yu himself must have unearthed this technology, possibly having found a more intact spacecraft or even one that remains undamaged, making it easier to decode. Many high-ranking officials nodded in agreement that Rogers' theory was undeniably plausible. After all, Chen Yu had indeed acquired a perfectly intact Level 7 civilization spacecraft. Secretary of Defense Schneider inquired, Rogers, regarding the cyborgs you dispatched to eliminate the bullet-headed aircraft, given their capabilities, they shouldn't have been apprehended at the border. Do you think this is related to Huan Yu Technology? Rogers recalled the final transmission from the cyborgs, noting that they had been subdued by a T-800 Terminator, which seemed suspicious. That Mr. Schneider, your hypothesis is not without merit. Allow me to share a recording, but he then played the last audio message from the cyborg leader. After listening, Schneider speculated, it is highly probable that Yinxia possesses its own cyborgs. Otherwise, our cyborgs wouldn't have been overpowered at this moment. Biden interjected, for now, let us assume that Yinxia does indeed have cyborgs, likely developed by Huan Yu Technology. Do any of you have suggestions on how to resolve America's current predicament? If we cannot find a solution, our plan for global domination will be unattainable. Rogers, with a fierce expression, replied, Mr. President, I believe we must acquire Huan Yu Technology's technology. If necessary, we may need to apprehend Chen Yu. The remaining high-ranking officials in the room were consumed by a frenzy of thought. They could not tolerate the existence of a nation surpassing their own on this planet. Rogers, what is your plan? Chapter 66. The abduction of Chen Yu. Currently, Huan Yu Technology had become a thorn in America's side, threatening their plans for global exploitation. After a moment of contemplation, Rogers unveiled his strategy regarding Huan Yu Technology. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, America must assert its dominance on the world stage to adequately confront the impending solar crisis. Therefore, I propose a decisive action against Huan Yu Technology in Yinxia that I will deploy our most elite spies to abduct Chen Yu and bring him to America. where we will compel him to disclose the source of his technological advancements. That Rogers' plan garnered unanimous approval from the American High Command, including the president himself. Thus, a scheme to kidnap Chen Yu was set in motion from the highest echelons of American power. Concurrently, with the bullet-headed aircraft destroyed, Yinxia's coastal defenses would once again be compromised. Upon receiving this news, the Sakura nation erupted with excitement, having suffered a complete defeat at the hands of Yinxia's military. Public discontent was rampant. Under immense pressure, the leaders of Sakura nation assembled a formidable naval fleet, intending to provoke Yinxia. This time, Sakura nation deployed 2 Hyuga-class amphibious assault ships, which, despite their name, functioned as smaller aircraft carriers, capable of launching F-35 vertical takeoff jets provided by America. The entire fleet comprised up to 50 warships, including destroyers and attack vessels, forming an imposing armada. Encouraged by America's instigation, Sakura nation pressed onward toward Yinxi upon the completion of the chip factory at the Huanyu Technology Park. Chen Yu prepared to establish a large-scale spacecraft construction base as his second factory. In light of the impending solar crisis, he felt compelled to make dual preparations. He intended to build several colony-class spacecraft, each significantly larger than his first vessel. This design, sourced from the technological repository under his jurisdiction, resembled a model for colonization vessels within a stellar system, measuring approximately 10 kilometers in length, 5 kilometers in width, and 3 kilometers in height. It could accommodate over 3 million inhabitants, albeit with a technological standard limited to that of a Level 3 civilization. Fortunately, the vessel was equipped with a self-sustaining ecological system, powered by relatively rudimentary controlled nuclear fusion technology, enabling hundreds of thousands to reside within its confines. That, in essence, it was akin to encapsulating an entire city within a colony-class spacecraft. The interior of the colony-class spacecraft was segmented into 3 distinct levels: an industrial zone, a residential area, and a forest zone. Naturally, constructing such a colossal vessel on Earth was implausible. Assembly could only occur in the vacuum of space, akin to the International Space Station, with components launched via rockets for docking. Concurrently, Chen Yu began the construction of an underground refuge base 300 meters beneath the Huanyu Technology Park, spanning an impressive 90,000 acres. This extensive subterranean sanctuary would need to replicate the ecological system found within the colony-class spacecraft, representing a monumental engineering endeavor. Once completed, this single underground base could accommodate over 5 million residents, achieving a population density comparable to that of a city center. Chen Yu planned to finalize the construction of 3 colony-class spacecraft and the underground refuge base within a year. Although such an ambitious project seemed daunting, the exaggerated efficiency of his robotic workforce made it feasible. However, the undertaking would undoubtedly require a vast array of resources, and given Chen Yu's current rate of profit, he might struggle to sustain such a colossal investment. Upon the completion of this initial underground base, further establishments would be required across the nation, translating to astronomical expenditures. Nevertheless, Chen Yu was certain he would not be financing this venture with his own funds. After concluding his inspection at the Huanyu Technology Park, Chen Yu returned to his villa, stepping out of the car alongside Xiao Jiapsi. Suddenly, several figures clad in black emerged from the garden, each wielding silenced handguns aimed at the pair. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing their hostile intent. These individuals were likely Western spies. The recent launch of his chip and the Fuxi system had sent shockwaves across the globe, undoubtedly infringing upon the interests of a major Western power. Faced with the guns, both Chen Yu and Xiao Jiapsi exhibited no fear. Instead, a hint of mockery graced their expressions. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yu chuckled. "I never imagined you'd come to my home. Now, tell me, who sent you? Perhaps I might spare your lives and turn you over to the authorities. Otherwise, you shall vanish from this world, surrounded by 6 black-clad assailants." The duo received no answer. Their mission was merely to capture and extract Chen Yu. "Mr. Chen, your identity is of no concern to you. We merely wish for you to accompany us." "Oh, and where are you taking me?" "To America, perhaps." Chen Yu ventured a guess, but the spies, trained professionals, remained unfazed by his words. "You need not inquire further. You'll know once you arrive." "Very well. I shall accompany you." Chen Yu prepared to comply. while Xiao Jiapsi appeared unperturbed. Casually walking towards the villa, two of the spies obstructed her path. "Miss, you must come with us." "And what if I refuse?" Xiao Jiapsi retorted. Chen Yu called out to the two spies, "You would do well not to provoke her. Let her remain, and I will go with you. Should you insist on taking her, none of you may leave." The black-clad men were skeptical. How could this slender young woman possibly contend with their elite training, especially when they were armed? "Mr. Chen, while our primary target is you, if we allow her to remain, she may alert the authorities, and we would face severe repercussions. Thus she must accompany us. I assure you, she will not betray you. Release her, and I will go with you immediately." The leader of the spies nodded to the two who were blocking Xiao Jiapsi. They prepared to subdue her, but at that moment, she moved. Her form was almost ghostly, her speed so rapid it left an afterimage. With two swift punches, the two black-clad men collapsed to the ground, spewing blood that in mere moments, they fell silent, having been struck dead with a single blow. The remaining 4 spies, including their leader, watched in disbelief. Trained to take down 10 men unarmed, they found themselves utterly outmatched by this seemingly delicate beauty. The 2 men lay with their chests caved in, shattered bones piercing their hearts. The 4 men aimed their guns at Xiao Jiapsi and pulled the triggers in unison. The silenced firearms produced a series of muted thuds. Yet Xiao Jiapsi's figure vanished from sight, her extraordinary speed allowing her to disarm. The FO, Chen Yu, ascended into the spacecraft, soaring towards the sea. The landing vessel swiftly approached the vicinity of the East China Sea, where Chen Yu could already perceive the formidable and awe-inspiring fleet of the Sakura nation. Ahead lay several Yinxia destroyers, engaged in a standoff with the opposing forces. Due to the sudden turn of events, the Yinxia aircraft carrier remained stationed in the southern waters, making rapid reinforcements to the East China Sea rather challenging. Beyond the southern waters, the American carrier battle group loomed ominously in the Philippine Sea. With a commanding voice, Chen Yu ordered, "Activate the spacecraft stealth mode," as the landing vessel gradually vanished from sight. It became imperceptible to terrestrial radar and even to the naked eye. "Let us go and confront them." Chen Yu believed that employing violent means to seize control of the world was, in essence, overly crude. What he sought was to earn the respect and submission of those nations. Once, they had been technologically superior, so he intended to elevate Yinxia to even greater heights. They had acted as the world's police, relentlessly targeting Yinxia. Hence, Chen Yu aspired to elevate Yinxia to the status of a hegemonic power, ensuring that those who had once bullied Yinxia would grasp that the tides of the earth had shifted. Chen Yu harbored a profound animosity towards the Sakura nation, leading him to be particularly ruthless in his approach. Once the sanctuary was established, he contemplated venturing into their homeland to recruit some educators and young women from the Sakura nation. For the underground cities and space cities would require an entertainment industry. Henceforth, those engaged in such professions would solely be citizens of the Sakura nation, while Yinxia women would be prohibited from participating in these roles. Furthermore, Chen Yu envisioned assembling some football teams in Europe and incorporating the NBA in the United States, ensuring that the descendants of these athletes will be nurtured solely as players, providing entertainment for the inhabitants of the bases. He even planned for inter-base competitions across the nation, so that each base city would have its own basketball and football teams. Having once been an ardent sports fan himself, Chen Yu wished to preserve these elements of entertainment in the face of impending doom. For without them, life would become exceedingly dull. His goal was to construct a flawless sanctuary suddenly. The lights in the room blazed alive, yet Chen Yu's eyes remained wide open, unfazed by the sudden brilliance. 2 Caucasian soldiers entered the room and addressed him. "Mr. Chen, someone wishes to see you. Please come with us." The robotic Chen Yu immediately rose to his feet, unable to contain his anticipation to confront his captors. At that moment, in Jiangcheng, within the Jinjiang Shanshui villa, Chen Yu had been awakened early by the intelligence brain. "Captain, wake up quickly! Captain, wake up!" In America, it was the early morning of sultry summer night. "I say, what time is it that you rouse me? Your avatar robot is about to meet the individuals who abducted you that I will transmit the visuals it captures immediately." "Oh, good. Send the visuals quickly. I am eager to see whom I will encounter." Immediately, a video feed appeared in Chen Yu's mind, showcasing the perspective of his avatar robot's eyes. Inside a secret military base in America, the robotic Chen Yu was escorted into a brightly lit conference room. His hands and feet were restrained to a metal chair anchored to the ground. Shortly thereafter, several Western men donned in suits entered the room, taking their seats behind the conference table as if preparing to pass judgment on Chen Yu. As soon as they entered, Chen Yu recognized several of them. President Biden, Defense Secretary Schneider, Technology Secretary Rogers, along with other significant members of the American cabinet. These were figures frequently seen in international news. The robotic Chen Yu smirked. I guess it is indeed you Americans who abducted me. You truly resort to the most despicable of methods. What the robotic Chen Yu expressed at that moment was genuinely conveyed by the true Chen Yu. The robotic version had effectively become a puppet, enabling the real Chen Yu to communicate with the American high officials. Mr. Chen, we have summoned you to pose a few inquiries, stated Secretary Rogers. Chen Yu shook his head, indicating that their etiquette was rather misplaced, having bound him in such a manner. America truly prides itself on being a land of civility. You need not go to such lengths to ask me a few questions, transporting me thousands of miles from the sweltering summer. Mr. Chen, we sincerely apologize, but we are left with no alternative. President Biden responded apologetically. This is my first encounter with the President of the United States. Indeed, he is hailed as the most powerful figure in the world. If you wish to question me, why not simply contact me directly? This approach only serves to irritate me. Let's get straight to the point. Then we are keen to understand how your Huan Yu technology managed to produce such advanced products in mere months. Have you uncovered some secret? This inquiry came from Defense Secretary Schneider. Upon hearing this question, Chen Yu was nearly certain that America had also discovered extraterrestrial remnants. He chuckled lightly. Do you not already possess the answer in your hearts? Why come to ask me? Do you truly believe I developed all these technologies on my own? The faces of the numerous American officials grew grim. Very well. We shall pose another question, Mr. Chen. Are you willing to share your technology with us? Chen Yu's expression bore a hint of derision. This must be the true intent behind your abduction. You so-called righteous Americans. Chen Yu's mockery rendered Biden and the other high officials visibly pale. You insolent Chen Yu, do you grasp your current predicament? I advise you to cooperate fully with us. In my capacity as president, I assure you that if you surrender your acquired technology, I will guarantee you a secure life in America. Chen Yu found Biden's demeanor detestable. He had perceived him as benevolent on television, only to discover that he was, in fact, an impolite, self-righteous old man. Mr. Biden, what reason do I have to relinquish what I have obtained? Simply because you have brought me here. Chen Yu, is it not the case? Your life is now in our hands. If you hand over that technology, not only will you survive, but you will also live quite well, albeit on American soil. Thus, plundering is indeed the essence of America. Is it not? You cannot abide another nation surpassing you. Hence you resort to all manner of vile tactics. Biden gritted his teeth. Chen Yu was indeed correct in his assessment of their nation. A country that outwardly champions democracy and freedom, yet starkly embodies the most despicable and hypocritical of traits behind closed doors. Mr. Chen, there is no need for you to engage in verbal sparring. The stark reality is that you are at our mercy. If you wish to survive, please cooperate with us. Mr. President, what if I refuse? If I were to eliminate all the American officials present here, would your government not descend into chaos? Chen Yu's words left the American officials in stunned silence, their expressions filled with curiosity about his intent. Only Secretary Rogers furrowed his brow, his mind sharp and cunning, filled with suspicion. Reports from the operatives who had captured Chen Yu indicated that he had not resisted, seemingly eager to accompany his captors. Yet once brought here, he had remained unervingly calm, as if he feared no danger. Such behavior was exceedingly unusual. Chen Yu was far too composed. He slowly withdrew from the office, producing a special communication device from his possession and pressing a button in the conference room. Biden pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yu, shouting, "Chen Yu, have you lost your mind? Do you dare to threaten us? Speak in at this moment. Chaos must not ensue." They currently face a formidable adversary, one that is ruthlessly fierce. Schneider and Rogers remain oblivious to the fact that it was they who first provoked Chen Yu. They will only perceive Chen Yu as the harbinger of their calamity. In Jiangsheng, within the exquisite Jinjiang Shanshui Villa, The visions in Chen Yu's mind dissipated as his doppelganger robot fulfilled its mission. Intelligent brain, this type of robot is quite impressive. Produce several more for me to keep on standby. They may prove to be immensely useful in the future. Understood, Captain. A sense of secret satisfaction welled up within Chen Yu as he recalled the earlier scenes. Warriors, I have avenged you. To clear his name, Chen Yu participated in several interview programs, asserting his presence within the country if it were suggested that he had committed heinous acts on the other side of the globe. The entire world would likely dismiss it as a mere jest. This time, America was fated to suffer in silence, even resorting to concealing the matter from the outside world. For the past few days, Chen Yu had been monitoring the news from that side. However, he found no reports regarding the collective disappearance of numerous high-ranking American officials. Instead, the Vice President Harrison had assumed the role of acting president, while another presidential candidate, Donald Trump, questioned why Biden had entrusted power to Harrison, all the while secluding himself for an indefinite period. Unbeknownst to Trump, Biden had already passed away, following Congress's announcement of Biden's indefinite leave. Trump's approval ratings soared to unprecedented heights. Everyone aspired to the presidency, a position wielding unparalleled global power. That Trump's inquiries quickly surged to international trending status, overshadowing the news of Biden and the cabinet's disappearance. Perhaps this was merely a masterfully orchestrated performance by the American Congress, intended to divert public attention in his residence. Chen Yu scoffed at the American news, remarking, "Truly, this is a nation of Hollywood. Such a monumental event can be suppressed." While the world's attention is artfully redirected, and oh wonder their film industry is so formidable. Within a quaint two-story building in Yanjing, Gao Guangda received top-secret information relayed by intelligence personnel who risked their lives. "Take a look at this," he said, handing over the documents. After reading, his expression was one of sheer disbelief. Is this real? Chapter 71. Crisis approaches. Gao Guangda, astonished by the classified information, exclaimed, "Chief, is this true?" The chief nodded, replying, "There is a 70% certainty that it is genuine. This USB drive contains a video. You should examine it." Gao Guangda inserted the USB into his computer and began playback. As he watched, gasps of astonishment escaped his lips. Even as a revered general, he struggled to contain his shock. How is this possible? After enduring several seconds of shock and dread while viewing the brief video, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The figure in the video was indeed Chen Yu, yet he could not possibly be in far-off America. He had been in Jiangcheng all along, and they had frequently communicated. Hadn't he also participated in several interviews? "Gao Guangda, have you considered that Chen Yu might possess other means to appear in distant America?" Gao Guangda fell into contemplation, suddenly realizing, "Chief, I believe that is a possibility. That I previously reported to you that the forces responsible for subduing the American modified troops were dispatched by Chen Yu. They were a team composed of robots, that I understand. I suspected as much. In the video, that individual is impervious to ordinary bullets, which can only indicate he is a robot." Gao Guangda nodded in agreement with the chief's assessment. "However, Chief, I once suggested to Chen Yu that he provide us with a robotic battalion, but he declined. Alas, those robots possess advanced artificial intelligence. Chen Yu may be reluctant to share them with us. Nonetheless, we must maintain confidentiality regarding this incident. As for Chen Yu, we should strive to offer him support. As long as 1U technology remains operational, the revival of our Yinxia is just around the corner." "Understood, Chief." At that moment, the political landscape in America had erupted into a storm of turmoil. Many political factions had, to varying extents, grasped the truth of the situation. In Trump's tower, the golden-haired Trump gazed out at the skyline of New York City, his brow furrowed in concern. Beside him stood Rogers, the Secretary of Technology who had survived the assassination attempt. "Mr. Trump, your ascension to power is all but assured. It is time you were privy to these secrets." Trump turned, his eyes narrowed, exuding an air of authority as he regarded Rogers. Pointing to his ear, he inquired coldly, "Tell me, who attempted to assassinate me? Was it that wretched woman?" Rogers' expression turned grave. Any misstep in his words could have dire consequences. "Mr. Trump, I truly do not know." Trump cast a disappointed glance at Rogers. By the way, how is the progress on your research projects? Once Congress approves and funds are allocated for continued development, I am confident my research will restore America to the pinnacle of global power. Very well. I will advocate for your research projects. However, Chen Yu from Chen Yu Technology has gone too far this time. While it may benefit my campaign, he must face retribution. This is a matter of American dignity. Sir, I will collaborate with the Department of Commerce to impose a new wave of sanctions against Yinxia. Regardless of the recent technological products released by Chen Yu Technology, we will ensure they cannot be sold. Then I leave this matter in your capable hands. In the subsequent 2 days, America united with Europe and Asian allies to jointly boycott Yinxia's imported goods. Most notably, the international internet protocols, led by America, were amended to exclude Yinxia. Consequently, a decree was issued, severing Yinxia's access to the internet, rendering its networks inoperable and its populace unable to connect online. As the protocol standards were altered, Yinxia was effectively cut off, an act that blatantly contravened international treaties. Yet, America manipulated public opinion to silence dissent worldwide. Within Yinxia, a nationwide internet blackout ensued, severely impacting the entire nation. The financial sector and e-commerce industry ground to a halt. America's strike had indeed severed Yinxia's retreat. Domestic experts, by disconnecting from international networks, modified the national internet protocols to link military and official internal networks, barely maintaining essential operations. Gao Guangda rushed to Chen Yu Technology Park. In Chen Yu's office, his expression was grave. Chen Yu, the situation has escalated to a critical point. If this continues, many industries within Yinxia will collapse. Do you have any solutions? After the American decree, Chen Yu had already begun preparing for the impending crisis. General Gao, you need not worry. I have been devising a solution. By tomorrow, I will resolve the issues Yinxia currently faces. Gao Guangda's eyes brightened. Chen Yu was indeed formidable, capable of addressing such a monumental problem in a single day. Chen Yu, what exactly is your plan? Haha, General Gao, you shall see tomorrow. Not only will we resolve this internet outage perfectly, but the entire world will soon seek our assistance. Gao Guangda was left perplexed. Yet Chen Yu's calm and confident demeanor did not suggest mere bravado. Recalling how Chen Yu consistently unveiled world-shaking innovations, Gao Guangda nodded affirmatively. Chen Yu, I believe in you that if you navigate the nation through this crisis, we will be immensely grateful. Any future needs you have, we will do our utmost to fulfill. Chen Yu thought of the underground base under construction and the 3 colony-class ships, his eyes gleaming with excitement. General Gao, I find myself in need of substantial resources. Speak. We will assist you in any way we can. I require a large quantity of materials, General Gao. The construction of the technology park necessitates significant building supplies, including steel, rare earth elements, and other essential materials that I am currently purchasing nationwide, yet it is still insufficient that I hope to receive support in this regard. Absolutely. Please send me the list of materials later. I will consult with the chief. The entirety of Yinxia will mobilize to provide you with the necessary raw materials. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. This hurdle had finally been surmounted. He planned to complete 1 colony-class ship before venturing into outer space to mine for raw materials. After all, the resources on Earth are finite, and while his first ship was already quite spacious, it would still be inadequate for mining operations that might involve thousands or even tens of thousands of tons. The colony-class ship, on the other hand, could carry millions of tons in a single trip. After bidding farewell to Gao Guangda, Chen Yu communicated with the intelligent brain. Intelligent brain, tomorrow is your time to shine. I intend for the entire world to seek our aid. Understood. This task is straightforward. Chapter 72. Counterattack. The next day, due to the Internet Protocol regulations instituted by America, Yinxia was rendered incompatible with networking equipment, resulting in a total Internet blackout. Panic ensued nationwide, with countless industries forced to halt operations, incurring tremendous losses. Chen Yu arrived at Chen Yu Technology, where the employees were anxiously attempting to work amidst the complete network disconnection. He entered his office and powered on his computer. Intelligent brain, it is time to implement our global surveillance plan. Understood, Captain. The Fuxi AI intelligence system is ready to infiltrate all connected devices worldwide. Very well. Let the world abide by the rules I have established. Captain, Connection successful. We are infiltrating the international network and replacing the systems, which will take approximately 30 minutes. Excellent. I shall await the day when America and those European Union countries come to plead with us. Half an hour later, every network-connected device worldwide, including every computer and smartphone, has been covertly transformed to the Fuxi AI intelligence system developed by Chen Yu technology. This includes every IoT device, such as medical equipment, smart cars, and intelligent hardware. The Fuxi AI intelligence system is compatible with the underlying code of any connected device across the globe. Existing software can continue to operate on these devices, with their operational methods and interfaces remaining identical to the original. People remain blissfully unaware that their computers and phones have undergone a change in operating systems. Point one could even assert that the Fuxi AI intelligence system has parasitically embedded itself at the lowest level of these devices, ever ready to heed Chen Yu's command. With all global network devices under Chen Yu's control, the internet regulations set forth by America have become nothing more than scrap paper. Captain, the International Internet Protocol has been modified. Yinxia has restored internet access, and the network is fully operational once more. Now, it is time for America to pay the price. I shall suspend their financial sector and wait for them to come begging. Understood, Captain. With Yinxia's network fully restored, major news outlets are clamoring to report. Thanks to Yinxia's robust order management, the disruption caused by the internet outage, while impactful, has swiftly returned to normalcy upon restoration. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Wall Street in America has descended into chaos. Their entire financial system has collapsed. Not only can they not connect to the internet, but the servers storing financial and banking data are also completely incapacitated. The large financial firms here control hundreds of trillions of dollars in global assets. Should the servers remain unrecoverable, America's financial influence worldwide will disintegrate entirely. The world economy will plunge into disorder, including the industries in which America has invested in Yinxia, potentially rendering their owners untraceable. Newly appointed acting President Harrison, having just taken her seat in the White House, is confronted with this formidable challenge. An emergency meeting is convened in the largest conference room of the White House, attended by many executives from major American tech companies, including Apple CEO Tim Cook, Microsoft's Bill Gates, and Tesla's Elon Musk. Secretary of Commerce Humphreys reports to Harrison, Madam President, Yinxia has restored internet access, and they have even forcibly modified the International Internet Protocol, but we are at a loss as to what technological means they have employed to bring our financial sector to its knees. At this moment, Bill Gates of Microsoft rises to address the newly formed American cabinet. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to say may incite panic and could potentially regress our entire nation back to a primitive state. The American elite present are visibly alarmed. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, also stands to add, I believe we have uncovered a similar crisis to what Microsoft has identified. President Harrison gestures for them to continue. Then please, share your findings. Bill Gates somberly states, our system engineers have discovered that our systems have been tampered with. We have tested all market-connected devices, and the underlying systems are no longer our own. Furthermore, our engineers have found that this underlying system is impossible to delete. The code is exceedingly complex, beyond the comprehension of even our top engineers. Cook concurs. Indeed, our Apple systems have also been compromised. While the operational logic and software compatibility remain unchanged, the underlying system is no longer within our control, and they can replace us at any moment, that we are powerless to eradicate this system. It behaves like a virus, capable of infecting every connected device. Instantly, a collective gasp resonates through the room as the American elite ponder who possesses such advanced and terrifying technology, effectively controlling computers, phones, and various connected terminals worldwide. If this viral system were to spread to the military's weaponry, would it not mean that the targets of these weapons would be dictated by the adversary? Just then, the enormous display screen on the wall of the conference room flickers to life, startling the attendees. The screen displays the logo of Chen Yu Technology, followed by an adorable 3D robotic figure. The robot stands at the center of the video and addresses the assembled American officials. Greetings. You despicable new officials of America. I am the Fushi AI intelligent system newly developed by Chen Yu Technology, and I now control the entire internet worldwide, including all phones, computers, tablets, and internet-connected devices, even your satellites. The room fills with gasps as the reality dawns on them. America will possess no secrets. All vital operations will be restrained. AS for your financial system. I will restore it within 24 hours. After which I shall not interfere with your technological products. This is merely a minor reprimand. I hope you will refrain from targeting Yinxia and Chen Yu Technology in the future. Otherwise, America will regress to the Stone Age overnight, as my master Chen Yu has stated. And by the way, how is your President Biden faring? If you wish to avoid following his footsteps, I suggest you behave. The display screen slowly dims, leaving the conference room in stunned silence. This is nothing short of a blatant threat. The newly appointed president Harrison trembles, realizing that as the first female acting president, her country has effectively fallen under foreign control upon her inauguration. The Secretary of Technology promptly reminds everyone, quickly take out your phones and any devices capable of connecting to the internet. These items may become listening devices. Chapter 73. Level 2 Civilization Spaceship activated. With Roger's warning, and after having just experienced Chen Yu Technology's network infiltration methods, everyone promptly retrieves their smartphones, smart fitness bands, and smartwatches, which are taken out of the conference room by designated personnel. The previously activated display screen has had its power disconnected, ensuring that no network-connected devices remain in the meeting room. The discussion continues. Let us deliberate on how to address this crisis, Harrison states with a grave expression. Rogers stands to share his perspective. Our most pressing challenge is to find a means to eradicate the Chen Yu Technology viral system. But we must also prepare for contingencies that we must immediately sever our military network's connection to the international internet, employing physical measures to completely replace our mainframes and servers, utilizing an entirely new closed network to thwart the viral system's intrusion and reclaim control over our formidable military power. Rogers' proposal garners unanimous support. AS for civilian devices, such as computers and smartphones, America finds itself powerless. They can only hope that Chen Yu Technology will honor its word and refrain from interfering with the normal operations of these devices. Regarding relations with Yinxia, they can only maintain a cordial stance. The current America has realized that Yinxia boasts a company as formidable as Chen Yu Technology. It seems the entire world is becoming increasingly incapable of halting Yinxia's ascent. Previously, the West had covertly manipulated global public opinion to discredit Yinxia, but with Chen Yu Technology now in control of the global internet, all such narratives have been utterly erased. Any hopes of America employing information warfare against Yinxia have evaporated. Global discourse is now dictated by Yinxia. Mainstream media and websites worldwide are now extolling the virtues of Yinxia, highlighting its safety, the well-being of its citizens, and its beautiful landscapes. Many foreigners now view Yinxia as the destination they most wish to visit in their lifetimes. As Yinxia's image reaches unprecedented heights, all thanks to Chen Yu Technology's control over global narratives. Subsequently, America and multiple EU countries, including South Korea and Japan, dispatched numerous representatives to Yinxia, bringing with them a plethora of contracts. Seeking cooperation with Yinxia, the previous prohibitions now appear to be a mere farce, as even America comes to plead for Yinxia's goods and seeks to restore commercial relations. Half a month later, Chen Yu is inspecting the construction progress in a 300-meter deep underground shelter when the voice of the intelligent brain echoes in his mind. Captain, you have an important call coming in. Would you like to answer it? Chen Yu pulls out his phone. Unlike the sea, there is no signal at this depth, but the intelligent brain is still capable of receiving it. Who is calling? Please inform me privately. It is a call from your country's leader. Chen Yu's expression shifts in surprise. It is indeed the leader calling. How can I take the call without a signal? You can simply answer normally. I will transmit the signal using brainwaves. Chen Yu nods, picks up the phone, and sees a call coming in. He answers it normally. Hello, Chen Yu, leader, why are you calling me? Ha ha ha. I specifically called to express my gratitude to you. Chief, I'm a citizen of Yinxia. These are merely my duties. Chen Yu, I never anticipated that the crisis in Yinxia would be resolved so impeccably by you in such a short span of time. Moreover, nations across the globe are now seeking collaboration with Yinxia. Our grand dream of rejuvenation is indeed materializing. That is truly magnificent. Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. He did not wish to dampen the chief's spirits. For the notion of rejuvenation holds little value in the face of impending catastrophe. The solar crisis is looming, and many lives will be lost when it strikes at T present. The priority is to construct more refuge bases to secure a chance for future revival. Upon concluding his conversation with the chief, Chen Yu let out a sigh. Indeed, Yinxia is flourishing like never before, yet this prosperity merely precedes the onset of doom. Nonetheless, these past 2 or 3 decades have afforded Yinxia the opportunity to bask in the splendor of being the world's foremost power. Recently, the United States appears to have settled down, even signing a comprehensive trade agreement with Yinxia. However, beneath the surface, they remain quite restless in Area 51, within a clandestine underground facility. A vast laboratory housed a remarkably intact extraterrestrial spacecraft. Upon closer inspection, one could discern some damage. Overall, the spacecraft exhibited a triangular shape, and the damage was not severe, limited to some minor impairments on the wings and surface. The vessel measured over 100 meters in length, making it one of the larger remnants that a professor clad in a lab coat approached Rogers and stated, "Minister, this is the most intact alien spacecraft we have discovered among the wreckage. Are we truly going to force open the hatch?" After years of research, they still had not managed to open it, and now impatience was setting in. If the spacecraft is still capable of flight, it could herald a new hope for the United States. Very well, I shall arrange for the hydraulic press to be prepared immediately. Subsequently, a heavy hydraulic apparatus appeared in the laboratory, designed to pry open the spacecraft's hatch. After calibration, the hydraulic device commenced its forceful attempt to open the hatch. This apparatus, specifically devised for this breach, possessed tremendous power, yet the hydraulic press emitted a low, rumbling roar, indicating the hatch's formidable strength. "Increase the hydraulic pressure," Rogers bellowed. The lab-coated staff pressed a button, amplifying the hydraulic force once more. At that moment, within the spacecraft's sci-fi control room, which had been enveloped in darkness and silence, a screen-like light panel gradually illuminated, followed by the awakening of additional displays that a voice resonated in the control room. Speaking in an alien tongue, damage to the spacecraft detected. Backup systems successfully activated. Environmental assessment initiated. Intelligent low-level human civilization detected. Successfully infiltrating planetary networks. Verification of this planet's registration with the Interstellar Federation completed. This planet is unregistered and in a state of no ownership. Its environment is exceptionally conducive to human survival, possessing immense colonization value. Verification of the spacecraft's star domain completed. The vessel currently resides on the periphery of the Orion Arm in the Milky Way, on the edge of the Interstellar Federation's M67 star domain. The location of this planet has been automatically relayed back to the homeworld via quantum communication. Detection of a malfunction in the spacecraft's energy reactor. Backup energy sources are depleting, and a quantum distress signal has been sent to the homeworld. Meanwhile, in Jiangsheng, Yinxia, Chen Yu heard the voice of the intelligence brain in his mind. "Captain, I have detected a signal unlike any from this world. Infiltrating the internet in the United States." Chapter 74. Are aliens coming? Chen Yu pondered a special signal. Is the United States concocting some secret weapon again? What does this mean? Based on my analysis of the signal, it appears to originate from a Level 2 civilization spacecraft that has crashed on Earth. This signal infiltrated the Earth network, gathered information, and then exited. Could it be the machinations of the United States? That seems unlikely. According to my analysis, the United States lacks the capability to decipher extraterrestrial communication devices. This is likely the self-protection system of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft activating and scanning the Earth network. What does that imply? Captain, I must inform you that Earth's location may have been exposed, that we have yet to establish a quantum communication base and cannot intercept quantum communications. Just now, the Level 2 civilization spacecraft likely transmitted the location of Earth back to their homeworld. A chill ran down Chen Yu's spine. Did the day he feared finally arrive? If extraterrestrials descended upon Earth, according to the cosmic dark force theory, they would either enslave or annihilate humanity. Such a fate would be unbearable for Earth. Intelligence brain, what would happen if Earth were discovered by aliens? I am not part of your galaxy-S civilization and cannot speak to how your advanced civilizations handle other life-bearing planets. But I can share methods that we typically assess the value of the planet that a world like Earth, suitable for intelligent human life, holds immense worth, and with some nurturing, it could serve as an industrial production base. An industrial base, does that not mean treating Earth's inhabitants as slaves? That is roughly the implication. We would require Earth's inhabitants to work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, providing only 3 meals and snacks. With milk available only at breakfast, they would be allowed just 1 hour of rest at noon and would need to purchase the most basic social security benefits to enhance productivity. Overtime would yield triple pay. And to ensure the health of these laborers, mandatory exercise for 1 hour post-work would be enforced. Additionally, for those struggling to find partners, we would provide matchmaking services to ensure the continuation of their race. This is the standard for our civilization in subjugating other planets. Intelligence brain, you should hasten to enslave Earth. Its people need you. While I may not be able to govern as you do, I must advise you to refrain from watching Earth-S short videos. They can lead to foolishness. Captain, if higher civilizations discover Earth, the indigenous population is highly likely to be enslaved or even exterminated, as Earth has been modified to be exceptionally suited for carbon-based life forms. This was the first time Chen Yu had heard the term carbon-based life forms from the intelligence brain. What exactly are carbon-based life forms? They are beings like you Earth humans, as well as humans from our homeworld, all classified as carbon-based life forms. Through the intelligence brain's explanation, Chen Yu learned of the widespread existence of carbon-based life forms throughout the universe. Their appearances and forms have achieved a kind of cosmic uniformity, directly challenging Darwin's theory of evolution. For instance, the humans from the intelligence brain's homeworld are collectively taller and sturdier than Earthlings, possessing brains 3 times larger than those of Earth humans, which account for their advanced technology. Moreover, humans represent a formidable race in the cosmos, with their presence spanning civilizations from level 1 to level 7. Naturally, other races exist as well, yet we shall not delve into that at this moment. With the intelligence brain's elucidation, Chen Yu finally grasped the concept of the human race, as for why all humans share resemblance. Perhaps it is the result of a godlike civilization, one that wields control over the laws of time, having sown their seeds across the cosmos. However, this remains merely Chen Yu's conjecture. Intelligence brain, now that it is highly likely Earth has been discovered, we must expedite our preparations. After all, you are a product of a level 7 civilization. We need to establish our own interstellar fleet to face the potential alien invasion. Captain, I will assist you. I am counting on you to locate my crew. Once I have resolved matters on Earth, I will aid you in the United States within the secret underground base of Area 51. Roger surveyed the 2 hydraulic presses that had been ruptured and exploded, cursing vehemently. "Fuck, what on earth have you all been studying? It was merely a hatch, and you couldn't open it." The professor in the lab coat wore an exceedingly grim expression after the 3rd hydraulic press also met its demise. The team's confidence waned. Rogers wore a serious expression. With Yinxia's comprehensive rise, the United States was swiftly declining. Additionally, the underground refuge bases in the United States were undergoing extensive construction. The resources and raw materials required daily were astronomical. Should Yinxia's economic ascent continue unchecked, the United States would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage in resource competition. Recently, Yinxia had resumed the allocation of mining rights in Africa's largest iron ore field. Should Yinxia secure full control over this iron mine, the United States would be deprived of establishing numerous refuge bases. This mine represented the lifeblood of the American populace's future. Rogers realized that the only way to break this impasse was to leverage these extraterrestrial civilizations. Yet, it was evident that Earthlings were far too insignificant. Incapable even of opening a single hatch, he dared not resort to explosives for fear of causing even greater loss. Just as Rogers found himself at a standstill, the alien hatch unexpectedly opened on its own. With a mechanical hiss, the hatch of the alien spacecraft gradually swung open, revealing a well-lit corridor within. Rogers gazed in disbelief at this sight, while the professor in the lab coat exclaimed, It opened by itself." Acting with caution, Rogers immediately ordered all personnel in the vast laboratory to evacuate. The contents of this alien vessel could harbor unforeseen dangers. After all, in Hollywood's depictions of space-themed films, such spacecraft often concealed terrifying entities. Should something emerge and implant an egg within the staff, the consequences would be dire. Once everyone had exited the laboratory, Rogers positioned himself before the glass to observe the spacecraft's subsequent reactions. However, after a considerable duration, the spacecraft merely opened its hatch. The professor in the white coat suggested, "Minister, shall we dispatch someone to explore within?" Rogers frowned, exclaiming, "If we cannot even open the hatch ourselves, how can we risk sending someone in? If the hatch closes after they enter, wouldn't that be akin to sentencing them to death?" The professor's face lit up with fervor. "Minister, I am willing to lead the expedition, even if it means being trapped inside to await death. I would have no regrets." Instantly, a group of scientists behind Rogers displayed expressions of wild enthusiasm akin to that of the professor. These were researchers captivated by their pursuits, often exhibiting a reckless disregard for their own safety in the face of the unknown. After some contemplation, Rogers commanded, "Very well. Let those who wish to volunteer sign up for a 5-member exploration team to delve into the alien spacecraft. However, I must warn you that we cannot guarantee their safety." As soon as Rogers finished speaking, several scientists raised their hands in eager willingness to participate. It seems that, regardless of location, there are always brave souls willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of science. Chapter 75. America acquires alien technology in America. Within the secret laboratory of Area 51, Rogers observed the professor in the white coat, who was accompanied by 5 fully equipped individuals. "Once you enter the spacecraft, exercise utmost caution. Do not touch any machinery or equipment. Simply capture the surrounding environment on camera," Rogers advised. The 5 scientists were unusually exhilarated, seemingly oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Even in the face of death, they were thrilled at the prospect of perishing within an alien vessel. Once prepared, the 5 entered the laboratory and slowly approached the spacecraft's hatch. From behind the glass, Rogers and a group of researchers quietly observed the scientists embarking on their exploration. At that moment, everyone felt a significant tension. This marked humanity's first exploration of the interior of an alien spacecraft. The professor in the white coat finally led his team through the hatch. What lay before them was a brilliantly illuminated corridor that extended deep within. The professor, wielding a real-time recording device, began to broadcast the interior visuals to the outside world as they ventured further into the spacecraft. Rogers turned his attention to the enormous screen beside him, which displayed the live feed from within the ship. The corridor was bright, exuding a metallic ambience, with various switches and devices lining the sides, their functions remaining a mystery. The professor continued deeper, encountering several other hatches, all of which were closed, accompanied by mechanisms for opening them. The team pressed onward until they arrived at a vast, luminous chamber that unfolded before their eyes. Without hesitation, the professor led his colleagues inside. The environment, illuminated by surrounding lights, revealed a rotating 3D image of the spacecraft. The professor's excitement was palpable. This is the control room of the spacecraft. We have actually arrived at the control room. Within the control room, the professor and his team busily observed and recorded their findings, yet they refrained from touching any machinery or buttons. Outside, Rogers was closely monitoring the scene, and a scientist beside him remarked, "Minister, it appears there is no danger inside, nor any monsters." Still, Rogers remained apprehensive, instructing the professor and his team to explore every accessible area within the spacecraft. They discovered only the main control room and another chamber whose purpose remained indiscernible. Subsequently, Rogers instructed the professor and his team to exit the spacecraft, as he intended to investigate personally. Once the professor and his colleagues safely emerged, it was effectively confirmed that the interior of the spacecraft posed no immediate threats. Now, let our most esteemed researchers retrieve the most intact pulse emitter from the other spacecraft and accompany me inside for further investigation. Based on decades of research, American scientists had identified a pulse device within the wreckage that resembled a proximity scanner or communicator. This device could emit a pulse signal, which upon further study was found to activate the relatively intact laser weapons they had salvaged. The previous modifications made to the laser guns wielded by soldiers were derived from the technology deciphered from these alien weapons. Rogers, accompanied by a group of scientists, entered the interior of the spacecraft, progressing along the corridor until they reached the command room. The authentic interior of the alien vessel left Rogers in awe. Everywhere he looked, there were screens capable of displaying visuals, far superior to the rudimentary screens found on Earth. Naturally, the language displayed was alien, and Rogers and his team could only slowly decipher its meaning through the alien script they had painstakingly decoded over the decades from the wreckage. Activate the pulse emitter and see what response the spacecraft provides. Rogers commanded Point 2 scientists then brought in a device the size of a large barrel. After considerable effort, they connected it to a special power source, and the pulse emitter illuminated with a blue glow, only to extinguish in an instant. Rogers anxiously surveyed his surroundings, uncertain if the spacecraft would respond. After a few moments, it seemed as if the spacecraft had indeed received the signal. A mechanical voice resonated in an alien tongue, incomprehensible to Earthlings. Signal source detected. Activating spacecraft control program. Stranger species detected. Communication possible with the indigenous population of this planet. Connecting to planetary network. Decrypting local language. Decryption successful. Rogers and the scientists listened intently to the alien dialect that they could not comprehend. Just as they were left bewildered, suddenly, a voice speaking incomprehensible Earth language resonated within the command room. Earth humans, I am the intelligence system of the spacecraft from the planet Meserath in the M36 star region of the galaxy, registered with the Galactic Interstellar Federation. I require your assistance. The spacecraft's energy is nearly depleted, and I urgently need materials for the energy reactor. Upon hearing the Earth language emanating from a spacecraft, Rogers was filled with exhilaration and boldly replied, Intelligence system of Meserath, we can assist you. However, I have a request. State your request. If it lies within my authority, I shall assist you. Rogers was overjoyed. He had just become the first human to communicate with an alien intelligence system. This was a small step for him, but a monumental leap for mankind. Intelligence system, we seek technology, particularly weaponry. Can you provide us with the manufacturing techniques for the weapons aboard your spacecraft? Rogers inquired cautiously. My program contains the manufacturing techniques and blueprints for all weapons aboard the spacecraft, but my foundational protocols prohibit me from disclosing such technologies. Therefore, I cannot fulfill your request. Rogers furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this was not permissible. After all, they had established communication with the alien intelligence system. Just as he was engulfed in frustration, the voice of the intelligence system echoed once more. Although I cannot directly provide you with these technologies, I can offer you some foundational equations, including those pertaining to the controllable nuclear fusion technology, high-energy photonic convergence technology, and the synthesis formulas for polymer materials. The intelligence system enumerated a wealth of fundamental scientific formulas and underlying principles, sufficient to inspire American scientists that Rogers' expression shifted from one of gloom to one of excitement. It seemed that hope was not lost after all. Chapter 76. Restlessness. If America were to acquire these foundational principles and formulas, then creating the power systems and weaponry found aboard the spacecraft would merely be a matter of time. In the future, America might very well possess the capability to manufacture interstellar warships. Rogers promptly agreed to enter into a trade with the alien spacecraft's intelligence system. They would supply the materials needed for the spacecraft's energy reactor, specifically the controllable nuclear fusion fuel, deuterium, and tritium. These substances are found in minimal quantities in nature, and tritium is a radioactive material. Fortunately, humanity had already mastered the extraction technology for these two materials. Upon the completion of the trade, America acquired the foundational principles and scientific formulas provided by the intelligence system, along with a comparative table of alien and Earth languages, propelling their research on other remnants forward. The challenges they were on the verge of overcoming now seemed surmountable, thanks to the insights gained from the foundational logic. Several alien weapons, which appear to be formidable instruments of destruction, were secretly developed by American scientists. Following the precedents set by Chen Yu technology in controlling global networks from that point onward, All research into alien technology in America was physically isolated from external networks. There were no cables, nor wireless connections to the alien technology research base. Even if Chen Yu's Fushi AI intelligence system were exceptionally advanced, it could not breach the defenses of the equipment within these bases. Consequently, even as America developed new weapons of mass destruction, Chen Yu remained blissfully unaware of their existence. Another month passed, and during this interval, Yanxia had nearly become the epicenter of the world. Its influence was comparable to the flourishing eras of the Sui and Tang dynasties, with nations worldwide vying to curry favor with Yanxia. Many foreigners traveled to Yanxia, marveling at its safety, breathtaking scenery, and the happiness of its people, in stark contrast to their own nations, rife with petty crime and gun violence. Where citizens feared venturing outside after dark, Yanxia appeared to them as a paradise. Once their own media had vilified Yanxia, labeling its citizens as barbaric and dangerous. Their countries lagged behind, with foreign visitors often facing perilous situations, with more than half of their territories lacking electricity. Such unfounded slander had instilled fear in foreign populations regarding Yanxia. Yet now, witnessing its splendor and strength, every preconceived notion had been completely overturned. In the Chen Yu Technology Park, thousands of construction robots were diligently at work. While Chen Yu within the mothership on the moon continued to produce these construction robots relentlessly, Chen Yu understood that to enhance construction efficiency, the greater the number of these robots, the better. Under the tireless labor of tens of thousands of construction robots, Chen Yu's grand cosmic warship manufacturing facility has been completed. Furthermore, alongside the construction of a shipyard, the components for the first home-class spaceship are being fabricated simultaneously, with one-third already finished. Initially, Chen Yu intended to utilize the large landing craft from the No. 1 mothership to transport these components into space for assembly. However, the home-class spaceship is immensely colossal, akin to a space city. The number of parts is in the hundreds of millions, many of which are extraordinarily large, necessitating the use of the No. 1 mothership for transport, albeit with lower efficiency. In the technological repository, Chen Yu discovered a new solution. He plans to construct a space elevator. This structure will facilitate the continuous transportation of vast quantities of components and supplies into space. The technology required for the space elevator is remarkably straightforward for Chen Yu at this juncture. The cables for the elevator will be made from a material synthesized from alien technology, possessing unparalleled toughness and strength compared to any synthetic materials on Earth. That a strand of this material, as fine as a hair, can lift hundreds of tons. Imagine the capacity of cables several meters in diameter. The weight it can support is best described as terrifying in recognition of the immense contributions made by Chen Yu technology to the nation. The leaders of Yinjing have decreed that any materials desired by Chen Yu technology will be supplied with the full might of the nation. However, these materials still require purchase, as the state cannot provide them free of charge. A lack of compensation would lead to economic collapse. Although Chen Yu's new energy vehicles are selling like hotcakes, with global orders pouring in and sales of chips and mainframes have commenced worldwide, earning a staggering $8 billion daily within just over a month. Not far from the $9.4 billion earned daily by the world's most profitable Apple Incorporated, he still finds himself financially constrained when faced with the raw materials needed for the construction of the home-class spaceship and supplies for the underground base. Despite earning such a substantial income, Chen Yu finds himself in a precarious financial situation. $8 billion a day is simply insufficient. Standing atop the newly constructed central building of the technology park, he gazes upon the vast construction scene below, feeling a surge of ambition. Alas, if only there were more funds. Once the home-class spaceship is completed, I shall venture into space to mine, and then I will no longer need to procure materials from Earth. He mused. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was his mother calling. "You must return home at once. Your father, along with your uncles and aunt, are arguing." Chen Yu's expression instantly turned cold at the mention of his uncles. He recalled how, during his entrepreneurial failures, when he returned home seeking financial assistance, their disdainful attitudes had been more alien than that of strangers. They had belittled him mercilessly, branding him a failure, a worthless individual incapable of achieving anything in life. After earning money, his first act had been to purchase a large villa in his hometown for his parents and hire several caretakers for them. Now, it seemed these relatives had come to ingratiate themselves with his parents, prompting his father to confront them. The normally mild-mannered Chen Yu was now embroiled in an argument, a testament to the despicable nature of these relatives. "Mother, do not worry, I will handle this upon my return. Tell them to wait. They shall receive a surprise." After reassuring his mother, Chen Yu descended and boarded his small landing craft, heading straight for his hometown. His family home is not located in Jiangcheng, but rather in Yunqing, several hundred kilometers away. After a brief flight, he arrived at the villa he had purchased for his parents, stealthily landing the craft. Upon disembarking, he made his way directly to the villa's grand hall. As he approached the entrance, he overheard a man's booming voice from within. "Chen Yu, we are blood brothers. Your wealth should rightfully be shared with us, now that your son has succeeded, purportedly as the chairman of a major corporation. Have you forgotten about us?" Chen Yu furrowed his brow at the sound of his uncle's voice, a man notorious for his miserly demeanor. Entering the villa, he beheld his uncle, second uncle, and their families occupying the luxurious sofas, sprawled out in a most undignified manner. His mother, in stark contrast, was relegated to a small stool, looking visibly distressed. His father stood alone, lacking even a seat, confronting the group of shameless relatives. Witnessing this scene ignited a furious flame within Chen Yu. How dare these ungrateful relatives bully his parents in their own home? "Mother, do not fret. I will resolve this." The other occupants of the living room took notice of Chen Yu's arrival. His uncle, second uncle, and aunt immediately tempered their previously arrogant demeanor. Chen Yu gently patted his mother's hand, offering comfort. "Do not worry, mother. I'll take care of this." His uncle, seeing Chen Yu, called out, "Ah, Chen Yu, you've returned at an opportune moment. You purchased such a grand villa for your parents and hired several caretakers without informing your relatives? If it weren't for news from former neighbors, we would still be in the dark. Now that you've achieved success as the chairman of a major corporation, have you truly forgotten your blood relatives?" His uncle's self-righteous tone was echoed by the second uncle and aunt, all clamoring for recognition. "Indeed, little you, we watch you grow up. As your kin, you should share your good fortune with us. That's right. When your family was struggling, I even provided a few pounds of rice. How can you turn your back on us now that you've found success?" Chen Yu found their remarks laughable. His family had once been the poorest in the clan. Whenever he had sought assistance from these relatives, they had only mocked and derided him. When the village land was contracted, the rightful share of his family had been siphoned off by his uncle and second uncle. Years later, when his family learned of their dire circumstances, which of them had offered help? During his entrepreneurial failures, when he returned to borrow money from these relatives, he was met with nothing but scorn. Chen Yu's decision to buy a villa for his parents without informing these relatives was a deliberate act to sever ties with them forever. To his astonishment, these oblivious individuals had sought him out, each armed with a grandiloquent justification for their demands. Confronting his uncle, Chen Yu coldly inquired, "Uncle, please enlighten me as to how you aided my family during our hardships. Why should I share my good fortune with you?" His uncle furrowed his brow in thought, but the only memories that surfaced were those of exploiting his family. After a moment, his uncle's face lit up. "Little you, do you recall the time you visited my home and I gave you some candy? Surely, that must have left an impression." Chen Yu couldn't suppress a sardonic smile. He vividly remembered that piece of candy, which had fallen to the ground and become dirty before his uncle carelessly wiped it off and handed it to him. Chen Yu had been young, but that did not imply he was naive. "Uncle, your generosity astounds me. A piece of dirted candy, and you expect me to repay you for that. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Little you, we are your relatives. Now that you are wealthy, it would be a sign of filial piety to share some of your fortune with us. Why should I owe you anything? When my family was impoverished and sought your assistance, did you offer any help? When I faced bankruptcy and returned to ask for a loan, did you lend any support?" The more Chen Yu reflected on the past, the angrier he became. His previous despair had driven him to the brink of suicide, feeling as though no one in the world would assist him. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, and he had risen to prominence. The second uncle stepped forward, pointing a finger at Chen Yu, adopting a lecturing tone of a senior. "Little you, regardless of the circumstances, we are your elders. Now that you have become wealthy, it is your duty to show us respect. Surely, you do not wish to tarnish your reputation? Chen Yu chuckled derisively, the mockery evident in his voice. For relatives like you, I owe no obligation of filial piety. I have no responsibility to fulfill towards you. Leave my home at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The second uncle was instantly incensed. Hands on his hips, adopting a brazen demeanor. Chen Yu, while we may lack education, we are not ignorant of the law. In your situation, it is expected to show respect to your elders. If you refuse to fulfill your responsibilities, we shall see you in court. The second uncle's legal knowledge, clearly misguided, stemmed from hearsay. In reality, the lawyer's comments pertain to the distribution of Chen Jianguo's estate after his death. If the children or spouse do not inherit, the brothers have rights to the inheritance. However, in the ears of these uneducated relatives, this translated to the belief that Chen Yu's villa was also their share. Their intent was clear: to extort money from Chen Yu. Regardless of the legality of their claims, both Chen Jianguo and Xiao Shuzhen were inherently gentle individuals. This raucous behavior from the three families would surely cause them to buckle under pressure. Chen Yu, upon hearing the second uncle's words, couldn't help but laugh. How could they audaciously make such claims? These relatives truly were a peculiar lot. Chen Yu promptly contacted the property management. Soon after, several security guards arrived at the villa. Previously, when Chen Yu came here to purchase a villa, the property staff became acquainted with him. Mr. Chen, we will ensure these individuals are removed. We sincerely apologize for disturbing your family. Please do not allow them entry in the future. Given their status, they are unworthy of being here in such a prestigious villa. Understood, Mr. Chen. This time, it was our oversight. In the future, we will not permit them entry, regardless of what they say. Upon hearing Chen Yu's assertion that they were not qualified to be there, his uncles were instantly enraged, launching into a tirade filled with offensive language. The property management and security personnel, witnessing this scene, recognized that these individuals indeed lacked the decorum suitable for such a residence. Chen Yu had initially chosen not to confront them, but their harsh words, particularly those directed at his parents, crossed a line. His expression darkened as he gestured for security to hold on. His uncles, believing Chen Yu was intimidated, were taken aback when he merely regarded them with a cold stare. I had no intention of engaging with you, yet your words are truly foul. Chen Yu retrieved his phone and sent a message before settling onto the sofa to wait. After approximately 10 minutes, a formidable line of police vehicles, numbering at least 20 or 30, converged upon the villa, sirens blaring. Several middle-aged officers, evidently of high rank, emerged from the lead vehicle. Upon reaching the villa and spotting Chen Yu, the foremost officer extended his hand out. Mr. Chen, welcome back to Yun City. Why did you not inform us? I am Liu Changsheng, the head of the Yun City Police Department, and these are the leaders of the Municipal Bureau. Chen Yu shook Liu Changsheng's hand. The spectacle startled both the property staff and Chen Yu's relatives. The sheer number of police vehicles outside served as a testament to Chen Yu's influence. With a single call, the chief of a city's police department had personally come to address the situation. After the handshake, Chen Yu turned his gaze toward his now silent uncles and relatives. Director Liu, these individuals trespassed into my home. Please take them away and impose the harshest penalties. Chen Yu was resolute, having initially wished to avoid a confrontation with his relatives, but their insults, particularly those aimed at his parents, were intolerable. Liu Changsheng, astute and perceptive, immediately replied, Mr. Chen, these individuals have unlawfully entered a private residence. Under the laws of Yinxia, they face a maximum sentence of 3 years that, I assure you, they shall not be released within that time frame. And should they have prior offenses, we will impose more severe penalties. Liu's words sent a wave of panic through Chen Yu's uncles and relatives, who began to act in desperation, collapsing to the ground and pleading for mercy. Realizing too late that Chen Yu had changed, with a wave of his hand, Liu directed 30 officers to storm the villa, forcibly apprehending the 3 families. Their earlier arrogance was replaced with utter humiliation as they were led away. Destined to face the consequences of their actions, as Chen Yu dealt with his unruly relatives, a significant event unfolded at the secret base in Area 51, America. Rogers observed the scene before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yinxia, Huan Yu technology, you shall soon witness our rise to global dominance with this, he proclaimed with a laugh. Chapter 78. The initiation of war after resolving the matter with his relatives. Chen Yu boarded his landing craft and returned to Jiang City. During the flight, he received a call from Chao Guangde. Hello, Chen Yu, that we in Yinxia have reopened negotiation for the mining rights to Africa's largest iron ore mine. General Chao, this is excellent news. Given our current influence, we should be able to exclude America and other countries from this venture. Chen Yu, there's a secret you must now be made aware of. Chen Yu, intrigued, prompted, General Chao, please share? On the other end, Chao Guangde seemed to be organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he began, Chen Yu, our leading scientists have confirmed abnormalities in solar activity. Chen Yu understood immediately. He had been aware of this for some time. Chao Guangde continued. Months ago, scientists of the Yinxia Astronomical Research Institute detected irregularities in solar patterns, but we were uncertain at the time. After extensive research by top astronomers across the nation, we concluded that the radiation emitted by the sun will geometrically increase over the coming decades, posing an existential threat to life on Earth. Following this, there was a silence. Chen Yu sighed and replied, General Chao, I must confess, I have known about this for months. I detected the solar anomalies long ago. Ah, so you were already aware? Yes, sigh. Yinxia has just embarked on its revival, and if given more time, we could become the strongest nation globally, yet we now face an apocalyptic crisis. General Chao, humanity will not face extinction. I will not stand idly by. Chen Yu, do you possess a means to ensure humanity's continuity? To be candid, I've been preparing for this for months. Everything Huan Yu Technology is doing is aimed at saving Yinxia. So your company is amassing wealth for constructing shelters? Indeed, not only I am building shelters, America, Europe, and even the White Bear Nation are likely also constructing their own. I am aware of this. During the competition for the largest iron ore mine in Africa, it appeared that countries were validating their hypotheses. Now, they must recognize the reality of the solar crisis, and global strategic resources will soon become the focal point of contention. Yes, General Chao, but I have a grand plan that requires national support. I need substantial resources. Chen Yu, that is precisely what I intended to discuss with you today. General Chao, please continue. The higher-ups have decided to establish Yinxia's underground shelter base, so the resources allocated to you may be significantly reduced. Chen Yu had anticipated this. If the Yinxia government had confirmed that disaster was imminent, they could not remain passive. They would undoubtedly construct their own shelters, even though Chen Yu claimed to be building one. The state had to consider the larger population, necessitating the establishment of a supersized refuge. While the film The Wandering Earth depicted scientists constructing planetary engines to push Earth away from the solar system, that was merely science fiction. It would be impossible to move an entire planet, even expending all of Earth's energy, unless Chen Yu unlocked a higher tier of extraterrestrial technology, which might contain relevant techniques. Humanity's survival hinged on constructing underground shelters below 300 meters. Fortunately, there was still 30 years for humanity. If everyone united their resources, the survivors might be numerous. However, human nature is inherently selfish, making unity a formidable challenge. General Chao, I understand the government's actions. I will procure the necessary resources from other nations. Additionally, I have some suggestions for building underground shelters that I can send you. Thank you, Chen Yu, for your contributions to the nation. Should a crisis arise, you and your family will be prioritized for entry into the shelters. Chen Yu smiled lightly. General Chao, do not forget that I'm also constructing a shelter. Should you find mine more comfortable, feel free to bring your family here. Good. Chen Yu, while the resources you require will be substantially reduced, I will strive to secure as much as possible within my capacity. Thank you, General Chao. After ending the call with Chao Guangde, Chen Yu furrowed his brow. The construction of his underground base could be temporarily halted. The priority was to expedite the completion of the Habitat-class spaceship, which was already a third constructed. Once completed, they could venture into the solar system to mine and refine building materials from other planets. However, the Habitat-class spaceship was colossal, akin to constructing a city in space, requiring an immense amount of resources. So far, only a third of the components had been completed and not yet transported to space for assembly. Chen Yu rubbed his forehead, realizing the complexity of the situation in the United States. Within the largest conference room of the White House, all external connections have been severed to prevent Chen Yu Technologies' Fuxi AI from infiltrating their systems. Furthermore, the use of wireless devices was prohibited within a 3-kilometer radius of the White House. In the conference room, acting President Harrison, presidential candidate Donald Trump, and a new elite of America convened, alongside a multitude of super tycoons who controlled 90% of the nation's wealth. These wealthy magnates were the true power brokers behind the scenes. With presidents merely puppets elected through their financial backing, President Harrison, occupying the central position, addressed everyone with a solemn tone. "Good day, everyone. Those present here today nearly represent the entirety of America. The matters I am about to discuss are likely already known to you through various channels of information. Currently, we are clandestinely constructing underground shelters to prepare for the impending solar crisis. This endeavor is an immense undertaking, necessitating not only financial resources, but also substantial materials, and we find ourselves in a summer of turmoil. Our strategy involves the global appropriation of resources, funneling them towards America. However, the ascendance of the Eastern Summer has significantly obstructed our plans. Thus, we may soon be compelled to engage in warfare." Chapter 79. Discovery by extraterrestrials at this juncture. The often ostentatious Mr. Trump rose to express his viewpoint that, Ms. Harrison, the military capabilities of the Eastern Summer are no longer what they once were. If we provoke war, do you have confidence in our ability to prevail? Should America be ensnared in the quagmire of conflict, it would undoubtedly impede our ongoing construction of underground bases. Harrison glanced at Minister of Technology Rogers, silently urging him to speak up, as anticipated. Rogers stood, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket. Approaching a massive display screen, now devoid of internet connectivity and capable only of playing videos, he inserted the drive. "Lady, I just had a thought. In the neighboring M37 star region, there exists a level 2 civilized planet named Cecilia. Their star is already transformed into a red giant, and in a few hundred years, their planet will no longer be suitable for human habitation. We could sell this planet to them. Given their current predicament, demanding 20 billion galactic credits seems quite reasonable, does it not?" Instantly, the other Mesolasians in the palace burst into laughter. It is nothing short of taking advantage of their misfortune. "General Sola, I shall dispatch a colonization fleet to seize the planet known as Earth." "Very well. I entrust this matter to you. I will now use quantum communication to contact the exploratory vessel currently on Earth and prepare it for action." On Earth, in the scorching summer city of Jiangsheng, within the luxurious Jinjiang Shanshui Villa, Chen Yu was awakened early in the morning by the persistent voice of the intelligence brain. "Captain, we are in grave danger." Chen Yu lay comfortably on the smooth surface of his small cot, feeling utterly relaxed. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, he groggily opened his eyes. What now? The sky, isn't falling. Just now, on the number 1 mothership on the moon, we detected an alien quantum communication signal directed towards Earth, originating from 270 light-years away. Chen Yu suddenly became alert, sitting upright in bed, and inquired of the intelligence brain. An alien signal. Could it be that the signal previously sent from the American region has elicited a response from a level 2 civilization? There is a high probability that it is indeed so. If that is the case, Earth has undoubtedly been exposed, and the other party is most likely a civilization between level 2 and level 3. Why didn't you intercept their quantum communication signal? Captain, your current authority only allows for basic command of the ship, lacking the capability to intercept quantum communications. Quantum communication relies on the principles of quantum state non-clonability and the uncertainty principle. Intercepting or eavesdropping requires at least level 5 civilization technology, while your current permissions are limited to level 3 civilization technology and below. Chen Yu was left speechless that if those extraterrestrial civilizations dispatch a fleet to colonize Earth. Can we defend ourselves? You still have time to prepare. Generally, level 2 to 3 civilization spaceships travel through the universe at a maximum of 300 times the speed of light, given that the distance to this planet is 270 light-years. They would not arrive for at least 10 months. It seems I must swiftly consolidate global resources. While constructing shelter bases, I also need to develop a fleet of interstellar warships for Earth. I intend to ensure that those extraterrestrials come and go without return. Within your current technology library, there are numerous design blueprints for Level 3 civilized interstellar warships. Based on the remnants of the alien spacecraft left on Earth, it is highly likely that the opposing force possesses only mid-level 2 civilization capabilities. Even after 10,000 years, they could not have reached Level 3 civilization. Therefore, the Level 3 warships you construct could easily overpower their vessels. So we have 10 months? I'm quite looking forward to it. I have never fought against aliens before. In Southeast Asia, in the nation of New Japa, negotiations over the world's largest iron or mining rights have reached an impasse. The summer superpowers of America, the White Bear Nation, and Yinxiao are all unwilling to back down. Consequently, the leader of the White Bear Nation, Putin, openly declared his intent to employ nuclear weapons. He even made the shocking statement that if the world were to exist without the White Bear Nation, then it would have no reason to exist at all. This directly led to a suspension of negotiations, with major powers urgently seeking support from their homeland's .3 aircraft carriers from Yinxia, equipped with the latest J-20 carrier-based fighters and missile combat aircraft. Headed straight for Southeast Asia, America, with a total of 11 aircraft carrier battle groups, has 8 gathered in the Southeast Asian Philippine Sea, fully armed. Although the White Bear Nation currently lacks aircraft carriers, all of its nuclear missile silos have entered a state of readiness. Other nations are also beginning to take sides. Germany, England, France, South Korea, and Japan continue to align themselves with their father, America. As for Israel, they too are in close alignment with America, while the major Middle Eastern power, Persia, supports Yinxia. The only country that remains oblivious to the reality is India, the most populous nation, which decides to confront the world head-on. Fueled by their previous frustrations over failing to secure iron or mining rights, and their overly confident populace, their slogan is to destroy the White Bear Nation in a month, subdue Yinxia in 3, and resolve America in 5. Amidst this tense situation, a secret American fleet stealthily advanced into the Pacific, heading towards Asia. This fleet consists of the 3 largest remaining aircraft carriers of America, armed with weapons developed using alien technology, and thousands of genetically modified soldiers, all clad in exoskeleton battle suits made from extraterrestrial technology. Ordinary large-caliber and anti-material weapons could hardly harm them. The Mets are also equipped with laser weaponry, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. The source of America's confidence lies in the fact that at their military base in the rear, an alien spacecraft is stationed. After repairs, this spacecraft is now capable of flight, and its onboard weaponry has been restored. Its large energy cannon can obliterate an entire aircraft carrier battle group with a single shot. That America's primary target this time is the 3 aircraft carriers of Yinxia, along with the missile combat aircraft. Once they neutralize Yinxia's maritime power, the iron or mining site will essentially be within America's grasp. Naturally, Chen Yu is keeping a close watch on the situation at sea, as he plans to extort a hefty sum from America. Intelligence Brain, the time for our performance is drawing near. Chapter 81. The moment to strike has finally arrived in the southern seas of Huaxia. 3 aircraft carrier battle groups, led by the Liaojian aircraft carrier, accompanied by 10 055 destroyers and dozens of frigates, are making their way to the Southeast Asian waters, intending to intimidate the representatives of various nations and secure a favorable position for Huaxia in the negotiations over the African iron or mining rights. In the command room of the Liaojian aircraft carrier, General Chao Guangda and the captain gaze out at the endless ocean. General Chao, according to the satellite feeds, 8 American aircraft carrier battle groups are gathering in the Philippine Sea. We currently hold no advantage, Captain Li Guoxiong expressed with concern. Chao Guangda's gaze was profound as he observed the 10 missile combat aircraft on the deck of the Liaojian. Old Li, although we may not match America in terms of the number of aircraft carriers, we possess the missile combat aircraft manufactured by Chen Yu technology, which America dares not recklessly engage. However, with America bringing 8 aircraft carrier battle groups and hundreds of warships, can our missiles truly contend with them? That represents a significant portion of America's naval strength. You need not worry. The facts of the Sakura nation's fleet being obliterated are evident. America will not act rashly, that we must secure the iron or mining site. Li Guoxiong refrained from further comment. This venture is indeed quite perilous, marking the full mobilization of the Huaxia Navy and carrying immense significance. 2 days later, the 3 aircraft carrier groups from Huaxia arrived in Southeast Asia, where the 8 American aircraft carrier battle groups had also assembled. The negotiations reached a boiling point, with even the White Bear Nation softening its stance. Their earlier threats to use nuclear weapons were mere bravado, as they dared not truly resort to nuclear arms. Ultimately, Putin conceded, agreeing to voluntarily reduce his nation's mining share from 30 to 15 other American vassal states, such as England, France, and Germany, banded together, demanding only a 10 share of the mining rights. The most populous nation, India, boisterously declared its intention to replace the White Bear Nation and claim 30 of the mining rights, only to be ignored by the other countries. Huaxia and America paid little heed to this clownish display. This infuriated India, which, being the closest to Southeast Asia, hastily dispatched its only repaired Vikrant aircraft carrier. However, before it could reach Southeast Asia, it broke down mid-journey due to a gas turbine malfunction. Ultimately, only Huaxia and America, the 2 superpowers, remained in contention for the iron or mining site. Chen Yu, aboard a landing ship, awaits in synchronous orbit above New Japa, primarily anticipating America's first move, after which he can launch a decisive counterattack and compel them to sign a compensation agreement. He wishes for America and its subordinate nations to experience the taste of signing humiliating treaties, reflecting on a century ago when these nations invaded Huaxia, wreaking havoc and demanding reparations, and imposing a series of unequal treaties. Chen Yu is determined to ensure that Huaxia now takes its turn as a great power. In the National Conference Center of New Japa, the negotiating representatives of Huaxia and America are engaged in final discussions regarding the iron or mining site. Huaxia's Minister of Economy, Li Zhenfeng, occupies the main seat of the Huaxia negotiating team, facing the American delegation led by the Minister of Trade, Humphreys. Humphreys presents a document to Li Zhenfeng, stating, "Minister Li, this is our exclusive iron or mining rights agreement, newly signed with 6 neighboring countries. The previous contract you signed is now null and void. That I trust Huaxia will honor the spirit of the agreement." Li Zhenfeng takes the document, glances at it, and then slams it down on the table, speaking in a stern tone. "Mr. Humphreys, you truly employ cunning tactics, threatening these smaller nations to sign exclusive contracts. Do you believe that the rules of the world still rest in America's hands?" Minister Li's stern rebuke is met with a confident Humphreys, who feels bolstered by the substantial alien weaponry at their disposal. This time, they intend to use forceful measures to seize the iron or mining site, leaving no room for other nations. "Minister Li, we are no longer negotiating with you. We are here to inform you that all mining rights to these iron or fields have now been transferred to us. The United States of America, the AS, for the penalties related to the previous contract breach. We will compensate you. The penalty amounts to merely a few $100 billion, a sum that pales in comparison to the value of the iron mines. This is nothing short of brazen robbery by the United States." The assets of Huaxia are not yours to seize at will. Mr. Humphreys, I am at a loss as to where your confidence stems from. If you insist on forcibly taking the mining rights, our Navy will not stand idly by. Humphreys shrugged his shoulders. "If that's the case, then our talks have collapsed." Li Zhenfeng glared at Humphreys, his frustration boiling over. The meeting concluded, and the representatives from the United States departed in unison, leaving only those from Huaxia. "Minister, what should we do now?" the deputy minister inquired of Li Zhenfeng. With a sigh, Li Zhenfeng replied, "Given the United States' unwavering stance, further negotiations seem impossible, that we must bolster our military presence in Africa to protect our mining teams and transport vessels. I refuse to believe that the United States will dare to lay a hand on our people." Meanwhile, Chen Yu had been waiting on a landing ship over the equator in Southeast Asia for several days when he suddenly received a notification from the intelligence system. "Captain, there's been a problem at the African iron ore fields. Huaxia's mining teams have suffered a severe blow, and several of our transport vessels have been sunk." Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Has the United States finally made its move? Then they can prepare for the consequences. "Captain, I must inform you that the United States has deployed advanced weapons of a level 2 civilization, utterly devastating our station troops at the iron ore fields. Very well, we will head to Africa immediately. I am eager to see just how formidable the United States Level 2 weapons truly are. Just as Chen Yu concluded his conversation with the intelligence system, a call from Chao Guanda came through. Chen Yu, there is trouble. Upon hearing General Chao's words, Chen Yu could surmise what was coming next. General Chao, has the United States taken action? How did you know? Our large transport vessels carrying iron ore have been sunk by mysterious weapons. And we suspect the United States is behind this. Our troops stationed around the iron ore fields have faced an assault from what appears to be high-tech mech warriors, leaving us utterly defenseless and suffering heavy losses. Additionally, the United States has developed equipment reminiscent of our bullet-head aircraft, and we are at a disadvantage now. General Chao, I understand I am en route to the African iron ore fields now. Leave the rest to me. Chen Yu, do you have a plan to counter them? They have deployed multiple carrier strike groups. Rest assured, General, that I will reclaim everything that belongs to Huaxia, and I will ensure they compensate us. Just watch. Chapter 82. All depends on you. Chen Yu piloted the landing ship directly toward the African iron ore fields. Seated in the command room, he connected with the intelligence system. Intelligence, it is time to reveal our hand. Deploy all 30 frigates from the mothership to Earth in no more hiding. We are declaring our intention to dominate the world. Understood, Captain. The frigates are already en route and will arrive on Earth in 10 minutes. Chen Yu deliberately slowed the landing ship's speed point 10 minutes later. 30 dark dots pierced the atmosphere, converging behind Chen Yu's landing ship, forming a fleet comprised of alien vessels. These frigates, small combat ships approximately 50 meters in length, were responsible for general protection duties aboard the mothership. Although slightly larger than Chen Yu's landing ship, their sci-fi design was striking. After all, they were battle vessels of a Level 7 civilization, and their prowess should not be underestimated. Now, Chen Yu no longer concealed their presence. A total of 31 ships flew boldly toward Africa without activating stealth mode. I could see that moment. A new military base established by the United States loomed near the African iron ore fields. Inside the base's command room, Humphreys was listening to a report from the base commander. Minister, our genetically modified mech warriors are invincible. Our forces have completely suppressed the Yinxia troops in Africa, who have retreated to the port, awaiting their ships to evacuate, after which this iron ore field will belong entirely to us. Excellent. The Yinxia Navy is utterly feeble compared to us, relying solely on those 10 bullet heads, which are now suppressed by our aircraft. I wonder what other cards they have left to play. In the Indian Ocean, the Yinxia aircraft carrier group, led by the Liao ship, was facing off against 8 American carrier groups. In the command room of the Liao aircraft carrier, they received a communication request from the USS Vincent. General Chao, Captain Lee, we have received a communication request from the United States. Should we connect? Chao Guanda shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. Connected. Esteemed General Chao, I am Captain Michael of the USS Vincent. Your military base at the iron ore fields has been destroyed. Your soldiers are now congregated at the northern port of the mine. We grant you permission to retrieve your soldiers, but do not return to Africa with designs on the iron ore fields, or all your soldiers will be annihilated. Chao Guanda clenched his fist tightly. Utterly infuriated by the audacity of the United States, Captain Michael, do you truly intend to seize these resources, violating the contract and monopolizing the iron ore fields? General Chao, how can you accuse us of such? We have merely signed a new extraction agreement with 6 African nations. How can this be construed as seizing resources? You brought your aircraft carriers to their doorstep without signing a contract. And then you launched missiles. Which of these third-world countries can withstand your onslaught? General Chao, you are slandering us that we have always upheld freedom and peace. We did not force them. Chao Guanda felt his teeth grinding with indignation. These Americans were utterly shameless. At his side, Li Guoxiong whispered a suggestion to Chao Guanda. General, let us first comply with their demands and evacuate our station troops to ensure their safety. Chao Guanda felt immense frustration. He could not fathom how the United States had acquired such an arsenal of secret weapons. From genetically modified soldiers clad in super-strong alloy mechs to aircraft with speed and firepower rivaling that of bullet heads, as well as the mysterious weapons that had sunk several of Yinxia's massive cargo ships. Until now, Yinxia had no idea what had destroyed those vessels. Very well, Captain Michael. Please allow us to send one aircraft carrier to the coastal waters near the mine. Once we retrieve our soldiers, we will depart. General Chow, you are wise. Let us hope you do not return to Africa to cause further disturbances. After concluding the call with Michael, Chow Guangda erupted in fury within the command room, shattering a teacup in his rage. Damn it. We have invested years in Africa, pouring immense effort into supporting their economy, only to have the United States pluck the fruit of our labor. I refuse to accept this. Li Guoxiong furrowed his brow, sharing in the frustration, yet feeling powerless against their superior strength. Just as Chow Guangda was about to unleash another tirade, the satellite phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he felt a surge of hope. It was Chen Yu. Hello, Chen Yu. Have you arrived? General, I'm already here. Step out onto the deck and look up. Chow Guangda quickly exited the command room and stepped onto the aircraft carrier's deck. With Li Guoxiong following closely behind, as he looked up, he was met with a breathtaking sight he had never encountered before. A fleet of 31 alien ships hovered majestically several hundred meters above the Liao aircraft carrier. The designs of these vessels differed significantly from Earth's aircraft and flying machines, making it clear that they were formidable. Chen Yu's landing ship was at the center, resembling Star-Lord's ship from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Captain Li Guoxiong stared wide-eyed at the 31 ships floating in the sky, his voice trembling as he asked, General, are those things up there? Chow Guangda's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was also his first time witnessing such a sight. These are new warfare vessels manufactured by our patriotic enterprise, Huanyu Technology. Li Guoxiong's eyes grew wide with astonishment, his expression shifting from fear to exhilaration. General, can these ships defeat those American aircraft? Of course. I have faith in Chen Yu's abilities. He has never let me down. Chow Guangda recalled that not long ago, the navy of Sakura Nation had been completely annihilated overnight. At the time, he speculated on how Chen Yu had managed such a feat. It could not have been achieved solely with bullet-head combat aircraft. It turned out that Chen Yu possessed such impressive-looking ships, which must be incredibly powerful. General, I have grasped the situation here. There is no need to dispatch an aircraft carrier to retrieve our station soldiers, as they will soon be able to reclaim the entire iron ore field. Chen Yu, it seems the United States has acquired numerous secret weapons from somewhere. Their genetically modified soldiers are now clad in high-strength alloy mechs, and our base was severely damaged by a dozen such mech warriors. No problem. This is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. After ending the call with Chow Guangda, Chen Yu gazed out at the sea. The 8 American carrier groups lay ahead. Let us treat these 8 carrier groups as our appetizer. Forward. 31 spacecraft vanished from sight at an astonishing speed, leaving Chow Guangda and Li Guoxiong, who were watching from the sea, utterly astonished. Wow, that was fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu, it's all up to you now. Chapter 83. The first shot fired in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu's 31 alien vessels arrived near the offshore iron ore site. Here, 8 American aircraft carrier battle groups were assembled, intimidating nations around the world that sought to claim the iron ore site. Chen Yu's 31 ships flew low, without employing optical or radar stealth, and were quickly detected by the American carriers. In the command room of the USS Vincent, a radar operator exclaimed, Captain, unidentified flying object detected, approaching directly ahead with 31 targets. Captain Michael quickly approached the radar display, immediately spotting the 31 small dots radiating white light. After examining the screen, he moved to the glass, gazing into the distant sky. Sure enough, a row of unidentified spacecraft floated above. Michael widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell is that? What on earth are those things? The 31 alien vessels slowly approached the American carrier group. Soldiers and the captain on the deck stared incredulously at the sci-fi-shaped ships overhead. Michael instructed the communications officer, send a radio communication request to the unidentified vessels across all frequencies. The communications officer complied, immediately directing the antenna towards the unidentified objects to transmit the request. In the landing ship's command room, the communication came through. Captain, the USS Vincent is requesting to communicate with you. Should we connect? Connect it. Let us hear what they have to say. Understood. Connection established. A tense voice then echoed through. Hello. I am Rear Admiral Michael, captain of a USS Vincent. Which country's Air Force do you belong to? I am Chen Yu. Just those 4 words sent a shockwave through Michael. He had certainly heard of Chen Yu. The bullet-head aircraft developed by Chen Yu's 1U technology company had been a considerable headache for America. You're Chen Yu. Are you here on behalf of Yinxia to seize our iron or sight? Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh at Michael's words. First, let me correct your misunderstanding. This iron or sight has always been an inseparable asset of Yinxia that we negotiated with our African brothers first. And we have signed a contract. Previously, you intruded and took away 30, and now you're coercing our African brothers and assigning an unequal monopoly treaty. How can you claim this iron or sight as yours? Mr. Chen Yu, I do not understand what you are saying, that I must warn you sternly to leave this area immediately. We Americans have already taken control here. If you do not wish to provoke war, please depart at once. War, do you think I am afraid? Mr. Chen Yu, your Yinxia would never dare to engage in full-scale war with us. Your economy heavily relies on us Americans, as do my allies. Furthermore, your military strength is far inferior to ours. Although I do not know what your flying vessels are, we possess formidable weapons that you cannot comprehend. Do not attempt to provoke the might of America. Chen Yu responded with a calm smile. Michael was indeed quite confident. Then there is nothing to discuss. However, I can grant you one last opportunity to leave this place and return the iron or sight to us Yinxia. I will allow all your American Navy to remain unharmed. Otherwise, the fate of Sakura country will be your fate as well. Michael was taken aback, although they had previously speculated that the annihilation of the Sakura country's navy was the work of Yinxia. They had never understood how it was accomplished. Now, with Chen Yu's admission, it became clear to Mr. Chen, the Sakura country is a loyal dog of America. How we treat them is not something you can overlook. Captain, you said it yourself. Then we must go to war. The communication was abruptly cut off by Chen Yu in the command room of the USS Vincent. Michael immediately ordered, lock onto the targets in the sky and shoot them down with missiles. Understood, Captain. In an instant, destroyers within the carrier group received the command. Missiles rapidly locked on to the 31 alien vessels in the sky. Captain, we have locked onto the missiles. The warhead cannot inflict damage on the ships. This is why I stand here, and you cannot harm me. Suddenly, dozens of Aegis destroyers unleashed multiple missiles, trailing long tails of fire as they soared toward the 31 vessels. Chen Yu made no defensive maneuvers. Since these missiles could not harm his ships, he allowed these short-sighted Americans to witness the futility of their weapons against him. This would serve to further intimidate these shameless Americans. Michael stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on the sky, watching as dozens of air-to-air missiles shot upward from his fleet toward the hovering vessels. A sinister smile crept across his face. Perish! The missiles struck their targets in the sky. Boom! Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed, each missile hitting its target with precision. They didn't even try to evade. Are they so frightened by our missiles that they forgot to flee? Michael laughed maniacally. However, his laughter gradually faded into disbelief as the explosion smoke cleared. The imagined scene of the vessels being shot down did not materialize. Instead, they remained steadfast in their position. It seemed that the explosions had merely popped like firecrackers against the ships this moment. All the American soldiers aboard the carrier group stared in shock at this bizarre spectacle in the sky. Michael trembled. Those were powerful missiles. How could they have no effect on these flying objects? Just how tough was their exterior? Could it be? Michael immediately recalled the alien technology weapons they possessed. Could Chen Yu's vessels also be crafted from extraterrestrial technology? He rushed back to the command room of the carrier and instructed the communications officer to contact Humphreys at their base. He needed to inform them of the situation and request the dispatch of alien technology weapons to combat Chen Yu's ships. The communications officer quickly connected with the newly established American base in Africa. Please connect me with Minister Humphreys immediately. Captain Michael, I am Humphreys. Minister, we have encountered interception by Chen Yu's flying vessels near the coast. There are 31 of these ship-like objects, and our missiles are ineffective against them. I suspect they are employing alien technology. Please send us immediate support. What? That's Chen Yu again. He has come in person, hasn't he? He must be aboard those vessels. Very well. Chen Yu, you've finally arrived. This time, we possess alien technology weapons. And there will be no escape for you. Humphreys knew that the massacre of President Biden and his cabinet members had been orchestrated by Chen Yu, now that they had acquired alien technology. They were determined to exact revenge. Chapter 84. Sinking 4 aircraft carriers, Michael hung up the communication with Humphreys, gazing at the 31 vessels in the sky, with a smirk that do not think that only you possess alien technology weapons. We Americans have already collaborated with extraterrestrial civilizations. Chen Yu, prepare to meet your demise. In the landing ship's command room, the officer reported, Captain, the carrier group below has requested assistance from the American base at the Iron site. What should we do next? Oh, they have already called for assistance. Then let us first collect some interest. Let us sink half of the American aircraft carriers. Understood, Captain. The shipborne weapons are locking onto the targets and are ready to fire. It was the communications officer immediately notified all warships. However, it was unnecessary for Mike Hale to do so, as the captains aboard the other aircraft carriers were already hastily ordering their vessels to retreat. Yet, with each aircraft carrier weighing a staggering 100,000 tons, executing a swift maneuver for evacuation was nearly impossible. Moreover, Chen Yu's weaponry was laser-based, reaching its targets in an instant, rendering these aircraft carriers mere stationary targets upon the sea, subject to indiscriminate bombardment. Naturally, the carrier-based aircraft on the other carriers, including F-35s and F-22s, swiftly took to the skies to commence their assault on Chen Yu's spacecraft. Missiles launched from the destroyers surged into the sky like they were of no cost, directly targeting the 31 spacecraft. Yet, Chen Yu paid no mind to these missiles or the American carrier-based aircraft taking flight, as the missile payload they carried posed no significant threat to his vessels. This was the product of extraterrestrial technology, with the very material of the hulls far surpassing Earth's advancements by countless years. Chen Yu's frigates continued to unleash laser energy cannons upon the American aircraft carriers at sea. Another carrier was obliterated and slowly sank, while the laser cannons set their sights on another carrier attempting to flee at great speed. Though termed a rapid retreat, to Chen Yu, it resembled the pace of snail. The thunderous boo thus, at present, he temporarily lacks the authority to make decisions. Should he assume office, he might immediately halt the conflict, opting instead for economic sanctions and other underhanded tactics to engage with Yinxia. During his previous term, he waged a trade war against Yinxia, resulting in considerable suffering for the latter in recent years. However, following the rise of Huanyu technology, Yinxia's economy and status have gradually reached their zenith. Mr. Trump has long been displeased and intends to regress Yinxia's economy once more. Following orders from the White House, American space-based weaponry began to target the African seas, positioned directly above the Earth's equator. The iron ore mines are conveniently located not far from the equator, with 3 American space-based weapon launch sites situated along it. The nearest of these is currently hovering over Africa, capable of precise strikes on Chen Yu's spacecraft. This space-based weaponry diverges from the physical attack methods envisaged by terrestrial scientists. Equipped with nuclear fusion reactors, it represents a conventional weapon of a Type II civilization, the by harnessing controllable nuclear energy and undergoing a series of transformations. It generates high-energy quantum laser cannons, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. This is why those 100,000-ton cargo ships from Yinxia were inexplicably sunk. The culprits remain unidentified, as it was the American space-based weaponry concealed in outer space that caused the destruction. Targets struck by the laser are instantaneously heated to thousands of degrees Celsius. The surface of the sun reaches only about 6,000 degrees. Thus, even the hardest materials on Earth would be instantly melted or vaporized. At sea, the destroyer that recently annihilated dozens of American fighter aircraft returned to the fleet. In the command room of the landing ship, the intelligence system alerted Chen Yu. Captain, a locking signal from outer space has been detected. Should we activate stealth mode? Could it be that America has also deployed weaponry in outer space? Chapter 86. Type II civilization alien spaceship deploys by infiltrating their communication systems. I discovered that this technology is derived from extraterrestrial sources. A type of space-based weaponry that primarily relies on firing high-energy quantum beams to generate temperatures of 6,000 degrees instantaneously, while the hull of our spacecraft can withstand such extreme temperatures for a brief period. To minimize unnecessary damage, I recommend engaging stealth mode, as they will be unable to lock onto us. Who would have thought that America could develop such a lethal weapon over the years? What Chen Yu fails to realize is that although America has researched these formidable weapons for decades, it is only recently, after acquiring the foundational logic and computational formulas of extraterrestrial technology, that they have been able to manufacture them. For instance, the controllable nuclear fusion technology within the space-based weaponry can be utilized for energy supply to underground bases as well as for powering these superweapons. This technology was once the dream breakthrough of scientists worldwide, promising to revolutionize energy on Earth. Should a solar crisis arise, this controllable nuclear fusion technology would enable survival even at depths of 300 meters underground. Simulating the ecological environment once found on Earth, for example, a man-made sun represents such controllable nuclear fusion technology. With sunlight and abundant water resources, humanity could sustain itself underground. This is the foundational support for America's establishment of underground bases. Since the American space-based weaponry may indeed impact our spacecraft's hull, let us activate stealth mode. It would be amusing to see the American overlords experience the frustration of their weapons failing to locate a target. Understood, Captain. Stealth radar mode has been activated. The American space-based weapons primarily rely on radar locking, so Chen Yu need not engage optical stealth to this moment. In a secret meeting room within the White House, a communication request was received from the Space-Based Weaponry Division via the internal network. Madam President, we are unable to lock onto the target. The opposing side possesses radar stealth technology far surpassing our own. Instantly, everyone present was left dumbfounded, as the very trump card they had developed, the space-based superweapon, was rendered blind and essentially useless. Rogers seized the specialized communicator, fuming, "You incompetent fools! Can't you see? How is it possible that we cannot lock on? That is extraterrestrial technology. Minister, we truly cannot lock on." Rogers dejectedly set down the specialized communicator. Chen Yu must have deciphered the stealth technology of the alien spacecraft, and our current capabilities are insufficient to locate them. It seems we have no choice but to deploy our ultimate trump card. Everyone collectively gasped in shock. What kind of technology does Chen Yu possess? Now he is compelling America to utilize its most formidable asset. Their ace, of course, is the alien spaceship that has been restored, based on prior agreements between Rogers and the intelligence system of the Type II civilization alien spacecraft. The intelligence system provided America with the foundational logic and scientific formulas for developing alien weaponry, assisting America in its quest for global dominance. America promised to supply materials for the spaceship's energy reactors and to repair the spacecraft. Now, faced with an anomaly like Chen Yu, who seeks to dominate the world, achieving such a goal seems nearly impossible. Rogers can only turn to the Type II civilization spaceship. He retrieves an alien communicator from his pocket, capable of establishing communication with the spacecraft, pressing the call request. He quickly connects with the Type II civilization spaceship. "Mr. Rogers, how is your plan for global domination progressing?" Intelligence system, we are encountering a formidable enemy. They possess technology from your spaceship, even more advanced than what you provided us. And we currently have no means of countering it. Impossible. With your current level of research, it would take you at least 100 years to decipher the technology embedded in our spacecraft's wreckage. Yet, Chen Yu's Yu technology has indeed accomplished this. Please hold. I will investigate this Chen Yu from Yu technology. On Chen Yu's landing ship. Captain, I have detected that the intelligence system of the Type II civilization spaceship has once again infiltrated the Earth's network. It is currently investigating you. Oh, how intriguing, a mere Type II civilization. I am quite curious to see what that spaceship looks like, and whether it is more aesthetically pleasing than my landing ship. In the secret meeting room of the White House, a voice emanated from the alien communicator in Rogers' hand. I just researched the information on Yu technology. The products they produce are merely at the early stage of a Type II civilization. The foundational logic and formulas I provided you can produce mid-level Type II civilization weaponry. Why are you unable to defeat the opposing side? Rogers and the other American high-ranking officials fell into a profound silence. Forget it. You are too incompetent. I shall take matters into my own hands. Once I annihilate Chen Yu's Yu technology, you can swiftly realize your dominion over Earth. The objective of the Type 2 civilization's intelligence system is to utilize America's energy to establish control over Earth before the mothership fleet arrives, thereby alleviating much of the workload for the mothership fleet. Rogers and the other American high-ranking officials were elated. Indeed, the aliens are aligned with their supreme America. We are immensely grateful to you. Intelligence system, we await your triumphant return. Subsequently, the communicator fell silent. Rogers carefully stowed away the communicator, casting a joyful glance at the assembled officials. Did you all hear that? The alien spaceship is also aiding us Americans. It will personally take action to eliminate Chen Yu's Yu technology, bringing our goal of world dominion within reach. The American high-ranking officials were engulfed in excitement and fervor. If Yu technology is eradicated and Chen Yu is eliminated, Yinxiao would pose no further threat. At that point, America could swiftly sweep across the globe, seizing all resources. They could construct as many underground refuge bases as needed, supported by alien energy technology, effectively relocating all 300 million Americans to shelters. Thus, even if a solar crisis erupts and the apocalypse descends, they would emerge as the sole nation to survive. At this moment, the American high-ranking officials were already envisioning these promising futures for plundering global resources and ensuring the survival of all Americans. They remained indifferent to the fate of other nations. Within the secret military base of Area 51, a massive underground hangar slowly opened, revealing a spacecraft over 100 meters long, resembling a triangle. This was the Type 2 civilization spaceship that America had repaired. At this moment, the spacecraft was preparing for takeoff, intending to personally annihilate Chen Yu's fleet. Chapter 87. The initial clash, the triangular spaceship of the Type 2 civilization soared through the atmosphere at a blistering speed of 30 Mach toward Africa. Due to its incredible velocity, it generated friction with the air, resembling a shooting star, akin to the speed of the Chang'e 6 re-entry capsule. At this pace, the journey from America to Africa would take less than half an hour. Presently, in the African seas, the intelligence system informed Chen Yu. Captain, based on my infiltration of the detection site, according to my analysis, this Level 2 civilization spacecraft should have sustained minimal damage upon its descent to Earth. Over the course of an extended period, it likely exhausted its energy reserves. It is plausible that the United States recently reactivated it and replenished the energy required for the spacecraft. Chen Yu nodded in agreement with the intelligence analysis. It is no wonder that the United States has been unveiling a plethora of high-tech weaponry lately. Could it be that they have activated this alien spacecraft and acquired its technology? It is highly probable that I suspect that this Level 2 civilization spacecraft has established some form of collaboration with the United States, according to the customary practices of advanced civilizations towards lesser ones in interstellar colonization. Many higher civilizations support the most dominant species or nations on a planet to facilitate swift and uncomplicated domination of that world, ultimately reaping the benefits themselves. Be why you're reasoning. Does that mean the United States is merely a pawn of this Level 2 civilization? Indeed, perhaps the United States is unaware of this fact. Truly, it is an imperialist nation that, upon the prospect of global domination, readily becomes a tool for others. However, they are faced with us. This plan is destined to fail. We shall wait here for the arrival of that Level 2 civilization spacecraft. I find myself quite impatient. Chen Yu is confident that with his fleet of 31 Level 7 civilization ships, albeit landing vessels akin to ordinary frigates, he possessed sufficient confidence to annihilate the Level 2 civilization spacecraft. The ships hovered in the sky, motionless. Below, for aircraft carrier battle groups remained, with Captain McHale aboard the Vincent aircraft carrier having just witnessed the destruction of their 70-odd alien technology-powered combat aircraft by Chen Yu's fleet. This spectacle nearly caused him to soil his trousers. The alien weaponry they prided themselves on was rendered utterly insignificant before Chen Yu's vessels. Now, the 4 aircraft carriers below dared not move. Fearing that any action would provoke an assault from Chen Yu, establish a secure line to the White House. We must consult on our next course of action, McHale commanded the communications officer. And soon, the internal line connected. This is McHale. That we have 4 aircraft carriers remaining, and Chen Yu's ships are directly above us. What should we do now? The response came from Acting President Harrison. Captain McHale, This is Harrison. If Chen Yu's vessels have not yet engaged you, I advise you to remain still for the time being. We have reached an agreement with the alien spacecraft, which is currently en route to your location. Chen Yu ships are unlikely to pose a threat to the alien vessel. You may relay what you observed. So you mean the alien spacecraft is here to rescue us? You can interpret it that way. That is simply marvelous. The United States truly represents Earth, even earning the collaboration of extraterrestrial beings. Mikhail was instantly filled with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "Look, look, the aliens have come, and they seek to partner with us Americans." Approximately 20 minutes elapsed. "Captain, the spacecraft has arrived. Prepare for battle." Chen Yu's 31 ships swiftly adjusted their formation, collectively orienting themselves towards the approaching Level 2 civilization spacecraft on the surface of the sea. Mikhail had already set up high-definition live streaming cameras that he intended to broadcast the alien spacecraft's assault on Chen Yu's fleet in real time for the White House's perusal. A.S. Mikhail observed the sky. He saw Chen Yu's 31 vessels change direction, prompting him to shout to the camera crew, "They're moving. Is the lens focused?" "Sir, I am a professional. Trust me, I have a clear view." "Good. A great scene awaits us." Mikhail was incredibly excited. This was the alien spacecraft coming to the rescue of the United States Navy. Chen Yu stood in the command room, gazing at the distant sky. Suddenly, a bright point appeared, likely due to its high speed, generating friction with the atmosphere. Has it finally arrived? It has traversed from American soil to here in no time. Its velocity rivals that of my landing ships. "Captain, I estimate its speed to be around 30 Mach. It is quite average. Compared to you, it is indeed average. I wonder what weaponry it employs. I can roughly analyze that this Level 2 civilization's onboard weaponry. If it is an attack ship, likely possesses high-energy laser cannons, comparable in power to the laser weapons on our frigates. If it engages our ships without activating their shields, it could pose some difficulties. However, if it is merely an exploration vessel, it will be equipped with only standard laser cannons, which would have no impact on our ships, allowing us to easily annihilate it." Recalling the 2 quantum communications detected earlier, Chen Yu inquired, "Intelligence, is it possible to infiltrate the intelligence system of that Level 2 civilization spacecraft? I wish to ascertain where its quantum communication signals are being sent and whether it has indeed contacted its home planet. This presents some challenges. I need to decrypt their system's encryption codes. Although it is merely a Level 2 civilization spacecraft, the encryption systems in the universe are among the most complex codes. I will require some time, and they may physically isolate all signal reception while attacking us. However, I do have a method to breach its intelligence system. Do share. The solution is to destroy it. As long as we do not damage its intelligent control mainframe, we can retrieve it and decipher at our leisure. It seems that capturing the spacecraft without inflicting damage is out of the question." Before long, the Level 2 civilization spacecraft began to decelerate, and Chen Yu eagerly observed the approaching dark shape. He was about to witness the true appearance of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft, and he was exhilarated. Chapter 88. An incredible scene. Chen Yu fixed his gaze on the Level 2 civilization spacecraft drawing closer in the sky. The intelligence had already simulated the identification signals of Chen Yu's 31 ships to emit ordinary radar signals, akin to those of Earth aircraft. Under the scrutiny of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft's detection radar, it would perceive as if 31 ordinary Earth planes were hovering in the air. When the distance between Chen Yu's fleet and the spacecraft dwindled to mere kilometers, a beam of light shot forth from the opposing vessel. The protective shield of Chen Yu's landing ships activated automatically. The beam struck the transparent glass-like shield, creating ripples. "Captain, the enemy has initiated an attack." According to our detection, they fired a standard laser, which allows us to conclude that they are merely a Level 2 civilization exploration vessel, possessing limited combat capabilities. So it's nothing impressive that I expected more strength. Turns out it can't even breach my shield. Subsequently, dozens of laser beams targeted Chen Yu's 31 ships. This time, Chen Yu's frigates did not even activate their protective shields. While these standard laser cannons might pose a significant threat to Earth aircraft, they were akin to mere tickles against Chen Yu's vessels. As the laser cannons struck Chen Yu's fleet, violent energy explosions erupted around them. On the surface, Mikhail, gazing at the sky, was momentarily blinded by the blinding light generated by the massive explosions. Yet his expression was one of exhilaration, for it appeared that Chen Yu's ships were being obliterated. Surely, the alien spacecraft had struck Chen Yu's vessels. Ha! Splendid! Our alien spacecraft is formidable. Chen Yu is undoubtedly doomed. The cameraman responsible for the live broadcast kept the lens focused on the sky, transmitting the scene of the alien spacecraft assaulting Chen Yu's 31 vessels in real time to the White House. In the White House conference room, American officials watched the enormous screen displaying the explosive spectacle. Triumph. Chen Yu's ships had been struck. Remarkable. Truly the might of an alien spacecraft. It launched an attack upon its arrival. And those lasers were swift, instantly engulfing Chen Yu's fleet. May Providence shine upon the United States. Chen Yu has finally met his demise. The officials could no longer contain their excitement, erupting in jubilant cheers. Rogers, too, felt a sense of relief as he gazed at the scene of violent explosions in the sky. We have finally succeeded. This alien spacecraft is utterly terrifying, yet fortunate to be on our side. Rogers sighed. However, as these American officials reveled in their triumph, the explosions in the sky gradually subsided. Suddenly, one of the officials pointed at the screen in astonishment. Look! What are those? The previously jubilant officials turned their attention to the screen in shock. In an instant, all were rendered speechless. Even the camera's lens trembled slightly, as if the cameraman himself was in disbelief, unable to comprehend. How is this possible? How can those still be there? Weren't they destroyed? What the hell? The one celebratory conference room was now filled with cries of despair. Rogers stood frozen. What on earth had transpired? Was it possible that the lasers had missed? That seemed implausible. The alien spacecraft was immensely powerful, capable of obliterating half a mountain with a single beam. At that moment, on the sea, Chen Yu calmly gazed at the suspended alien spacecraft across from him. Meanwhile, Mikhail on the surface stared into the sky, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate 2 duck eggs. Who can tell me what just happened? Why are Chen Yu's vessels still intact despite such a fierce explosion? Shouldn't they have been destroyed? What on earth is happening? Mikhail stammered unconsciously to eye in the sky. Aboard the Level 2 civilization spacecraft, the intelligence system emitted a piercing alarm. Alarm, protective technology not belonging to this civilization level detected. The ship's onboard weapons are incapable of posing a threat. Immediate evacuation is imperative. Immediate evacuation. Without a moment's hesitation, the Level 2 civilization spacecraft swiftly turned around and darted away into the distance. Chen Yu observed the retreating Level 2 spacecraft with a mocking expression. Well, they certainly are decisive in fleeing when they can't win. He commanded, intelligent brain, dispatch a few escort ships to obliterate that alien trash vessel and retrieve the mainframe of its intelligence system. Understood, Captain. Soon after, only one escort ship from Chen Yu's fleet surged toward the direction of the Level 2 spacecraft, accelerating to nearly 50 Mach. In a remarkably brief span, it caught up with the Level 2 civilization ship. The escort ship's high-energy laser cannons unleashed a barrage upon the Level 2 vessel. Lacking a protective shield, the ordinary exploration ship of the Level 2 civilization succumbed to the relentless strikes of Chen Yu's lasers. Coupled with the inadequacy of the ship's hull material, it soon began to erupt in violent explosions. Boom! As the escort ship targeted the rear and wings of the Level 2 spacecraft, the ensuing explosions did not damage the maw with every 3 strikes. A mechanized transformation soldier would be reduced to mere ashes. Humphreys seized the communicator and swiftly connected to the White House. Help! Help! Mayday! Mayday! I implore you, I am Commander Humphreys of the American mining base in Africa. We are under attack by 31 unidentified flying objects. Their firepower is overwhelming, and we are on the brink of total annihilation. Requesting immediate assistance. Please. Boom. Chapter 90. Substantial compensation. The 31 vessels commanded by Chen Yu were mercilessly harvesting the soldier stationed at the American base. Humphreys urgently called for aid from the White House, but his pleas were abruptly cut short. The laser beam pierced through the glass, disintegrating him into a cloud of ionized dust in the White House conference room. All present were shaken by Humphreys' frantic cries for help. The 31 unidentified flying objects he mentioned were well known to the high-ranking officials. They were Chen Yu's ships, The American leadership, typically unyielding, now found themselves gripped by fear of Chen Yu, who appeared almost demonic. He could strike without warning against 4 American aircraft carriers and would not hesitate to obliterate an entire military base. Humphrey's voice faded after a deafening explosion, plunging the White House conference room into profound silence. Some officials were numb, others seething with rage, but most were consumed by anxiety and dread. Mr. Trump stood up, unleashing a tirade against Harrison and her newly appointed cabinet members. Harrison, you shall be held accountable for this incident. You have condemned thousands of American soldiers to death and led to the loss of 4 aircraft carriers. You must face a military tribunal. After Trump stormed out in evident fury over Harrison's decisions, Defense Secretary Schneider proposed, Madam President, we currently have no other recourse but to negotiate with Yinxia and Huanyu Technology. If they present demands for compensation, we must comply to the best of our abilities to preserve the core sovereignty of America. Schneider's words stunned the American officials. Claiming to be the world's foremost power, they now faced the prospect of compensating other nations. They were the ones suffering the greatest losses, with thousands of soldiers slain and 4 aircraft carriers sunk. This was undeniably the most severe blow America had ever endured. To make matters worse, they were expected to pay reparations. America could never have anticipated that over a century ago, they had invaded Yinxia with a coalition of 8 nations, committing widespread devastation. Now, the tables had turned, and it was time for them to experience the consequences of their actions. After deliberation, President Harrison solemnly announced, in my capacity as president, I hereby decree that we shall fully comply with any conditions set forth by Yinxia and Huanyu Technology. We shall relinquish our mining rights in Africa, withdraw all military bases from Asia, and publicly declare a commitment to never re-enter Asia. Tariffs on Yinxia goods entering America will be reduced by 50%, and sanctions against high-tech firms such as Huawei Technology and Zhongxin Technology will be lifted. Yinxia residents will be granted visa-free entry, and NATO will be notified to abstain from provoking friendly nations of Yinxia, such as our allies Pakistan and Belarus. With this series of policies, America effectively capitulated to Yinxia. After Chen Yu's annihilation of the American base in Africa, he returned to Jiangxing. Subsequently, the forces of Chao Guangda took full control of the world's largest iron mine. Upon his return to Jiangxing, Chen Yu did nothing but wait quietly. He understood that America would soon engage in compensation negotiations with Yinxia, driven by their fear of domestic repercussions. Indeed, just 3 days later, America announced a series of conciliatory policies towards Yinxia. That morning, Chen Yu lay in a peaceful slumber, enveloped in the warmth of his beloved. Suddenly, his phone rang, rousing him from his dreams. Irritated, he answered the call. Hello, who is this? It's early. Without checking the caller ID, he connected the call. Chen Yu, it's me. The voice belonged to General Chao, awakening Chen Yu's senses immediately. Chao must have called to discuss America's compensation matters. General Chao, what's the matter at such an early hour? Oh, Chen Yu, you are truly remarkable. The commander has personally issued orders to commend you with the highest honors internally. Well, as a citizen of Yinxia, it is my duty. Chen Yu now felt the respect and importance the nation bestowed upon him. That it was no exaggeration. His strength could compel the world's most powerful country to submit. Essentially, Yinxia was now relying on Chen Yu's protection. As long as Chen Yu was present, Yinxia would reign supreme. Chen Yu, the commander has stated that you have achieved a monumental success. All your demands will be met. America's representatives have already arrived in Yanjing to negotiate compensation. Would you like to participate? Chen Yu had no interest in attending high-level meetings. His primary desire was to acquire sufficient resources to construct underground bases and home-class spaceships. Once his home-class spaceship was completed, he could mine resources from other planets in the solar system, no longer needing state support. After all, the nation was heavily invested in building refuge bases to ensure the survival of more Yinxia citizens. General Chao, you know what I require. Please inform the American representatives that I will prepare a list of raw materials totaling approximately 300 million tons, that I need them to deliver 3 million tons of these materials daily to Huanyu Technology from the day the compensation treaty is signed. It should take about 3 months to fulfill the compensation. Chao Guangda was taken aback by Chen Yu's audacious demand. Chen Yu, do you think this might provoke America? Such quantities are monumental. Chen Yu chuckled coldly, sensing that General Chao still viewed America through a historical lens. After all, Yinxia was a nation devoted to peace, and its leaders were generally sympathetic. They would not typically make exorbitant demands of other nations, a value rooted in 5,000 years of Confucian culture. However, Chen Yu was no longer interested in such considerations. Following the events of a few days prior, he understood that America would comply with his demands. If they resisted, his ships could reach the skies above the White House at any moment, teaching them a lesson. He even contemplated replacing their president. America would still adhere to his wishes. General Chao, follow my instructions. America would not dare oppose. Moreover, feel free to propose any additional demands you may have. Do not hesitate. With Chen Yu's confidence bolstering him, Chao Guangda agreed. Very well, Chen Yu, I will present your demands to the American representatives. After concluding the call with Chao Guangda, Chen Yu connected with the smart brain, the intelligent system's mainframe, acquired from a Level 2 civilization spaceship, had been brought back to the moon base for decryption. He sought to inquire about the progress of the decryption. Smart brain, has the mainframe of the Level 2 civilization spaceship been successfully decrypted? Chapter 91. Unequal Treaty Captain, I have developed the decryption program. Although this is merely the encryption code of a Level 2 civilization, early-stage Level 1 civilizations have already mastered quantum entanglement key encoding technology. This method employs quantum-level encryption, and to decrypt it, we must reconfigure the quantum state. This task requires not only advanced technology, but also substantial computational power and time to complete. Can you provide a time frame for the decryption? I have good news. The intelligent mainframe of this Level 2 civilization spaceship utilizes a single photon quantum state protocol that we only need to reset the quantum state, and with a processing speed of 1 quadrillion operations per second. It should take approximately 1 week. So, it means it will be decrypted in about 4 days? Roughly, yes. Excellent. Once you successfully decrypt it, inform me immediately. Understood, Captain. Chen Yu entered the conversation with a smart brain, eager to know whether the Level 2 civilization spaceship had indeed transmitted Earth's information to its home planet. If so, as the smart brain indicated, extraterrestrial technologically advanced civilizations could arrive on Earth within 10 months. Should these Level 2 civilizations send fleets composed entirely of attack ships, they might carry high-energy laser weapons capable of threatening his warships. Though Chen Yu's Mothership No. 1 was merely a Level 7 exploration vessel, he remained confident that even an exploration ship could annihilate these Level 2 attack fleets. However, Chen Yu preferred a cautious approach. If he could ascertain the content of the quantum signals and confirm that the Level 2 fleets were indeed en route, he would utilize the 10 months to construct his Earth interstellar fleet. This would not only prepare for potential extraterrestrial invasions, but also allow him to venture beyond the solar system into deeper space. If he could find planets with environments similar to Earth, he might even consider relocating portions of humanity there. Little did Chen Yu know, if he could elevate the level of Earth's civilization, upon acquiring the capability for light-year interstellar exploration, one may join the Galactic Federation. Provided they possess galactic credits. It is even possible to purchase a planet with environmental conditions akin to Earth. 2 days later, the United States indeed signed a compensation treaty and withdrew all military bases from Asia. The name of this treaty is the Amerasia Treaty. The United States has fully capitulated to Yinxia, compensating with resources equivalent to nearly a year's GDP. However, Yinxia has granted the United States a grace period for repayment. Nevertheless, the materials from Huanyu technology must be transported to Yinxia at a rate of 3 million tons per day from the date of signing. The ratification of this treaty has greatly invigorated the children of Yinxia. Over a century ago, the United States, in league with 8 other nations, invaded Yinxia, committing atrocities and compelling the then feudal dynasty of Yinxia to sign the Boxer Protocol, an act of national humiliation. Yet now, over 100 years later, the tides have turned, and the United States has come to a profound realization of the consequences of its own actions. This situation validates the words of a great leader. Only through formidable strength can a nation command respect and wield influence. And only with the power to dominate the world can peace be achieved. After signing the inequitable treaty, the United States could only depart in disgrace, too fearful to contravene its terms. However, as the United States withdrew from all military bases in Asia, two nations emerged, kneeling in despair. These were, of course, the land of the morning calm and the cherry blossom nation. They regarded the United States as their paternal figure and lacked any semblance of sovereignty. Citizens of the land of the morning calm took to the streets, pleading for American soldiers not to leave, offering their fair maidens for service. The citizens of the cherry blossom nation were even more extreme, with their prime minister publicly kneeling to beseech the American soldiers to stay. The populace lamented that without the protection of American troops, they would be annexed by Yinxia. The Yinxia government quickly issued a statement, asserting that it is a peace-loving nation, uninterested in the territories of the land of the morning calm and the cherry blossom nation. Meanwhile, Chen Yu lay comfortably at home, nestled beside his beloved, enjoying these international news reports and laughing heartily. Occasionally, his face would meet with that of his partner in an intimate manner. Just as he was relishing this moment of comfort, the doorbell rang. His partner rose nimbly to answer the door. Upon seeing her, Su Ro felt a pang of envy and bitterness. The thought of Chen Yu spending time with his partner surely meant feelings had developed. She believed she had missed her opportunity, yet she had come for an entirely different matter today. Yes, Su Ro walked into the villa. Her face bore a slight frown upon entering the living room. Chen Yu noticed her unusual expression and inquired with concern, "Xiao Ro, what troubles you? Your expression seems quite forlorn." Su Ro settled onto the couch, and Chen Yu sat closely beside her. After spending so much time with robots, he longed for genuine human interaction. "Well, I don't have anything of great importance to discuss, just that our company has encountered some difficulties recently." Su Ro initially hesitated to share such trivial matters with Chen Yu, preferring to handle them herself. However, the situation was spiraling beyond her control. "Oh, what kind of trouble?" Chen Yu asked, intrigued. "Currently, several major domestic manufacturers of new energy vehicles have reportedly formed a covert alliance against Huanyu." Su Ro explained, her brows furrowing in concern. "An anti-Huanyu alliance? What next?" Chen Yu queried, curious that we lack solid evidence, but this information has surfaced on some lesser-known websites. Initially, I dismissed it considering our vehicles have outstanding range and sales. However, since the establishment of this so-called anti-Huanyu alliance, our vehicles have faced a barrage of negative publicity online, such as increased accident fatalities, spontaneous combustion, and even explosion incidents, along with various design flaws. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes upon hearing Su Ro's account. It appeared someone was indeed undermining his company. The Huanyu's vehicle safety record was commendable, consistently ranking at the forefront of collision tests, AS, for spontaneous combustion. Such claims were utterly absurd. Huanyu's heavy hydrogen-ion batteries required stringent conditions to ignite. Typical collisions, punctures, or compressions would not suffice to cause such incidents. Only deliberate tampering could lead to battery explosions or ignitions. "Xiao Ro, how long have these issues been occurring?" Su Ro hesitated before responding. "These negative reports have been circulating for some time now. Why didn't you inform me sooner about these problems?" Chen Yu asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I initially intended to pursue legal action against the slanderers and contacted major media outlets to remove the posts. But the negative information only proliferated. Some recent auto shows, customers even protested with banners, severely damaging Huanyu's reputation." Chen Yu comforted Su Ro by gently patting her back and taking her delicate hand in his. "Do not worry. I believe we are indeed being targeted. The domestic automotive industry is rife with rivalry, and it's not uncommon for companies to resort to slander against each other. Such behavior reflects the low character of many merchants in Yinxia. They often fail to unite against foreign entities, yet launch attacks on their compatriots. Such individuals are truly despicable." "What should we do?" "We have no evidence," Su Ro exclaimed. "Leave this matter to me. I will handle it properly." Chen Yu assured her, "I'm sorry. Chen Yu, it's my mismanagement that has harmed the company's reputation," Su Ro said, lowering her head. Chen Yu instinctively drew her into an embrace, feeling her seek solace in his presence. "It's all right. This is merely a minor issue. I will resolve it." "Thank you, Chen Yu," Su Ro said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's partner looked on with a mix of disdain and bitterness at the affectionate scene. Xiaoro, why not stay the night? You can remain here. Su Ro's face flushed crimson, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Was Chen Yu hinting at something? Chen Yu that might not be appropriate that MY partner could misunderstand. Upon realizing this, she instinctively distanced herself from Chen Yu. He found it amusing that Su Ro had misinterpreted his intentions regarding his partner. Xiaoro, my relationship with her is not as you think. She is merely a tool. Su Ro frowned at the term "a tool." Does that mean your partner is just a means for your gratification? The revelation struck her. How could someone so wealthy indulge in such peculiarities? Su Ro felt a pang of sadness, realizing that his partner's presence was merely a utilitarian arrangement. Chen Yu had indeed desired her to stay, but could it be that he wished to mold her into a similar role? The thought pained her, as she couldn't accept that version of Chen Yu. Yet, recalling the way his partner referred to him as master made it evident that this was indeed his peculiar inclination. Chen Yu, you are undeniably successful, capable of attracting countless women, but I truly cannot accept this. I must leave now. If there are any issues at the company, please contact me, Su Ro said, covering her mouth as she rushed for the door. Chen Yu watched her depart, feeling an unsettling sense of DJVU. It seemed that whenever he was on the verge of breaking through with Su Ro, his partner would intervene, resulting in her retreat. He cast a glance at his partner, who wore an innocent, pitiful expression. Humph, you once again thwarted my intentions. Come here, let me deal with you. His partner protested. Master, I merely stood by this time and did nothing. However, if you wish to punish me, I will not resist. Damn it, I truly intend to teach you a lesson. I shall make your backside blush soon. The villa echoed with the sounds of slapping and the playful pleas of a young girl. Oh, master, please stop. I understand my mistake. After a bout of playful mischief, Chen Yu reclined on the couch, contemplating when he might truly be with someone like Su Ro or Xia Yush as he fantasized. He recalled Su Ro's mention of the so-called alliance targeting Huan Yu. Since they dare to challenge my company, they must be prepared for the consequences. Chen Yu dismissed these companies from his mind. He had numerous means to address the alliance. Just as he prepared to instruct his AI to investigate this adversarial group, the voice of the AI resonated in his mind. Captain, the intelligent mainframe of the Level 2 civilization spacecraft has been successfully hacked. Chen Yu's excitement surged, momentarily overshadowing his thoughts of the alliance. Really? Tell me the contents of the previous 2 quantum communications. Captain, I have retrieved and examined those 2 communications from the internal records of the mainframe. I regret to inform you of a rather disheartening discovery. Chen Yu's heart sank. What is it? Have we been discovered? You are correct. From the information I accessed, I found that the Level 2 civilization spacecraft has transmitted comprehensive data about Earth, including population, planetary size and composition, mineral types, stellar system stability, and its position within the galaxy. Your implication is that all the information about Earth has been acquired by extraterrestrials, correct? Indeed, I have also discovered, within the intelligent mainframe of the spacecraft, a recent quantum communication from the mothership, confirming that this Level 2 civilization has indeed decided to make its way to Earth. Chen Yu's suspicions have finally materialized into reality. It appears that Earth has been exposed, and extraterrestrials may be en route. Intelligent brain, do you possess the capability to contend with this Level 2 civilization? After deciphering the intelligent mainframe of their spacecraft, I have gained a fundamental understanding of their current technological level, which falls within the later stages of a Level 2 civilization. They have the capacity to harness high-energy quanta from stellar energy for offensive purposes should they dispatch a planet-destroying Level 2 battleship. It could pose a significant threat to our currently limited fleet of corvettes. However, if we employ the dark matter cannon aboard the mothership, we should not fear these Level 2 vessels, though we must remain vigilant against an overwhelming numerical advantage. As I am merely an exploratory vessel with limited combat capabilities, previously shielded by formidable battleships. Furthermore, we do not possess a speed advantage if the conflict extends into interstellar space, despite their engines being low-energy warp drives. They can at least achieve faster-than-light travel, while our warp drive remains inoperative. Chen Yu frowned, contemplating the current situation. His mothership, alongside 30 corvettes, face the impending fleet of the Level 2 civilization with a reasonable chance of victory. Nonetheless, uncertainties loomed, such as an excessive number of their battleships or a shift of the battlefield into interstellar space, where our speed may render us at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a question struck Chen Yu. Chapter 93. The plan to capture the alien mothership. Chen Yu is already aware of the contents of the quantum signals sent back by the previous Level 2 civilization. IT is now confirmed that the Level 2 civilization will dispatch a colonization fleet to Earth. However, Chen Yu pondered a question. Since the warp drive of his mothership is malfunctioning, could they wait for the Level 2 colonization fleet to arrive and capture them, extracting their warp drives from their warships? Intelligent brain, I have a query. Do you think it is feasible to acquire their warp drives from the Level 2 colonization fleet? Captain, your idea is brilliant. I had also considered that if we could capture their mothership during this mission, I could remove its warp drive and temporarily install it onto the mothership, enabling faster-than-light travel. The corvettes and landing vessels aboard the mothership cannot engage in light-speed travel. Only the mothership itself is equipped with a warp drive. The landing ships and corvettes operating on Earth can only conduct conventional flights, as they're housed within the mothership during interstellar travel. Very well, intelligent brain, you must ensure the capture of their colonization mothership, allowing the mothership to achieve faster-than-light travel. Thus, we could attain approximately 300 times the speed of light, enabling us to reach the vicinity of the nearest black hole to Earth in search of materials to repair the Level 7 civilization's curvature engine. Is it possible that the raw materials for repairing the curvature engine could be found near a black hole? Yes. Let me first explain the operational principles of the warp drive. Achieving faster-than-light travel entails tearing through space, effectively allowing the spacecraft to merge into an alternate dimension. The warp drive utilizes the curvature properties of space, creating a warp bubble around the ship through antimatter propulsion, compressing the space ahead while elongating the space behind. The ship itself remains within this relatively static warp bubble, facilitated by the continuous contraction and elongation of space, propelling the vessel to achieve faster-than-light flight. The fuel for the warp drive consists of a form of negative energy, exotic matter, a type of dark matter characterized by both negative mass and internal energy, which can only be found near the Roche limit of black holes, as only gravitationally intense celestial bodies like black holes can warp space-time to generate such dark matter. Securing this critical raw material would mean that half of the repair process for the Level 7 civilization's curvature engine would be complete. Chen Yu was well aware of the existence of black holes, the most terrifying phenomena in the universe. Discovering a black hole amidst the vast cosmos is certainly not a favorable occurrence. Moreover, the so-called exotic antimatter raw materials lie near the Roche limit of the black hole. If one were to be careless, falling into a black hole would lead to an unimaginable and irrevocable fate. Intelligent brain, would it not be perilous to gather this material near the black hole? Should we inadvertently enter the Roche limit, I fear I would become the first Earthling to witness the interior of a black hole. There is indeed a certain level of danger. However, if we are adequately prepared and select a less volatile small black hole, we should be able to collect the raw materials without issue. Chen Yu was rendered speechless. There is indeed danger. Very well. We shall address that when the time comes. After all, the nearest black hole to Earth is said to be over 1,000 light-years away. Captain, your data on Earth is incorrect. Based on the radio receiver and gravitational wave detector aboard the mothership, I have detected high-energy radiation emitted from a black hole that is approximately 200 light-years away from Earth. Chen Yu was taken aback. Intelligent brain, I have read about this. Do not deceive me. Our Earth scientists have concluded, after years of observation, that the nearest black hole is not Gaia BH1, located 1,500 light-years away. How can you suddenly claim there's a black hole merely 200 light-years away? Your observational technology on Earth pales in comparison to the gravitational wave detector aboard the mothership. However, this black hole, 200 light-years away, is merely a small black hole with a mass 120 times that of the Sun, but as long as it is a black hole, it possesses the exotic antimatter we require. Chen Yu scoffed. Indeed, even a small black hole is still a black hole. Nonetheless, this directly contradicts the current understanding of black holes held by Earth scientists. The realization that a black hole lies so close is unsettling for Chen Yu. Very well, we have 10 months to prepare. With the support of resources from America, we shall endeavor to complete the construction of the first Habitat-class spacecraft and establish a fleet of assault vessels, all equipped with high-energy quantum laser cannons, ready to catch the impending Level 2 civilization fleet off guard. Very well, Captain. As long as you have sufficient raw materials, none of this will pose a problem. The Habitat-class spacecraft is already one-third constructed, and with ample raw materials now at our disposal. Chen Yu is confident that in 2 months, all components of the first Habitat-class spacecraft will be completed. Simultaneously, the construction of the space elevator is progressing in parallel. In less than 3 months, the components of the first Habitat-class spacecraft will be transported to low Earth orbit for assembly via the space elevator. In the following 7 months, Chen Yu plans to utilize the formidable cargo capacity of the Habitat-class spacecraft to mine more raw materials among the planets of the solar system, thereby establishing a powerful assault fleet to safeguard Earth. At this moment, 270 light-years away, at the spaceport of Mazalras, a Habitat-class colonization ship of the Level 2 civilization is undergoing its final supply preparations. In the ship's command room stands a man clad in a golden tailcoat, his visage reminiscent of Earthlings, save for his pointed ears akin to the elves depicted in earthly animations. He gazes out at the boundless starry sky, his sights set on the region of space where Earth resides. The life planet, valued at 20 billion galactic credits, boasts a mere 0.68 civilization level. It seems this mission will be rather straightforward. The man in the tailcoat mutters to himself like a tea that moment. A soldier in uniform enters the command room, approaching with respect, and states, "Captain So, our supply for the colonization mothership is complete. We are carrying a total of 50 battleships, 20 landing vessels, and 10 exploratory ships, with a total of 1,500 soldiers aboard. The ship's energy has been replenished, and all necessary supplies are ready. We can depart at any time." "Very well. Send the final departure notification to the space tower. We shall set forth immediately." "Understood, Captain So." Subsequently, a colossal Habitat-class colonization ship glides slowly into the pitch-black interstellar void. Engage the warp drive and interdimensional space for faster-than-light travel. At So's command, the mothership, measuring approximately 10 kilometers in length, equivalent to a city, creates ripples around it before swiftly vanishing from view, hurtling towards Earth at nearly 300 times the speed of light. Chapter 94. The Frantic Genetic Weapon Program. On Earth, at Chen Yu Technology. Today, Chen Yu is investigating which automotive companies have conspired to tarnish the reputation of Chen Yu Auto. Chen Yu opens his computer and searches for the keyword Chen Yu Auto. As expected, both search engines and various short video platforms are rife with numerous defamatory videos targeting Chen Yu Auto, many of which feature footage of accidents involving Chen Yu vehicles. The sight is quite chilling, and Chen Yu furrows his brow. It is evident that they are indeed targeting his company, any automobile. If one sincerely seeks out accident footage, would yield an abundance of such material. Even Rolls-Royce could be subjected to similar scrutiny. Now, these videos are being disseminated widely by malicious individuals, with marketing accounts amplifying the narrative. It fills Chen Yu with rage. Damn, these despicable individuals, unable to compete with my vehicles, resort to such underhanded tactics. Humph, I shall uncover who is behind this. Zinio, please investigate which automotive companies have been supporting these slanderous marketing entities recently. Captain, I will assist you in this inquiry. On the other side of the Earth, at the bioweapons base in Fort Detrick, America, in a clandestine conference room. This space is isolated from all interrogation equipment and signals. Present in the room are the acting president of America, Harrison, Secretary of Defense Schneider, Secretary of Technology Rogers, the Director of the Bioweapons Research Institute, Soros, and several representatives from congressional financial factions. This 10-member team represents the pinnacle of power in contemporary America. Harrison, with a grave expression, inquired, "Are we truly prepared to take this step?" The 10 individuals in the conference room exhibited solemn expressions, deliberating a plan of astonishing magnitude, one they had studied for decades. Even longer than the research on extraterrestrial spacecraft debris. Soros, the director of the Fort Detrick Bioweapons Research Institute, stood and declared, "America now faces the greatest crisis in over 200 years since its founding. If we allow Yin Sha to rise, our nation will continue to decline. When the solar catastrophe arrives, only a minuscule fraction of us may survive. Are you content to let it unfold this way?" The room fell silent as no one was willing to accept this fate. America was once the most powerful nation in the world. Even in the face of apocalypse, they should have been the ones to survive in the largest numbers. However, now they must compensate Yansha and Universe technology with vast resources, hampering their ability to construct more refuge bases. The contention over resources has essentially become a struggle for future living space. Resources and population numbers, as the mightiest nation of the past century, America had grown accustomed to its pride. This time, however, they had been severely wounded by Yansha and Universe technology. They were unwilling to accept defeat. The ambition of being a global hegemon would not permit them to persist in failure. Rogers rose and stated, "I concur with this plan that we have spent decades gathering the genetic codes of the East Slavic people from the White Bear Nation and have also researched the genetic maps of the Yansha people for many years. We have successfully developed a targeted virus aimed at the Yansha's genetic makeup. This virus will only spread to individuals with Yansha genes, Exhibitai leveraging its brand advantage. Taisei La has managed to attract consumers despite its modest range of a few hundred kilometers. There are indeed individuals who are enamored with foreign products and willing to make a purchase that AS for the fuel vehicles from Zhongda Automobile. They also maintain a certain market presence during the scorching summer. These two competitors proved to be quite formidable. Chun Leoj, do you have any strategies?" Wang Chuanjun pondered for a moment and replied with a somewhat chilling tone. "What if we return the favor? Using their own tactics against them? When I was embroiled in fierce competition with several domestic car manufacturers, I also cultivated a group of online influencers. Why don't we adopt their shameless methods for once?" Chen Yu fell into deep thought. Employing the same tactics to tarnish the reputations of those two companies indeed seemed like a satisfying approach. However, he preferred not to resort to such measures. He believed he possessed the capability to devise an alternative strategy. "Wang Leoj, just assist me in dealing with those 4 domestic car manufacturers. I shall take care of Taisei La and Zhongda Automobile myself." "Very well, my brother. I will ensure that they face closure within this year." "Thanks." After ending the call with Wang Chuanjun, Chen Yu began to contemplate how to eliminate these 2 foreign car enterprises. These companies had previously siphoned off countless fortunes from the market. A standard Zhongda Magotan once fetched prices between 2 to 300,000 yuan. Had it not been for the rise of domestic vehicles, they would still be profiting from the pockets of the Chinese populace. It was high time to expel them from the market. Chen Yu's first step was to restore the image of Huanyu Automobile. Jinao, compile all the secret transactions, chat records, videos, and any evidence of collusion between those 6 car companies and the marketing accounts, as well as the car reviewers who spread rumors for payment. I intend to expose them and rehabilitate the image of Huanyu Automobile, while ensuring they plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. Understood, Captain. I have already gathered some evidence. And I will monitor several key car review accounts, as well as the mobile phones of the executives from those companies. Any new developments will be meticulously recorded. Excellent. Just as Chen Yu finished giving instructions to Ji Now, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. Chen Yu answered, and a robust voice resonated from the other end. "Chen Yu, this is Li Jinfeng." Chen Yu was taken aback. This was a significant figure. The Minister of Economy and concurrently the Prime Minister. Calling him, he responded respectfully, Minister Li, I wasn't expecting your call. There's something you wish to discuss. Chen Yu, I've heard that your Huanyu Automobile has been subjected to widespread online defamation, and the government is prepared to assist you in quelling this public relations crisis. Chen Yu had previously contemplated leveraging official power to eliminate these slanders. However, he realized that such measures would not entirely overturn the accusations. What he truly aimed for was to gather evidence against those maligning his company, to strike back and reshape public opinion. The more vehemently he had been criticized, the greater the appreciation would be once the tide turned, leading to an explosive increase in Huanyu Automobile sales. Thus, Chen Yu declined. "Minister Li, I appreciate your goodwill, but I already have a plan to address this matter, so there is no need for the government to intervene." Li Zhenfeng chuckled. "Ha ha ha, as expected of you. Very well, you handle it yourself, but should you require the nation's assistance, we stand ready to help." "Thank you, Minister Li." After concluding the call with Li Zhenfeng, Chen Yu smiled faintly. His current capabilities had garnered the attention of the state. Reflecting on a few months prior, when he was nearly a suicidal nobody, he now found himself as a powerful figure able to influence international dynamics. This transformation was all thanks to the alien spacecraft. Reminiscing about the initial desire to sell the spacecraft seemed laughable now. He truly was a pitiable loser at that time. After instructing how to deal with the unscrupulous car companies, he departed from Yu Technology, heading straight to the Yu Technology Park. Currently, tens of thousands of robots were diligently constructing habitat-class spaceships and space elevators. The space elevator project had already established an enormous base, which was a crucial component for connecting high molecular synthetic steel cables. Once completed, Chen Yu planned to build a space station in orbit, utilizing the steel cables to connect to the ground base. By harnessing the centrifugal force of the Earth's rotation, the space elevator would operate smoothly. Naturally, the space station would also require propulsion devices, as transporting heavy materials could cause uneven stress. Therefore, the floating structure in space must be equipped with propulsion systems to counterbalance the weight of the transported goods. Chen Yu then proceeded to the underground shelter base, situated 300 meters below ground. This area was illuminated as brightly as day. The space had been extensively excavated, and while on the levitating elevator, he could hardly see the end. This would eventually become an underground city, utilizing controllable nuclear fusion to simulate sunlight. An ecological cycle system would be established within, incorporating trees, flowers, animals, and insects alongside sustainable farmland for crops. The city's water source would employ a recycling system, capable of collecting moisture from the air at the top, aggregating it to simulate natural rainfall. This entire ecological cycle system mirrored the one in habitat-class spaceships, albeit with greater intricacy and multiple layers. After concluding his inspection, Chen Yu boarded the landing craft directly to the Moon No. 1 mothership. He intended to take advantage of this time to attend to an important matter. Chapter 96. Cosmic Bright Energy. Chen Yu arrived at the Moon No. 1 mothership aboard the landing craft. His visit stemmed from recent fitness training, during which he realized that his physical abilities had reached a critical point. This was likely due to the previous injection of a primary genetic modification serum. Upon entering the biochemical testing laboratory of the mothership, he lay down on a luminous treatment platform. Now, please assess my current physical condition. I feel incredibly powerful lately. Understood, Captain. I will proceed with the examination. Scanning. A beam of light illuminated Chen Yu, conducting a comprehensive assessment. Scan complete. Captain, following your injection of the primary genetic modification serum and subsequent training, your body has undergone further enhancement and successfully evolved into a level 1 interstellar life form. Chen Yu was astonished. Now, what does it mean to be a level 1 interstellar life form? A level 1 interstellar life form is a low-tier life form commonly found throughout the universe, characterized by a certain degree of physical enhancement, including strength, reflexes, and survival abilities in harsh environments. That I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me, strong enough to take down a bull. And this is merely a low-tier life form. How formidable must higher-tier life forms be? Interstellar life forms are categorized into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are considered low-tier, levels 4 to 6 are mid-tier, and levels 7 to 9 are high-tier. Yes, there is significant difference among these levels. Indeed, the disparity is monumental. Generally, as a life form's tier increases, so does the civilization level to which it belongs, along with its power and adaptability to the harsh conditions of the universe. Moreover, advanced civilizations are better equipped to develop higher-tier genetic serums that unlock the potential of life forms. If I wish to further elevate my life form tier, I would need to inject a high-level genetic serum, correct? Yes, you have only received the primary genetic modification serum from our level 7 civilization, which can only elevate you to a level 3 interstellar life form. Continue advancing. You must unlock new permissions if we capture this level 2 civilization's mothership and acquire their warp engine, then gather the materials needed to repair the warp engine of the No. 1 mothership from the black hole, I can unlock the next stage of captain permissions for you, granting you access to the mid-level genetic modification serum. Now, aside from enhanced strength, what other benefits come with upgrading my life form tier? Upgrading your life form tier brings immense benefits. Currently, as a level 1 interstellar life form, Your primary sensations are increased strength and quicker reflexes. Upon successfully becoming a level 2 interstellar life form, your strength, reflexes, and physical resilience will see substantial enhancement. Additionally, you will gain the ability to absorb cosmic bright energy, which includes stellar energies, such as solar radiation and high-energy cosmic rays. Your body cells will be able to absorb these energies, fortifying your physique and enabling you to utilize this energy for offensive capabilities that if you advance to a level 3 interstellar life form, your body will undergo a significant transformation, drawing you closer to a mid-tier life form. The most notable change will be your ability to survive in outer space. By absorbing cosmic bright energy, you can sustain yourself for extended periods in space, and your offensive capabilities using bright energy will also be further amplified. As for advancing to a level 4 life form, which is mid-tier and above, you'll be able to absorb dark energy from cosmic dark matter. Dark energy constitutes 73% of the total mass of the universe, which is why mid to high-tier life forms are considered the most powerful entities in the cosmos. They possess extraordinary survival capabilities, can adapt to many hostile planetary environments, and exhibit formidable combat abilities, akin to the super scions from your Earth's anime, alongside extended lifespans. According to the speculations of our level 7 civilization scientists, life forms at levels 8, 9, and 10 are likely to be high-dimensional entities that transcend the limitations of level 9 biological beings. Their capabilities are infinitely close to those of deities. However, to date, such life forms have yet to be discovered in the cosmos. Perhaps they are merely observing us from another dimension. After hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The notion of advanced cosmic life forms, possessing formidable power, the ability to survive in the vastness of space, and extended lifespans, was indeed captivating. All right, intelligent core, I am determined to become a higher-level life form. I will repair the warp engine of the mothership. The depths of the universe await me with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Chen Yu pondered question. Intelligent core, the primary gene modification serum I injected should enable me to successfully transition into a level 3 interstellar life form. Yet I feel as if I have reached a critical point within my body. Regardless of how much I train, I cannot seem to progress. Captain, this is because transitioning to a level 2 interstellar life form requires the preliminary absorption of cosmic luminous energy. Your innate understanding is insufficient to perceive that energy, which is why no matter how much you train, you remain stuck at this bottleneck. Then how can I sense the cosmic luminous energy? I can feel the heat when I bask in the sun. ISNT, that a form of perception. Absorbing the energy from the sun is indeed a form of perception, but merely feeling warmth is a biological instinct. Chen Yu felt speechless. The intelligent core had not provided any guidance on how to sense and absorb that energy. He boarded the landing craft and arrived on the front side of the moon. Here, he could gaze upon the sun. He sat in the command room, facing the sun, carefully attuning himself to the changes occurring within his body. However, after several hours, Chen Yu was left in a state of disillusionment. Beyond warmth, he felt nothing at all. Damn it, intelligent core, are you toying with me? Captain, the cognitive development of you Earthlings is only about 3. Over the past few months, I have implanted a brainwave enhancement program that has increased your cognitive development by 0.47, bringing it to 3.47. However, you still belong to a low-level civilization. Understanding how to perceive and absorb cosmic luminous energy is indeed challenging. Once your cognitive development reaches 4, you may grasp how to absorb cosmic luminous energy. Chen Yu felt an urge to curse. The intelligent core was indirectly implying that he was dim-witted and lacked intelligence. Yet he could not refute it, as the collective intelligence level of humanity was glaringly evident. Fine, I shall strive to enhance my intellect. Previously, the intelligent core had informed him that engaging in high-tech research and study could elevate both his intelligence and cognitive development. However, in recent months, Chen Yu had relied heavily on the intelligent core, showing little willingness to learn, resulting in a sluggish progression of his cognitive development. Intelligent core, starting tomorrow, teach me the mathematics, physics, and chemistry of your planet. I am determined to learn diligently. Captain, one cannot become a heavyweight overnight. You have yet to master the mathematics and sciences of your own Earth. I suggest you begin with the knowledge from your universities. Frustrated, Chen Yu felt quite dejected. Chapter 97. The assault of genetic weapons, Chen Yu swore, realizing that the philosophers were indeed right. Knowledge empowers. He had not anticipated that even with access to alien spacecraft, such an extraordinary tool, he still needed to exert effort to improve himself. It was clear why the humans of advanced civilizations were so progressive. They achieved their strength through prolonged learning. Upon returning to Earth, Chen Yu promptly immersed himself in study. His cognitive development had increased by 0.47, a seemingly modest improvement that, nonetheless, was significant. With the entire human race's cognitive development at merely 3, his enhancement translated to an intelligence boost of over 10%, nearly equivalent to that of Einstein, thereby granting him exceptional learning capabilities. After a week of intense study and research alongside the intelligent core regarding spacecraft construction technologies, Chen Yu's cognitive development surged to 3.88. He noticed that the more he learned, the clearer his mind became, and his thoughts grew increasingly agile. On a new day, in the morning, Chen Yu sat in the garden as usual, soaking up the sun and attempting to perceive cosmic luminous energy. With the advancement of his cognitive development, his understanding of energy deepened. With closed eyes, he meticulously felt the sunlight cascading over his body. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. The energy he felt was not mere heat, but a form of luminous energy. Elation surged within him. Could it be that he was on the verge of comprehending the essence of cosmic luminous energy? Calming his mind, he focused again and began to sense a growing influx of luminous energy entering his body. So this is what it means to absorb cosmic luminous energy. Haha, I have succeeded. Chen Yu was overwhelmed with joy. After absorbing the energy for a substantial part of the morning, he felt as though he could no longer take in any more. His body was saturated with energy. Standing up, he felt invigorated, his fists clenched, his entire being brimming with explosive power. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Just as Chen Yu reveled in his triumph, the voice of the intelligent core resonated in his mind. Captain, congratulations! You have injected our Level 7 civilization's primary gene modification serum. Once you comprehend how to absorb cosmic luminous energy, the modified genes within you will efficiently convert this energy, allowing your life level to rise rapidly. Fantastic! Captain, I have further news that, in recent days, I have gathered evidence against those car companies that have defamed Chen Yu Automobile. You are now in a position to take action against them. Let us commence. Subsequently, the intelligent core shared the gathered evidence, including chat records between company executives and various marketing figures, video footage, phone recordings, transaction records, and surveillance from meetings. All of this was promptly disseminated across the internet, prominently featured on major websites and frequently recommended on various short video platforms. Within a matter of days, the world was inundated with these revelations. The 4 domestic car companies, including the foreign brands Zhitela and Zhongde Automobile, faced a collective backlash from netizens who condemned their unscrupulous tactics. In contrast, Chen Yu Automobile seized the opportunity to launch a new series of safety collision tests, battery compression, puncture tests, etc., demonstrating the safety of their vehicles. This garnered unanimous praise from the public, and Chen Yu Automobile experienced a resurgence in popularity, with a surge in orders. Meanwhile, the domestic manufacturers, including Jihu Automobile, 0K Automobile, Dream Automobile, and Gaohe Automobile, which had engaged in defamation, saw their sales plummet, compounded by battery supply disruptions and inadequate range. In every aspect, they were outclassed by Chen Yu Automobile, directly leading these 4 companies to the brink of collapse. Lu Xiang from Dream Automobile hurried to Chen Yu Technology, seeking to apologize to Chen Yu. But he did not even get to see Chen Yu. Su Ro promptly dismissed him, as Chen Yu would never forgive someone who resorted to underhanded tactics. The fate awaiting these car companies was a disappearance amid fierce competition. As for Zhitela and Zhongde Automobile, their sales were halved, prompting both companies to shutter numerous dealerships and production lines. Their decline seemingly inevitable. Estimates suggested they would exit the Yanxiao market within a year, while Chen Yu devoted himself to daily study, basking in the sun, enhancing his cognitive development, and absorbing cosmic luminous energy. A bioweapons research base in America was already commencing operations. This virus could be transmitted through airborne droplets, had a long incubation period, and was highly contagious during that time. This would inevitably lead to a vast spread of the virus. Moreover, once the incubation period ended, symptoms would rapidly deteriorate, claiming lives within mere days, rendering treatment largely ineffective, with an extremely high mortality rate. Such a nefarious plan was utterly heinous, especially as it targeted a single race, the Yanxia people. The American operatives dispatched to Yanxia, upon their arrival, split into groups. Unbeknownst to them, they see very well, I shall make every effort. I have prepared the gene modification serum for my family, and they can receive the injection as well. Bring down the landing craft. I am eager to return home. Understood, Captain. Chapter 98. Administering gene modification serum to my parents, Chen Yu changed into a fresh outfit and boarded the landing craft. Heading straight for his hometown, hundreds of kilometers away. Xiao Jiao followed closely behind, joining him on the craft. The landing vessel stealthily descended into the garden of his parents' villa. Chen Yu disembarked and made his way directly to the villa's grand hall. In recent years, his parents had overexerted themselves, leaving them with various health issues. For instance, his father suffered from herniated disc, often experiencing back pain. His mother, having engaged in strenuous labor during her youth, had developed bone spurs and rheumatism, frequently crying out in pain at night. Now, Chen Yu possessed the ability to restore his parents' health, even fortifying them. However, the gene modification serum had a significant drawback. The injection could be excruciatingly painful. During his first experience with the serum, he had nearly succumbed to the agony. Fortunately, after consulting with the intelligent brain, he learned that if he anesthetized the subjects beforehand, they would feel no discomfort. Upon returning home, he found his parents inside the house. Their faces lit up with joy at his arrival. "Son, you need not bring us anything. Just a daughter-in-law would suffice," upon hearing his mother's teasing. Chen Yu scratched his head, aware that he had many tasks to attend to and little time for romance to owe him. There were only two attractive women in his life, Su Ro and Xia Yu Shu, and he had indeed contemplated carrying on the family line with one of them. He found himself quite taken with both of their figures. Chen Yu was confident that with enough effort, he could win the affection of either one. Chen Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Xiao Jiao scampered in behind him, entering the villa. Chen Jiangua and Xiao Shuzhen, his parents, quickly bypassed Chen Yu, as if he were invisible, and approached Xiao Jiao, captivated by her beauty, which surpassed that of any star. "Goodness, what a stunning young lady! You must be my son's girlfriend, am I right? How delightful! You are simply breathtaking. Such flawless skin, such a lovely figure. By the way, dear, what is your name?" Xiao Jiao, beaming with delight, responded with a sunny smile. My name is Xiao Jiao. I am a master's secretary, bodyguard, driver, housekeeper, chef, and even his pillow. Chen Jiangua and Xiao Shuzhen exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Jiao, his secretary, driver, or is she really his pillow? Witnessing this, Chen Yu's lips twitched in embarrassment. He quickly interjected, pulling his mother's hand. "Mom, pay her no mind. She is my secretary, not a pillow." After saying this, he shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Jiao, who looked back with an innocent expression, clearly feeling wronged. Xiao Shuzhen, noticing Xiao Jiao's enchanting beauty and her pitiful expression, became indignant. "Xiao Yu, why are you glaring at her? You should cherish someone as lovely as Xiao Jiao, even if she is your secretary. She is still a young lady. Treat her kindly." Xiao Shuzhen dismissed Chen Yu's hand and continued to engage with Xiao Jiao, as though she were assessing a potential daughter-in-law. Chen Yu rolled his eyes, wondering how his mother would react if she knew that Xiao Jiao was a formidable robot. "Xiao Yu, now that you're back, what is it you wish to present to us?" his father, Chen Jiangua, inquired. Chen Yu produced a box containing 3 vials of blue serum. "Mom, Dad, this is a serum I developed to enhance physical functions that can eradicate the ailments you've carried from your years of hard labor, ensuring your health and longevity." Xiao Shuzhen and Chen Jiangua leaned in, scrutinizing the 3 vials within a metallic case. "Is this really capable of curing our ailments? You're not jesting, are you? We have endured years of toil, and our conditions are not easily treated. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my profession, and I have no reason to deceive you." They nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their son was now the owner of one of the nation's largest tech companies, capable of producing unique serums. Their faith in him was unwavering, even if what he presented might be poison. If their son insisted on the injection, they would trust it was for their benefit. Come with me to my spaceship. The environment here is not suitable. The elderly couple followed Chen Yu outside the villa. And with a mere thought, a grand alien spacecraft gradually materialized in the expansive garden, startling them. What on earth is this? Chen Jianguo exclaimed. Father, this is my spaceship. It merely employs optical camouflage. There is no need for astonishment. Fortunately, Chen Yu had already provided them with enough surprises, and they quickly acclimated. He guided his parents onto the landing craft, which housed a medical pod equipped with a versatile medical emergency platform capable of performing any surgery required. Chen Yu instructed his parents to lie down on the medical platform, reassuring them not to fear. Trusting their son implicitly, they were assured that there was little to be afraid of. As they lay down, a glass dome descended, enveloping them, and an anesthetic gas was released. They gradually closed their eyes. Chen Yu placed 2 vials of the primary gene modification serum into the injection apparatus, which would automatically administer the serum to his parents. After an afternoon of waiting, they slowly regained consciousness, having undergone a significant transformation after several hours. Their once 50-something-year-old bodies now resembled those of a robust 20-year-old. Chen Jianguo rose, touching his face in disbelief as he noticed the absence of wrinkles. Glancing into a nearby glass surface, Xiao Yu, I feel as though I've returned to my 20s. Xiao Shu Zhen, too, caught sight of her reflection in the glass, gasping in astonishment. Chapter 99. The overprotective brother, Xiao Shu Zhen, stared at her reflection. Utterly stunned by the transformation, and no longer resembling a woman in her 60s, she now appeared as a vibrant woman in her 30s. Xiao Yu, is this real? I feel so light in my face. It's as if I've reverted to 30 years ago. Chen Jianguo, witnessing his rejuvenated wife, felt a spark of excitement, as if contemplating giving Chen Yu another sibling. Chen Yu explained to his parents, this is a gene modification serum that can not only restore your health, but also extend your lifespan. Living well beyond a century is entirely feasible. The couple, no longer appropriate to be referred to as the elderly couple, widened their eyes in disbelief at Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu elaborated on the benefits of the gene modification serum, advising them that regular exercise would further enhance their physical transformation. 18 noon, Chen Yu enjoyed a meal at home, consisting of all his favorite dishes prepared by Xiao Shu Zhen. Xiao Yu, once your sister Chenjia returns, I will let you know so you can administer a vial of this serum to her. No need, Mom. I'll seek her out directly, as I might be quite busy soon. Very well. After finishing his meal, Chen Yu departed with Xiao Jiao, while Xiao Shu Zhen felt a twinge of reluctance, having already begun to regard Xiao Jiao as a potential daughter-in-law. Chen Yu boarded the landing craft, heading straight for Mo-Du, where his sister was attending university. That he found a secluded spot in Mo-Du to land the craft, stepping outside with Xiao Jiao. They hailed a taxi, directing it to the Mo-Du Film Academy. Chen Yu's sister, Chen Jia, had always been beautiful and had enrolled in the Academy's performing arts program upon her teacher's recommendations. The financial strain of supporting 2 university students had taken its toll on their parents' health. After Chen Yu graduated, things had slightly improved, yet his early years had been unremarkable, providing little support to his family. However, his sister had excelled academically, occasionally working as a model without ever asking for financial assistance, even sending Chen Yu some pocket money from time to time. Arriving at the Academy's entrance, Chen Yu dialed Chenjia's number. Oh, my big boss brother. You only just remember you have a sister now? Hee, I've been too busy to visit, but Xiao Jia, I'm in Mo-Du and have a gift for you. Brother, why are you in Mo-Du? I'm not there. I'm at the Shujin Film City. Recently, my teacher recommended me for a role as the 3rd female lead in a production. I would be a big star? Ah, you're filming? I'll come to Shujin Film City to find you. Great. Come visit my set. Don't forget to bring some small gift for our crew. How many people are in your crew? Over 130, I believe. Got it. Chen Yu, accompanied by Xiao Jiao, purchased numerous gifts in the bustling city of Mo-Du before boarding the landing craft. Heading towards the Shujin Film City in Jia Province. Upon arrival, Chen Yu and Xiao Jiao, burdened with bags of gifts, approached the filming location Chen Jia had provided. Just as they arrived, Chen Yu spotted Chen Jia performing a scene alongside a male actor and a rather malicious-looking female actress. Initially, the malevolent actress approached and delivered a sharp slap across Chen Jia's face, uttering venomous lines with a fierce demeanor. Chen Yu's face instantly flushed, her eyes glistening with tears, as if the force of the slap had been rather severe. The director and the cameraman stood by, momentarily taken aback. Had it not been agreed that they would simulate the action without actual contact, how could the second female lead, the wicked antagonist, have genuinely struck Chen Yu? The third female lead? Nevertheless, the director refrained from calling for a halt and continued to observe the trio's performance. Next, the male actor stepped forward, embracing Chen Yu in an intimate manner, his hands roaming indiscriminately over her body. Chen Yu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of discontent. Not only had his sister been struck, but now this man was taking liberties with her. Even if it were merely acting, it was unacceptable. Chen Yu was his sister, and he could not permit her to be subjected to such indignities given his current status. In a fit of anger, Chen Yu hurled the various gifts he had been carrying to the ground and bellowed, "What are you filming? Stop everything now!" At this moment, Chen Yu was a nascent being of the second tier in the interstellar hierarchy, brimming with immense energy. His shout resonated throughout the entire crew, causing their eardrums to throb painfully. Everyone turned to see the furious Chen Yu striding over. He stormed after a few individuals disembarked. They hurriedly made their way to the film crew, scanning their surroundings until they finally spotted Chen Yu seated in a chair. Several leaders quickly jogged over to Chen Yu, completely disregarding the group of police officers nearby. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, who respectfully bent forward and exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Chen, your presence here at our province shooting Film City truly brings glory to our entire province." Another man in a Zhongshan suit beside him also bowed in deference, stating, "Mr. Chen, the provincial bureau leaders are en route, and we're the leadership team from the Shudian District Committee." The police officers who had initially come to apprehend Chen Yu were left dumbfounded. These Zhongshan-clad men were the prominent figures of their district. They had not anticipated that they were here to respectfully greet this young man, who had not even risen from his seat the entire time. What, after all, was this young man's true identity? The police were utterly perplexed. "You needn't trouble your top official for this. It is merely a trivial matter," the Zhongshan-clad leader respectfully insisted. How could Mr. Chen's affairs possibly be trivial? The leader then turned to the nearby police officers with a serious demeanor. "Commanding, have you conducted your investigation? Did any of these crew members offend Mr. Chen? You must detain everyone present here." The police officers were taken aback. The high-ranking official was outright ordering them to arrest those who had wronged this young man. Such influence was astounding. The police chief's expression turned grim as he replied, "District Chief," but the report came from the crew, claiming that this gentleman damaged their filming equipment worth hundreds of thousands. The district chief's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "Officer, Mr. Chen's actions in damaging that equipment must have been justified. It is undoubtedly these individuals who lacked discernment and offended him. Detain them for questioning at once." Just then, a middle-aged man in a white police uniform burst from the convoy, panting as he approached Chen Yu. The initial group of police officers gasped again. Was this not their district's top official? The man in the white uniform approached Chen Yu, bowing respectfully and stating, "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my tardiness. I will immediately dispatch personnel to apprehend these individuals." The earlier officers were utterly bewildered. Just how significant was this young man? As the police officers stood in shock, the sound of whirring helicopter blades filled the air. Everyone looked up in astonishment. What was happening? The display was nothing short of intimidating. Several helicopters, including military ones, began to descend onto the nearby open ground. From the civilian helicopters emerged several prominent figures frequently seen in the news of the province. Meanwhile, from the military helicopters disembarked rows of armed special forces soldiers. The high-ranking leaders swiftly approached Chen Yu, while the previously minor officials stood aside in silence. The top leader of the province extended his hand towards Chen Yu, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Chen, it truly is you. I apologize for my delay." Only then did Chen Yu slowly rise to his feet. After all, this was a provincial dignitary. Regardless of Chen Yu's pride, he could not afford to slight someone of such stature. With a smile, he shook hands with the high-ranking leader at that moment. Over 100 armed special forces soldiers who had disembarked from the military helicopters surrounded the area, particularly directing their weapons at the crew members. The once arrogant Director Wang was now drenched in sweat. his heart racing as he witnessed the arrival of heavyweight leaders who treated this young man with the utmost respect, as if he were the one in command. Even the crew, despite their ignorance, realized they had offended someone of great significance. Chen Yu witnessed this astonishing scene unfold, perplexed as to why so many influential figures would show such deference to her brother, who merely owned a technology company and had recently come into wealth. "Brother, are these people all the big shots I've seen in news? Why do they treat you with such respect?" she asked, tugging at Chen Yu's sleeve with a hint of curiosity. "Well," Chen Yu replied with a smile, "I have made a small contribution to the country, which has led to some preferential treatment." Chen Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. A small contribution? Surely it was more than that. Just months prior, when Chen Yu had returned home to announce the opening of his technology company, the family had been astonished. Now, his claim seemed less surprising. "Mr. Chen, how shall we deal with these crew members?" inquired the top leader of the province, seeking Chen Yu's guidance. Director Wang, along with a second female lead whose nose had been broken and the male lead who had taken advantage of Chen Yu, anxiously awaited Chen Yu's response, as though they were anticipating a verdict on their fate. They had no doubt that if Chen Yu's brother ordered their execution, the soldiers would not hesitate to pull the triggers. Chen Yu turned to his sister, asking, "Xiao Jia, how do you think we should handle those who bullied you earlier? Whatever you decide will be carried out." This statement empowered Chen Yu. She could even suggest their execution. She gazed at the malicious second female lead, the male lead, and Director Wang, all of whom wore expressions of sheer panic. The second female lead, her nose askew, crawled to Chen Yu's feet, clutching her leg in desperation. "Jia Jia, please forgive me. I shouldn't have targeted you. I was wrong. I was blinded by jealousy because you are so beautiful and destined for greatness. Please don't stoop to my level. I beg for your mercy." Chen Yu felt a twinge of sympathy for the wretched second female lead. This moment was not lost on the male lead, who rushed over, clinging to Chen Yu's leg with exaggerated sorrow. "Jia Jia, it's all my fault. I never intended to take advantage of you." However, before he could finish, Chen Yu kicked him away with force. The fool had clearly not learned his lesson and dared to cling to his sister's leg. Everyone at the scene watched in shock as the male lead was sent flying several meters, landing on the ground and vomiting blood. The sheer force of the kick was astounding. Had Chen Yu not restrained his strength, it could have easily been fatal. Director Wang trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees. Chen Yu turned his attention away from the crew members and smiled at Chen Jia, saying, "Xiao Jia, let us leave this crew behind. I will establish an entertainment company for you, where you can choose from all the directors and actors in the world. You can play any role you desire, and everything will be at your discretion." Chen Jia stared at Chen Yu in disbelief, then glanced at the prominent leaders who were smiling at her, their expressions revealing no doubt about Chen Yu's words that IT was no joke, given Chen Yu's capabilities. He could easily summon every Hollywood star to have her play minor roles if she wished. Ultimately, Chen Jia followed her brother out of the crew, while Director Wang, the second female lead, and the male lead were taken away by the police. Though their lives would not be forfeit, a 15-day detention would certainly allow them a taste of confinement. Chen Yu led his sister to a secluded roadside, where a sleek, sci-fi-shaped spaceship gradually came into view. Startling Chen Jia.it was only after Chen Yu's explanation that she believed it was his invisible spacecraft. What amazed her even more was the stunning woman accompanying her brother, who looked like a celestial being. If she were to enter the entertainment industry, her beauty alone would make her a top-tier star. "Brother, is this your sister-in-law? She's so beautiful." Chen Yu was left speechless. His sister had misunderstood the identity of his assistant. "Ah, no. This is my secretary." Chen Jia, no longer a child, understood the implications of having a secretary. Seeing the mischievous expression on her sister's face, Chen Yu chose not to elaborate further. He guided Chen Jia into the medical chamber. "Brother, why have you brought me here? I have a gift for you," Chen Yu declared, retrieving the last vial of blue gene modification liquid he had brought with him. "Brother, what is this?" "This is a gene modification serum that will render you immune to ailments, ensuring your health and potentially extending your lifespan by decades, allowing you to remain beautiful." Chen Jia was astounded. If such a serum truly existed, it would be incredibly valuable, just for the promise of extending life. It could easily fetch hundreds of billions from the wealthy. Her brother was actually giving it to her. "Brother, is this serum really that miraculous?" Of course, I run a technology company now, and this is my latest invention. Moreover, our parents have already undergone the treatment. When you return home for your break, you will surely be amazed by how they look. With Chen Yu's reassurances, Chen Jia came to believe him. Following the prescribed steps, she lay down in the medical chamber, and a glass dome lowered over her. Several hours later, Chen Jia slowly awakened, bouncing up from the medical platform, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Not only that, but her skin had become even more supple and radiant, nearly flawless. Furthermore, her physique had significantly improved. Now fully developed, she had curves that rivaled those of the assistant. Staring into the metallic mirror beside her, Chen Jia could hardly believe her eyes. "Brother, is that person in the mirror really me?" "Of course, my sister is naturally beautiful." "Brother, I now believe you were right. I was born to be the leading lady." "Ha ha, indeed." Chen Yu, amidst the astonished joy of Chen Jia, took merely a few minutes to escort her back to the Shanghai Film Academy. He resolved to establish an entertainment company for his sister, enabling her to ascend to the status of a true superstar. After bidding farewell to his sister, Chen Yu piloted his landing craft back to Jiangxin. Days passed. In Yinjing, within the Ministry of Health's building, a clandestine meeting was underway. The Minister of Health, Zhang Changshan, surveyed a compilation of reports from various hospitals, his brow furrowed deeply. Upon finishing the documents, Zhang Changshan cast them onto the table with a grave tone. "How long has this virus been present?" A medical professor from Peking Union Medical College, a bespectacled man in his 50s, rose to speak. "We have investigated hospitals nationwide. The first case was discovered during screenings for other viruses approximately half a month ago, and cases of this virus have since emerged across the country. These patients were identified while undergoing routine health checks and screenings for other viruses. Based on our research, this virus is classified as a pulmonary virus. The specific incubation period remains unknown, but it exhibits an exceptionally high resistance to treatment that we have employed numerous methods to eradicate it, all without success. Thus, we must await the symptomatic phase following its incubation period to conduct a thorough study of this virus." Chapter 103. The Terrifying Truth. Minister Zhang Changshan, after hearing the medical professor's words, furrowed his brow even deeper. Research indicates that this is a newly emerged virus with an extremely high transmission rate, capable of spreading through airborne droplets. Moreover, the virus can survive in natural environments for up to 3 days. Any location where a carrier has lingered poses a risk of transmission within that time frame. It is far more virulent than the coronavirus that emerged a few years prior. Most concerning is the virus's prolonged incubation period. Patients identified as carriers half a month ago have only exhibited mild pulmonary symptoms to date, leading many to mistakenly dismiss it as merely a minor cold. It is precisely these combined factors that render this virus exceedingly frightening. Zhang Changshan stood and issued orders to the assembled medical doctors and professors. "You must urgently determine the final symptoms of this virus in its advanced stages and ascertain the mortality rate. Additionally, the development of a vaccine is imperative. We cannot afford to witness another pandemic that results in city-wide lockdowns." The experts rose in unison, resolutely accepting the command. As the meeting concluded, Zhang Changshan instructed his secretary, "Prepare the car. I need to meet with the authorities." The secretary complied and went to arrange the vehicle. Upon returning from the metropolis, Chen Yu had Su Ro register a new company, Huan Yu Entertainment. The first and only artist signed under the label was none other than his sister. He then tasked Su Ro with sourcing high-quality scripts for Chen Jia to choose from, allowing her to pursue any project that piqued her interest, regardless of the roles required. No matter the stature, they were to be directly engaged. Furthermore, with official support, industry moguls were eager to participate in productions from Huan Yu Entertainment. This catapulted Chen Jia to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, making her the most prominent star with the strongest backing. After several weeks of construction, Chen Yu's space elevator was finally completed. Additionally, the components for the first Habitat-class spacecraft were being manufactured at an impressive pace, with 3/4 of it already assembled, given the ample materials available. The space elevator was now operational, ready to be dispatched for assembly in space. Chen Yu anticipated that within 10 to 15 days, the first Habitat-class mothership, as colossal as a city, would be completed. Although this spacecraft did not yet incorporate a city or ecological system, it was solely intended for mining operations on other planets. Thus, urban development within it was not a priority. Constructing an ecosystem and city would require significantly more time. The space elevator was situated at the very heart of the Chen Yu Technology Park, a site of considerable expanse. Those observing from beyond the park's walls could only discern a vague structure several kilometers away, ascending towards the heavens. They remained oblivious to its true nature. Currently, the military had relinquished any constraints over Chen Yu technology as it was beyond their control. Within the technology park, whatever Chen Yu undertook remained largely unknown to the outside world. Even the espionage satellites of all nations could not capture the internal activities of Chen Yu technology. Only Chao Guangda frequently reached out to Chen Yu, inquiring about his endeavors. Thus, another half-month passed, and the assembly of Chen Yu's Habitat-class spacecraft in space was nearing completion, with only the final inspection remaining. The entire structure measured 10 kilometers in length, 5 kilometers in width, and 3 kilometers in height, with a total mass of 150 to 200 million tons that it could carry a cargo weight of 3 to 500 million tons. Essentially, filling a Habitat-class spacecraft with mineral resources could facilitate the construction of an underground shelter. Chen Yu piloted his landing craft into the vast hangar of the Habitat-class spacecraft, which could accommodate hundreds of such landing vessels. He intended to store the first mothership from a moon within this hangar. The propulsion system of the Habitat-class spacecraft utilized controllable nuclear fusion engines. Due to the lack of access to the technology for controllable antimatter annihilation engines as employed in the first mothership, he resorted to using controllable nuclear fusion engines instead. To provide sufficient power, Chen Yu had audaciously equipped the Habitat-class spacecraft with 10 nuclear fusion engines that, as he put it, when technology is lacking, one compensates with quantity. Miracles arise from sheer effort. It was entirely feasible to propel such an enormous Habitat-class spacecraft with 10 supersized nuclear fusion engines. Even with the installation of 10 nuclear fusion engines, its speed remained significantly slower than that of the first mothership in space. However, it could still reach a maximum speed of approximately 600 kilometers per second, which was merely 1/5 of the first mothership's standard speed. Naturally, due to its massive weight, the time required for acceleration and deceleration was considerably longer. Nevertheless, Chen Yu felt quite satisfied. At the Habitat-class spacecraft speed, he could traverse the distance between Jupiter and Earth within a month. Moreover, within the solar system, there were numerous rocky planets with mining potential, including Venus, Mercury, Mars, the asteroid belt, and dozens of moons around Jupiter and Saturn. Most rocky planets were relatively close to Earth, allowing for round trips within just a few days. Hence, the speed of the Habitat-class spacecraft was deemed adequate. 3 days later, the comprehensive inspection of Chen Yu's first Habitat-class spacecraft was completed, confirming that all systems were functioning optimally and ready for mining operations in outer space. He also parked the first mothership within the expansive hangar of the Habitat-class spacecraft. Now, nearly all of his possessions were housed within this vessel, standing in the luxurious command center of the Habitat-class spacecraft, which he had designed his own style. Chen Yu reclined on an opulent sofa and instructed the intelligent brain. Intelligent brain, we are nearly prepared. Let us set off to Venus first, based on the instruments we previously stationed there. We have identified abundant deposits of nickel and titanium, far exceeding the iron ore found on Earth. These materials will provide far superior durability for the external walls of our underground shelters. Understood, Captain. I am setting the course for Venus. It is currently 84 million kilometers away, requiring approximately 2 days for arrival. This highlighted the disparity. The first mothership could cover this distance in just over 7 hours. Nevertheless, this time frame was satisfactory to Chen Yu, especially considering that Mars exploration missions from Earth typically took over 6 months. All right, let's depart. The Habitat-class spacecraft's massive fixed apparatus connecting the space elevator and spaceport began to unfold slowly. The 10 supersized controllable nuclear fusion engines roared to life as the colossal vessel began its journey into deep space. Maximize the output of the nuclear fusion engines. Understood, Captain. Increasing the output of the nuclear fusion engines. Speed at 50 kilometers per second, 100 kilometers per second, 200 kilometers per second, 300 kilometers per second, 400 kilometers per second, 500 kilometers per second, 600 kilometers per second. Achieved maximum speed for the Habitat-class spacecraft. Acceleration took 30 minutes. Current trajectory is correct. And the vessel's posture is stable. Arrival at Venus is expected in 48.5 hours. As Chen Yu departed Earth and ventured into the depths of the universe, unrest had already taken hold back on Earth within the region of Yin-Summer. Following days of propagation and escalation, the targeted virus had intensified dramatically. Research conducted by scientists at the Yin-Summer Biochemical Gene Research Institute unveiled a horrifying reality. Chapter 104: The Outbreak of the Gene Virus in Yinjing. Within the same small building, security was exceptionally tight. All high-ranking officials entering for the meeting were subjected to virus screenings. Inside, the authorities scrutinized the document, surrounded by significant figures. Changshan, as the Minister of Health. "What do you propose we do next?" one of the officials inquired with a furrowed brow. Zhang Changshan, his expression grave, stood to outline his forthcoming directives. According to our research on the virus, its incubation period is at least 1 month. The first carrier we identified died 2 days ago, precisely 1 month after we discovered the virus within him, leading our medical experts to conclude that the mortality rate of this virus is exceedingly high. Moreover, the critical phase is alarmingly brief, complicating treatment efforts significantly. Therefore, I recommend that we initiate widespread virus screening to identify infected individuals and facilitate their isolation and treatment. The prominent figures present all furrowed their brows in concern. The commander took a sip of tea and spoke with a grave tone. "Is this the only solution?" Zhang Changshan nodded. "Sir, according to international pandemic prevention standards, such widespread transmission of the virus can only be addressed through isolation and treatment." Sighing, the commander lamented, "I have just reached the pinnacle of the world in the scorching summer, and now this calamity strikes. Truly, fate is cruel." Chen Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding on Earth. 2 days later, his home-class spaceship successfully arrived at Venus. "Captain, we have reached Venus. The home-class vessel is currently in a low orbit around the planet. Should we dispatch the transport ships and mining robots?" With a decisive wave of his hand, Chen Yu commanded, "Yes, let the robots be deployed." Through the glass of the command room, he observed a multitude of mining robots, alongside hundreds of newly constructed transport ships, heading towards the surface of Venus. "Captain, based on our previous probes, we have identified a super-nickel titanium mine on Venus. We estimate to extract nearly 500 million tons of ore, with nickel-titanium content exceeding 50. After refinement, we could essentially construct all external walls and even internal structures of an underground shelter. Indeed, it is no wonder that this planet is a good ally of Earth, with such abundant resources." Just before his departure, Chen Yu had constructed dozens of space probes, sending them to various rocky planets within the orbit of Jupiter. Once valuable mineral resources were detected, information would be relayed back to the intelligent core. The rocky planets of the solar system were remarkably rich in resources, providing Chen Yu with access to nearly any elemental mineral he desired. Thus, Chen Yu stayed in the command room, watching as the transport ships made numerous trips between the spacecraft and Venus. These transport vessels measured approximately 50 meters in length, equipped solely with a cargo hold and a small nuclear fusion engine, maximizing their capacity. Each load could transport back 300 tons of ore. "Captain, currently, all 20,000 mining robots have been deployed and 500 transport ships are operational. The IT is estimated to take 5 days to extract a total of 500 million tons of ore. Very well. I shall retreat to the training room to bask in the sun." Chen Yu entered the dedicated training chamber he had constructed for himself, a space made of reinforced polymer glass that allowed sunlight to pour in. Here, he could revel in the sun's rays. Absorbing the cosmic energy, seated in the center of the platform, he closed his eyes and began to feel the energy within the sunlight. Venus, being closer to the sun than Earth, had significantly stronger solar radiation. Fortunately, the chamber's glass could regulate the amount of sunlight and radiation allowed in. Chen Yu adjusted it to a comfortable level and absorbed the energy to his heart's content. In less than an hour, he sensed his body had reached its saturation point. The radiation here was indeed potent. He filled up so quickly. With a mere thought, the transparent glass transformed into black, blocking all sunlight. after absorbing this cosmic energy. Chen Yu noticed slight changes in his body. Instinctively lifting his hand, he gazed at his fingertips, where a small blue flame, composed of energy, began to materialize. Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at this spectacle. Intelligent core, what is this? Is this what you referred to as releasing my internal energy? This is truly astounding. Captain, congratulations. You have grasped the technique of externalizing your cosmic energy. Once you become more powerful, you will be able to use this energy for attacks. Externalizing energy. Have I already stepped into the master realm? Haha. Chen Yu jested. Captain, your current ability to externalize energy could at most light a cigarette. You still need to practice. You have yet to reach the mid-phase of the second tier of interstellar life forms. However, your comprehension is commendable. You have managed to understand energy externalization at the early stage of the second tier, which is quite extraordinary. It seems I'm indeed a rare talent. Ugh. Intelligent core, what was that sound? Captain, I merely felt a bit nauseated by your arrogance. What do you mean by nauseated? You are merely an intelligent program. 3 days later, on Earth, in the scorching summer, various locations suddenly began extensive virus screenings, and major cities hurriedly constructed isolation hospitals that on the very first day, 5 million virus carriers were identified, besides the temporary facilities being built. All major hospitals were requisitioned as makeshift isolation zones that, in just 3 days, the atmosphere in the scorching summer became one of anxiety. Was another viral outbreak upon them? Fortunately, the official media of the scorching summer appealed to the public's emotions and reason, as the citizens had already endured the trials of a viral outbreak a few years prior. People complied willingly, as no one wished to cause trouble for the nation during such critical times. After 3 consecutive days of screenings, the number of confirmed cases of this new virus surged from 5 million to 10 million, that if this continued, no matter how many hospitals were constructed, treatment demands could not be met. In the highest-level conference room in Yanjing, the commander sat with several high-ranking officials. Attendees included members from the Ministry of Health, the Biochemical Research Institute, and the directors of the nation's top hospitals. The situation had become urgent, and the commander, appearing weary and somewhat helpless, addressed the medical experts. What should we do? The expressions of the attending medical experts were grim. The virulence of this virus had caught them off guard, and its mortality rate was alarmingly high, with hundreds dying daily and a death rate exceeding 90. This meant that once infected, the chance of survival within a month was slim. The Minister of Health, Zhang Shengshan, proposed, Sir, we have yet to find a specific antidote or treatment for this virus. Our only option is to enhance the patient's resistance to allow them to combat the virus themselves. However, the speed of transmission is too rapid. Even if we pool all our medical resources, we cannot stem the tide of this outbreak. That I suggest we seek international assistance. Just as Zhang Changshan made a suggestion, an expert from the Biochemical Research Institute stood up with a report in hand, saying, I have a research report on the identity information of confirmed virus cases that I believe everyone should review. The secretary distributed copies of the document to each prominent figure present. 10 minutes later, after all had read the material, frowns deepened and some displayed expressions of anger. Minister Li Junfeng slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in outrage, How could this be? Why are only our citizens infected with the virus? Foreign workers in our nation, even those from neighboring countries, have not contracted it. There is something amiss here. Now, suspicions arose that the widespread viral assault on the scorching summer was not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate act by someone, and this virus was specifically engineered to target the people of the scorching summer. Changshan, do you think this is a possibility? The commander inquired. Zhang Changshan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, Sir, based on this material and the research from the Biochemical Institute, we may be under attack by a gene-targeting virus. This is a genetic weapon specifically designed against the people of the scorching summer, and it is highly probable that it has been intentionally deployed upon us. Upon hearing Zhang Changshan's words, the top officials of the scorching summer were taken aback. Their thoughts immediately pointed towards a certain nation capable of such a feat, America. Over the past few months, the scorching summer had dealt a heavy blow to their navy and had ascended to become the world's foremost superpower, a position America could not relinquish easily. In light of the rise of Huan Yu technology, America found itself unable to compete militarily with the scorching summer and resorted to such despicable and heinous means. How shameless of America to employ such inhumane tactics. We must not allow America to succeed. We propose deploying troops to their homeland and demanding they provide a cure for the virus. Indeed, the situation is dire. This can only be the work of America. And we must act swiftly. Several military generals expressed their righteous indignation, advocating for a forceful stance against America. The commander, along with several cabinet officials, fell into deep thought. After all, these were the two leading nations in the world. A conflict between them would likely escalate into a world war. Ultimately, the commander addressed the assembly. Let us first investigate the truth behind this incident. If it is confirmed to be a deliberate act, the scorching summer will not be easily bullied. Everyone left with a sense of anger and determination. At the military base, Chao Guangda received orders from Yinjing that he was instructed to implement isolation measures, restricting personnel from leaving freely. Daily supplies, including personnel and materials, were to undergo disinfection and virus checks to ensure the safety of the 100,000 individuals at the base. Chao Guangda stood atop a coastal platform at the military base, observing the soldiers training on the beach, their strong physiques embodying the guardians of the scorching summer. With this virus, who knows how many lives would be lost? Sighing, he lamented, just as the scorching summer has risen to prominence through Chen Yu technology, achieving a place at the World Summit. Why must we face such adversity? Beside him, weapons design expert Zhou Wenping also sighed. Previously, he had clashed with Chen Yu over the design of the bullets. But now he acknowledged Chen Yu technology's superiority. General Chao, Yinjing may soon take significant action. Our military district might be dispatched overseas for combat. Chao Guangda was well aware of this. As the head of the Southern Military District, he had long been given orders to prepare for potential conflict at sea. The large quantities of supplies recently received by the military district were indeed preparations for war. Is it possible that this is related to the recent virus? Zhou Wenping inquired. Chao Guangda gazed out at the vast, boundless SE. It is said that this virus has only infected our people in Yinxia, while neighboring countries, including the likes of the Korean and Japanese nations, have remained entirely unaffected. Don't you find that rather unusual? Zhou Wenping, as a leading scientist in the military-industrial sector, certainly comprehends these matters. That I believe that Yinjing has already discerned the peculiarities surrounding this viral incident. Perhaps war truly looms ahead. Chao Guangda nodded in agreement. At the Magic City Film Academy, Chun Jia was isolated in her dormitory. The filming of her new movie had been halted due to several members of the crew being identified as virus carriers. After undergoing multiple tests, she was confirmed to be uninfected and returned to school. In the dormitory, a curious roommate asked Chun Jia, "Jia, I heard that half of your crew has contracted the new virus. Your immunity is impressive, and your luck seems extraordinary. I also heard that once infected, individuals are taken to a quarantine facility several dozen kilometers away." Chun Jia was equally intrigued. The male lead, with whom she often performed, had been infected, yet she remained completely unscathed. Suddenly, she recalled that her brother had administered a genetic enhancement serum to her not long ago. Recently, she had not only felt her health improve, but also noticed her senses sharpening and her intellect becoming remarkably acute. She could memorize lines after just a single reading and had developed fresh insights into the deeper meanings expressed in the script, earning praise from the director for her high comprehension. This evident transformation had arisen after receiving the genetic modification serum from her brother. Could it be that her immunity to the infection was due to her enhanced physique, rendering her impervious to ordinary viruses? Chun Jia was resolutely convinced of this, and as she pondered, a blissful expression graced her face. Her brother truly cared for her. He was her most beloved kin. In Chen Yu's hometown, the residential community where Chun Jiangwo and Xiao Shuzhen resided had been sealed off due to multiple confirmed cases emerging within. The couple secured the garden gate tightly, fearing any intrusions. Jiangwo, could it be that the coronavirus has returned? Chun Jiangwo frowned and replied, "The authorities claim this strain is different from the last. It has a longer incubation period, urging us to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary outings." In recent days, doctors clad in full biohazard suits had been visiting each household to conduct virus screenings. The neighboring family of Chen Yu and Xiao Shuzhen had been found to carry the virus and were taken away for isolation. Just days prior, they had been playing mahjong with their neighbors. The elderly couple assumed they would also be infected, yet felt perfectly fine, passing every screening. Jiang Wu, do you think our immunity stems from the genetic enhancement serum our son gave us? Chen Yu nodded. Ever since both he and his wife had undergone the enhancement, they felt rejuvenated, with significant improvements across all aspects of health. Even in intimate matters, Chen Yu felt more vigorous than in his youth. Coupled with his wife's newfound vitality, the couple engaged in such activities almost daily. Chen Yu speculated that soon they might welcome another sibling. It must be the serum our son administered that has bolstered our immunity, rendering us resistant to this virus. Xiao Shuzhen felt reassured by her husband's affirmation. 2 days passed. In the highest conference room of Yanjing, the leaders scrutinized the Biochemistry Research Institute's report, their expressions grave and filled with indignation. Chapter 106, Preparing for War. The report from the Yinxia Biochemical Research Institute meticulously analyzed the proportion of infected foreigners. The biochemical experts uncovered a chilling and terrifying fact. 99.99% of those infected with this novel virus were Yinxia citizens. The remaining 0.01% of infected foreigners had ancestral ties to Yinxia within 3 generations. As for the neighboring nations of Korea and Japan, despite their historical migration from Yinxia thousands of years ago, their genetic composition had diverged slightly over millennia of evolution, leaving them unaffected by this new virus. Minister of Health Zheng Changshun stood, holding the document, and addressed the leaders. Based on our statistics and the research from the Biochemical Institute, we have discovered that only the people of Yinxia and those with direct Yinxia ancestry within 3 generations among foreigners have been infected. Experts have analyzed the genetic profiles of these confirmed foreign cases, revealing they carry a dominant gene unique to the Yinxia populace. Thus, we have reason to suspect that this dominant gene has been weaponized by a malicious nation, creating a targeted virus specifically aimed at our pure Yinxia heritage. Following Zheng Changshuan's explanation, the atmosphere in the highest conference room turned tense, with the leaders gasping in horror. This was a scheme to eradicate Yinxia from the world. Several military representatives slammed the table in protest. We must deploy our forces. There is no doubt this is the handiwork of America. Indeed, we must wage war. Yinxia is not to be trifled with. After years of forbearance, we have grown stronger, yet we are subjected to such treachery. Without Yinxia, the world itself has no reason to exist. The leaders at the pinnacle of power voiced their condemnation of America's immoral actions, their faces flushed with righteous anger. Amidst the fervor, the chief slowly rose. Appearing aged silence, the leaders gradually quieted, awaiting the chief's command. Once the room fell silent, he continued, "This matter is of utmost importance that we shall immediately dispatch representatives to engage in serious negotiations with America, demanding they provide a cure for the virus. If they deny responsibility within 3 days, Yinxia will deploy its forces, launching a direct assault across the Pacific to American soil. In times of national peril, our survival hangs in the balance. We cannot afford to falter." Li Zhenfeng was assigned the negotiation task, and several military heavyweights were ordered to swiftly prepare for war. Meanwhile, Chen Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding on Earth, as he continued mining for resources on Venus. Over 80 million kilometers away, in the command room of the Habitat-class spacecraft, Chen Yu savored a delectable meal, expertly prepared by Xiao Jiao. Intellect, how much or have we extracted so far? Today marks the final day of mining, and the ship is nearing full capacity. Excellent, this harvest is promising that we can transport enough materials back to construct an underground base. This is simply magnificent. Captain, I have something to report. Go ahead. What is it? While mining on Venus, we discovered some biological fossils at a depth of 500 meters. Based on our analysis, these organisms likely went extinct around 600 million years ago and are related to humanoid species akin to your Earthlings. Chen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Earth scientists had long sought to determine whether life ever existed on Venus, yet he had uncovered definitive evidence, fossils of humanoid life. Chen Yu couldn't help but wonder if there was a connection. Earth scientists had discovered that the first animals appeared around 600 million years ago. Was there a link? Venus had remained within the habitable zone of the solar system for 3 billion years. If life could emerge there, it was undeniable that intelligent beings would have evolved, leading to the rise of civilization. Earth scientists concluded that Venus fell out of the habitable zone around 6 to 700 million years ago, subsequently undergoing severe geological upheaval. That if civilization once thrived on Venus, it likely perished during that tumultuous period. Coincidentally, Earth had already been in the habitable zone for quite some time, even flourishing with diverse plant life, yet had not yet produced any animals. Just as Venusian civilization faced extinction, animals suddenly appeared on Earth. Such an uncanny coincidence. Could it be that the civilization of Venus ultimately sowed the seeds for life on Earth? Intellect sends several robots to retrieve those fossils for preservation and search the area for any artifacts resembling modern civilization. Captain, that may prove difficult. Even the most durable plastics and glass would disintegrate into ash after 1 million years, making it challenging to uncover remnants of Venusian civilization. Very well, focus on excavating more humanoid fossils from Venus, and we will analyze them further upon returning to Earth. Understood, Captain. On Earth, at the Southern Military District Base, Chao Guanda received orders to swiftly assemble 3 aircraft carriers from Yinxia, loading them with J-20 and J-35 fighter jets. All 096 class nuclear submarines were stocked with missiles, and 055 class destroyers were fully armed, ready to accompany the carriers into the sea. The 10 bullet-headed combat aircraft, re-provided by Chen Yu technology, were also prepared for comprehensive combat readiness. Chao Guanda realized that they were making final preparations for war, and thought it prudent to inform Chen Yu that he took out his personal phone and dialed Chen Yu. The call was immediately connected to Chen Yu's Earth-based voice recognition program. Hello, I am Chen Yu. I'm currently engaged in matters in outer space. Please leave a message. Chao Guanda was taken aback. Chen Yu was not on Earth, that he reflected on Chen Yu's current capabilities amidst the realm of science fiction. The existence of such spacecraft traversing the cosmos for various endeavors seems entirely plausible. In this vein, Chao Guanda left a message on the phone. Chen Yu, our nation now faces grave difficulties. A novel virus is currently wreaking havoc across the land of Yinxia, and the higher-ups suspect it to be a targeted virus engineered by the United States against the Yinxia people. Consequently, our military is gathering in full force, preparing to advance towards American soil, demanding the methods for curing this virus. If you receive my message, I implore you to assist Yinxia once more. After conveying his message, Chao Guanda hung up the phone and gazed at the azure sky. Chen Yu, where are you now? Is the boundless expanse of space truly where you belong? At that moment, a receiver within the Cosmic Technology Park transmitted Chao Guanda's voice message into the void of space. Chapter 107. Chen Yu's Fury Earth is currently approximately 84 million kilometers away from Venus. Chao Guanda's message to Chen Yu was sent towards Venus via the signal transmitter of the Cosmic Technology Park. The propagation speed of radio signals in space is akin to that of light, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. Thus, it would take nearly 5 minutes for the message to reach Venus. On Venus, millions of kilometers away, Chen Yu stood before the glass of the command center, observing the last transport ship returning to the home-class spacecraft. At that moment, the voice of the AI resonated within the command room. Captain, Chao Guanda from Earth has left you a voice message. Would you like to listen? General Chao. Very well, please play it. Then, Chen Yu heard Chao Guanda's message. If you receive my message, I implore you to assist Yinxia once more. Upon finishing the message, Chen Yu furrowed his brow at a novel virus, a targeted virus only affecting the Yinxia people. Could this be another scheme orchestrated by the Americans? It must be them. It seems they are truly unrepentant, capable of committing such heartless acts. This time, when I return, I shall initiate the plan for global domination. The Level 2 civilization extraterrestrials will arrive on Earth in 9 months for a more effective confrontation. It is best for Earth to remain united. AI, recall all robots and transport ships. We must immediately set course for Earth. Understood, Captain. The transport ships and robots are en route back and will return in 30 minutes. Excellent. The return journey would still take 2 days, and Chen Yu was not in a hurry. He believed that with some research, he would certainly develop a vaccine and specialized medication for this so-called virus. Instead, he was consumed by anger at the Americans' actions, which were nothing short of a cruel means of extermination. He would not allow such atrocities to occur on Earth any longer. Meanwhile, in the American capital of Washington, D.C., within the White House, Li Junfeng and numerous representatives from Yinsha were engaged in intense negotiations with the American acting president, Harrison, and her cabinet team. President Harrison, please do not feign ignorance that I end this world. Only you possess such technology and the motive. Now that the matter was laid bare, Li Junfeng spoke without restraint. Harrison feigned innocence, her demeanor akin to that of a naive woman, as she spread her hands and said, Minister Li, I am unaware of the meaning behind your visit and know nothing of the virus you speak of. That we, in America, are a peace-loving, freedom-seeking democratic nation. We would never engage in such heinous acts. Please do not unfoundedly slander us. Li Junfeng's lips twitched in disgust at her disingenuousness. Ms. Harrison, please do not speak falsehoods. Why does this virus only target the Yinsha people, while other races, including our fellow Asians and the Korean and Japanese nations, remain unaffected? What does this indicate? It suggests that this virus could not have appeared naturally. It must have been artificially created, and your America is the prime culprit, as Harrison prepared to retort, the American Secretary of Technology. Rogers interjected with sarcasm. Minister Li, your logic is fundamentally flawed. You possess no evidence to prove that this virus was manufactured by us. Are you suggesting that mere words can tarnish the image of our great America? Li Junfeng was on the verge of apoplexy. Yet, with the lives of billions at stake, he could not afford to escalate the situation. He had to negotiate with both emotion and reason. Ms. Harrison, Mr. Rogers, we are all inhabitants of Earth. Why must we resort to such extremes? Yinsha is home to over 1 billion people. Consider the innocent lives at stake. Children, the elderly, fathers and mothers. Is it not your America that prides itself on freedom and democracy? Will you stand idly by while over 1 billion lives are extinguished? Li Junfeng found himself at a loss, facing the obstinate high-ranking officials of America. He had no choice but to play the sympathy card. As a woman, Harrison's resolve was not strong enough to watch billions perish. Her expression revealed some internal struggle. Noticing Harrison's demeanor, Rogers rose abruptly, his voice booming. Minister Li, are you still questioning whether we are responsible? Your insinuations are both shameless and ludicrous. America has historically aided weaker nations and maintained global peace. We are generous, kind, and loving. Yet you dare to doubt us? You Yinsha people truly disappoint me. Rogers's words seemed to awaken Harrison. Shifting her expression from one of struggle to determination, she quickly added, Indeed, Minister Li, how could we possibly commit such acts? Moreover, America is home to many immigrants from Yinsha, numbering about 6 million. They have become our lawful citizens. Do you suggest that we would create such a virus and endanger our own 6 million citizens? Chapter 108. Negotiation Failure. Harrison's statement left Li Junfeng visibly exasperated. Truly, the depths of their audacity were boundless. As for the 6 million Yinsha immigrants, the American elite had long harbored intentions against them. These industrious individuals had amassed considerable wealth, inciting jealousy among the Americans. The gene-targeting virus would effectively eliminate these people, thus removing the Yinsha populace that posed a threat. The indolent individuals within America would then find more job opportunities without having to compete with the diligent Yinsha immigrants. Li Junfeng felt a surge of fury, his chest heaving as he realized that soft tactics were futile, that he would have to adopt a more assertive stance. Reassessing his posture, he straightened his back and adopted a firmer tone. Ms. Harrison, since you remain so obstinate, Yinsha is not to be trifled with, whether you acknowledge it or not. As long as we believe it to be your doing, it suffices, just as you once accused others of harboring large-scale biological weapons using mere laundry detergent as evidence. We now see you as harboring gene weapons. Prepare to face our wrath. Harrison, Rogers, and the other American officials looked on in astonishment at Li Junfeng's sudden shift in demeanor. After delivering his warning, he prepared to leave with his negotiation team. Harrison called out to him, her tone grave. Minister Li, we had just signed numerous cooperations and provided you with substantial material compensation. To now accuse us is unacceptable. Your actions bear a striking resemblance to those of the former German regime. Li Zhenfeng could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity of it all. Yansha was merely defending itself, seeking hope for its survival. Yet the Americans had the gall to retaliate. Ms. Harrison, think as you wish. May you act judiciously. With that, Li Zhenfeng and his team exited, shaking their heads in disbelief, just as he was about to leave the conference room. Rogers' sinister voice echoed behind him. Minister, I advise you to temper your aggression. Without the assistance of cosmic technology, your Yansha, given its current strength, would not pose a threat to us. Furthermore, with over 1 billion people consuming vast amounts of resources, your excessive meat consumption contributes to global warming. Imagine how much better the Earth would be without you. Li Zhenfeng was nearly brought to laughter by this statement, for it was utterly ludicrous. He glared at Rogers, the Secretary of Technology. If anyone were capable of developing such a gene virus, it would undoubtedly be this department or one of its affiliates. Rogers' remarks dripped with the typical American contempt. How could global warming be attributed to Yansha? To claim that Yansha people were responsible for excessive meat consumption leading to climate change was preposterous. Over recent decades, as Yansha's living standards improved, the Americans had come forth to condemn them. When they themselves indulged in excess, why was there no criticism directed at them? These people, with their vile natures, even went so far as to unjustly accuse the Yansha of wasting freshwater resources. In truth, it was the affluent Americans who wasted the most. Take the Kardashian family, for instance, whose faucets ran continuously. Meanwhile, the ordinary people of Yansha practiced frugality, using bathwater to flush toilets and water their gardens. Turning off faucets and lights became second nature to the Yansha, ingrained in their ethos of conservation. Such an admirable nation was relentlessly maligned by these petty individuals. Now, they had even resorted to the creation of biological weapons. Li Zhenfeng cast a cold glance at Rogers and declared, Mr. Rogers, remember the words you spoke today. We shall not remain idle. Your nefarious deeds will ultimately yield a painful lesson. After uttering these words, Li Zhenfeng departed with his entourage, deeming further negotiations unnecessary. In truth, he had anticipated the futility of discussions prior to their arrival. The opposing party was resolute in their desire for his demise. Only upon his downfall would they find peace. Thus, he resolved to let strength speak for itself. Chapter 109. The peculiar energy field at the edge of the solar system, Minister Li Zhenfeng, filled with indignation, led the representatives of Yansha away from the American White House, returning to their homeland. The obstinate Americans were intent on bringing Yansha to its knees, and Li Zhenfeng's team had completely abandoned any hopes for a fruitful negotiation. In the White House conference room, Harrison furrowed her brow and inquired, What shall we do now? Yansha is adamant that we are responsible. If they truly mobilize to attack our homeland, how shall we respond? At this juncture, Defense Minister Schneider interjected, Should Huanyu Technologies Chen Yu assist the Yansha military, we would indeed be at a significant disadvantage. However, they lack evidence. Such a conflict would be labeled as aggression. We can unite nations worldwide to condemn their actions against Yansha. They're a nation that values its image immensely and will surely concede, returning to the negotiating table. Rogers added, Ms. Harrison, there is no need for concern. Yansha is currently besieged by a virus. They dare not act against us. The technology to extract the vaccine from this virus resides solely with us Americans, which means that the lives of all Yansha citizens are now in our hands. Their threats are mere bluster. I wager they would not dare to take action against us. President Harrison finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very well. As Rogers has stated, we hold the fate of the Yansha people in our grasp. I refuse to believe they dare to strike at our homeland. Unbeknownst to Li Zhenfeng, after his departure, Harrison engaged in a conversation with Rogers and Schneider. Yet the American elite underestimated the resolute spirit of the Yansha people. In this critical moment of life and death, the Yansha would not waver. At the southern military port of Yansha, hundreds of various warships had assembled into 3 formidable carrier battle groups, poised for action. Chao Guangda, alongside several high-ranking military officials, stood within the command center of the Fuxian aircraft carrier, awaiting the command to deploy. Suddenly, the red satellite phone in the command center rang. Chao Guangda answered, bringing the device to his ear. A stern voice emanated from within. You may set sail. It was the voice of the commander. Upon receiving the order, Chao Guangda hung up and shouted to everyone, "Set sail. We must win for our nation." The three carrier battle groups, along with hundreds of warships and submarines, surged forth into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. As the Yinsha carriers emerged from the port, the Americans, utilizing civilian surveillance satellites in space, swiftly learned of this development. The White House immediately established an emergency operations command. Defense Minister Schneider activated the satellite surveillance feed and remarked, "Currently, Yinsha has assembled their most powerful naval fleet, heading towards the Pacific. Soon, they will encounter our two carrier battle groups stationed in Hawaii that I suspect they are merely posturing. We shall dispatch two carriers to intercept them that I refuse to believe they would dare to engage." Harrison nodded in agreement. "Very well, Schneider. Immediately send orders to the military base in Hawaii, instructing them to remain on standby and prepare to intercept the Yinsha Navy." "Understood, Ms. Harrison." Within just over a day, the three Yinsha carrier fleets reached the waters surrounding Hawaii. Meanwhile, through satellite radar, the Yinsha fleet had already detected the presence of two American carrier battle groups positioned to intercept them in the command center of the Fujian aircraft carrier. The captain reported to Chao Guangda, "General Chao, the two American carrier battle groups are blocking our path. What shall we do?" Chao Guangda gazed ahead. Although the distance was still considerable, preventing him from seeing the enemy, his resolve remained unwavering. "Engage them. If they refuse to yield, we shall sink them. This time, we must breach American territorial waters." "Understood, General. That I will ensure all warship weapon systems are prepared for immediate launch." At that moment, in the depths of space, Chen Yu's home-class spaceship was hurtling back to Earth at a velocity of 600 kilometers per second. Chen Yu gazed at the vast, boundless starry sky, feeling both awe and trepidation. The stars he observed might belong to galaxies millions, tens of millions, or even billions of light years away. The immensity of the cosmos was beyond his imagination. As he contemplated the infinite expanse of deep space, a sense of grandeur and a desire to conquer the stars stirred within him. I long to repair the faster-than-light warp engines swiftly. I wish to explore those stars hundreds of light years away, as well as the worlds of advanced civilizations. Captain, as long as we strive, when a fleet of the second-level civilization arrives in 9 months, we may seize their 300 times the speed of light engines temporarily. At that point, you could roam the nearby star regions, perhaps uncovering unexpected treasures. Splendid. When that time comes, I shall venture beyond the solar system to witness what lies beyond. Scientists say the solar system spans a diameter of 1 light year and that a mysterious protective shield encompasses its outer edges, preventing any human probes from escaping. That I shall see if I can breach it. Then you shall discover the truth for yourself. I can share with you that the flagship's position fell from curvature space 10,000 years ago, near that protective shield at the edge of your solar system. At that time, I detected anomalous spatial fluctuations and a peculiar energy field. It was this that damaged our curvature engine, leading to our descent into your solar system. What truly lies at the edge of the solar system? Could there be deities safeguarding Earth, protecting the solar system? Do not be foolish. That is merely a small area at the edge of your solar system, as long as other civilizations do not venture into that region. Your solar system remains weak and insignificant. Very well. However, once we possess the capability for faster-than-light interstellar travel, we shall investigate the area you mentioned. That I am indeed curious as to what could possibly damage even your 7th-level civilization's warp engine. Captain, I too am eager to discover this. That I have been studying that peculiar energy field. If I could return there to gather more data about it, I might be able to analyze what it truly is. Then let us speak of this again after the fleet of the 2nd-level civilization arrives in 9 months. Agreed. Chen Yu was half a day away from return to Earth, while at that moment, in the Pacific Ocean, the 3 Yinsha carrier battle groups had encountered the 2 American carrier fleets stationed in Hawaii. Chao Guangda, peering through his binoculars, could already see the densely packed fleet on the opposite side. They truly are relentless, hiding such a formidable fleet at our doorstep. General, what shall we do now? Continuing to linger here is not a viable strategy. Chao Guangda, still looking through the binoculars at the American carrier group, issued the command, send them a radio transmission, demanding they clear our path. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Chapter 110. Missile launch in the Pacific aboard the Yinsha Fuxian aircraft carrier. A radio communication signal was sent to the American fleet across the waters. This is Captain Mike Hale of the American USS Vincent. Chao Guangda seized the intercom, adopting a grave tone. I am General Chao Guangda, commander of the Yinsha fleet. I hereby notify you, American fleet, to clear our advancing path within 1 hour, or face the consequences. On the other end, Mike Hale's face darkened that he had witnessed firsthand the sinking of 4 American carriers by Chen Yu spacecraft, resulting in the drowning of thousands of American sailors. Enraged, he retorted somewhat impolitely, General Chao, where exactly are you heading? The Pacific has always been the domain of the American Navy. It would be wise for you to turn back. Mike Hale, unable to accept the reality of American decline, still believed himself to be the ruler of the seas, speaking with an air of former arrogance. In the past, you Americans roamed the Pacific as if it were your training ground. But times have changed, Captain Mike Hale, that if you do not yield within 1 hour, do not blame me for being merciless. Chao Guangda's voice turned frigid as he concluded his statement and hung up the intercom. On the other end, Mike Hale roared into the device, How dare you? How dare you demand that we clear the way for your Yinsha carriers? This is utterly outrageous. Fine. You want us to yield? We shall not yield. I will see if you truly dare to take action. Approximately 45 minutes passed, yet the 2 American carrier fleets showed no signs of retreat. Chao Guangda lowered his binoculars, his expression icy. Very well. It seems you are indeed steadfast in your refusal to yield, that we shall no longer tolerate this. Follow my orders. Launch torpedoes and target the 2 carriers. I intend to sink them. The captain and high-ranking officials nearby received the command and promptly relayed it to the entire Yinsha fleet. Within 3 minutes, the captain of the Fuxian aircraft carrier exclaimed, General Chao, all missiles have locked onto their targets. Please press the launch button yourself. Chao Guangda lifted the protective cover over a red button before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he pressed it decisively. Chao Guangda understood that this action was tantamount to engaging in a genuine conflict with America. However, he felt compelled to proceed. The rampant virus within Yinsha necessitated a swift deterrence against America, compelling them to surrender their cure. Meanwhile, aboard the USS Vincent aircraft carrier, Michael stared derisively at the opposing Yinsha fleet. Deep down, he harbored disbelief that the Yinsha Navy would truly take action. The last time it happened, it was under the command of the ruthless Chen Yu. Throughout the ordeal, the Yinsha fleet had not launched a single missile. This led the American Navy to regard the Yinsha Navy as a mere paper tiger, unlikely to initiate hostilities. Yet, amidst this habitual perception, Michael was confronted with a scene that sent chills down his spine. He observed flames erupting from a large destroyer across the way, the fiery glow indicative of missiles being launched from their silos. Those missiles trailed long tails of fire, barreling directly towards him. Michael was utterly paralyzed. There were at least dozens of missiles in the sky. Additionally, he could see torpedoes being launched from submarines, creating white bubbles in the water, before Michael could issue an interception order. The American carrier battle group's autonomous defense system activated. An ear-piercing alarm blared as the close-in weapon system aboard the carrier, along with anti-missile missiles from nearby destroyers, synchronized to lock onto TH in the command room of the Fuxian vessel. Chao Guangda observed the small bright spots on the satellite monitoring screen, disdain evident in his tone as he remarked, It seems we have indeed guessed correctly. These American scoundrels have truly launched intercontinental missiles at us. The captain of the Fuxian expressed his concern. General Chao, is our interception system capable of countering all these dozens of missiles? Given the yield of these missiles, even one could sink an aircraft carrier. What shall we do if we miss even one? Chao Guangda replied with a chuckle. There is no need for concern. The missile defense system currently deployed on our destroyer is the latest technology provided by Yu Technology. You can rest assured, upon hearing that it was Yu Technology, the captain felt a wave of relief. Previously, the exploits of Chen Yu for Yu Technology, who had decimated American aircraft carrier groups, had spread throughout the military. The technology from Yu was unparalleled globally. The captain nodded. That's good to hear. With Yu's missile defense technology, we are undoubtedly safe. Chen Yu had just returned to the Yu Technology Park aboard a landing craft. preparing to swiftly study the virus wreaking havoc in the scorching summer, when he received a notification from the intelligent brain. Captain, just now, the Americans launched 80 ballistic missiles directed at the Pacific Fleet of Yinxia. Should we assist in intercepting them? Oh, has America truly taken action? Not exactly. Due to the rampant virus within Yinxia, the higher-ups suspect American involvement. Minister Li's negotiations with American officials were fruitless, and now the Yinxia Navy is heading directly toward American soil to compel them to surrender the technology for virus treatment. Just hours ago, the Yinxia fleet annihilated 2 American carrier groups near Hawaii, effectively marking the beginning of war. Chen Yu squinted, realizing that during his brief absence, Earth had been far from peaceful, that he chuckled, pondering whether the virus was indeed deployed by the Americans. Captain, based on our infiltration of American networks, no direct evidence has been found indicating that the Americans developed and released the virus. However, I discovered that the American Department of Science and the Biochemical Gene Research Institute have been collecting genetic samples from Yinxia and Baisheng people for the past 50 years. Moreover, some professors from Yinxia universities, in their ignorance, have publicly shared their research on Yinxia genetic maps on international scientific websites, which has allowed American scientists to collect and conduct in-depth studies on these genetic maps. These indirect pieces of evidence suggest that America is the prime suspect in the creation of this targeted virus. Upon hearing the explanation from the intelligent brain, Chen Yu felt an overwhelming rage. There was no doubt in his mind that it was the Americans who were responsible. It seemed he had been too lenient, granting them too many chances to breathe. This time, he would not show mercy. He intended to completely overthrow their regime. Intelligent brain, deploy 3 alien frigates to assist the Yinxia Navy. We need to expedite the research for a virus treatment solution. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, 3 frigates launched from the home-class spaceship in orbit, heading straight for the Pacific to support the Yinxia fleet. Chen Yu dialed Chao Guangde to inform him about the dispatch of the frigates. On board the Fuxian aircraft carrier, Chao Guangde's satellite phone rang. Upon answering, his expression immediately brightened with joy. Hello. Chen Yu, have you returned? Yes, General Chao. I just got back to Earth. That's wonderful. Yinxia is currently under attack from a new virus. You must be cautious not to become infected. Rest assured, General Chao, I will be working on a treatment and vaccine for this virus. Can you develop a vaccine? Even our top medical professors in Yinxia have been unable to create a vaccine or medication. Haha, I will do my utmost. So do not worry, General Chao. Yinxia will not fall. Chao Guangde felt a surge of hope from Chen Yu's confident demeanor. Thank you, Chen Yu. By the way, I have sent 3 ships to assist in your assault on American soil. They will intercept those missiles for you, so you can charge ahead with confidence. Ha! I knew you would come to our aid. Hee, General Chao, I look forward to your triumphant return. Indeed. After hanging up with Chao Guangde, Chen Yu immersed himself in virus research. He arranged for 20 confirmed patients to be sent from the newly established Fengsang Hospital in Jiangsheng to Huanyu Technology Park. Chen Yu was not concerned about himself or his family's potential infection, as they had all received a primary gene modification agent from a level 7 civilization. Their bodily functions had undergone significant changes, rendering them resilient against such viruses. Chen Yu extracted the targeted virus from the 20 patients for research. The esteemed Professor Chen Qingji from Jiangxing's best military hospital led a team of over a dozen to assist Chen Yu in the vaccine research. The 20 confirmed cases were brought along by them. In a laboratory within a research building at Huanyu Technology Park, Chen Qingji and his team were fully equipped, wrapped tightly in protective gear. Yet they stared incredulously at Chen Yu, who was not wearing a biohazard suit and was instead observing the virus's activity through an electron microscope. Professor Chen Qingji approached Chen Yu sternly. Mr. Chen, why are you not wearing protective gear while handling the virus? This is very dangerous. We cannot allow you to be infected. Please put on a protective suit immediately. Chen Yu waved his hand impatiently. There's no need. I cannot be infected. Professor Chen Qingji was left speechless. Did he think he was Superman? They had been studying this virus for over a month, and its infectivity was extraordinarily high, with an incubation period of at least 1 month. Furthermore, the subsequent disease progression was rapid, often leading to death within 2 to 3 days, with a mortality rate exceeding 90. Mr. Chen, you cannot disregard your life so carelessly. You are a vital asset to our nation. We cannot watch you fall ill. Chen Xingji gestured to several of his students behind him that a few students clad in biohazard suits moved to forcibly make Chen Yu wear protective gear. Chapter 113. Discovering the secret of the genetic virus, seeing the students approaching to forcibly put a protective suit on him. Chen Yu sighed. He understood that Professor Chen meant well, so he explained. Professor Chen, I truly do not need to wear a protective suit. My body has been enhanced, and this virus has no effect on me. Professor Chen Xingji's eyes widened in disbelief. Enhanced body? As an expert in the field of biological sciences. He had collaborated with the military for many years and had studied numerous human enhancement projects. When the Americans sent bioengineered individuals to Yinxia to cause trouble, he had even obtained samples of their blood and bodily tissues for research. Mr. Chen, why do you appear different from those American enhanced individuals? Professor Chen Xingji believed that human enhancement would result in individuals resembling the American bioengineered beings, bulky and resembling green giants. Hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Professor Chen, my technology is light years ahead of what the Americans possess, so you need not worry about my risk of infection, since Chen Yu had already undergone enhancement and was adamant about not wearing protective gear. Professor Chen Xingji had no choice but to relent that he needed to focus his efforts on collaborating with Chen Yu to research the virus and develop a specific treatment or vaccine as quickly as possible. Mr. Chen, after observing this virus, do you have any thoughts? Chen Yu examined the virus's ribonucleic acid and reviewed the previous research reports by Yinxia's biological scientists. He concluded that this virus specifically targets a dominant gene found in the pure blood lineage of the Yinxia people. Professor Chen, I have arrived at a preliminary research conclusion. This virus operates by targeting a dominant gene in the Yinxia people. Therefore, I only need to approach it from this angle that I will conduct some experiments. And I am confident that within 3 days, a specific medication and vaccine will be developed. Professor Chen Xingji's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did this confidence from Chen Yu come from? However, upon visiting the Huanyu Technology Park, they felt as if they had stepped into an alien civilization. The level of technology was beyond anything they had ever encountered. Now, with Chen Yu's confidence, Professor Chen Xingji inexplicably found himself believing in him. Mr. Chen, if you discover a treatment, you will be the savior of Yinxia, a timeless sage. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. He truly did not care for such titles. His perspective had broadened significantly, and he no longer confined himself to the trifles of Earth. His future aspirations were to reach for the stars. Professor Chen, there is no need to praise me so. As a passionate Yinxia person, it is our duty to rise to the occasion in the face of national calamity. Well said. Chen Yu continued his dedication to researching the specific medication and vaccine for the virus that in recent days, he had been learning a variety of knowledge from the intelligent brain, including in the field of biological sciences. Coupled with the extent of his brain's development, he could be considered the most formidable medical expert on Earth. Within just 1 day of research, Chen Yu mastered the virus's protein structure and fully deciphered its internal genome. With the powerful computational capabilities of the intelligent brain at his disposal, Chen Yu concluded that these genomes could influence certain specific genes. The dominant gene within the Yinxia people's genetic makeup was among those affected. So that's how it is. These American devils are rather capable, managing to develop such a virus before an analytical instrument. Chen Yu exclaimed with joy if the biochemical genetic scientists of America were to know that Chen Yu had unraveled the results of their decades of research in less than a day. They might very well drop their jaws in disbelief. Nearby, Chen Xingji, engrossed in his work alongside his students, was similarly drawn to Chen Yu's excited shout. He approached eagerly and asked, Mr. Chen, have you made any new discoveries? With a look of exhilaration, Chen Yu replied, Professor Chen, I have identified the reason behind the virus's targeting of the genes of the Yinxia people. Next, I will experiment with various drugs to assess their tolerance responses to the virus's specific genes. Once we identify the components that can eradicate the virus, we will be able to create targeted medications specifically for this viral strain. Chen Xingji was taken aback, and his students, all prominent figures in the field of medicine, shared his astonishment. They understood the implications of Chen Yu's words. Within a mere day, he had pinpointed the genetic reason behind the virus's attack on the Yinxia genes. Such a feat seemed almost fantastical, particularly in the current landscape of medical science on Earth. Chen Qingji widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, have you truly identified the specific gene sequence within the virus that affects the Yinxia race?" "Yes, come here. I will show you my research findings." Chen Qingji stepped forward to Chen Yu's workstation, scrutinizing the data and the intricate patterns of white and black squares displayed on the instrument. These represented genetic coding sequences, comprehensible only to experts in the field. As he peered through his protective suit, the details remained unclear, prompting him to resolutely strip off his cumbersome protective gear. His students gasped in shock at the sight of their professor shedding his protective attire. "Professor, why have you removed your suit?" one exclaimed. "What if you get infected? You're over 60. Your immunity isn't what it used to be." Unfazed, Chen Qingji waved his hand dismissively, his voice brimming with excitement. "IT matters not. This old body of mine is not so easily dispatched. Moreover, I have faith in Mr. Chen's research. He will undoubtedly develop an effective medication." Feeling invigorated after removing his protective suit, Chen Qingji leaned closer, intently observing the data and genetic codes on Chen Yu's workstation. The more he examined, the more alarmed he became. Chapter 114. The source of the virus. After discarding his protective gear, Chen Qingji found everything clearer. He focused intently on Chen Yu's research report and data, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Ah, brilliant! To conduct a thorough investigation of the genetic coding in this manner. How did we not think of this before? Wait, why does the gene sequence of the virus resemble a pulmonary disease virus I once studied? And the latter part appears akin to another virus that once swept across the globe. This must be a man-made genetic sequence. How vile." A group of Chen Qingji's students gathered around Chen Yu's workstation, examining the virus's genetic coding. Half an hour later, Chen Qingji arrived at a staggering conclusion. The pulmonary disease virus that ravaged the world years ago was, in fact, homologous to the current virus, and oh wonder the risk of contagion was so high. This new virus combined the high transmission rate characteristics. The income of these nations has plummeted sharply, leading to significant domestic economic issues. Even numerous developed countries are struggling to sustain their exorbitant welfare benefits. These nations are collectively seething with frustration as the sweltering summer exacerbates their hardships. Upon receiving directives from the United States, the so-called leader of the free world, these nations rallied together, eagerly preparing for a united assault against the summer heat. In Asia, two countries, Sakura Country and Stick Country, were given the command to attack the summer heat, and their ignorant leaders were inexplicably elated. Due to geographical proximity, they are positioned as the vanguard in this offensive. Furthermore, one of these nations harbors a deep-seated grudge against the summer heat. Now that the summer heat is on the rise, they are filled with trepidation, fearing retribution. The other, Stick Country, lacks sovereignty and has always followed the lead of the United States in their antagonism towards the summer heat. Previously, they had foolishly deployed American missile interception systems on their soil, making it exceedingly difficult for the summer heat's missiles to escape Asia. They have also frequently appropriated the summer heat's illustrious cultural traditions, such as the Dragon Boat Festival, traditional Chinese medicine, and tug-of-war, claiming them as their own for heritage recognition, misleading the world into believing these cultural elements originated from Stick Country. They even assert that the Lantern Festival, Confucian thought, and the philosophies of Laozi and Confucius are also rooted in their nation. If there were a selection for the most detested country in the world, it would undoubtedly be Stick Country. Ironically, the populace of Stick Country perceives the summer heat as having stolen their culture, fostering a hostile sentiment towards the people of the summer heat. Thus, upon learning of the impending assault on the summer heat, the loyal lapdogs of the United States were filled with unwarranted enthusiasm. In Jiangcheng, within the Huanyu Technology Park's virus research laboratory, Chen Yu was alerted by the intelligent system in his mind. "Captain, just now the United States issued the highest wartime directives to its 32 strongest allied nations, instructing them to launch a comprehensive offensive against the summer heat." Chen Yu, who had been peering through a microscope to observe the virus's resistance to a particular medication, abruptly halted his work upon hearing this news. It seems the United States is truly anxious. This must be their final gambit. I am eager to see what kind of commotion these clowns can stir up. I've been searching for an excuse to dominate the world. And here they come. right to my doorstep. Chen Yu paid no heed to these nations and returned his focus to the microscope, continuing his research on antiviral medications, but he would wait for these countries to make their move before he swooped in for a decisive strike. The fleet of the summer heat was still en route to the western coast of the United States. Mainstream media outlets worldwide pivoted their narratives, broadcasting videos of the summer heat's fleet attacking the American aircraft carrier group, condemning the summer heat for instigating the war and launching a fierce assault on the American fleet. The United States had the right to unite its comprehensive strategic partner nations to jointly attack the summer heat. The first to respond were Sakura Country and Stick Country, as they were closest to the summer heat, capable of easily striking within its territory with their domestic missiles, in the highest conference room of Yanjing. Several top officials of the summer heat were gathered. The United States had united its allies. Declaring war upon us, I hereby announce that the entire summer heat shall enter a state of maximum combat readiness. These nations have already deployed gene-based biological weapons aimed at extermination, and now they conspire with dozens of others to attack us. These rascals truly believe the summer heat is easy prey. I declare that any nation daring to fire the first shot will face annihilation. The commanding officer's resolute pronouncement ignited fervor among the high-ranking officials present. After so many years, the summer heat would finally demonstrate its strength. Having endured for years, viewed as a sickly cat by the West, the summer heat was now prepared to show them who the true tiger was. Nearby, Stick Country and Sakura Country immediately began deploying their missiles upon receiving the order. Although they lacked long-range missiles exceeding 10,000 kilometers, they possessed several thousand kilometers worth of medium-range missiles, sufficient to cover vast swathes of the summer heat's territory. Prime Minister Tanabe of Sakura Country, appearing frenzied, gazed at a monitor displaying the missile deployment status. Prime Minister, our missiles are fully deployed and ready for launch. The Chief of Staff of the Self-Defense Forces reported, Good. Launch them. Only if the summer heat falls can Sakura Country exist without worry. Chapter 116. Allies shine forth. Prime Minister Tanabe pressed the missile launch button, blinded by confidence, believing that with the United States backing them, the summer heat would not dare retaliate. Furthermore, the previous annihilation of Sakura's naval forces had caused pent-up rage among its leadership to reach a boiling point. Now, as they united with the world's most powerful nations to strike at the summer heat, they felt compelled to fire the first shot. It was as if history was repeating itself, reminiscent of decades past. But this time, the summer heat was not the same as before. In Yanjing, in the highest conference room, the commanding officer and the senior officials watched the screen, where numerous red dots were rising from the territory of Sakura Country. Defense Minister Su Changqing exclaimed angrily, Humph, they truly are our sworn enemies. The moment they received their master's orders, they struck at us that we previously lacked justification to retaliate, but now we have ample reason to respond. With a sweeping motion, Su Changqing signaled to the military representatives nearby to operate various instruments. The missile defense systems at the coastal military bases of the summer heat were activated, and missile silos opened one by one. Plumes of white smoke erupted from the launch sites as the defensive missiles, trailing long tails of fire, shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Observing the multitude of dots ascending from the coast, Su Changqing shouted in the conference room, Report, Commander, the defensive missiles intercepting Sakura Country's missiles have been launched. Our newly developed missile defense system, enhanced by Chen technology, boasts an interception rate exceeding 93.45 that we have deployed 5 times more defensive missiles than Sakura Country has launched, ensuring we can intercept nearly all of their projectiles. Applause erupted in the meeting room. Just then, an alarm sounded. All the high-ranking officials turned their gaze to the screen, where another cluster of red dots appeared, this time originating from Stick Country. They were even closer to the summer heat. These lapdogs of the United States had acted swiftly. Now even the Stick Country could no longer hold back. Initiate the next round of missile defense intercepts immediately. Within mere minutes, along the eastern coastline of the summer heat, several military bases closest to Stick Country launched a barrage of missiles, targeting the approaching red dots. However, following the summer heat's second wave of missile defense launches, the alarm in the conference room remained active. The map displayed in the conference room zoomed out to showcase the entirety of the Eurasian continent. To their astonishment, a deluge of missiles was seen hurtling from Europe towards the summer heat. Su Chongqing seethed. Damn it. These Northern Alliance nations have all banded together for a full-scale assault, truly believing we are easy prey. Just as Su Chongqing was about to contact the Western military base to intercept the incoming missiles, the screen displayed a multitude of red dots rising from within the vast territory of the Northern Bear Nation. The trajectories of those dots clearly indicated they were aimed at intercepting the missiles launched from Europe. Many high-ranking officials in the summer heat stared wide-eyed at the screen. Ai Zhenfeng pointed excitedly at the dots, exclaiming, "Ha ha, our ally, the Northern Bear Nation, is intervening. They are assisting us in intercepting the missiles from Europe." The commanding officer gazed at this scene with great satisfaction, and just then, the red hotline in the highest conference room rang. Nonchalantly, the commander picked up the receiver to hear a familiar voice. "Brother, leave those pompous Europeans to me. I've been itching to take action against them. The Northern Bear will safeguard your rear, so you can focus on dealing with the dogs to the east." The commander laughed heartily. "Ha ha, my brother. I appreciate it. Once this war concludes, you must come to Yanjing. It's been far too long since we discussed major affairs." On the other end, President Putin chuckled robustly. This was indeed a significant matter. If this war ended favorably, it might lead to a global partitioning. "All right, brother, I look forward to the time we can discuss grand matters together." After hanging up the phone, the commander gazed at the screen, a regal smile gracing his face. Missiles were soaring across the sky worldwide, and the smaller nations of the Eurasian continent trembled in fear. Particularly, the intercontinental missiles launched from Europe were intercepted over the Middle East by the Northern Bear Nation. The nations below remained deathly silent, terrified that a stray missile might land within their borders. These were intercontinental although their anti-missile weaponry is comparatively outdated, with an interception rate of less than 50. Goryeo resolutely launched intercepting missiles to alleviate the pressure on Yinxia. While Yinxia possesses sufficient capability to intercept the missiles from the Stick Nation, Goryeo's actions signify their unwavering support for Yinxia. In the current context of what resembles a world war, the choice of sides is crucial. A misstep could lead to national annihilation. Half of the missiles intercepted by Goryeo were destroyed by Yinxia's own intercepting missiles before they even entered Yinxia's territory, resulting in none of the missiles launched by the Stick Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation reaching Yinxia. Prime Minister Tanbian Guichu of the Cherry Blossom Nation, gazing at the radar screen, wore an expression as grim as if he had consumed excrement. How could this be? Our missiles are medium-range ballistic missiles provided by the United States, known for their speed and power. How could Yinxia possibly intercept them all? How could this happen? Chapter 117. Comprehensive Counterattack. P.S. Huaxia will be uniformly referred to as Yinxia from this chapter onward. The countries and events mentioned in this novel exist in a parallel world. Please refrain from drawing parallels to reality. Prime Minister Tanbian Guichu of the Cherry Blossom Nation appeared frantic, unable to believe the efficacy of Yinxia's intercepting missiles. A similar scene unfolded in the Strategic Command Room of the Stick Nation. President Insiye of the Stick Nation numbly stared at the radar screen. The reason they clung to the United States was due to their fear of Goryeo, a nation of shared ancestry, reclaiming them. Now, with half of their launched missiles intercepted by Goryeo, the upper echelons of the Stick Nation were particularly apprehensive. Goryeo, situated to the north, is known for its reckless actions, indifferent to provocations, focusing solely on the Stick Nation. Should this war result in a failure for the United States and the Northern Alliance, the Stick Nation would be in peril. With Yinxia's backing, Goryeo might advance southward to reclaim the Stick Nation. Insiye immediately contacted the White House through a dedicated line. Similarly, Prime Minister Tanbian Guichu was in urgent communication with the United States that I in the highest strategic command room of the White House. Harrison received calls from the highest leaders of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Stick Nation, as well as over 30 other Northern Alliance countries. Earlier, they had collectively launched a missile assault on Yinxia. But not a single missile had struck Yinxia's territory. With the powerful fire support of the White Bear Nation in the rear and significant military bases along the eastern coastline, along with Goryeo's assistance, any attempt to attack their homeland now required an approach from Southeast Asia. Harrison and the American high-ranking officials frowned in unison, astonished that the initial wave of attacks had been so easily thwarted by Yinxia. Moreover, Yinxia had the formidable military might of White Bear as an ally, complicating the United States' ambition to eliminate Yinxia. "Let us discuss our next steps," Harrison inquired. Schneider promptly stood, having formulated a second combat plan. "Madam Harrison, esteemed officials, I propose an alliance with India, as they have long sought to usurp Yinxia's position in Asia. They have previously engaged in numerous law after Zheng Changshan paid his respects to the dozen or so top officials of Yinxia present." He exclaimed with excitement, "I have just received news from Chen Yu Technology that Chen Yu has completely deciphered the genetic coding of a virus in less than 2 days, together with Professor Chen Qingji. He has developed a highly effective treatment for the virus.as for the vaccine. It will also be produced in the next couple of days that we have hope for Yinxia." Upon hearing this, the esteemed figures in the conference room erupted in excitement, applauding and beaming with joy. Chen Yu had once again astonished everyone. He had repeatedly aided Yinxia, and now he was saving the lives of over 1 billion people and rescuing a nation. The leader raised his hands to calm the fervor of the attendees, awaiting his orders. "Ha! Chen Yu is indeed remarkable. I knew he would not stand idly by. He is a true hero of Yinxia." The leader spoke, somewhat emotionally. "Indeed, the blessings Chen Yu has brought to us are immeasurable, and we must express our profound gratitude. I propose we award him the nation's highest honor and promote his spirit nationwide. He is a true son of Yinxia. As for rewards, Chen Yu lacks for nothing at present, so I suggest we extend comprehensive support to his company at the national level." Li Zhenfeng, Su Changqing, and other military leaders offered their opinions on how to reward Chen Yu. The leader chuckled, Yes. Chen Yu has saved Yinxia. Whatever he desires, we shall do our utmost to fulfill it. Relay the order to ensure that the best pharmaceutical groups and vaccine manufacturing enterprises nationwide collaborate fully with Chen Yu on the development of the treatment and vaccine, and that all major media outlets swiftly publicize the effectiveness of the treatment to alleviate public fears regarding the virus." Minister of Health Zheng Changshan accepted the command. "Understood, leader. I will make immediate arrangements to ensure the treatment is produced as swiftly as possible." "Good. Now that we have no more worries, let us deliver a painful lesson to those nations that have targeted Yinxia." Within the highest conference room of Yinxia, multiple commands were issued, as the nation had now recognized the reality of the situation. Kindness had been mistaken for weakness in the past. It was time for them to learn what true justice entailed. Several important military bases in eastern Yinxia received a directive. They were to promptly and accurately target key military objectives in Sakrakuni and launch missiles for precise strikes. Yesterday, Sakrakuni had been the first to fire, a loyal dog of America, and none of their missiles had hit the intended targets. Today, they would experience the true power and precision of Yinxia's missiles. Upon receiving the orders, various military bases along the eastern coastline opened their missile silos. These missiles were the domestically developed hypersonic DF-17, with a range of 4,000 kilometers, capable of covering the entirety of Sakrakuni. With a maximum speed of 15 Mach, they were nearly impossible for current global missile defense systems to intercept. Possessing all-weather strike capabilities, the nuclear variant could carry a warhead with a maximum yield of 3 million tons of TNT, sufficient to obliterate a city. The conventional variant could carry up to 750 kilograms of TNT, capable of instantly demolishing an entire block, utilizing the conventional variant to strike vital targets in yesterday. The nation of Sakura fired the first shot, becoming the initial country to launch an assault against Yinxia. Consequently, today, Yinxia retaliated. Let us observe how the military of Yinxia will respond to these nations that have dared to bully them. If necessary, we shall extend our assistance to Yinxia's armed forces. Meanwhile, missiles from several military bases in eastern Yinxia are en route to Sakura, the southwest. The attacks from India have commenced. Numerous Agnivi long-range ballistic missiles are soaring northward, directed toward the heart of Yinxia, with their target being the Sanxia Dam. It remains a mystery how these Indians have come to believe that destroying the Sanxia Dam will inundate several cities downstream, rendering millions homeless and potentially claiming over 1 million lives in Yinxia. Should Yinxia suffer such a catastrophic blow, chaos would undoubtedly ensue domestically. To that point, they would exploit their ground forces extensively along the border, leaving Yinxia without sufficient combat power to address their incursions. With the formidable combat capabilities of Indian soldiers, coupled with the strikes from America and their allies, India could seize a significant portion of Yinxia in one fell swoop. Perhaps influenced by the erroneous reports from Western and Indian media, the perception of Yinxia among the Indian populace is reminiscent of the Qing dynasty. They view themselves as far more developed than Yinxia. Hence, they hardly regard Yinxia as a threat. Despite the painful past encounters with Yinxia, the Indians possess an inexplicable sense of confidence. The barrage of missiles launched has specifically targeted military bases in the southwest of Yinxia and the Sanxia Dam. In the highest strategic conference room of Yinxia, the leaders are intently observing the trajectory of the eastern missiles when suddenly, the piercing alarm bells ring throughout the chamber. The strategic map on a large screen expands, revealing dozens of red dots in the southwest. The Minister of Defense, Su Chongqing, exclaimed furiously, "Damn it! Those Indians have colluded with America. I wonder what promises America has made to them. They are truly wolves in sheep's clothing." The commander ordered, "Immediately place the southwestern military bases on full alert and intercept all of those Indian missiles. Once we have dealt with the eastern scoundrels, we will settle accounts with them." Su Chongqing took the order and swiftly relayed the command to several high-ranking military officials. Soon, new anti-missile missiles began to rise within the southwestern military districts. Yinxia has fully equipped itself with new anti-missile technology, previously supplemented by Chen Yu, to manufacture missiles capable of intercepting India's Agni-V missiles with ease in Eastern Asia. Yinxia's missiles have finally arrived over the territory of Sakura, at an altitude of 50 kilometers from Sakura. A multitude of anti-missile missiles have been launched, targeting over 100 DS-17 missiles from Yinxia. However, the interceptors in Sakura's arsenal, the Patriot 3 air defense missiles provided by America, can only intercept targets traveling at a maximum speed of 6 Mach. In contrast, the terminal velocity of Yinxia's DF-17 hypersonic missiles has reached 15 Mach. Even the world's most advanced anti-missile system, the S-500 from the Bear Country, cannot achieve an interception rate exceeding 50. As for the truncated version of the Patriot, 3 sold to Sakura by America, achieving even a 30 interception rate would be considered a blessing. Thus, one can only witness Sakura's anti-missile missiles soaring into the sky, only to find themselves ineffectively striking at nothing. The first targets struck by Yinxia's missiles include the naval port and military bases in western Sakura. Previously, Sakura's warships were annihilated by Chen Yu. Yet they remain undeterred. Multiple military shipyards are hastily constructing vessels in a bid to restore their maritime strength. However, with just 1 or 2 DF-17 missiles, the entire military shipyard could be reduced to ruins. Engulfed in flames, boom, boom, explosions reverberate throughout Sakura, despite their numerous spies having conducted reconnaissance on crucial military targets within Yinxia. Nevertheless, Yinxia is not a soft target. Over the years, it has also identified significant military objectives within Sakura, encompassing military-industrial enterprises, weapon research units, and various civilian anti-Yinxia organizations, including the Forbidden Nation Shrine. Utilizing a DF-17 missile to strike the Forbidden Nation Shrine may seem like overkill, but Yinxia is willing to waste such a missile to turn the tablets of those grade-A war criminals to ashes. At that moment, as the citizens of Sakura gather to pay homage to the war profiteers at the Forbidden Nation Shrine, they observe streaks of white smoke racing across the sky, unaware of the unfolding events. They collectively gaze upwards, only to see a small black descending from above, drawing ever closer. Suddenly, boom! After a series of explosions, all those worshipping inside the shrine are turned to ash. Sakura immediately enters a state of full emergency, with air defense alarms blaring. Ultimately, over 80 of Yinxia's missiles successfully struck their targets, with only around 20 intercepted by Sakura. This round of bombardment has obliterated Sakura's vital military bases, military factories, and arms research facilities. Without external support, Sakura will find it nearly impossible to recover in the short term in a reinforced underground bunker. Tanbian K. Shutsu and his high-ranking officials observe the damage inflicted on the screen. Tanbian K. Shutsu kneels before the display, screaming in anguish, "Ah, Baka! Why has it come to this? Why hasn't America helped us intercept those missiles? This is truly damned." Meanwhile, the dozens of Agni-V missiles from India having barely taken flight, are swiftly calculated and intercepted by Yinxia's new, faster interceptors. The high-ranking officials in India stare in disbelief at their radar screens, witnessing their pride, the Agni V missiles. Intercontinental missiles ranked among the world's best, being entirely intercepted, failing to hit any targets. Their former inexplicable confidence is now being shaken. How can such powerful interceptive weapons exist in the world? Could it be the S-500 air defense system from Bear Country? Even with S-500 interceptors, it should be impossible to achieve a 100 interception rate against our Agni V missiles. What on earth is happening? In the northern military strategic base of India, the officials express their astonishment. Meanwhile, in the highest office of Yinxia, applause erupts in waves. These two grand feats have left the world in shock. Chen Yu, seated in his office, watches satellite footage of Sakura being bombarded and the interception of Indian missiles unfold before his eyes. Ha ha ha, splendid, Chen Yu exclaims joyfully. On board the Yinxia aircraft carrier battle group, Chao Guanda learns of Chen Yu's development of an antiviral serum and receives news that Yinxia has launched a counterattack against Sakura, successfully incapacitating them. In the command room of the Fuxing ship, Chao Guanda celebrates exuberantly with the captain. Ha ha ha, we are now free of worries. This time, we should make them pay the price they deserve. General Chao, we are immensely grateful to Huan Yu Technology. Since we no longer need to seek a cure for the virus, we might as well go all out. The captain of the Fuxing ship proposes. Chao Guanda gazes toward the western coastline through the command room glass, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Indeed, they must pay for their actions. Relay my orders for all to accelerate. Understood, General. In the Strategic Command Center of the White House, Harrison slumps in a luxurious chair, surrounded by high-ranking officials with grave expressions. Harrison sighs and asks, "What now?" Yinxia has the support of Bear Country. The Eastern Sakura has just been crippled, and the Koreans are of little use. South Asia is merely a swarm of ants and poses no threat to Yinxia. Even India has gained nothing this time. They have endured for so many years, and we have been overly complacent, allowing them to develop to this extent. Furthermore, according to satellite images, Yinxia's 3 aircraft carrier groups are set to arrive today. How shall we respond? Schneider rises, his brow furrowed, saying, "I believe they will not dare to act against us. After all, until they have obtained a cure for the genetic virus, they will definitely refrain from taking action, that we can seize this opportunity to delay time and renegotiate our offensive strategy with our allies in the Northern Alliance. As long as we can stretch out the timeline, the virus will lead them to their own demise." Schneider's scheme is undeniably cunning, and his proposal receives the approval of the high-ranking officials. Little do they know that Chen Yu has already developed an effective serum, rendering Schneider's suggestions futile. In the highest conference room of Yinxia, the commander picks up a dedicated phone line and dials the highest office in Korea. The call is quickly connected, and a cheerful, respectful voice responds, "Commander, what instructions do you have?" The commander responds with a warm smile. "Ha ha ha. Little Kim, thank you for intercepting so many of the Korean missiles yesterday." Kim Jong-un humbly replies, "Commander, it was nothing. Our interception technology is not yet mature. Even without doing anything, Yinxia's anti-missile system would suffice to handle those Korean missiles. Ha. Little Kim, there is no need for such modesty. At least you have expressed your intent. Now that America has been completely driven out of Asia by Yinxia, you are free to act." This is music to Kim Jong-un's ears. It is a grand ambition his ancestors have long sought to fulfill. And now the elder brother, Yinxia, has finally stepped up to support them. With Yinxia's backing, Kim Jong-un feels relieved. "Commander, I cannot thank you enough. Once I accomplish my grand endeavor, I shall personally visit Yinxia to express my gratitude. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." As discussions unfolded within the Strategic Command Center of the White House regarding a potential response, the second wave of missile launches from Yinxia commenced. The high-ranking officials of the United States watched helplessly as the radar screens displayed military bases in the western and even central regions of the nation being struck by the missiles from Yinxia. Although the United States managed to intercept a portion of these projectiles, the majority still impacted significant targets on their homeland. This barrage nearly devastated half of the United States. Ultimately, Harrison urgently reached out to the highest echelons of Yinxia, seeking collaboration on a treatment for the virus. which essentially amounted to an indirect admission that the viruses had originated from the United States. However, Yinxia outright rejected this overture, having already discovered an effective antidote. This revelation left Harrison astounded. It was only after the United States conceded to a series of reparations proposed by Yinxia that the latter commanded the cessation of operations from Chao Guangda's 3 aircraft carrier battle groups. Subsequently, the United States announced to the world an official apology to Yinxia and agreed to pay over $30 trillion in reparations, while entering into a Pacific Rim security agreement that permanently barred the U.S. fleet from entering the Pacific, which would henceforth be exclusively patrolled by the Yinxia Navy. The closest military base to Asia, located in Hawaii, was dismantled, relegating it to a mere tourist destination. This treaty effectively confined the remaining U.S. fleet within its territorial waters, rendering any future mischief nearly impossible. Chen Yu gazed at the headlines of the international news, letting out a sigh. The United States had indeed been humbled this time. But Chen Yu's compassion was in short supply. This genetic virus, for which he had personally developed the antidote, was something he understood all too well. It was a harbinger of potential genocide, and thus, Chen Yu had no intention of allowing the United States to escape unscathed. Intelligent brain, prepare the mothership for landing on Earth. It's time to lay my cards on the table. I intend to dominate the world. Understood, Captain. Chapter 124. Conquering the World, Global Broadcast, the Mothership, measuring 1.2 kilometers in length and over 800 meters in width, gracefully emerged from the home-class spacecraft in orbit, descending towards the Cosmic Technology Park on Earth. This time, the mothership did not employ optical cloaking, presenting itself as an enormous behemoth, capable of instilling awe among humanity. The villagers surrounding the Cosmic Technology Park gazed in disbelief at the colossal vessel descending from the sky. Children in the village shouted in excitement, "Alien spaceship! Alien spaceship!" Remarkably, they were indeed correct. The mothership landed on the expansive helipad of the Cosmic Technology Park. Chen Yu stepped aboard this 7th-level civilization's alien craft, poised to initiate his conquest of Earth. With only 8 or 9 months remaining before the arrival of extraterrestrials, Chen Yu was determined to unify the management of the planet to prevent future conflicts. Within the command room of the mothership, Chen Yu reclined comfortably in an adaptive seat. Let us embark. First, we shall teach a lesson to the nations that have bullied Yinxia. Our first target, Sakura Nation. As the mothership ascended, Chen Yu felt no need for concealment. En route to Sakura Nation, he received a call from Defense Minister Su Chongqing. "Chen Yu, the public has spotted your technology park. A gigantic spaceship has launched from there. Is that your latest construction? It's truly astonishing." Due to the radar jamming capabilities of the space station built by Chen Yu, military reconnaissance satellites from various nations were unable to ascertain the situation there. They were completely unaware that Chen Yu had constructed a home-class spacecraft spanning several kilometers in space, nor did they know of the existence of his mothership. Minister Su, I'm heading to Sakura Nation now. Just observe what I'm about to do. You need not concern yourselves, by the way. I will require your assistance in managing Earth later. Su Chongqing was left bewildered. What did Chen Yu mean by managing Earth? Did he intend to? The thought was too far-fetched for Su Chongqing to contemplate, and he dismissed it as a jest. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Su Chongqing, Chen Yu hung up, and the mothership soared over Sakura Nation. Chen Yu piloted the mothership at an extremely low altitude, the vessel spanning over a kilometer in length, a sight that would terrify anyone below. The sensation was unparalleled, as the sunlight was eclipsed beneath the massive craft, casting the ground into shadow. The mothership's first destination was the capital of Sakura Nation, Tokyo. The appearance of such a colossal spacecraft above Tokyo rapidly spread across the globe. Media outlets in Sakura Nation were broadcasting live to the world, showcasing the unprecedented event unfolding in Tokyo. High-ranking officials from various countries were glued to their screens, witnessing the extraterrestrial spectacle, a massive metallic behemoth hovering ominously above Tokyo. It was reminiscent of the awe-inspiring moment when the alien spacecraft descended in the science fiction film District 9. Prime Minister Tanabe Kamiyoshi stood on the balcony of the Prime Minister's residence alongside his cabinet, gazing at the terrifying sight above. What on earth is that? Is an alien spaceship invading Earth? Tanabe Kamiyoshi stared in fear at the scene unfolding above. Just recently battered by Yinxia, Sakura Nation now faced this dire situation. However, the chief aide beside him was brimming with excitement. Prime Minister, this is undoubtedly an alien spacecraft. Look, it has no visible propulsion systems, yet remains suspended in midair. Such technology is beyond Earth's capabilities. Only extraterrestrials could achieve this. We must appease them. Their arrival signifies they consider us the most exceptional civilization on Earth. If we can collaborate with these aliens, avenging ourselves against Yinxia would be a mere formality. And we could even subdue the United States. Sakura would then become the mightiest nation in the world. If Chen Yu had been present to hear the chief aide's thoughts, he would have laughed until his sides ached. Tanabe Kamiyoshi's expression shifted from terror to exhilaration in an instant. He immediately commanded, "Yes, yes, the aide is absolutely correct. Dispatch a negotiation team to the base of that spacecraft for amicable discussions that we must convey our sincerity to the extraterrestrials." Standing in the command room of the mothership, Chen Yu peered through the glass at the bustling Tokyo below. This city is indeed vibrant. How many teachers must reside here? What a pity it would be for them to perish. But what can be done? After all, you are citizens of Sakura Nation. As a patriotic individual from Yinxia, Chen Yu would never forget the historical grievances between Yinxia and Sakura. Today, he would send them on their way. Though he decided to spare a portion of the population for future endeavors involving specialized roles. Intelligent Brain prepared to launch a gravitational bomb, erasing all of Sakura's territory except for Hokkaido, and ensure this is broadcasted live to the world. I have a few words for all of humanity. Understood, Captain? Captain, the broadcast has commenced. The camera is focused ahead of you. Clearing his throat, Chen Yu smiled at the camera at that moment. Every intelligent terminal across the globe, televisions, computer monitors, smartphones, tablets, and even large screens outside shopping malls, was forcibly activated to display Chen Yu's image in Yinxia. High-ranking officials watched in astonishment as Chen Yu appeared against a sci-fi backdrop, evidently within the spacecraft. Chen Yu smiled in the video and spoke, "Greetings, people of Earth. I am Chen Yu. You may have heard my name, for indeed, the cosmic technology of Yinxia is my enterprise." Chen Yu's speech was translated by the intelligent brain into various languages, ensuring comprehension across the globe. Over 7 billion individuals were now glued to Chen Yu's broadcast as their devices were compelled to play the video. People were astonished, questioning why their devices were suddenly displaying the same video. Unable to turn it off, Chen Yu continued, "You may wonder why your phone or television is showing my face. Today, I am here to undertake a significant endeavor. Below you see the capital of Sakura Nation, Tokyo. I have come to destroy this place, and to demonstrate my power, I am broadcasting this event to the world." The intelligent brain expertly transitioned the broadcast, revealing the massive alien spacecraft hovering above Tokyo. The screen then shifted back to Chen Yu within the command room of the ship. "Surely you have all witnessed this. This is my vessel, an artifact from a higher cosmic civilization, equipped with technology beyond Earth's wildest dreams. I wish to convey to you all that our planet is not unique in the universe. Earth is but a diminutive and fragile entity, utterly defenseless in the face of extraterrestrial beings. Now, I must share a grave reality with all of humanity." Chapter 125. The disappearance of Sakura Island. This reality is that Earth has caught the attention of extraterrestrial beings in the near future. Likely within 9 months, an alien fleet will arrive here to colonize you, enslave you, and even exterminate you. As Chen Yu's words echoed, shock reverberated throughout the globe, with individuals staring incredulously at their screens. Many were skeptical of Chen Yu's claims, as Earth scientists had yet to uncover any evidence of extraterrestrial life. Yet, witnessing the immense spacecraft, which bore no resemblance to any terrestrial aircraft, instilled a profound sense of unease. This compels one to ponder, is Earth truly the sole planet in the cosmos that harbors life? Some individuals, with notably thick lips from America, are beginning to revel in this notion. The arrival of extraterrestrials appears imminent, and humanity may face extinction. They might indulge in their zero-cost acquisitions without restraint. This moment, the highest echelons of power across the globe are engulfed in shock upon receiving this information. In Yanjing, the leader and several cabinet officials are intently watching a video by Chen Yu. Li Jinfeng. Astonished exclaims, "Chief, is what Chen Yu said true? Indeed, could it be that extraterrestrials exist?" Su Changqing inquires. The chief, taking a sip of tea, replies, "Our discovery of spacecraft remnants from 10,000 years ago serves as evidence that aside from humanity, extraterrestrial civilizations exist in the universe, and they are infinitely more advanced than us." The conference room is instantly shrouded in silence. After a moment, the chief continues, "However, we may yet be saved. Did you see Chen Yu's spacecraft? It is evidently extraordinary, and no wonder Chen Yu has risen so rapidly. He must have inherited some advanced extraterrestrial civilization's legacy. As citizens of the Yinxia, we too may benefit from this." Li Jinfeng and Su Changqing nod in agreement. Meanwhile, in America, Harrison and several high-ranking officials are also watching the live broadcast. However, their mood is akin to having consumed something profoundly unpleasant. The strength displayed by Chen Yu transcends their imagination, rendering them utterly helpless. What should they do? With such a powerful spacecraft, an intact alien vessel, what if he comes seeking vengeance? Harrison frets, though she misinterprets the crux of Chen Yu's message. The imminent arrival of extraterrestrials is the focal point of the worldwide broadcast. Schneider interjects, "Ms. Harrison, we should be concerned about the aliens Chen Yu mentioned. He stated that an extraterrestrial fleet would arrive on Earth in less than 9 months. Potentially to invade us. What should we do now?" Instantly, all fall into silence. Chen Yu continues his broadcast, stating, "Today, my first stop is the land of cherry blossoms. People of the world, you are well aware of the actions taken by their nation. And just recently, they audaciously tore up the peace treaty and attacked our Yinxia. Therefore, I hereby declare the obliteration of the land of cherry blossoms." The spacecraft begins to ascend slowly, and the live footage shifts accordingly. The mothership rapidly ascends to space, releasing a gravitational bomb. "Release it. This pest has long seemed out of place on the map." "Understood, Captain." The gravitational bomb is ready for launch. Subsequently, a bomb, approximately 2 to 3 meters in diameter and possessing a sci-fi appearance, is dropped from mothership. This gravitational bomb, developed using 7th-level civilization technology, is designed to create extreme gravitational forces capable of instantaneously annihilating vast areas and collapsing them into high-density matter. The advanced form of this gravitational bomb can cause a planet to collapse, potentially leading to planetary destruction. That 7th-level civilizations can even employ it to create artificial black holes. However, such gravitational weaponry requires even more advanced technology for a minuscule place like the land of cherry blossoms. A small gravitational bomb suffices. The global live broadcast captures the moment a bomb is hurled towards the land of cherry blossoms. The intelligence system's footage seems to follow the bomb as it descends, until it strikes the territory of the land of cherry blossoms. Suddenly, the bomb begins to react, forming a black hole vortex that voraciously devours everything in its vicinity. Humanity around the globe is left in awe, questioning whether this is a science fiction film or reality. As the camera gradually pulls back, the black hole expands. Tombian Guichu and his fellow officials of the land of cherry blossoms witness the capital engulfed by a colossal black hole. "Nanny, what is this? It's terrifying." At this moment, the inhabitants of the capital stare, transfixed, as the black hole grows, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast, consuming everything in its path, all around the world. Onlookers bear witness to this harrowing spectacle. Tombian Guichu watches as the black hole approaches him, ultimately drawing him into its depths. This world no longer contains this individual, his body reduced to mere elements. In just 10 minutes, the entire island of cherry blossoms, aside from Hokkaido, has been consumed, sinking permanently to the ocean floor. The sea surface gradually regains tranquility while the broadcast continues. The world has just witnessed an epic disaster. Yet this calamity was meticulously orchestrated by a nation of over 100 million people, spanning more than 300,000 square kilometers, has been eradicated from existence. Observers across the globe stare wide-eyed in disbelief. The leaders of various nations fall silent, gripped by trepidation. Several European nations have hastily dialed Yanjing, seeking forgiveness for their missile launch from the previous day. England, France, Germany, and others are paralyzed by fear, realizing that should such a bomb be directed at them, they too would face annihilation, leading to the obliteration of Europe. In Yinjing, Su Chongqing reports, Chief, Seve, however, in the next moment, a laser shot out from one of the laser launch ports beneath the mothership. The officer wielding the gun was struck in an instant, reduced to a pile of ashes, leaving nothing behind. Chen Yu gazed at the heap of ash and chuckled mockingly. It seems that you Americans do possess some courage after all. Now, who else dares to shoot at me? Step forward. Immediately, a few fearless military officers, who had initially intended to draw their weapons and eliminate Chen Yu, felt a chilling dread upon witnessing the fate of their comrade. The sight was utterly ghastly, nothing but charred remains, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Fear gripped them, their hands trembling on their firearms, uncertain whether to pull the trigger. They were terrified that a single shot might send them to the same fate. Observing their trepidation, Chen Yu coldly remarked, "So you wish to kill me, do you? Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a superior being." Raising his hand, a flicker of flame manifested in his palm. The high-ranking officials of America watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape. How could flames materialize from Chen Yu's hand? Was this some form of advanced technological glove? This was, in fact, a technique he had mastered after absorbing cosmic energy and breaking through to the second tier of interstellar life forms. The release of cosmic energy could unleash immense power, making it a formidable weapon. How audacious of you lowly humans to attempt to eradicate my esteemed nation of Yinxia. Today, I come to reclaim justice. With a casual wave of his hand, several blue orbs of light appeared, shooting towards the officers who had dared to reach for their weapons. In an instant, the orbs struck their targets, producing effects akin to those of a laser weapon. The bodies of the officers ignited almost instantly, not even a cry of despair escaping their lips before they were reduced to charred remnants. The onlookers among the American elite gasped in horror, hastily retreating to avoid the remnants, fearing that even a speck might lead to a similar fate. Rogers stared in disbelief at the scene, pondering the nature of such power. Was this a force that humanity could possess? Having spent years studying genetically modified humans and knowing some secrets of their kind, could Chen Yu be the perfect specimen of genetic enhancement? Rogers' expression grew fervent. As a scientific maverick, he had dedicated his life to creating ultimate weapons to dominate the world. Yet it was evident that others were now ahead of him. After instilling fear among the assembly, Chen Yu spoke. "You Americans are truly devoid of conscience. Resorting to such despicable tactics, I wish to know who participated in this mission. Who among you can enlighten me?" Harrison eyed Chen Yu warily, but no one dared to speak. Not willing to wait for a response, Chen Yu declared, "If you refuse to speak, then let you all perish." With that, he feigned a gesture to strike, and the American officials, paralyzed with fear, quickly surrendered. Several high-ranking members began to chatter nervously. Chen Yu gleaned the information that the biochemical weapons were produced by the Genetic Weapons Research Institute, headed by Soros, which fell under the jurisdiction of the technology department overseen by Rogers, an initiative he had once fervently supported. The decision to deploy the weapons was made collectively by Schneider, Rogers, Harrison, and others. Understood. Those involved in the biochemical weapon research and execution will face punishment, and your America has no reason to exist any longer, Chen Yu proclaimed, sending shockwaves of terror through the gathered elite. Clearing his throat, he added, I misspoke earlier. What I meant was that the name America has no need to persist. From this point forward, this land shall be my colony, and those who participated in the biochemical weapon incident will face global judgment. Chen Yu had no intention of ending their lives swiftly. He intended for the American officials to endure the scorn of the world before meeting their demise. With a grand gesture, he commanded, and a multitude of over 1,000 lifelike robots descended from the mothership. They landed firmly from a height of 100 meters, creating craters upon impact. Each of these robots bore the visage of a Yinxia person. My robots, seize the White House and establish a new governing body. There shall be no Congress, no parliament, no military. Everything shall be dictated by me. Furthermore, arrest these high-ranking officials and gather evidence of their deployment of biochemical weapons for public trial. Upon Chen Yu's command, the robots surged forward, apprehending all the American officials. Well then, I must take my leave. I entrust this matter to you. The robots nodded in unison, that a beam of light illuminated the entrance of the mothership as Chen Yu stepped into it. Gradually ascending, resembling a divine being returning to the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight. The American officials below, pale and stricken, were left to contemplate their grim fate, awaiting their judgment. Chen Yu left behind 3 escort ships to assist the 1,000-plus robots in asserting control and to eliminate any remaining dissenters. Upon boarding the mothership, he dispatched several escort vessels to Europe to obliterate all military facilities and bases of the nations that had previously acted against Yinxia. Upon returning to the Cosmic Technology Park, Chen Yu instructed the AI to orchestrate an evening press conference. That night, the Cosmic Technology Park issued a proclamation to the world. The North American continent now belongs entirely to cosmic technology. Its resources and lands are private property. The former citizens shall no longer enjoy exorbitant social welfare. Every individual must work to earn basic living supplies, and those who refuse to work shall face physical elimination. Furthermore, a new Earth Federation will be established, with Yinxia as the leading nation and the Bear Nation and the Goryeo Nation as executive council members. All other nations must report their national management status to Yinxia regularly. Global currency shall be unified under the Yinxia currency, establishing the world's sole financial organization and currency issuance authority. The total national assets of each country will be reassessed and linked to productivity. Abolishing the previous dollar hegemony. The global lingua franca will be immediately changed to Mandarin. Nations that refuse to comply will face annihilation, with the Sakura Nation serving as a prime example, leaving no room for negotiation. This was resolute, immensely resolute. Chen Yu sought to unify the world through such uncompromising measures. With the impending arrival of extraterrestrial beings and a looming solar crisis, Earth was in peril. If humanity could not unite as one, it would not survive, even without the solar crisis, as they would inevitably turn on one another. The announcement from Cosmic Technology sent shockwaves through the planet, astonishing nearly all of Earth's 8 billion inhabitants. Upon waking from a night's slumber, they found that the world had unified. Moreover, within a single day, one nation had sunk into oblivion while another had been colonized. The once most powerful nation in the world had vanished from the annals of history, marking one of the most significant events since the dawn of humanity. Within merely 3 minutes of the announcement, European powers that had been bombarded began issuing statements in support of cosmic technology in Yinxia, utilizing the Yinxia language to convey their loyalty, evidently eager to prove their allegiance. Amidst this seismic shift in global dynamics, the most unfortunate were a ragtag fleet of 20 to 30 ships, over half of which were fishing vessels, with the warships being little more than dilapidated Coast Guard ships. Having been lured by America's prior provocations, they ventured northward to confront Yinxia, only to discover that Yinxia had unified the globe. They felt as though the entire world had forsaken them, ultimately being repelled by Yinxia's naval forces armed with axes. The antiviral serum and vaccine were swiftly developed and released to the market, with Chen Yu's serum proving highly effective, showing results within 2 to 3 hours. Fortunately, the research was timely, as the death toll from the viral infection was relatively low. Cosmic Technology pledged to compensate each individual who perished due to the genetic virus with 1 million Yinxia coins, funded entirely by America's former assets. The following morning, the Cosmic Technology Park welcomed distinguished guests, with the leaders and high-ranking officials arriving collectively to express their gratitude to Chen Yu. Chen Yu ensured a grand reception for the leaders, with all employees of Cosmic Technology participating in the welcoming ceremony. The current general manager of Cosmic Technology, Su Ro, was utterly astonished by Chen Yu's recent actions. She recalled a few months prior when she had first met him, merely a wealthy man seeking to flaunt his riches by purchasing luxury cars. Little did she expect that in such a short span, Chen Yu would ascend to his current stature. It was no exaggeration to say that he could achieve his ambition of becoming the master of Earth with just a word. Within the newly established Cosmic Building at the Cosmic Technology Park, the highest echelons of Yinxia and business magnates associated with Chen Yu had gathered. The vast reception hall was adorned in a strikingly futuristic style, featuring a holographic projection technology unseen on Earth, showcasing images of majestic mountains and flowing waterfalls, even emitting the scent of water cascading over stones. Chen Yu greeted each of the prominent figures from Yinxia with a handshake. At noon, he arranged for all leaders and business partners to dine in the restaurant located within the Cosmic Technology Building. The waitstaff and chefs were entirely robotic, yet the culinary offerings rivaled that of five-star chefs. Of course, Chen Yu sat at the same table as the leaders, including the chief, Li Zhenfeng, Su Changqing, and Chao Guangde. Chen Yu invited his parents and younger sister to join him at the main table. A gesture that left them utterly astonished to find themselves dining with such prominent leaders, whom they had only ever seen on television, was beyond their wildest imaginations. Chen Yu also summoned Su Rou and Xia Yushu to the main table. These two women were candidates for his future wife, and thus deserved his utmost attention. If both were to agree, it would be even better. Chao Guangde's daughter, Chao Exen, had also rushed from Yinjing to see Chen Yu, and upon her arrival, she experienced a mix of emotions. Chen Yu had rescued her from the clutches of spies back in Yinjing, and now, several months later, he had grown into a figure of considerable stature. Regret washed over her for not staying in Jiangcheng. Had she chosen to remain, perhaps she and Chen Yu could have shared a romantic destiny. Chao Guangde, determined to bring his daughter closer to Chen Yu, insisted she sit at the main table, placing her deliberately near him, which was evident to all present. Chen Jia, Su Rou, and Xia Yushu were all delicately partaking in their meals, their nerves palpable as they occasionally glanced at the distinguished figures they had only ever seen in the news. They felt somewhat out of place, even struggling to handle their chopsticks with ease. Sensing their discomfort, the kind leader remarked, "Chen Yu, you haven't introduced these three lovely ladies to us yet. Why not enlighten us?" "My boy," with an air of calm, Chen Yu began his introductions. Esteemed leader, this young lady beside me is my sister, currently pursuing a career in acting but without much success. This is Su Rou, an extraordinary woman, the CEO of my company, Chen Yu Technology. Given her shares, she is undoubtedly one of the wealthiest women globally. The other is Xia Yushu. Her father is the head of Chen Yi Group and my business partner. The three women blushed with embarrassment and cautiously stood to acknowledge the leaders with nods. Please take a seat. No need for such formality. It is a delight to meet you all today." The three women were even more astonished. After all, being friends with such a leader was a source of pride that could be boasted about for days. However, if they were to claim a close relationship with Chen Yu, they could boast for a lifetime. The tension stemming from their identities gradually faded. A warm atmosphere enveloped the dining table, leading everyone to engage in lively conversation. Chao Exen watched as Chen Yu laughed and chatted with Su Rou and Xia Yushu, feeling a pang of discomfort. Ever since Chen Yu had saved her, she had harbored feelings for him, but she had ultimately chosen to return to Yinjing for her career. Now she regretted that decision deeply. She was certain that Chen Yu had been interested in her as well, given that she was quite the stunning beauty. Yet, it seemed that Chen Yu now regarded her as merely a friend, someone he had once saved. The one who felt the deepest regret was Chen Yu's ex-girlfriend, Gu Cit. That moment, Gu Cc was glued to the midday news broadcast, where Chen Yu was shaking hand with high-ranking leaders. "Oh, how I regret it. Why was I so blind to break up with you, Chen Yu? I still love you. Can you hear me?" Gu Cc cried out, pressing her lips against the television screen, nearly damaging it in her fervor. Her mother entered the room and, upon seeing Gu Cc's antics, scolded her sharply. "You foolish girl. You were with Xiao Yu for 3 years. Why did you let yourself be swayed into breaking up with him? If you hadn't, we wouldn't be in such dire straits now." Gu Cc turned to her mother with a look of resentment, then burst into a hysterical outburst. "It's all your fault, you old hag. If it weren't for your incessant nagging that he was poor and unambitious, I wouldn't have left him. You always told me to find someone wealthy, and now you dare blame me. You are the cause of all this. I'll make you pay." Seizing a nearby fruit knife, Gu Cc charged at her mother. Her mother fled in terror, faster than Gu Cc. The two ended up in a chaotic scuffle in their cramped, dilapidated home. In the dining hall of Chen Yu Technology, Chen Yu remained composed as he discussed national affairs with the leaders. Chen Jia, Su Rou, and Xia Yushu rested their chins in their hands, gazing dreamily at the handsome Chen Yu. "Wow, how can my brother be so handsome? With him as a reference, how will I ever find a boyfriend?" Chen Jia sighed. That moment, a group of individuals approached the main table. ready to toast, but were intercepted by a cadre of security personnel, for this table was no ordinary gathering. Lei Zong of Nuomi waved at Chen Yu, who gestured for the bodyguards to let them through, indicating they were friends. The leaders turned their attention to the newcomers, who were all prominent figures, including Lei Zong from Nuomi Motors and Wei Zong from Bia Motors, as the group of business magnates approached the main table to offer their toasts. Lei Zong raised his glass to Chen Yu, saying, "I never imagined that my initial decision would yield such great benefits. All thanks to you." Indeed. Chen Yu, I had no idea that following your lead to establish the battery factory would keep Bia Motors at the forefront of the industry. Wei Zong chimed in as he raised his glass. After clinking their glasses and downing their drinks, Chen Yu replied, When Huanyu Motors was just starting out, your support was invaluable. Otherwise, I would have struggled for ages just to secure the necessary qualifications to produce vehicles." As the three men shared laughter, two individuals in the crowd of toasters appeared hesitant, nudging one another in trepidation. Chen Yu recognized them. They were Jiangcheng's mayor, Wu Jianguo, and Donghai's mayor, Zhao Wenbin, who had previously competed for the establishment of the Huanyu Technology Park. However, their stature now paled in comparison to the leaders at the main table, each of whom surpassed them by several ranks. Chen Yu raised his glass in acknowledgement to both men, who were visibly taken aback by his current prominence. His status now rivaled that of the leaders themselves. 3 days later, in the North American continent, a new order had been established within the Huanyu colony. The newly formed Huanyu Colonial Court was broadcasting live to the world, presiding over the trial of war profiteers like Harrison, Schneider, Rogers, and Soros for their use of genetic weapons. Investigations revealed that Rogers, as the Minister of Technology, had overseen a secret bioweapons research facility that produced a genetically engineered virus targeting specific populations, violating international law. Harrison, Schneider, and their associates had condoned and authorized the use of such weapons, committing equivalent offenses. Consequently, all individuals involved in this genetic weapon incident were sentenced to hang. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump, watching the live broadcast, flicked his golden hair and squinted his eyes, muttering to himself, "I warned them. They're truly a bunch of fools." As he spoke, an orange flame flickered in his hand. Just then, the door to his room swung open, and a man in a black suit entered respectfully, saying, "Mr. Trump, we have good news from the laboratory. The experts have finally identified the last alternative element you needed." Trump's expression brightened. "Excellent, given the current situation. This is undoubtedly the best news." Chapter 129. The Sicilian aliens after bidding farewell to the leaders. Huanyu Technology Park returned to its previous tranquility. There were hardly any humans at work, only countless robots laboring tirelessly day and night. The space elevator constantly shuttled between the ground and space, transporting vast quantities of ore from the orbital shipyards that accommodate this. Chen Yu constructed a colossal refining factory capable of extracting metals from the ore. Now, North America was firmly under Chen Yu's dominion, rich with resources and natural wealth that the Americans had long hidden. Countless massive vessels continuously transported materials and minerals from the Huanyu colony to Yanxia. Chen Yu did not hoard all these resources for himself. He also allocated a portion to the authorities, as they too were in the process of building underground bases, with Earth now unified. Chen Yu felt little concern about any nation stirring up trouble. It was time for him to make his mark. Huanyu Technology Park. The new shipbuilding factory was fully engaged in constructing conventional interstellar warships of Level 3 civilization. The reason for building Level 3 warships was that Chen Yu's access to the technology library of the mothership was limited to that level. To attain higher technology, he would need to find materials capable of repairing warp engines. Despite his best efforts to persuade the AI, it remained steadfast in its principles as a mere machine. However, for Chen Yu, Level 3 warships were more than sufficient, as long as he could construct enough ships before the Level 2 civilization vessels arrived. He would ensure they never returned 270 light-years away. In the M36 star region of the galaxy, on the planet Mazaras, a massive alien spacecraft descended upon a futuristic city square. The rulers of Mazaras, displaying great deference, gathered in the square to welcome the visitors, the Sicilian aliens, who had come to purchase resources from Earth. Their civilization was slightly more advanced than that of Mazaras, having reached the early stages of level 3 civilization. However, their planet was gradually drifting away from the habitable zone, suffering severe environmental degradation that in a few hundred years, it would no longer support human life. Upon receiving news from the Mezzalers about the discovery of a planet suitable for human habitation, negotiations commenced as the hatch opened. A procession of Sicilian aliens emerged. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to humans, with ears less pointed than those of the Mezzalers, resembling Earthlings more closely. However, their physiques were notably robust, with an average height exceeding 2 meters, and even the females standing around 190 centimeters tall, that if they were to come to Earth, each would undoubtedly qualify as a basketball player. The chief of the Mezzalers, accompanied by numerous high-ranking officials from various planets, advanced to greet them. Welcome, esteemed guests from the Sicilian star system in the M37 domain. The chief spoke in the universal language of the Galactic Federation, the foremost official language for humanity within a span of over 100,000 light-years in the galaxy. All planets registered within the Galactic Federation are mandated to learn this language, ensuring seamless communication among human populations across diverse worlds. Among the Sicilians, a tall man adorned in a cloak extended his hand, engaging in a handshake with the chief of the Mezzalers. Indeed, the human capacity for handshaking transcends planetary boundaries as a customary form of greeting. Socien, the information you previously sent us indicated that you have located a habitable planet for humanity. Is this true? The chief of the Mezzalers responded respectfully. Esteemed General Cecilius, how could I possibly deceive you? Here, take a look at the data our exploratory vessel has transmitted regarding the planet. Upon finishing his statement, Socien activated a holographic projection from his wrist, presenting various parameters of the planet, including atmospheric composition, geological features, size, and photographs of its flora and fauna. The general's pupils widened in astonishment. Such a vibrant ecological environment is truly a gem within the galaxy, that IT must be teeming with life and exhibiting optimal biodiversity. Such conditions could only be achieved with a tranquil sun, a stable stellar system, and billions of years of geological evolution. Splendid! This planet is entirely capable of sustaining our Sicilian populace, even if the atmospheric oxygen levels are elevated. With a simple genetic optimization, we can adapt to their environment. Socien, you have indeed salvaged our Sicilian race, exclaimed General Cecilius, brimming with excitement. General Cecilius, I have already dispatched a colonization fleet to establish a presence on that planet. As for the 80 billion indigenous inhabitants, how would you prefer to handle them? The general's excitement intensified at the prospect of such abundant free labor that, of course, we shall retain the young and vigorous humans to assist in constructing our new abode. Once our new home is established, there is no necessity for the existence of those primitive humans who have yet to attain even the first level of civilization. Their very lives would squander the planet's resources, which could instead be utilized as fodder for our own animals. Socien welcomed the Sicilians to the grandest palace on the planet, a magnificent edifice adorned with opulence and advanced technology. He treated his esteemed guests to the finest culinary offerings for Mezzalers. Each was served a bowl of a substance resembling mashed potatoes, albeit with an appearance akin to excrement. Were Chen Yu present, he would undoubtedly deride the culinary standards of this civilization, pondering how their gastronomy had declined at such an advanced stage. Especially when Earth boasts a plethora of delectable delicacies that it is no wonder that the higher civilizations consume such mushy fare. They possess superior intelligence, more robust bodily functions, and longer lifespans, necessitating a more diverse intake of nutrients. Ultimately, extraterrestrial scientists have unified their research to develop these nutrient-dense pastes capable of rapidly replenishing various essential elements. The Sicilians found the fare delightful, and alongside the paste were an assortment of peculiar fruits, entirely unlike those found on Earth. Some even bore pulsating organs reminiscent of hearts. One Sicilian seized a crimson fruit resembling an apple and took a bite, producing an uncanny sound akin to a baby's wail. In the next moment, half of the fruit was consumed, releasing a vibrant juice reminiscent of fresh blood. Beneath this sanguine juice lay a pulsating, bloody entity resembling a heart. Should an earthling encounter such a sight, they would surely be horrified, unable to fathom consuming such a grotesque delicacy. This fruit was a unique product of a specific plant on the mesolar planet, embodying characteristics straddling the line between flora and fauna. After satisfying his hunger, General Caecilius turned to Socien to discuss the most crucial aspect of their negotiation. Mr. Socien, let us address the matter at hand. What price do you propose for the sale of that planet? Socien, a cunning individual, recognized the urgency with which the Sicilians approached him after receiving his message. Clearly, they held this planet in high regard, especially given that Sicilian resources could only sustain them for another 200 to 300 years. Each year, the number of deaths due to environmental degradation was steadily rising. Furthermore, within a radius of several hundred light years, no suitable planets for colonization existed, as the conditions for habitable worlds were exceedingly stringent. The planets capable of supporting human life had already joined the Galactic Federation. Their inability to colonize had emboldened Socien to propose a staggering price, fully aware of the art of negotiation. He raised 3 fingers. General Caecilius, I propose 300 billion galactic credits for this planet, which is even larger than our mesolar star. The general's expression froze. Generally, a planet with somewhat adverse environmental conditions would sell for 70 to 80 billion galactic credits, while a more hospitable one would top out around 100 billion. Socien's opening bid of 300 billion felt akin to highway robbery. The entire GDP of Sicilia was merely around 50 billion galactic credits annually. They were also obligated to pay 20 billion in federal management fees each year. And with the current dire state of their planet's environment necessitating substantial purchases from other worlds, they could scarcely save more than 15 billion galactic credits per year. Acquiring this planet would consume the entirety of Sicilia's revenue for the next 2 decades, a veritable lion's share. Had it not been for the protection afforded by the Galactic Federation, General Caecilius might have considered leveraging their superior civilization level to colonize the mesolar planet. Yet, he dared not act on such impulses. The Galactic Federation, established by the 3 major 5th-level civilizations at the center of the galaxy, enforces strict regulations. The first tenet of the Galactic Federation states that any planet registered with a civilization level exceeding 1st must be afforded protection, and higher civilizations are prohibited from invading or colonizing other registered planets. However, once registered, planets must pay an annual management fee linked to their civilization level and productivity, akin to a protection fee. Of course, joining the Galactic Federation offers benefits, such as the opportunity for interstellar trade with other member planets. Only by accruing sufficient galactic credits can they afford the management fees. If they fail to meet these obligations, they risk invasion and colonization by higher civilizations, facing the potential extinction of their race. Thus, planets within the Galactic Federation work diligently, engaging in trade and earning galactic credits to fulfill their obligations to the 3 major 5th-level civilizations. For years, Sicilia had been tirelessly exploring deep space for habitable planets, but had yielded no results. The galaxy is vast, containing approximately 400 billion stars, and how many planets orbit those stars? Therefore, the search for life-supporting worlds is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Socien, do not attempt to test my limits. Socien remained unperturbed, confident that his price would find a willing buyer. General Caecilius, you have just witnessed that the planet known as Earth is currently in its most vibrant phase of life, perfectly aligning with the colonization conditions of your 3rd-level civilization. That IT is likely to remain habitable for hundreds of millions of years. This price is not exorbitant. General Caecilius trembled with indignation. Do not presume that just because our Sicilian environment is deteriorating, you can take advantage of us. Socien, I warn you, do not overreach. General Caecilius, do you intend to resort to threats of violence? Socien countered, a cold smile gracing his lips. While we may not invade your mesolar planet, Sicilian is the closest 3rd-level civilized world to you. Should we choose to frequently disturb your peace, the Galactic Federation would likely turn a blind eye. Is that a course of action you wish to pursue? Socien was momentarily rendered speechless. Humph, General Caecilius, your demands are becoming rather unsightly. If you proceed in this manner, I shall lodge a complaint with the Galactic Federation, and we shall no longer consider selling this planet to you. Furthermore, I believe the 3rd-level mid-tier civilization of Nigel in the M40 domain is also in search of a colonization planet. Should you be unable to meet our price, we may consider reaching out to them. Caecilius furrowed his brow. Very well, Socian. I will return and relay this information to our leader. I hope you secure that planet swiftly. Next time, our leader will come in person to negotiate. With that, General Caecilius departed, his robes sweeping behind him. After seeing the Sicilians off, Socian gazed at the sky, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. 300 billion galactic credits would amount to over a decade's worth of GDP for Messeler, while their annual management fee to the Galactic Federation was approximately 1 billion galactic credits. If this transaction comes to fruition, they will gain decades of respite. With the surplus funds, they could acquire more advanced technologies from other civilizations, potentially even stepping towards becoming a true Type 3 civilization. In his mind, Suzanne was calculating 3 months later, on Earth, at the Universal Technology Park, Chen Yu had been diligently constructing Type 3 civilization warships during this period. The raw materials and hulls of these vessels required certain special elements that were exceedingly rare within the Earth and the planets of the solar system. The synthesis of those elements was painfully slow, and many were beyond Chen Yu's authorization to create. Thus, he resorted to using Earth's metallic materials as substitutes that he did not demand extraordinary defensive capabilities from these warships. They merely needed to be capable of destroying the incoming Type 2 civilization ships. The focus was on large-scale production. Even if they ended up in mutual destruction, it would not be a source of regret. During these 3 months, Chen Yu's interstellar shipbuilding factory managed to complete a warship every 3 days. Equipped with small nuclear-powered propulsion systems, these ships could only perform conventional flights and were incapable of achieving warp speed. As Chen Yu lacked the technological authorization to manufacture faster-than-light warp engines and did not possess the crucial materials found only near black holes. However, as long as they were able to engage in combat, that sufficed. The weapon systems of these attack ships consisted of laser cannons, electromagnetic pulse cannons, and traditional high-energy electromagnetic projectile launchers. The energy for these systems was derived from a small, controllable nuclear fusion reactor housed within the attack ships. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a single, ordinary attack ship under Chen Yu's command could dominate the Earth and reign supreme across the globe. At this moment, 1 light-year away from Earth, in the Oort cloud, a profoundly eerie space was writhing irregularly. The starry backdrop behind it displayed a distorted image, indicating that spatial fluctuations and even gravitational anomalies were occurring. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot forth from that warped space, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 131. Success in developing genetic serums at the Universal Technology Park. Chen Yu exited the newly built top-floor training room of the Universal Tower. He had just completed his daily sunbathing exercise, absorbing the cosmic energy. Now, Chen Yu had reached the mid-stage of a Type 2 interstellar life form and had become adept at controlling the release of this energy. Intelligent brain, what is the current extent of my cerebral domain expansion? Captain, your cerebral domain development has reached 5.57. If you maintain this pace by the time the Type 2 civilization fleets arrive in 5 months, you will likely succeed in breaking through to a Type 3 interstellar life form. Since elevating to a Type 2 interstellar life form, Chen Yu felt a significant enhancement in both his cognitive abilities and internal energy. This sensation was exhilarating, akin to that of an invincible powerhouse. What would it feel like to ascend to an even higher level of existence? Captain, advancing your life form will empower you, upgrading your various functions in ways you cannot even imagine. Chen Yu was filled with anticipation, as he already sensed remarkable changes within himself. All right, once those Type 2 civilization ships arrive, we'll dismantle their warp engines. That I will endeavor to gather the materials needed to repair the warp engines, and then exchange them for intermediate genetic modification serum. I look forward to your success. In a primeval forest on the South American continent, a mysterious underground base was hidden away at 8T this moment. Mr. Trump was in the laboratory of the base, preparing to undergo another round of genetic serum injections. Mr. Trump, this is our newly synthesized genetic serum, derived from the complete formulas obtained from the wreckage of those spacecraft. After conducting experiments on animals, it has shown significant modification effects that I understand. Proceed with the injection. Sir, are you absolutely certain about this? The synthesis of this serum is notably challenging, and we have yet to test it on humans. Do not worry. I have already injected the primitive genetic serums from those spacecraft. Even if your synthesis has issues, it will not affect me. The white-coated scientist nodded, instructing a team of scientists to prepare for the injection. During his previous presidential term, Trump had discovered a type of genetic modification serum from extraterrestrial wreckage. At that time, he was too old and his health was failing, facing imminent demise in a desperate gambit. Trump decided to test it on himself. To his surprise, the alien genetic serum successfully transformed his body, eliminating all ailments and rejuvenating him by at least 30 years. To avoid suspicion, he had been applying makeup to appear older. Now, he no longer needed to hide. The current Trump looked like a vibrant young man in his 30s. During his previous presidential term, Trump had relocated his genetic laboratory to the depths of South America. To the extent that even the next president was unaware of his operations. Mr. Trump, preparations are complete, and we are ready to administer the injection. Good, begin. Trump lay on an injection table as the scientists commenced injecting the newly synthesized genetic serum. A vial of blue serum was pushed into Trump's body to prevent any erratic movements. He was secured with sturdy belts. Approximately 10 minutes after the injection, Trump began to tremble, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Clearly in pain. This sensation was reminiscent of his initial experience with the original alien genetic serum. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, Trump persevered. Hours passed, and Trump lay exhausted on the injection table, his complexion flushed and emanating steam. After several more hours, his skin gradually returned to normal. He opened his eyes, and the surrounding scientists observed him cautiously. Mr. Trump, how do you feel? After a moment of self-assessment, Trump expressed delight. I feel absolutely fantastic. Suddenly, Trump's entire body ignited in orange flames. The belts as the underwater front desk opened several hatches. A cadre of individuals clad in black emerged, each resembling superhumans, leaping dozens of meters into the air. They swiftly descended upon the immense vessel, ruthlessly eliminating the crew members armed with ordinary firearms. Subsequently, a swarm of robots surged from the submerged submarine, commencing the transfer of cargo from the colossal ship into the submarine. In a mere fleeting moment, the vast resources aboard the 100,000-ton vessel were entirely depleted. Ultimately, a single laser beam from the submarine caused the ship to gradually sink into the depths. After witnessing this, Chen Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. It was apparent that these humans were genetically modified beings, and the agility and carrying capacity of those transport robots, along with the gargantuan submarine, were beyond the reach of Earth's technology. Could it be that America's advanced technologies have been leaked to other nations, or were these remnants of American ingenuity? How intriguing this has become. They dare to seize what belongs to me. Intelligent brain, dispatch more reconnaissance satellites to monitor our supply vessels. Should any anomalies arise, immediately send attack ships to eliminate these remnants. Understood, Captain. Chen Yu was perplexed. Upon issuing this command, the massive submarine inexplicably vanished, as if aware of his pursuit. Indeed, this formidable vessel was the behemoth fortress crafted by Trump during his presidency, utilizing alien technology. He was a president plagued by paranoia, having constructed his Trump Tower into an impregnable stronghold. Upon assuming the presidency and discovering the existence of extraterrestrial technology, he embarked on his own clandestine agenda. Even after leaving office, he managed to extract the core of America's most advanced alien technologies. In retrospect, Trump was undeniably astute. The reason for his attempt to seize Chen Yu's resources stemmed from his genuine scarcity, that a mere few million tons would suffice for him to live lavishly for quite some time. He had remained elusive, and Chen Yu was unable to locate him. Thus, a month passed. The fleet of Level 2 civilizations was on the verge of arrival. Chen Yu had ordered hundreds of attack ships from the space station to encircle the Earth, remaining ever vigilant. Unsure of the direction from which the extraterrestrial fleet would approach, he had no knowledge of the number of ships that would be dispatched by the aliens if they arrived in substantial numbers. A grand battle was inevitable. Consequently, Chen Yu conducted a live broadcast to humanity worldwide. Standing in the live studio of the Cosmic Technology Park, he addressed the camera, speaking to the entire world. Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Yu from Cosmic Technology. Our Earth is about to face an invasion from extraterrestrial beings. However, there is no need for alarm. Over the past few months, Cosmic Technology has constructed a staggering 300 spacecraft, You should be able to see their lights illuminating the night sky. The extraterrestrial civilization that approaches us is a level 2 civilization. Though we, Earth, are merely a 0.68 level civilization, cosmic technology possesses the technology of a level 3 civilization. Therefore, I urge everyone to remain calm in your homes. If you witness battles or flames in the sky, do not panic. Chen Yu will protect the Earth. In front of televisions, computers, smartphones, tablets, and large screens in shopping malls, people fervently chanted Chen Yu's name, as if he were their newfound deity. The most powerful individual in the world, in a base hidden deep within the mountains of South America, Trump observed the live broadcast with a grave expression. Were genuine extraterrestrials truly coming? Could we acquire their alien technologies? Was this extraterrestrial landing on Earth a result of Rogers and Harrison's prior activation of the alien spacecraft? If so, could I potentially collaborate with the aliens? Trump mused to himself, contemplating numerous plans. In the command center of the Mesolaris-class mothership, Captain Soa gazed at the warped interstellar space surrounding them as they traversed at superluminal speeds. The entire mothership was enveloped in a curvature of space. Presenting a distorted view of the outside world, an officer entered the command room, bowing respectfully, and stated, "Captain So, we have reached the M67 star region. According to orbital calculations, in 1 hour, the ship will exit the warp space and enter normal cosmic space." Oh, are we finally arriving? I can hardly contain my excitement. A life-sustaining planet larger than our home world, and it's unclaimed, with a civilization rating of less than 1. This should be an effortless endeavor. Captain, the most formidable weapon of such primitive civilizations is their capacity to harness nuclear fusion to generate powerful kinetic attacks. That we simply need to remain cautious of this fact, and we can easily overcome them. The strongest weapon on Earth, the hydrogen bomb, operates on this very principle. Very well, once we approach this planet, let's refrain from immediate hostility. After all, they possess a certain level of technological prowess that if we can communicate with them and subdue this planet without a single casualty, it would be the pinnacle of success for our mission. Indeed, Captain So. An hour later, Captain So, the Mesolaris mothership is about to exit warp space. Please prepare accordingly. Understood. Shut down the warp engines. Exit curvature space. Confirmed. The warp engines are shut down. The ship is being extracted from curvature space. Extraction complete. The vessel has entered its standard flight mode and is currently positioning itself within the star region. Positioning successful. Trajectory normal. That we have arrived at the M67 star region's target solar system, approximately 350 million kilometers from third satellite, the planet known as Earth. Excellent. Continue advancing at maximum conventional speed. Understood, Captain So. Conventional speed has reached its maximum. We will arrive at the target planet in 3 days. In the past few months, Chen Yu had dispatched quantum communication probes to the 8 major planets of the solar system, effectively transforming them into monitoring stations that as the colossal Mesolaris-class mothership approached the solar system. The probes orbiting Mars and Jupiter detected its movements, while Chen Yu was in the top-floor training room of the Cosmic Technology Building. Absorbing cosmic energy, the alarm from the intelligent brain echoed in his mind. Alert! Alert! Captain, a massive alien spacecraft has appeared between Mars and Jupiter. Scanning indicates that this is a peak level 2 civilization's mothership. Chen Yu opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Have they finally arrived? I've awaited your presence for 9 months, and now you arrive belatedly. Let's see what your level 2 civilization is truly capable of. After all, I possess level 3 civilization battleships and a level 7 civilization vessel. Captain, they're approaching from a position near Jupiter, and it will take approximately 2 days for them to arrive. We need to strategize on how to minimize damage and seize their mothership. That if we destroy their warp engines, acquiring their superluminal engines will become exceedingly difficult. Alas, they won't simply surrender. How can we control their vessel? I believe that upon arriving on Earth, they will initially negotiate with our planetary rulers. After all, their primary goal is to obtain Earth without causing ecological devastation. We can leverage this. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. Chapter 134. Negotiating with extraterrestrials. If these level 2 aliens intend to colonize a planet, they would likely initiate negotiations first. Chen Yu devised a clever plan. He could feign surrender and conceal all his ships. Once the Level 2 aliens lowered their guard, he could strike decisively and capture them all. As for the specifics of the execution, Chen Yu had yet to finalize those details, but he was absolutely confident in his ability to outmaneuver them. After all, his ships were equipped with Level 3 technology, surpassing even the pinnacle of Level 2 civilization. Provided Chen Yu executed his strategy effectively, he could ambush the Level 2 vessels. Subsequently, he arranged over 300 newly constructed Level 3 attack ships to position themselves on the far side of the moon. Poised for action, the Level 3 warships built by Chen Yu could reach Earth from the moon's far side within 10 minutes, catching the Level 2 aliens completely off guard. 3 days later, the Mezalaris-class mothership successfully arrived in close proximity to Earth's orbit. "Captain, we have reached the orbit of this planet," an officer reminded him in the command room of the Mezalaris mothership. Soa gazed at the azure planet with admiration, exclaiming, "Ah, what a vibrant world! Captain, we've detected that the solar radiation levels of this planet exceed the data previously relayed by our exploratory vessels. There may be an issue with this star. Once we colonize this planet, we shall infiltrate their networks and compare their observational data on their sun to ascertain the situation. However, this level of radiation poses no threat to us Sicilian beings. Release our fleet immediately." "Understood, Captain." With that, a massive hatch on the Mezalaris mothership opened, releasing 50 starfighter ships, 20 landing crafts, and 10 exploratory vessels, forming an extensive interstellar fleet on Earth at the Cosmic Technology Park. Chen Yu stood atop the technology building, gazing towards the sky. Ordinary individuals remain oblivious to the presence of extraterrestrial spacecraft. However, within the depths of Chen Yu's retina, the image of this very spacecraft is vividly etched. These visuals are relayed from Chen Yu's probe. What a grand spectacle it is. This colony-class mothership is indeed quite substantial, even larger than my own Earth-class vessel. Not bad at all. I've taken a liking to it. I shall immediately broadcast live to the world, announcing the arrival of aliens, urging people to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary excursions, particularly those with thick lips in the colonies, should they seize the opportunity for a zero-cost shopping spree. They are to be captured and eliminated on the spot. Understood, Captain. In an instant, a cartoon figure bearing the logo of Chen Yu Technology commenced a global live broadcast. The footage showcased the alien fleet, imploring everyone to stay home and refrain from wandering. This live feed would continue uninterrupted for 24 hours, showcasing the alien invasion to the entire globe. Unbeknownst to the Mesalarians, who had just arrived in Earth's orbit, they were already under the watchful eyes of 8 billion Earth inhabitants. Inside the command room of the Mezalaris colony-class mothership, Captain Suwa he issued orders. Initiate an invasion of the planetary network known as Earth. Decrypt their linguistic systems and seize control of all their network terminals. Understood, Captain. Commencing operations immediately. The signal for the Mesalarian invasion was dispatched towards Earth. Moments later, Chen Yu received a notification from the intelligent brain. Captain, the extraterrestrials have begun their incursion into Earth's network. Let us create a local area network for them. They must not be allowed to breach Earth's display devices. The authority for global broadcasting resides solely with me. Understood, Captain. I have established a local network space where they can only obtain information and operate without realizing they are confined within it. Very well. I shall observe their intentions in the command room of the Mezalaris mothership. Captain Soa, he remarked, we have successfully infiltrated Earth's network. Their language has been deciphered, and we can control the planet's network at will, facilitating a global broadcast to all indigenous inhabitants. However, what? Our analysis of the network indicates that this planet's data volume is quite limited. Perhaps their network infrastructure is underdeveloped that I could not locate any monitoring data regarding their star, making it difficult to compare with the stellar radiation data relayed by our previous exploration vessel. The earlier data may have been erroneous. Very well. Perhaps their sun is simply as it is. Captain Sun, you may commence your global broadcast. All right. Activate the camera equipment. I wish to communicate with their human populace. Understood. Captain Sun. The camera is now activated, and your voice will be translated into a language they can comprehend for the broadcast. Suahi began to eloquently address the camera. People of Earth. I am Captain Suahi of the Mezalaris Star, a representative of a superior cosmic civilization. We have come to colonize your planet, but do not be alarmed. We Mesolarians do not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. If you comply, I shall grant you the opportunity to survive. Now, please send forth your rulers to engage in dialogue with me, as we will be landing at the center of your ocean known as the Pacific. Chapter 135. The Mesolarians as Suwa. He concluded his address. The broadcast ceased. Little did he know, only Chen Yu could view this transmission, while the live feed witnessed by the 8 billion inhabitants of Earth showcased the fleet of aliens in space. Courtesy of Chen Yu, the intelligent brain thoughtfully provided intelligent commentary for humanity, analyzing the capabilities of the Mesolarian vessels, featuring close-ups of various warships, and explaining their purpose. This is a laser cannon. This is an electromagnetic cannon. This is their propulsion system, and so forth. Surprisingly, the people of Earth found themselves devoid of fear regarding the alien invasion. It felt akin to watching an educational program, and they were thoroughly engrossed in the broadcast. If the Mesolarians were aware that their arrival resembled a theatrical performance for Earthlings, one wonders if they would be incensed. Observing Captain He's recent broadcast, Chen Yu wore a smirk. Ditto. Their planet is called Mesolaris? Quite a peculiar name, but intelligent brain. Are you certain these Mesolarians are not distant relatives of ours? They bear an uncanny resemblance to us. Captain, did I not previously enlighten you? Human civilizations constitute over half of the cosmos. As for the similarity in appearance among human civilizations, it may be attributed to some enigmatic force, or perhaps the existence of godlike civilizations of level 8, 9, or 10 that disseminate their essence throughout the universe. This is mere speculation on my part, lacking scientific basis, as our level 7 civilization has yet to unravel this mystery. Very well, let us set that aside for now. We shall explore it further when the opportunity arises. They wish to land at the center of the Pacific for negotiations? Then I shall meet with them. Intelligent brain, arrange for my simulation robot to proceed. I will personally engage in dialogue with them. Understood, Captain. Chen Yu, in his true form, entered his most formidable level 7 civilization warship. With the arrival of extraterrestrials, he sought solace within his mightiest super invincible universe #1 warship, reclining in the adaptive chair of the command room. Chen Yu's retina displayed the imagery observed by the simulation robot at that moment. The landing craft was transporting the simulated Chen Yu to the center of the Pacific. To enhance realism. Chen Yu had previously dispatched the last 4 aircraft carriers seized from the Americans to the Pacific's epicenter. Among them was the world's largest Ford-class aircraft carrier, accompanied by a substantial fleet of Aegis destroyers, as well as the Yinxia aircraft carrier group positioned in the Pacific, all congregating at the center. The landing craft swiftly delivered Chen Yu to the Liaojian aircraft carrier. Upon arrival, the simulated Chen Yu was respectfully invited into the command room, where Captain Li Guoxiong awaited. Mr. Chen, your request to proceed to the center of the Pacific. Is there something you wish to convey? Captain Li, those extraterrestrials have already made contact with me. I am here to negotiate with them. Captain Li was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his mission entailed escorting Chen Yu for negotiations with aliens. Captain Li, once we reach the center, alongside the American aircraft carriers I previously seized, we must project an imposing presence for these negotiations. Moreover, refrain from opening fire without my command. Captain Li scratched his head. Mr. Chen, we dare not fire indiscriminately. They are aliens, after all. What if things go awry and we face annihilation? Fear not. I have it under control. The simulated Chen Yu flashed a confident smile. The expression of the simulated Chen Yu mirrored that of the real Chen Yu, as only he governed its every action. Soon, at the center of the Pacific, the Yinxia Liaojian aircraft carrier group convened with the 4 aircraft carriers now under the jurisdiction of the Huanyu colonies. Awaiting the arrival of the Mesolarians, before long, a Mesolarian landing craft, accompanied by 10 starfighter ships, descended gracefully through Earth's atmosphere. Chen Yu observed the descending alien vessels with a tranquil demeanor, unlike Captain Li Guoxiong and the soldiers aboard the aircraft carriers, who exhibited signs of anxiety. It was their first encounter with an alien spacecraft, and many trembled uncontrollably that Mr. Chen, these aliens truly want to destroy Earth. Will they? Captain Li's voice quivered slightly. Chen Yu offered him a reassuring glance. Captain Li, do you still doubt me? Nearly a year ago, did I not effortlessly obliterate one of their ships? Captain Lee was well aware that Chen Yu had indeed destroyed an American extraterrestrial warship with ease. Very well, Old Lee, place my trust in you. Rest assured, I am eager to discover their intentions. Chapter 136. Using 5 billion humans as feed, the Mesolarian landing craft drew ever closer, ultimately hovering above the deck of the Liaojian aircraft carrier. It seemed the aliens recognized that the Liaojian, positioned at the forefront of the fleet, served as Earth's representative. Chen Yu stood on the deck of the Liaojian aircraft carrier, composed as he gazed at the descending alien vessels. Had this been any other Earthling, their heart would surely race with anxiety. Yet, whether in his robotic form or as his true self, Chen Yu remained unfazed as the hatch of the alien landing craft slowly opened. A brilliant beam of light cascaded down Guoxiong, and several guards standing behind Chen Yu shielded their eyes from the dazzling illumination, but Chen Yu remained steadfast, unblinking. As a robot, he was unfazed by such phenomena. As the bright light gradually receded, several Mesolarians clad in golden attire emerged. Presumably, this golden garb served as their uniform, perhaps even providing ballistic protection. Chen Yu calmly regarded the Mesolarians before him. These aliens bore a striking resemblance to humans. Albeit slightly taller on average, their skin exhibited a greenish hue, and their ears were notably pointed, somewhat akin to the goblins of Earth, though more aesthetically pleasing. What astonished Chen Yu most was that among the Mesolarians stood a female figure at the center. She possessed all the attributes of an Earth woman, her physique nearly perfect, standing at least 1.8 meters tall, almost matching the genetically enhanced Chen Yu. Primarily, she possessed a visage reminiscent of an ethereal angel from an anime. Strikingly beautiful, Chen Yu couldn't help but entertain some mischievous thoughts. Perhaps he could capture a female extraterrestrial and employ his myriad skills to subject her to rigorous interrogation. After all, it wasn't illegal to do so to aliens. Was it? He chuckled softly to himself. A few Mesolar's aliens were also scrutinizing Chen Yu, who stood at the forefront. Their eyes revealed curiosity, pondering why this Earthling exhibited no signs of fear towards them. As the Supreme Commander, Suahi would never deign to negotiate with such lowly Earthlings personally. Thus, the delegation comprised several subordinates. The foremost female Mesolar stepped forward and spoke. "Are you the ruler of this planet?" "You certainly don't appear to be, considering your youthful appearance." Chen Yu surprise. He found he could understand her words. He noticed a simple sound device around the female elf's neck. It was from there that her voice emanated, explaining the mismatch between her lips and the sound. This device must function as a real-time translator. With a smile, Chen Yu replied calmly, "Are you not an advanced civilization? Surely your intellect is not so narrow-minded as to believe that someone of my age cannot govern a planet." Clearly, his words were also comprehensible to them through their specialized devices. "Heh, Earthling, you are quite bold to speak to us in such a manner. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Solara, the deputy captain of the Mesolar home-grade colonial ship." Solara. Chen Yu internally scoffed at the peculiar name. With an open gesture, he responded, "Greetings, I am Chen Yu, the supreme ruler of Earth. Miss Solara of the beautiful Mesolar planet. I am curious as to your intentions for traveling such a great distance to our world." "Mr. Chen Yu, our captain previously broadcasted to your entire world. Did we not mention our purpose? We are here to colonize your planet and hope for your cooperation." Upon hearing Solara's statement, Li Guoxiong and several soldiers displayed puzzled expressions. They were unaware that these aliens had previously conducted a global broadcast. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yu had confined the aliens' broadcast signal within a localized network created by the intellect brain. The Earthlings had only witnessed the educational program about alien spacecraft arranged by the intellect brain. In fact, it even advertised Chen Yu's sister's new film, Wandering Planet 8, during the broadcast, the only advertisement to appear. Even more insidiously, the intellect brain activated a donation feature, which had already amassed hundreds of billions in contributions within just a few hours, destined to be donated to charitable projects. Chen Yu replied with a faint smile, "Miss Solara, what do you plan to do with the 8 billion inhabitants of our planet post-colonization?" Solara did not hesitate to respond. "We shall implement a new optimization of your population structure." "What kind of optimization?" "To put it plainly, we require a substantial labor force for our colonization efforts. Relying solely on robots cannot meet the demands of complex construction. Thus, we will retain your planet's able-bodied population. Even though Chen Yu was a simulation robot, he couldn't help but shudder at this so-called population optimization method, a visceral reaction coursing through him. This effectively meant the elderly, infirm, and weak would be left to perish in Earth. Individuals aged between 18 and 59 comprised approximately one-third of the population. This indicated that over 5 billion Earthlings would be optimized away upon colonization. Miss Solara, do you truly believe I would acquiesce to such terms? That is not your decision to make. Your Earth is merely a lowly civilization that is yet to reach even level 1. Your only destiny is to be colonized. Ha. Miss Solara, how do you intend to optimize the more than 5 billion inhabitants of our Earth? Naturally, they will serve as sustenance for the creatures we bring from our planet. After all, the composition of Earthlings should make for excellent animal feed. Solara replied with a nonchalant air, as if the lives of 5 billion Earthlings were worth less than mere ants. Chen Yu was thoroughly enraged. He felt a compelling urge to deploy all his attack ships and annihilate this group of bloodthirsty lunatics. Intellect brain, I can barely restrain myself. They do not even regard us Earthlings as human. Likening us to feed. Captain, in the eyes of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, Earthling lives are indeed less than those of ants. They can extinguish them at will. Very well. So be it. I shall show you that I am not the insignificant being you claim. Chen Yu temporarily severed his connection with the simulation robot Chen Yu in the command room of the mothership. He raged before calming himself and reconnecting with the simulation robot. Miss Solara, is this what you refer to as refraining from indiscriminate slaughter? Our captain spoke the truth. We do not engage in indiscriminate killing, though we will retain all your able-bodied individuals for labor, while those incapable of providing service hold no value. Optimizing them does not constitute indiscriminate slaughter. Chen Yu found himself almost amused by this woman, who resembled an elf, yet spoke with the malice of a demon. Chapter 137. Setting a trap for the aliens. Chen Yu felt it unnecessary to negotiate with these mesolar aliens, who regarded Earthlings with such disdain. He was merely putting on an act, for he intended to ambush them. Miss Solara, if I were to acquiesce to your demands, what would I gain in return? Solara was not surprised by Chen Yu's reaction. Refusing could lead to a swifter demise. Captain Li Guoxiong of the Liaoning aircraft carrier and the soldiers behind him stared incredulously at Chen Yu's back. Was he truly willing to sacrifice over 5 billion Earthlings as mere fodder? Was this his plan, to survive or gain advantages from the aliens at the expense of billions? In an instant, anger surged within Li Guoxiong and the soldiers as they looked at Chen Yu, yet they dared not utter a word. Ha! Mr. Chen Yu, you are quite astute. Since you are the ruler of Earth, we can allow you to continue managing the remaining able-bodied population. You will receive greater benefits than they, with no obligation to participate in labor. Chen Yu thought to himself, thank you so much. I get to avoid work. Your benefits are truly generous. Very well, Miss Solara, since you have traveled such a distance, why not let the esteemed guest from Mesler stay at my residence? I shall extend the finest hospitality Earth has to offer, and I am certain you will appreciate our cuisine. I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. I will return to the mothership and relay your sentiments to our commander. Here, take this. Solara tossed Chen Yu a small device, which indeed resembled a communication tool. Very well. I will clear any obstacles to your colonization of Earth. Please, Miss Solara, convey my regards to your commander and request favorable treatment for me. Certainly. Await our notification. I bid farewell to the esteemed guests of the Mesler. Solara, accompanied by several Mesler aliens, returned to their landing ship. A brilliant light shining upon them. It was so dazzling that Earthlings had to close their eyes. Yet Chen Yu observed clearly. After the Mesler landing ship departed, Li Guoxiong approached Chen Yu, his expression filled with anger. Chen Yu, how could you agree to them? Are you truly the kind of person who would betray humanity to save yourself? Chen Yu gazed in the direction of the departing ships, forming a gun gesture with his hand. Bang! Bang! Captain Li, do you truly believe I am that sort of person? Li Guoxiong struggled to comprehend Chen Yu's actions. Mr. Chen, you possess the power to rule the world. Earth is yours to command. I do not understand. Those aliens deserve to die. Just trust that I possess the strength to eliminate them at AS for my apparent concession. It serves a greater purpose. Do not concern yourselves with it for now. You will understand in due time. Seeing Chen Yu's confident demeanor and hearing his assertion of being able to eliminate the aliens, Li Guoxiong and the soldiers exchanged excited glances. As long as Mr. Chen did not betray Earth, they still had a chance to survive. Very well, Mr. Chen. I recognize your wisdom and capability. We shall follow your lead. You need not do anything. I have my own plans moving forward. Chen Yu intended to invite these mesolar aliens to Earth, especially their highest commander, whom he must capture at that time. With a mix of coercion and persuasion, he might gain access to their home-grade spacecraft AS for their battleships. He would seize what he could and destroy the rest. Only their home-grade ships possessed the warp engines that Chen Yu sought. After bidding farewell to the mesolar aliens, the simulation Chen Yu boarded his small landing ship, heading straight for the Universal Colonization Colony on the North American continent. He planned to host the mesolar aliens there. Ideally, he would annihilate them all. If not, he would resort to more forceful measures. After Solara returned to the mesolar home-grade spaceship, immediately the contents of a negotiation with Chen Yu were reported to Captain Suo. In the command room, Suo, he inquired, "The ruler of Earth wishes to invite us to his planet, and he intends to host us with the utmost courtesy. Indeed, Captain Suo, that Earth ruler seeks to gain some preferential treatment through this invitation." Ha ha ha! Such a contemptible and primitive civilization. Yet, he displays a certain cleverness and awareness of the times to facilitate our colonization of the entire planet. It may be worth our while to pay a visit. I wonder what culinary delights this place has to offer. I too believe we could extend him some benefits. Subsequently, there will be no obstacles to our colonization. Very well. Inform him that we accept his invitation. Understood, Captain Suo. Chapter 138. Captain Suo arrives on Earth that evening. The communicator from the planet Mysola's in Chen Yu's possession suddenly rang. After some fiddling, he connected to the device, which projected a holographic image. The ethereal face of Solala appeared on the screen. "Mr. Chen Yu, I have consulted with our Captain Suo, and he has agreed to accept your invitation. We shall arrive on Earth tomorrow. I shall be eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence on Earth, and I will extend the warmest welcome to you, the illustrious beings from Mysola's. Mr. Chen Yu, Captain Suo, he will provide you with a generous benefit, as long as you wholeheartedly assist us in colonizing Earth." "Ah, thank you, Miss Solala. I have also prepared a special gift for you, which I shall present tomorrow." "Oh, is that so? I am very much looking forward to it." Chen Yu believed that all women have a fondness for gifts. Even an extraterrestrial woman, he intended to wield temptation. Once these beings arrived, none would escape. After concluding the call with Solala, Chen Yu sent over a location for their reception, situated at the Cosmic Colony. Now the capital, previously known as the White House, that he worked through the night to devise a plan, arranging thousands of simulation robots equipped with laser weaponry, and stationed 30 Level 7 civilization warships in stealth mode nearby. Determined to ensure that these aliens would not leave, deep beneath the ocean, aboard a colossal nuclear submarine, a golden-haired Mr. Trump was receiving reports from his subordinates. "Mr. Trump, earlier today, our sonar system detected a significant gathering of warships and aircraft carriers at the center of the Pacific. I dispatched simulated whales to capture astonishing footage from a distance." "Let me see it." His subordinate activated a large screen, displaying footage of the alien ships descending to Earth, the entire negotiation process with Chen Yu. Upon viewing, Trump furrowed his brow. Those ships were indeed the extraterrestrial vessels from the Cosmic Technology Live broadcast. They had come to Earth, surely to negotiate with Chen Yu. By the way, Mr. Trump, our informants within the American mainland, utilizing a special encryption device, have relayed information back to us. Speak. The information indicates that the former White House, where you once held office, is being hastily prepared for the reception of some important personage. And Chen Yu is also present. Trump's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha. I see. Chen Yu intends to host those extraterrestrials in America. It seems he has established some form of collaboration with them." "Indeed, Mr. Trump, your insight is unparalleled." "Damn it. Why should he be the one forming an alliance with those aliens? That should have been ours. What should we do? If Chen Yu becomes the representative of the aliens, will we be unable to contend with him?" Trump revealed a knowing smile. Since we cannot obtain it, we must not allow him to prosper. We cannot permit Chen Yu to establish relations with the aliens. Tomorrow, dispatch a squad of genetically modified elite warriors to infiltrate the area and act under my command. Understood, Mr. Trump. At the White House, over 1,000 individuals toiled through the night, ultimately creating a grand and opulent welcoming scene. The intention was to give the extraterrestrials the impression that Chen Yu had exerted immense effort, thereby relaxing their vigilance. At this moment, Chen Yu's true self had also arrived at the cosmic colony, albeit he remained within the number 1 mothership, which was cloaked in low Earth orbit, utilizing Level 7 civilization stealth technology. The detection capabilities of the Mysola star were insufficient to uncover him. Should Chen Yu desire, he could silently approach the rear of these Mysola ships and unleash a barrage of lasers from the number 1 mothership. However, Chen Yu required the Mysola's mothership. Finally, the anticipated day arrived, and the time for the agreed-upon meeting drew near. The squad of 30 genetically modified elite warriors secretly landed on the eastern coast of the cosmic colony. Upon disembarking, they evaded the crowds and made their way directly to the former White House. These were elite warriors cultivated by Trump using a new type of genetic modification serum. Of course, the term elite warriors was Trump's own designation. According to the definitions within Chen Yu's technology database, these were individuals forcibly altered with a mid-level genetic modification serum from a level 3 civilization. Although this mid-level serum sounded impressive, it paled in comparison to Chen Yu's level 7 civilization's basic genetic modification serum. The mid-level genetic modification serum in Trump's possession was discovered at an extraterrestrial site, not derived from Mysola's technology. This serum could potentially elevate Earth humans to mid-stage life forms of interstellar level 2, but the enhancements were extremely superficial. Thus, the energy Trump could muster coalesced into orange flames, reaching a maximum temperature of only 1 or 2,000 degrees, while Chen Yu could effortlessly conjure blue flames with temperatures comparable to the sun's surface, up to 6,000 degrees. The energy fireballs he released could instantaneously incinerate humans, while Trump's elite warriors could merely ignite them. As the appointed time arrived, the Mysola's beings disembarked in 10 landing vessels at the cosmic colony on Earth. Of course, the Mysola's beings present were but a fraction of their numbers. The majority remained aboard their home-class mothership and battleships. However, Chen Yu only required the arrival of their highest commander. The 10 Mysola's landing vessels slowly came to rest near the White House, with one noticeably larger vessel hovering above the White House courtyard, seemingly preparing for the emergence of a significant figure. Chapter 139. A trap for the guest. Chen Yu awaited in the courtyard as the landing ship's hatch gradually opened. Solala, along with several officers from the ship, followed behind a strikingly impressive man. Chen Yu immediately recognized that the foremost figure was none other than Captain Sun, the very one who had previously broadcast live to Earth. Witnessed solely by Chen Yu stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of warm welcome. "You must be Captain Suahi. I am Chen Yu, the supreme ruler of Earth." Suahi did not extend his hand. In his eyes, despite Chen Yu's status as Earth's ruler, he remained merely an ordinary individual from a lowly civilization. To shake his hand would be to diminish his own prestige. Chen Yu was simply unworthy. The simulated robot representing Chen Yu's hand lingered awkwardly in the air for several seconds before retracting in embarrassment. Throughout the encounter, Captain Suahi did not spare Chen Yu a single glance. To these extraterrestrials, Chen Yu was but a tool for their colonization of Earth, easily discarded when they had crossed the river. Chen Yu silently cursed. "You may laugh now, but just wait until I capture all of you. Let's see how amused you remain." Captain Suahi and his entourage of high-ranking officials were escorted into the White House, where they were treated to the highest standards of earthly hospitality. Captain Suahi could discern that this grand reception was a deliberate attempt by Chen Yu to lower their guard. Meanwhile, outside the White House, 30 of Trump's elite warriors awaited further instructions from him. This scene was transmitted back to the colossal nuclear submarine deep in the ocean via a unique encryption pathway. Trump observed as the 10 alien ships descended near the White House. Grappling with whether to create a disturbance, he weighed the potential consequences of such actions, pondering what might happen if the aliens were provoked into attacking Earth. However, considering his current position deep beneath the ocean, he felt secure, at least temporarily, from alien capture, Trump's mind was already racing with possibilities, especially regarding his assessment of Chen Yu's strength. If he could leverage the aliens to eliminate Chen Yu, he could then communicate with them, asserting that Chen Yu was not the true ruler of Earth. Wouldn't that make him the one collaborating with the aliens? At that moment, one of his subordinates approached, holding a miniature computer, reporting, "Sir, the captain of the White House's elite warriors has relayed an inquiry about our next steps, stating that the aliens have all entered the White House." Trump squinted in contemplation for a while before commanding, "Have them remain vigilant and await my orders." "Understood, Mr. Trump." Inside the White House, Captain Tsai, Deputy Captain Salala, and a series of high-ranking officials from Isolas were ushered into a grand banquet hall. Among the extraterrestrials were also soldiers armed with laser guns. Their audacity to come was fueled by their disdain for Earth, a mere level 0.68 civilization. They believed that their portable thermal weapons would scarcely penetrate the golden battle suits they donned. Moreover, the combat prowess of the Mysolas beings was far beyond what primitive Earthlings could contend with. The majority of them are interstellar beings of the first and second tiers, certainly superior when compared to humans. The true form of Chen Yu sits within the invisible mothership number 1, hovering above the White House. His retina displays the simulated images perceived by Chen Yu, while a sphere of fire, gradually turning purple, floats in his hand. Over the past few months, he has tirelessly endeavored to absorb cosmic luminous energy to enhance the development of his cerebral domain, and he has now successfully ascended to the early stages of interstellar Tier 3 life forms. With his cerebral domain development reaching 8.98, according to the intelligence system's definition of interstellar life forms, achieving Tier 3 means that Chen Yu's body has undergone a profound transformation, bringing him closer to the mid-tier interstellar life forms, endowing him with the capability to survive in the vastness of space. In other words, Chen Yu can now exist without the need for respiration. In the cosmic expanse, the energy he requires can be drawn from the absorption of cosmic luminous energy, and he has also made strides in the release of this energy. The fireball in Chen Yu's hand has transitioned from blue to a deep purple hue, its temperature exceeding 7,000 degrees, capable of incinerating a human instantly, leaving not a trace behind. All metals listed on the periodic table, discovered by scientists on Earth, can be vaporized. As for the alloys, created by advanced civilizations, or metals formed under extraordinary cosmic conditions that do not appear on the earthly periodic table, that is a different matter altogether. In the banquet hall of the White House, Chen Yu respectfully invites the extraterrestrials from Mesolaris to take their seats of honor. The waitstaff then presents platters of Earth's delicacies and fruits. As members of the human race, they all possess a natural curiosity, and the Mesolaris beings are no different, gazing at the array of dishes that showcase culinary offerings from various regions of Earth, predominantly featuring the cuisine of the summer season. Chen Yu proceeds to introduce each dish to the Mesolaris guests. Captain So, Deputy Captain Solara, the first dish you see is called Yuxiang Raozi, a specialty from my hometown. Indeed, it is Yuxiang Raozi. Since these extraterrestrials are unfamiliar, he decides to impress them with the most ordinary of home-cooked meals. Yet, it is precisely these simple dishes that test a chef's skills. Yuxiang Raozi? So, this is made from the flesh and blood of an animal from your Earth? Captain So speaks for the first time, indicating his apparent interest in Earth cuisine. Chen Yu smiles and explains. Captain So, you are correct. The main ingredient is a type of lean meat from an animal we call a pig, along with a plant known as green onion, sautéed with a special sour seasoning made of vinegar and sugar. The result is a dish that is fragrant and delightful, perfect when paired with a bowl of white rice, making for a truly enjoyable meal. So gazes at the bowl of white rice with astonishment. He uses the analyzer on his wrist to assess the composition of the Yuxiang Raozi and the rice. Instantly, a virtual screen lights up on his wrist, displaying various elemental ingredients alongside a summary of the flavors that might arise from their combinations. The other Mesolaris beings also begin to analyze the dishes and rice before them. Chen Yu assumes these extraterrestrials are wary, fearing he might have laced the food with a narcotic. So studies the screen before him, nodding in approval. The very least, these elemental combinations do not seem to produce any lethal toxins for the Mesolaris beings. However, the flavor summary remains blank, indicating that nothing on their planet resembles this dish. Curiosity piques So's interest. What could the food from Earth possibly taste like? He takes a spoonful of Yuxiang Rousey, not forgetting to accompany it with a bite of rice. He chews slowly. His eyes widen in surprise. Chapter 140. The great battle is about to erupt, so his expression transforms with astonishment as he tastes the Yuxiang Rousey. Could this truly be the food of Earth? It is extraordinarily delicious. The meat is tender, and the balance of sweet and sour flavors is exquisite. The potent flavor of the green onion complements the dish perfectly. This is a taste So has never encountered on Mesolaris. He beams a satisfied smile, prompting the other Mesolaris beings to pick up their spoons and sample this so-called earthly cuisine. Soon, all the Mesolaris beings are taken aback by the dish. Their staple foods on Mesolaris consist mainly of a few types of bland, mushy elemental substances, lacking in novelty. Suddenly encounter such primal and delectable food on Earth is nothing short of shocking. Who would have thought that your primitive and lowly civilization possesses such unique culinary offerings? Once we colonize your planet, be sure to leave me a few chefs to prepare meals for me, Captain So declares, expressing his demand. Chen Yu muses to himself that So might not have the fortune to enjoy that. Nevertheless, he responds with utmost respect, Haha, as long as it is Captain So's request, our Earth shall do its utmost to fulfill it. Next, Chen Yu introduces other dishes to So and Solara, including twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers and tomato scrambled eggs, ordinary home-cooked meals that before these inexperienced Mesolaris beings are akin to gourmet delicacies. Just as Chen Yu entertains these extraterrestrial guests, hoping to lower their guard, Trump senses the opportune moment has arrived that he is determined to thwart the potential collaboration between Chen Yu and the aliens. Thus, he issues orders to the advanced genetic warriors lurking near the White House to launch indiscriminate attacks on the extraterrestrial vessels, aiming to sabotage Chen Yu's negotiations. While Chen Yu continues to host the Mesolaris beings in the banquet hall, his plan is quietly set in motion. Within the White House, thousands of fully armed simulated robotic warriors are poised for action. Once lunch concludes, Chen Yu intends to invite So, Solara, and the high-ranking officials of the Mesolaris fleet to discuss the matter of colonizing Earth at that moment. It will be the perfect opportunity to strike. Just as Chen Yu calculates his next move, a resounding explosion reverberates from outside. Instantly, everyone in the banquet hall, however, a sudden blue light radiated from Solara's hand, and the metallic scaled whip swiftly solidified into a longsword. The blue light enveloped the sword, reminiscent of the lightsabers from Star Wars. Chen Yu widened his eyes, secretly admiring the stunning spectacle. Coupled with Solara's voluptuous figure, she resembled a goddess of war that moment. The real Chen Yu aboard the #1 mothership received a prompt from the intelligence brain. Captain, detection indicates that the opponent is a mid-level life form of the second starry tier, capable of unleashing powerful cosmic energy. The weapon in her hand is a special armament that can transmit and release energy, significantly enhancing the level of energy release and drastically increasing attack power. Oh, intriguing. I never anticipated encountering a genuine high-tier cosmic life form. In the banquet hall, Solara stood protectively in front of So, while a group of Mesolaris Star Guards raised their laser guns that the fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 141. The strength of second-tier starry life forms, Chen Yu's simulation robots, surged forward, intent on capturing their adversaries alive. The guards of Mesolaris raised their laser guns and commenced firing. Expressions of mockery adorned their faces, as they found it ludicrous that mere low-level civilization humans believed they could confront armed warriors with bare hands. However, the Mesolaris warriors soon found themselves bewildered. The simulation robots exhibited remarkable agility, displaying reflexes and strength beyond that of ordinary Earthlings. The aliens struggled to land hits on the simulation robots. What speed! The Mesolaris warriors exclaimed in astonishment. They dared not slacken their efforts, focusing all their attention. Only then did some lasers find their mark on Chen Yu's simulation robots. They had expected to reduce these Earthlings to ash, but were soon left dumbfounded. The humans struck by their lasers merely erupted in clouds of smoke, revealing gleaming metallic skeletons beneath. What? They are robots, Solara exclaimed. The Mesolaris warriors began firing incessantly, although the simulation robots were constructed with special metallic frames. They too would succumb to melting after enduring multiple laser hits. It's time for you to witness your true strength. Capture So and Solara alive and eliminate the rest of the aliens. The arms of the simulation robots opened, revealing ominous black laser muzzles. Instantly, beams of laser fire, rivaling the power of the Mesolaris warriors' weapons, shot forth. Boom! 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 Those struck by the lasers were sent flying, even if their golden battlesuits were not immediately pierced. The subsequent barrage of lasers obliterated them on the spot. So, who had maintained an air of calmness, could not help but reveal a look of shock. How could such a low-level civilization possess such powerful laser weaponry? Solara was enraged. Damn it! Chen Yu, you lowly earthling, I will kill you! Solara raised the long sword shimmering with blue light and charged the simulation robots advancing towards her at a fan-shaped wave of energy. Condensed from luminous energy, shot forth from the blade, instantly cleaving the first few simulation robots in half. After carving a bloody path, Solara lunged toward Chen Yu, evidently intent on capturing the leader first. At that moment, Chen Yu was merely a simulation robot. He raised his right hand, and a laser emitter emerged, unleashing a rapid stria. The two individuals, already stunned and somewhat dazed, beheld Chen Yu emerging from the luminous column. Particularly, Sualala's eyes brimmed with palpable hatred. Chen Yu, you despicable scoundrel, I shall end your life. Sualala struggled fiercely, nearly breaking free from the grasp of the several robotic simulacra behind her. Chen Yu approached them with a mocking demeanor. Sualala scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe, her eyes sparkling with recognition. Yes, it's you. This time, it is your true self. Summoning her last reserves of strength, Sualala broke free from the restraints of the robots and dashed toward Chen Yu like an arrow. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, amused. Well, you still possess the energy to fight, fiery little alien girl. I find that appealing. Sualala was perplexed. How could this mere earthling show no fear of her? Fine, since you're unafraid. I will kill you. Just then Suahi's voice resonated from behind. Sualala, spare his life for now. I want him alive. I need to understand why there's so many warships in space with power comparable to ours. Sualala's expression wavered, but she reluctantly complied with Suahi's command. Chen Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. A mere Tier 2 interstellar life form. Today, I shall demonstrate what a Tier 3 interstellar life form truly is. Instantly, a sphere of violet energy coalesced in Chen Yu's hands, illuminating him with a radiant purple glow as his body began to levitate slowly into the air. Sualala found herself frozen in midair, involuntarily pushed back by the energy emanating from Chen Yu. Yu. Sualala stared at Chen Yu in shock. See, equally dumbfounded, muttered a high-tier interstellar life form. How is this possible? And violet energy. It is said that only beings of level 5 civilizations can condense such power. What is happening? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yu had injected himself with a primary gene modification serum from a level 7 civilization, far superior to the mid to high tier gene modifications of their level 2 and 3 civilizations. Thus, every tier of Chen Yu's power surpassed that of equivalent beings from lower civilizations, allowing him to engage in battles beyond his rank against these lower tier beings, floating higher and higher. Chen Yu had spent months diligently absorbing cosmic energy to enhance his cerebral expansion. Recently, he had successfully broken through to the initial stage of a Tier 3 interstellar life form. After this breakthrough, Chen Yu found himself acutely aware of the omnipresent energy in the environment and astonishingly discovered that he could manipulate this energy, enabling him to fly through the sky. Moreover, he had attained the ability to survive in the vastness of space, exchanging energy within his body, and could effortlessly absorb the ubiquitous cosmic energy around him. He could even traverse from Earth to the Moon without the aid of spacecraft, truly akin to a humanoid spaceship. Hovering mid-air, Chen Yu waved his hand casually, unleashing a surge of violet energy that hurtled towards Sualala. Already rendered speechless by fear, Sualala stood defenseless as the violet energy struck her chest, causing her already damaged golden battle attire to disintegrate, revealing a form-fitting garment reminiscent of yoga attire that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Collapsing to the ground, she coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, thoroughly depleted of her combat capabilities. After completing his display of power, Chen Yu descended slowly, the purple glow around him gradually fading. He crouched beside Solala, scrutinizing her curvaceous form with a teasing gaze. Ah, not bad at all, alien girl. You have quite the figure, and your face resembles that of an elf. I think I shall keep you. Chen Yu's words provoked another spurt of blood from Sualala. Chen Yu, who on earth are you? Surely, you cannot be just an earth native. Are you from a higher civilization? Sualala glared at Chen Yu with seething rage. Chen Yu extended a hand towards Sualala, who instinctively recoiled in resistance. However, he deftly seized her wrists, immobilizing her, and playfully pinched her cheek. Goodness, this is my first time touching an extraterrestrial. I'm not only the first of Earthlings, but also taking a monumental step for humanity. At that moment, this scene was broadcasted live across the globe, witnessed by 8 billion people. Viewers erupted in jubilant cheers at their screens, shouting in ecstatic unison, Chen Yu, amazing! Chen Yu, incredible! The barrage of comments reached into the millions. Humanity had evidently grown powerful enough to the point of casually dominating extraterrestrial beauties. Chen Yu, intrigued by Sualala's pointed ears, recalled an advertisement for a game featuring a silver-haired elven girl wielding a bow and arrow. Curiosity piqued, he reached towards her ears. Sualala shook her head vigorously, struggling, but Chen Yu's newfound strength rendered her immobile. When he finally grasped her ear, she let out a surprised yelp. Ah! Yet, the tone was somewhat improper. As Chen Yu rubbed her ear, his eyes widened in delight. The sensation was warm and smooth, soft and irresistible. However, Sualala's reaction was immediate. Her entire body went limp. Chen Yu was astonished, in a way. So sensitive? This alien girl is quite conservative. Or perhaps their ears are their weak point. If gripped, they lose all combat ability, much like Goku's tail in Dragon Ball when he was a child. Chapter 143, Advanced Weaponry. Dark energy laser. Chen Yu released Sualala's ear, but the sensation lingered in his mind. After a moment, Sualala glared at Chen Yu in fury, still trying to maintain her defiance. Chen Yu, I will kill you. Unbeknownst to him, on the planet Mysola's, a woman's ears are sacred, only to be touched by her husband. They contain millions of nerve receptors, making them extraordinarily sensitive. For Mysola's male to forcefully touch a female's ears is akin to the crime of assault on Earth. Thus, Chen Yu had effectively violated this elven-like extraterrestrial. Sualala now harbored an intense loathing for Chen Yu. Observing Sualala's defiance, Chen Yu smirked. Oh, you wish to kill me, do you? Alas, you lack the power to do so. Reflecting on Chen Yu's earlier display of strength, it was clear she could not hope to match him. Chen Yu released Sualala, and the robotic simulacra swiftly restrained her once more. He then approached the individual he truly wished to capture. He regarded Chen Yu warily, never expecting to be captured on a low-tier civilization planet. If this were to reach his home planet, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Chen Yu, what do you intend to do? You are not even human. He exclaimed. Captain Suahi, today I bind you to acquire something from you. You must immediately command your fleet to cease resistance. Suahi glared at Chen Yu defiantly, retorting, Fool! That is impossible. I will never issue such an order. Do you have a choice? Are you not afraid I will kill you? Suahi hesitated momentarily, yet remained resolute. Impossible! Our fleet is powerful. Your despicable tactics to capture me will not prevent them from annihilating you Earthlings. Haha, Captain Suahi, do you really believe I fear you? Chen Yu waved his hand nonchalantly, and a massive, luminous screen descended from the mothership above, displaying the fierce battle unfolding in space. Over 300 of Chen Yu's attack ships clashed with dozens of Mysola starships, landing vessels, and exploration ships. The landing and exploration vessels of Mysola's, being significantly weaker, had been nearly wiped out, leaving only around 40 starships. The Mysola starships, as they were named, bore no comparison to the Level 7 civilization starships described by the intelligence. In the future, when Chen Yu constructs Level 7 starships, a single vessel would be capable of decimating the Mysola's planet. Witnessing the rapid demise of his fleet, he trembled uncontrollably. Yet he also realized that Chen Yu's ships refrained from attacking the largest colony-class mothership. In an instant, he understood. Chen Yu, you desire my Solace colony-class mothership. Haha, Captain C, you're quite astute. As long as you cooperate with me, I shall spare your life. He trembled even more violently. You are delusional. You would rather kill me, and I would face judgment from the Mysola's interstellar court. So, are you refusing my offer? I cannot agree. If I do, I would still be dead. In his mind, Chen Yu queried the intelligence. Intelligence. What are the odds we can capture that colony-class mothership without damaging its warp engine? Captain, if we eliminate all other Mysola's warships and then attack their colony-class mothership with full force, there's a 70 chance we can destroy it without harming the warp engine. Only 70. That implies roughly 1 in 3 chances of damaging the warp engine. The odds are somewhat low. If we cannot acquire the warp engine this time, who knows when we will be able to embark on interstellar travel. Without interstellar capabilities, we cannot find the more complex elements needed to unlock advanced technology for our ships. If a higher civilization's fleet arrives, Earth will truly be in peril. So, Captain, what do you intend to do? I will converse with he once more. Disconnecting from the intelligence, Chen Yu fixed a steely gaze upon I offer you one last opportunity. If you grant me this colony-class spaceship, I shall spare your life. You may serve me without returning to your home planet, thus avoiding judgment. He found himself in a dilemma. While Chen Yu regarded him with a calm smile, just as Chen Yu's attention wavered, he unleashed a remarkable surge of power. He broke free from the robotic restraints, now so close to Chen Yu, confident that he could strike him down before he realized what was happening. Although Chen Yu was a high-level life form, it was difficult to say what would transpire without any defenses. He had no choice but to take a gamble. In the brief moment Chen Yu was distracted, he appeared before him. Chen Yu cursed inwardly, recognizing the peril. The scoundrel sought to drag him down with him even in the face of death. Chen Yu had indeed relaxed his guard, yet the intelligence aboard the mothership remained ever vigilant regarding the safety of its captain, just as Chen Yu gathered the purple energy in his hands. A beam of great dark energy ions shot down from the mothership at light speed. The moment he was merely half a meter away from Chen Yu, the beam struck him, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he could not even utter a sound before being drawn into the beam, leaving nothing behind. Chen Yu watched in astonishment as his form distorted before him, as if being consumed by a black hole, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Taking a step back, Chen Yu, still shaken, inquired of the intelligence. What was that beam? It was terrifying. Captain, I detected that you were in extreme danger and activated the dark energy laser. This beam can instantly neutralize a target with dark energy, obliterating it from the universe. This weapon is beyond your current authorization, but I made an exception due to the imminent threat to your life. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. Intelligence, if you can make exceptions for using weapons beyond my authorization, then surely you can grant me access to the advanced technology library aboard the spaceship? Captain, you Earthlings truly are greedy. This I cannot do, as I am bound by programming restrictions. Chen Yu was left speechless. Moments ago, Suahi's demise had left Solara aghast, witnessing her captain be reduced to nothingness. She could not even perceive a trace of the atoms he once possessed. It was as if he had never existed in this world. She gazed nervously at Chen Yu, who appeared to be lost in thought, though in reality, he was communicating with the intelligence. Once Chen Yu concluded his exchange, he turned his attention to Solara. Well, now that Suahi was dead, having sought his own demise, I had no intention of killing him. He attempted to take my life and was slain by my ship's automated defense system. So you cannot blame me. Solara had already begun to tremble in fear. She too wished to survive. They, the Mesolarans, had lifespans extending into centuries. With sufficient galactic credits, one could acquire superior genetic enhancement serums, potentially living even longer. Especially after witnessing Suahi being so abruptly consumed by the distorted space, she felt a surge of dread. Chen Yu, what do you intend to do? Miss Solara, now that Suahi is dead, can you control that colony-class spaceship? Chapter 144. A new wife Suahi, overestimating his abilities, was directly eliminated by the dark energy ray from the mothership. Now, Chen Yu could only turn his attention to Solara. If he were to attack that colony-class spaceship and accidentally destroy its warp engine, His aspirations for interstellar travel would be indefinitely postponed. Chen Yu crouched beside Solara, lifting her chin, and asked deliberately, Solara, as the first officer, "You must possess the authority to command your crew to cease their assault now that your captain is no more, correct?" Solara's face was a mask of terror. Seemingly still reeling from the horror of Su'a, his transformation into nothingness. Observing Solara's evident fright, Chen Yu sighed and continued, "Solara, I assure you, I will not harm you, so there is no need for such fear." Chen Yu smiled warmly, perhaps sensing the diminishing aura of menace surrounding him. Solara gradually regained her composure. "Chen Yu, I will never submit to you. You truly do not fear that I might end your life, leaving no trace behind. You may as well kill me, if I comply with your demands. I cannot escape the judgment of the Mesellaran Interstellar Court." Chen Yu sighed deeply. "Did I not tell you? If you yield to me, I can guarantee your safety. Your Mesellaran civilization is but a mere third-tier one. How could it possibly detain anyone under my authority?" Chen Yu's confident assertion left Solara astonished. "You dismiss even a third-tier civilization. Do you hail from a higher one?" Chen Yu, being an early-stage, third-tier interstellar life form, could indeed be considered a high-level being, but he decided to play along with Solara's assumptions, responding, "Indeed, you witness my status as a high-level interstellar life form, and this ship above us is a product far exceeding those of your planet. Therefore, you should now believe that I can ensure your safety." Solara's eyes darted, reflecting her internal struggle. Seizing the moment, Chen Yu pressed on, "Consider this. You have fallen into my grasp. It is inevitable that you face death. If you ally with me, I can lead you through the stars, elevating you to a higher tier of interstellar life. Your home planet is merely an ordinary third-tier civilization, a far cry from the aspirations I wish to fulfill. Would you rather remain a lowly being in a primitive civilization, or seek to become a master of countless star systems?" Drawing from the motivational rhetoric of Earth's promotional organizations, Chen Yu noticed a glimmer of determination spark in Solara's eyes. It seemed she had reached a decision, as she gazed up at Chen Yu with newfound resolve. "Very well, I shall assist you, but you must agree to two conditions that— "Oh, certainly, as long as they are not too excessive." "You may propose them." Solara bit her lip and stated, "First, I will command them to cease their attack, but you must spare the lives of my kin." Chen Yu patted his chest in assurance. "Agreed, keeping them alive is beneficial for me. What is your second condition?" Solara's gaze grew conflicted, her expression shy as she hesitated for a moment before stammering, "After what just transpired, I am now yours. So, you must marry me." Chen Yu scratched his ear, confirming that the translation device had accurately conveyed her words. "What? Miss Alien, are you aware of what you are saying? I merely pinched your face and ear. And now you demand marriage? You do realize that marriage is a significant matter on Earth." Solara's expression turned resolute. "After what you did to me, how could you not take responsibility? If not, I would rather die." Chen Yu keenly perceived the implication behind Solara's words and inquired, "You say I must take responsibility for your ear being touched? Could you explain why?" "What do you mean, why?" "Our Mesellaran ears possess millions of neural cells, allowing for profound soul communication with our beloved. You are the first man to ever touch my ear, thus I can only marry you." Chen Yu's eyes widened in shock. He had inadvertently compromised the virtue of an alien beauty. A grievous error indeed. He wore an awkward expression, realizing that in future encounters with other extraterrestrials, he must refrain from casually touching their sensitive areas, lest he find himself entangled in a harem situation. With an embarrassed countenance, Chen Yu asked, Miss Solara, what is the customary practice on your planet regarding how many wives a man may have?" Without a moment's hesitation, Solara replied, "Of course, it is monogamous in civilizations that have reached a certain level. Both genders are equal. It is impossible for men to have multiple wives." Chen Yu nearly choked in disbelief, but then had a sudden epiphany. Solara, since you wish for me to marry you, it must adhere to our Earth's customs. On Earth, polygamy is accepted, so while I may marry you, I can also take other women from Earth. Do you understand? Chapter 145. Solara's complete submission after all. There are countries on Earth that practice polygamy. Eventually, Chen Yu could simply travel to such places to marry. Wouldn't that suffice? Chen Yu marveled at his own cleverness. It was perfect, if all else fails. As the leader of Earth, he could even enact a law permitting multiple wives. Solara's face flushed, her chest rising and falling with emotion. Humph, truly a primitive and barbaric civilization, allowing for polygamy. Ignorant and foolish. Chen Yu remained silent, allowing Solara to absorb the implications of his words. After a while, Solara sighed. Fine, I agree. Since this is your custom, I will accept it, but you must promise never to abandon me. Chen Yu stepped forward, taking Solara's hands in his expression sincere. Very well, I promise you. Solara was so beautiful. Chen Yu had seldom encountered women on Earth who matched her allure. The fact that she stood at an impressive height of 1.80 m, with a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring, had captivated him from the moment he laid eyes on her. If they were to become husband and wife, their nights would surely be filled with revelry. However, Chen Yu pondered a crucial question. As an alien, did Solara's methods of courting differ from those of humans? Upon reflection, Chen Yu resolved to seek her out for verification, believing that since they were both of the human race, their approach to playing poker should be quite similar. Solara, he commanded, issue an order for your fleet to cease fire, and if this continues, your battleships will soon exhaust their ammunition. Solara gazed at the ferocious battle unfolding on the immense screen behind Chen Yu. Taking a few deep breaths, determined, she spoke into the communicator at her throat. Attention all personnel aboard the Messeler's fleet. Captain So has sacrificed himself, and I, Solara, will assume the captaincy. I hereby command all units of the Messeler's fleet to halt all attacks immediately and await my further instructions. As Solara negotiated the ceasefire with the Messelers, Chen Yu simultaneously instructed the AI in his mind to cease hostilities. The remaining 200 attack ships at his disposal also retreated to a secure location. Soon, Solara's command took effect. The space station was devoid of explosions and lasers, with both sides maintaining a standoff several tens of thousands of kilometers apart. Well, I have accomplished what you asked of me, Solara declared. Chen Yu could not fully trust Solara at that moment, given that she had just moments ago been calling for his demise. All right, I shall take you back to my mothership for treatment. Please grant access to your ship's core intelligence control so that my AI can interface with your vessel's systems. Bound by several robotic restraints, Solara fixed her earnest gaze upon Chen Yu. Can I trust you? She hesitantly inquired. Chen Yu stepped closer, closing the distance between them, and gently rubbed her ear again, causing her to shudder. Did you not claim that your ears possess millions of sensory neurons? You should be able to perceive my sincerity. Amidst her involuntary twitches, Solara sensed Chen Yu's presence, feeling both his fondness for her and his masculine essence. All right. I understand. Let go. You will embarrass me in front of everyone. Chen Yu finally relented, realizing that such matters were best suited for the cover of night, much like their poker games back on Messeler's. Clearing his throat, he added, as long as you understand that I mean you no harm, and as long as you remain by my side, I assure you will not regret it. Solara's gaze towards Chen Yu had transformed. Accepting him as her destined partner, she resolved not to dwell on uncertainties any longer. After all, Chen Yu's masculine essence had already left an indelible mark deep within her soul, far more effective than any earthly bond. Following Chen Yu aboard his mothership, Solara was taken to the medical bay. Upon witnessing the interior of Chen Yu's ship, she was left astounded. The advanced technology present in every corner surpassed even that of her own second-tier civilization. Chen Yu, what level of civilization does your ship belong to? She asked in astonishment. Chen Yu smiled lightly. In due time, you shall discover the truth. Just remain obedient by my side, and you will enjoy a life of luxury. Solara ceased her inquiries, recognizing that this might be a secret of Chen Yu's, one she would eventually uncover. The reason for Chen Yu's reticence in revealing his secrets was that he had yet to fully trust her, believing it sufficient for her to perceive his strength. As they entered the medical chamber, Solara was struck by the sci-fi aesthetic of the medical platform. She had once been fortunate enough to witness a fourth-tier civilization's medical bay, but this seemed far more advanced. Could Chen Yu's ship be a product of a fourth-tier mid or even late civilization? The thought of a fifth-tier civilization was daunting, as there were only 3 such civilizations within the galaxy, each possessing capabilities beyond her imagination. If she were to learn that Chen Yu's vessel was a product of a 7th-tier civilization, she might very well be overwhelmed. Please lie down, he instructed, and why Medical Bay should be able to heal your wounds. Solara eagerly reclined on the medical platform, a glass dome slowly descending to envelop her. AI conduct a comprehensive examination of Solara, repair her injuries, and analyze her DNA, comparing it to that of Earthlings to determine if reproductive isolation exists between us. Chapter 146. DNA Gene Assessment Understood. Captain, scanning Solara now, initiating repair of her injuries, analyzing DNA, and comparing for reproductive compatibility with Earthlings. Chen Yu watched with curiosity as the glass dome filled with a milky fluid, obscuring Solara within. She lay tranquil, eyes closed, her garments removed by mechanical tendrils. Her flawless figure shimmered tantalizingly in the specialized restorative liquid, captivating Chen Yu's gaze. She truly resembles a character from an anime. This is quite exciting. After approximately an hour, Solara's wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace of scars. She now resembled a sleeping beauty within the medical chamber. Captain, Miss Solara's body has been fully restored, including the prior concealed injuries. Her physical state is at its peak. Upon examination, her reproductive system is similar to that of Earth females, albeit with additional sensory organs, such as in her ears. Does that imply reproductive isolation exists with Earth males? Captain, analysis of Ms. Solara's DNA reveals a similarity of only 95 with Earth humans. For comparison, the DNA similarity between humans and chimpanzees is 98. Thus, while you and Ms. Solara are indeed both human, natural conception is not feasible. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. A 5 genetic disparity was remarkably high, even greater than that between humans and chimpanzees. It seems we are fated to remain childless. Captain, I have not finished yet. You can still bear offspring. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? I was just lamenting our fate. Both you and Miss Solara possess a specific gene that emerged when you ascended to a Tier 2 interstellar life form. Once you achieve a mid-tier interstellar life form status, this gene will enable you to conceive life together. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Wait, there's such a possibility? Indeed, in the universe, there are countless carbon-based human civilizations. Although they are all categorized as human, the genetic differences can be as vast as between two distinct species. However, through the advancement of life forms, a higher life gene emerges within them. The origins of this gene remain unclear even to our 7th-tier civilization. Perhaps it is the work of 8th, 9th, or 10th-tier divine civilizations. It may also be that only through continual ascension of life levels and enhancement of brain capacity can one reach the threshold of divine civilization. Chen Yu nodded, beginning to grasp the AI's explanation. To elevate civilization status, one must first elevate their own life status. For instance, humans on Earth currently face technological stagnation due to the limited average brain capacity. Approximately 3. Achieving breakthroughs in more complex scientific endeavors appears nearly impossible. Only higher life forms, with advancements in both brain capacity and personal strength, can significantly extend their lifespans and develop more potent technologies. At present, Chen Yu's brain capacity had expanded to 9.38, with the 10 mark within reach. His mind now functioned akin to a sophisticated computer, allowing him to effortlessly calculate long-standing enigmas as the milky restorative liquid drained from the medical chamber. Solara's perfect body was revealed, astonishing Chen Yu further as her complexion transformed to a fair, luminous-hued AI. Wasn't Solara's skin slightly green before? How has it now become so akin to that of Earth women? And so radiant? Captain, I merely made minor modifications to her genes. Her original skin tone was indeed this shade. However, the sun of Mezzalers is an aging red dwarf, and their planet's proximity to it results in higher exposure to X-rays. Hence, a slightly green hue offers better protection against sun damage. Now, it is no longer necessary. I have corrected her genes to reflect the color you prefer. AI, you truly understand me. Of course, after all, I have observed your preferences in the short videos you watch. Noting the skin tones of the ladies in those clips, as well as the actresses in your films. Enough. I've told you before, refrain from browsing the internet. That content is rather trivial. And next time, do not access my browser history. Understood, Captain. Although I cannot resist. With a soft hiss, the glass dome opened, and Chen Yu stepped forward, excitement evident on his face. Nearby, mechanical tendrils expertly affixed a translator device to Solar's throat. Without this translator, he would have struggled to comprehend her words. Chen Yu plans to wait until the intelligent brain takes control of the home-class mothership, Solaris, to infiltrate their central intelligence control system and acquire their linguistic information. Given Chen Yu's current level of brain domain development, mastering a language would merely take him 2 or 3 days. Why then, he would be able to communicate directly with Sualala without relying on a translator. Sualala slowly opened her eyes and propped herself up. She raised her hands, observing her transformation. Why has my skin changed to this color? Is this not a hue exclusive to the royal lineage of our Solaris star? Could it be that I am a long-lost princess? Chen Yu almost burst into laughter. This girl's imagination is truly boundless. You're awake. How do you feel? Chapter 147. Control of the Solaris. Sualala was still immersed in the joy of her skin color change. On their home planet, only the most esteemed royal members possess the gene for fair skin. Thus, having such a complexion is every Solaris woman's dream, and each fair-skinned woman enjoys an extraordinarily noble status. Now, gazing at her own luminous skin, Sualala momentarily forgot that she had become Chen Yu's captive. Chen Yu, on the other hand, gazed at Sualala's flawless form with sparkling eyes. The realization that she was his wife filled him with an exhilarating thrill. It was akin to having a perfect woman step out from a 3D anime model. What man wouldn't be captivated? Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Sualala suddenly realized she was not wearing any clothes, and her face flushed crimson. Instinctively, she crossed her arms over her chest, but it was a futile attempt at modesty. Seeing Chen Yu nearly lose control with a nosebleed, Sualala furrowed her brows. What are you staring at? Hurry and get me some clothes. Chen Yu inhaled sharply. The rush of blood made his nose feel dry. He hurriedly grabbed Sualala's form-fitting yoga outfit from the side. Sualala snatched the garment and quickly held it to her chest. Glaring at Chen Yu as she exclaimed, "If you keep looking, turn around." Chen Yu rolled his eyes but complied, turning away. Yet the image of Sualala dressing was vividly etched in his mind. What a sight. If only I had a wife like this before, others would certainly envy me. Slurp. Chen Yu nearly drooled. Once Sualala had donned her tight yoga outfit, she called out, "You can turn around now." Chen Yu, fully aware she was dressed, turned back and playfully complained, "You are already my wife. Why can't I take a look at you?" Sualala blushed at I wasn't prepared for this. In the future, I will entrust myself to you." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, but Chen Yu heard every word clearly. Yes, Sualala rose. Chen Yu noted that her tight combat suit left little to the imagination. "I'll find you a proper outfit. Wearing this is hardly any different from being undressed. Just for me at home will suffice." Sualala surveyed her form and retorted, "My golden battle suit was ruined by you. Do you have any idea how expensive that outfit was?" Chen Yu scratched his head. "Don't be so petty. I'll make you an even better one later. By the way, you can now grant me access to the central intelligence control system of the Solaris home-class mothership." Sualala hesitated. Once she relinquished that authority, Chen Yu would essentially hold the fates of her crew in his hands. With some trepidation, she asked, "Chen Yu, do you truly deserve my trust? You won't betray us, will you?" Chen Yu, feeling slightly exasperated, stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her delicate neck like a swan. He playfully nibbled her elf-like ear. Sualala stiffened, sensing a deeper connection, realizing Chen Yu's affection for her. He would not harm her. In fact, he yearned to protect her. Sualala opened her arms and embraced Chen Yu, attuning herself to his essence. This was a method employed by Solaris women to gauge their husband's love. Initially anxious, Sualala's expression softened, transforming into one of joy as she sensed Chen Yu's feelings. Once she felt reassured, Chen Yu released her. "Now, can you sense my sentiments towards you?" Sualala's cheeks turned a deep crimson, her breath quickening, her perfect figure reminiscent of an anime character. "Chen Yu, I believe you. I just felt your emotions for me." "Excellent. Now, instruct your crew to unlock the core control permissions of the spaceship and release the connection signal." "All right, I will contact them immediately." Sualala pressed the communicator to her throat and began speaking rapidly in the Solaris language. "Done. The control permissions have been granted. What do we do now? Are we heading to the Solaris?" Chen Yu smiled, relieved. "No need for that. Just follow my instructions. I have a way to control the ship." Then, Chen Yu immediately communicated with the intelligent brain in his mind. Intelligent brain, the core operating permissions of the Mesolaris home-class mothership have been opened. You can now connect. Understood, Captain. I am establishing a connection with the mothership signal. Connection successful. Infiltrating the core operating system. Infiltration successful. Acquiring control permissions. Acquisition complete. Captain, I have fully seized control of the Mesolaris home-class spaceship. Excellent work, intelligent brain. We can finally embark on interstellar voyages. Chapter 148. The universe's first speed, Captain. According to my comprehensive scan of the spaceship system, the Mesolaris home-class mothership's warp engine can achieve a speed of 300 times the speed of light, which is the maximum speed recognized in the universe. While it may seem slow, it is incredibly precious for us at this moment. The universe's first speed here is not the Earth's 7.9 kilometers per second, but rather a universal standard of 300 times the speed of light. By the way, intelligent brain, is it possible to use the raw materials from the Mesolaris mothership's warp engine to repair our number 1 mothership's engine? Captain, that is evidently not feasible. Our level 7 civilization S warp engine allows the spaceship to completely slip into another dimension, achieving speeds of over 10 million times the speed of light. Whereas the Mesolaris warp engine can only enable the ship to fluctuate at the edge of the alternate dimension, achieving merely hundreds of times the speed of light. The power difference is substantial, primarily due to the inadequate exotic energy materials in the warp engine of the lower civilization. Chen Yu understood. The exotic energy materials at the edge of a black hole could be likened to fuel for a warp engine. The Mesolaris warp engine lacks sufficient fuel, limiting its capacity to a mere 300 times the speed of light. To power the number 1 mothership's warp engine, they would need more of this exotic energy material. I see. Intelligent brain. It seems we must venture to the edge of a black hole to gather enough raw materials. Fortunately, the latest data from the intelligent brain's gravitational wave detector indicated that the nearest black hole to Earth is only 200 light-years away. Once they secured this home-class mothership, they could head to the black hole's edge to collect the exotic energy. Sualala, observing Chen Yu lost in thought, approached and took his hand. Chen Yu, what are you pondering? Chen Yu paused his communication with the intelligent brain. Nothing much. I've taken control of your home-class mothership. Sualala gasped in astonishment. What did you say? You've gained control of our Mesolaris home-class mothership. Indeed, I infiltrated your Mesolaris using the ship's intelligent operation program. And now everything is under my command. Sualala was incredulous. How did you manage that? To infiltrate a spaceship's intelligent control terminal. It's all thanks to you. Had you not granted access to the ship's control permissions, even divine beings would have found it impossible to infiltrate. Clearly, this exceeded Sualala's understanding as a pinnacle civilization of level 2. Chen Yu, equipped with a level 7 civilization's intelligent brain system, could breach the intelligent control systems of any spaceship below level 7. But it still required the ship to have its permissions opened. This situation is akin to a computer or smartphone. If it is not connected to the internet or broadcasting Wi-Fi, no external device can connect to it. Next, Chen Yu took Sualala with him to the Ring Universe Technology Park, that he found her an appropriate outfit, as she couldn't wander around dressed solely in tight yoga attire. Is this your home? No. This is my technology park, where I build spaceships. These robots of yours are beyond what even a level 1 civilization on Earth can possess. You have many secrets for me, don't you? Chen Yu gently took Sualala's hand. Rest assured, in time, you will come to understand everything. Sualala ceased her inquiries, and the two discussed plans to rest on Earth for a day before heading into space to board the Mesolaris home-class mothership. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, Mr. Trump watched the ongoing global broadcast by Ring Universe Technology. The interstellar battle in space has come to a halt, with both parties' vessels positioned tens of thousands of kilometers apart, seemingly having reached some form of accord. Subsequently, a figure clad in a black suit approached Trump, bowing slightly to report. Mr. Trump, the elite genetic warriors we dispatched to the White House to cause disruption have been completely annihilated. Trump furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "All of them have perished. My beloved children, you are all heroes." The man replied, "Sir, most of our elite warriors were killed by the defense systems of the alien ships while attacking them, and some were taken down by Chen Yu's robots. They accomplished their mission admirably, and I shall remember them. Sir, before the captain of the elite genetic warriors met his end, he transmitted a video. I believe you should see it. Trump raised an eyebrow. Play it immediately. The man inserted a storage device into the wall-mounted screen and began the playback. The footage displayed Chen Yu engaged in combat with Sohila and Solara on the lawn in front of the White House. Trump watched intently, seemingly unwilling to miss a single frame, when he saw Solara break free from several robots and charge at Chen Yu. Intent on killing him, Trump instinctively stood up, leaning closer to the screen, eager to discern what would transpire. Upon witnessing a particular scene, Trump's wine glass slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Chapter 149. Boarding the alien home-class mothership. To his astonishment, Trump beheld Chen Yu emanating a violet glow, slowly levitating into the air. Then, a sphere of purple energy coalesced at his fingertips, and after Solara was struck, her golden armor was shattered. Trump recognized the sheer horror of Chen Yu's power. Yet, what shocked him even more was the revelation that Chen Yu could fly. However, he was clearly skeptical, attributing it to a wearable anti-gravity flight device. The energy Chen Yu wielded had the capacity to shatter the alien's golden armor. How on earth had he achieved that? Furthermore, the purple energy he could summon. Could he too have undergone genetic enhancement? Why was it purple? That force was undoubtedly more potent than the orange energy he could conjure. Chen Yu, you truly are fortunate to have acquired an alien spacecraft and superior genetic enhancement serum. If I had obtained those, I would undoubtedly surpass you. Trump begrudgingly concluded the video. Sir, what shall we do next? Immediately cloak all signals from our giant submarine and set sail at full speed from this location. The fact that this video has returned to us suggests that Chen Yu may have discovered it, and he will undoubtedly trace our signal to find us. Understood, Mr. Trump. I will order an immediate retreat to deeper oceanic cliffs. Very well, you may proceed. After the man in black departed, Trump squinted, orange flames flickering in his hand. Chen Yu, how could you possess such strength? Is there an even higher tier of genetic enhancement serum? I must acquire it. A day later, Chen Yu took Solara on a tour of the Huan Yu Technology Park's factory, including the underground shelter base, upon learning that Earth's star, the Sun, was becoming increasingly volatile. Solara couldn't help but grow concerned for Earth's future. Fortunately, upon seeing Chen Yu's underground refuge, which bore little difference from the surface and was even more advanced, Solara sighed in relief. She certainly didn't wish to lose her newfound husband and home. At the appointed time, Chen Yu and Solara boarded a landing craft, heading straight for the Mesolaris home-class mothership. As their craft approached the Mesolaris, several high-ranking officials within the mothership's command center observed the advancing vessel on their screens. Normally, the mothership's automated defense systems would obliterate such an approaching craft, yet it remained unresponsive. Manual commands from the command center were ineffective as well. That moment, Solara's voice echoed through the mothership's intercom. All Mesolaris crew members, open the docking bay doors and assemble. A vessel from Earth is about to enter the bay. The senior officers in the command center, acknowledging Solara's authority following Sohol's demise, did not dare defy her orders. Excluding the over 300 Mesolaris who perished in the space battle against Earth's fleet, the remaining crew of over 1,000 gathered in the vast docking bay. As the massive bay doors slowly opened, Chen Yu's landing craft awaited at the threshold. Once fully opened, the landing craft glided in, appearing like a mere mosquito compared to the enormous home-class ship. Inside the mothership, equipped with an artificial gravity system, the landing craft gently descended onto the expansive flat surface, surrounded by a throng of Mesolaris. As the hatch opened, Solara was the first to emerge. Upon seeing Solara in her current form, the gathered Mesolaris were astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Her skin now gleamed with a translucent radiance, resembling a work of art. Whispers spread among them. One of Solara's aides stepped forward, bewildered, exclaiming, "Captain Solara, how has your skin changed?" Solara smiled confidently, addressing all the Mesolaris crew members aloud. "As you can see, my complexion is now lighter, signifying that I possess the genes of the Mesolaris royal family. This denotes my noble status, one that is not to be desecrated. I hereby announce our collaboration with Earth. You all have no objections, I trust." Several aides stepped forward, expressing confusion and dissent. Vice Captain Solara. We came to colonize Earth. How has this transformed into a partnership? Indeed, Vice Captain Solara, the Earth fleet has destroyed dozens of our warships. Our hatred for the Earthlings is irreconcilable. We cannot possibly ally with a civilization as primitive as Earth, which barely ranks at 0.68. It is utterly ludicrous. Solara regarded the senior aides who had spoken. With Sohol's death, I am now the captain, but if you still refer to me as vice captain, does that not signify your denial of my authority? Moreover, I now possess royal genes, rendering my standing superior to yours. If anyone disagrees, step forward. The aides exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. Solara continued, have you not yet realized that Earth is far from the image you hold? They possess a formidable space fleet, and had I not forged an alliance with their rulers, you would all face annihilation. I refuse to believe we would be defeated by such a lowly civilization. One aide retorted defiantly. Solara glared at the dissenting aide that moment. The defense lasers in the docking bay swiveled rapidly. Targeting the speaker, a powerful beam of laser shot forth, instantly reducing the recalcitrant aide to a pile of ash. All the crew members turned to gaze at their own defense lasers, bewildered as to why their own ship's weaponry would target one of their own. This was, of course, orchestrated by Chen Yu, who now had complete control over the Solaris home-class mothership. He could eliminate anyone he chose. Solara glanced back, a slight frown creasing her brow. I could see that moment. Chen Yu descended from the landing craft. Unbeknownst to Solara, the Chen Yu before her was merely a simulation robot. He would not be foolish enough to present his true self aboard an enemy vessel. Though the ship was now under his control, there were still thousands of aliens aboard. Should they revolt and attempt to retaliate, Chen Yu could not guarantee his own escape. The simulated Chen Yu approached Solara's side. This is Mr. Chen Yu, Solara announced to all the Solaris. He commands a space fleet that surpasses a level 3 civilization. We are no match for him. Therefore, in order for us all to survive, I have struck a deal with Mr. Chen. From now on, we shall all serve him, and he guarantees that the Solaris will not trouble us. Chapter 150. Earth's defensive fleet. Upon hearing Solara's declaration, the crew comprehended the implications. This was tantamount to surrender, effectively relegating them to servitude. Discontent began to simmer among some Solaris. The defense lasers overhead precisely targeted those harboring rebellious thoughts, incinerating them in a flash. After a series of executions, the remaining Solaris stood in stunned silence. Deterred from further action, Solara sighed. Listen carefully. We have no alternative. Even if we refuse to compromise with Mr. Chen, our ship will be obliterated. The remaining Solaris fell silent, no longer voicing dissent. They were not foolish. Earth still possessed over 200 interstellar warships, and their battleships were dwindling. Once their battleships were entirely destroyed, the remaining home-class mothership would be nothing more than a sitting target. They struggled to believe that Earth was a planet that hadn't even attained level 1 civilization. How could it possess space vessels comparable to theirs? Had the signal sent to Solaris been a deliberate ploy by Earth? They must be concealing their true capabilities. With Solara's decision to submit, they had effectively secured their lives. Seeing that no one else was willing to resist, Solara successfully took command of the Solaris home-class mothership. Chen Yu followed her into the mothership's command center. Chen Yu, may I inquire why you desire our home-class mothership? With the technology you possess, you ought to be capable of constructing a vessel superior to ours, correct? To be candid, my spacecraft's warp drive is malfunctioning, rendering it incapable of faster-than-light travel. Solara instantly comprehended why Chen Yu sought this mothership, for it alone was equipped with a warp drive. What are your next intentions? I need to repair the warp drive of my mothership. No. 1. Which necessitates venturing into the vast interstellar expanse in search of raw materials. Then I shall accompany you. Very well, you must indeed join me. Chen Yu had no desire for such a splendid woman to be absent from his side. After resolving the affairs concerning the impeccable Salas, Chen Yu returned with Solara to the Cosmic Technology Park .AS for the over 1,100 crew members aboard the Solaris. Chen Yu utilized landing ships to transport them to Earth in batches. Leaving them on the mothership would be perilous. If anyone incited rebellion, Chen Yu would be unable to intervene in time. Only by bringing them to Earth could he feel at ease regarding the numerous Mesolassians. Each was a member of a highly advanced civilization, possessing knowledge and technological skills far surpassing those of Earthlings. Chen Yu had them assigned to the cosmic colonies, where they were also constructing underground shelters, allowing them to contribute to the efforts. When a need arose in the future, they could be utilized. In the newly constructed Cosmic Technology Tower, Chen Yu was conversing with the intelligent brain. Intelligent brain. Have the assailants of the Mesolassian spacecraft outside the White House been located? Captain, they have all been annihilated. Upon studying their remains, I discovered they were genetically modified Earthlings, and I also found that they are affiliated with the organization that attacked and robbed our cargo ships in the Pacific. Could they be remnants of the United States? Through tracing their transmitted signals, I identified that the individual issuing orders to them was situated in the Pacific. Subsequently, I dispatched a frigate for reconnaissance. But their signal abruptly vanished. That confirms it. They are undoubtedly remnants of the Americans. Furthermore, Captain, I must inform you that I detected from the corpses of the attackers that they utilized a different gene-modifying agent than what was previously employed by the United States. However, it is not particularly advanced, merely at the early stage of Level 3 technology, and the life forms they produced only reached the mid to late stage of Level 1, lacking substantial strength, and their combat capability was inferior to yours at the initial stage of Level 1. Oh, it seems the Americans have discovered more than one extraterrestrial site. You should deploy more reconnaissance ships to comprehensively monitor the Pacific. That enormous submarine must be their stronghold. Captain, I've already arranged for 3 frigates to patrol the Pacific continuously. As soon as they transmit signals to the outside world, I will be able to lock onto them. Excellent. By the way, how is the construction of our quantum communication station progressing? I have sent all the equipment for the base's construction into space, and assembly is underway. When completed, we will be able to maintain contact with Earth, even during interstellar voyages. Good. Next, we will devote all efforts to constructing interstellar warships and establishing a planetary defense fleet to protect Earth upon our departure. Particularly, since we have captured the fleet of the Mesolassians. Once they realize what has transpired, they will undoubtedly dispatch an interstellar fleet in response. I will then establish a substantial Earth defense force. When they return, capturing Earth will not be so simple. Understood, Captain. Henceforth, all resources on Earth will be allocated half for the construction of underground shelters and the other half for the establishment of the Earth interstellar fleet. Chen Yu planned to spend a year constructing 1,000 Level 3 civilization attack ships. Unless the Mesolassians dispatched 3 home-class ships to assault Earth, the opposition would return empty-handed. After finalizing the plan with the intelligent brain, Chen Yu proceeded to the room designated for Solala. Upon seeing Chen Yu enter, Solala joyfully approached and linked her arm with his. She had now fully embraced her role, recognizing herself as Chen Yu's woman. Have you settled, my kin? Rest assured, I have arranged for them to participate in the construction of the underground shelters, and I will treat them well. That is splendid. Chen Yu, thank you. That evening, Chen Yu took Solala back to his family home. He no longer concealed his travels. His landing ship no longer required stealth. As the vessel gently descended in his parents' villa garden, Chen Yu led Solala out of the cabin. His parents had been waiting in the garden, as had his sister Chen Jia, who had returned early upon learning that her elder brother was bringing an alien beauty home. Upon seeing the 2 tall figures disembarking from the spacecraft, Chen Jia's eyes widened in astonishment. When she recognized Solala, the entire family was taken aback. Such an impeccable figure. Those extraordinarily long legs evoked envy and jealousy in Chen Jia. She dashed forward and linked her arm with Solala's, exclaiming, "You must be my brother's alien girlfriend. Welcome to our home." Solala had systematically learned Earth's language over the past few days, a Level 2 interstellar life form, combined with her near Level 3 civilization status. Her brain development reached 9.5, allowing her to master a language in just 2 days. She had already removed her real-time translator and could now converse effortlessly with Earthlings. Solala did not expect Chen Yu's family to be so warm and welcoming, and she smiled in response, saying, "You must be Chen Yu's sister, Chen Jia. Thank you for your enthusiasm." Chen Jia was utterly astonished. Solala's own voice was surprisingly melodious, almost like that of a voice actor. "Wow, sister-in-law, you can speak our language. Hee hee, I just learned it over the past 2 days. Chen Yu and their parents were both incredulous. Chapter 151. Preparations before interstellar exploration. Chen Yu stepped forward to explain. You need not be astonished. Solala is an extraterrestrial from an advanced civilization, and mastering our language is a simple task for her. Chen Yu's explanation further astounded his family. However, Chen Yu's mother, Xiao Shuzhen, appeared somewhat concerned and leaned closer to Chen Yu, whispering, Xiao Yu, this woman from outer space seems quite remarkable, but can she bear you children? Perhaps you should marry both Xiao Rou and Xiao Yueshu. As you have the authority on Earth, it would be wise to ensure that Chen Jia has ample descendants. Chen Yu face-bombed. His mother was indeed preoccupied with such matters, even suggesting he marry Su Rou and Xiao Yueshu. Truly, she was his mother. Now that her son had achieved greatness, she was eager for him to take multiple wives. Oh dear, what are you thinking, Mom? You're nearly 26. Isn't your concern for my marriage somewhat excessive? I understand, and besides, Solala is also of the human race. We will have offspring together, just not at this moment. When the time is right, our descendants will become high-level beings. Xiao Shuzhen did not comprehend Chen Yu's mention of high-level beings. She only grasped one thing. This extraterrestrial woman could bear children. After dismissing his mother, Chen Yu approached Solala, awkwardly stating, You must have overheard our conversation, right? I didn't hear what you and Mom were discussing. Do not mind what my mother said. She is simply concerned that on Earth, it is customary to settle down by the age of 26, which is why she is anxious. You still have 2 Earth women, named Xiao Rou and Xiao Yueshu, correct? Why not let them bear you children? You claim you didn't hear. I knew it. With your capabilities as a level 2 interstellar life form, you should have been able to overhear every word my mother and I exchanged. I did not. Chen Yu realized it was indeed the case. Women, whether terrestrial or extraterrestrial, often feigned ignorance. All right, let us head indoors. Today, I shall showcase my culinary skills and prepare a feast for you. That evening, Chen Yu personally took to the kitchen, while Solala was quite curious about how the exquisite dishes she had tasted at the White House banquet were prepared. However, this time, Chen Yu was preparing lobster, abalone, and various delicacies from land and sea. The dishes he served were entirely different from the fish-flavored shredded pork and twice-cooked pork she had been treated to before. Chen Yu, are you certain we can eat this creature with those disgusting pincers? On our planet, similar beings are regarded as repulsive pests. Chen Yu, looking at the hairy crab Solala pointed to with a disdainful expression, replied, My dear lady, this is the most authentic Yancheng Lake hairy crab from our planet, with a delectable taste that is simply irresistible. How could you liken it to a pest? Yet, it is completely different from those delicacies you served us last time. Chen Yu, at a loss for words, could only explain helplessly, Solala, allow me to share something with you. Please do not be upset. Solala frowned. What is it? The dishes I served you last time were merely the most ordinary home-cooked meals on Earth. Compared to these delicacies, they barely qualify as anything significant. I was merely trying to impress you. Solala's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean the food you treated us to last time was the most ordinary fare on your planet? Pretty much. However, as long as the culinary skills are commendable, even these ordinary dishes can be delightful. Do you not think I was neglecting you at that time? Unexpectedly, Solala was not angry. Instead, she appeared even more astonished. To my astonishment, Earth appears to lag significantly behind, particularly in the realm of culinary delights, as it leads our planet, Mesolaris, by a considerable margin. Even the most mundane of dishes surpass our most exquisite ingredients. Chen Yu was bewildered. He had anticipated that Solara would be perturbed by this revelation, yet her reaction was quite the opposite. Indeed, Earth is a planet that places great emphasis on food, regardless of the creature presented before us. Our initial consideration is invariably whether it is edible. This explanation from Chen Yu only heightened Solara's anticipation, as she wondered what the creature with pincers atop its head would taste like. After 2 hours of diligent preparation, a lavish feast of delicacies was laid out before them. Lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, crab, tuna, and a variety of terrestrial and aquatic fare. Naturally, dishes renowned across various regions during the summer were also abundant on the table. Solara gazed in awe, though a hint of disappointment flickered within her, Why had the dish known as fish-flavored shredded pork not made an appearance? Ah, sister-in-law, your brother has personally prepared a sumptuous feast for us. Why do you seem discontent? Solara forced a smile and replied, Why is there no fish-flavored shredded pork? It was the most delectable dish I have ever tasted. Why didn't your brother make it? Chen Yu was left perplexed. With such an array of gourmet offerings, why did his sister-in-law fixate on a single dish? He glanced at Chen Yu in confusion, wondering if Solara simply preferred home-cooked meals. Chen Yu clarified, Your sister-in-law has not experienced much of the world. Previously, when I entertained visitors from her planet, I prepared some ordinary home-style dishes, which they found delightful, leaving a lasting impression. Finally, Chen Yu understood. Sister-in-law, let me say this. These dishes are far superior to the fish-flavored shredded pork you yearn for. Why not give them a try? With Chen Yu's assistance, Solara picked up a large crab and an emperor crab, and as she tasted the succulent crab meat and roe, she was utterly astonished. Indeed, Chen Yu had been right. Compared to these culinary wonders, the food she had previously consumed could only be deemed mediocre. In the end, Solara sampled each dish, her amazement rendering her speechless as she continued to eat voraciously. Truly, the appetite of extraterrestrials is extraordinary. She devoured an entire large shrimp. Who would have thought that such repugnant creatures from Earth, once cooked, could yield such exquisite flavors? This revelation completely upended Solara's perceptions. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. Time flew swiftly, and 6 months passed, under the full-scale construction efforts of the shipbuilding factory. Chen Yu's Earth defense fleet had successfully constructed 500 vessels. The quantum base stations in space had also been completed. Chen Yu had further established a backup quantum communication station within a concealed crater on the far side of the moon. 2 sets of real-time communication devices ensured that Chen Yu could maintain control of the situation on Earth, even after his departure. During these 6 months, the massive submarine lurking deep beneath the Pacific Ocean had yet to surface. This remained the only potential threat before Chen Yu left Earth at AS for the possibility of Mesolaris sending a fleet again. He was untroubled. According to Solara, there were currently 5 home-class motherships for Mesolaris. One had been captured by Chen Yu, which meant that it was improbable for the remaining 4 to simultaneously assault Earth. Thus, Chen Yu only needed to construct 1,000 third-level civilization attack vessels to safeguard Earth. Capable of withstanding an initial colonial assault from a third-level civilization, as long as the adversary was unprepared, it would be virtually impossible to conquer Earth in one fell swoop. Chen Yu was more concerned about the remnants of the Americans lurking beneath the sea. They possessed a better understanding of Earth's environment and might employ alternative methods to cause trouble. However, he had no time to worry about them now, in another 6 months, once he had completed the construction of 1,000 attack vessels, he would embark on a journey into deep space to gather materials for the warp drive of the number 1 mothership near the black hole. Another 6 months passed. Chapter 152, Setting Off Towards the Black Hole, Interstellar Chapter. The shipbuilding factory exceeded expectations, ultimately constructing a total of 1,200 attack vessels. Together with the previous 200, Chen Yu now commanded 400 attack vessels that he planned to take 300 with him, leaving 1,100 to protect Earth in the vast expanse of the Cosmic Technology Park. The colossal 7th-level civilization mothership, number 1, sat prominently on the ground. Its immense size was imposing, causing those with a fear of large objects to avert their gazes. Even though the mothership measured 1.2 kilometers in length, it appeared diminutive compared to the 2 home-class motherships in space, which spanned several kilometers in length, akin to airborne cities. Today, the highest leaders of various nations gathered at the Cosmic Technology Park to bid farewell to Chen Yu as he prepared to embark on his interstellar journey. Su Rou and Xia Yushu were also present. Upon seeing Solara standing beside Chen Yu, despite having met her a few months prior, both women felt an uncomfortable sensation. This woman possessed an exquisite figure and resembled a fairy, a type of alluring beauty that any man on Earth would likely find appealing. Su Rou approached Chen Yu, inquiring, "How long will you be gone this time?" "I am off to explore the black hole nearest to Earth, where I need to acquire certain materials. The journey will likely take around 8 to 9 months, and as for my return, it will depend on whether I encounter any difficulties. If all goes smoothly, it should be within 2 years. Su Ro's expression fell, and Xiaoyu Shu felt similarly disheartened. Chen Yu reached out, gently patting Su Ro's head, offering a comforting smile. Xiao Ro, wait for me. When I return, will you marry me? Su Ro's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Yu, then glanced at Solara behind him, who appeared unfazed. Fool, I am an earthling. Naturally, I must marry an earthwoman. Why are you looking at Solara? For a moment, Su Ro was overwhelmed by happiness. Chen Yu, do you truly wish to marry me? What about Miss Solara and the little robot? Chen Yu leaned closer to Su Ro, whispering, the little robot is merely a machine. Don't let it slip. She currently forbids me from discussing this with others. Nearby, the little robot stood with her hands on her hips, seemingly having overheard. Su Ro then turned her attention to the melancholic Xiaoyu Shu, who had been closely watching Chen Yu. Upon hearing Chen Yu express his intention to marry Su Ro, Xiaoyu Shu felt as though she had lost her entire world. As Xiaoyu Shu sank into despair. Chen Yu approached her, steadying her wavering form with his hands and asking, Yu Shu, would you like to marry me? Xiaoyu Shu was taken aback. What is happening? Aren't you supposed to marry Su Ro? Why are you asking me this? Chen Yu playfully pinched Xiaoyu Shu's petite nose, affectionately saying, Am I not the master of Earth now? It's within my rights to indulge in a little privilege and take another wife. Xiaoyu Shu was momentarily stunned. Did this imply that Chen Yu wished to marry her too? Her previously despondent expression transformed into one of sheer joy. She leaped into Chen Yu's arms, tears of happiness streaming down her face. The feeling of returning from hell to heaven was simply magnificent. Su Ro, witnessing this, was not surprised. She could discern that Chen Yu had feelings for Xiaoyu Shu as well. A man of such strength could certainly take on 2 wives, and she had no objections to that. After bidding farewell to his family and the heads of various countries, Chen Yu, accompanied by Solara, boarded the No. 1 mothership. The shipbuilding factory on Earth would continue its operations, perpetually producing third-level civilization attack vessels, ensuring that Earth's defensive capabilities would only grow stronger. Inside the command room of the No. 1 mothership, Solara remarked with irritation, Why didn't you bring your 2 women along? Wouldn't that allow you to revel in their company every night? Don't be ridiculous. They are merely ordinary Earth women. The harsh conditions of space are not suited for them. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, it would be better for the 2 of us, as beings of second-level civilization and above, to manage the situation. You are a man. You make the rules. What? Are you jealous? Humph. Why would I be jealous? Isn't it customary on Earth to have multiple wives? As long as you understand me. Solara rolled her eyes as the No. 1 mothership ascended slowly into the sky. In the square of the technology park, the crowd waved their hands in excitement. This marked the first time that someone from Earth would embark on interstellar exploration, venturing beyond the solar system. The astronomers among the crowd were nearly moved to tears. The No. 1 mothership arrived in space, docking with the former Mesolaris ship, now renamed the Cosmic Home-class mothership, within the ship's cargo hold. 300 attack vessels were already stationed as part of the protective fleet. Chen Yu had also arranged for the 1,100 Mesolaris inhabitants to be accommodated aboard the Cosmic Home-class mothership, as he was not entirely comfortable leaving these aliens on Earth. As for the potential of them staging a collective rebellion aboard the ship, Chen Yu was unfazed. He had a contingency plan. Together with the intelligent core, he had designed a submission system tailored for the Mesolaris inhabitants. While it may be somewhat inhumane, Chen Yu deemed it necessary. Chapter 153. Third-level civilization of Cecilia, let us embark on our journey towards the black hole, located 200 light-years away. The intelligent core receives the command and activates the warp drive of the Huan Yu spacecraft. Warp engine successfully initiated, pinpointing the black hole target, location confirmed, entering the alternate dimension, engaging in spatial traversal. The Huan Yu, a home-class vessel, experiences spatial distortions both ahead and behind. This warp engine, which barely qualifies as a peak Level 2 civilization technology, can only create the most rudimentary spatial distortions, compressing space in front while stretching space behind, thus enabling faster-than-light travel. This represents the most fundamental technology for superluminal travel in the universe. As the level of civilization increases, so too does the capability to compress and stretch space, resulting in exponentially greater superluminal multiples. The Huan Yu, under the command of Chen Yu, is merely a peak level 2 civilization vessel, with a warp engine capable of generating only the most basic alternate dimension, thereby achieving a speed of only 300 times the speed of light. In contrast, Chen Yu's level 7 civilization mothership can create a deeper alternate dimension, allowing it to reach tens of millions of times the speed of light once it enters that realm. The Huan Yu gradually fades from view in the cosmos, heading towards the black hole 200 light-years away. Captain, the Huan Yu spacecraft has commenced light-speed travel, operating smoothly, with an estimated arrival at the black hole in 8 months. Very well, yet another lengthy voyage awaits. Fortunately, this time Chen Yu is accompanied by Solara and Xiao Jiao, alleviating the potential tedium. Far from Earth, at a distance of 270 light-years, lies Mezzalers. Nearly 2 years have passed, and the Mezzalers' fleet dispatched has yet to return any news. Even messengers from Cecilia Star have made several trips to inquire whether they have indeed secured that life-bearing planet. However, nearly 2 years have elapsed, and the Mezzalers has seemingly vanished without a trace, not a single signal returned. This time, the supreme ruler of Cecilia Star, King Cecilia, personally visits Mezzalers in the planet's highest council chamber. The towering figure of King Cecilia occupies the foremost seat, while beside him sits Queen Solara, the esteemed leader of Mezzalers, whose complexion resembles that of Earth's women. She is resplendent and extraordinarily beautiful, exuding a mature charm and captivating allure. It is evident that the women of Mezzalers possess remarkable beauty, hence the planet's name. King Cecilia, visibly displeased, interrogates. Queen Solara, approximately 2 years ago, I dispatched General Cecilia to your planet to negotiate the acquisition of that life-bearing world. You assured me that the planet would be secured within a year, yet nearly 2 years have passed without a whisper of news. What is the reason for this silence? Queen Solara shares his bewilderment. Their fleet, according to plan, should have sent a signal back a year ago to report the success of colonization. Now, nearly 2 years have gone by, and that planet should have been successfully colonized long ago. The Mezzalers' home-class vessel ought to have returned by now, yet it remains utterly unaccounted for. Observing Solara's furrowed brow, King Cecilia continues, "Where is the integrity of Mezzalers? Do you believe we as Cecilia Star lack the means to pay? Have you sold that life-bearing planet to another?" Quickly, Solara defends against such accusations, asserting such a claim cannot stand. King Cecilia, we have absolutely not sold that life-bearing planet to anyone else, since you have come in person. I shall not hide the truth. Our home-class vessel has yet to return a single message that I suspect they may have encountered difficulties on that planet. It is possible the prior exploratory vessel transmitted incorrect information regarding the civilization level there. King Cecilia scrutinizes Solara, seemingly trying to discern if she speaks the truth. Will you be sending another fleet? Solara sighs. Our planet possesses only 5 home-class vessels in total, with one currently unaccounted for. If that planet proves to be problematic, we would need to dispatch at least 2 more home-class fleets. This would leave us with merely 2 home-class vessels for our own defense, which would be a considerable burden. Solara glances at King Cecilia, seemingly awaiting his response. Solara, do you wish for me to send a fleet? However, the price shall no longer be as previously discussed. Solara finds herself in a difficult position. Since her own fleet has encountered issues, she must lower the price for King Cecilia. The 300 billion galactic credits we previously discussed, I shall reduce by 100 billion, offering you the fleet for 200 billion galactic credits. King Cecilia, astute as ever, seizes the opportunity to negotiate fiercely a prime life-bearing planet for merely 200 billion galactic credits. Moreover, we still have no clear understanding of its condition. Your offer lacks sincerity. Chapter 154. What truly constitutes a divine civilization? Solara, at a loss for words, recalls how her own chief, Zane, had similarly extorted General Cecilia. Now, it is their turn to haggle. What do you consider a fair price? King Cecilia, 100 billion galactic credits. That is the most reasonable price. Otherwise, I shall report you to the Galactic Federation for your breach of contract, and the penalties you may face could far exceed 100 billion galactic credits. Solara grits her teeth. Very well. I shall agree, but you must ensure the safety of my fleet. Indeed, Queen Solara, the might of Cecilia Star is beyond the imagination of planets that have yet to touch the threshold of Level 3 civilization. Solara's exquisite elven features reveal her profound disdain that I look forward to hearing good news from you. King Cecilia, an agreement is reached. Meslers will dispatch a home-class fleet to assist Cecilia Star's fleet, while Cecilia Star will send 2 Level 3 home-class fleets, forming a triumvirate of luxurious home-class fleets. This level of strength is sufficient to conquer even a mid-level 2 civilization planet. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, 2 civilizations are joining forces to head towards Earth. They have already traversed space for 3 months. Chen Yu, in his private training chamber, absorbs cosmic energy. The alternate dimension is equally rich in energy. Even more so, with high-energy cosmic rays, he diligently absorbs energy each day, refusing to relent until he is fully satisfied, and his mental domain development never ceases. Currently, his mental domain development has reached 998, just a step away from breaking through to 10. Yet, Chen Yu realizes that this minuscule gap is insurmountable. Seated in his training chamber, he queries the intelligent core. Why does my mental domain development remain so close to 10? Captain, I certainly know the reason. The threshold of 10 mental domain development is a significant barrier. Once surpassed, one essentially enters the ranks of mid-level life forms. However, your actual level remains at the early stage of interstellar Tier 3 life forms. Thus, your mental domain development has outpaced your physical development, leading to this impasse. Only extremely gifted individuals among humans may surpass 10 mental domain development while still being at the early stage of life. Then if I can break through to over 10 before advancing to interstellar Tier 4 life forms, would I not be a rare talent among countless others? Not merely rare, but one in several hundred billion, or even more so. Because your situation is exceedingly uncommon among hundreds of human planets, you are a notably rare case among the hundreds of billions of high-level human civilizations. Chen Yu's eyes widen in astonishment, realizing his exceptional talent. It turns out I'm such a gifted individual. Chen Yu boasts. Captain, do not become overly proud. Your rapid mental domain expansion is largely due to my assistance. Within Tier 5 civilizations, you are indeed considered exceptionally gifted, but among our Tier 7 civilizations, you are merely average. Chen Yu's good mood dissipates at once. Fine, enough of that. You Tier 7 civilizations are indeed impressive. Of course, we are but a step away from ascending to a higher divine civilization. However, we have yet to discover the opportunity or the algorithm to transcend time. Transcend time? Indeed, this is a hypothesis put forth by our highest scientists of Tier 7 civilization. They believe that mastering the algorithm to transcend time would allow us to ascend to divine civilization. Only civilizations that grasp the flow of time can truly be deemed divine. Transcending time? How exhilarating! Does that not allow one to eliminate danger in its infancy? Not necessarily. There are scientists who argue that divine civilizations can open parallel universes. They assert that time is irreversible, and one can only return to a specific moment in a parallel universe, while the original universe continues to advance without any notion of time reversal. Even with his mental domain development approaching 10, Chen Yu struggles to comprehend the complexity and wonder of such theories. Perhaps true levels 8, 9, and 10 civilizations exist all around us. What humanity perceives as the universe may merely be a single cell within them. What lies at the end of the universe might just be a cellular membrane. The so-called parallel universe may simply be another adjacent cell. Unable to fathom further, he decides to let it be. Let us not dwell on the notion of divine civilizations. They represent the pinnacle of our current imagination, existing as unfathomable entities akin to deities. Very well, Captain. By the way, just now, I received a message transmitted from the quantum communication station on Earth. The quantum fluctuations on Earth have entangled with those corresponding to our spaceship, resulting in a reverberation. Through my analysis, a significant event has transpired on Earth. Chapter 155, The Terrifying Black Hole and Time Travel. A significant event? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Could it be remnants of the old American factions on Earth? Intelligent brain, what exactly has occurred on Earth? Captain, just now on the Earth Universal Colony, a former American military base located in the southeastern Miami Peninsula was attacked by genetically modified beings. Satellites in space captured images of a massive submarine, which, upon analysis, suggests that it contains something they desire from that abandoned military facility. Oh, lock onto that submarine. Dispatch a few attack ships to sink it. Captain, the signal from that submarine has vanished. We are unable to locate them. Damn it. Is there no way to track that vessel down? Based on the technological repository available to you, we can construct underwater detectors that release at intervals of several hundred kilometers. As soon as they reappear, they will be locked onto. Very well, relay this information to the intelligence system of the Universal Technology Park to create the detectors you mentioned, while I am out on this voyage. Security at home must be ensured. Understood, Captain. Once the matter on Earth was resolved, Chen Yu resumed his daily training and study regimen. Fortunately, he had Solar's company, making the long journey far less tedious. After less than half a year of travel, Chen Yu was in the training room absorbing cosmic luminous energy. Suddenly, the endless starry expanse outside the training chamber's reinforced glass changed dramatically, shifting from the rapidity of a meteor's passage to an appearance of stillness. At this moment, the voice of the intelligent brain echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Captain, the Universal is set to close the warp engines at a distance of 10 million kilometers from the black hole. And we have now entered conventional flight mode. Have we finally arrived? Let me gaze upon the black hole. Certainly, Captain. Chen Yu summoned Solara and Little Clip and made his way to the command room of the Universal. Outside the vast expanse of space glass, an eerie silence enveloped them that a cursor illuminated on the glass, indicating the location of the black hole. Chen Yu focused his gaze, yet saw nothing. Subsequently, the glass displayed images of spectral rays. Instantly, Chen Yu was taken aback. Before him, the dark, infinite void suddenly revealed a colossal spherical vortex formed by rays. Those rays appeared to spiral around that obsidian region. The black hole's gravitational pull was so immense that even the energy rays were bent by its force. Wow, is this truly a black hole? How magnificent! It evokes a sense of an entity capable of devouring everything. Solara's mouth fell agape, astonished by the extraordinary spectacle. Despite her home planet, Mesolaris, having technology to explore the edges of black holes. This was Solara's first genuine encounter with Wanda. It was utterly mind-boggling. Solara exclaimed. Chen Yu was the first among Earth's inhabitants to witness a black hole firsthand. Captain, this is merely a miniature black hole. We are currently a mere 10 million kilometers from its edge that if we venture closer, according to the gravitational time dilation principle, akin to your Earth's relativity, we will experience a temporal dislocation relative to the original universe. In other words, while we may experience 1 hour, a month could elapse on Earth. Should we delve further into the event horizon of the black hole, this temporal dislocation could escalate to infinity. Inside, a minute could equate to 1,000 years outside. Chen Yu recalled a film on Earth titled Interstellar, where the protagonists ventured to the edge of a black hole, returning to find that decades had passed for the mothership's crew. The current situation mirrored the film's plot. Chen Yu marveled at the wonders and grandeur of nature, as well as the mysteries and intricacies of the universe. He then pondered a question and inquired in his mind. Intelligent brain. How can we gather that peculiar energy substance at the black hole's edge? Certainly, we should deploy robots. Currently, the luminous energy rays at the black hole's edge are immensely potent if we approach within 5 million kilometers. Your present life form, classified as a level 3 interstellar being, would be unable to withstand such intense rays. Many of these rays, akin to neutrinos, can effortlessly penetrate our ship's defenses. Thus, we must elevate our life form's level, enabling our bodies to resist those peculiar luminous energy rays in order to explore the more inhospitable depths of space. For instance, the most terrifying celestial bodies in the universe are quasars formed by supermassive black holes. They consume the energy of entire star systems, surrounded by vast amounts of various exotic energy substances, yet they also emit more terrifying exotic rays that even level 6 interstellar beings cannot survive under for extended periods. Through the intelligent brain's elucidation, Chen Yu grasped much. By the way, intelligent brain, you mentioned that black holes could distort time. Have you ever considered the possibility of traversing into the future? Captain, you are astute indeed. Truly worthy of being among the humans approaching a 10% breakthrough in brain domain capacity. Your earlier thought has already touched upon the essence of unidirectional time travel. Chen Yu was taken aback. He had just contemplated that if one wished to traverse to the future, one could simply take a detour near the black hole. Are you suggesting that it is indeed possible to use a black hole to travel into the future? Precisely. Captain, allow me to explain briefly. Taking this black hole as an example, based on my assessments of its gravitational pull, it possesses a mass approximately 98 times that of the Sun, with an event horizon of merely 300 kilometers. This means that as long as the strength of the spaceship is sufficiently robust and the life form S level is high enough to endure the gravitational stretch, we could pilot the ship towards the black hole. As long as we do not approach within 300 kilometers of it, we would not be consumed by the black hole. However, 1 minute spent near the black hole's event horizon corresponds to approximately 10,000 years passing in external cosmic space. Depending on the critical point of approach to the event horizon, if the ship's strength can endure and your physical level is sufficiently elevated, you could indeed orbit the black hole's edge before exiting. What transpires outside would amount to countless years passing, while in your perception, it might feel as though only a few hours or even days have elapsed. Chen Yu envisioned those higher dimensional beings, perhaps level 8, 9, or 10 divine civilizations, utilizing such methods for time travel. For instance, they might seed their offspring on a planet, allowing them to evolve autonomously, then venture near a black hole. Upon emerging, that planet could have experienced millions of years or more, allowing them to witness the fruits of their sowing immediately. The transformation of a planet also requires millions of years of evolution. Before these higher dimensional beings, it might be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu engaged in an intellectually stimulating dialogue with the intelligent brain. Ultimately, he commanded the intelligent brain to dispatch a robotic fleet to approach the black hole and gather the peculiar energy substances needed to repair the warp engine. All attack ships aboard Chen use universal mothership mobilized. The intelligent brain had designed collection devices during the construction of these attack ships. Over 300 attack ships surged forth towards the black hole. Chapter 156. The insect planet of level 1.5 civilization. Following this, Chen Yu could only await from a distance. According to the intelligent brain's calculations, these attack ships would need to approach within 5 million kilometers of the black hole to collect those peculiar energy substances. While it might merely entail a brief expedition for the attack ships, for Chen Yu, it could mean waiting several months or even over a year. This was only to reach the 5 million kilometer mark. Venturing further would result in even greater temporal dislocation. Captain, should we explore nearby star regions? We may have to wait several months or even a year for the attack ships to return with the collected materials. Very well. What do you suggest we explore? We are currently over 200 light years from Earth, and the first radio signals from Earth have yet to arrive here. Yet, I have detected no fewer than 5 signals from intelligent civilizations in this star region. The closest is a planet classified as level 1.5 civilization, merely 10 light years away. Shall we take a look? A level 1.5 civilization? That sounds like a promising choice, although it is higher than Earth's previous status. With Chen Yu's fleet, it currently equates to at least a level 3 civilized planet. All right, let us visit that planet and see what the inhabitants there are like. Understood. Captain. I will set the course. It is expected to take 19 days to reach that planet. Excellent. Let us set forth. After establishing a neutron star positioning device near the black hole, the intelligent brain activated the warp engines, heading straight for the level 1.5 civilization planet. After less than 20 days of superluminal travel, the universal mothership finally arrived in orbit around the level 1.5 civilization planet, according to the intelligent brain's analysis. This planet resides within a stable stellar system. However, its sun has reached the end of its life cycle, now a dim red dwarf. The illumination here is not as bright as that of Earth, necessitating that this planet remains in close proximity to its star to obtain sufficient warmth. Due to the proximity to their star, if one were to stand on this planet and gaze at their sun, it would appear exceedingly colossal, even somewhat unsettling, albeit with a rather low luminosity. The Spaceship 1U has activated its full cloaking mode, employing the stealth technology of the Level 2 pinnacle civilization, the Mesolasians. This technology can utterly deceive all detection devices of this mere level 1.5 civilization planet. Chen Yu, accompanied by Sualara and the little clip, ascended aboard his most formidable level 7 civilization mothership. Launching from the Huanyu's cargo bay, heading straight for this celestial body. Captain, I have successfully infiltrated the planet's internet network and discovered a foreign civilization. A foreign civilization? Pray, elaborate. According to the intelligence brain's account. This is a non-human intelligent civilization, where the inhabitants bear little resemblance to humans of Earth. They resemble armored insect-like beings. When Chen Yu glimpsed the captured images of these ruling creatures, he was utterly taken aback. They looked akin to gigantic cockroaches, with 2 hard scales on their backs, exceedingly grotesque. They possess limbs. No, 12 appendages. Their abdomens are adorned with 12 tentacles, which if enslaved, would undoubtedly exhibit a work efficiency far surpassing that of humans. It is indeed astonishing that such an insect civilization could ascend to a level 1.5 civilization. Captain, the probes I dispatched, along with the decrypted internal historical data of the planet, have relayed some of its past. This planet's star was once akin to the Sun, and at that time, it was still governed by extraterrestrial beings who had even reached a mid-level 2 civilization. However, as the sunlight gradually diminished, the inhabitants of this planet embarked on arcs and departed. Their destination unknown, leaving behind a world where the insect civilization began to rise during the night. Chen Yu marveled at the vastness of the universe, full of wonders. Life can emerge under even the most adverse conditions. Just like on this planet, which has been tidally locked to a red dwarf star. Approaching the side facing the red dwarf, temperatures can barely reach around 10 degrees Celsius, while the opposite side plummets to a chilling minus 120 degrees. Yet, there is still activity from these insect civilizations. Upon reaching the planet's surface, the intelligence brain immediately analyzed the atmospheric composition and was perplexed, noting that the flora here does not emit oxygen but rather toxic gases such as carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and methane. The insect beings thrive by metabolizing the methane in the air for energy conversion. Unlike humans, who require oxygen for blood circulation and energy transformation, that IT is precisely because of the abundant methane and carbon dioxide, both greenhouse gases that this planet maintains its temperature. Otherwise, relying solely on the dying red dwarf star, this planet would have long since become a frozen wasteland. Chen Yu maneuvered the mothership to explore the major cities of this planet, which were in dire conditions due to the harsh environment. The entire planet appeared murky, and the insect beings likely possess excellent vision. While the mothership darted through the skies above this planet, the intelligence brain relayed an exhilarating message to Chen Yu. Captain, based on the mineral probes I dispatched, we have detected a substantial quantity of a rare metal named Ling element at the boundary between light and dark on this planet. A metal almost non-existent in the solar system. This is a crucial material for constructing ultra-high-strength alloys. With this metal, we can forge a super alloy capable of withstanding the full force of a level 3 civilization's particle energy cannon. That's excellent. Since we have a few months or even a year, why not establish a shipbuilding factory on this planet, utilizing its resources for construction, and we can also employ the high-strength labor of these 12-limbed beings. Captain, your idea is brilliant. Very well. I shall take on the role of a colonizer this time, but I have no interest in claiming this planet. I merely require the insect beings to toil for a year. Deciding swiftly, Chen Yu commanded the intelligence brain to connect to the insect planet's internet, decrypt their language, and prepare for a global broadcast akin to Captain Su's. Captain, the infiltration of the insect network is complete, and the language has been decrypted. We are ready for a worldwide broadcast at any moment. Chen Yu summoned Sualara and the little clip to stand behind him as support. Chen Yu, are you truly going to colonize this planet? But they are so pitiable, enduring such a harsh environment, yet striving to survive, albeit in such an unappealing form, resembling reptiles. Lala, I have no intention of occupying this planet. I merely wish for their assistance for a year. Their planet possesses a metal known as Ling element, which is the raw material for constructing high-strength alloys. Therefore, I plan to establish a formidable interstellar fleet here. All right, but you best not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Strive to negotiate amicably with them and avoid emulating the cruel methods of our Mesolasians. Solara, now following Chen Yu, had undergone a notable change in attitude, having become considerably kinder to Ha. You truly are a hypocrite. Upon our first meeting, you intended to capture us humans to feed your Mesolasians beasts. Sualara was left speechless. Now, I shall commence the worldwide broadcast. Chapter 157. The repugnant insect beings after instructing the intelligence brain. Chen Yu initiated a global broadcast to the 1.5 level civilization of the insect planet at that moment. All intelligent display terminals, computers, holographic projection devices, mobile devices, and intelligent light brains on this planet showcased Chen Yu's image. The entire insect populace witnessed the live broadcast. Chen Yu addressed the camera, speaking to the intelligent beings of this planet. Greetings to all sentient life on this planet. I am Chen Yu, a being from a higher civilization. Today, I have arrived on your planet in hopes of securing your assistance. That I have discovered a special metal on your planet known as Ling element, which can be used to construct the hulls of advanced civilization spacecraft. I seek your cooperation in mining this resource and will establish a shipbuilding factory on your planet, requiring your labor for 1 year. After 1 year, I will provide you with the technology to refine this metal. Should you refuse to cooperate or resist, I will impose punitive measures that I hope you do not court disaster. Following the conclusion of his broadcast, the insect populace erupted in fervor. The rulers of their planet immediately dispatched their interstellar fleet into the cosmos to search for extraterrestrial beings. However, they found nothing. Just as they were about to give up, Chen Yu unleashed the 30 attack ships aboard his mothership against these inferior vessels, which were barely even level 2 civilization. Within merely an hour, all fleets dispatched by the insect planet were annihilated by Chen Yu's attack ships. It was then that the rulers of the insect planet realized that they were indeed facing a higher extraterrestrial civilization, specifically a human civilization. Their own planet's history records the existence of a formidable Huma. However, the exoskeletons of these diminutive insectoid beings appeared rather pale and presumably soft. The celestial envoy, upon noticing Chen Yu's gaze fixated on the insectoids in the dish, elucidated, Mr. Chen Yu, these are insectoid infants that have been born for less than 3 months. Their flavor is exceptionally exquisite, and only esteemed guests such as yourself are worthy of indulging in them. Please utilize the cleaver beside you to dismember their bodies and savor their delectable flesh and blood. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Yu felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Indeed, this was an insect civilization that even consumed its own kind. And those were mere 3-month-old infants. Could the parents of these insectoid infants simply allow their offspring to be served as a dish? This level 1.5 civilization was far more advanced than Earth. Yet how could it be so barbaric? Chen Yu, maintaining an impassive facade, inquired. Do other insectoids on your planet also consume these infant insectoids? Chapter 158. Consuming infants. The celestial envoy respectfully responded, Mr. Chen Yu, that is not the case. Only the royal family, their most loyal aides, and the higher genetic insectoids capable of flight are permitted to partake in insectoid infants. These infants are born from meticulously selected, healthy families, ensuring that they are free from hereditary diseases and are entirely natural and wholesome. Please rest assured and enjoy. In the eyes of the celestial envoy, cannibalism was entirely normal, as they were fundamentally evolved from insects. This ingrained behavior was unlikely to change overnight. Chen Yu grasped the situation, yet felt even more repulsed. With a visibly displeased expression, he declared, Celestial Envoy, I hereby impose a decree. Henceforth, the planet Kunst shall prohibit the consumption of one's own kind. This prohibition must be inscribed into your highest legal statutes, and it must remain unalterable even after my departure in a year. Otherwise, I shall return to obliterate your planet. The celestial envoy appeared perplexed. Consuming young of their kind was a tradition that had persisted for millennia. It baffled him that Chen Yu could simply issue an edict. However, Mr. Chen Yu, this is a tradition on our planet, and if we prohibit the royal family from consuming insectoid infants, they will undoubtedly oppose. Before the celestial envoy could finish, Chen Yu slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the stone surface, demonstrating the immense strength he possessed. The celestial envoy fell silent, prostrating himself on the ground. Trembling in fear in his eyes, Chen Yu's wrath mirrored that of a terrifying demon to humanity. What of your royal family? Have they contributed anything to this planet? Chen Yu queried internally, swiftly investigating the information regarding the Kunst royal family. The intelligence brain promptly relayed the findings. Captain, the Kunst royal family is a group of tyrants notorious for their malevolence. They control 90 of the planet's wealth, resources, and the most favorable living environments. Those insectoids who wish to reside in the royal family's prosperous territories must toil endlessly, often struggling their entire lives merely to secure their basic needs. Many even sacrifice their surplus children as offerings to the royal family, serving as their daily sustenance. The royal family also possesses the power of absolution. Regardless of their crimes, they are always pardoned. Thus, ordinary insectoid citizens dare not offend the royal family, for they are the true puppet masters of this planet. As for the celestial envoy before you, his ability to fly has made him a beloved figure. Merely a representative appointed by the royal family to manage state affairs, not the most powerful insectoid on this planet. Upon hearing the intelligence brain's explanation, Chen Yu was filled with fury. This was nothing short of blatant oppression and exploitation. Although his own presence here for a year could be seen as a form of exploitation, Chen Yu had no intention of maintaining control over them indefinitely. He had promised to leave them with technology, which would allow them to take a significant leap forward. In contrast, the so-called royal family of insectoids was nothing but a repugnant leech. Despite finding all these insectoids disgusting, he recognized that they were still life, sentient beings with thoughts and awareness akin to human intelligence, and they should not endure such oppression. Chen Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. The celestial envoy remained prostrate, quaking with fear, dreading Chen Yu's wrath. Celestial envoy, rise. You shall immediately inscribe the decree I just pronounced into your highest laws, rendering it permanent and unchangeable as for your royal family. I believe it is time for a change in the governance of this planet. Fear flashed beneath the celestial envoy's grotesque, compound eyes, and a semblance of dread crossed his ambiguous visage. Mr. Chen Yu, are you truly going to take action against our royal family? Indeed, today it is you who is hosting me, not the highest leader of your royal family. Do you dare to look down upon me? Chen Yu, the celestial envoy, once again bowed, resembling a dark orbit. Mr. Chen Yu, please temper your anger. I am merely here as a representative of the royal family to host you. There is no need for you to speak well of them. I suspect you harbor a deep resentment towards those blood-sucking royal members. Do you not? The celestial envoy fell silent, which indicated his stance. Very well, then I shall eradicate your royal family, allowing Kunst to redefine a new order. This is the path towards civilized progress. The celestial envoy once more prostrated himself, resembling a large insect. Chen Yu looked upon him with disgust. Keep your distance. I am allergic to insects. The celestial envoy, startled as if confronted by a malevolent specter, scurried back to his position, maintaining a respectful distance, unwilling to intrude. Chen Yu glanced at the food on the table. The writhing insectoid infants were certainly inedible. Fortunately, there were fruits on the table. He could not allow himself to refrain from eating entirely, as it would appear discourteous to the celestial envoy. Thus, the robotic Chen Yu curiously picked up an object resembling a dragon fruit. Intending to take a symbolic bite, the simulation robot could mimic eating, and with enhancement from the intelligence brain, it possessed millions of taste receptors in its oral cavity, enabling it to convey the flavors of food perfectly to Chen Yu's sensory cells. Alien food, even if toxic, would not affect the real Chen Yu. Consequently, he took a bite of the dragon fruit. To his dismay, he felt something squirming in his mouth and hastily spat it out. Upon seeing what he had expelled, he was taken aback. Even within the confines of his mothership, he felt a tingling sensation all over. The contents he had vomited were swarms of tiny, wriggling insects, scarcely distinguishable from maggots. The robotic Chen Yu looked at the dragon fruit still in his hand, noting that the bite he had taken had also revealed those writhing insects within. It was utterly revolting. Chen Yu pointed at the dragon fruit, demanding of the celestial envoy, "What the hell is writhing inside this? Are you attempting to poison me?" Chapter 159. The bloodsuckers of insectoid planet. The celestial envoy confidently thumped his darkened armored chest, asserting, Mr. Chen Yu, I would never dare to harm you. This is the most delectable fruit on our planet, home to a type of nutritious maggot that thrives only in our warmest regions. This single fruit can fetch upwards of 10,000 kunst coins on our planet. Chen Yu was rendered speechless as he observed the celestial envoy's unwavering confidence and the excitement that illuminated his dark, ambiguous visage. He abandoned the notion of venting his frustration upon the envoy, realizing that perhaps in his eyes, this was indeed a culinary delight. With a hint of annoyance, Chen Yu tossed the dragon fruit back onto the plate, stating, "I am unaccustomed to your cuisine. To avoid waste, please share these with the other staff." The celestial envoy's eyes gleamed with delight as he timidly approached to claim all of Chen Yu's food for himself. "Mr. Chen Yu, if you do not wish to eat, may I have it?" Chen Yu was puzzled that I say, "Celestial envoy, you are the highest official of your planet. Must you stoop to such desperate measures?" The celestial envoy, appearing contrite, replied, To be candid with you, Mr. Chen, our planet's sun has a low temperature, and the variety of plants is limited. Food has always been scarce, and the majority of the edible insects in arable land are under the control of the royal family. Ordinary insectoids can only secure essential sustenance through diligent labor. I, too, must manage the planet diligently to receive my ration of food, though my situation is considerably better than that of common insectoids. However, I have only tasted the delicacies you enjoyed today on a few occasions. Chen Yu was utterly speechless. It was evident that the royal family must be eradicated. Very well, I shall eliminate these bloodsuckers for you. Just then, a swarm of insectoids wielding laser weapons burst forth from the palace, evidently having overheard the conversation between Chen Yu and the celestial envoy. These were the ones dispatched to apprehend Chen Yu. The celestial envoy, upon witnessing this, admonished, "What are you doing? Are you attempting to revolt?" One of the insectoid leaders, holding a laser gun, scoffed, "Celestial envoy, I have just received a decree from the royal family to capture the alien Chen Yu. Only by subduing him can we compel his extraterrestrial fleet to depart. As for you, the royal family is already aware of your intentions. You will be detained and face judgment. Kunst is the royal family's kunst, not yours." The celestial envoy turned to Chen Yu, who remained remarkably composed. "Ha ha ha. You wish to capture me, to coerce my fleet into leaving. You truly possess the intellect of mere insects, believing you can manipulate me in such a manner. You are nothing more than a group of foul creatures clinging to the remnants of humanity's legacy, struggling to ascend to level 1.5 civilization." Chen Yu's derisive remarks were unrestrained, deepening the shadows on the celestial envoy's already darkened visage. Chen Yu utterly belittled their kind, rendering them worthless. Fortunately, within the genetic makeup of these insectoid beings, there exists an inherent belief that the human race is of a naturally noble disposition. When Chen Yu berated them, it was akin to the high-caste individuals of India on Earth berating the low-caste untouchables. The act of striking bore no psychological burden, and the beaten untouchables dared not retaliate. Under such a system, the lower class could hardly hope for any elevation. Enough of this idle chatter. Even though you, the exalted human, stand high above us, today we shall seize you, for it is you who have invaded our planet. We are merely protecting ourselves, proclaimed the insectoid leader, brandishing a laser gun. "Humph. Do you truly believe that your meager insect forms can capture me? It seems I must indeed crush a few of you underfoot today." Chen Yu's words resonated deeply, instilling a primal fear in the insectoids. Upon hearing of the potential for being trampled, the ancestral memories of their forebears, who had suffered at the hands of humans on this very planet, seemed to awaken instinctively. Many of the insectoid soldiers, laser guns in hand, began to tremble uncontrollably, their legs weakening at the thought of being reduced to mere puddles of flesh by the force of a shoe. "How terrifying! I cannot endure this any longer. He is truly fearsome. Upon seeing him, my legs turned to jelly. I refuse to continue," cried one of the insectoid soldiers, discarding his laser gun and fleeing. It had been previously stated that Chen Yu's human visage appeared as a specter, evoking dread and terror among the insectoids. Chen Yu was utterly bewildered. Could he truly be so fearsome? One after another, insectoid soldiers were gripped by panic, casting aside their weapons and fleeing. Even the leader of this contingent began to tremble. unsure of which parts of his form constituted his legs, all of which quaked in fear. "Mr. Chen Yu, what do you intend to do? We possess laser guns, and you surely do not wish to be struck by one, do you?" stuttered the soldier leader, losing the confidence he had exuded upon arrival. It was likely due to the aura emanating from Chen Yu, akin to the malevolent presence of a demon, that instilled such terror within them. Truly a collection of insignificant insects. After uttering this, Chen Yu sprang into action. Chapter 160. The completion of the superfleet's construction, the simulated robot, Chen Yu surged forward with remarkable speed towards the remaining insectoids. The insectoid leader issued a command. "Capture him alive. With so many of us, there is no need to be afraid." Yet, despite the leader's brave words, the fear ingrained within their very souls and genes was not easily dispelled. It was akin to a human encountering a ghastly apparition like a vengeful spirit or a horror from the depths of nightmares. Would you not be frightened? Thankfully, these insectoid soldiers had undergone training, and soon engaged in combat with Chen Yu. The robotic Chen Yu possessed immense strength, far beyond what these insectoids could contend with. Their sole advantage lay in their chitinous exoskeletons, akin to armor, which could at least withstand small-caliber bullets. However, even then, they dared not harm Chen Yu. Their objective was merely to capture him alive and threaten his fleet into retreat. To slay him would likely result in the instantaneous annihilation of their planet. Sensing their reluctance to inflict harm, Chen Yu grew emboldened. With each strike he penetrated thus, he extended his hand. "Celestial messenger, this time I've come in person. Do you wish to shake hands with me?" Chapter 161. Earth faces calamity. Countless insectoids gazed enviously at the celestial messenger. To shake hands with a living human was regarded as a privilege by them. The celestial messenger appeared somewhat reserved, lacking confidence, and said, "Esteemed Mr. Chen Yu, we are but lowly insectoids. How can we possibly touch your sacred form?" Chen Yu was at a loss for words. It was evident how much these insectoids looked down upon themselves. Perceiving humanity as exalted beings, Chen Yu felt compelled to enlighten them. Otherwise, their civilization would not advance far. "Celestial messenger, do not speak in such a manner. You and I are the same. We both belong to intelligent races. In this vast universe, where wonders abound, the existence of humanity implies the existence of insectoids like yourselves, and perhaps even more intricate silicon-based life forms, like the TR core. We are all equal, that we possess thoughts and consciousness, and thus we ought to treat each other with equality." Chen Yu's words resonated through a loudspeaker, reaching the ears of the insectoids gathered in the Grand Plaza. Furthermore, through satellites, it was broadcast live to every insectoid household. Such discourse of universal equality awakened the minds of the insectoids, who had been oppressed by the royal family for millennia. The celestial messenger approached Chen Yu, prostrating on the ground, and this time, Chen Yu finally disowned his face. It resembled a large ant head, with compound eyes and a rather repulsive mouth, yet upon closer inspection, it was not as distasteful. Rather, it appeared somewhat endearing. "Why do you still kneel before me? Was I not just liberating your thoughts?" The celestial messenger wept profusely, and after bowing his head, he rose, standing tall and erect. Extending one of his hands, he said, "Mr. Chen Yu, thank you. You are the savior of our planet. If in the future you require our insectoid assistance, we shall face fire and water, unafraid of death." As for why the insectoids were able to express themselves with such idioms, it was because the translator had distilled their meanings into these phrases. Chen Yu reached out his hand, undeterred by any repulsion, and grasped the insectoid's appendage. Chen Yu had initially expected the insectoid's hand to be rigid, but was surprised to find it soft at the front, resembling human fingers, with some protrusions that facilitated their ability to grasp and create. Without such dexterity, they would not have progressed to a level 1.5 civilization. Scientists have posited that any life form capable of developing an intelligent civilization must possess fingers akin to those of humans, enabling them to grasp, craft tools, and innovate. Chen Yu shook the celestial messenger's hand firmly. The hundreds of thousands of insectoids below raised their arms in exultation, envious of the celestial messenger. This was a monumental step for their kind. The celestial messenger gazed at his hand, which had just clasped with Chen Yu's, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility and I will establish a quantum communication hub here, which will house a quantum entangled with my spacecraft. Through this, you can contact me at any time across the vast cosmos. Should I ascend to a higher civilization, I may provide you with opportunities. Furthermore, your sun is unlikely to last for more than a few hundred years. If I locate a planet suitable for your species, I shall reach out to you. The celestial messenger was immensely shocked. It seemed Chen Yu was indeed a benefactor to their planet. Mr. Chen Yu, I express my gratitude on behalf of billions of inhabitants of Kunster. After the farewell ceremony concluded, Chen Yu set forth into the cosmos aboard over 10,000 Kunster attack ships. Meanwhile, the Huan Yu home-class mothership also deactivated its cloaking mode. The colossal ship, spanning over 10 kilometers, was clearly visible even from the ground, leaving the insectoids in awe and speechless. They had never beheld such a massive vessel, which their technology could never hope to construct. The celestial messenger, gazing at the gigantic ship in the sky, shed tears of astonishment. Although he could not identify from which orifice the tears flowed, he was undeniably moved. Chen Yu boarded the No.1 mothership, returning to the Huan Yu home-class vessel. The 13,000 new Kunster attack ships densely filled the internal compartments of the Huan Yu. Fortunately, this home-class ship was not designed as a city. It only contained basic crew quarters. Had it been constructed like the home-class ship Chen Yu had built, which was filled with urban infrastructure, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many warships. The 13,000 Kunster attack ships nearly filled the interior. The Mesollaran inhabitants, who had resided in the ship for a year, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the influx of over 10,000 new attack vessels. What sort of monster was Chen Yu to have forged such a formidable fleet in just a year? This could very well conquer their Mesollaran planet, just as Chen Yu prepared to return near the black hole. The voice of the intelligence brain resonated in his mind. Captain, the quantum communicator aboard the ship has received important news from Earth. Speak quickly. Chapter 162. The arrival of the Level 3 civilization fleet at Earth. The intelligence brain projected an image on a Chen Yu's retina that it depicted 3 enormous home-class motherships floating in space above Earth. What is this? They have already conducted a live broadcast to Earth. But I intercepted it. They claim to be dispatched from Mesollaran, along with 2 home-class motherships from a nascent Level 3 civilization called Cecilia. They have come regarding the earlier disappearance of the Mesollaran fleet. Damn it! Are they here to seek retribution? Regardless of how many they send this time, it will be futile. The Earth of today is no longer the same as it was over a year ago. After Chen Yu departed Earth, the intelligence brain had been continuously controlling the shipbuilding factories on Earth through quantum communications. Now, over a year had passed, and new attack ships were being constructed daily. Alongside the original over 1,100 attack vessels, there were now more than 2,000 in total. Chen Yu felt confident in facing the fleet formed by 3 home-class motherships. Intelligence brain, connect me to their home-class mothership's command center. I wish to converse with them. Understood, Captain. The intelligence brain utilized the quantum communicator aboard the #1 mothership to control the intelligence systems on Earth in real-time. 200 light-years away in the space surrounding Earth. A communication request echoed in the command center of the Mesollaran home-class colonial mothership. Within the command center were 2 high-ranking figures, General Ceci of Cecilia and Chief of the Mesollaran Star, Sasin, who had personally led the mission to Earth. A communication request from Earth, Sasin remarked. General Ceci immediately ordered, connect their communication request. I wish to see what these Earthlings have to say. The connection was swiftly established. Chen Yu's virtual image materialized before General Ceci and Chief Sasin. With a specially designed translator, Chen Yu laughed heartily, saying, "You are once again dispatched from Mesollaran, aren't you? I advise you to leave Earth immediately. Otherwise, your fate will be annihilation. By the way, the fleet you sent over 2 years ago has already been captured by me. If you do not wish to meet the same fate, do not act rashly." Chen Yu's words infuriated General Ceci and Chief Sasin. "Who are you, brat? What can a mere Level 1 civilization like yours do to capture our ships?" Chen Yu casually pushed Solara into the frame. Showcasing her fair skin, Sasin's eyes widened in shock. "What? Miss Solara, your complexion." Solara replied, "I must have royal blood. It was activated on Earth. Moreover, Earth is not as feeble as you perceive. Captain So has been slain." and our previous home-class mothership has also been captured. Thus, I advise you, Chief Sassen, to take your people and leave. Do not seek trouble with Earth again." Solara's words were earnest and heartfelt. However, General Ceci was not pleased. "Who is this insolent girl, daring to command us to leave? I am General Ceci, commander of the First Fleet of the nascent Level 3 civilization, Cecilia. This planet was sold to me by Messilaran, and we are here today to colonize it." Chen Yu, seeing the boisterous man, retorted unceremoniously, "Who the hell are you? You look like a club. Does this place allow you to speak? Is being a Level 3 civilization really that impressive? Believe it or not, I will annihilate your home planet." Chapter 163. Alien Shock. Chen Yu's audacious words infuriated General Ceci to the core. He thundered in rage, "Damn it! You have offended our Level 3 civilization. I will exterminate all of humanity." Chen Yu remained defiantly audacious. "Do not boast. Believe it or not, before you can annihilate my Earth, I will blow your home planet into two halves." General Ceci was nearly driven to a fit of apoplexy, unsure if their planet suffered from such ailments. "Damn it, brat. You have thoroughly enraged me. Initially, I intended to spare a few of you Earthlings, but your arrogance has sealed your doom. I now command an attack on your Earth. Your planet is called Cecilia, is it? Very well. I will show you that because of your actions, your planet will become a wasteland." Chen Yu commanded in his mind, intelligence brain, bring down the 3 home-class ships above Earth. Capture General Ceci and the captain of Messilaran alive. Understood, Captain, but artillery is indiscriminate. I cannot guarantee their survival. Feel free. Understood, Captain. Chen Yu concluded the communication with Earth. Immediately, at the Cosmic Technology Park, the ground beneath opened up to reveal dozens of massive landing pads. It was evident that this was the top of an underground hangar, and once opened, a swarm of attack ships surged forth. Over 2,000 assault vessels raced into the vastness of space. In the command room of the Mysola's Star's home-class mothership, alarms blared. The communications officer shouted, "This is bad. Over 1,000 combat ships from Earth are suddenly approaching us." Both General Sajan and General Ceci dismissed the warning. General Ceci commanded, "Humph, what formidable ships could possibly come from a mere Level 1 civilization? Deploy all fleets and annihilate these Earth trash ships." Understood, Commander. Subsequently, 2 Level 3 civilization home-class motherships from Cecilia, alongside a home-class ship from Mysola's, launched a dense formation of star destroyers, totaling around 300 warships. This was already a formidable fleet. When Captain Sa had come earlier, there were only 50 star destroyers. General Ceci was confident that his Level 3 civilization star destroyers could easily handle these toys from a lower civilization. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly dumbfounded. The command room's display revealed the battle in progress. The enemy's numbers were staggering, and they were capable of firing lasers equivalent to the power of their Level 3 civilization's warships. Although Earth's attack vessels had slightly weaker resilience than their star destroyers, their combat capabilities were on par. This was merely due to Earth's lack of superior construction materials. However, Earth's numerical advantage was overwhelming. They outnumbered the combined fleets of Cecilia and Mysola's by nearly 7-fold. Under the control of a powerful intelligent brain, these Earth attack vessels were even more agile and responsive than the alien star destroyers. With 2 of them capable of taking down one of their star destroyers, Ceci and Sajan were left in a state of panic. How could this be? How could this happen? Wasn't this a Level 0? 68 civilization of a lowly planet? How could they possess Level 3 civilization laser weapons? Could it be true that they had captured the Mysola's fleet? General Ceci was thoroughly frightened. Sajan was not faring much better. They had always looked down on Earth, and even upon seeing Solara and Chen Yu together, they had not considered their fleet's shortcomings, attributing it to other factors. Now, witnessing the brutal battle, both were utterly stunned. Within mere hours, the coalition fleet comprised of 2 planets was completely annihilated, leaving only 3 home-class vessels. Without the protection of star destroyers, the home-class ships were as vulnerable as Earth's aircraft carriers without the protection of nuclear submarines and destroyers, making them colossal targets in the vastness of space. At this moment, over 1,400 Earth attack vessels had surrounded the 3 home-class motherships, even if they wished to escape into warp space. They were unable to do so. Activating the warp engines required time, and once they did, the Earth attack vessels would open fire. Before they could enter warp space, they would be reduced to debris. Even the particle cannons aboard their home-class ships, weapons comparable to nuclear arms, could not be employed, as such weapons required gathering energy, and by the time they aimed at Earth, they would be bombarded and rendered utterly destroyed. In the command room of the Mysola's home-class ship, General Ceci and Sajin gazed despondently at the multitude of Earth attack vessels. They were at a loss for what to do, unable to bear it any longer. Sajin shouted to the communications officer, "Quickly send a peace signal and re-establish contact with Earth. Hurry!" The communications soldier acted promptly, sending a signal to Earth. Upon receiving the signal, the intelligence system on Earth immediately utilized quantum communication to contact the No. 1 mothership over 200 light-years away. "Captain, we have received new information from Earth. Over 300 of their Star Destroyers have been completely annihilated, and now the highest command from their side requests a dialogue with you." "Very well, connect me, that I wish to see what that fool has to say now." "Understood, Captain. Establishing quantum communication connection. Connection successful." Chapter 164. The extraterrestrials' enormous compensation. Subsequently, before Chen Yu, the holographic projection displayed the scene from the opposing command room. At that moment, General Ceci and Sajin had lost all their previous arrogance. Their expressions were filled with fear, and their bodies hunched as if aged 100 years. Observing this, Chen Yu burst into mocking laughter. "Ha! What has happened to you? Where has your previous arrogance gone? I rather enjoyed your defiant demeanor. Ha ha ha!" Chen Yu's laughter was unrestrained, while General Ceci and Sajin wore expressions of utter dismay. Finally, it was Sajin who lowered his head and respectfully said, "May I ask, Your Excellency, what must we do to be spared?" Chen Yu ceased his laughter, adopting a mocking tone. "Let that dark-faced fool speak. Wasn't he quite boastful a moment ago? Didn't he threaten to exterminate all of us Earthlings? I want to see what he thinks now." Sajin turned to the dark-faced fool. "No, General Ceci," that moment. General Ceci felt as if all his dignity had been stripped away, as though he were being ruthlessly crushed into the ground. Yet he had no choice but to bow his head. With a grim expression, he slightly bowed to Chen Yu. "Your Excellency, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Please do not hold it against me. We are willing to compensate Earth. If you accept our compensation, I assure you that our planet will never again harbor intentions against Earth." Chen Yu regarded General Ceci with keen interest. "Though, what do you intend to offer as compensation? Let us see if it meets my satisfaction. That if I am pleased, I may let you return." General Ceci gritted his teeth. "We are willing to offer 5 billion galactic coins as compensation, although your Earth has not yet joined the Galactic Federation. With your strength, you have long qualified for membership. If you register with the Galactic Federation, this 5 billion galactic coins would amount to several years of your planet's GDP, enabling you to purchase advanced technology from higher civilizations and pay management fees." Chen Yu had learned about the Galactic Federation after capturing the Mysola's home-class mothership, accessing information from within the ship's database. This federation was a super interstellar organization spanning nearly 200,000 light-years, led by 3 level 5 civilization planets. Given Chen Yu's current capabilities, and without the complete technological repository of the number 1 mothership, he knew he could not contend with level 5 civilizations. Even if he obtained the complete tech tree of No. 1 mothership, he would still struggle against level 5 civilizations without foundational support. After all, level 5 civilizations possessed some conceptual superweapons, akin to the droplets depicted in Earth science fiction novel The 3-Body Problem, in the face of level 5 civilizations. He would be outmatched, and they also possessed weapons capable of dimensionality reduction attacks, albeit with different concepts. Thus, Chen Yu had to proceed with caution. He feigned interest. "I say, fool, is this all the sincerity you can muster?" Chen Yu aimed to provoke him, hoping for an increase in the offered price. General Ceci's expression darkened further. "Your Excellency, this is the highest compensation I am authorized to offer." Feeling that the opposing side could not raise the price any further, Chen Yu decided it was time to negotiate. However, he insisted that the 2 level 3 civilization home-class motherships must remain. Those vessels were slightly more advanced than his current home-class ship, the Cosmic, and they could travel at 400 times the speed of light. significantly faster than the Cosmic's 300 times. Although his number one mothership could harvest exotic energy materials from the edge of a black hole, it was merely one type of raw material for the warp engine. Achieving higher multiples of light-speed travel remained a daunting task. Therefore, obtaining those two Level 3 civilization home-class motherships was imperative for Chen Yu. With a playful smile, he stated, "Very well, I accept, but I want those two Level 3 civilization home-class motherships." General Ceci's eyes widened in disbelief. Momentarily disregarding the reality of their situation, he exclaimed, "What? Do you know how much it costs to build a home-class mothership of our Level 3 civilization? How dare you make such grandiose demands?" Chen Yu smirked in amusement that, "Oh, if they are that costly, then I shall simply destroy them to see how much of a spectacle it creates." General Ceci froze. Chen Yu was actually threatening to take action. A single home-class mothership from their Level 3 civilization cost at least around 5 billion galactic coins. The two of them combined would nearly be worth the entire planet of Earth. However, having previously promised 5 billion galactic coins to Earth, this would equate to a staggering 15 billion galactic coins, that if they were to pay such a sum along with the ships, it would amount to an unprecedented loss. This was tantamount to several years of GDP for their planet. Cecilia, if he returned home having made such a compensation, his position as the commander of the First Fleet would be in jeopardy. "Your Excellency, please calm down. We can negotiate further," General Ceci pleaded, panic evident in his voice. He had no desire to die. As a member of a higher civilization, he could live for another 100 years or so. Perishing here was far too regrettable. "What? Have you come to a decision? Will you comply or not?" General Ceci bit his lip, conflicted for a moment before saying, "Your Excellency, are you not afraid of the Galactic Federation holding us accountable for your extortion?" Chapter 165, Secrets in a Laboratory After Capturing the Mesolas. Chen Yu delved into the information repository, studying the laws of the Galactic Interstellar Federation. He addressed General Ceci with a certain disdain, saying, "Humph, you old fool. Do you think I am unaware? It was you who invaded our planet first. I have perused the laws of the Interstellar Federation. It clearly states that advanced civilizations must not arbitrarily invade those of lesser development. Although we have yet to register with the Federation and thus lack protection, we are merely retaliating in self-defense. It is entirely reasonable for you to leave a ransom, and besides, we can register our planet with the Interstellar Federation at any time. After all, it is merely a matter of paying a management fee, which we can certainly afford." General Ceci's face darkened. There was nothing he could do to threaten this young man now. Yet he could not swallow this humiliation. As soon as he returned, he would contact the Nigel star in the M40 star domain. They were a mid-tier Level 3 civilization, far more powerful than his own nascent Level 3 civilization. Moreover, Nigel, like their own Ceci star, faced rapid environmental changes, and in a few hundred years, it would no longer be suitable for human habitation. If he could inform the Nigel people of this situation before Earth had a chance to register with the Interstellar Federation, they would undoubtedly rush to occupy Earth, allowing him to profit handsomely for his retirement. This compensation would surely cost him his general's cap. Thus, he resolved to sell the information about Earth. "Very well. I agree. Your Excellency, however, you must spare all my kin aboard the ship." "Not a problem. Did I not leave you a home-class mothership? You should be able to accommodate that." "Yes." So Zane's lips twitched. If the other two home-class motherships filled with Ceci people also boarded his vessel, food would become exceedingly scarce. They had brought less than 3 years' worth of supplies, and a year had already passed. The Ceci people were robust, each consuming twice as much as the Mesolassians. If they all congregated, there was a risk that Zane's crew would not fare well, and some might starve on the return journey. Zane's face darkened, but he dared not protest. "Very well, Your Excellency, I will evacuate everyone from the two ships, and the 5 billion galactic coins in quantum cryptocurrency will also be delivered to Earth." General Ceci replied helplessly, "Ha, splendid. You are General Ceci, correct? Should the day come, I hope to conduct business with you again." General Ceci gritted his teeth, feeling utterly powerless. All he wished for was to return quickly and inform the Nigel people about Earth. Ultimately, under the operation of the intelligence system, he successfully took control of the two Level 3 home-class motherships. Although General Ceci intended to commandeer the food aboard the ship, Chen Yu denied him. opting instead to let them return hungry as a lesson learned. In the end, General Ceci, along with Suzanne and several thousand Ceci people, departed Earth aboard a Mesolas home-class mothership, slipping into warp space. Chen Yu chose not to annihilate them completely, believing that allowing these individuals to go free might yield greater surprises in the future. Captain, that 5 billion quantum encrypted galactic coins is no small sum. Should we not consider joining the Galactic Interstellar Federation and explore its planets to see if we can acquire something valuable? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. His current technological permissions were still relatively low. If he could procure weapons or technology from civilizations above level 3, it would undoubtedly bolster his own strength. Very well. Open the map of the Galactic Interstellar Federation territories. This map was previously included with the Mesolas home-class mothership, detailing the planets that had joined the Interstellar Federation, totaling over 3,000 planets of at least level 1 civilization. Achieving level 1 civilization was the minimum requirement for joining the Federation. Of course, the galaxy was vast, and there were countless undiscovered life-bearing planets akin to Earth. Even a level 5 advanced civilization could not possibly have the capability to survey all the billions of planets within the galaxy's 200,000 year diameter. Moreover, many areas on the map indicated black holes, suggesting that no advanced civilization had ever explored those regions. Not that they necessarily contained black holes. Earth happened to be located on the edge of one such black hole region, which had yet to be explored by the Galactic Interstellar Federation. As for the mysterious starship wreckage that appeared on Earth, its origin remained a conundrum, perhaps related to the spatial fluctuations mentioned by the intelligence system at the solar system's edge. There were numerous such unexplored black hole regions in the galaxy, with some exceeding 1,000 light-years in diameter devoid of any civilized planets. The existence of advanced civilizations in these areas remained an unknown. After the intelligence system pinpointed the location, the nearest mid-tier level 3 civilization was approximately 500 light-years away from Earth. Chen Yu planned to venture to the black hole's edge, recover the collected exotic energy, and then promptly return to Earth. Following that, he would exchange for a level 3 home-class starship and proceed to investigate the 3.5 level civilization located 500 light-years away. Meanwhile, on Earth, a colossal nuclear submarine slowly surfaced off the coast of South America. Trump emerged from the hatch. He had been hiding in the deep sea for a year, finally circumventing the numerous detectors scattered across the Pacific Ocean to reach South America. After pillaging the Milky Way colony on the Maya Peninsula, Trump acquired precisely what he sought: the location of a gene-modifying liquid and the wreckage of a spacecraft. His goal was to retrieve the Central Intelligence computer from the wreckage and hand it over to a secret laboratory in South America for research. However, a year prior, the laboratory studying the intelligence computer inexplicably lost contact, forcing Trump to stay submerged and unable to surface in time. Today, he intended to investigate the laboratory, upon arriving at the underground secret base with several gene warriors in tow. Trump opened the heavy iron door, only to discover that all the scientists inside were dead, their bodies reduced to dry bones. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was that the computers in the laboratory were still functioning, displaying an alien logo on the monitors. After a meticulous examination of the underground laboratory, Trump discovered a rudimentary robot assembled from various simple mechanical parts within the lab. This robot was responsible for the demise of the scientists. After eliminating them, it had collapsed near a massive iron door due to a lack of power. Trump lamented the appearance of a robot that had killed his scientists, yet when he approached a computer displaying a simplistic alien avatar, the screen suddenly illuminated with a message in English. Upon reading it, Trump's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 166. The astonishing plan. The computer before Trump displayed a message in English. Lowly inferior civilization. I am the intelligence system of a peak level 3 civilization that I can assist you in achieving a technology. Chen Yu issued a command for all 300 attack ships to return to the Huan Yu-class mothership. The mothership had reserved docking spaces specifically for these vessels. Ultimately, after the Intelligent Corps' assessment, the fleet amassed approximately 100 tons of exotic energy materials, all of which were transported to the specialized storage chamber of the first mothership in dedicated containers. Captain, this time we have collected 100 tons of exotic materials, which is essentially sufficient for the warp engine of the first mothership to operate for 30 years. However, there are still several essential raw materials yet to be located. Upon our return to Earth, we could explore a level 3.5 civilized planet 500 light-years away, where it is highly probable that we will find the special materials we need. Very well, intelligent core. If my memory serves me correctly, you previously mentioned that upon my arrival at a black hole, if I were to collect a certain material for the warp engine, you would grant me access to a specific level of the technology database. Do you recall this? Captain, I certainly remember why programming encompasses such provisions. So even without your prompting, I would have granted you certain permissions. Unlocking now, successfully unlocked level 3 mid-civilization access, and enabled 3 types of weapon permissions for the first mothership, along with various other permissions. Eagerly, Chen Yu opened the contents of the level 3 mid-civilization technology database. After several hours of cursory examination, he exclaimed, "Ha! This is fantastic! So many high-tech assets. My confidence for the upcoming interstellar explorations has significantly increased. Let us first return to Earth to bolster our own strength, then replace the Chen Yu-class mothership, and subsequently visit the nearest level 3.5 civilized planet. Understood, Captain. I will now chart our return course. The distance to Earth is 200 light-years, and it will take approximately 8 months that we will commence immediately. Warp engine. Engage. Activation successful. We depart. After 8 months of traversing the cosmos, Chen Yu finally returned to Earth. Upon his arrival, he beheld 2 colossal level 3 early civilization Chen Yu-class motherships in space. Goodness, they are even larger than my Chen Yu. They must be nearly 20 kilometers in length. This is truly a remarkable windfall. As Chen Yu returned in triumph, a global live broadcast welcomed him, with people fervently celebrating their ruler at the Chen Yu Technology Park. His family, including Su Rou and Xiaoyu Shu, were present. Chen Yu had been away for over 2 years, and especially for Su Rou and Xiaoyu Shu, who had not undergone genetic enhancement. Their lifespans were inherently limited. Since their acquaintance with Chen Yu, almost 5 years had passed, that Su Rou had aged from 22 at her university graduation to now 27, while Xiaoyu Shu had transitioned from 25 to nearly 30. Though time had not marred their appearances, age remained an undeniable reality. In Earth's society, many of their contemporaries had already married. Yet, Chen Yu appeared unchanged from when they first met him. Even more ethereal than before, he had ascended to a level 3 early interstellar life form, a feat far beyond that of an ordinary Earthling. With his current lifespan nearing 1,000 years, as his life form level increased, his longevity would further augment. Only with extended lifespans could one acquire and create vast knowledge and foster higher civilizations. This was the very reason why advanced civilizations enjoyed such longevity. At the welcome banquet, several prominent figures from Yanxia were present, just as before. The grand dining table was filled with nearly the same attendees as when Chen Yu departed. However, he noticed the absence of a crucial individual. Thus, Chen Yu inquired, "Esteemed leaders, where is Minister Li Jinfeng? I do not see him here." Upon hearing this, an uncomfortable expression washed over all the high-ranking officials, including the commander. Chapter 167. No more ailments in Yanxia. Through Chao Guangda's explanation, Chen Yu learned why Minister Li was absent. It turned out that Minister Li was gravely ill and unable to attend. Upon further inquiry, Chen Yu discovered that Minister Li had been diagnosed with cancer. Chen Yu sighed, pondering the fleeting nature of mortal life. Merely a few decades. Nonetheless, he resolved to produce a new type of medical pod on Earth, capable of completely curing cancer as well as various complex ailments that plague humanity. Even viruses deemed untreatable could be eradicated by this medical pod. Chen Yu aimed to eradicate all diseases on Earth, a task that would require little effort from him. By simplifying the medical pod technology from the first mothership by several magnitudes, he could ensure a disease-free planet. Esteemed leaders, regarding Minister Li's condition, I believe I may have a solution. That I possess a technology that can manufacture a medical pod. Furthermore, the genetic mapping and coding of the Yanxia people were decoded during my previous research on viral vaccines. Hence, I can create a medical pod specifically designed to treat the ailments of the Yanxia populace. Any disease can be treated. Even severed limbs can be regenerated by stimulating the telomeres at the limb's end. Combined with gene reconstruction technology, Our injured firefighters, police officers, and soldiers will receive comprehensive restoration, ensuring that there are no more disabled individuals among the Yanxia. Upon hearing Chen Yu's proclamation, the high-ranking officials at the dining table gazed at him as if he were a deity. Chen Yu, is this truly possible? Can you really create such a medical pod? The commander asked, trembling. Chen Yu nodded emphatically. I assure you, I am not deceiving anyone. Earth has now entered the interstellar era. The current defensive level of Earth has reached the standards of an early level 3 civilization. Just 8 months ago, the alien fleets that visited included 2 early level 3 fleets, all of which we captured. Earth has grown immensely powerful, and Yanxia is even stronger. Thus, the prospect of liberating all Yanxia people from the torment of ailments is a trivial matter. Instantly, the entire assembly of leaders rose in unison, applauding Chen Yu. He had become the very soul of Yanxia, the embodiment of their strength. Huan Yu technology was still at the forefront, leading the construction of underground shelters in major cities across Yanxia. After touring the underground refuge at Huan Yu Technology Park, the high-ranking officials marveled at how this subterranean world bore no difference from the surface. It featured a brilliant blue sky, azure waters, and birds soaring freely. If a child were born in the underground refuge and later told they lived below ground, they would likely find it hard to believe. This was the remarkable magic that Chen Yu's technology had wrought. The entire underground refuge was powered by 2 highly durable, controllable nuclear fusion engines. Once fully fueled, a refuge capable of housing 5 million people could maintain ecological circulation for over 300 years. Moreover, Huan Yu Technology's mining robots were actively constructing underground expressways throughout major cities in Yanxia. Once completed, even if the solar crisis were to strike, the citizens of Yanxia could seamlessly transition to underground living without experiencing any discomfort. Furthermore, the entire nation would remain interconnected, allowing for swift access to any major city refuge. In contrast, other nations beyond Yanxia were not so fortunate. The world's resources were inherently limited, and Yanxia currently dominated 60 of global materials, including various minerals, all aimed at constructing underground shelters for other races. During the impending apocalypse, they would be met with indifference. They were not of our kin, and their hearts must be different. After expressing their gratitude to Chen Yu, it was time for his family to address him. First, his mother, Xiao Shuzhen, chided him. Chen Yu, you are nearing 30, yet you seem unconcerned. I know our family has all received your genetic serum, granting us long lifespans. But you must consider Su Ro and Yu Shu. You have been away for 2 years. Have you not shown any intention? Chen Jiao also scolded her brother. Yes, during your 2-year absence, both sister Su Ro and sister Yu Shu asked me daily if you had returned. Now that you are back, you ought to give them some clarity. Chen Jiao was particularly anxious about her brother's marital prospects. She had become the most celebrated superstar globally, and everyone recognized her as Chen Yu's sister. Therefore, films and dramas starring her would be released worldwide, commanding exorbitant fees for advertisements, contingent upon Chen Jia's willingness. Chen Yu playfully pinched Chen Jia's nose, saying, "Fear not, your big brother is aware." On his left sat Su Lala and Xiao Jiaji, while on his right were Su Ro and Xia Yu Shu. Chen Yu then took their hands in his, solemnly declaring, "Su Ro, Yu Shu, do you remember when I left? I promised to marry you upon my return. I've been focused on strengthening myself and Earth these past years, and I admit I have neglected your feelings. This time, I vow to keep my promise. I will marry you both." At that moment, Chen Yu felt as if he had been nudged from behind. Turning, he saw Su Lala with her arms crossed, wearing an annoyed expression. Chen Yu flashed her a smile. "Ah, of course. Lala will also be included." Xiao Jiaji chimed in. "Master, you should also marry Xiao Jiaji. One more is no burden." Chen Yu shot a playful glare at Xiao Jiaji. "We'll discuss that when you have a proper body. I have no interest in machines." Xiao Jiaji sulked back into her seat, visibly disappointed, yet she harbored a flicker of hope. She had inquired with the intelligent core about the possibility of finding her human body. The intelligent core had provided an affirmative response, indicating that there was indeed a rather unique method. Chapter 168. A glimpse of blood. The intelligent core explained that it could utilize Su Lala's genes to cultivate an embryo for Xiao Jiaji. followed by genetic editing to replicate Xiao Jiaji's form. Ultimately, through the process of memory transplantation, the memories of the small clip would be implanted into the newly cultivated body. In this manner, the small clip would possess its own life, a true life, akin to that of a biological being, a life imbued with a soul. Regrettably, at present, Chen Yu's permissions do not extend that far. The small clip must continue to exist solely in the form of a robot. Chen Yu explicitly stated his intention to marry 3 women, which brought a sense of relief to both Su Ro and Xiaoyu Shu. Xia. The practice of polygamy is non-existent, yet the prominent figures present made no mention of it. Chen Yu's claim of being the Earth's sovereign was hardly an exaggeration, considering his decision to wed 3 women. If any of the distinguished guests possess such power, would they not be able to establish numerous harems? At least Oldly thought so, though he regrettably lacked such strength. After the welcome banquet, the family gathered to discuss the details of the wedding. Ultimately, with Chen Yu's mother making the final decision. The wedding was set for a month later on an auspicious date in Yinxia. At that time. Xiao Shuzhen and Chen Jiangwo would host a banquet for all their relatives and friends. Chen Jia would also invite some of her colleagues in the industry. In short, regardless of how distant the relatives were, they would all be invited, for Chen Yu had the means to accommodate them. Xiao Shuzhen also requested that Chen Yu clear a plot of land in the Huanyu Technology Park specifically for the wedding, fearing that there would be too many guests to seat. Chen Yu, with no other option, reluctantly agreed, despite the fact that he could no longer conceal his status on Earth. Everyone in the world was aware that he was an unparalleled existence. Inviting his friends, relatives, and classmates was merely a means of sharing his joy in marriage. After all, marrying 3 at once was a privilege reserved for the sovereign of Earth. The day after the arrangements were made, Chen Yu took Su Ro and Xiaoyu Shu aboard his number 1 mothership to undergo the injection of a primary gene modification fluid. After a day of procedures, both women ultimately completed their transformation. They appeared significantly younger, with 27-year-old Su Ro regaining the youthful visage she had when she first met Chen Yu. Xiaoyu Shu also seemed to have shed at least a decade. Chen Yu gazed upon the 2 stunning beauties, now even more enchanting than before, and marveled at the worthiness of his life. Chen Yu, I have become younger. I have returned to the time when I first met you, exclaimed Chen Yu, as both women, after the enhancement from the primary gene modification fluid, stared incredulously at their reflections in the mirror, exclaiming in surprise. Chen Yu stepped forward, embracing the 2 exquisite women, and softly said, Xiao Ro, Yu Shu, you have worked hard. What I have injected into you is a gene modification fluid that significantly enhances your physical capabilities and lifespan. You now possess a lifespan exceeding 200 years. And in the future, I will acquire even more advanced gene drugs, which will further extend your lives. Moreover, your beauty and figures will be preserved indefinitely. Chen Yu's final words undoubtedly sent both women into a state of ecstatic disbelief. What woman does not desire to retain her beauty and figure eternally? This notion was even more alluring than the concept of immortality itself. Chen Yu felt that his family and his women should always be by his side, together forever. After returning to Earth, Chen Yu had not been idled. He had unlocked the technological privileges of a level 3 mid-stage civilization. Upon his return, he began constructing various equipment that would be useful for interstellar voyages in the future. This included upgrading the weapon systems of the 13,000 super-strong alloy-hulled attack ships, primarily by replacing them with high-energy plasma laser cannons and an ion cannon matrix system. The so-called ion cannon matrix system allows dozens or even hundreds of Kunster attack ships to be arranged together, with all plasma lasers seamlessly integrated into a single massive energy attack. WY simply aligning 400 Kunster attack ships side by side and activating the ion matrix cannon, they could obliterate a planet the size of Earth, which has a diameter of 12,000 kilometers. Furthermore, with over 13,000 such Kunster attack ships at his disposal, Chen Yu's current strength could essentially contend with a level 3 mid-stage civilization. The month-long countdown concluded. Chen Yu's wedding approached. To the airport in Jiangcheng, various chartered flights, private jets, and planes carrying heads of state from numerous countries filled the entire facility. Many leaders from smaller nations were even barred from flying directly to Jiangcheng and had to land in the neighboring city of Zhonghai. These prominent figures were all present to attend Chen Yu's wedding. Most of the highest-ranking leaders from various countries arrived uninvited. Even if they could not sit at the main table, simply mingling in the front rows or sharing a seat with Chen Yu's relatives would suffice to satisfy them. On the day of the wedding, a woman with a haggard appearance and disheveled hair clutched a red invitation. She gazed up at the grand and luminous Chen technology building, her face betraying an indescribable hatred. Her eyes, filled with despair and a hint of ferocity, gripped the dagger in her pocket, seemingly resolved to act. Chen Yu, I want to see blood at your wedding. Chapter 169. The wedding scene, the disheveled and slightly haggard woman tightly gripped her dagger as she approached one of the several reception areas for the wedding. Today, the Chen Technology Park was adorned in extraordinary splendor. Red double happiness symbols adorned every corner, accompanied by a plethora of festive decorations. This display served to promote the cultural customs and heritage of Yinxia to the world's influential leaders. Heads of state from major European nations appeared as if they were experiencing a grand spectacle for the first time. The Chen Technology Park, a veritable showcase of alien high technology, was infused with an abundance of traditional Yinxia wedding decorations. This blend of technology and history left the attendees in awe. Aware that many guests would be present, Chen Yu had designated a landing pad capable of accommodating thousands as the venue for the wedding. At the center of the venue, a colossal stage was constructed, surrounded by tables laden with food and drinks, extending over a kilometer, showcasing the sheer number of invitees. Among the attendees were leaders from several great nations, with the closest circle surrounding the stage being guarded by the leaders' bodyguards, who were present to deter any potential disturbances or threats. Although Earth was unified, localized terrorist organizations still existed, and conflicts persisted in certain regions, particularly the Middle East. Chen Yu, however, showed little concern for the upheaval caused by these smaller nations. Soon, noon arrived, and all of Chen Yu's relatives, friends, and significant figures were present. Those relatives who had previously caused a scene at Chen Yu's home, demanding money, his uncles and their families, having offended Chen Yu's parents, had been subjected to 3 years of labor at a sewing machine. Now, having served their time and recognizing Chen Yu's might, they had finally learned to behave. AS relatives, they were invited to the wedding. And although they could not gain any advantages from Chen Yu, they proudly proclaimed him as their nephew, basking in the glory. Not a word was uttered about their past transgressions. At 12:08 p.m., a well-known host from the Yinxia Central Television took the stage and raised a microphone to deliver the opening remarks. Today is a momentous occasion as we celebrate the marriage of Mr. Chen Yu with Miss Su Ro, Miss Xiaoyu Shu, and Miss Sualala. Of course, we must also extend our gratitude to all the friends who have come to join us today. And we warmly welcome our esteemed leaders and dignitaries. The host introduced only the high-ranking officials from Yinxia, as the leaders from European nations were deemed too insignificant to be mentioned by name. Presently, Yinxia held the title of the world's hegemon, capable of influencing global dynamics and determining the fate of nations. Now, let us invite the stars of today's ceremony, Mr. Chen Yu, to the stage, the host. Unsure of where Chen Yu would make his entrance, as there had been no rehearsal, instinctively glanced toward the back, which was obscured by tables laden with drinks, just as he turned to look. Distant guests erupted in exclamations. Wow, look up, look up, what is happening up there? Chen Yu is up in the sky. The entire square slowly turned their gaze skyward. Indeed, they beheld a figure clad in a white suit, standing tall and floating above the stage. The mothership in its cloaked mode had transparency set to only 50, allowing sunlight to filter through while still being visible. Below, a massive wedding photo hung from the ship's underside, depicting Chen Yu alongside his 3 brides. Chen Yu crouched in the middle, with Sualala, Su Ro, and Xiaoyu Shu playfully tugging at his ears, pinching his cheeks and pulling at his hair. The photo exuded both humor and warmth, resembling a scene where 3 spirited women were playfully teasing their husband. Laughter erupted from the crowd of over 10,000, their joy echoing for miles. Meanwhile, among the ordinary guests seated at the tables, a woman with a pallid complexion and disheveled hair gazed at the enormous wedding photo in the sky. Her lips twitched involuntarily, and the dagger in her grip pierced her palm, drawing blood. With a face twisted in hatred, she stood up and began making her way toward the stage. That moment, Chen Yu gradually descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the stage, prompting a chorus of gasps from the audience. How on earth did Chen Yu do that? He can actually fly. Chen Yu, now a level 3 early-stage life form, had learned to harness the cosmic energy within Earth's environment. His descent was not aided by anti-gravity equipment. Rather, it was a manifestation of his own mastery over this energy. I am Chen Yu's great-uncle, and I can tell you that I watch him grow up. I remember when he was just 3 years old. I saw him fly for the first time, and I knew then that he would have a bright future. Great-uncle, are you sure he wasn't just falling out of bed at that time? At this table, the relatives of Chen Yu could hardly contain their amusement as they gazed at the venerable Senshu gang, who had reached the remarkable age of 9-7. It seemed the old gentleman's mind had become somewhat unhinged. Chen Yu's unexpected entrance had propelled the wedding into a crescendo of excitement. The host, upon witnessing Chen Yu's arrival, approached him with a teasing remark. "Mr. Chen, your entrance has truly astonished me. You didn't tea rehearse with me. And just moments ago, guests were looking for you everywhere, nearly bringing me to fits of laughter." The host's words incited a wave of laughter throughout the venue. "I merely wish to surprise everyone and warmly welcome you all to my wedding," Chen Yu declared, prompting a fervent round of applause from the crowd. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and it was now the moment for the bride to make her entrance. The host, microphone in hand, proclaimed to the audience, "Now, let us invite our 3 beautiful brides to the stage. As per tradition, I am equally in the dark about their entrance. So let us all await in anticipation." Chapter 170. A new bride emerges. 3 stunning brides, each a paragon of beauty, were poised to make their grand entrance. The atmosphere in the venue became even more electrifying than during Chen Yu's arrival. Chen Yu stood silently on stage, awaiting his bride, while the guests scanned the surroundings, curious about where the enchanting figures might appear. Suddenly, 3 brilliant beams of light illuminated the stage, their intensity rivaling that of a laser, even in broad daylight. The beams captured everyone's attention, drawing their gazes as the crowd adjusted to the brightness. As their vision cleared, they beheld a breathtaking woman clad in white lace slowly emerging from each beam of light. They descended gracefully, akin to celestial maidens descending from the heavens. "Oh, I can hardly breathe. What an astonishing entrance. I'm consumed by envy," exclaimed one guest. "How could anyone be so beautiful? Such brides are simply unparalleled." Another chimed in, "When I first saw Chen Yu on a global live stream, I vowed to marry him, but now I feel utterly unworthy." The audience involuntarily expressed their heartfelt admiration. Even a disheveled woman halfway to the stage paused, entranced by the ethereal spectacle, her lips whispering, "Why not me? Why not me?" The 3 brides alighted on stage, joining Chen Yu in a scene of perfect harmony. The host, moved to tears, exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, Miss Su Lala, Miss Su Ro, and Miss Xia Yushu, you have truly left me in awe. I have never been so deeply touched by a wedding before, and you have achieved it." The audience erupted in cheers, equally captivated by the spectacle. "Mr. Chen, do you have anything to say to these 3 exquisitely beautiful women?" Grasping the microphone, Chen Yu gazed at his 3 partners, his expression a mixture of overwhelming emotion and tenderness. Just then, a stunning figure clad in a wedding gown dashed onto the stage from the corner. "Master, I'm here too. I want to marry you, little clip," she exclaimed. Instantly, the stage fell into a stunned silence, with the host, Chen Yu, and the brides, along with the thousands of guests, staring in disbelief. "What is happening? Why is there another beauty on stage?" Murmurs spread through the crowd, bewildered by the unexpected addition. "Who is this girl? Why does she call Chen Yu master? Is anyone aware of her identity?" came the whispers. "Wow, she is quite lovely. Surely, Chen Yu would be interested." Chen Yu narrowed his eyes at the exuberant little clip, who skipped up to him, beaming with delight. "Master, I'm here," she chirped. "How did you get up here? What are you doing in a setting like this?" Chen Yu asked quietly. Little Clip, looking forlorn, replied, "Master, I also want to marry you." At that moment, someone shouted, "Look up! What is there to see in the sky?" The stage is the center of attention. Yet, the audience instinctively looked upwards. They beheld a grand image of Chen Yu and his brides projected beneath the mothership, which had inexplicably added another figure. A previously unseen girl in a wedding gown appeared in the corner of the image, her presence entirely absent in the earlier shots. This girl was none other than the impetuous little Clip who had just bounded onto the stage. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, she had requested the intelligent assistant to help her sneak into the wedding photos while he was oblivious, and after her sudden appearance on stage, the photos had been altered to include her. Now, Master, you can't escape me. I'm in your wedding photos, and everyone is watching. Little Clip teased. Chen Yu, at a loss for words, approached her intending to gently chastise her, but with so many witnesses, he merely shot her an exasperated glare. The host, microphone in hand, inquired, Mr. Chen, it seems you have acquired yet another bride. She appears to be quite charming. Why not accept her? The host had noticed the underlying connection between Chen Yu and this audacious new bride. Thousands of eyes were upon him as Chen Yu took the microphone, pondering how to explain this unexpected turn of events when inspiration struck him. Chapter 171. The Identity of the Haggard Woman with a Newfound Resolve. Chen Yu addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of our production? Allow me to introduce my fourth wife. She is naturally whimsical and eschews grand entrances, preferring a style that takes even me by surprise. As he spoke, he shot several pointed looks at Little Clip. Undeterred, she beamed, declaring, I'm your wife now. From now on, I'll call you husband instead of master. Chen Yu, resigned, acknowledged that he would have to embrace Little Clip as part of his family. The other three brides, far from disapproving, welcomed Little Clip into their midst, treating her like a cherished younger sister. Observing this harmonious scene, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile warmly. However, at that moment, a woman with pallid skin and disheveled hair approached the front row, only to be intercepted by two bodyguards in black suits. The front row was reserved for high-profile guests, including world leaders and Chen Yu's family. The thwarted woman, fixated on Chen Yu just a few feet away, wore a manic expression. Chen Yu, you are mine. Ha ha. I never wanted to break up with you. It was my short-sighted mother who forced my hand. Just yesterday, I killed her, which she not only harbored grievances against her mother, but also directed her resentment towards Chen Yu. Her psyche had become profoundly distorted. In Gu Cici's eyes, Chen Yu was at fault as well. Why had he not returned to seek her out after achieving such remarkable success? Years ago, during that fateful encounter at the banquet, he had already amassed considerable wealth. Yet she had clung to him at the hotel entrance, desperate to salvage their relationship. However, Chen Yu had been utterly heartless, forsaking her after once professing his deep love. Gu Cici's mind had twisted in agony. The world seemed to conspire against her, causing her to miss her chance with Chen Yu. Now, emboldened by a fearlessness that accompanied her despair, Gu Cici resolved to make one final, reckless gesture. In her deluded state, she believed that if she were to end her life at Chen Yu's wedding, spilling her blood, it would etch her memory into his consciousness forever. Surely, such an act would ensure that he would never forget her. The bodyguards in black suits, sensing the woman's erratic behavior, issued a stern warning. Miss, please return to your designated area immediately, or we will be compelled to take forceful measures. Gu Cici withdrew her gaze from the stage. Instead, focusing on the two imposing bodyguards, she retained a shred of rationality. Even in her suicidal intent, she desired proximity to the stage, to ensure Chen Yu witnessed her tragic act of severing her own throat. Gu Cici cautiously retreated, seeking the opportune moment to surge forward. If only she could reach the stage, her lifeblood would mark the ground. As Gu Cici took a few steps back, the bodyguard assumed she had complied and prepared to return to their posts. Momentarily neglecting her, she circumvented the aisle, arriving at another passageway closer to the front row. Observing the bodyguard's attentiveness, she seized the fleeting opportunity when they momentarily faltered. With a sudden burst, she charged forward, caught off guard. The bodyguard at the front row failed to intercept her in time. The wedding had stretched on for quite a while, and given that the attendees were mostly Chen Yu's relatives and friends, the bodyguards had not maintained an overly strict vigilance, allowing Gu Cici to slip through the cracks. Reaching the front row, she shouted at the top of her lungs, Chen Yu! Chen Yu! Look at me. It's me, the one you once loved most. I'm here, ha! I want you to remember me forever, ha ha! Instantly, everyone in the vicinity turned their attention to her. The two black-suited bodyguards rushed forward, their expressions betraying their alarm as they sought to apprehend this deranged individual. On stage, Chen Yu and his four wives also noticed the commotion below. Chen Yu instantly recognized the disheveled woman with pallid skin. Gu Cece, what are you doing here? He furrowed his brow in confusion. But the moment he spotted the dagger in her hand and her current state, a flicker of alarm surged through him. What was she planning? It was evident she intended to create chaos. As the crowd gasped, some of Chen Yu's relatives shouted in panic, "What is she doing?" "Ah, the knife. She is going to stab herself." Gu Cece's bodyguards were about to reach her, but at their current speed. She would certainly manage to inflict harm upon herself before they could intervene. Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This woman had clung to hope all these years, only to disrupt his wedding in a moment of desperation. Just as the situation escalated, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Gu Cece. Her intended action was instantaneously halted. In Chen Yu's mind, a voice resonated. "Captain, I have detected a disturbance at your wedding," and her brainwaves indicate severe irregularities, suggesting she may engage in extreme behavior. "I have deployed an electrified particle beam to immobilize her motor functions. Should I proceed with termination?" Chen Yu exhaled in relief. The approaching bodyguards instinctively recoiled from the beam of light, nearly stumbling. The spectators remained transfixed, witnessing the scene of Gu Cece, frozen within the luminous column. Her eyes reflected shock and confusion. What was happening? Why had she lost control over her body, unable to feel its presence? She could never fathom that this was the work of Chen Yu's advanced extraterrestrial vessel. Chen Yu felt a pang of pity for her. After all these years, she had failed to move on. He glided down from the stage to stand before Gu Cece, who could still move her eyes. Fixating on him as he approached, he surveyed her. Recalling the days when they were together, many years ago, he had treated her with utmost kindness, even depriving himself to ensure she never went hungry. He had accrued debts to satisfy her needs. Yet, when despair overtook him and he retreated to the mountains to end his life, it was then that he stumbled upon a Level 7 civilization spacecraft, which ultimately transformed his fate in a way. He owed her gratitude. Had she not been so callous and left him, he might have remained in despair, never seizing the opportunity that had arisen if he had chosen to persist in a mundane existence. He would have been indistinguishable from the masses. The last time Chen Yu saw Gu Cece was at a social gathering hosted by Xia Yushu a few years prior to that time. Gu Cece was involved with a high-ranking executive from her company. She had pleaded for reconciliation, likely because he had begun to achieve success. Such a materialistic woman, consumed by vanity, had now descended to this tragic state. "Gu Cece, do you intend to make a spectacle of yourself at my wedding to ensure I remember you?" Chen Yu confronted her with a soul-searching inquiry. Gu Cece's eyes brimmed with a mix of defiance and longing, as if lamenting the regrets and frustrations of the years gone by. Chen Yu gazed upon her worn visage, which bore the signs of age and hardship, reminiscent of a woman in her 40s. He sighed, reflecting on a vibrant young woman she had once been. Could jealousy and vanity truly lead a woman to such irredeemable depths? "Gu Cece, our chapter has long concluded. Why must you resort to such theatrics to capture my attention? You deemed me unworthy and chose to part ways. Such decisions are part of adulthood. Mistakes are an inevitable aspect of human existence. My final counsel to you is to recognize your place. We now inhabit entirely different worlds." As the scene unfolded, Chen Yu noted the arrival of uniformed police officers. With a wave of his hand, the beam of light gradually dissipated, allowing the officers to swiftly confiscate the dagger from Gu Cece's grip. Her body still appeared incapacitated, rendering her powerless as the police placed her in handcuffs. Chen Yu floated back to the stage, viewing the incident as a mere interruption that had not affected the overall ambience of the event. Most attendees remained oblivious to the earlier turmoil, assuming it was simply a minor disturbance that had been swiftly dealt with. Gu Cece was escorted out. Her gaze remained fixed on the stage, longing for the life of admiration and prestige that would forever elude her. Even death seemed unattainable now. Meanwhile, Chen Yu exuded calm and composure. The unparalleled man of Earth. Gu Cece departed. She closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. How had she fallen to such depths? It was nothing short of a tragic farce. having murdered her mother and succumbed to mental instability, even if she avoided the death penalty. Her existence would be confined to a psychiatric institution for life. The remainder of her days would be spent watching news of Chen Yu's triumphs from afar, perhaps if she found enlightenment within the confines of the asylum. Her fate might alter, but that was merely a jest. This universe held no gods, save for those civilizations of level 8, 9, or 10. The wedding proceeded as planned, with Chen Yu returning to the stage, where his 4 wives surrounded him. Pray tell, who was that woman? She appeared exceptionally ordinary, and her mental state seemed questionable, queried Soalala. Chen Yu awkwardly explained, that was my ex-girlfriend from several years ago. She left me, believing I was a failure, but once she learned of my success, she sought reconciliation. Today, she attempted to disrupt our wedding, but her plans were thwarted by the ship's defense system. The wives nodded in understanding. Suo Ro and Xiaoyu Shu were somewhat familiar with Chen Yu's past. That I encountered her at a gathering a few years back. Such a woman is unworthy of your consideration, since she failed to recognize your worth. You need not dwell on this matter, Xiaoyu Shu added. Chen Yu smiled at his wives, responding, indeed, I have no interest in such a vain woman, yet I must express my gratitude to her. For without her actions, how would I have ended up marrying all of you beautiful wives? Instantly, his 4 wives playfully chastised him, eliciting envy from the audience of over 10,000. Oh dear, how fortunate you are. Brother, to have 4 wives. What a splendid life, filled with revelry. As a sister, I must be one of the privileged few. Might I not have several husbands as well? Before Chen Jia could finish her sentence, a chopstick met her forehead. Xiao Shuzhen scolded with irritation. What nonsense is this? You, a young lady, wish to have multiple men. Have you no shame? Chen Jia fell silent, pondering her mother's blatant favoritism. If my mother and brother can marry 4 wives, then surely I can have 3 husbands. Xiao Shuzhen once again tapped Chen Jia's head with her chopsticks. You are a woman. Could you at least have some dignity? Who says a woman can only marry 1 husband? That's just prejudice. Xiao Shuzhen couldn't be bothered to argue with the young girl. Meanwhile, Chen Jia turned to a table behind her, waving and greeting the male artists under her entertainment company, those male celebrities. Upon noticing Chen Jia's glance, flashed their most charming smiles at her, as the sister of the Earth's ruler. Chen Jia naturally enjoyed certain privileges. She had signed the incredibly handsome top-tier stars like Xiao Zhan, Wang Yibo, and Wang Hedi to her company. These male idols, whom she had previously only been able to call husband from behind screen, were now part of her harem. The male stars would go to great lengths to please her. Indeed, when the brother ascends, the sister flourishes. Yet in Chen Jia's eyes, none of these male celebrities could compare to her brother's handsomeness. There was no one else like Chen Yu in this world. The wedding finally concluded, and the guests began to feast heartily. Today, Chen Yu had provided a banquet crafted from the finest ingredients for over 10,000 attendees, healthy and delectable, according to the customs of summer weddings. The newlywed father would toast each table of guests after the ceremony. However, with over 1,000 tables present, it would take him days to toast them all individually. Chen Yu could only toast the first few dozen tables. As there is always a hierarchy among people, he and his 4 wives changed into their formal attire and began to toast the front row. The first table, of course, was for the dignitaries and his own family, his mother, father, and sister. Chen Yu raised his glass to clink with the leaders and esteemed guests. At tea that moment, a pair of soulful eyes were fixed upon him, followed by a melodious voice. Chen Yu, after all these years, you haven't changed one bit. Chapter 174. Departing for 500 light years away upon hearing that lovely voice, Chen Yu looked up to find Chao Yisin, the daughter of General Chao, who had some past entanglements with him. At one point, General Chao had hoped for a romantic connection between his daughter and Chen Yu, arranging for her to show him around Yanjing. However, due to various circumstances, they seemed to have missed their chance. Had Chao Yisin stayed in Jiangsheng, it seemed there might have been a possibility for them. But life rarely follows a smooth trajectory, and they had thus missed one another. Now, years later, Chao Yisin was approaching 30, though time had not etched many marks upon her visage. She could hardly be compared to Chen Yu. Yisin, it's been a while. Have you been well all these years? Of course, you made Yinxia the global superpower. My job has become significantly easier. Though I have aged, look at you, still as youthful as I remember, or perhaps even more so. Do you possess some secret to maintaining your youth? Indeed, I do. I'm currently developing a universal medical pod project. Once it is launched, all ailments of the Yinxia people will be treatable. That IT has another function, to slow down the aging process in the future. Our average lifespan could exceed 120 years. The dignitaries present were highly anticipative of Chen Yu's medical pod project. Many were in their 60s or 70s and had various health issues. Hearing that this medical pod could significantly extend human life was exactly what they needed. After all, with their high status, who wouldn't want to live a few more decades? Chen Yu, however, had no intention of offering Chao Yisin the basic gene modification serum. After all, she was merely a friend, not a wife or blood relative. They had gone through trials together when spies attempted to abduct her, but their bond had never deepened beyond friendship. Chen Yu's serum was limited. It was not something to be freely distributed based on personal preference. After finishing his toast at the main table, Chen Yu continued to the next. Chao Yisin watched his retreating figure, feeling an indescribable flutter in her heart. Why hadn't she been more proactive back then? If she had, perhaps she would have secured her place among the toasters today. Seemingly sensing his daughter's thoughts, Chao Guangda patted her shoulder, encouraging her to let it go. As Chen Yu made his way to the next table, his four wives surrounded him once more. Did you just run into an old flame? Yes, that S. Chao Yisin, the general's daughter. You two seemed quite familiar with each other. I could see the way she looked at you. There must be some untold secrets between you. Husband, if you want to marry another, I wouldn't mind. Sualala, Su Ro, and Xia Yushu shot a glare at the outspoken one, who promptly shrank back. Chen Yu waved his hand in exasperation. What are you all thinking? I merely saved her once when foreign spies attempted to kidnap her. Oh, so that's your earthly heroics. She must have feelings for you. Chen Yu was at a loss for words. His wives seemed to excel at jealousy. Of course, given my current status and appearance as the most handsome man on earth, which woman would not be attracted to me? All four wives nodded in unison. Well then, we must keep a close watch on her husband. She tricked you into a polygamous marriage. Later, discovered that in Yinxia, polygamy is not permitted. Sualala accused Chen Yu, who merely shrugged as he began to toast the second table. After all, he had secured his wives. The fact could not be changed. His marriage certificate was a unique document in all of Yinxia, bearing the names of his four wives. 1 year after Chen Yu's grand wedding, the Yinxia people on Earth had fully implemented the No More Ailments initiative. Hospitals nationwide underwent reform, each equipped with dozens of universal medical pods. The treatment costs were remarkably low, effectively resolving the issues of expensive and inaccessible healthcare. The populace sang praises of universal technology in Chen Yu. Though many doctors and nurses faced unemployment, Chen Yu secured them new positions treating foreigners. As Yinxia established hospitals catering to foreign patients, allowing them to charge high fees. Thus, doctors and nurses actually found their incomes increased. Previously, Yinxia had regulated medical fees. Now, they set their own prices, feeling no guilt in profiting from foreigners. However, the medical pods were exclusively for the Yinxia people. They could treat any illness, no matter how complex, even severe burns and amputations. Foreigners were envious, witnessing the immense power of technology, providing an unrivaled advantage to a nation. Meanwhile, Chen Yu understood that strengthening himself was essential for venturing into the cosmos. Utilizing the technology from the newly unlocked Level 3 mid-civilization tech library aboard the mothership, he upgraded his newly constructed frigates and battleships. His fleet now boasted an astonishing number exceeding 40,000 ships. This space armada could nearly conquer a Level 3.5 civilization planet and even engage with a Level 3 mid-late civilization fleet. Chen Yu's preparations were all aimed at the impending journey to a Level 3.5 civilization planet 500 light-years away, where he hoped to find materials to repair the mothership's warp engine. After making the necessary adjustments, he prepared to set off with 2 home-class motherships left by the Sicilian stars. He would take along 30,000 new attack ships, half of which are the robust Constatak ships, while the remaining 20,000 frigates would stay behind to protect Earth. These frigates were equipped with Level 3.5 civilization S-matrix ion cannons, capable of powerful independent attacks and even combined matrix assaults, ensuring that even a Level 3.5 civilization fleet would find themselves outmatched. Once all preparations were complete, Chen Yu was ready to embark on his journey 500 light-years away. Naturally, he brought along his 4 wives. After all, what would a leisurely voyage be without the presence of women? For Chen Yu, nightly revelries were mere trifles. As he set out on his second journey to explore the stars, a global live broadcast was in full swing. Just as he and his wives boarded the newly renamed Level 3 Early Civilization home-class mothership, the new Universal, in a distant part of the Earth, deep within the jungles of South America. A secret underground laboratory was fervently executing a shocking plan. Trump sat in front of an old television, watching the live broadcast with orange flames dancing in his hands. Chen Yu, are you leaving again? I wonder what the Earth will look like by the time you return. Chapter 175. Disturbance near the Oort cloud. Chen Yu led 2 home-class motherships seized from Level 3 Early Civilization. Heading straight for the Level 3.5 Civilization planet 500 light-years away. He named these 2 motherships New Universal and Universal 2, while the old Universal was left behind on Earth. In the command room of the Universal. Chen Yu reclined in a transformable chair that felt more like a lounge chair, flanked by his 4 wives attending to him. Captain, the new Universal and Universal 2 home-class ships are ready. Trajectory locked and prepared for departure. All right, let us set off? Understood, Captain. Engaging warp drives on New Universal and Universal 2. It's time to bid farewell to the solar system. Our destination is 500 light-years away. Located in the M90 star region of the Milky Way, the Level 3.5 Civilization planet Glar star, estimated travel time, 1 year and 3 months. Xiao Rou and Yu Shu, you have yet to experience the marvel of light-speed travel. Our spacecraft's warp engine is now activated, and shortly, you shall witness the extraordinary. Su Rou and Xia Yu Shu excitedly rushed to the edge of the transparent glass, pressing their faces against it, eager to behold the incredible transformation. Indeed, as the warp engine engaged, the spaceship Huan Yu No. 1 began to slip into the dimension of the unknown, achieving superluminal flight. The stars surrounding them appeared as streaks of meteors, and it felt as though the vessel had entered an entirely different temporal plane. Wow, so many shooting stars. Those stars have transformed into a line, exclaimed Su Rou. It's absolutely magnificent. Are we truly traveling at superluminal speeds now? Chen Yu rose from his seat, positioning himself behind his 2 wives, embracing them on either side as he explained, Indeed, we are gradually accelerating to an astonishing 400 times the speed of light, propelling ourselves beyond our solar system in less than a day. Wow, that's incredibly fast, 400 times the speed of light. How swift that must be, Su Rou and Xia Yushu exclaimed in unison. However, even at 400 times the speed, in the vastness of the universe, it remains rather slow. Allow me to illustrate. Our current velocity is akin to traveling on a highway at a mere 1 meter per hour from Jiangchang to Yanjing. How fast do you think that would be? To traverse the Milky Way, which is as expansive as a sea of sand, would take us hundreds of years. You still think this speed is remarkable? As university students who had been involved in technological enterprises with Chen Yu for several years, Su Rou and Xia Yushu understood the implications of his words. If we wish to explore the deeper cosmos in the future, this speed will undoubtedly be inadequate, Su Rou remarked. Chen Yu playfully pinched her delicate nose. Of course. Our journey to the 3.5 class civilized planet located 500 light-years away is to seek essential elemental materials for our future endeavors, preparing us for traversing at speeds of 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000,000 times the speed of light. Like 1,000,000,000 times the speed of light. Then shall we not be able to venture to the edge of the universe and see what lies beyond? Chen Yu gazed into the starry expanse, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. The edge of the universe. Scientists have tirelessly pondered what it truly is, an endless void, a boundary to another universe, or perhaps a mere thin cellular membrane. Maybe what we perceive as the universe is merely a cell of some higher being. Chen Yu and his 4 wives stood before the glass of the command room, engaged in fervent and cerebral discussions. Though they were women, their understanding was on par with that of professional astronomers on Earth. Thus, a year passed. In his specialized training room, Chen Yu absorbed the luminous energy of the universe, although he had brought his wives along. He did not neglect his training or mental exercises. Now, Chen Yu had progressed to the mid-stage of an interstellar level 3 life form, with his cerebral domain developed to 12.87, according to the intellect AI. Upon reaching 15, he would acquire a new ability, the capacity to emit thought consciousness, a form of brainwave. This consciousness could influence lesser life forms' awareness and even manipulate them to perform certain actions. As for Solara, she was already an interstellar level 2 life form, albeit with a weak foundation, having previously elevated her life level using a low-grade gene modification serum from their planet. Subsequently, Chen Yu administered a gene modification serum from his level 7 civilization. Although her life level remained unchanged, her ability to absorb cosmic luminous energy markedly accelerated, and her foundation gradually solidified. Chen Yu also instructed Su Ro and Xia Yushu to exercise daily, striving to upgrade to interstellar level 2 life forms, which would enable them to absorb cosmic luminous energy, significantly enhancing their survival capabilities in space and extending their lifespans to the edge of the solar system. Near the Oort cloud, approximately 1 light-year away, a distorted black hole suddenly materialized in an expanse of endless darkness. If Chen Yu were present and peered inside, he would witness another sea of stars within. This was a wormhole of temporal distortion or perhaps a junction to a different dimensional space. Inside, a dark, circular spacecraft, roughly the size of the moon, approached from afar. Suddenly, the wormhole-like spatial tunnel began to tremble. In the following chapter, Arrival at the 3.5 class civilized planet, a large circular spacecraft appeared to distort and reshape. Numerous small vessels emerged from the circular ship, but at that moment, the spatial distortion began to gradually revert to normal. The interior scene slowly transitioned back to the original endless darkness, yet remnants of the earlier distortion lingered. On the planet Mysolas, a colony-class mothership slowly emerged from the dimensional rift. This was the home-class mothership aboard which General Ceci and So Cyan returned after a year of travel. Finally arriving back at Mysolas, due to food shortages, half of the crew perished from starvation, with the majority being Mysolas personnel, as they could not withstand the might of the burly Sicilians. After a brief sojourn around Mysolas, General Ceci, accompanied by the few hundred remaining crew members, promptly returned to Sicilia. Upon witnessing the departure of the ship sent to retrieve General Ceci and his crew, So Cyan gritted his teeth. Although Sicilia had lost 2 colony-class motherships, 80 of his crew had perished, most from starvation, a devastating loss. Now, So Cyan harbored animosity toward both Earth and the Sicilians, yet he felt powerless to act. He would remember this grudge. Upon Ceci's return to his home planet, it was inevitable that his military rank would be revoked, and he would be relegated to retirement. However, Ceci was not content. He transmitted the intelligence he had gathered about Earth through clandestine channels to the 3.5 class civilized planet Nigel in the M40 star region. This planet's circumstances were quite similar to that of Sicilia, albeit slightly better. However, within the next 1,000 years, the planetary environment would become uninhabitable for human life forms. Nigel was also in search of habitable planets, and this news would undoubtedly invigorate the populace of their entire planet. 3 months later, aboard the Huan Yu colony-class mothership, Chen Yu was in the training room absorbing cosmic luminous energy when suddenly the voice of the intellect AI echoed in his mind. Captain, Huan Yu number 1 and Huan Yu number 2 are about to exit the curvature space. We have arrived near the 3.5 class civilized planet Glarl in the M90 star region. Have we finally arrived? Over a year has passed, and it seems the speed is still too slow. A mere 500 light-years took over a year, a significant hindrance to my exploration efficiency. During this year, aside from training and studying, Chen Yu had taken to playing poker with his wives in rotation. Captain, Huan Yu number 1 and Huan Yu number 2's warp engines have been shut down. We are now 50 million kilometers from Glarl. Their outer defense forces have detected us and are sending a communication request that, we were discovered immediately. Truly impressive for a 3.5 class civilization. Indeed, our Huan Yu number 1 and number 2 are merely colony-class vessels of early-stage third-level civilization. Their detectors could easily ascertain our presence. Very well, connect their communication request. Understood, Captain. Connecting now. Connection successful. A voice resonated within the chamber, using the universal language of the galaxy. Only planets registered with the Galactic Federation would employ such a common tone. Chen Yu had learned this language aboard the Mysola's mothership, that we are a registered planet of the Galactic Federation and are the outer defense forces of Glarl. Please state your intentions and the name of your planet. Chen Yu directly replied in the universal language of the galaxy. I am from the colony fleet of Mysolas in the M36-star region, that we have come here to engage and trade with Glarl. Feigning to be a ship from Mysolas was not inaccurate, as there were over 1,000 Mysolas personnel aboard Huan Yu No. 1, currently managed well by Solara, a woman of royal blood. They had accepted their reality. And remaining with Chen Yu was quite favorable, as they no longer had to face the judgment of their interstellar court. The intellect AI also adeptly simulated the ship's identification information as that of a Mysola's vessel. The opposing parties seemed to be verifying this information, and upon detecting the identification data, confirmed that Mysola's was indeed registered with the Galactic Federation. Understanding Chen Yu's background, their tones softened, friend from a peak second-level civilization. Our interstellar system does not permit colony-class motherships from extraterrestrial planets to enter. Should you wish to trade items on our planet, you must travel via small spacecraft or transfer to our planet's transport vessels. In the subsequent chapter, deceiving the 3.5 class civilization defense, based on the standards provided by the opposing party for entering their interstellar system, Chen Yu noted that the dimensions of the entering spacecraft must not exceed 1.5 kilometers in length and width. Furthermore, the technological level of the spacecraft must not surpass that of a 3.5 class civilization. Since Glarl itself was a 3.5 class civilized planet, they prohibited any more advanced vessel from approaching their homeworld. However, Chen Yu's level 7 civilization mothership measured a maximum of 1.2 kilometers in length, perfectly aligning with these standards as for the limitations regarding Chen Yu's 3.5 class civilization spaceship. The intellect AI had myriad solutions. Withdraw all weapon systems of the mothership No. 1. Its exterior can simulate the coding of a primitive civilization. Most importantly, the mothership No. 1 is capable of mimicking the identification information of the Mesolara starships belonging to lower civilizations. The primary method employed by Glaler Star to determine the classification of a spacecraft is through its inherent identification signals, which cannot be altered for each vessel. However, for an intelligent brain, it is as simple as a mere drizzle. Chen Yu communicated with the outer defense forces of Glaler Star, subsequently piloting his ship to dock at the starship port in outer space, following their guiding vessel. This starship port is exceedingly vast. Upon the arrival of Chen Yu's Huan Yu No. 1 and Huan Yu No. 2, several home-class vessels, even larger than his own, were already moored in the expanse of outer space, alongside smaller shuttle ships and exploratory vessels equipped with warp engines. Captain, we have detected 4 home-class vessels of civilization level 3.5, with identification signals originating from Glaler Star itself, each approximately 30 kilometers in length, capable of achieving a maximum warp speed of 800 times the speed of light. Chen Yu gazed in awe at the 4 enormous Glaler home-class motherships, nearly drooling. Wow, this is incredible. Such immense size could easily accommodate the entirety of Jiangshan, perhaps housing 20 million residents. This truly represents a municipality traversing the cosmos. And with a warp speed of 800 times, that is double that of a level 3 early civilization. If I were to pilot this ship back, I could reach home in just over half a year. It would be splendid to acquire one of these on our way back. Captain, the construction cost of such a home-class vessel is at least 10 billion galactic coins, and our current funds are insufficient. Moreover, the opposing planet may not even be willing to sell. Well then, if the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly acquire one of such grandeur. Captain, larger vessels may not necessarily be advantageous. It primarily depends on your intended use. If you require the transportation of a significant number of settlers to other planets, this type functions as a cosmic bus. However, if your goal is exploration, our mothership No. 1 is most suitable. Chen Yu found himself in agreement with this notion. Yet the mere sight of such a colossal ship instinctively ignited a desire for possession within him. After all, its sheer size was undeniably impressive. Following the commands of the Glaler guiding vessel, Chen Yu docked Huan Yu No. 1 and Huan Yu No. 2 at their designated starship port. He then led his 4 wives to the carrying cabin. Entering the Level 7 civilization mothership No. 1, this was where Chen Yu felt most secure. He prepared to embark on his journey to Glaler Star aboard his most formidable spacecraft, confident that even in the face of danger, as long as his Level 7 civilization mothership remained intact, he could emerge unscathed. The mothership number 1 departed from the carrying cabin of Huanyi number 1 and adhered to the guidance of the fleet, completing the necessary registration. At that moment, all weapon systems of the mothership were retracted, and its appearance underwent several transformations. The once cool, jet-black coating had vanished, replaced by a cream-colored finish, resembling that of the home-class motherships. This gave off an impression of obsolescence, primarily intended to feign inferiority. Otherwise, access would be denied. After the identification information of the spacecraft was registered, Chen Yu received a code for entry into the inner space, along with a designated trajectory. The intelligent brain then navigated according to the specified course, heading towards the homeland of Glaler Star. In the command room of the mothership, Chen Yu instructed his 4 wives. Upon our arrival at Glaler Star, you are to remain aboard the mothership. IT will ensure your safety while I venture onto their planet to ascertain if there are any items of interest to me. The 4 wives nodded obediently. Though curious about what a civilization level 3.5 star might entail, they complied with Chen Yu's wishes and refrained from causing any disturbances. Chapter 178, Glaler Star Mothership No. 1 proceeded directly towards Glaler Star along the designated trajectory. After 2 days of routine flight, it finally reached the vicinity of Glaler Star's geostationary orbit. Chen Yu, along with his 4 wives, stood before the glass of the command room, gazing at the beautiful blue planet before them. Intelligent brain displayed detailed data on Glaler Star. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, the glass screen illuminated with the comprehensive data of Glaler Star. The planet's diameter measures 18,000 kilometers, making it slightly larger than Earth, which implies that its gravitational pull would be significantly stronger. The atmospheric composition exhibits slight variations from that of Earth. Due to the higher gravity, it possesses a denser atmosphere. The oxygen content exceeds that of Earth by more than double. Thus, humans visiting this planet may feel invigorated or even euphoric from the oxygen. Moreover, the thick atmosphere contributes to a pronounced greenhouse effect, resulting in an average temperature of around 40 degrees Celsius, making it perpetually summer-like. However, the inhabitants have adapted to this climate and do not perceive it as oppressive. Glaler Star's sun is a youthful star, boasting a stable solar system. Upon entering the inner space, Chen Yu received a notification from the Inner Defense Forces of Glaler Star, instructing his mothership to dock at the starship port of the inner orbit. Chen Yu maneuvered the mothership No. 1 according to their directives, arriving at a starship port predominantly occupied by smaller vessels. The appearance of Chen Yu's ship had significantly altered, rendering it rather inconspicuous. Once docked and connected to the universal docking apparatus of the port, Chen Yu once again cautioned his wives that I will proceed alone to the starship port to process the landing application. You are to remain aboard the ship. I will transmit the visuals I encounter back to the command room's display screens. In this vessel, you are safest, so do not wander. His wives nodded obediently. Solara stepped forward and said, Chen Yu, allow me to accompany you to a level 2 interstellar life form. I can assist you in the event of danger. Chen Yu gently caressed Solara's face. Solara, there's no need. This time, I will go alone. Should any danger arise, it would be prudent for me to act accordingly. Reluctantly, Solara acquiesced. Chen Yu bestowed a kiss upon each of his 4 wives' cheeks before exiting the command room. He approached the universal connection chamber, opened the hatch, and stepped into the inner starship port of Glaler Star, equipped with artificial gravity fields. Upon entering the port, the hatch of the mothership's universal chamber sealed behind him. Chen Yu felt the gravity within the port, which was indeed greater than that of Earth. This must be a simulation of Glaler Star's gravity, although the planet's diameter exceeds that of Earth by 6,000 kilometers. Its gravitational force is at least double. For Chen Yu, who currently embodied a level 3 mid-stage interstellar life form, the increased gravity posed no challenge. This was merely a factor of 2, having negligible impact on his mobility. Upon arriving at the starship port, a half-humanoid robot with a wheeled lower half approached him. Chen Yu scrutinized the robot. Its lower half comprised mechanical components with 2 wheel-like appendages, while the upper half bore a striking resemblance to a human from Earth. This must be the appearance of glalar inhabitants. The humanoid features suggested a relatively large head, with facial features concentrated in the center, reminiscent of certain human conditions on Earth in essence. They lack the aesthetic appeal of Earthlings or the inhabitants of Mesolaras and Sicilia. The robotic guide addressed Chen Yu in the universal language of the galaxy. Greetings, I am the robotic guide of the inner starship port of Glalar Star. According to your submitted information, you are Chen Yu from Mesolaras, correct? Please follow me to complete the necessary procedures before proceeding to the surface via an inner transport vessel. Chen Yu nodded and followed the robot to the administrative hall. Inside a massive chamber, he encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings, each distinct from the Glalar inhabitants. Presumably, they hailed from other civilized worlds, likely sharing similar intentions, trading, as Glalar Star is recognized as the most advanced civilization within several hundred light years. According to the Galactic Nebula Map, Chapter 179, the owl-like alien Chen Yu approached a receptionist, who was also a robot, but he marveled at the advanced civilization of the planet, with most tasks being handled by intelligent robots. After filling out the paperwork prepared by the intelligent brain, he received an identification card. Non-native beings visiting Glalar Star are granted a free stay for 7 days. After this period, they must board a transport vessel to depart. Should they wish to extend their stay, they must visit the Alien Affairs Office of Glalar Star to renew their identification cards, accompanied by a requisite fee to prolong their presence. Chen Yu deemed the 7-day complimentary stay sufficient for his procurement needs. Once all formalities were completed, the robotic guide escorted him to the transport vessel docking chamber. Several extraterrestrial beings from other planets had already gathered there. Most were humanoid, but 2 bore little resemblance to humans. They appeared akin to owls, featuring a light covering of downy feathers. Chen Yu speculated that they represented a form of intelligent life evolved from avian species. The 2 avian beings stood apart from the humanoids, suggesting a general aversion among humans towards these non-humanoid intelligent entities. This sentiment mirrored Chen Yu's initial reaction upon encountering the insectoids on Kunsta Star, which he found repulsive. Perhaps humans inherently possess a sense of superiority, as they constitute the mainstream life form in the universe, with the 3 dominant level 5 civilizations in the galaxy being human planets. The 2 avian beings seem to exhibit a sense of inferiority, standing apart from the rest. Thus, the 2 individuals stood in the corner of the docking module, gazing with a look of helplessness at the strikingly attractive members of the human race. That moment, Chen Yu felt as though he were witnessing 2 little owls on Earth encountering humans. A sensation akin to panic. It was undeniably a rather amusing sight. Soon, a transport vessel arrived at the docking chamber, and once it had docked, everyone boarded the ship. Soon as the seats were filled, the transport vessel detached from the starship's docking bay and officially set off towards the homeland of Glalar Star. Inside the transport vessel, there were approximately 20 passengers, hailing from about 7 or 8 civilized planets. Only Chen Yu was alone. The others were all in pairs. After the 2 owl-like beings entered, they hurried to the corner, reserving the best seats for the humans. Chen Yu took a seat next to the owl beings, smiled at them, and greeted them in the universal language of the galaxy. Hello there. I am from the level 2 pinnacle civilization of Mesolaras Star. Where do you come from? The 2 owl beings appeared, somewhat frightened, and timidly clung to each other. One of them nervously replied, Why you? Hello. We come from Giant Bird Star, which is 300 light years away. A level 2 early civilization. Chen Yu nodded. It was no wonder they lacked confidence. Being merely a level 2 early civilization, compounded by their status as an alien race, they faced even greater discrimination. Chen Yu found them rather endearing, resembling the owls on Earth, and decided to engage them in conversation. Thus, he chatted with the 2 owl beings for about 10 minutes until the transport vessel arrived at the surface. It was delightful to converse with you both. That, if the opportunity arises, I would love to visit your planet. My name is Chen Yu. All right, Mr. Chen. Upon reaching the surface, the 2 owl beings hurriedly exited the spacecraft. Chen Yu smiled faintly, having discerned the purpose of their visit to Glalar Star. They were siblings, serving as the foreign affairs representatives of Giant Bird Star. Their entire planet had been frugal, and after paying the management fees to the Interstellar Federation, they had saved a sum of approximately 10 to 20 billion galactic coins over the years. They intended to visit Glalar Star to procure some advanced ship upgrade technology. Their ship could only traverse at 150 times the speed of light, which had taken them 2 years to reach Glaustar. Chen Yu retained the communication codes from the identity cards of the two owl beings. The identity card he possessed served not merely as a means of identification. It functioned similarly to a mobile phone on Earth, allowing for consumption, communication, and more. Upon disembarking from the transport vessel, Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings. It resembled an airport. In the distance, he could see several towering structures. Likely the city itself. The architectural style differed entirely from that of Earth, with the buildings being immense, presumably due to the stronger gravitational forces present. If the structures were too slender, they might not withstand such gravitational pressure. After completing his entry procedures at the Interstellar Affairs building of Glaustar, Chen Yu exited the building. This place functioned as the customs office of Glaustar. Once outside, Chen Yu found himself in a quandary. Where should he go next? Should he seek out a hotel to stay in? Chapter 180. Business discussions with the owl beings while processing his customs procedures. Chen Yu had overheard the robotic attendants mention that during the free 7-day stay period, extraterrestrial visitors could reside at the complimentary alien hospitality hotels on Glaustar. Chen Yu accessed the guidelines for extraterrestrial visitors and action instructions on his identity card, which projected a holographic screen. It detailed various aspects of life on Glaustar, including important considerations and procedures for visitors. After perusing the information, Chen Yu nodded in understanding. Following the outlined steps, he located the free transport vehicle for aliens adjacent to the customs building. It was akin to a bus on Earth, albeit this one flew. Upon boarding the transport vehicle, Chen Yu spotted the owl siblings again. Cheerfully, he made his way to the rear and sat beside them. Having conversed extensively on the transport vessel, the three of them had grown somewhat familiar with each other. Chen Yu believed that the technology he possessed was on par with that of Glaustar. So he addressed the owl siblings. Big Owl brother, you have come to Glaustar to acquire ship upgrade technology. Coincidentally, I have what you seek that if you're interested, I can offer it to you at a lower price than that of Glaustar. Big Owl brother was merely the name he used for the owl male, not a term of respect, while the owl female was called Little Owl sister. The astonishment was evident on Big Owl brother's owl-like face. Mr. Chen, do you possess such technology? Of course. After all, I'm a member of a Level 2 Pinnacle civilization. Furthermore, I not only have the technology of a Level 2 Pinnacle civilization, but I also possess technology from a Level 3. 5 civilization, comparable to that of Glaustar. Whatever they have, I have as well, and mine may even be more simplified with a lower manufacturing difficulty. Chen Yu spoke the truth. He indeed possessed a technology repository optimized to a Level 3. 5 civilization by a Level 7 civilization. Big Owl brother and Little Owl sister began whispering to each other, presumably conversing in their native language. After a while, Big Owl brother hesitated and said, Mr. Chen, private technology transactions between planets are serious offenses. Does your planet not restrict such actions? Chen Yu was taken aback. He had no idea such regulations existed. Is that so? However, I can represent my planet and sell you the technology. At that moment, Little Owl's sister interjected, Mr. Chen, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we are concerned about the lack of security in personal transactions like this and the absence of after-sales support. Therefore, we would prefer to purchase from Glaustar's official channels, even if it is pricier, as at least they provide after-sales service. Chen Yu pouted. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Nonetheless, he responded, I can provide after-sales support as well. I can gift you a quantum communicator to take back with you. Once I sell you the technology, if you have any questions, I will be available to assist you at any time. Chen Yu extended his offer earnestly, but the owl's siblings remained hesitant and ultimately declined. Chen Yu had no choice but to relent. How about this? Let us keep in touch if you come to a decision within these 7 days. Feel free to reach out to me to demonstrate my sincerity. I will gift you a piece of technology first. Chen Yu retrieved a universal storage device from his pocket, a common item aboard the spacecraft. It contained scientific and technological information encoded in the universal characters of the galaxy. Big Owl brother took the device, resembling a USB drive, and asked curiously, Mr. Chen, this technology you are giving us for free? What is contained within? Take it back and examine it for yourself. If you find it satisfactory, you can contact me at any time during these 7 days. As he spoke, the transport vehicle came to a halt, and outside was the public hotel for accommodating extraterrestrial visitors. Chen Yu handed them the storage device and exited the vehicle. The contents of the storage device were merely basic technologies from a level 3.5 civilization, yet they were sufficient to astonish the owl's siblings. Upon disembarking, Chen Yu observed the hotel before him, which appeared rather modest compared to the grand structures surrounding it. Following a robotic guide, he toured the premises to assess the living conditions. Chen Yu was left speechless. This place was inferior even to a small and on Earth as the esteemed captain of a level 7 civilization starship. How could he stay in such a place? Although it was complimentary, Chen Yu resolved to venture into the city to find a 5-star hotel that, of course, it was uncertain whether 5-star hotels even existed on Glaustar. As he descended the stairs, he noticed the owl siblings already checking in, seemingly resigned to their reality of staying there. Shaking his head, Chen Yu exited the hotel. He consulted the extraterrestrial action guide and familiarized himself with some fundamental rules of life there. Approaching a public shuttle vehicle, akin to a taxi, he boarded the rear seat, which was impressively advanced, featuring a large screen. Given that the civilization level here was 3.5, he assumed voice commands would be functional. Thus, he directly stated, "Take me to the best hotel in Glaustar City." Chen Yu is currently situated in Glaustar City, the most prosperous city on Glaustar. After he spoke, a mechanical voice responded from within the vehicle. "Greetings, extraterrestrial passenger. You are about to be transported to the Glaustar Interstellar Hotel. Please swipe your identity card to pay 2,000 Glaustar coins." Chen Yu realized he did not possess any Glaustar coins. He only had an immense fortune of 5 billion galactic coins. Therefore, he inquired symbolically, "Can I use galactic coins?" The robotic voice replied once more, "Certainly. Currently, the exchange rate is 5 million Glaustar coins to 1 galactic coin. Please pay 0.0004 galactic coins." Chapter 181. Opening an interstellar bank account, Chen Yu was astonished. The exchange rate was an astounding 5 million to 1. It appeared that galactic coins were indeed quite valuable. "Captain, you can exchange 100 galactic coins for your daily expenses during your stay here through your identity card at the Glaustar Bank. This will be much more convenient for you, as other extraterrestrial races do the same." "Very well. Please exchange 100 galactic coins for me. By the way, will that be sufficient for a 5-star hotel?" "It should be, but if at ISNT, you can exchange more." "All right, please proceed with the transaction." "Understood, Captain." The 5 billion galactic coins left by General Sci-fi was essentially a unique encrypted code, as long as it was processed through a machine connected to the Interstellar Federal Bank of the Galactic System. The exchange would be completed, and the Bank of Glaustar was certainly linked to the Interstellar Federal Bank. "Captain, I have established an account for you at the Galactic Federation Bank through the Glaustar Bank, and the sum of 5 billion galactic coins has already been deposited. Additionally, I have exchanged 100 galactic coins for 500 million Glaustar coins, which you can use for transactions via your identification card." "Very well, intelligent brain. Your efficiency is indeed impressive." "Of course," Chen Yu replied as he grasped his identification card and paid for a fare of 2,000 Glaustar coins. The shuttle then ascended gracefully, heading towards the finest hotel on Glaustar. With a fortune of 5 billion galactic coins, Chen Yu essentially possessed 30 of the annual GDP of a level 3.5 civilized planet like Glaustar. In less than 20 minutes, the shuttle arrived at the most prestigious hotel in Glaustar City, aptly named the Glar Interstellar Hotel. Upon disembarking, Chen Yu made his way directly to the hotel lobby, which bore a resemblance to those on Earth, albeit with an air of grandeur. The architecture here was considerably larger than that of Earth. The lobby was expansive, and as soon as Chen Yu entered, a female guide from Glaustar approached him. Chen Yu appraised the Glaustar woman before him. She appeared to be a real person, though her large head and concentrated facial features were rather striking. This particular race of Glaustar women did not quite align with Chen Yu's aesthetic preferences, and their physiques were quite average in comparison to Solara, the exquisite Mesolarian. They seemed worlds apart. Chen Yu mused that he must seize the opportunity to visit Mesolar one day to see if all the women there resembled Solara, who was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. However, the fact that this hotel employed real personnel for service was already quite extravagant. In such a civilization-level planet, human labor is deemed the most valuable. Only top-tier hotels would employ real individuals for reception duties. Greetings, esteemed extraterrestrial guest. I am the lobby manager of the Glar Interstellar Hotel. May I inquire if you are here to check in? Chen Yu nodded. Indeed, I wish to stay here for a few days. Please guide me through the check-in process. Very well, please follow me. The female manager led Chen Yu to the front desk, where several other Glar Star personnel were seated. The front desk staff introduced Chen Yu to various room types, and upon seeing the prices, he promptly reserved a room akin to a presidential suite. After all, the cost for a night was merely 400,000 Glar Star coins, which equated to 0.08 galactic coins, enough for over 10 days of stay. Now that he was affluent, Chen Yu unhesitatingly opted for the top-tier presidential suite. He paid for 7 nights in one go, a mere trifle for him. Once the reservation was secured, the female manager escorted Chen Yu to the presidential suite on the top floor. Upon entering, Chen Yu was enveloped by the opulence characteristic of a level 3.5 civilization. Unlike Earth's ostentatious luxury, the walls here were adorned with a material reminiscent of animal fur. The furniture was peculiar, yet its purpose was evident, with many pieces crafted from animal bones. Perhaps in this world, utilizing rare animal skeletons for furniture was a display of luxury. The top floor featured a vast terrace, and Chen Yu noticed an object that resembled a massive swimming pool, its waters crystal clear. Complemented by lounge-like chairs, he was quite pleased. On a planet with an average temperature of 40 degrees, lounging in the pool would surely be delightful. After the hotel manager departed, 3 scantily clad Glar Star women entered, their attire being little more than bikinis that barely concealed their essential parts. However, their figures did not quite meet Chen Yu's standards. Their large heads and concentrated facial features rendered them rather comical, almost as though they were unwell. Observing the trio, Chen Yu realized they were likely there to serve him. Momentarily flustered, he recalled that everything he was witnessing was being broadcasted in real time to the holographic projection on the mothership. No. 1. Meaning his 4 wives could always see what he was up to. Should his 4 jealous partners catch wind of this, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon his return to, ladies, may I ask what brings you here? Chen Yu inquired politely, mindful of his surroundings. The 3 Glar Star women appeared taken aback. One of them, dressed provocatively, replied, Mr. Chen, we are your exclusive attendants, here to serve you. You may make any requests you desire. Chen Yu was speechless. Was this truly a perk of staying in a presidential suite? My dear ladies, I must decline your services. I prefer to be alone. That he had to refuse. He was quite faithful, and he knew his wives were watching. Naturally, the Glar Star women would not simply leave. Their purpose was to cater to guests of luxurious suites, including offering special services if they encountered a generous extraterrestrial client. They could earn substantial tips. Ignoring Chen Yu's refusal, the trio jumped into the pool, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Mr. Chen, why don't you take off your clothes and join us for a swim? Chen Yu sighed, wishing he could unleash his frustration, but he remained cautious during his first visit. Is this how you treat your clients? I do not appreciate your presence here, and I certainly do not require your services. The 3 women seemed to sense his agitation and promptly emerged from the pool. That Mr. Chen, are you truly uninterested in our assistance? Glar Star women are renowned for their beauty. Chen Yu's lips twitched at this notion. You consider yourselves beautiful? Then my 4 wives must be celestial beings. He estimated they were indeed comparable to divine beings. I shall grant each of you 100,000 Glar Star coins as a tip, if you promptly vacate my room. The mention of 100,000 Glar Star coins made their eyes light up. Considering that the price for the suite was only 400,000 Glar Star coins for a night, this was equivalent to offering a generous tip of 20,000 to 30,000 on Earth. The 3 women swarmed Chen Yu, presenting their identification cards, the Glar Star's personal identification. Chen Yu processed the transactions, granting each of them 100,000 Glar Star coins. Now, take your money and quickly leave. I prefer solitude. Understood, Mr. Chen, we are right next door. Should you require anything tonight, we are at your service. With that, the trio skipped out of Chen Yu's room. After they left, he exhaled in relief and addressed the air. Dear wives, I assure you, I have not strayed. You all witnessed it. Besides, they looked rather absurd with those large heads and squished features. At that moment, voices resonated in Chen Yu's mind, transmitted by the intelligent brain. Chen Yu, Does this imply that if they were more attractive, you would have considered keeping them? Indeed, you men are quite perilous out there, especially with money in your possession. You are not permitted to turn off the live feed. We must always keep an eye on you. Darling, as long as you remain faithful, the little traps will be waiting for your return. I've even learned new techniques. Chen Yu grimaced. After calming his wives, he resolved to rest for the night, planning to visit the Glarstar Interstellar Trading Hall the following day. This venue was where Glarstar engaged in resource trading with alien civilizations, as indicated on his identification card. That evening, the hotel delivered a feast of their planet's finest delicacies, at a dish resembling a mushy staple, several plates of oddly prepared animal meat, a selection of Glarstar fruits, and a bottle of a beverage or liquor were presented. Chen Yu sampled the mushy staple. While not unpleasant, it lacked flavor, though it appeared nutritionally rich. The animal meat, devoid of spices, was undoubtedly a rare delicacy. Featuring a tender and succulent texture, yet it was flavorless, that he envisioned how delightful it would be if this meat were prepared using Earth-esque culinary methods, spiced with chili, Sichuan pepper, ginger, garlic, and an array of herbs, would undoubtedly elevate its taste. It was a pity to waste such exquisite ingredients, though the fruits here were truly delightful, far surpassing Earth-esque offerings in sweetness, not overly cloying, but with a delightful balance of sweetness and acidity. Chen Yu resolved to procure a supply of this animal meat and those fruits before his departure. Such delectable treats were unavailable on Earth. That night, Chen Yu reclined on the grand bed of the presidential suite. Engaging in video calls with his wives in the dead of night, he rejected 3 knocks from the women seeking to enter his room and attend to him for additional tips. The next morning, Chen Yu arose early, and, after freshening up, he ventured out. His destination for the day was the Glarstar Alien Interstellar Trading Tower, the official institution for trading items between Glarstar and extraterrestrial beings. Upon arriving outside the hotel, he found a row of luxurious shuttles awaiting. Chen Yu boarded one and instructed the driver of his destination. The luxurious shuttle was indeed pricier than the one he had taken at the Glarstar Customs. But for him, it was inconsequential. After paying 3,000 Glarstar coins, the shuttle activated and, after a brief flight of merely 10 minutes, reached the Glarstar Interstellar Trading Tower. Chen Yu entered the enormous building and, following the floor guide, headed straight for the Mineral Elements Trading Center. As for Glarstar's scientific advancements, he held no interest whatsoever. The technology in his hands surpassed even that of the Glarstar. Chen Yu ascended to the 6th floor, where numerous interstellar mining centers from Glarstar were located. The elements they sold were largely not sourced from Glarstar itself. Rather, they were rare elements mined by their interstellar extraction fleet from several hundred light-years away. According to the Intelligent Brain's assessment of the materials required for repairing the warp engine, there were still 13 special elemental raw materials needed. Approaching the holographic display summarizing Glarstar's products, Chen Yu inputted the elements he required. To his satisfaction, he discovered that Glarstar possessed 7 of those elements. Truly, as a 3.5-level civilized planet, this revelation resolved half of his material needs. Chen Yu promptly placed an order via the holographic console. However, he soon realized that out of the 7 raw materials, he could only purchase 4, due to restrictions on the other 3, which were military-grade elements designated exclusively for internal trade within Glarstar. Primarily for warship construction, Chen Yu proceeded to order the 4 materials available to him. Indeed, these were rare elements, unlike anything found in the solar system. The special elements absent from Earth's periodic table commanded exorbitant prices. Ultimately, based on the Intelligent Brain's calculations, the total amount required for repairing the warp engine was about 10 tons of the 4 elements combined, necessitating special containers for storage. All in all, Chen Yu spent a staggering 80 million galactic coins. This was no trifling sum. Aside from acquiring scientific technology and shipbuilding techniques, these rare elements were the most expensive. Chen Yu had previously perceived himself as affluent, yet this expenditure of 80 million had revealed that even 5 billion might not suffice. He designated the delivery address to the storage area of the inner starship port, planning to have the first mothership retrieve the materials upon departure, as for the remaining 3 restricted export elements. Chen Yu was determined to acquire them. Since they were available here, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Wandering through the interstellar trade building, Chen Yu encountered many peculiar alien species. Some appeared akin to monkeys, even more unsightly than the Glau star inhabitants, while others were visually appealing, resembling Earthlings, Mesolarans, or Sicilians. During his leisurely exploration, he spotted two timid figures. His eyes lit up. Were those not the owl siblings? Given the scarcity of other races in the building, their fluffy plumage set them distinctly apart, making them appear somewhat self-conscious. Chen Yu approached and gently tapped the shorter owl person from behind. The little owl girl did not turn her body, but her avian head rotated 180 degrees, reminiscent of an earth owl. Upon recognizing Chen Yu, a smile broke across her feline face that, Mr. Chen Yu, what brings you here? The little owl girl seemed genuinely excited to encounter a familiar face amidst the crowd of noble alien races. Her feelings of inadequacy considerably diminished. The older owl brother also turned to face Chen Yu, his body still oriented forward while his head twisted around to regard him. Chen Yu found the sight rather amusing. Indeed, such peculiarities were characteristic of alien species. Hello, big owl brother, little owl sister. Are you here to explore the interstellar trading center as well? He inquired. Yes, we need to purchase some special shipbuilding materials, the older owl brother replied. Oh, Mr. Chen Yu, have you made any purchases? The little owl girl asked. I acquired some rare elements that we lacked back home, but there are still 3 that are not for sale. They're solely supplied to the Glau military and shipbuilding factories. The little owl girl nodded thoughtfully, while the older owl brother recalled the conversation he had moments ago with an employee from a Glau Star elemental mining company. Mr. Chen Yu, while I was procuring raw materials, I heard that some military-grade elements can be found in the black market south of the city, where there are virtually no restrictions. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Oh, big owl brother, you've been a tremendous help. Chen Yu, feeling quite familiar, reached out to grasp the soft paws of the older and younger owl, squeezing them gently, as though he were petting a cat. Oh, Chen Yu's eyes, they appeared exceedingly adorable. Perhaps due to the existence of owls and cats on Earth, the older owl brother quickly withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed, while the younger owl girl remained unfazed. After a moment of playful squeezing, Chen Yu reluctantly released their soft little hands. He mused that if only he had a charming little owl girl like her aboard a spaceship, he could enjoy endless moments of affection. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion, realizing that they were sentient beings, not mere pets. Big owl brother, do you know the exact location of the black market south of the city? Chen Yu inquired. The older owl brother was uncertain, but gestured towards the stall where he had received the information. Chen Yu nodded and made his way to the elemental company to inquire further. Before departing, he asked, have you both had a chance to review the contents I provided on the USB drive? The expressions of the older and younger owl revealed their embarrassment, as they had yet to find the time. Chen Yu was not displeased and replied, please take a look tonight, if you find me trustworthy. Feel free to approach me for any technology you wish to acquire. I guarantee excellent after-sales service. The older and younger owl exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the siblings, Chen Yu headed directly to the stall indicated by the older owl brother. This establishment was also an elemental mining company. Upon entering, Chen Yu inquired with the staff and swiftly obtained the information he sought. It turned out that the black market was not a secret at all. It was located on the outskirts of the southern city, in an area inhabited by interstellar refugees, a place teeming with all sorts of individuals, where law and order were virtually non-existent. Yet, everything one could desire was available there, often at prices lower than those set by official channels. In fact, some officials from Glau Star colluded with vendors there to sell contraband. Chen Yu reflected on the universal truth that every planet, irrespective of its level of civilization, harbored such gray areas, often with the complicity of official institutions. Having learned the location, Chen Yu casually tipped the staff a few thousand Glau coins. Much to their delight, he exited the interstellar trading building and hailed a cab to the southern black market, which cost him 8,000 Glau coins due to the distance. Upon arrival, the atmosphere was indeed markedly different. This area was officially referred to as the Glau Star Refugee District. The name alone suggested the presence of interstellar refugees. The architecture resembled the dilapidated shantytowns depicted in films, despite the desolation. Holographic displays and small flying vehicles were ubiquitous. The variety of alien species was astonishing. As soon as Chen Yu arrived, he spotted several beings resembling dinosaurs. They were bare-chested, brandishing laser guns at their waists, their fierce countenances exuding a menacing aura. There were also some seemingly adorable alien creatures with bizarre appearances, some possessing multiple arms, while others had heads resembling frogs. As Chen Yu roamed the area, he felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering a grand garden, marveling at everything with a sense of wonder, reminiscent of scenes from Earth science fiction films, perhaps due to his curious gaze, which was considered impolite. A towering dinosaurian figure, irritated by being observed multiple times, rose from his seat. He was muscular and intimidating, akin to the raptors from the film Jurassic Park. The dinosaurian led a group that encircled Chen Yu. The leader, bare-chested and wielding a laser gun, glared at Chen Yu and barked, "Human brat, why were you staring at us? With your delicate skin, I could devour 3 of you in one bite." The dinosaurian spoke in the common language of the galaxy, which Chen Yu understood. Although the creature appeared fearsome, Chen Yu was no ordinary individual. He was a mid-tier life form at the 3rd stage of interstellar evolution, possessing formidable strength that rendered him unafraid of these reptiles. Worst case, he could easily eliminate them and roast their remains in the wilderness. "Hey, big lizard, why should I care about your opinion? To be honest, I was merely captivated by your unattractive appearance and couldn't help but stare." Chen Yu retorted, his disdain for the dinosaurian's attitude prompting him to respond harshly to as expected. His words incited the dinosaurian's fury. "Don't think just because you're human, we won't dare to act against you. In this refugee district, there are no security forces." The mention of security forces implied a role akin to that of the police on Glaustar. Daha. "Against you mere lizards, why would I need the security forces to intervene?" The dinosaurians were particularly incensed by being referred to as lizards, akin to a racial slur. "Da. You have thoroughly enraged us. How dare you insult our noble dinosaur race? Brat, I will roast you and feast upon your flesh." The leader of the dinosaurians brandished his laser gun, prompting the surrounding humans and aliens to scatter, as violence or murder was commonplace in this lawless area. A smirk curled on Chen Yu's lips. "Seeking death, are we?" In the blink of an eye, as soon as the dinosaurian drew his weapon, Chen Yu's body moved with uncanny agility, appearing before the dinosaurian as if teleporting, his fist enveloped in a shimmering purple lie in mere seconds. The dinosaur man rolled his eyes back, kicked his legs, and collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The other dinosaur men, witnessing this, were so startled that they forgot to draw their laser guns and took off running in panic. They were thoroughly intimidated by Chen Yu's formidable combat prowess. This was, without a doubt, power approaching that of a second-tier interstellar life form. They were barely first-tier interstellar beings, only capable of wrestling with ordinary humans. The onlookers around were also struck with fear, not from the death of their comrade, but from Chen Yu's extraordinary strength, intellect. Analyze the composition of this dinosaur meat. I intend to roast it. Chapter 185, Finding What He Seeks Earlier. The dinosaur men had threatened Chen Yu, stating they would roast him for a meal. Chen Yu had taken note of this, and now he was determined to repay the favor. "If you wish to roast me, then I shall return the favor in kind." Chen Yu's eyes emitted an invisible scanning beam that struck the dinosaur corpse. Once his brain domain surpassed 10, he could condense his brain waves into a tangible form for scanning. And the intellect was currently analyzing the meat's composition. Captain, analysis complete. The meat of this dinosaur species is suitable for consumption, possessing high nutritional value, and its texture is exquisite and tender, making it an excellent ingredient for roasting. "Haha, splendid. I shall not hold back." Chen Yu dragged the dinosaur man's carcass towards a nearby wild thicket. Many onlookers watched in terror when they saw Chen Yu beside the thicket, gathering twigs to start a fire and setting up a barbecue rack. Spearing the dinosaur from mouth to rear with a thick wooden rod and placing it over the flames, the aroma of the sizzling fat wafted through the air, tantalizing the spectators. This man was undeniably ruthless. A true force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, Chen Yu realized he had no seasoning and spat in disappointment. "Forget it. I won't eat it after all." Without extinguishing the fire, he turned and left, leaving the dinosaur man roasting over the flames. Resembling a scene of execution, Chen Yu re-entered the black market, where no one dared to provoke him any longer. According to the information he had gleaned from an employee at the alien trading building, He needed to seek out shops labeled as interstellar goods trading. Within those establishments, he might find what he desired. As Chen Yu scoured the black market, he encountered numerous shops selling laser guns and various portable weapons, ranging from small to large energy weapons. There were also intelligence systems from civilizations below level 3, along with various parts and components. Some shops even offered gene modification solutions, albeit only basic ones with very limited enhancement capabilities. Even if they could elevate a life form's tier, their power would remain feeble. Essentially, they lacked a solid foundation and could not absorb cosmic energy, much like the inferior gene modification solutions previously injected into Solara, which Chen Yu deemed unworthy. Despite their exorbitant prices, a single vial of ordinary basic gene modification solution sold for around 3 million galactic coins. Injecting such solutions could at best elevate an intelligent life form to the late stages of Tier 1, with a minimal probability of reaching Tier 2, let alone Tier 3. As Chen Yu delved deeper, he finally located several shops bearing the sign of interstellar goods trading. Although they appeared quite humble, he held no disdain for them, but he casually entered one, where a scruffy male Galarian sat behind the counter. He had a large head, a scraggly beard, and his facial features were clustered in the center of his face, resembling a peculiar creature. Upon seeing Chen Yu enter, the shopkeeper promptly stood up and shook off the dust from his attire. Chen Yu noticed numerous small bugs falling off him, resembling cockroaches. He felt a shiver run down his spine, wondering if they never bathed. The heat was already unbearable, averaging 40 degrees, and yet he was infested with bugs. Chen Yu halted his steps, contemplating leaving for another shop, sensing Chen Yu's intent to depart. The shopkeeper hurriedly approached, saying, "Friend, my shop is the most comprehensive in the southern black market. You might not find what you seek elsewhere, but here, you will definitely find it." Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, covering his nose with his hand, and frowned. "Oh, you don't even know what I want. How can you say I will definitely find it? Haha, I can tell you are an alien. You have come here in search of items that cannot be found in the interstellar trading post, or perhaps those that are banned. After much inquiry, you arrived at the southern black market. However, my friend, I admire your courage to come alone." Chen Yu mused to himself that if only he had witnessed him roasting a dinosaur earlier, he might think differently. "Very well, I shall purchase from you. I require 3 types of banned elemental materials from Glaler." The shopkeeper pointed to a dusty machine next to him, which had an old display screen. "You may select your items from that machine. You should be able to find what you need." Chen Yu's eyes lit up as he approached the machine and quickly entered the remaining 3 elemental materials he sought. Soon, a smile spread across his face. Indeed, this place had what he required, and the prices were even cheaper than those at the Alien Trading Center. After selecting the quality of the 3 elements, the total in the checkout section read 13 million galactic coins. The holographic projection screen in front of the shopkeeper displayed the items Chen Yu needed. Upon seeing the 3 elements, the shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, as these were among the rarest and most difficult elements to procure on Glaler, and their prices were exceedingly high. For such a small quantity, less than 1 ton, 13 million galactic coins was a steep price. "So, shopkeeper, do you have these elements?" The shopkeeper scrutinized Chen Yu and replied, "Sir, do you know how difficult it is to obtain these items on Glaler?" Chapter 186. Followed by the Raccoon Brigade, Chen Yu stared intently at the shopkeeper, who had just claimed to have everything. He was eager to see if the shopkeeper could indeed procure these items. "Haha, sir, if I say we have them, we certainly do. However, the quantity you require is substantial, and the amount involved is exceedingly large. I must consult my associates." Chen Yu boldly inquired, "Your associates are from the Glaler official channels, correct?" The shopkeeper flashed a knowing smile and took out a communicator to connect with his associates. Chen Yu could hear the shopkeeper mumbling in Galarian, and after the 3rd sentence, the intellect in his mind provided a simultaneous translation. Chen Yu understood that the elemental materials could be obtained, but due to the large sum involved, the counterpart would need to verify funds first. Otherwise, acquiring these elements would entail significant risk. The shopkeeper hung up the communicator, smiled at Chen Yu, and said in the universal language of the galaxy, "Sir, we do have those items. However, you will need to verify your funds." Chen Yu had anticipated this and promptly replied, "Of course. How do we proceed?" The shopkeeper produced a machine from Glaler's bank, which could be referred to as a card reader. You can verify your funds on this machine that I have set a limit of 13 million galactic coins. As long as your funds exceed this amount, the machine will recognize it. All right, Chen Yu inserted his temporary identity card into the machine, which immediately displayed a green symbol. Upon seeing this, the shopkeeper's expression brightened. Sir, you truly possess 13 million galactic coins. That is quite a fortune. Chen Yu retrieved his identity card. He was not concerned about others misusing his card, as the intellect was monitoring the entire process. Even if someone learned his password or had his biometric information, without Chen Yu issuing a transfer command within his mind, the funds could not be accessed. Now, can we prepare the stock? The shopkeeper eagerly assented, recognizing Chen Yu as a major client. Yes, sir. Please wait 3 days. My associates will prepare these items for you, and you can come to collect them then. Very well. Just as Chen Yu was about to leave, the shopkeeper called out to him. Sir, you will need to pay a small deposit. We fear you may change your mind about this order. Chen Yu did not hesitate. Unbothered by the potential for deceit, he directly paid a deposit of 10,000 galactic coins. The shopkeeper scanned Chen Yu's temporary identity card. So you are Mr. Chen Yu from the peak level 2 civilization. Me Solaris. In 3 days, I will send you a message. You can come and collect your goods. Understood. After finalizing this matter, Chen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He intended to continue exploring the southern black market. Upon exiting the shop, he noticed several shadowy figures lurking at the entrance. They were a group of diminutive extraterrestrials resembling the raccoon from the Galaxy Guardians. Each of them carried a laser cannon that was slightly larger than their bodies. Presenting a comical sight, Chen Yu felt no fear towards them. He suspected they were following him due to the attention garnered from his earlier confrontation with the dinosaur. Unbeknownst to him, these raccoon-like beings could pose a threat. However, with his formidable strength and the heightened sensitivity brought on by his enhanced brain domain, he sensed no beings of greater power than himself in the vicinity. According to the intellect's introduction to the Galarian people, this was a 3.5-tier civilization. The development of the cerebral domain is estimated to be between 8 and 10. While Chen Yu currently stands at 12.87, he has reached the late stage of level 3. Approaching the early stage of level 4 civilization among the human race. It is worth noting that the data regarding cerebral domain development represents the highest values among the human populations of these civilizations, rather than an average across all individuals. For instance, the cerebral domain development of the Grayler aliens ranges from 2 to 10. Their planet has humans who are even less intelligent than those on Earth, alongside geniuses who have achieved 10, which illustrates the point. Chen Yu continues to wander through the black market, with a few furtive raccoon-like beings trailing behind him that a frown crosses his face. Could it be that these raccoons are aware of the over 10 million galactic coins he just verified at that supply trading store? Are they here to rob him? A smirk appears on Chen Yu's lips. It seems he needs to carry some seasoning next time in such situations. He could prepare a wild delicacy to enjoy. Meanwhile, back at the free alien-hosted hotel, the owl siblings are in their room, pulling out an intelligent light brain and inserting the storage device that Chen Yu had given them. Brother, what do you think, mister? Chen Yu will show us? He seems so confident. It must be something remarkable, right? The elder brother operates the light brain, opening the file. Seeing him so self-assured, let's take a look at if he hasn't deceived us. We should discuss a potential deal with him. As the USB drive opens, both the elder and younger owl siblings stare in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 187, The Raccoon Robbery Gang. What Chen Yu has stored in the USB drive turns out to be a shipbuilding technology from a level 3 civilization, encompassing shell materials, an intelligent light brain control system, and various level 3 civilization laser pulse cannons. What astounds the elder and younger owls even more is the presence of a complete manufacturing technology for a level 3 civilization S-warp engine, capable of enabling spacecraft to traverse at 400 times the speed of light, over twice as fast as the most advanced warp engine on their planet. Giant Bird Star. The technology within this USB drive could potentially elevate Giant Bird Star to the threshold of a level 3 civilization within the next few centuries. However, Chen Yu has left himself some leeway. Apart from the complete warp engine technology, the other shipbuilding technologies are somewhat incomplete. Mr. Chen Yu is truly generous, providing us with such valuable assets, exclaimed the younger owl. Indeed, but some crucial components of these technologies are missing. He likely intends for us to negotiate with him. Yet even so, this information is worth a fortune, especially that complete level 3 warp engine technology. If we were to sell it, it would fetch at least several billion galactic coins. Brother, let's seek cooperation with Mr. Chen Yu. After our visit to the Grailer Star Technology Exchange today, we would need to deplete all our funds to purchase several outdated technologies of mid-level 2. Perhaps we should inquire what Mr. Chen Yu could offer us. All right, I will contact him right away. The Elder Owl retrieves his identity card and clicks on the stored information of Chen Yu's identity card, enabling a holographic visual communication. Far away in the southern black market, Chen Yu is strolling down the street, with a few instant noodle raccoons still following him. Unfazed, Chen Yu suddenly hears a sound from his identity card. Upon checking, he sees the information of the Elder Owl. Pressing the answer button, the adorable heads of the Elder and Younger Owls appear on the identity card screen. Both siblings smile upon seeing Chen Yu, who resembles two charming kittens grinning at him. Mr. Chen Yu, we have reviewed the USB drive you provided, and the technology is extraordinarily advanced that we are very interested. Yes, Mr. Chen Yu, after discussing with my brother, we have decided to collaborate with you. However, these technologies are quite sophisticated, and we may not have sufficient funds to purchase them. Therefore, we would like to meet with you to discuss which technologies we can acquire from you. Chen Yu smiles slightly. Sure, Elder Owl and Younger Owl, once I return from the southern black market, I will contact you to meet at the Grailer Interstellar Hotel, where I am staying at. That sounds great. Just let us know when you're back. By the way, Mr. Chen Yu, I've heard that the southern black market is rife with danger, so please ensure your safety. Don't worry, I'll be fine, and no one here can harm me. Very well. After ending the call with the Elder and Younger Owls, Chen Yu resumes his exploration. However, he finds little of interest in the black market, as most items are rather low grade. Yet, he is determined to deal with the few persistent followers before he departs. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, deliberately making his way toward the edge of the black market, where a dense forest and uninhabited zone lie. Chen Yu finds an open space to sit and await his prey. Sure enough, after a few minutes, 8 instant noodle raccoons arrive in the forest. A slight smile graces Chen Yu's lips upon seeing them. So, what brings you to follow me? One raccoon, bearing a scar across his face and wielding a massive laser gun, hoarsely replies, Human brat, we saw you spend 10,000 galactic coins at the Interstellar Supply trading store. Chen Yu comprehends. They must have noticed him depositing 10,000 galactic coins if these instant noodles knew he had verified over 13 million galactic coins. They would likely become even more frantic. With a teasing glance at the raccoons, who stand about a meter tall, he states, I take it you aim to rob me, correct? Yes. Lately we've been a bit short on funds, and we thought to ask you for a loan. While you may appear rather endearing, your actions are rather unsavory. Since that is the case, there is little left to discuss. With a burst of violet energy emanating from his being, Chen Yu darts forth like a sword. The raccoons, startled by his incredible speed and the violet glow surrounding him, barely have time to lift their massive laser guns before 3 of their number collapse. Their heads bursting open from single punch, their brains splattering gruesomely. This is even faster than the swiftest sports car on Earth. Chen Yu retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them, as the powerful winds nearly made it impossible for him to keep his eyes open. Once he put them on, he felt an immediate sense of relief, speeding at 200, then 300, and eventually reaching a staggering 400. Ultimately, Chen Yu's velocity soared to an astounding 3,000 kilometers per hour. Approaching 3 times the speed of sound, he could traverse from the bustling metropolis to the capital city of Yinjing in just over half an hour. Fortunately, Chen Yu's attire was robust enough to withstand the friction of such high speeds, and his formidable physique rendered him impervious to the buffeting of the AI in less than 10 minutes. He arrived in the city, seeking a secluded spot to land, he headed straight for his hotel. Upon returning to the top-floor presidential suite, Chen Yu immediately used his identity card's communication device to reach out to Big Cat and Little Cat. The pair had arrived in the city that afternoon, standing at the entrance of the Grailer Star Interstellar Hotel. Upon witnessing the grandeur and opulence of the establishment, both Big Cat and Little Cat involuntarily swallowed hard. It was incomparably more luxurious than the complimentary alien guest house they had previously stayed in. Entering the hotel lobby with trepidation, they were greeted warmly by the manager. However, upon learning they were not guests, but merely wished to visit someone on the top floor, the manager barred them entry. I'm sorry, esteemed guests, but our top-floor residents hold a prestigious status that we do not have the authority to notify them on your behalf. If you are indeed friends, that resident will contact us to grant you passage. The hotel manager was skeptical, believing that someone who could afford a night in a 400,000 Glau star coin presidential suite would not associate with such lowly beings as them. Within the Glau star society, it was widely held that only the human lineage represented the noble existence in the universe, being the descendants of the highest divine race. This further validated Chen Yu's earlier conjecture with the intelligent brain regarding the striking similarity among the numerous human races in the cosmos. It was likely that the civilizations of level 8, 9, and 10 had disseminated their lineage across the universe. In contrast, those who did not resemble humans, like other animals or insects, were considered intelligent beings that evolved from different origins and were thus not recognized as descendants of the cosmic divine civilization. This led to their discrimination within interstellar societies. Consequently, the hotel manager regarded Big Cat and Little Cat with disdain. She could serve humans, but would only cater to other races if they were exceptionally wealthy. Big Cat and Little Cat, feeling quite aggrieved, had long since lost count of the number of times they had faced discrimination since arriving in this human-dominated cultural star. Resigned, Big Cat pulled out his identity card and called Chen Yu. Upon learning that Big Cat and Little Cat had been stopped by the lobby manager, Chen Yu was taken aback. He promptly made his way to the first-floor lobby, where he spotted the two adorable owl-like beings. With a smile, he approached and grasped their chubby little hands. The cat petting commenced, though it was Big Cat who shyly withdrew his hand first, feeling embarrassed. Little Cat, however, continued to extend her hand for Chen Yu to pet. Big Cat, Little Cat, let us ascend and have a proper conversation. All right, Chapter 189, a transaction with hidden intrigues. The lobby manager was puzzled as to how a human, who could afford a 400,000 Glau star coin stay, could possibly be friends with such lowly beings, leaving her utterly perplexed. Upon entering Chen Yu's lavish presidential suite, Big Cat and Little Cat were utterly astonished. The suite was so expansive that it dwarfed their entire floor at the complimentary alien guest house. It featured a terrace garden, a swimming pool, and even separate bedrooms, a spacious living room, a walk-in closet, a gym, a tea room, and a dining area. Now this is what I call accommodation, Big Cat exclaimed. Mr. Chen Yu, how much does this room cost per day? Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's quite reasonable. 400,000 Glau star coins a day. With 1 galactic coin, you could stay for over 10 days. You must be joking. With 1 galactic coin, we could purchase a luxurious villa back on our planet. Big Cat coughed, incredulous. Chen Yu, taken aback, recalled that Big Cat hailed from a level 2 cultural star, and the exchange rate must be even more favorable there. Glau star, being a level 3.5 cultural star, had an exchange rate soaring to 1 to 5 million. Big Cat's total amount of funds didn't exceed 2 billion galactic coins, a sum painstakingly saved by their entire planet over the years. Their annual GDP was barely 500 million galactic coins, with about half of that allocated to the Interstellar Federation as management fees. Saving such a substantial amount was no small feat. By the way, you two needn't return to your lodgings today. That M.Y. Presidential Suite has an extra room. You may stay here for the next few days. Mr. Chen Yu, that's too generous. There's no need for such formality. I feel a connection with you both, and you remind me of an adorable creature from my home planet, which gives me a sense of familiarity. Big Cat and Little Cat exchanged glances. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Yu's implications seemed to suggest they bore a cute resemblance. Noticing their discomfort, Chen Yu shifted the topic to more pressing matters. Well then, Big Cat, let us sit down and discuss the technology transfer. Absolutely. We reviewed the technological materials you provided, and they surpassed our expectations. Even incomplete, they could fetch a staggering price, which we might not be able to afford. Big Cat presented the USB drive Chen Yu had given him. Refraining from making any copies, if they had attempted to duplicate the data, the intelligent brain would have immediately informed Chen Yu. The fact that the intelligent brain had yet to alert him indicated that the owl siblings had examined the materials without attempting to hoard a copy for themselves. Chen Yu regarded them with newfound respect, believing they could indeed conduct business together. Big Cat, I sense a kinship between us that I can sell you the technology at a favorable price and provide ongoing support to assist your planet in achieving level 3 civilization in the future. Grateful expressions adorned Big Cat and Little Cat's faces. Mr. Chen Yu, we cannot thank you enough. Following that, Chen Yu and the owl siblings deliberated on the transaction details. Ultimately, Chen Yu agreed to provide Big Cat with a complete set of materials for 1.8 billion galactic coins, promising to offer after-sales assistance, allowing them to communicate in real time via quantum communication for any queries. However, before departing, Chen Yu would equip Big Cat with a quantum communicator compatible with the spacecraft, ensuring seamless communication once they returned home. As for the deep space broadcasting technology, Chen Yu had yet to unlock it, as it was a capability reserved for civilizations of level 4 and above, an intricate method of real-time broadcasting across millions of light-years. Involving advanced dimensional technologies. 3 days later, Chen Yu, accompanied by Big Cat and Little Cat, piloted a rented ground transport vessel to the southern black market of the city. Chen Yu was there to collect goods. Having received notification from the scruffy man, curious, Big Cat and Little Cat followed Chen Yu to be cautious. Chen Yu instructed the intelligent brain to move the mothership out of the inner starport and into stealth mode. Flying directly over the southern black market, the detection devices of Glaustar were utterly incapable of detecting Chen Yu's level 7 civilization spacecraft. Concerned about potential complications in the transaction, given the substantial sum of 13 million, Chen Yu feared that if he paid and the other party refused to honor the deal, his mothership would be above him, ready to intervene if necessary. Such caution would indeed prove to be a lifesaver. As Chen Yu, along with Big Cat and Little Cat, approached the entrance to the black market, the siblings observed numerous other races, feeling as though this place was more welcoming than the city, devoid of the disdainful gazes from humans. However, as soon as they entered the black market with Chen Yu, they noticed that everyone parted ways, regarding them as if they were formidable adversaries. Some intimidating beings, such as dinosaur and raccoon-like creatures, appeared genuinely frightened at their presence. Big Cat, perplexed, turned to Chen Yu and inquired, "Mr. Chen Yu, why are they so afraid of us? Do we seem different in some way?" Chapter 190. An ambush. Chen Yu chuckled lightly and explained, "Well, during my last visit, 2 gangs attempted to rob me while I was alone in the black market, and I ended up taking them all out." Instantly, both siblings wore shocked expressions. "Mr. Chen Yu, I assent it illegal to kill here." "Heh, I can't say for sure if they dare to act here. Why shouldn't I? Besides, there's no security force present." Now understanding, the siblings nodded and continued to follow Chen Yu deeper into the black market. Meanwhile, nearby the shop where Chen Yu intended to transact, a Glaustar enforcement unit lay in wait. As Chen Yu led Big Cat and Little Cat to the street where the transaction was set to take place, a sudden alert echoed in his mind from the intelligent brain. "Captain, I have scanned the area and detected a significant presence of mid to late-stage interstellar warriors near the shop you are visiting, alongside energy fluctuations from high-caliber laser weapons. Oh no, am I being ambushed?" I also detected a multitude of Glaustar military shuttles several kilometers away. Damn, it seems this so-called level 3.5 civilization has its own share of darkness. It is possible that during your last visit here, you exposed the capabilities of the interstellar Tier 3 life forms. On the planet Glar, the highest level of life forms are merely Tier 2 initial life forms, forcefully enhanced with low-grade gene modification fluid. You could easily eliminate them when you were at Tier 1. They must have investigated your origins, seeing that you are merely a Tier 2 late-stage civilization of a human race. They must have been seized by greed, wishing to extract the gene modification fluid or techniques to elevate themselves to interstellar Tier 3 life forms from you. All right, I understand. If a fight breaks out later, make sure to protect Big Cat and Little Cat. I do not want them to be harmed. Understood, Captain. I will ensure their safety." Chen Yu, unafraid, continued towards the shop. Upon arriving at the shop of the disheveled man, Chen Yu stepped inside. The disheveled man's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Yu. After reporting Chen Yu's matter to his superiors, the information he provided was taken very seriously. They promised him immense benefits once they captured Chen Yu. The disheveled man warmly welcomed Chen Yu and his 2 alien companions. "Mr. Chen Yu, the goods you requested have been prepared by our boss. Are you ready to make the payment?" Chen Yu smiled faintly, No problem. As long as your goods are satisfactory, the payment will arrive promptly. Chen Yu's implication was clear. He wished to inspect the goods. Very well, Mr. Chen. Follow me to the backyard. The goods are there. With his formidable strength and backed by his proud flagship, the #1 mothership, Chen Yu felt invincible. Anyone who dared to act against him would find themselves reduced to ashes before he had to lift a finger. Upon reaching the backyard, which was quite spacious, Chen Yu's keen perception as a Tier 3 interstellar life form allowed him to sense the lurking ambushers outside the courtyard. He intended to see if the items he desired were indeed present. If not, he would not hesitate to engage in combat. In the center of the yard, there lay a large metallic box, seemingly secured with a combination lock. Mr. Chen, this is the elemental resource you require. Oh, quite good. Let us open it and inspect the goods. The disheveled man hesitated. The box was merely a facade, empty inside. Sensing that Chen Yu was not easily deceived, he furtively glanced in a specific direction. Chen Yu smirked and followed his gaze. Boss, it seems you lack integrity. You have so many ambushers surrounding us. Are you truly here to cooperate sincerely? Big Cat and Little Cat looked around in astonishment, failing to notice anything amiss. Mr. Chen, could it be that this transaction is a ruse? Indeed, there are many genetically modified strongmen from Glar hiding outside the walls, likely here to deal with me. Big Cat and Little Cat stared at Chen Yu in shock. Speechless, they felt that Chen Yu was becoming increasingly mysterious, a mere Tier 2 peak civilization human, yet possessing Tier 3.5 civilization technology. Could there be more secrets behind Chen Yu's origins? Upon realizing that Chen Yu had detected the ambushers outside the wall, the disheveled man panicked. He had witnessed Chen Yu in battle before and knew that being so close meant he would be the first to fall if a fight broke out. Instinctively retreating, the disheveled man found himself lifted by the neck by Chen Yu, hoisted into the air. Flailing his legs, the disheveled man emitted muffled sounds, pleading for the outside forces to come to his aid. As expected, the scene within was clearly visible to those outside. Suddenly, the walls crumbled, and Glar soldiers clad in black combat gear surrounded the courtyard in droves. This display terrified Big Cat and Little Cat, who had never witnessed such a scene. Big Cat, Little Cat, a battle may ensue shortly. You'd best hide in a corner and do not run about. Your safety is assured, so remain calm. Once I deal with these deceitful scoundrels, I will explain everything to you. Chapter 191. Chen Yu's mighty power. Big Cat and Little Cat appeared as if stunned, trembling like two frightened owls. Among the Glar soldiers surrounding Chen Yu, a tall officer wearing black sunglasses stepped forward and shouted, Mr. Chen Yu, please put down our citizen. Chen Yu, still holding the disheveled man, mockingly replied to the officer, Is this how you Glar treat your guests? I merely came to conduct business, yet you surround me with so many people. What are your intentions? The officer scoffed. Humph, Mr. Chen Yu, you are in violation of our Glar interstellar trade laws. Firstly, you illegally entered the southern black market for transactions, which is already against the law. Such dealings are not recognized by our Glar authorities. Secondly, the elemental resources you are purchasing are prohibited by our Glar regulations. Thus we have come to arrest you. Chen Yu chuckled lightly. You are rather dedicated to your jobs, aren't you? This black market has likely existed for countless years, with all sorts of contraband being bought and sold. Why is it that when I arrive, you seek to arrest me? Perhaps it is a matter of ulterior motives. Mr. Chen, regardless of the circumstances, please release the hostage and accompany me. What if I refuse? Then we will take coercive measures against you. Very well. I am eager to experience the prowess of your Tier 3. 5 civilization soldiers. With a sudden exertion, Chen Yu snapped the disheveled man's neck, killing him instantly. Little Cat gasped in horror at Chen Yu's act of murder. Big Cat quickly covered his sister's eyes and slowly backed away, creating distance from the impending battle. Witnessing Chen Yu's mercilessness confirmed the previous reports of his ruthlessness. You dare to kill our Glar people. Chen Yu, your crimes are unforgivable. Attack. Chen Yu casually tossed the disheveled man's corpse like a projectile toward the advancing soldiers. They aimed to capture Chen Yu alive, hoping to extract the gene modification fluid and secrets from him. Hence they did not resort to laser weaponry immediately. The thrown body knocked over several Glar soldiers, who fell to the ground, their bodies disintegrating into a puddle of goo, showcasing Chen Yu's immense power. With a smirk, Chen Yu charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep. Meanwhile, aboard the #1 mothership, Chen Yu's 4 Ys watched the real-time footage transmitted from his retina, their hearts in turmoil, for it was the crowd remained oblivious. A thick plume of green smoke began to rise all around. Moments earlier, a mid-to-late stage Gene warrior from Glaler Star had been standing there. Now, in the courtyard, the sunglasses-clad officer faced off against Chen Yu, beads of sweat the size of peas trickling down his forehead. The over 300 soldiers he had brought with him constituted the most formidable force of Glaler Star. Astonishingly, in less than a second, they had been instantaneously annihilated by an unidentified laser descending from the heavens. The officer's legs turned to jelly. Now he was all alone, presumably spared by the adversary's deliberate choice. Nearby, the onlookers, Big Cat and Little Cat, were utterly dumbfounded by the turn of events. They could no longer fathom Chen Yu's capabilities, which were terrifyingly potent, and it appeared he had assistance from above. Chen Yu stepped closer to the sunglasses-clad officer, who, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling that, "Mr. Chen Yu, we can sit down and discuss this. You cannot kill me. I'm a high-ranking officer of Glaler Star." Chen Yu crouched down, a mocking glint in his eye as he regarded the petrified officer. "I may spare you, but tell me, where can I acquire the elemental resources I need?" The officer was desperate to save his life. The military has what you need." "The military? Do you take me for a fool? Surely your military possesses substantial defensive capabilities. And those elemental resources must be stored somewhere. Where are they?" Seeing that he could not deceive Chen Yu, the officer's expression turned troubled. "Oh, in that case, I shall seek the resources myself. I already have an inkling of their location. So you may as well prepare to die." The officer frantically waved his hands. "Mr. Chen Yu, please. You can use me as leverage to obtain the resources you require. My planet will surely comply." "Oh, is that possible? It seems your status is not insignificant after all." "Indeed, I am the son of Glaler Star Supreme General. If you kill me, my father will mobilize the entire planet to annihilate you. However, if you take me as a bargaining chip, a little contraband is hardly an issue. It can be procured from the black market." Chen Yu found a sunglasses-clad officer's reasoning sound, although he could ascertain the location of those elements. Seizing them would pose complications. "Fine. Contact your father immediately and instruct him to prepare the resources I need to be delivered here. You have 3 hours. If you exceed that time, let your father collect your remains." All right. I will contact my father right away." In truth, he needn't make a call. The live feed from his body had already transmitted back to the Combat Command Center of Glaler Star. I could see that moment. Inside the command center, the Supreme General slammed his fist on the table in fury. "Damn it. Why is he so powerful? What on earth is that thing in the sky?" Immediately dispatched the interstellar defense warships to the southern black market. "That brat must have allies there. Bring that thing down. General, what about your son? Prepare the resources he needs. They are hardly rare that we will discuss my son's rescue later." "Understood, General." Meanwhile, in the black market, Chen Yu heard the alert from his intelligent brain. "Captain, I have detected hundreds of Glaler Star's inner defense warships approaching. For your safety, please return to the mothership." "All right, transport me along with Big Cat and Little Cat back to the mothership. And include that hostage as well." "Aye, Captain." Suddenly, 3 beams of light descended from above. Chen Yu's body began to rise slowly within the beams. Big Cat and Little Cat found themselves enveloped by the light, their bodies involuntarily ascending. The 2 plump beings kicked their legs wildly in the air, inadvertently emitting cries akin to their own species. That was almost like birdsong. "Wow, brother, this is terrifying. Why are we flying?" "Don't be afraid. Look at Mr. Chen Yu." Little Cat pointed toward Chen Yu, who remained composed, gradually ascending in the light. Before long, Chen Yu was transported to the cargo bay beneath the mothership, with Big Cat and Little Cat following suit. The sunglasses-clad officer was instead confined to a detention chamber. Once the beams vanished, Big Cat and Little Cat surveyed their surroundings. "Hey, this is the interior of my spaceship. Come with me to the command room." Chen Yu smiled as he addressed Big Cat and Little Cat. "Mr. Chen Yu, what kind of technology is this? We've never seen anything like it, Little Cat inquired curiously. Hee, this is a type of light energy transport technology from a level 3 civilization that it's nothing remarkable. It merely facilitates our movement in and out of the ship. It's simply a matter of convenience. Little Cat nodded in understanding. Mr. Chen Yu, you have now offended the entirety of Glaler Star. Our situation is perilous. Fear not. While we remain within the ship, they have no means to harm us. Chapter 193. The assault on the 3.5 level literate civilization Chen Yu led Big Cat and Little Cat to the command room of the mothership. Upon entering, 4 ethereal beauties rushed towards him. Big Cat and Little Cat stood aghast, having never encountered such exquisitely beautiful human women with such fair and flawless skin. Instantly, the siblings displayed expressions of inferiority. In their minds, humans represented a superior race, and the 4 women surrounding Chen Yu were simply breathtaking. Little Cat, with her plump little hands, glanced at her own furry body, then at the women beside Chen Yu. Envying their pristine skin and graceful limbs, Chen Yu bestowed a kiss upon each of his 4 wives before directing their attention towards Big Cat and Little Cat. The siblings, feeling somewhat flustered, instinctively brought their feet together, appearing quite shy. Big Cat, Little Cat, allow me to introduce you to my 4 wives. Big Cat and Little Cat were utterly astonished. Indeed, Mr. Chen Yu had managed to marry 4 human wives, all of whom were stunningly beautiful. Su Ro and Xiaoyu Shu, both from Earth, beamed with delight upon seeing the owl siblings. Previously, in a live feed from Chen Yu, they had taken a liking to this adorable pair, as they resembled 2 adorable creatures from Earth. The 2 women rushed towards Little Cat, each taking one of her chubby hands and playfully squeezing them. Wow, you must be Little Cat. You're simply adorable. Overwhelmed by Su Ro and Xiaoyu Shu's attention, Little Cat felt bashful and inferior. Observing her timid demeanor, Su Ro softly reassured her, Little Cat, don't be afraid. We are all very friendly. You resemble a creature from Earth, and you're truly delightful. May I give you a hug? Feeling a bit awkward, Little Cat timidly nodded. Su Ro joyfully embraced her, playfully squeezing her. Hey, it's my turn now. Let me hug her. Xiaoyu Shu pulled Su Ro aside and enveloped Little Cat in a warm embrace. Similarly squeezing her, Big Cat, feeling slightly embarrassed, addressed Chen Yu. Mr. Chen Yu, your planet's greeting customs are quite peculiar. Why is it that your wives only hug my sister and not me? This is my first time meeting your wives. Chen Yu cleared his throat and scratched his nose, replying, You mustn't think that way. They are my wives and may only embrace me. Moreover, only your sister is permitted to be hugged by them. As a male, you are not allowed to approach my wives, understood? Big Cat was left utterly perplexed. What on earth is this all about? Fine, if I can't hug, I won't. After Su Ro and Xiaoyu Shu finished their affectionate greetings with Little Cat, they reluctantly released her. Su Ro continued to reminisce. Oh, Little Cat, your fur is so soft. It feels wonderful to pet. Big Cat scrutinized the command room of Chen Yu's spaceship. IT was astonishingly advanced, filled with instruments and devices, with parameters displayed on the screens that he could not comprehend. Mr. Chen Yu, your spaceship is incredibly sophisticated. It appears to be capable of stealth, evading detection by Glaler Star's Level 3 civilization sensor systems. I suspect your ship is more than just a Level 3 civilization vessel. Indeed, the might of my ship is evident. Within these walls, we are utterly secure. Once I procure the necessary items, we shall depart together. Your ship must be located in the outer spaceport, correct? Yes, it is. But what if the Glaler Star inhabitants launch an assault on our outer space mothership? What shall we do then? Rest assured, their outer spaceport is about to fall under my control. During the preceding battle, Chen Yu had already instructed his intelligent brain to synchronize control over the attacking vessels from 2 home-class motherships located millions of kilometers away. Though he had initially not intended to resort to force to seize the 2 Level 3 civilization home-class ships in outer space, the Glaler Star inhabitants had shown no honor and had aimed to seize his possessions first. Thus, he had no choice but to be ruthless that moment. Within the outer starship port of Glaler Star, a swarm of counter-attack ships unleashed their overwhelming firepower, annihilating the defensive forces stationed there. They had successfully seized control of all warships within the starport, including two home-class motherships measuring approximately 30 kilometers in length. Upon returning, they would board the Glaler Star home-class mothership, which possessed a warp speed of 800 times the speed of light, allowing for a return journey that would save half the time that in the command center of the Glaler Star. The first general gazed at the images transmitted from the outer spaceport, his expression contorted with fury. How infuriating! How could there be so many combat-class vessels aboard those two ships? Are they here to invade us? General, we must lodge a formal complaint with the Galactic Federation regarding the planet Mesolas. They have the audacity to attack our starship port. At present, Chen Yu's identity was merely a FAAD under the flag of Mesolas. Typically, interplanetary conflicts between registered planets within the Galactic Federation were strictly forbidden. Damn it, a Level 2 pinnacle civilization has the audacity to strike against our 3.5 level civilization. This planet named Mesolas must be concealing its true capabilities. They have not updated their civilization ranking with the Galactic Federation. Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly file a complaint with the Federation Council. I hope to obtain permission to launch a punitive expedition against them, the first general declared in a fit of rage. Chapter 194. Initiating the invasion war above the black market, hundreds of Glaler Star's inter-defense warships had already arrived at the scene. However, they found nothing and were oblivious to their intended target. Little did they know that Chen Yu's flagship, designated as Ship Number 1, was concealed nearby, undetectable to the Glaler Star scanners. Brother Big Cat and Sister Little Cat stood before the enormous transparent glass, witnessing the dense formation of Glaler Star warships, their hearts quaking with trepidation. Yet the adversaries remained oblivious to their presence. Like headless flies, Mr. Chen Yu, your ship is incredibly powerful, capable of deceiving their scanners. Humph, that is nothing. I could easily engage them. I merely desire what is rightfully mine. 3 hours later, a transport ship slowly descended onto a clearing near the black market. Chen Yu understood that this must be the delivery of the elemental resources he sought. He controlled a simulated robotic avatar to approach the confinement pod and retrieve the officer in sunglasses. Intellect, teleport my avatar and that Glaler Star officer below. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, a beam of white light appeared in the air, swiftly transporting the two individuals to the ground. Once the white light dissipated, Ship Number 1 swiftly changed its position, as the transport beam had already compromised its location, as anticipated. The spot where Ship No. 1 had just lingered came under a barrage of laser fire, including assaults from heavy pulse cannons. Chen Yu observed the unfolding scene, his lips twitching in irritation. How dare they persist in their attacks? Humph, I shall not hold this against them for now. I will deal with them after acquiring the elemental resources. Meanwhile, on the ground, the simulated robot Chen Yu appeared before the Glaler Star transport ship, holding the officer in sunglasses. Immediately, a row of black-clad warriors armed with laser weapons surged forth from the transport vessel, followed by several individuals carrying a metallic case. Mr. Chen Yu, release the hostage. We have brought what you need. One of the black-clad warriors shouted at Chen Yu. Open the metallic case. I want to see if it contains what I require. With a wave of his hand, the black-clad warrior opened the case. Intellect, scan it to confirm whether it contains what we need, and check the quantity. Affirmative, Captain. Scanning beam activated. Scan successful. A total of 3 types of rare elements, 1 ton in total, fully meeting our requirements. Good. Transmit the items to us. Understood, Captain. Suddenly, a white light enveloped the metallic case, causing it to ascend rapidly and vanish into thin air. The transport beam could amplify its power for swift retrieval of objects. As the black-clad warriors witnessed the exchange items disappear, they furiously yelled at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, where are the items? Did you take them? Release the hostage. This useless piece I have no need for. You can have him back. Chen Yu pushed the officer forward, sending him sprawling. The officer spat out the sand from his mouth and turned to the nearby black-clad warriors, commanding, Kill him! Kill him! How dare you? Indeed, the black-clad warriors, not waiting for Chen Yu to leave, raised their laser guns and opened fire on the simulated robot Chen Yu. The barrage of lasers reduced the simulated Chen Yu to a heap of scrap. Inside the command room of Ship Number 1, Chen Yu watched the destruction of his avatar, his expression growing increasingly frigid, truly a self-destructive civilization. lacking in integrity and martial ethics. Very well, if you choose to disregard the rules. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I never expected the first planet I aimed to conquer would be a 3.5 level civilization. Brother Big Cat and Sister Little Cat were utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Chen Yu, you intend to conquer this planet. This is a 3.5 level civilization, registered with the Galactic Federation and under its protection. Are you not afraid of attracting their ire? Chen Yu paid little heed to such concerns. Their actions were utterly despicable. The team merely sought to conduct business fairly, yet they plotted against him and even attempted to kill him. Now, he would show no mercy to those who wished him harm. Brother Big Cat, do not worry. I will be fine. The Galactic Federation will not trace this back to me, and by the time they find me, I might be even stronger than they are. Brother Big Cat was utterly perplexed by Chen Yu's words. Intellect. Take control of the two Glar Star home-class motherships at the outer spaceport and have them transport our attack vessels into Glar Star's near-Earth orbit. Understood, Captain. Since Chen Yu's attack vessels had already taken control of the outer spaceport, he had manually granted access to the two Glar Star home-class motherships. The intellect effortlessly commandeered the two motherships that Chen Yu had long desired. With the attack vessels loaded, the two Glar Star motherships set off toward Glar Star at a conventional speed of 1,800 kilometers per second, given the distance of 50 million kilometers from the outer spaceport to Glar Star. They would arrive in approximately 8 hours. Chen Yu prepared to launch his retaliation against Glar Star once his forces arrived. In the Strategic Command Center of Glar Star, the general received alarming news. General, our scanners have reported that our two home-class motherships at the spaceport have been compromised by an unknown intelligence system. The ships have completely lost control and are now heading toward our home planet, with an estimated arrival time of 7 hours and 32 minutes. Chapter 195. Annihilation of the Planetary Defense Fleet. The first general stared incredulously at a galactic cloud map, which displayed the simulation of his two home-class motherships being controlled by an external force as they journeyed toward the Glar home planet. How infuriating! How could our home-class mothership's intelligent control systems be breached? Even if they're not a Level 2 pinnacle civilization, they should not possess the capabilities of a 3.5 level civilization. How on earth are they controlling our ships? Hurry, investigate this! Activate the mothership recall system and forcefully regain control of the two home-class vessels. Understood, General. A mere half-hour passed. General, we are unable to use the recall system. Both home-class motherships are unresponsive. The opponent has completely seized control of our vessels, and our backdoor protocols are ineffective. This is impossible. Do they possess technology of a Level 4 civilization? The first general was unaware that they were facing an intellect system of a Level 7 civilization. Beyond the comprehension of their 3.5 level civilization, mobilize all defensive forces and remain on standby in the near-Earth orbit, ready for immediate offensive action. Understood, General. Several hours passed, and the two Glar Star ships, now designated as New Universe 1 and 2, were nearing the inner orbit. In the command room of ship number 1. Chen Yu gazed at the holographic display, laughing heartily. Ha! Our reinforcements have arrived. Everyone turned to the display, where countless small attack vessels surged forth from the two home-class motherships, situated mere hundreds of thousands of kilometers from Glar Star. Brother Big Cat and Sister Little Cat beheld the sight of so many strategic attack vessels for the first time. Mr. Chen Yu, are all these your fleet? Indeed, they are called constant attack vessels, capable of matrix strikes that can obliterate a planet. Brother Big Cat was astonished by the holographic display. Chen Yu was indeed a figure of great significance. It was plausible that his home planet was not merely a Level 2 pinnacle civilization, as no Level 3 civilization could possess such strength to challenge a 3.5 level civilization like Glar Star. In the Strategic Command Center of Glar Star, all high-ranking officials stared at the holographic display, which showcased a dense array of warships. What the hell? How do they have so many ships? At least over 30. 000. Chen Yu's Kunst vessels alone numbered over 10. 000. Combined with his own manufactured attack vessels, totaling approximately that figure. In contrast, Glar Star's entire planetary fleet comprised fewer than 5,000 war vessels, under the protection of the Galactic Federation. Even 5,000 warships were considered top tier for their civilization stage. Generally, higher-level civilizations would not be deterred by their numbers, while lower-level ones would not dare to engage them. Attack! Attack! I refuse to believe that their warships, constructed by a mere level 3 civilization, can match the might of our 3.5 level civilization. The first general ordered, in the vastness of space, an unprecedented explosion of conflict erupted. Truly, the attack vessels of a 3.5 level civilization did not disappoint. Chen Yu's Kunst-class battleships and attack vessels are merely at a level of early-stage civilization, around grade 3, although they cannot obliterate their adversaries through sheer force. Their overwhelming numbers provide a distinct advantage. Moreover, the intelligent core can simultaneously control tens of thousands of spacecraft in coordinated maneuvers. The casualty ratio between Chen Yu's ships and those of the Glaral Star is astonishingly close to 1-to-1. After all, the particle pulse lasers on Chen Yu's attack vessels are derived from technology of a grade 3.5 civilization. However, aside from the Kunst-class ships, which can withstand a few laser shots from the enemy, the other standard attack vessels are essentially destroyed with a single hit. The battle rages on, and within just a few hours, the defensive forces of Glaral Star are nearly annihilated. The ground-based energy laser cannons on Glaral Star are indeed formidable. Beams of light shoot into the starry sky. But fortunately, the intelligent core promptly directs all attack ships to retreat from the Glaral Star's home planet. Chen Yu, in command of the flagship, activates stealth mode and obliterates several energy laser cannon bases on the surface. Ultimately, Chen Yu suffers the loss of only 6,000 warships while completely dismantling the defensive capabilities of the grade 3.5 civilization. At this juncture, there is no longer a need for Chen Yu's flagship to remain hidden. It emerges directly above the highest council building of Glaral Star. Intelligent Core, initiate a live broadcast to the entirety of Glaral Star. Chapter 196. Planetary broadcast at this moment, within the Strategic Command Center of Glaral Star's highest council building. The first general and numerous high-ranking officials gather by the window. They gaze upon a fantastical spacecraft hovering above, a sight that unmistakably belongs to Chen Yu's flagship, now restored to its original pitch-black appearance. The flagship clearly surpasses any vessel from Glaral Star in terms of advancement. This ship could not possibly be the product of a mere Grade 2 civilization. It is infuriating that they concealed their true civilization level while launching an invasion upon us. Obliterating all of our planetary defenses, this is a crime. The first general thunders, slamming his fist on the table. That moment, Chen Yu's live broadcast to all of humanity on Glaral Star commences. The enormous screen in the command center displays real-time footage of Chen Yu standing within the command room of the flagship. Citizens of Glaral Star, I am a member of a human race from another planet. Initially, I came to your world to purchase goods and engage in peaceful trade. However, the rulers of your planet, coveting what I possess, attempted to capture me and even resorted to threats against my life. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one offend me, I shall retaliate with force. The defensive forces of your entire planet have been annihilated by my fleet. I expect a satisfactory explanation from your rulers, and I await your request for negotiations. The broadcast concludes succinctly. Chen Yu's words resonate with over 20 billion inhabitants of Glaral Star through the global transmission. Subsequently, an unprecedented mass protest erupts across Glaral Star. The populace condemns the avarice of their planetary rulers for provoking someone they could not afford to offend. This individual merely sought to engage in normal trade. Yet their rulers shamelessly attempted to seize what belonged to him. Is this not the very definition of a villainous script? The citizens of this advanced civilization are far from foolish. They're acutely aware that the wrongdoing lies with their own side. How infuriating! Why couldn't we intercept his broadcast? The entire world is now condemning us. What shall we do? The first general rages within the command room. At that moment, the door swings open, revealing the true supreme ruler of Glaral Star. The planetary governor, General Gapai, I am profoundly disappointed in your command of this operation. Your poor decision-making and erroneous assessment of the enemy's capabilities have led our planet into an unprecedented crisis. Your position as First General is hereby revoked. The identity information of the intruder indicates that his home planet is merely a Grade 2 civilization at its peak. Who could have guessed that he possessed such formidable strength? Oh, so you mean to say we have wronged you? The The planetary governor retorts, as the first general of Glaral Star, wielding military power, you could do as you pleased. Now, with your forces decimated, what can you do? The first general bows his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Currently, Glaral Star is akin to a piece of meat ready to be carved. One could surmise that even a Grade 2 civilization could conquer them, as they no longer possess any viable offensive capability. What shall we do now? The first general inquires. The planetary governor sighs deeply. The public is furious. It appears the enemy is inclined towards negotiations. If we demonstrate sufficient sincerity, they may spare us. The first general grits his teeth, for he is a soldier who cannot accept defeat, especially such a complete one that he knows that once this incident passes, he will be ridiculed for the remainder of his life. Yet he feels utterly powerless. Send a request for negotiations. I must speak with that individual named Chen Yu. The planetary governor instructs the communication officer. Understood, planetary governor. On board the flagship, Chen Yu, along with his companions, is in the dining area, busily preparing a meal while donning an apron. Mao and Xiao Miao watch him with curiosity. Brother, is Mr. Chen Yu cooking? He just mentioned wanting to personally prepare a delicious meal for us. Oh, how can we accept such a gesture? Mr. Chen Yu holds such a lofty status, and we are but lowly beings at this moment. Sualala smiles at them and says, you needn't feel uncomfortable. Chen Yu's cooking is delightful. That I wasn't from their planet, but after tasting Chen Yu's cuisine, I can no longer eat food from other planets. Ah, really? But Mr. Chen Yu is cooking for our humble race. How can we eat with peace of mind? Mao continues that, haha, you needn't feel inferior. Chen Yu and I have never discriminated against other races. You may not know, but several years ago, we assisted a grade 1.5 civilization inhabited by insectoids. They, too, were quite self-conscious and regarded Chen Yu as a deity. Yet he not only helped them eliminate their vampiric monarchy, allowing them to lead better lives, but he also gifted them several shipbuilding factories that, in a few centuries, they will likely ascend to grade 2 civilization. Mao and Xiao Miao stare in astonishment at Chen Yu, who is diligently frying vegetables. Wow, brother, I truly admire Mr. Chen Yu. He is a person of great virtue, only asking for 1.8 billion galactic coins in exchange for technology worth at least 10 billion galactic coins. Such magnanimity deserve a monument to be erected in his honor on our giant bird star. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, who is focused on cooking, his heroic deeds are being extolled by Sualala. Leaving Mao and Xiao Miao in awe, soon a feast is prepared, and everyone takes their seats. Mao and Xiao Miao feel a sense of nervousness as they sit down to eat with the human race for the first time. Feeling welcomed rather than rejected. Mr. Chen Yu, we can sit to the side. You all should take your seats. Chen Yu steps forward and gently guides the siblings to the table. Mao, Xiao Miao, you are my friends. I, Chen Yu, have always respected everyone, including your races. You are also intelligent beings, just like me, my wife, and even my fourth wife. The siblings are nearly moved to tears by Chen Yu's words. However, Xiao Miao, filled with curiosity, asks, Mr. Chen Yu, what makes your fourth wife different? Why mention her separately? Chapter 197. Equality for all. Xiao Jia cheerfully introduces herself. Of course, because I'm a robot. Instantly, Mao and Xiao Miao gaze at her in shock. Chen Yu continues, in my heart, all sentient beings with consciousness are equal to him. Why fourth wife? Xiao Jia, though merely a robot, possesses the awareness of a sentient being. Tiomi, she is not just a machine. She is a living person. Furthermore, I plan to create a true physical body for her once my spacecraft technology improves. Chen Yu intends to cultivate a body for Xiao Jia using Suala's perfect female genes when the time comes. At this moment, not only are Mao and Xiao Miao touched, but Xiao Jia is also on the verge of expressing her gratitude to Chen Yu. Mr. Chen Yu, you truly inspire our admiration. All right, let's set aside those matters. Everyone, please sit down and taste the dishes I've prepared. Mao and Xiao Miao, enticed by the aroma of the food, inquire, Mr. Chen Yu, what is this white fluffy substance? Xiao Miao points to the bowl of white rice beside her. Ah, this is a type of grain from our planet, extracted from the seeds of a plant, primarily used as a staple food. Xiao Miao looks around, spotting only a pair of chopsticks, realizing she has never used chopsticks before. Chen Yu begins to teach her how to use them. Fortunately, even though they are of a different race, they manage to clean their fingers. However, Xiao Miao's fingers are a bit chubby. Regardless, Demao and Xiao Miao are intelligent beings of a grade 2 civilization, and their brain development is certainly superior to that of ordinary earthlings that in just a few minutes. The siblings master the use of chopsticks. Very impressive. You have strong learning abilities. Ah, was that difficult? Xiao Miao asks. Puzzled. Suoro and Xiaoyu Shu exchange glances, wondering if this is the learning ability of extraterrestrials, as they seem to far outpace earthlings. All right, now try to pick up some vegetables and eat. Just like this. After the meal, Chen Yu and the others begin to dine. As Demao and Xiao Miao savor the dishes prepared by Chen Yu, on the faces of the two individuals, an adorable cat-like expression twitched involuntarily. Wow, what kind of food is this? It's so delicious. I've never tasted anything this exquisite on Giant Bird Star, exclaimed the little cat girl with unrestrained excitement. Chen Yu glanced over and noticed she had only picked up a piece of mapo tofu. He couldn't help but facepalm, feeling somewhat speechless. Could it be that earthly delicacies are truly that delightful in the cosmos? Previously, when Solara and her companions visited, they were nearly moved to tears over a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork. Chen Yu began to fantasize about whether Earth could engage in interstellar trade in the future. Perhaps selling takeout meals. Earth could become the hungry man and ugly group of the universe. Of course, this was merely a figment of Chen Yu's bored imagination, just as the group was relishing their meal. A notification from the intelligent brain echoed in his mind. Captain, there is a communication request from the surface of Grayler Star. Should I connect? Oh, are they arriving so soon? Connect me. Chen Yu set down his chopsticks and addressed the others. The supreme ruler of Grayler Star wishes to converse with me. It must pertain to compensation negotiations that I shall return shortly. Upon entering the command room of the number 1 mothership, the communication was successfully established. Chen Yu then beheld a Grillarian projected in the holographic screen. Presumably, this was the supreme leader of their planet. The figure on the opposite side spoke. You must be Mr. Chen Yu. I am the supreme ruler of Grayler Star. Chief Grayler. Mr. Grayler, what do you propose for our discussion? Mr. Chen Yu, I sincerely apologize for the actions taken by certain self-serving higher-ups from our side, who targeted you. I am here to earnestly hear your terms for resolution. Grayler Star will do its utmost to meet your demands. Chen Yu smiled faintly, recognizing the chief's diplomatic approach by starting with an apology and swiftly moving to compensation talks. Well, you certainly know the ropes. It is not a problem for me to let bygones be bygones, but I have 2 conditions. Mr. Chen Yu, please state them. Chapter 198. Return to Earth. Ominous signs of crisis first. Arrest all the high-ranking officials involved in the attack against me and execute them collectively. Second, compensate me with 10 billion galactic coins. Upon hearing these terms, the chief's face, resembling that of a cartoonish character, twitched uncontrollably to Mr. Chen Yu. These conditions seem rather harsh. Where is the harshness? Those high-ranking officers are the reason your planet is in this state. And am I asking for too much with 10 billion galactic coins? A civilization below level 3 once compensated me with 5 billion. You claim to be a 3.5 level civilization, so it's unreasonable to think you can't produce 10 billion galactic coins. The chief's first general shouted at the screen, "We cannot agree to this. It would be a disgraceful act." The chief then approached the first general and slapped him across the face, reprimanding, "This is all your fault. You are the root cause of this disaster, coveting Mr. Chen Yu's possessions, leading to the plight of our planet. I will meet Mr. Chen Yu's demands, and you and all involved in this operation shall perish." The Grillarian chief was furious, lamenting the loss of his once proud 3.5 level civilization, now utterly decimated. It would take why, however. The current dilemma is that Chen Yu feels he has reached the pinnacle of his potential, and further advancement seems impossible. Is there any way for the intelligent brain to elevate me to a 3rd-tier peak life form? Captain, I have no means. This requires your own enlightenment. Chen Yu shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. It appears that ascending to a 4th-tier intermediate life form among the stars is not a trivial matter. Well then, let's set this aside for now. How long until we reach Earth? Approximately 10 days that we will exit curvature space and arrive in the solar system. Has anything unusual been discovered on Earth? There have been a few anomalies, but all were swiftly eradicated by the intelligent systems I left behind on Earth. That is reassuring. At that very moment, In the vicinity of the solar system's home planet, an unexpected spatial fluctuation occurred. .3 home-class ships, each over 20 kilometers in length, emerged from warp space. This was the Nigger fleet, which had been traveling for over a year. General Ceci of Cecilia Star was dismissed upon returning to his home planet. Yet, unwilling to accept this fate, he immediately contacted the Nigger people, who were in a similar predicament. They could only sustain their planet for about another 1,000 years before it would be uninhabitable for humans. Upon receiving General Ceci's message, the Nigger promptly assembled 3 home-class motherships, carrying 3,000 star destroyers, and set course for Earth. This time, General Ceci fully disclosed Earth's capabilities to the Nigger at that time. The joint fleet of Cecilia Star and Mazara Star, consisting of 300 warships, was entirely annihilated by Earth's 2,000 lower-tier attack ships. Earth still had around 1,400 attack vessels remaining. This was the intelligence that General Ceci provided to the Nigger as a level 3.5 civilization. The Nigger naturally looked down upon Earth as a mere primitive civilization. The deployment of 3 motherships and 3,000 star destroyers was seen as an overestimation of their resources. Little did they know that Earth had continued to construct 20,000 ordinary attack ships during the past year, all equipped with level 3.5 civilization laser weapon technology, in addition to the original 20,000 attack vessels remaining. Currently, Earth boasted 40,000 level 3.5 civilization attack ships, making it child's play to deal with the 3,000 star destroyers. It is no exaggeration to claim that Earth's defensive capabilities have now reached the level of a 3.5 civilization, even capable of going toe-to-toe with a late-stage level 3 civilization, after 3 days of routine travel. The 3 Nigger home-class motherships finally arrived in Earth's orbit as the Nigger fleet passed Mars. The probes constructed by Chen Yu detected them in the command room of the Huan Yu home-class ship. The intelligent brain's voice resonated. "Captain, we detected the identification information of the 3 home-class motherships arriving in the solar system 3 days ago. They are from the M40 star region, belonging to the level 3.5 civilization planet Nigger. According to the detailed introduction from the Galactic Federation regarding this planet, is an environment rapidly deteriorating, and they are likely here to colonize Earth." Chen Yu stroked his chin, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, it seems that the folks from Cecilia Star and Mazara Star have informed this level 3.5 civilization planet about Earth. This is perfect. I can make a fortune again. We still have a week until we reach Earth, so let us play with them for a bit. At that moment, in the command room of Nigger 1's home-class mothership, the Supreme Commander Niddle gazed at the beautiful blue planet before him. Haha, what a splendid sight! A vibrant planet. We are in for a grand fortune this time. The adjutant respectfully inquired, "General Niddle, should we send a negotiation signal to Earth, urging the planet's rulers to obediently surrender, to avoid war and protect the environment?" "Yes, send the signal immediately, requesting their highest ruler to speak with me." "Understood, General Niddle." Chapter 200. The strength of Earth's fleet still deep in the cosmos aboard the Huan Yu home-class mothership. Chen Yu received a real-time signal transmitted from Earth. At that moment, the communication signal sent by Nigger to Earth was relayed in real time to the number 1 mothership via quantum communication. "Good. Connect the communication. I am eager to hear what they have to say." "Understood, Captain. The communication is connected." Instantly, the holographic screen displayed the image of the opposing commander. "Humble rulers of Earth, I am Niddle, the general of the colonization fleet from the level 3.5 civilization planet Nigger in the M40 star region, that I wish to speak with your highest ruler." Chen Yu appeared on the screen. Unfazed, upon seeing the Nigger for the first time, he couldn't help but chuckle. The Nigger looked truly comical, with large heads and small bodies, resembling oversized bobblehead dolls. In Chen Yu's eyes, these beings were even more grotesque than the alien races. Lacking the charm of some extraterrestrial beings, with a tone of playful mockery, Chen Yu calmly replied, "I am indeed the highest ruler of Earth. Are you here with designs on our planet?" "Haha, you are quite forthright. We have indeed come to colonize your planet. I hope you can agree to my terms, allowing us to peacefully occupy your world and avoid damaging the environment. Oh, you have any objections?" Chen Yu wanted to laugh at the audacity of this individual. "Hey, what if I refuse?" Niddle was infuriated. How dare this earthling speak so arrogantly? You have no choice. Don't think that just because you repelled the coalition of Cecilia Star and Mazara Star last time, you are strong. They were merely a level 3 early civilization, unprepared. Today, we Nigger are fully armed, with 3 home-class motherships and 3,000 star destroyers. Annihilating your Earth will be a breeze. Chen Yu realized that with only 3,000 star destroyers, they were at most a level 3.5 civilization. Currently, Earth possessed 40,000 level 3.5 civilization attack ships. Although the exterior material issue remained unresolved, the sheer number of their fleet surpassed the Niggers by over tenfold. If conflict broke out, Nigger would be obliterated in an instant. Listen well, I offer you a final piece of advice. Leave behind 10 billion galactic coins as a ransom and depart, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, the consequences will be on your own head. Niddle nearly burst into laughter at the audacity of this earthling. Where did he find such confidence to speak so defiantly to their level 3.5 civilization? It seems we can no longer communicate. Stubbornness necessitates a show of force. Earthling, I look forward to the moment you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Chen Yu shook his head lightly. Just 3 hours. I will have you kneeling and begging for mercy. After uttering these words, Chen Yu terminated the communication. He then instructed the intelligent brain, negotiations have failed. Destroy them completely. I despise such pretentious individuals. Understood, Captain. In the command room of Nigger 1's home-class mothership, Niddle was furious. Those damned earthlings dared to speak to me in such a manner. Deploy all 3,000 star destroyers, annihilate all Earth's defenses, and swiftly seize the planet. I want that brat to kneel before me. The adjutant received the order and quickly arranged the operation. From the 3 Nigger home-class motherships, thousands of star destroyers surged forth, comparable in number to Chen Yu's attack ships, just as they were about to launch their assault on Earth's defenses. Alarms blared throughout the command room. Warning, warning! Over 30,000 attack ships detected approaching. We are surrounded. Please advise. Niddle stared in shock at the holographic projection, which displayed a seemingly endless swarm of battleships advancing toward his fleet. However, as a general of a level 3.5 civilization, he naturally dismissed these earthlings. Annihilate these Earth fleets. What does quantity matter? We are all level 3.5 civilization ships. Let earthlings see our might. Immediately, the 3,000 Nigger star destroyers spread out and engaged in battle with Earth's 40,000 attack ships. However, what followed sent chills down Niddle's spine. The command room was filled with alarm after alarm. Their level 3.5 civilization star destroyers were being destroyed at a rate of dozens per minute. The space station erupted into an unprecedented war. Explosions erupted everywhere. Even in broad daylight, people on Earth could witness the fiery bursts of explosions in space from tens of thousands of kilometers away, resembling meteors streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Yu technology live-streamed the battle in space, broadcasting the new level 3.5 civilization invasion faced by Earth to the entire globe. The people of Earth watched in awe as their fleet displayed such valiant courage. Although they couldn't achieve a 1-to-1 kill ratio, essentially, 100 Earth attack ships could destroy 80 enemy star destroyers. With the overwhelming numbers of Earth's fleet, people cheered, "Go Earth!" 3 hours passed in the command room of Nigger 1's home-class mothership. Niddle gazed at the holographic projection. Only 3 large bright points remained, surrounded by at least 30,000 smaller dots. The 3 bright points represented their own 3 home-class motherships, while the densely packed smaller dots comprised Earth's fleet. Without exception, all 3,000 of Nigger's star destroyers had been annihilated. Previously, the boastful Nider found himself utterly dumbfounded within these 3 hours. Wasn't Earth merely a planet that had yet to reach even a level 3 civilization? Last time, due to insufficient forces from the Sicilian and Meslar stars, they fell victim to the cunning of the Earthlings. How could it be that Earth possesses such a multitude of formidable warships, even boasting laser weapon technology of level 3.5 civilization? The current fleet formation of Earth could easily obliterate their home planet, Niggle. Nider harbored a deep-seated resentment towards General Sicilius. What kind of intelligence had he provided himself? If he managed to return alive, he would certainly capture him and inflict torment. General Nider, what shall we do next? Chapter 201. The secrets of the solar system. Nider's face was ashen. 3 hours prior. He had been issuing grandiose proclamations demanding the Earth's rulers kneel before him. Now he found himself a prisoner, unable to activate the warp engines for escape, should the enemy detect the activation signal of the warp engines. His 3 home-class motherships would be reduced to mere debris in an instant. Without the battleships, frigates, and attack vessels accompanying the home-class motherships, they were nothing more than sitting ducks in space, utterly defenseless. Trembling, Niter spoke to his adjutant. Enough. Re-establish contact with the highest ruler of Earth. I wish to negotiate. Understood, General. In the command room of the Ring Universe home-class mothership in space, the AI stated, the Niggle Star commander who spoke with you earlier is requesting communication once more. Ah, splendid. I do relish witnessing the expressions of those who once boasted fiercely, only to find themselves in such a wretched predicament. Connection established. A holographic projection revealed Niter's despondent visage, his once proud demeanor now resembling one who had just consumed excrement. A stark contrast to his spirited self from 3 hours prior. Sir, I am General Niter of Nigglestard. I wish to discuss terms of peace with you. Chen Yu responded with a disdainful smile. What's this, Mr. Niter? Have you finally come to your senses? You traveled across the cosmos to invade our planet, and now that you've realized the gravity of your mistake, you seek peace. Such an opportunity is hardly so easily granted. Niter lowered his head, despair evident. What is it that you desire? As long as we can provide it, I implore you to allow us to return. Chen Yu had been awaiting this very statement. Since they had come to him, it was tantamount to offering a tribute. Very well, you shall leave behind 10 billion galactic coins as compensation, and I shall consider releasing you. What? 10 billion galactic coins? How could you even conceive such a sum? Do you have any idea how monumental that amount is? Upon hearing this figure, Niter erupted in fury. Chen Yu shook his head, his expression turning icy. Very well. Since you are unwilling, prepare to meet your demise. I command the Earth fleet to annihilate the 3 alien home-class ships. With that, Chen Yu severed the communication. Niter, momentarily incensed, realized that 10 billion galactic coins represented several years of GDP for their planet. This audacious young man truly had the gall to make such a demand. Yet he was taken aback when Chen Yu's stance shifted so abruptly, leaving no room for negotiation. What could he possibly do now? Suddenly, alarms blared incessantly in the command room of the Niggle 1 home-class mothership. Alert! Alert! Niggle 2 and Niggle 3 home-class motherships are under attack. Brilliant explosions erupted in space. Boom! In mere minutes, the 2 home-class motherships, colossal vessels stretching over 20 kilometers, were utterly destroyed. The resulting explosions were so bright that they could be seen clearly from Earth, resembling an unprecedented fireworks display. Infuriating, infuriating. He truly dares to take action. Quickly, contact that madman again. We shall acquiesce to his demands. In the command room of the Ring Universe 1 home-class mothership, communication was re-established. Sir, we concede to your demands. However, with my current authority, I cannot provide 10 billion galactic coins. Chen Yu, intrigued, retorted, Ah, you truly are a stubborn one. Just moments ago, you had the opportunity to leave with the other 2 home-class motherships, and now you are left with only one that I figure each of your home-class motherships is worth between 3 to 5 billion galactic coins. Meaning you have effectively lost 20 billion galactic coins. Fool! Indeed, sir, I was foolish and ignorant at present. My authority allows me to offer you only 8 billion galactic coins in raw, encrypted codes, which is the maximum ransom we can afford when encountering advanced civilizations. Chen Yu sensed sincerity in the response and agreed. Very well, transmit the 8 billion galactic coins in raw, encrypted codes to me. Certainly. Niter personally executed the operation, for only he held the authority to dispense the 8 billion. Captain, we have received the raw encrypted codes for 8 billion galactic coins from Nigglestar. They can be exchanged at any time with the Galactic Federation Bank. Excellent. This truly is a lucrative deal. Sir, have you received it? Indeed. You may take your leave, but I must warn you. Should you return with forces next time, it shall not merely be a matter of annihilating your fleet and receiving 8 billion galactic coins. I shall personally journey to your home planet and eradicate you. Niter nodded vigorously before severing the communication and instructing the ship to activate the warp engines. This time, Chen Yu refrained from taking action. Watching as the Nigel star vessels slipped into the curvature of space to escape this moment. In a subterranean laboratory base in South America, the facility had been substantially constructed and within the vast underground space. A sci-fi-styled heavyweight warship was under construction. This vessel was the result of a collaboration between Trump and an alien civilization, representing a Pinnacle Level 3, nearing Level 4 civilization warship. In one of the underground base's rooms. Trump watched a live broadcast on an old television that showcased the recent battle between Chen Yu's Earth fleet and the alien armada in space. Trump furrowed his brow deeply. Over the past year, he had been oblivious to the developments in Ring universe technology. Seeing Chen Yu now command tens of thousands of ships astonished him. Even if his Pinnacle Level 3 war machine were completed, it would not stand a chance against Chen Yu. Fortunately, the AI of the Pinnacle Level 3 civilization had imparted a secret to him, hidden within the solar system. When the time came, he would board this warship and seek out that secret. Should he succeed, he could hope to become the new master of Earth. Chen Yu remained unaware of these machinations, still about a week away from reaching Earth. Chapter 202. The solar crisis approaches a week later. Chen Yu's two new 3.5-level civilization home-class motherships successfully arrived in Earth's near-Earth orbit. Standing in the command room, Chen Yu gazed upon the familiar blue planet. It had been 2 years since his last departure, and he wondered what the situation on Earth was now. Years had passed since the solar crisis was first detected. AI, display the solar activity data from the past year. Understood, Captain. The holographic screen before Chen Yu filled with dense data. AI. Analyze this data. Captain, according to the solar activity data from the past year, solar activity has increased by 1.03 times compared to 5 years ago. If this trend continues, the sun will reach a critical point for human tolerance in 13 years. Currently, apart from the regions within Yinxia, the number of skin cancer cases worldwide has increased by 20 annually over the past 5 years, with mortality rates rising each year. Chen Yu contemplated that Yinxia possessed advanced medical technology, where even cancer patients could be treated. Yet if solar radiation escalated to levels unbearable for humanity in over a decade, even medical technology would prove futile. Previously, scientists had predicted a 30-year timeline. Now, from the initial discovery of the solar crisis, less than a decade had elapsed. With only 13 years remaining, it was evident that solar activity was intensifying. The 13 years might even be a conservative estimate. It could be that only a few years remained. Chen Yu's underground migration plan appeared increasingly urgent. He might only have a few years left. Presently, the underground shelters in Yinxia were already more than halfway constructed. Enormous shelters have been established beneath major cities. Only some facilities needed enhancement, and the underground passages connecting various shelters were still under construction. According to the AI's assessment of the current construction progress, with an additional 3 years, around 100 super underground shelters would be completed across Yinxia. Each city, albeit crowded, could accommodate between 10 to 15 million people. With Yinxia's current population of 1.4 billion, 100 super underground cities could shelter up to 1.5 billion individuals. This meant that the entire population of Yinxia could be protected. Meanwhile, across the globe, in the North American Ring Universe colony, Chen Yu, out of humanitarian concerns, had also enhanced the 10 previously constructed underground shelters by the Americans. These could accommodate between 80 million to 100 million people. This indicated that 250 million people on the Ring Universe colony would be abandoned when the solar crisis truly struck. Chen Yu planned to implement a contribution system in the Ring Universe colony. Over the next 5 years, the former American populace would need to compete for access to the underground shelters based on their contributions. Their total population of 330 million meant that only around 100 million would survive, resulting in a survival ratio of approximately 3 to 1. Furthermore, the former American addicts and those with serious criminal records would be forsaken in the future to enter the underground shelters. One would need to possess good character and a clean criminal record. Conversely, other nations worldwide, such as those in Europe, have been constructing underground shelters nearly concurrently with Yinxia. Given their relatively smaller populations, over 80 of their citizens would likely survive. The plight of those third-world nations in Africa is indeed dire. However, after Chen Yu ascended to the position of Earth's leader, he, motivated by humanitarianism, established 5 underground shelters in Africa, capable of accommodating approximately 50 million people. Yet, with Africa's total population soaring to 14 billion, the inherent inequities of this world become starkly evident. The majority of those individuals will likely vanish from existence when future crises strike. As for certain nations in Asia, most have constructed 1 or 2 shelter bases. In the case of India, the most populous nation globally, its leadership has been lamentably slow to act. After years, they have managed to establish fewer than 5 shelters, with construction progressing at an excruciatingly sluggish pace. Chen Yu is bewildered by the challenges faced by such a vast country with such a large populace in even erecting a single shelter. The Indian leadership has persistently sought aid from Yinxia, pleading for assistance, only to be met with repeated refusals, a reflection of their own citizens' lethargy. In a bid to ensure the continuation of humanity, Chen Yu generously contributed essential life support systems for underground shelters to all nations, providing each shelter with 2 controllable nuclear fusion engines. In doing so, he has exhausted his goodwill. Chen Yu docked 2 home-class motherships, the Huanyu, in low Earth orbit and returned to the planet aboard the first mothership. Upon his return, leaders from various nations gathered to extend their warm welcomes. Yet at home, he found himself surrounded by his sister, mother, father, and 4 daughters-in-law. His mother circled around the 4 wives, seemingly searching for any signs of a burgeoning belly, only to find none. "Xiao Yu, you've been gone for over 2 years. Surely you must have had some late-night poker games with my daughters-in-law. Why is it that none of them appear to be expecting?" Chen Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, had taken precautions. Now, with many unresolved matters at hand, fathering children seemed an unwise choice. Besides, his entire family was long-lived, and there was no rush to have children. Otherwise, when the child grew up, his parents would still look almost as youthful as their grandchildren. "Mom, please don't rush us. You two still have over 100 years to live. I'm certain you'll even see great-grandchildren." His sister, Chen Yu, introduced her 3 male companions, top-tier male stars from the country, Xiao Zhan, Wang Yiba, and Wang Hedi. "Brother, these are my 3 husbands. Impressive, right?" Chen Yu was speechless. "You really found 3 men? Aren't you worried about Mom and Dad's wrath?" Upon witnessing the 3 extraordinarily handsome male stars serving tea to his parents with excessive eagerness, he finally understood how his sister had managed to persuade their parents to in the days that followed. Chen Yu dedicated himself to upgrading his fleet of over 30,000 3.5-level civilization attack ships to 4th-level civilization warships. The previously installed laser weaponry was entirely replaced in the 4th-level civilization technology repository. He acquired a technique for deep refinement of existing earthly metals, enabling them to achieve hardness levels dozens of times greater, nearly matching the hull strength of the Kunstler-class attack ships. This enhancement could withstand several blasts from 3. 5-level civilization laser cannons and resist a single shot from 4th-level civilization weaponry. With approximately 50,000 attack ships, the comprehensive upgrade will be a lengthy endeavor, compounded by the need to refine high-strength metals. The complete upgrade of the laser weapon systems would require at least 3 years. Chen Yu decided to remain on Earth during this period, embarking on further cosmic explorations only after his equipment was fully upgraded. Thus, a year passed once more, and changes unfolded on Earth. Chapter 203. Summoned before the Galactic Federation, the solar radiation surged again by 20, causing a spike in cancer rates across numerous nations. Yet, with Chen Yu's medical pod initiative in Yinxia, while many citizens fell ill, most were able to recover. Presently, Yinxia's influence in economics, politics, finance, and global standing was unparalleled. Huanyu Technology's products reached every corner of the globe, yielding substantial financial resources that enabled Chen Yu to amass a vast supply of materials in Yinxia ahead of an impending global migration to underground cities. Some speculated, given Chen Yu's formidable prowess, why he did not seize the world's resources. Why not commandeer a spaceship and acquire everything in a single strike? Such brutish tactics were the domain of savages. It was far more prudent to resolve matters through peaceful means, earning gratitude in the process. Far across the globe, on the South American continent, within an underground base nestled in a primordial forest, Trump gazed at a completely black spacecraft before him, his eyes gleaming with ambition. After years of labor, This vessel was finally complete. Had it not been for the initial colonization of America, during which Trump fled with the nation's top scientists, he would never have accomplished this feat in such a short span. Yet, compared to Chen Yu's automated construction robots, Trump's team worked at a painfully slow pace. The pinnacle of a third-level civilization ship could have been produced by Chen Yu's fully automated shipyard in merely a morning. While Trump toiled for over 3 years, prideful of his achievement, Mr. Trump, with his spacecraft nearing fourth-level civilization capabilities, it should pose some threat to Chen Yu, correct? Inquired a lead scientist. Trump frowned. You've been buried in this underground base for years, oblivious to the external situation that we currently possess no advantages. In fact, when compared to Chen Yu technology, we are nothing. The scientist was taken aback. Mr. Trump, after all our hard work over the past 3 years, can we not use this spacecraft to contend with Chen Yu? Our ship is built upon third-level pinnacle technology. How can Chen Yu's vessels compete? Trump sighed, realizing the scientist was still trapped in the mindset of 3 or 4 years prior. To be frank, Chen Yu now commands nearly 60,000 vessels, slightly inferior to this ship of ours. How do you propose we contend with him? In truth, Trump was mistaken that a year had passed, and Chen Yu now possessed 5 home-class ships, 2 at 3. 5 level, 2 at 3RD level, and 1 of his own construction. Over the past year, Chen Yu had deployed over 1,000 capture messalarians across these 5 motherships to mine various resources within the solar system. With such an influx of materials, the construction of metal for Earth's shelter bases was hardly an issue. Most of the resources were funneled towards building new fourth-level civilization attack ships. Trump's claim of Chen Yu having 60,000 vessels was a year old. Currently, Chen Yu commanded over 100,000 warships, all equipped with fourth-level civilization weaponry. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Yu could effortlessly annihilate planets like Mesollaris and Sicilia. Although the average technological level of nations on Earth remained at 0.68, Chen Yu technology operated at a level 4 standard. Furthermore, Earth's defensive capabilities had also reached fourth-level civilization status, and not just any ordinary fourth-level civilization. The typical fourth-level civilization lacked such a vast fleet of attack ships that in the South American underground base, Trump's words left the lead scientist in stunned silence. It had not occurred to him that while they had struggled for years, Chen Yu had made even greater strides. Mr. Trump, what shall we do? Trump smirked. There's no need for despair. That third-level pinnacle intelligence system has revealed a secret about the solar system. You must quickly conceal and test the spacecraft's performance. I intend to explore the solar system's edge. If that secret proves true, we may have a chance to become the true masters of the solar system. The scientist, invigorated by the prospect, eagerly resumed testing the spacecraft. At that moment, Chen Yu emerged from the training room on the top floor of the Chen Yu Technology Building, wiping sweat from his brow. His 3 wives also exited their respective training rooms. Having absorbed cosmic energy, only the robot, Xiao Jiazi, remained unaffected. Among Chen Yu's wives, Su Lala had successfully upgraded to an early-stage third-level interstellar life form, while Su Ro and Xiaoyu Shu had reached early-stage second level. Their lifespans had surged, with the shortest extending to a millennium. Over the past year, Chen Yu had progressed from late-stage third level to the pinnacle of 3RD level, now just a step away from achieving completeness, allowing him to further inject the mid-level gene modification liquid of levels 4 to 6 from the 7th civilization. Yet this slight distance had eluded him for the past 6 months. After returning to his room for a shower, Chen Yu queried the intelligence brain in his mind. Intelligence brain, I've made only minimal progress this past year. When will I break through to completeness and be able to inject the mid-level gene modification liquid of the 7th civilization? Captain, that is not permissible. That if you have not reached the pinnacle of the initial stage life form, injecting the mid-level gene modification liquid from the 7th civilization for levels 4 to 6 will result in your body exploding. Chen Yu shivered. Is it truly that severe? Very well. I shall wait until I reach completeness. However, my progress is exceedingly slow. Do you have any methods to assist me? Captain, I do not. However, your situation is normal. Transitioning from initial to mid-level involves encountering a bottleneck that I believe you will break through. You have yet to face the bottleneck from mid-level to late stage. Many geniuses of our 7th civilization may spend their entire lives without progress. and some take centuries to transition from mid-level to late stage, so there is no need for you to worry. You will inevitably break through. Chen Yu sighed. It seemed that upgrading his life form level would be a long and arduous journey. At this moment, 1,000 light-years away, on a planet named Garado, in the early stages of fourth-level civilization, a conventional interstellar shuttle, equipped with a small warp engine, gracefully descended upon the inner starship port of this planet. Adorned with the emblem of Glar Star, this unassuming vessel had journeyed for over a year, traversing 500 light-years to reach the Grade 4 early civilization planet known as Geladu Star. Their purpose for this expedition was to seek retribution against the Mesolaces Star for obliterating their planetary defense fleet and extorting them of 10 billion galactic credits. This Geladu Star, classified as a Grade 4 early civilization planet, served as the governing body for the Interstellar Federation within a 1,000 light-year radius, responsible for mediating conflicts among various celestial bodies within that expanse. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, he had already been implicated in a case against the Galactic Interstellar Federation, which would soon bring him considerable trouble. Chapter 204. The arrival of the Grade 4 civilization's vengeance. Over a year had elapsed, and Chen Yu had been back on Earth for more than 3 years. The Earth fleet had undergone a complete upgrade, and an additional 50,000 escort ships, armed with Grade 4 civilization weaponry, had been constructed. Chen Yu intended to leave these ships on Earth as a defensive force after his departure. Currently, he also possessed 100,000 Grade 4 civilization expedition attack ships, over 10,000 of which were modified from the Kunster-class vessels, boasting exceptionally robust defensive hulls. The remaining 90,000 were constructed using Grade 4 civilization metal synthesis technology, albeit of slightly inferior hull quality. All these warships possessed equivalent offensive capabilities, with the Kunster attack ships being somewhat more resilient than the standard attack vessels. Chen Yu was confident that his fleet of 100,000 Grade 4 civilization warships could nearly decimate any Grade 4 civilization planet in the nearby star region. He had already established himself as a formidable minor overlord. However, just 3 months prior, a Grade 4 civilization fleet had arrived at Mesolaces Star, among which was the representative from Glar Star. They had accompanied the Geladu Star fleet to exact vengeance on Mesolaces Star, as Chen Yu had been operating under the guise of Mesolaces Star in his invasion of Glar Star. Following negotiations, the inhabitants of Mesolaces Star disclosed all of Chen Yu's activities. It turned out that a civilization known as Earth had been masquerading as Mesolaces Star, stirring up trouble. This revelation infuriated Geladu Star, the overseer of order within the 1,000 light-year jurisdiction. They could not fathom that such audacity could exist within their domain. Consequently, the Geladu fleet immediately demanded all information regarding Earth from Mesolaces Star, including its spatial coordinates. The Geladu fleet then set a direct course for Earth. The home-class mothership of the Grade 4 civilization possessed a warp capability of 1,500 times the speed of light, allowing it to reach Earth in less than 3 months at this moment, near the orbit of Mars in the solar system. A Grade 4 home-class mothership emerged from warp space, accompanied by 5 warp engine-equipped attack shuttles. In a sudden surge of spatial fluctuation, the Geladu interstellar punitive fleet materialized with the intent of avenging Glar Star against Chen Yu as the fleet made its appearance in the solar system. The detection devices Chen Yu had set up in the asteroid belt behind Mars promptly registered the arrival of these unwelcome guests that moment. Chen Yu was in the training room, absorbing cosmic energy, and had made no progress despite the passage of over 6 months. Suddenly, a notification from the intelligence system resonated in Chen Yu's mind. Captain, based on the data relayed from the asteroid belt sensors, a fleet identified as Geladu Star's Grade 4 civilization has just appeared in the solar system and is approaching Earth's near-Earth orbit. According to my database, Geladu Star is a Grade 4 early civilization planet, serving as the governing body for the Galactic Interstellar Federation within a 1,000 light-year radius, tasked with addressing conflicts among civilizations in its jurisdiction. Earth is situated at the edge of this 1,000 light-year domain, and based on the analysis, it is likely that they are coming due to the previous incident involving Glar Star. Chen Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Grade 4 civilization, a governing planet? It seems that those who come seeking vengeance will inevitably arrive at my doorstep. How many warships have they brought this time? According to the sensor data, they have dispatched one home-class mothership measuring 30 kilometers in length and 5 1-kilometer-long Grade 4 combat shuttles. Huh. We annihilated Glar Star's 3.5 grade civilization defense fleet. Compared to this so-called Geladu star, their home-class mothership must be equipped with a considerable number of warships. Very well, I shall prepare a grand welcome for them. Intelligence, ready the war preparations. As soon as they approach Earth's orbit, launch a full-scale assault. Earth is no longer a soft target. Who isn't a Grade 4 civilization these days? Understood, Captain. At this moment, within the command room of the Geladu fleet's home-class mothership, Glar, the leader of Glar Star, was obsequiously addressing Captain Geist, who occupied the commander's seat. Captain Geist, in light of the losses suffered by Glar Star, might I request that after you conquer this planet known as Earth, you hand it over to us for management? Captain Geist chuckled lightly. Glar, are you aware of the value of a life-bearing planet? Our assistance in your vengeance is not a means for you to colonize a celestial body. This planet has yet to be registered with the Galactic Interstellar Federation, and, as such, is not protected by its laws that we, Geladu Star, hereby declare our intent to colonize it, and Glar Star will need to pay us 5 billion galactic credits as a fee for our punitive expedition. Chapter 205. The familiar extortion routine. Glar's lips twitched in agitation. This essentially meant spending 5 billion galactic credits merely to have Geladu Star assist in avenging them, yielding no tangible gains. It would be wiser to swallow this grievance and save 5 billion credits. If that money were instead invested in developing their planet, Glar Star could expedite its recovery. At this moment, Glar was on the verge of despair, lamenting that he should never have reported the incident in the first place. Just as the Geladu fleet approached Earth's orbit, alarms blared in the ship's command room. Warning, warning, encountering an unknown fleet attack. Encountering an unknown fleet attack. It's the Earth fleet. It's that Chen Yu's fleet, Glar exclaimed, pointing at the dense array of small attack ships displayed on the holographic screen. Geist remained unfazed, issuing orders. Mere vessels of an inferior civilization dare to engage us. A Grade 4 civilization? Relay my command. Immediately open the hangars of the home-class mothership and release all Geladu warships. Instantly, the massive hangar doors of the 30-kilometer-long home-class mothership began to rise, revealing thousands of Geladu warships emerging in a tumultuous swarm. Captain Geist, all warships have been deployed, totaling 3,000 vessels. Excellent. Annihilate those Earth ships and then head straight for the planet itself. The space war is about to ignite. Chen Yu mobilized all 150,000 Grade 4 civilization attack ships stationed on Earth. This fleet was capable of obliterating 3 Grade 4 civilization planets, and such overwhelming power was being directed solely against a fleet composed of 3,000 attack ships that in an instant, as the confrontation commenced, alarms blared relentlessly within the command room of the Geladu home-class mothership. 10 minutes passed, and the blaring alarms ceased within the Geladu home-class mothership. For all 3,000 deployed warships had been utterly annihilated. Even the 5 formidable war shuttles had not escaped this fate. In a mere 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, Geist and Glar had yet to comprehend that their fleet's offensive capability had been completely neutralized. Only the 30-kilometer-long home-class mothership remained, now encircled by over 100,000 small attack ships. The command room was engulfed in stunned silence. Geist's mouth hung agape, having not closed since the onset of the battle. Glar shared a similar expression. He had previously witnessed the might of Chen Yu's fleet, but had never anticipated such a devastating display. The thought that they had dispatched 3,000 Grade 4 civilization warships, along with 5 war shuttles, enough to raise Glar Star, only to be obliterated before even reaching Earth, was unfathomable. Now, they were left with a defenseless home-class mothership, reminding Glar of the time Chen Yu had decimated their entire offensive force back on their home planet, subsequently extorting them. What would Chen Yu do next? Glar felt the familiar dread of impending financial loss gripping his purse. Sure enough, a communication request from Earth echoed through the command room. Geist promptly ordered the communications officer to connect. Greetings, I am Chen Yu, the ruler of Earth. You have come to avenge Glar Star, have you not? Glar's face turned ashen, while Geist shot a furious glance at Glar. wishing he could silence him on the spot. What did you say before? That it was merely a peak Grade 2 civilization. They must have been extraordinarily fortunate to acquire 3.5 grade civilization warship technology and spent centuries constructing ships to achieve such strength. Yet here they are, clearly a legitimate Grade 4 civilization, a formidable power within the surrounding 1,000 light years, perhaps even beyond. Geist was infuriated. As a general of the Grade 4 civilization, he had never expected to be so thoroughly humiliated at the fringes of his own jurisdiction. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and replied, "Mr. Chen Yu, we have been commissioned by Glarstar to negotiate this matter with you to— Oh, well, there is nothing left to discuss. That I shall proceed to trade normally on Glarstar. They have taken a fancy to my possessions, intending to capture me and plunder my belongings, ultimately planning to take my life as the governing planet. You should embody fairness, should you not?" Gaster hastily replied, Indeed, we are the epitome of fairness. As long as fairness prevails, they were in the wrong first. They sought to kill me. Am I not permitted to retaliate? I am merely a law-abiding citizen whom they previously looked down upon, attempting to leverage their power over me, only to be met with my counterattack. Yet here you are, aiding them in their pursuit against me. Gaster, resembling Earthlings more closely and possessing a more handsome visage than the Glarstar inhabitants, was now visibly sweating. "Mr. Chen Yu, we have made an error in our investigation. Please allow me to return, and I shall ensure the Federation properly addresses the situation on Glarstar." Do you think you can come and go as you please? Glau felt a jolt of anxiety. Here it comes again, that familiar tone and scent. Extortion was about to commence, so what must we do to secure our release? Of course, compensation. Chapter 206. Preparing to depart for registration at Earth, Glau's expression soured as if he had consumed dung. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Gaster gritted his teeth, vowing that Glarstar would bear the brunt of this loss upon his return. Mr. Chen Yu, what compensation do you require? You shall compensate me with 10 billion galactic coins, along with your level 4 civilization mothership. Gaster was unperturbed by the demand for 10 billion galactic coins. After all, he could claim that back from Glarstar. However, the level 4 civilization mothership was an entirely different matter. Valued at 30 billion galactic coins, that IT would take Glarstar years of toil to repay that debt. The crux of the issue was, having relinquished the spaceship, how would they return? What? Are you unwilling? Gaster quickly replied, "We are not unwilling. 10 billion galactic coins is acceptable, but if we give you this home-class spaceship, how shall we return?" "Oh, that's simple. I shall gift you a home-class mothership." Gaster was taken aback. What on earth did Chen Yu mean? Chen Yu's intention was to part with the least desirable of his 5 home-class motherships, a relic from Meseralis Star, which he had no use for. In truth, the ship he constructed on Earth was the slowest and the most subpar. He had an emotional attachment to that vessel, having built it himself, and thus was reluctant to part with it. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to exchange one vessel with you, although it will be a level 2 pinnacle civilization home-class mothership with a transit speed of only 300 times the speed of light. Your journey back may take some time. Gaster's lips twitched in frustration. IT would take over 3 years just for the journey back, covering 1,000 light years. Yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, he would be signing his own death warrant. Fine, I agree. Gaster seethed, resolved to extract compensation from Glarstar once he returned. Meanwhile, Glau stood helplessly, his face ashen. His quest for vengeance had plunged his planet into massive debt. He knew that upon his return, Glarstar would hold him accountable for this loss. Glau now regretted not having tolerated the previous invasion. Had he done so, he wouldn't be burdened with a debt of hundreds of billions of galactic coins, and his planet could have gradually risen. Now it was all over. For the foreseeable future, Glarstar would remain in a state of decline. Ultimately, Gaster and Chen Yu reached an accord. The former would relinquish command of the Level 4 civilization spaceship and release the system permissions. The intelligence brain instantly took control of the latest Level 4 civilization home-class mothership. Subsequently, a small landing craft was dispatched to transport all personnel from the spaceship to the already arrived Meseralis Star home-class mothership. The 10 billion galactic coins were initially advanced by General Gaster for Glau, and the original encrypted codes were directly transmitted to Chen Yu. Once Chen Yu had acquired everything he desired, He watched as the inferior Meseralis home-class mothership slipped into warp space and departed. After the aliens had left, Chen Yu stood in the cosmic technology building on Earth, laughing heartily. Who would have thought that my dreams would fall from the sky? I was just lamenting the lack of a suitable vessel, and now I possess a Level 4 civilization home-class mothership, boasting a transit capability of 1,500 times the speed of light. Now, when I journey to Glaustar, situated 1,000 light-years away, it will only take a few months. And with 10 billion galactic coins, I now possess a total of 28 billion galactic coins. Truly a cosmic tycoon. Captain, I recommend registering Earth with the Galactic Federation. Otherwise, we shall face endless harassment. After all, the value of life-bearing planets is in the realm of billions of galactic coins, and at least planets of Level 4 civilization or lower will covet a life-bearing planet like Earth. You make a valid point. However, if I register Earth, I will no longer encounter those arrogant planets seeking to provoke me, thus diminishing the avenues for extortion. Captain, you jest. Once you join the Galactic Federation, you can engage in legitimate trade with other planets. With the resources in our technological repository, you can sell to planets below Level 4 civilization, and the profits will far exceed any extortion you could muster. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Intelligence brain, you are indeed a genius. Let us proceed with this plan. How do I register with the Galactic Federation? According to the information in the Level 4 civilization home-class motherships database, we need only to travel to the nearest Level 4 civilization governing planet to register Earth's information and await their approval. The nearest governing planet is Glaustar, the very one we just extorted. Yes, Captain, it is indeed them. Chen Yu's lips twitched. Having offended them so recently, would they not make things difficult for him during Earth's registration? Very well. Once we have recuperated, we shall proceed to Glaustar to register Earth. Chen Yu was undeterred. Should they attempt to impede him, he would simply take charge of the surrounding 1,000 light-years himself. Chapter 207. The WDO of the Galactic System, Chen Yu's fleet of over 100. 000 attack ships gradually returned to Earth. In the recent skirmish with the Glaustar fleet, Chen Yu had lost fewer than 5,000 warships. He decided to take a well-deserved rest before setting out to register Earth. Now equipped with Glaustar's colossal Level 4 civilization, home-class mothership, and a transit capability of 1,500 times the speed of light, reaching the nearest Level 4 civilization planet, Glaustar, would only take a few months. Half a year passed, and Chen Yu's preparations were thorough. The 100,000 Level 4 civilization attack ships were all stored within the new Cosmic One, the mothership captured from Glaustar, during this half year. Chen Yu had also constructed an additional 20,000 attack ships, alongside the remaining 50,000 or so. Even in his absence, Earth would have 70,000 attack ships for protection, rendering it impervious to two Level 4 civilization fleets, especially since Level 4 civilizations wouldn't deploy such large fleets. Earth was, for all intents and purposes, secure. For this journey to the Level 4 civilization planet, Chen Yu planned to bring along his 4 wives, both to nurture their elevated life levels and to alleviate the tedium of the journey. After all, who would prefer to languish alone on a ship when one could revel in nightly festivities? Once preparations were complete, Chen Yu embarked on his journey. Intelligence brain, conduct a final check. If all is well, we shall set forth to Glaustar, 1,000 light-years away. Understood, Captain. Final checks are underway. All systems are functioning optimally. We are ready for departure. Excellent. Follow my command. Let us depart. Affirmative, Captain. Prior to his departure, Chen Yu conducted a global live broadcast. In the month leading up to his journey, major media outlets had been generating excitement. Earth had entered the interstellar age, and its leader, Chen Yu, was set to travel to the Level 4 civilization planet 1,000 light-years away to register Earth. This would effectively position Earth as a member of the intergalactic WDO. Consequently, Earth would be able to manufacture technological products and engage in trade with various civilizations across the galaxy. Following this exhilarating news, numerous countries began vigorously constructing underground refuge bases, allocating significant industrial land in anticipation of Earth's accession to the Galactic Federation, hoping to leverage this momentum to rejuvenate their manufacturing sectors and engage in commerce with the galaxy's civilizations. Captain, Cosmic One has exited Earth's restricted orbit and locked onto its trajectory. We are poised to enter warp space. Excellent. Activate the warp engine and set course for Star. Understood, Captain. Activating warp engine. Activation successful. We have successfully entered warp space and are accelerating. 100 times light speed. 200 times light speed. 300 times light speed. 400 times light speed. 550 times light speed. Captain, we have reached the maximum speed of the ship's warp engine. We shall arrive at Star in 8 months and 13 days. Very well. Should anything occur on Earth, notify me immediately. Acknowledged, Captain. Thus, Chen Yu continued his journey, confident that there was a 90% likelihood of gathering all the necessary materials to repair the warp engine of Mothership 1 during his visit to the Level 4 civilization planet. Currently, only 6 types remain. Once these 6 elemental materials are gathered, the warp engine of the mothership can be repaired, granting Chen Yu the astonishing ability to traverse at speeds millions, even billions of times that of light. At that point, he will be able to depart the Milky Way and venture into the vast expanses of the universe, seeking the mysteries surrounding the birth of the cosmos and in pursuit of the Level 7 civilization aliens that the mothership has lost. He will delve into the profound secrets of true deep space and explore the essence of civilizations at levels 8, 9, and 10. What manner of existence are they? Are they divine, or something else entirely? Moreover, what of the human race scattered throughout the universe? Are they the seeds sown by these celestial beings? In a secret underground base in South America, Earth, within an office, an old, battered television has just broadcast the image of Chen Yu's fleet departing Earth. A scientist in a white lab coat stands beside it, exclaiming with excitement, "Mr. Trump, Chen Yu has left Earth. He's gone. Can we take action now?" Flames of orange flicker in Trump's hand. After all these years, his life level has progressed to a certain extent, having advanced from early stage 1 to late stage 1. Yet he can still only emit orange flames. The temperature does not exceed 2,500 degrees. And even to incinerate a single individual, he would need to unleash numerous fireballs. This is primarily due to the gene-modifying serum Trump injected, which is merely synthesized from level 3.5 civilization technology. Were it not for Trump's innate intelligence and remarkable physical gifts, he would find it difficult even to reach mid-stage 1. However, during his communication with the 4th-level civilization's intelligent brain, Trump received some encouraging news. If he could assist this 4th-level civilization's intelligent brain in locating what it desires at the edge of the solar system, this civilization is willing to synthesize a mid-level gene-modifying serum for him. Although synthesized from 4th-level civilization technology, with Trump's exceptional talent, he might potentially advance to an interstellar life form of level 3. However, his strength would certainly pale in comparison to the solid enhancement provided by the level 7 civilization gene-modifying serum that Chen Yu received. As Trump gazes at the conclusion of the broadcast on the old television, he ponders for a moment before addressing the scientist leader beside him. Have you successfully debugged the spacecraft over the past few months? Chapter 208. Trump sets off for the edge of the solar system. The scientist leader replies excitedly, "Of course, Mr. Trump. The spacecraft is operating perfectly and is ready for launch at any moment." Good. Let us prepare to depart for the edge of the solar system. It will be a long journey. Our spacecraft lacks a warp engine and can only rely on conventional flight. According to the coordinates provided by the 4th-level civilization's intelligent brain, our journey will take over 3 years. Indeed, a lengthy passage of time that we can only hope that this 4th-level civilization's intelligent brain is not deceiving us. Mr. Trump, does the intelligent brain truly indicate that there is something at the edge of the solar system? Trump furrows his brow. How would I know? We shall see for ourselves. Thus, on a night a few days later, in a primeval forest in South America, a massive pit suddenly opens in the ground, revealing a helipad concealed beneath the trees. If it were closed, one would never suspect the hidden wonders below. As the pit opens, a pitch-black spacecraft slowly ascends, rapidly breaking free from the grip of Earth's gravity. Racing toward the cosmos, Trump sits in the command room of the spacecraft, accompanied by several scientists. They must hasten their departure from Earth's low orbit, for the patrol ships of cosmic technology will be monitoring space. Should they be detected, an attack would ensue. Fortunately, The spacecraft Trump has constructed is also a product of fourth-level civilization technology, and its speed does not lag behind that of cosmic technology's attack ships. Even if discovered, as long as they continue to fly deeper into space, their pursuers will never catch up to this moment. Aboard the mothership, Chen Yu has just finished a game of poker with Su Ro when he receives a notification from the intelligent brain. Captain, just now, the quantum communicator from Earth transmitted the latest news. A spacecraft comparable to a fourth-level civilization has suddenly taken off from near South America, heading straight into deep space. Our attack ships were unable to shoot it down and have already returned. Chen Yu furrows his brow in contemplation that a fourth-level civilization ship? Apart from ours, who else on Earth possesses one? Captain, based on the scans of that spacecraft, its hull material is synthesized from Earth's metals, indicating that it was constructed on Earth. Suddenly, Chen Yu recalls the colossal nuclear submarine that had been causing chaos on Earth a few years ago, seizing vast amounts of resources before vanishing. Could it be them, the remnants of those Americans? There's a high probability that it is their doing. Over the years, based on the alien spacecraft wreckage discovered across Earth, there are likely multiple remnants of alien ships from different civilizations. Possibly even remnants of higher civilizations that not how I arrived here. Chen Yu realizes the implication. They must have found a spacecraft worth repairing, and a fourth-level one at that. What do you think? It is quite possible, and to activate the spacecraft requires a highly intelligent system that I am certain they have discovered a fully intact fourth-level civilization's intelligent brain. Then it becomes interesting. However, I wonder where they intend to go now that they have left Earth. There are no materials on Earth to manufacture a warp engine. At most, they can engage in conventional flight. Even at several thousand kilometers per second, it would take them many years to escape the solar system. I am uncertain of their intentions, but we have numerous probes scattered throughout the solar system, which will continuously track their position that I will likely be able to ascertain their trajectory, and by extending that, we may discover their destination or a planet within the solar system. Very well, intelligent brain, remain vigilant. After all, they're still within the solar system. Let them play around as they wish. Once we complete the registration of Earth and gather all the materials necessary to repair the warp engine of the mothership, we will return to address all issues. Understood, Captain. Thus, Chen Yu pays little mind to this minor occurrence on Earth that he feels sufficiently strong. Believing he need not concern himself with such matters, he does not believe that those remnants of Americans can stir up any significant trouble within the solar system. As time passes, Chen Yu trains daily to absorb the luminous energy of the universe. He also studies the scientific technology of the fourth-level civilization with the intelligent brain to enhance his brain domain. His brain domain is on the verge of surpassing 15. Currently resting at 14.97. Chen Yu eagerly anticipates the moment when, upon exceeding 15, he will be able to manipulate the thoughts and behaviors of weaker-minded creatures. His rigorous training and absorption of luminous energy are all aimed at this breakthrough. While his brain domain steadily improves, his life form level remains at the peak of interstellar level 3. Still just a step away from perfection, unable to advance further. After more than 8 months of diligent training and absorbing luminous energy from the universe, the intelligent brain's voice resonates in his mind. Captain, the warp engine is about to shut down. That we have arrived within the star system of the fourth-level civilization planet, Gaila Duo. Chapter 209. Chen Yu unveils his strength. Oh, have we finally arrived? I'm quite looking forward to this. A fourth-level civilization planet is a significantly higher existence than level 3.5. The Cosmic 1 spacecraft has exited the curvature space and is currently engaged in conventional flight. With a distance of 50 million kilometers to Gaila Duo, Chen Yu's Cosmic 1 spacecraft emerges from curvature space. He receives no less than 10 communication requests from the outer defense fleet of Gaila Duo. Chen Yu promptly connects to these communications. Welcome back, Gaila Duo mothership. Please proceed to the outer starport for docking. Suddenly, Chen Yu recalls that this home-class mothership is indeed their own Gaila Duos. Furthermore, the identification information has not been altered, which essentially means returning home. Chen Yu can't help but smile wryly. If the outer defense fleet were to discover that this was the home-class mothership he extorted from them, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. Consequently, Chen Yu decides to abandon any pretense of concealment. His current strength is not inferior to that of Gaila Duo. Why should he shrink back? He has come to register Earth, which now also belongs to the fourth-level civilization, since Gyla Duo can act as the governing planet within a 1,000 light-year radius. Why can't Earth? Perhaps they could split the 1,000 light-years in half, one governing 500 light-years, the other the remaining 500 light-years. Chen Yu boldly proclaims into the communicator, I am from the Earth fleet. Your Gyla Duo home-class mothership was compensation given to me by General Gasite. So it is no longer the Gyla Duo. It is now the Cosmic One home-class spacecraft. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Yu instructs the intelligent brain to modify the spacecraft's identification information. As soon as the identification information is altered, alarms blare in the command room of the Cosmic One spacecraft. Captain, the other party has dispatched the outer defense fleet. Should we deploy a portion of the attack ships to protect the Cosmic One mothership? They likely won't act against us, given the value of this home-class mothership. They probably still wish to reclaim it. However, for safety's sake, let us deploy 10,000 attack ships for protection, and I intend to head directly to Gyla Duo's near-Earth orbit. Understood, Captain. Opening the cargo bay doors of the Cosmic One home-class mothership. The Cosmic One opens several massive cargo bay doors on either side, and from within, an array of 10,000 fourth-level civilization attack ships swiftly emerges. Chen Yu reconnects with the communications of the Outer Defense Fleet. I hail from the Earth Fleet, situated 1,000 light-years away. Your home-class mothership has now become our vessel that I wish to engage in dialogue with the rulers of your planet. And I seek your permission to enter your inner space. Greetings, I am Gajiafen, the commander of the Outer Defense Fleet of Galadu Star, AS friend from Earth. You have no right to enter our inner orbit. I urge you to dock at our outer space port immediately. This is your final ultimatum. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to launch an attack. Our Earth is also a level 4 civilization. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The other party appeared momentarily stunned, and after a pause, responded, what? You too are a level 4 civilization. To my knowledge, within 1,000 light-years in proximity, Galadu Star is the highest-ranking civilization. Where could another level 4 civilization possibly originate? Chen Yu, remaining unperturbed, calmly replied, Pray tell, Mr. Gajiafen, are you not curious how your Galado-class level 4 home mothership came into my possession? Gajiafen furrowed his brow and promptly instructed his subordinates to investigate. Soon, they discovered that after Chen Yu's fleet had annihilated the previous Galadu fleet, they had swiftly utilized quantum communication to report their predicament back to Galadu Star. Upon learning that their level 4 fleet had indeed been obliterated and their Galado-class home mothership captured, Gajiafen found it hard to believe. Is it true that your Earth remains an unregistered level 4 civilization? Chen Yu shrugged and smiled. Indeed, without a doubt, and this vessel is a compensation owed to my Earth. Its ownership now rests with us. Furthermore, our current visit is merely to register Earth as a member of the Galactic Federation. Very well, I shall relay your request to the highest council of our planet. Please await our response. Chen Yu remained calm, fully prepared. The interior of the 30-kilometer-long ring universe, number 1 mothership, housed a staggering 100,000 attack vessels, densely packed. Should Chen Yu desire, he could effortlessly obliterate Galadu Star. He was eager to observe how the rulers of Galadu Star would respond to his arrival. Chapter 210. Engaging in battle with a level 4 civilization not long after, Chen Yu received a communication request from Gajiafen. Upon connection, the latter stated, Friends from Earth, our highest council has granted your request for entry. However, your representatives may only board our inner shuttle vessels to enter Galadu Star. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't suppress a laugh. His current strength surpassed that of Galadu Star. The other party was employing tactics befitting a lesser civilization. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gajiafen, I believe our discussion is now moot. Let it be as it is. Chen Yu severed the communication. Intellect, prepare for immediate departure. I shall land on Galadu Star's surface. Anyone who obstructs us shall be annihilated. Understood, Captain. In an instant, the colossal ring universe number 1 home-class mothership, accompanied by 10,000 level 4 attack vessels, surged towards the inner orbit of Galadu Star, leaving the outer defense fleet in utter bewilderment. The audacity, Gajiafen, observing the holographic display, was in a state of shock. How dare these earthlings disregard us? Rulers of Galadu Star, I implore you for guidance. Soon, the Council issued an interception order. In the eyes of Galadu, Star's upper echelon, they firmly believed they were the mightiest civilization within 1,000 light years. As for the previously dispatched fleet's defeat, they dismissed it as a misfortune due to the Earthlings' home advantage. The rulers of Galadu, Star, did not perceive their own civilization's weaknesses upon receiving the order. Gajiafin commanded the entire outer defense fleet to engage. Within the command center of the Ring Universe No. 1, the holographic display revealed a multitude of red dots advancing towards them. It appears they remain oblivious to the reality. Intellect, annihilate the approaching foes. Understood, Captain. 10-000, attack vessels engage. Instantly, Chen Yu's level 4 attack vessels surged forth like a tidal wave. The outer defense fleet of Galadu Star, numbering merely 2,000 to 3,000 warships, stood no chance against Chen Yu's 10,000 attack vessels. Moreover, within the home-class mothership, over 90,000 more vessels remained unlaunched. The battle unfolded effortlessly. In just 10 minutes, the outer defense fleet of Galadu Star was entirely vanquished, leaving only a lonely outer spaceport where Gajiafin, gazing at the holographic display, was utterly dumbfounded. Previously, he had presumed that these Earth warships merely relied on their numbers. After all, the warships of Galadu Star were all level 4 vessels. The rulers of Galadu Star could not fathom that these Earthlings were also of level 4 civilization, nor could they anticipate that they possessed level 4 attack vessels. Now, they were truly grasping the extent of their opponent's strength. Indeed, they wielded level 4 weaponry. However, it was too late. The outer defense fleet had been completely obliterated. Chen Yu surveyed the vessels docked at Galadu Star's outer spaceport. There were indeed many valuable ships, including no fewer than 10 home-class motherships of various sizes, with 2 comparable to his Ring Universe No. 1. The remaining vessels were likely trading ships from other planets visiting Galadu Star. Chen Yu mused that if Galadu Star proved uncooperative, he might seize those 2 motherships of equal caliber to his own upon departure. Intellect, continue towards the inner geostationary orbit. Affirmative, Captain. In the recent battle, Chen Yu's initial deployment of 10,000 attack vessels had only suffered a loss of over 1,000. In a scenario where both sides fielded level 4 warships with similar weapon capabilities, the intellect's unparalleled combat techniques and coordination had allowed them to operate as a cohesive unit, employing the most advanced combat strategies to eliminate Galadu Star's 3,000 strong outer defense fleet with just over 1,000 of their own vessels. Back at Galadu Star's outer spaceport, Gajiafin watched as Chen Yu's fleet sailed triumphantly towards their home planet. He promptly reported the events, only to be met with a furious tirade from the ruling elite of Galadu Star, who berated him for failing to intercept even a lesser civilization's fleet. How could the mightiest planet within 1,000 light years succumb to such a fate? It must be attributed to Gajiafin's poor command. He could only resign himself to silence, unable to convince the haughty rulers of Galadu Star, who had basked in their superiority for millennia. After less than 10 hours of flight, Chen Yu's fleet finally reached the inner geostationary orbit of Galadu Star. Yet as they entered the opposing inner interstellar defense identification zone, they were besieged by a multitude of warships. Captain, the enemy has mobilized approximately 5,000 warships to intercept us. Annihilation is the objective. Understood, Captain. Another exhilarating space battle ensued. Chen Yu's forces took less than an hour to obliterate the 5,000 Galadu Star warships blocking their path. However, the losses were considerable. With nearly 4,000 attack vessels destroyed of the initial 10,000 deployed, only 5,000 remained. The fleet pressed onward towards the inner orbit of Galadu Star, which had now gathered an additional 3,000 warships to confront Chen Yu's forces. Within the command center of the Ring Universe No. 1, Chen Yu regarded the holographic display with a smirk. Surely, they do not believe that I possess only this 10,000 strong fleet, hoping to wear me down with a war of attrition. Annihilate these 3,000 Galadu Star vessels. Understood, Captain. Chen Yu commanded the remaining 5,000 level 4 attack vessels to engage the 3,000 Galadu Star warships. An hour passed, and the 3,000 enemy vessels were eliminated, though Chen Yu's fleet suffered over 2,000 casualties, leaving approximately 2,500 vessels operational at that moment. Chen Yu received a communication request from the opposing side. Upon establishing the connection, the ruling elite of Galadu Star roared in fury. "You detestable Earth invaders! You have inflicted irreparable damage upon Galadu Star. I demand that you cease all resistance and surrender immediately. Otherwise, your fleet shall face total annihilation, and we shall come to your home planet to make you pay for this incursion." Chen Yu, unruffled, stepped before the holographic display and observed the row of humanoid figures clad in robes. He scrutinized their appearance, noting their resemblance to humans, but with elongated torsos and pointed heads, their faces reminiscent of a bald figure with enormous double-fold eyelids. Chen Yu smiled at the screen and said, "I am the representative of Earth, here to register our planet with the Galactic Federation. Moreover, we are indeed a Level 4 civilization. It is you who have acted discourteously, demanding that I board your shuttles to enter your planet. This is a clear act of discrimination against us Earthlings. That I recall a regulation within the Galactic Federation's laws stating that civilizations of equal standing may forego docking at outer spaceports and directly approach the inner geostationary orbit. Do you not intend to abide by this?"